Traveling through the martial arts world, I relied on the Tai Chi I learned in the park to deceive ignorant teenagers in remote mountain villages, claiming that this is a method of cultivating immortality even more powerful than martial arts. As a result, a martial artist whose dantian was disabled learned of my reputation and, with a mindset of trying it out, decided to become my apprentice, saying that if I was a fraud, he would kill me. At that moment, I felt like the sky was falling, so I started racking my brains to deceive, and ended up awakening a system. In the dojo where I teach the cultivation of immortality, a handsome young man half kneels on the ground and hands over his spiritual medicine. Because of the persecution by my clan, my dantian is destroyed, and there is no hope in martial arts. Please accept me as your disciple and teach me the ways of immortality. I looked at this young man and felt overwhelmed. In this world where martial artists are respected, I have already passed the age of 18 after crossing over. Without money or land, I not only missed the prime age for martial arts training, but also faced the dilemma of starving to death. In desperation, I pretended to be a high-ranking outsider who traveled here, using a set of Tai Chi moves learned from a park elder, and managed to deceive these inexperienced villagers. For fear of being exposed, I even directly claimed that what I was teaching was not martial arts, but the method of cultivating immortality. These ignorant villagers believed it without any doubt. To keep me teaching the children in the village, the villagers built a house overnight, bought furniture, and even set aside a large piece of land, which became the dojo where I taught the immortal cultivation method. Everything was going well, but then a damn scammer managed to trick a real warrior into becoming my disciple. How did you know about me? I want to know who this beaten 1,000 times is, the handsome young man respectfully said. In Qingyun town, the younger generation occasionally hears new air from your village mention the seniors. I learned that the seniors have been cultivating for 1,000 years and I admire them in my heart. After learning more about the seniors, I came here to seek guidance, hoping that the seniors will pass on the immortal cultivation method to me and help me reshape my path of cultivation. I feel a little uneasy inside. What exactly did this Niwer say to this young man? Are you not afraid of being deceived by Niwer? Do not be afraid. Someone once deceived me, and now the grass on his grave is 7 feet tall, broken, still has a bad temper. I looked deeply at the young man. This guy may have his dantian destroyed, but the body tempered by martial arts training. One punch from him would definitely be no problem for me. I just hate that there are too many villagers watching here. If there were no one watching, I would definitely honestly tell this person that I don't understand the way of cultivating immortality. But now I can't say it. No, we have to figure out a way to trick him into leaving. After making up my mind, a sudden inspiration struck me, and I immediately came up with a set of words. Your killing intent is too strong. The bond between us as master and disciple has not yet arrived. Please leave. When this was said, it not only did not dispel the young man's enthusiasm, but instead sparked his fighting spirit. Senior can go to Qingyun town to inquire. I, Zhang Teng, am known as a good person, kind to others, and sincerely treat people. After speaking, Zhang Teng directly knocked his head 3 times towards me, causing blood to flow from his head. Full of sincerity, please judge. The junior is not inclined to kill, but simply hates swindlers the most in his life. Looking at the bluestone floor all smashed up, isn't this a clear sign of trouble coming my way? I've already started preparing my excuses for rejection. At this moment, the villagers around all spoke up. Master Lin, I can testify that Master Zhang is a good person. He hates swindlers because he once witnessed a swindler kidnapping a child, causing a once happy family to fall apart. Young Master Zhang, rest assured, Master Lin is kind-hearted, and with someone as good as you, he will definitely teach you well. Watching the villagers around him echoing, it is obvious that Zhang Tang has a good reputation in Qingyun town. I felt anxious in my heart. The atmosphere has already been set up to this point. I only hate myself for not being cautious with my words usually and going too far. If I don't accept Zhang Tang as a disciple, it will be difficult to end this. There is no way. I can only accept it reluctantly. I made a decision on the spot. Since you were so sincere, I will accept you as my disciple. Zhang Tang was overjoyed, immediately offering the elixir with both hands. Disciple Zhang Tang pays respects to master. Please accept this bowing ceremony. Good child, get up. I reluctantly accepted Zhang Tang's apprenticeship gift. I understood that from this moment on, my identity as Zhang Tang's apprentice was confirmed. I just wanted to be alone, thinking of ways to send Zhang Tang away. The master is a bit tired. Although you started late, you are the master's inner disciple. Those practicing boxing in the field are your junior brothers. The first lesson the master teaches you is to not be ashamed to ask questions. Go ask them about Tai Chi boxing. With that, I turned and entered the house. Just closed the door. I can't hold it anymore. I really took on a warrior as a disciple, and he's a warrior whose dantian has been destroyed. Having been in this world for so long, I am very clear that the first realm of a warrior is to refine the body, and the second stage is to condense the dantian and chi. Those with the dantian are all experts, and the more expert they are, the harder they are to deceive. If I can't make any progress in teaching, and the deception is exposed after a long time, I dare not imagine that scene. I lay on the bed, forming a large character, lying flat in a proper posture. At this moment, I suddenly heard the voices of several apprentices outside talking. Senior brother Zhang has extraordinary talent, unexpectedly mastering the essence of Tai Chi so quickly, combining softness with strength, seamlessly integrated. Truly a martial artist. His comprehension is too strong. It seems that in just a few breaths, his Tai Chi is about to surpass us and reach the entry level as mentioned by the master. The master said that if someone reaches the entry level, he will impart the next step of training method. The sound outside the door made me nervous. I don't understand the next step of cultivation at all. My Tai Chi is just a beginner level like the old men in the park. What should I do? If Shangtang comes in to ask me for more advanced Tai Chi, I can't teach it either. Warriors, don't be fooled. In a trance, Lin Bei seemed to see his 3-foot-high grave grass again. At this point, suddenly there was a knock at the door. Lin Bei had a jolt. Bad. It couldn't be that Zhang Tong had accomplished his Taijiquan cultivation and came to ask for advice on a more profound cultivation method, right? Who? Lin Bei asked through the door. Master, it's me, Iron Bull. Iron Bull? Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief. What is it? Master, I'm here to report that senior brother Zhang Tang is exceptionally talented and is about to be initiated. Our dojo, finally, is going to have the first expert who has integrated Taijiquan. Lin Bei giggled inwardly. That's not a good news report. It's a funeral report. Meanwhile, another cheer came from outside the door. Senior brother Zhang has become a success. Bad. Lin Bei was inwardly shocked. Zhang Tong, it's coming. Chapter 2, Zhang Tang is here. A cacophony of voices outside the door, accompanied by joy. Dang, dang, dang. A knock sounded on the door, followed by Zhang Tang's voice. Master, are you there? Zhang Tang's voice was as if it was the little brat's death rattle. Lin Bei only felt that the sky had fallen. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in Lin Bei's mind. Your disciple, Zhang Tong, has comprehended the know-how of Taijiquan and has stepped into the threshold, initiation. And your Taijiquan is upgraded to consummation. Originally he level, but also Park Moncler Outlet Store layman level. At this moment, his understanding of Taijiquan changed radically. Is this Goldfinger activated? It's been a year since he crossed over to this world, and just when he was giving up, how could happiness come so suddenly? Lin Bei instantly bottomed out. Come in. Lin Bei's voice was calm and easygoing, anchored by a confidence. Zhang Tong pushed his way in. Master, I have already comprehended the principles of Taijiquan, but I have some doubts, so I would like to ask Master to solve them. Lin Bei's understanding of Taijiquan nowadays was out of this world. Hearing Zhang Tang's doubts, he was instantly filled with confidence. The so-called master, preaching and teaching. Lin Bei said with a smile, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Zhang Tang hesitated for a moment and then whirled around. Master, although Taijiquan is subtle, it seems to have nothing to do with the immortal cultivation method. Although his tone was humble, the questioning implication almost pierced Lin Bei's eardrums. Bad. This kid doesn't suspect he's a liar, does he? Martial artists really aren't easy to fool around with. Calm down. Got to fool around. Lin Bei took a deep breath and his cold eyes crossed. Zhang Tang immediately felt an invisible pressure. Learning without mastery. Only knowing the skin. Being so overambitious. Wanting to learn the immortal cultivation laws. You're not qualified now. Zhang Tang had a jolt and hurriedly bowed his head and clasped his fists. The master rests his anger. Is that the apprentice is too anxious? The apprentice's dantian is broken. And I have heard that the immortal cultivation law is very mysterious. But after I learned Taijiquan I felt that it was no different from ordinary martial arts skills. Thus my mind was puzzled. Although Zhang Tang was apologizing. But Lin Bei understood that if he couldn't give a satisfactory answer, that seed of doubt grows bigger and bigger. Taijiquan can bluff those who have never practiced martial arts, but not martial artists. Take a deep breath. Lin Bei's face eased a few points. It's normal for you to have this doubt. After all, you've just started. Zhang Tang made an appearance of listening to the teachings. Tong'er, immortal cultivation is about enlightenment, and it seems that you are not yet able to do so. When these words came out, although Zhang Tang was listening to the training seriously, but there was a flash of suspicion in his eyes. Lin Bei understood that this kid suspected him, and immediately stopped talking nonsense. Lin Bei dusted his clothes and whisked his sleeves. Tong'er, my master is passing on the method today. Come with me and let you see what the real Taijiquan is. and why I spoke of Taijiquan as a foundation building method for immortal cultivation. After saying that, Lin Bei crossed the door and left, his footsteps light and quite a bit of patriarchal aura. Road. Lin Bei began to rely on his pre-traveling memories and started to frantically fool around. The so-called Tai Chi, the principle of yin and yang, the source of heaven and earth. Tong'er, your Taijiquan has been initiated, showing that you already know how to combine rigidity and flexibility. The next step is to comprehend yin and yang, where man merges with heaven, and ultimately reaches the realm of the unity of heaven and man. Lin Bei continued to snub. Only when heaven and man are united can one enter the state of emptiness and be qualified to touch the threshold of cultivation. At that time, when the master teaches you the vomiting method, you will be considered to have truly stepped through the door. Is that clear? The skeptical look on Zhang Tang's face diminished by a few points. Arrive at the schoolyard. Numerous apprentices looked over. Today, master will demonstrate what Taiji is. You all remember. Watch more and realize more. Without further ado, Lin Bei directly made a Taiji starting stance. Shift your center of gravity to the right and lift your left foot to open the step, followed by raising both hands upward. Lin Bei's seemingly casual movements gave off a mysterious feeling. Zhang Tang's pupils slightly condensed. In his opinion, Lin Bei's every move and style seemed to be all natural and in harmony with heaven and earth in a way that was hard to describe. Man and heaven are in harmony. Celestials. These arcane words that originally confused him. It all seems to be materializing at the moment. Although Zhang Tang's Taijiquan had just begun. But at this moment, he only felt that his punching technique and Lin Bei were not the same thing at all. Between a stillness and a softness, it seems to contain subtle truths. Many of the village apprentices around them who were learning Taijiquan were also unconsciously immersed in it. It's awesome. I can feel the subtleties of Taijiquan even without being initiated. Worthy of a master. This demonstration is different from the past. I can't even understand it a little bit. Nonsense. We haven't even entered the door. Of course we are taught the basics. Senior brother Zhang Tang has already entered the door. The demonstration is naturally different. Zhang Tang's suspicions about Lin Bei disappeared without a trace at this moment. Vaguely he actually had a feeling of great enlightenment. Sure enough, the immortal cultivation method and the martial way are completely different. I have to discard my previous wrong ideas, or else I'll never be able to be initiated into the immortal cultivation way. The end of a boxing demonstration. Lin Bei collected his strength. Seeing Zhang Tang's greatly enlightened eyes, he inwardly sighed in relief. Subdued. Tong'er, have you realized something? Zhang Tang fiercely half-kneeled on the ground. Master is above. Before, I was ashamed to doubt the Taijiquan taught by master based on my senses. Your boxing technique is truly subtle. I didn't realize it for a while. Lin Bei smiled in response. If you don't have enlightenment, then go and enlighten yourself. Remember not to be impatient. You should empty yourself to realize the heavens and earth. The apprentice is taught. Go and practice hard. I hope you can become the first disciple under my sect to knock on the door of immortal cultivation. Lin Bei casually encouraged. Zhang Tang immediately looked as if he had been pumped with chicken blood. Don't worry, master. Apprentice Bai will do his best. Lin Bei nodded with satisfaction on the surface, but inwardly, he couldn't wait to slap himself. The snub is back. Zhang Tang was originally a martial artist. What if he quickly comprehended the subtleties of Taijiquan and reached the perfection realm? What's he gonna do with his head to teach the spitting method? He hasn't made it up yet. Martial artists are not easy to fool. Right at this moment, suddenly not far away, a male villager ran over, his face full of anxiety. It's not good, Master Lin. It's no good. Something's wrong. Chapter 3. What's wrong? Lin Bei was confused. It was hard to lull Zhang Tang over. And then something happened? Something's happened to Nyoji. The villager panted and gasped for a few breaths before continuing to speak. When he was rushing around Qingyan City, he drank too much and bragged to others that Master Lin was an immortal cultivator divine. As a result, I happened to meet a martial artist who called you a liar. And Nyo was too angry to talk back. As a result, Bull Tu was beaten and spat out blood, and was carried back, the villager said. Lin Bei sighed in relief. Nyo was beaten? Well played. If Nyo hadn't recruited a good disciple who was a lifesaver for him, how dashingly would he be living now? And, the villager continued. What else? Lin Bei instantly felt bad. A bad premonition arose. That martial artist also said that you are a liar and are coming to smash your dojo. Lin Bei went numb. Bull Tu, Nyo if you say you're going to the market, you should be honest. Why do you like to brag so much? You like to brag? Don't take me with you. It's not even enough to summon Zhang Tang. How long has it been? You've invited another martial artist? Is it so hard to make a living these days? Although he was internally panicked, Zhang Tang and the others were right behind him, so Lin Bei could only pretend to be calm. There's no harm. District martial artists wanna smash my dojo. They're not qualified. Take good care of Nyoji, and tell him to be careful with his words from now on. We cultivators do not like to compete. The villager was relieved when he heard this. It's good that Master Lin doesn't care. Don't care? Lin Bei could not wait to give Nyoair two big mouths, and then grabbed him by the collar and told him, "You love to ing blow, right?" Noticing the nervous expressions of the disciples around him, Lin Bei said calmly, "Nothing, keep practicing." The disciples left. Lin Bei sat inside the house, only feeling restless, pacing back and forth and muttering, "No, I have to go ask Nyoair what kind of person he's messing with, if he's powerful, and if it's true that he said he came to smash the dojo." Thinking about it, Lin Bei immediately left the dojo to rush to the direction where Nyoair was. He had just arrived inside the small, fenced-in yard of Nyo-Urja's house, and before he could knock on the door, his movements lurched. Only a familiar voice came from the door. It was Zhang Tang. "Uncle Nyoair, who beat you up? Being a martial artist, how dare they hit you? A mortal, so hard." Zhang Tang's voice, as if there was some annoyance. "Uncle Nyoair, you introduced me here to worship the master, hoping to change my destiny against the heavens. This is a great favor. This is something that I can't just sit back and do nothing about." Lin Bei stood outside the door, and when he heard Zhang Tang's voice, he was instantly delighted inwardly. "Good boy. You know how to share your worries with me." Nyoji had an aggrieved look on his face. That man said he was a martial artist from the 6th Harmony Martial Arts School, called something like Zhao Bao, the mountain opener. I said at that time, even a martial artist is not a match for Master Lin, and he gave me a punch. Zhang Tang sniffed and snorted coldly. The more unorthodox a martial artist is, the more they take their status as a martial artist seriously. I'll find justice for you in this matter. I'll go and get him to come and apologize to you and pay for the medicine. Nyoair sniffed and immediately stopped it. "Don't be impulsive, Mr. Zhang. That man is very powerful. Just that casual and gentle punch. My entire body lost consciousness." "Awesome?" Zhang Tang said disdainfully. Qingyun City's 6 Harmonies Martial Arts Hall is actually a third-rate martial arts hall, and the hall master is at best a great perfection of body refining. So what's there to fear? Zhang Tang saw that Nyoair did not believe him and continued to explain. "Although my Dantian is destroyed, I have finally stepped into the Danhai realm. That is, I will go kicking without any pressure. Don't worry, this matter will definitely give you an explanation." "Oh, that's good. It's good that Mr. Zhang is sure." Nyoair had a look of gratitude on his face. Lin Bei outside the door was also relieved. "Almost forgot. This disciple of his is also a martial artist. Seems to be a small master? In that case, there's no need to care about smashing the dojo or anything else." For the first time, Lin Bei felt that having a martial arts disciple seemed not bad. The moment. Zhang Tang continued. Just what? Boltu asked. "I have some worries. Master once said that people who cultivate should not compete, and this matter should not be told to Master." Lin Bei immediately smiled with joy at his words. Good. This apprentice knows how to hide things from him. Very good. Please don't worry, Mr. Zhang. I, Nyoji, am not a talkative person." Lin Bei, who was outside the door, scoffed at Nyoair's remark. "You're the one who talks the most." However, thinking that trouble didn't seem to be trouble, Lin Bei was instantly much more at ease. However, just as Lin Bei was about to turn around and leave, suddenly it opened. Zhang Tang and Lin Bei looked at each other. The scene was, at once, awkward. One foot Zhang Tang had just said that he couldn't be known by him, and the next foot bumped into his face. Lin Bei was also embarrassed. He really wanted Zhang Tang to go and stand up for Nyoair and solve his troubles in the process. What about this? At the awkward moment, Zhang Tang took the lead to speak. "Master, Zhang Tang stumbled, originally prepared to explain something, but seeing Lin Bei's silence, he simply bowed his head. "Master, what you said about cultivators never competing for power, I remembered it all. I know it's wrong." Lin Bei felt bad when he heard Zhang Tang admit his mistake. This kid should not think that he is not allowed, right? He's in favor of it with both hands and feet. Approval is approval, but it certainly can't be said at this moment. Lin Bei's mind turned, and he had a plan. There is no greater good than knowing one's mistakes and being able to change them, and it is true that people who cultivate the way should not be competitive. But Lin Bei turned his words around. Those who cultivate the way are more concerned about having a clear mind. If they don't have a clear mind, how can they learn the immortal cultivation law? Zhang Tang's eyes glowed. "Master taught me right. So Master is agreeing that I should stand up for Nyoji?" Lin Bei smiled faintly. "Go, remember to do things without a tiger's head and remember to cut off karma." In this sentence, Lin Bei said don't be a tiger with a snake's tail in a slightly higher pitch. It was actually a reminder to Zhang Tang. After hitting someone, just settle the matter once and for all and don't let anyone come back for more. Otherwise the trouble keeps on coming. Don't worry, master. I will do things absolutely cleanly and never leave any loose ends. Zhang Tang immediately swore an assurance. Looking at Zhang Tang with such conviction, for some reason, Lin Bei always felt that something was wrong. This kid, he couldn't have misinterpreted his hint, could he? Remember, there's a head for the grievances and a head for the debts. Only by convincing people with virtue can we not leave any aftermaths. Lin Bei reminded once again. Master, don't worry. The apprentice knows that he will certainly convince people with virtue. Zhang Tang said respectfully. Master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Go on. It's not a good idea to make a noise about this. The apprentice understands. Looking at Zhang Tang's back, Lin Bei always had some suspicions. Did he, indeed, realize what he meant? Things aren't going to get any bigger, are they? This kid is so smart. He shouldn't be able to understand it haphazardly. Lin Bei reassured himself. Chapter 4, The Fist is Reason. Qingyun Town. The blazing sun hangs high. Inside the 6th Harmony Martial Arts Hall, Zhao Bao, the mountain opener, was carrying a 1,000-pound stone lock in both arms, doing an orderly buttressing. Each time the stone locks were lifted, the sound of sinews and bones could be heard in unison. The eyes of the martial artists in the martial arts center all looked at Zhao Bao with envy. A martial artist's body refining is divided into skin refining, tendon refining, bone refining, and blood refining. A martial artist who could achieve sinew and bone resonance indicated that body refining had already reached the extreme, and was only one step away from blood refining. Brother Leopard is awesome. Refining blood and gathering chi isn't far off. In our 6 Harmonies martial arts school, apart from the head of the school when it comes to Brother Panther, he is the second. Brother Panther, can you give us a demonstration of your mountain opening handstands? Amidst a chorus of bragging, Zhao Bo was a bit fluttery and full of bravado. Good. Then I'll show you my martial arts skill. The open mountain hand. As he spoke, Zhao Bao came to a place in the courtyard of the martial arts center where cobblestones were piled up, and picked up a 1,000-pound boulder. Watch this. Zhao Bao's eyes rounded in anger. His right arm's sinews bulging as he turned his palm into a sword and landed with a slap. Drink! The solid cobblestones shattered in response. Yes. Awesome. Many martial artists bragged about it. At that exact moment, a very disjointed voice came out. How dare you make a fool of yourself with your carving skills? When these words came out, Zhao Bao's expression, which was originally filled with smiles, instantly froze. The crowd looked toward the place where the sound had come from. Outside the martial arts center, a figure leaned against the doorframe, his arms wrapped around his body, his face full of contempt. Who are you? Speaking out here? Zhao Bao was annoyed. You're Zhao Bao? Zhang Tong inquired. Zhao Bao grunted coldly. I don't change my name when I walk. Who are you? My name is Zhang Tong. I heard that you're going to smash my master's dojo? When Zhang Tong said this, his tone lurched and his eyes were like knives as he looked straight at Zhao Bao. How dare you? When Zhao Bao heard this, his blood rushed up and his eyes rounded in anger. What did you say? Zhang Tang smiled contemptuously. I say you. Good. Great. The dog guts. Every word, like a sharp knife, stabbed at Zhao Bao's heart. You seek death. Under the fury, Zhao Bao took a little step and rushed towards Zhang Tang like an arrow off the string. As he approached, Zhao Bao repeated the same technique, turning his palm into a sword and slashing down hard. Facing the momentum of 1,000 pounds, Zhang Tang looked indifferent with one hand slightly raised, actually wanting to directly receive Zhao Bao's mountain opening hand. Is that kid crazy? Even the pavilion master wouldn't dare to take Zhao Bao's mountain opening hand hard. Simply looking for death. The martial artists in the martial arts center were talking. Right at this moment, the open hand falls. Zhang Tang's chi and blood rolled around in his body, and under the afterglow of the slanting sun, his raised hand had a bronze-colored luster flowing through it. Boo! The stone slabs under Zhang Tang's feet were cracked by the shock. However, the palm of his hand that received the attack was as lofty as Tarzan. Surprisingly, took it. Bronze color? Copper skin and iron bones? My god! He refined his body to actually develop copper skin and iron bones. Look at the depth of this bronze color. It's at least top quality. The martial artists in the surroundings sucked in a breath of cool air. Thousands of martial artists in the world know that the peak of body refining is copper skin and iron bones, and those who can refine it are undoubtedly not geniuses. However, among these geniuses, those who can practice the top grade are the geniuses among geniuses, and it is never too much to say that they are the proud sons of heaven. The moment. Zhao Bao was already confused, and his palms that could open mountains and break rocks were even vaguely painful at the moment. Trance. He only felt a strong hand pressing directly on top of his head. The next second, the sky spins. His entire body slammed into the ground uncontrollably. Boo! The lapis lazuli floor was cracked by the impact, and Zhao Bao's head was even bleeding. Almost simultaneously, 1 foot on his head, Zhang Tang's playful voice came from his ears. Who's looking for death? As he spoke, Zhang Tang squatted down and patted Zhao Bao's face. This move was really a strange shame for martial artists. What? Exactly. Have I done to offend you? Zhao Bao's voice was very stifled, and there were a few points of aggravation in the stifling. He, Zhao Bao, never offended a martial artist somehow. Not bullying mortals? I thought I said my master was a liar. Didn't you say you were going to smash my master's dojo? Today, I've come to ask for advice, wanting to see just how much weight the person who threatened to smash master's dojo has. Every word of Zhang Tang's was like a heavy hammer, knocking open Zhao Bao's memory. He was confused. I didn't expect that beating up a bragging mortal would attract an expert who had practiced copper skin and iron bones. Or is it an expert who has refined a top-grade copper skin and iron bones? The most outrageous thing is that this person claimed to be the disciple of that con man? A mortal who blindly brags about immortals he's never even heard of is fine. How can a martial artist believe it too? This is also outrageous. Zhao Bao wanted to say something, but at the moment the words felt like they were stuck in his throat, and he froze. What can he say? Calling the so-called immortals liars? People's disciples are beating down the door. That he's wrong? He didn't even feel that he was wrong. What immortals, in his opinion, is simply nonsense. If Zhang Tang really used whatever immortal technique that Niu Air had bragged about, he could barely believe it. But Zhang Tang is a martial artist. Does this so-called immortalist have even the slightest connection? 2 conditions. Zhang Tang's voice came out. For 1, you are a martial artist. Beating up civilians is a big mistake, so you need to pay for the medicine. Secondly, you have to come to the door and apologize. How? People have to bow down under the roof. Rules for martial artists. The strongest are honored. Zhao Bao decisively chose to bow his head. You're right. I'll pay for it, and I'll apologize at the door. Only then did Zhang Tang withdraw his foot. I'll wait for you. After saying that, he left in style. Looking at Zhang Tang's back, Zhao Bao's eyes changed. Brother Panther. I have a bad mouth and a short temper, and I was beaten up by someone who sought revenge on my door. I admit it. This is the rule of martial artists. I understand. When Zhao Bao said this, his words changed and his eyes blazed. But, for him to openly strike at the 6th Harmony Martial Hall is not giving face to the hall master. It's tantamount to kicking the pavilion. He'll have to admit it even if the pavilion master comes to his door. When these words came out, the surrounding martial artists nodded their heads. The pavilion master is about to gather chi into a sea and break through the realm of the Dan Sea. And even though the son has practiced his bronze skin and iron bones, he is by no means the pavilion master's opponent. It is a pity that the pavilion master is not here. If the pavilion master were here, would he allow this kid to spread his wildness? Time passes. The setting sunlight spills over the floor of Qingyun town. The town, which was originally lively and somewhat cold, suddenly became lively. Only one person was seen, carrying a dead, white-striped tiger on his shoulder, with a calm footstep and a proud expression. That's Pavilion Master Chong Lu, and he's carrying the Hanging Eyes Golden Eyes tiger? I've heard that a fierce tiger in the southern mountains eats people, and those who are eaten are transformed into ghosts. Coaxing passers-by, this can't be that foreign tiger, can it? That's the one. I heard that the people from Nanshan town came to ask the Pavilion Master to hunt a tiger. Amidst the admiring eyes of the crowd, Pavilion Master Chang returned to the 6th Harmony Martial Hall with a smile on his face. Just as he returned to the Martial Arts Center, he saw a group of people who were listless. The surrounding bluestone floors are also much damaged. What's going on? Pavilion Master Chang's voice was low and unruffled. The Pavilion Master is back? You broke through? The many martial artists in the Martial Arts Center were overjoyed at the sight of Pavilion Master Chang. Pavilion Master. Someone's kicking the pavilion. Brother Panther was beaten up, and that person who kicked the pavilion even told Brother Panther to go to the door to apologize and make reparations. When these words came out, Pavilion Master Chang was first stunned, then furious. Who is so bold? How dare you take advantage of my absence to kick the pavilion? It's just too much of a bully. Chapter 5, Martial Virtue is also virtue. After his great anger, Pavilion Master Chang calmed down. What the hell is going on? Tell me everything. When the martial artist in the pavilion told the cause and effect of the matter, Pavilion Master Chang did not get angry, but instead revealed a suspicious look. You're saying that the person who kicked off the pavilion has refined a top-grade copper skin and iron bones? The martial artist in the pavilion hurriedly replied. Not bad. That person calls himself Zhang Tang. When he heard the word Zhang Tang, Pavilion Master Chang's expression was quite playful. So it's him, the Nanyang Zhan clan, Zhang Tang. A pavilion martial artist was surprised. The pavilion master has heard of him? Zhang Tang was once the pride of the Nanyang Zhang clan. Then he was abolished from his dantian and expelled from the clan for violating the clan's rules. And he didn't expect to hide out in our Qingyun town. Pavilion Master Chang sneered. After all, he was once an expert who had condensed the Danhai realm, and he has copper skin and iron bones. It's normal that Zhao Bao is not an opponent. Hiding? What did he commit? Some martial artists in the pavilion were curious. I heard that at the banquet of the county king of Nanyang, he drunkenly broke into the county king's inner courtyard and spoiled the innocence of the county lord. And the county king was so furious that he offered a reward of $10,000 to catch him. Pavilion Master Chang laughed. Originally Zhao Bao sightless in the first. I am not ashamed to seek revenge. Now, can also use the name of kicking the pavilion to retrieve the scene and arrest Zhang Tang. Small mountain village. Forest North Dojo. After Zhang Tang returned, many apprentices in the dojo greeted him. As it happens, Zhang Tang saw Lin Bei sitting at the stone table within the dojo and hurriedly went forward. Master, I'm back. Lin Bei nodded and asked with a smile, how are things being handled? My disciple remembers what my master taught me, to convince people with virtue. I had some frank conversations with the other side and both sides exchanged views for in-depth communication. Zhang Tang smiled and said, fortunately, the other party has recognized the mistake and will come to make amends with Manhware soon. When Lin Bei heard this, he inwardly nodded his head. That's too much to rely on. What's his biggest fear? Trouble. Now Zhang Tang is again talking frankly and communicating deeply. In the end, he was convinced by virtue and agreed to make amends. Any way you look at it, the matter was resolved satisfactorily. Very good. Apprentice has had another epiphany about Taijiquan, so I'll go and practice first. Good. Go. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. The moment arrived in the dojo. Many apprentices said enviously, Senior brother Zhang is too powerful. Can you teach us? That's right. How did you communicate frankly? Lin Bei's ears were very good, and he also curiously and secretly pricked up his ears. That mountain opener Zhao Bao is a martial artist. No need for words and frank communication between martial artists. Of course it's a direct hit. Zhang Tang smiled and said, that Zhao Bao was ungrateful to be the first to make a move against me. And in a single glance, I took him down and stepped on his feet. Ha! The apprentices around them were shocked. Candor. Is it that candid? Lin Bei even almost spewed out a mouthful of tea. Slightly frantic. You call that candor? What about deeper communication? The apprentice in the dojo asked again. I told him what was wrong and demanded him to come to the door to make amends and apologize. And he was convinced to agree to my demands. Zhang Tang said rightfully. Lin Bei almost laughed in anger. Good. That's the way to explain it, isn't it? You call this deep communication? Then, Senior brother Zhang, didn't you tell master that you convince people by virtue? Another apprentice asked. Lin Bei secretly nodded. This was a good question. He wanted to see how Zhang Tang would explain. Between martial artists, they talk about reasoning with their fists. Zhang Tang said confidently, martial virtue is also virtue. This statement did not cause a cheer as many apprentices touted Zhang Tang. Only Lin Bei's nose was about to give out in anger. Feelings, he explained to solve cleanly and leave no loose ends. He is not listening to a word. Right? You call that clean? You call that clean? You call that leaving no loose ends? Isn't that what it's all about? Hitting the door to pick a fight and using your fists to bring someone to their knees? This beam, it's kind of a knot, isn't it? Lin Bei viciously cursed inwardly. This kid, no wonder he was framed by others for destroying his dantian. A whole lack of heart. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Lin Bei looked at Zhang Tang and suddenly shouted loudly, Tengel, come here a minute. Zhang Tang hurriedly ran over. Master, what's the order? Taiji, it's about the combination of movement and static. It's difficult for you to comprehend the subtleties of Taiji now that your heart is restless. Lin Bei said with a smile. Now go to the dojo's earth character room no. 1 for closed door comprehension. And you can only come out when I call you. Yes, the apprentice obeys. Zhang Tang was secretly happy. He only felt that Lin Bei was satisfied with the way he handled things. This was guiding him in his cultivation. When Zhang Tang left, the puzzled voice of an apprentice came from within the dojo. How did master let Zhang Tang go to the small black house? Isn't that something you go to when you've made a mistake and are locked up? What do you know? Master, this is called guiding cultivation. What small dark room? That Zhang Tang senior brother can be the same as us? We went in for a mistake. He's going in for a merit. The more he said, the more he felt wrong. Either way, isn't this being put in a dark room? Some people wonder, but no one dared to ask. Iron Bull. Master. A burly teenage apprentice ran up to him. Your senior brother Zhang needs to meditate in seclusion. He is not allowed to be disturbed. And don't send food to him. Yes, master. Lin Bei then nodded in satisfaction. Inside the dojo, an apprentice wonders, "Master, this is too harsh. Locking up the small black room and not giving food. If you don't know, you'd think you're punishing senior brother Zhang. What do you know? It's called guided practice. Watch and learn." Back inside, Lin Bei's face was full of sadness. Zhang Tong, this kid door-kicking. This 6th Harmony Martial Arts Hall is afraid that sooner or later we'll have to come back to retrieve the scene. It was a small matter for the dojo to be smashed, but it would be a big matter if his impersonation as an immortal cultivator was exposed. This kid, he doesn't have 800 hard eyes, right? Deliberately causing trouble to test my weight? Lin Bei was secretly skeptical. No, if this kid has so much heart and mind to be able to be set up to waste his dantian? Lin Bei came to a conclusion. Zhang Tong is a lack of heart with too little experience in the jungle. Just when Lin Bei was dissatisfied with Zhang Tang in many ways, a voice suddenly came out of his mind. Your disciple is enlightened and enters an epiphany. And your Taijiquan is upgraded to perfection. And your Taijiquan is upgraded to limit breaking level. Congratulations, your Taijiquan, broken limit, skill is close to Tao. What the hell? Isn't Zhang Tang an innate Taijiquan sacred body? How long has it been? Taijiquan has broken through to the perfect level? This guy, he's a bit of a demon. In a trance, Lin Bei's understanding of Taijiquan had also entered a whole new realm. To be precise, with the help of Taijiquan, he had a completely new understanding of both heaven and earth. Technique is close to the path. Originally, he knew nothing about how to make up a spitball method. But now, vaguely, he seemed to be able to grasp that nebulous thread. Chapter 6. Original. The so-called spitting method was just something Lin Bei made up to fool the villagers. Trying to fool martial artists is almost a fool's errand. This was the reason for Lin Bei's anxiety. Although Zhang Tang seemed to be well-behaved and obedient, if it was discovered that he was a big liar, the scene was unimaginable. When Zhang Tang mentioned the crooks with that gnashing of teeth, Lin Bei remembered it vividly. But it's different now. With the help of Taijiquan, Lin Bei really felt the spirituality of heaven and earth. This gave Lin Bei great inspiration for making up the spitting method. Vomiting method is to gulp the aura of heaven and earth. Lin Bei was eager to rely on his own ability to make up the tuna method, but he dismally realized that he didn't seem to have the enlightenment and talent to really create the spitting method. What to do? Lin Bei didn't panic. After all, he had read quite a few relevant books before crossing over. Now there is a direction. From among these books, it was not difficult to extract some key words and piece together a logical method of spitting. Soon, Lin Bei began to make things up according to his perception of the spiritual power of the heavens and earth, and the accumulated knowledge in his memory. In a short while, a slightly more subtle spitting method was concocted by him. Zhang Tang, I tried my best to make it up according to my perceived heaven and earth aura. The rest is up to you. With that in mind, Lin Bei arrived at the dojo. Iron Bull. Lin Bei waved at Tainyo. Master, what is it? Tainyo ran all the way. Master senses that your senior brother Zhang has already comprehended the mysteries of Taijiquan. Tell him to wait for me in the transmission room. Lin Bei said with a smile. Really? Master, your cultivation level is too high. You can actually sense this. Tainyo's face was filled with admiration. What are you planning to impart to senior brother Zhang? His Taijiquan has already reached the state of realization, and he already has the qualifications to comprehend the method of vomiting. So naturally, he will pass on the method of vomiting. Lin Bei said. Don't be poor. Go. Yes, master. Looking at Tainyo's naive appearance, Lin Bei couldn't help but sigh. This simpleton. Delightful. If Zhang Tang is also this naive, it would be good. At least he will not suspect that he is a liar. The moment. Room 1 on the ground floor. Iron Bull knocked carefully on the door. Senior brother Zhang Tang. Who? Zhang Tang's puzzled voice came out. It's me, Iron Bull. Master told me to come to you. When these words came out, Zhang Tang revealed a surprised look. Before Lin Bei had instructed others not to disturb him in his realization of Taiji. He had just come to some realization and was digesting it when his master asked someone to find him. Coincidence? With suspicion, Zhang Tang inquired. What did master ask you to do here? Master said that he sensed that your understanding of Taiji has reached the state of realization, and asked me to bring you a message to go wait for him in the transmission room. Tainyo replied naively. So that's how it is. Master is actually so divine that he has already noticed just as I have gained some realization. Zhang Tang's trust in Lin Bei began to rise at this moment, and his admiration and respect increased by a few points. Tainyo, do you know what master is planning to pass on to me? Although Zhang Tang had some judgment, he still couldn't help but ask. Tainyo hemmed and hawed. Then you're asking the right person. Master said that he'll pass on the spitting method to you. Zhang Tang was overjoyed. What's the spitball method? That's the foundation of immortal cultivation. As long as he was able to comprehend the vomiting method, he would be able to step into the door of immortal cultivation and become an immortal cultivator. I'm on my way. Zhang Tang pushed out the door with extremely fast footsteps. Tinyo followed closely behind in a hurry. Elder brother, you're gifted. If you learn this immortal cultivation law, you'll have to show us the ropes when the time comes. This is natural, Zhang Tang replied with his mouth full. Passing room. Zhang Tang sat cross-legged with a solemn expression, and during the time he was waiting for Lin Bei, he was also carefully sensing the subtleties of Taiji. Nice. Lin Bei's voice came out, acting like I'm the master admiring you. To be able to perceive the principle of Taiji without arrogance or impatience. Although one's natural talent is ordinary, one can be considered a talent in immortal cultivation. Once you open your mouth, it's an old snub. Zhang Tang, this brat's enlightenment is heaven-defying and his natural talent is amazing, so he must be properly suppressed. Otherwise how could he show how great he was as a master? When Zhang Tang heard this, he hurriedly said respectfully, Greetings, master. There is no need for false courtesy. Lin Bei waved his hand. Master, is my qualification for immortal cultivation poor? Zhang Tang inquired cautiously. Mediocre qualifications, I guess. Using the example of comprehending Taijiquan, one incense burning enlightenment can be called a heavenly pride, an hour of enlightenment can be called a genius, half a day of enlightenment can be called a good talent, you spend more than half a day, can only be called a mediocre qualification, Lin Bei said blindly with his eyes open. If Zhang Tang can participate in an incense burner, he will definitely be accurate to the time of breathing. The piece of flimflam, Lin Bei took it to death. Sure enough, Zhang Tang, who originally still had some inflated mood, suddenly felt lost. However, he was still a bit unconvinced. Master, there is one thing that the apprentice does not know. Speak, Zhang Tang said unconvincingly, even if the time of comprehension is a bit different, the qualification evaluation isn't that much different, right? Lin Bei laughed. That expression of vertical ignorance held in place. A good talent can break the shackles. Your qualifications are insufficient, and the consummation of Taijiquan is your limit. Break the shackles? Zhang Tang's eyes were more than a little bewildered. What breaks the shackles? He had no concept of it at all. He suddenly realized that, perhaps, this was the reason why Master had said that his qualifications were mediocre? Master, what is breaking the shackles? Ask if you don't understand. And Zhang Tang is open-minded. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. It seemed to have been fooled. If you break the shackles, you can realize the principles of heaven and earth, and understand the subtleties of vomiting. However, you don't have to worry about not being able to step into the door of immortal cultivation. Lin Bei continued to snub. Since you have worshipped the master will naturally teach you the spitting method, and I hope that in the future, diligence will make up for clumsiness. Zhang Tang didn't dwell on it, and immediately said respectfully, I also ask Master to bestow the Dharma. Lin Bei smiled and continued to snub him. Your qualifications are too poor. If Master were to pass on the Dharma, you might have difficulty comprehending it. Now, Master will demonstrate to you what is called Taijiquan that breaks the shackles. Lin Bei had a serious face. It's not just about seeing with your eyes. It's about seeing with your heart. Got it? Zhang Tang hurriedly nodded his head and immediately concentrated. Lin Bei stepped forward and began the Tai Chi starting stance. This moment, Zhang Tang's pupils stared. He could sense that Lin Bei was performing Taijiquan at the moment, and the aura around him had completely changed. An ineffable spirituality that shone as brightly as a blazing sun. Zhang Tang, deeply shocked. Could this be the Taijiquan that breaks limits? Chapter 7 Enlightenment Against the Heavens. Vomiting technique perfected. Every time he saw Lin Bei perform Taijiquan, Zhang Tang's feelings were very different. The Tai Chi that Lin Bei was practicing at the moment was a perfect blend of softness and strength. Every move is all natural. That dazzling spirituality echoed with heaven and earth, displaying an unspeakable harmony. In the dark, Zhang Tang developed a very mysterious feeling, as if there was a marvelous rhythm between heaven and earth and Lin Bei. At this moment, Lin Bei's voice came out. The vomiting method is the process in which the qi of heaven and earth is being harvested to forge the Tao body. If you want to refine qi, you need to realize the power of yin and yang, the way of Taiji, which is the beginning of vomiting. Exhale the old and bring in the new. Take the Tao as the basis. Return heaven and man to one. Lead the door of all the wonders. Open the path of heaven. Before you can practice the method of qi refining. When he compiled this, Lin Bei suddenly thumped inwardly. Bad. When I made it up, the content was so jarring that I was so nervous that I forgot what came after it. What to do? Between the flashes of electricity, Lin Bei had the bright idea to directly flicker the Tao, only to be understood, not to be spoken. Lin Bei looked at Zhang Tang with a loving face. As the saying goes, the master leads the way. The cultivation is up to the individual. Tong'er, you have to walk out of your own path. The master believes in you. When Zhang Tan looked into Lin Bei's eyes, something suddenly touched his heart. He could tell that the trust in Lin Bei's eyes was almost eye-catching. Master, I won't let you down. Zhang Tong only felt his blood boiling. How long has it been since I felt this kind of trust? Ever since his Dantian was destroyed. Everyone looked at him as if they were looking at useless trash. Only Lin Bei, from the beginning to the end, did not regard him as a waste. Even if his qualifications were mediocre, Lin Bei still did his best to teach him. There were knocks, but they were for his own good. He understands. Unconsciously, he was a little more in awe of Lin Bei. Lin Bei felt Zhang Tang's trust and inwardly sighed in relief. Finally fooled around. But, after this experience, Lin Bei realized that when making things up, one should never make up too much. It's hard to remember, but the bottom line is that it's easy to make mistakes when you make up more than you can remember. Make up a lot. Make a lot of mistakes. Therefore, it would be better to make up a generalized beginning and framework. Looking at Zhang Tang's feedback, it seems to be working better? What if Zhang Tang doesn't understand and comes to ask? That's too easy. Give him a good, straight-up reprimand and let him get to his senses. Perfect. At this moment, Lin Bei's thoughts were clear, hence the casual encouragement. The road to repair is long and requires up and down. The disciple keeps this in mind. A bright light flashed in Zhang Tang's eyes as if he had come to a realization. Thank you for the master's point. The disciple will leave. After saying that, Zhang Tang turned around and left. Looking at Zhang Tang's back, Lin Bei fell into deep thought. Nodding? What did he nudge? It was just an off-the-cuff encouragement. Forget it. Let him be. Lin Bei came to the courtyard and enjoyed the rising sun in the early morning. It was warm and illuminated Lin Bei's face with coziness and comfort. Casually accepting the tea offered by Tai Nyo, he watched the apprentices within the village practicing Tai Chi. Good times. Again. Time passes. Ever since he had received Lin Bei's teachings on the exhalation method, Zhang Tang was like a cultivation fanatic, comprehending day and night. Lin Bei was greatly satisfied with Zhang Tang's efforts and had praised him more than once, especially, occasionally met. Lin Bei, a child, can teach the appearance of recognition, but also let Zhang Tang, such as playing chicken blood, generally sell enlightenment. The reason why Lin Bei was so recognized, for no other reason. The world is finally clear, at least in Lin Bei's opinion. Zhang Tang shouldn't have any suspicions about him in a short period of time. As for realizing the vomiting method, Lin Bei had no hope for him at all. After all, the so-called spitting method is something he made up. However, good times, it seems, don't last. Just as Lin Bei was leisurely drinking tea, Tai Nyo ran over in a panic. It's not good. Master, it's not good. Bah, master is good. What's wrong with me? Lin Bei disliked him without a good reason. Say, what happened again? It's like this. Old Zhao from our village. What happened to Lao Zhao? Beaten up again? Lin Bei frowned. He felt whether Zhang Tang's arrival had spoiled the feng shui, and how the villagers who used to be honest had accidents one after another. No, not really. Old Zhao said that he heard that Master Chang Lu of the 6th Harmony Martial Arts Hall has returned. Tai Nyo said in a hurry, with some urgency in his expression. He, Old Zhao, messed with the 6 Harmonies Martial School? Lin Bei was confused. As far as I can remember, the village's Old Zhao was an honest crop farmer. Ah, how could he possibly provoke a martial artist? Iron Bull shook his head back and forth. No, didn't senior brother Zhang beat up Zhao Bao? Zhao Bao is a martial artist from the 6 Harmonies Martial School. Iron Bull said quickly. Old Zhao went to Qingyun town to catch the market and heard quite a bit of news. Master Cheng Pavilion has already put out the word that he's going to bring someone to our dojo to return the favor. What return gift? Lin Bei asked. Senior Zhang went to the 6th Harmony Martial Arts Hall and beat Zhao Bao. According to the rules of the Martial Arts Hall, it belongs to the kicking hall. So, the so-called return of the gift is to come and kick our dojo, Tai Nyo said with a crying face. Lin Bei's smiling expression instantly froze. However, in front of Tai Nyo, Lin Bei forced himself to restrain his emotions. On the surface, he downplayed the situation and didn't think anything of it. But inside, he had long since sprayed Zhang Tang angrily 100 times. Obviously, they have explained 100 times that things should be done cleanly, not to leave behind any trouble, and to convince people by virtue. And the result? This lackadaisical one not only didn't fix things, but complicated them. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. No, at this time, high and low to take Zhang Tang out of the air, and by the way, a little sideways, to see if this kid can top. With this in mind, Lin Bei stood up and walked towards Zhang Tang's closed practice room. As he walked, he inquired to the Iron Bull beside him. Do you know, how strong is that pavilion Master Chang? Tai Nyo said with great reverence. I heard that pavilion master Chang is so good. He went hunting in the southern mountains and killed the foreign tiger. What foreign tiger? Lin Bei was puzzled. Rumor has it that foreign tiger has become an elf and likes to eat people, and those who eat it will turn into devils. Iron Bull said, a devourer is what you look like before you die. And I've heard that quite a few people in Nanshan town have been coaxed into the mountains by devourers, and have become that foreign tiger's meal. How is his martial strength? Lin Bei continued to ask. I heard from old Zhang that Pavilion Master Chang went to South Mountain to hunt tigers in order to seek a breakthrough opportunity. Now that the hunting tiger has returned, he has more than likely become a great martial artist, possessing the legendary Dan High Realm strength. Dan High Realm? Bad. Lin Bei giggled inwardly. Zhang Tang was once a Dan High powerhouse, only now that his Dan Tian was shattered. I'm afraid that he is not a match for Pavilion Master Chang. Done. The dojo is getting trashed? Lin Bei was already calculating whether to find an excuse to go out and avoid the wind. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in his head. Your disciple is attending to and complementing the art of spitting. Congratulations! Your disciple Zhang Tang has realized the art of spitting, introductory, and your spitting art has been upgraded to perfection. Chapter 8, My disciple Zhang Tang is gifted as a martial emperor. When the voice in his head fades, Lin Bei felt a large amount of knowledge pouring into his memory as if it was a tidal wave. Originally, he made up the art of spitting, which was very abstract and metaphysical, but at the moment, it was as if everything he said was being corroborated. If one were to make an analogy, the original spitting technique that Lin Bei had compiled was a pavilion in the air that was falling to the east and west and could collapse at any time. But it's different now. Zhang Tang not only set up a heavenly ladder underneath this sky pavilion, but also repaired the broken sky pavilion into the cloud palace. This enlightenment, it's too heaven-defying. Lin Bei's heart was deeply shaken. Shocked, he began to realize that his golden finger, it seemed to have a heaven-defying deduction ability. This was the case with Tai Chi Quan before, and it's the case again with the Tue Na technique now. As long as he imparted knowledge, Zhang Tang would be able to perfect it immediately as soon as he got started. Tried to run the spitting technique. Lin Bei could only feel the roiling aura pouring into his body as if it was a tidal wave. The originally weak body was transforming under the refinement of this aura. Spitfire, Cultivation of Immortality Act, surprisingly, came true. Tainyo looked at Lin Bei who was frozen in place. Master, what's wrong with you? It's nothing. Lin Bei understood that now was not the time to cultivate. The duo's conversation was not loud, but Zhang Tang's retreat room was small, separated only by a door. With his keen hearing, he knew almost immediately that Lin Bei and Tainyo had arrived. Zhang Tang barely hesitated and directly collected his energy to open the door. Apprentice, greetings to Master. Master is truly divine. Knowing that the apprentice has doubts, he even personally came to solve them. The apprentice is grateful. What? Lin Bei had a head full of questions. When did he become so divine? When did he specially come to solve Zhang Tang's confusion? Obviously, it was Tainyo who came to snitch, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he was ready to come to take Zhang Tang out. It was only pure coincidence that Zhang Tang had just made a breakthrough and he happened to appear. It was just that. Now that the atmosphere was baked here, Lin Bei certainly couldn't reveal himself, so he directly put on a breezy expression. My master senses that your perception of the vomiting technique is already thorough, and knowing that you would have doubts, I have come to answer them. When these words came out, Zhang Tang was touched inwardly. The words Lin Bei and he had once said came to his mind. What was a master? To preach and teach. Benefactor is above. My disciple is mindful of this. Lin Bei waved his hand and walked into the quiet room, finding a futon anywhere and sitting down. Say, you've been initiated in the art of spitting. What are your doubts? Feel free to speak. Lin Bei was full of confidence. He had already perfected his spitting art, and his understanding of the spitting art was definitely several levels ahead of Lin Bei. Zhang Tang immediately came to Lin Bei and respectfully voiced his doubts. Master, I am aware of the subtleties of the vomiting technique, but the vomiting technique has already gained a preliminary understanding, and I have an eye for future cultivation. The more Lin Bei listened, the more wrong he was. This stance, how did he feel that he wasn't preparing to ask about the spitting technique? Zhang Tang's lustful look made Lin Bei even more certain of his previous thoughts. You're kidding? You're really asking a question outside of the art of vomiting? Lin Bei was a bit flustered. If asked anything else, could he have answered it? As a qualified snub, Lin Bei was already thinking about how to snub into the conversation in case the question couldn't be answered. Speak. Lin Bei didn't move. His tone was calm. The piece of posturing, Lin Bei took seamlessly. What my disciple wants to ask is about martial arts. Zhang Tang lowered his head and seemed to be a bit rattled. He's worried about being yelled at. It was obvious that he had followed Lin Bei to cultivate the immortal Tao. But he was still asking about the martial Dao? Lin Bei inwardly twitched. What the hell? Ask him about martial arts? He doesn't know. For a while, Lin Bei fell into silence. With Lin Bei's silence, Zhang Tang's head lowered even harder. He had the illusion that it seemed like Lin Bei was displeased with him. But this matter, Zhang Tang couldn't do without asking. Eventually, he spoke stiffly. Master, I had cultivated my martial Dao body refining to the level of copper skin and iron bones, but after practicing the spitting technique, I actually broke the extreme of a martial artist's body refining and broke through to the level of Vajra Unbreakable. As he spoke, Zhang Tang drummed his muscles and hardened his heart to perform the Vajra Unbreakable ability, only to see that the original bronze color above his skin was gone, and instead, it shimmered with a golden light. Lin Bei, blindfolded. He had been in this world for a year. He knew about martial arts body refining, and he knew a little about copper skin and iron bones, but it belongs to the hearsay layman. Moreover, it is heard that the copper skin and iron bones are only practiced by the true and genuine supreme heavenly pride. Vajra is not bad? What's that? He doesn't know anything about it. What would he say if I asked him to tell me? He can't even be bothered. However, he could say he didn't know anything about cultivation? Lin Bei thought a little before deciding to test the waters a little and then think of a way to fool around. Say what you think. Zhang Tang immediately said. Vajra Unbreakable belongs to the legendary existence among martial artists, and those who can cultivate it have the potential of a martial emperor. But I broke through the Vajra Unbreakable by merely comprehending the spitting technique. The disciple thought that the martial way is not enough to rival the immortal way. It is really a small way, and I am worried that the enhancement of the martial way will delay my cultivation path. So I want to ask the master to answer my questions. So it is. Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of thing, Lin Bei didn't need to think about it to make up a set of words with his eyes closed. As long as he wasn't asked how he practiced martial arts, it wasn't a big problem. Minor issues. Lin Bei smiled and said, there's no harm in it. The Tao, which is everywhere and encompasses everything, there's no need to take it to heart. Zhang Tang looked at Lin Bei somewhat nervously. Master, will my cultivation of this martial refining body delay my cultivation of the Tao body? Lin Bei said calmly, there's no harm in it. The Tao is like the ocean. The sea contains hundreds of rivers. The martial arts path, even if it's a small path in your eyes, is still a path of cultivation, and it will end up being the same way. Zhang Tang was then relieved. Apprentice understands. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. If you have any problems with the spitting technique, feel free to call on me. Yes. Only then did Lin Bei leave in satisfaction. Greetings, Master. When Lin Bei left, Tainyo couldn't help but ask, Senior Brother Zhang, what are you and Master talking about? Why can't I understand a single word? Zhang Tang smiled calmly. You have yet to be initiated, so naturally you won't understand. By the way, Senior Brother Zhang, that Cheng Pavilion Master of the Six Harmonies Martial Arts Pavilion put out a word that if you go to kick the pavilion, he is going to come and return the favor. Tainyo added. Zhang Tang sniffed and his cold eyes crossed. Return the favor? You want to kick our dojo? Are you looking for death? No, I have to go to the Sixth Harmony Martial Arts Hall to even things out. Otherwise, if Master knows about it, he'll definitely think that I'm not reliable. It's too late. Master already knows. Tainyo said. Zhang Tang stiffened and looked at Tainyo, popping out a few words. You said that? Well, Iron Bull nodded timidly. Don't be annoyed. Senior brother. I'll tell Master first. It's because of this. You can't level it. Chapter 9 Martial Legend? Cultivation of Immortality Lower Limits. Tainyo saw that Zhang Tang was showing signs of being anxious, so he hastened to speed up his speech. Senior brother. I've heard that Cheng Pavilion Master of the Six Harmonies Martial School has already broken through to the Dan High Realm, and with your Dantian destroyed, I'm worried that you'll be impulsive, so I spoke to Master first. Zhang Tang's original irritation subsided a few points after hearing this. Dan High Realm. That was the second realm of martial artists. Only after stepping through the body refining realm could one refine one's own essence with the help of the rushing chi and blood and gather it in the Dantian. He had stepped into the Dan High Realm, so he naturally knew how powerful the Dan High Realm was. The gap between great realms simply could not be compensated by copper skin and iron bones. At this moment, Zhang Tang was not afraid. After all, he refined the Vajra Unbreakable. Whether he could win or not, that would have to be touched to know. However, the strength of the Sixth Harmony Martial Hall's owner also calmed him down. After all, facing the Dan High Realm, he didn't have the certainty of victory. His strength I know. Zhang Tang looked at Tainyo. Keep an eye out for me. I'm just now comprehending the spitting technique and my strength is still rising. I need to get as strong as I can before he gets here. And this little kicking around is never too much for Master to handle. No problem. Tainyo patted his chest and assured. I'll keep an eye on it for you and keep an eye on the situation outside. Are you sure? Zheng Tang looked grim. If I were to come now, I would only be 40% sure at most, but with every day that passes, I improve my certainty by at least 10%. Iron Bull was stunned. Senior brother Zhang, isn't your Dancy destroyed? There's still so much certainty? Zheng Tang smiled confidently. Once, I was a martial artist, so of course I wasn't sure, but now I'm an immortal cultivator. Then the Chang Pavilion master of the Six Harmonies Martial School is only qualified to compete with me now. Zheng Tang was very proud of this matter of stepping into the threshold of immortal cultivators and was proud of it. Having just stepped into the threshold of immortal cultivation, his copper skin and iron bones broke through the limit and reached the level of adamantine invincibility. What martial arts legends? What Vedra undefeated? In front of the immortal cultivator, it's just the lower limit of initiation. Dojo. With Zheng Tang's example, the apprentices practicing Taijiquan in the village became more enthusiastic. Lin Bei looked within the apprenticeship in front of him with an unprecedented inner peace. After this period of time, he realized that his golden finger could not create something out of nothing. He could only get feedback if the gongfu that was imparted out was comprehended. Zheng Tang's martial Dao. He didn't have any feedback when he broke through from copper skin and iron bone to Vajra undefeated. In addition to this, Lin Bei gradually realized one's own golden finger that gets direct feedback from knowledge that rounds out or even transcends limits. What did this mean? Lin Bei boldly guessed that his golden finger might have an extremely strong ability to deduce. Shaking his head, Lin Bei composed himself and prepared to think about what he should make up next. Only, even after racking his brain, he didn't have a clue and couldn't really make it up. It seems like hard thinking won't get you anywhere. You need to find the right direction and the right path. In response, Lin Bei secretly said that he didn't force himself. He understood that the time had not yet come. If he were to think hard, the practice he made up would be too empty and abstract. Even if Zheng Tang's enlightenment was unbelievable, I'm afraid he couldn't cultivate it. It seems that we have to guide Zheng Tang at the right time, so that he can spend his time on comprehending the vomiting technique. As long as he waited for Zheng Tang's spitting technique to break through to completion, his spitting technique would also be upgraded to break the limit. At that point, the difficulty of finding his way will plummet. At that exact moment, Iron Bull ran over. Lin Bei saw that he was preparing to go practice boxing and directly greeted him. Master, you called me? Tainyo had great respect for Lin Bei. What is Zheng Tang doing? Master, he's refining his body with the spitting technique. Lin Bei frowned slightly and said with dissatisfaction. Nonsense. He has just begun with the spitting art. He should first enroll in the spitting art. As the saying goes, sharpening the sword is not a good idea. Do you need me to teach him this? Seeing this, Tainyo said in a hurry. Master, I told him the news that Cheng Pavilion Master is coming to kick the pavilion. He said that he wants to get stronger as soon as possible, and that he can't trouble Master with such a small matter. With these words, Lin Bei's anger dissipated. What's a senator or not? There's no rush. Settling the trouble first was the big thing in Lin Bei's opinion. Can he be sure? Lin Bei asked again. Senior brother Zhang said he broke through the Vajra undefeated and has a 40% chance of winning. Now that he's refining his body with the spitting technique, every day that passes improves his chances of winning by 10%. Tainyo main fight and honest? Lin Bei asked. Immediately as pour beans out. Very good. Lin Bei inwardly nodded his head. He was relieved to have his shut-in senior disciple at the front. Go practice boxing. Yes. As he watched Tainyo leave, Lin Bei gave up on the idea of urging Zheng Tang to enroll in the vomiting technique. After all, he still had to cover for the trouble at the dojo. Solely, Lin Bei went back to his house to start closed-door cultivation. He also had some expectations for the body-refining efficacy of the spitting technique. Time passes. The next day, after a night of cultivation, Lin Bei only felt refreshed. He could feel that his body was getting stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye under the nourishment of the spiritual power of heaven and earth. At this level, it should be considered the chi-refining realm, utilizing the spiritual power of the heavens and earth to refine the body. As he practiced, Lin Bei began to gain an understanding of chi refining. He also realized that chi refining, in no way, could be made up in the form of a novel. There may be many realm divisions in novels, but ancient texts collectively refer to them as chi refiners. I remember that the ancient books had recorded the chi refiners, which did not lack some legendary immortal level characters. Lin Bei gradually realized that refining chi could be a very crucial foundation for cultivation. The art of vomiting, not only refining one's own essence, but also gulping in the aura of heaven and earth. Refining chi is to refine the body, making it easier for the body to resonate with heaven and earth. Lin Bei began to run through the immortal cultivation law from the beginning. The first step of this chi refining, vomiting, the second step, should be named Dao body. What about the third step? As he thought about it, Lin Bei gradually began to have a direction. There, exhaling heaven and earth aura to quench the Dao body. Then the next step should be, with the Dao body, to imperialize the Dao spells. Casting spells, Lin Bei was inwardly delighted. At this point, the complete realm of Qi refinement was made up by him. They are, respectively, the exhalation, the Tao body, and the royal method. With the direction and concept, as to how to imperialize the law, Lin Bei believed that as long as the time was right, he would naturally understand how to make up the art of imperial law. Time passes. The third day of practicing the art of spitting, Lin Bei opened his eyes from his cultivation. The perfection level spitting technique allowed his cultivation to grow by leaps and bounds. In just 3 days' time, his body had been refreshed, as if the cells in his entire body had been renewed. It's still far from achieving a Dao body. Lin Bei understood that this was only the first metamorphosis of his body. This kind of metamorphosis would take many more times before he could truly forge his Dao body. Right at this moment, Iron Bull's anxious voice came through the door. Master, it's not good. Something big has happened. Something big? Normally, even if the situation is urgent, Iron Bull will just say what happened. A bad premonition suddenly flashed inside Lin Bei's heart, and the movement of drinking tea stalled. What happened? Iron Bull said with a slight sob. Nyoji he is going to be killed. Chapter 10, Hit Hard. Don't show mercy. Chapter 10, Hit Hard. Don't show mercy. Click it. The water cup Lin Bei was drinking tea from was crushed by him. He moved to anger. Although Nyo has a bad mouth, and even some small vanity, his nature is simple and kind. Nyoji had never bullied anyone and was fond of helping people within the village. When the dojo was first constructed, Nyo had put in a lot of effort. Occasionally, when Lin Bei complained about the food, he would find ways to send food and vegetables, and would even go into the mountains to hunt. When Nyo was in trouble, even though Lin Bei said that he went to spy on the news, he was actually visiting sincerely. Right at this moment, only to hear, outside the dojo, an angry cry. Little Zhang Teng, kicking my martial arts school while I was away? Now that I'm here, why don't you get your ass out here? Lin Bei pushed out the door. Just as he arrived at the dojo, he saw a dozen or so martial artists blocking the entrance to the dojo. The strong man at the head of the group was carrying the dying Nyoji in his hands. At this moment, Zhang Tang was staring angrily round at the martial artist carrying Nyo directly. Old man Chan Lu, kicking a pavilion is kicking a pavilion. But for you, a martial artist of the Danhai realm, to use a mortal as a shield is too disgraceful. Pavilion Master Chang sneered and casually tossed Nyo aside. Didn't you want Zhao Bao to make amends and apologize? Unfortunately, a martial artist's apology. This Nyoji is not blessed to receive it. The dojo's apprentices, in a hurry, dragged Bull 2 away and dragged him to the front of the dojo's wooden promenade. Lin Bei walked quickly towards Nyo. Master. Zhang Tang saw Lin Bei walking towards the direction he was in. His head lowered, as if he was suppressing the anger that filled him. You taught me not to compete and to cultivate my body and mind. But today, please forgive my disciple, for not being able to comply. At this moment, Lin Bei happened to walk up to Zhang Tang's side. His footsteps lurched, and then he said back in a very cold voice, cultivators do not like to compete and win, prefer to cultivate their bodies and nourish their character. But it is more important to have a clear mind. Speaking here, Lin Bei's voice was low and terrifying. As long as you ask your heart, you can have nothing to lose. Zhang Tang was slightly stunned. It was the first time he had heard Lin Bei say the 4 words 100 no limits. This is simply telling him, come down hard, don't show mercy. Apprentice, lead the way. Having said that, Zhang Teng turned his neck. The tendons crackled. Chang Lu, Chang Pavilion Master. While talking, Zhang Teng walked towards Chang Lu's direction. Since you chose to come and kick the bucket, let me ask for your honor's masterstroke. Zhang Tang came to less than 3 meters in front of Pavilion Master Chang. Enlighten me. Seeing Zhang Tang's murderous spirit, Chang Lu let out a cold smile and raised one hand, signaling the crowd of martial arts schools behind him to back off. He then simply tossed his long fur coat aside, revealing his firm sinewy flesh. Zhang Teng, I heard that you were very arrogant when you were in the 6th Harmony Martial School, causing our martial school to lose face. Chang Lu said in a deep voice. Today, if I don't break your limbs, it's hard to get rid of my hatred. The many martial artists from the 6th Harmony Martial School behind him revealed sneers, especially Zhao Bao. He knew very well that Pavilion Master Chan Lu's purpose was not to kick the pavilion, but just to use the name of kicking the pavilion to capture Zhang Tang. That depends on whether you have that ability. Zhang Tang glared angrily at him without fear. The atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. Finally, the two sides confronted each other for a moment, and Pavilion Master Chang took the lead, only to see his footsteps tap. His entire body was like a fierce beast directly pouncing on Zhang Tang. The moment he approached, Chang Lu turned his single palm into a claw, his 5 fingers slightly flexed, and violently grabbed towards Zhang Tang's face. The moment he struck, it was the famous skill of the 6 Harmonies martial arts school, the tiger claw of the 6 Harmonies martial arts. Zhang Tang did not panic and drew a taiji semicircle with one foot. His body was slightly sideways and his body was pressed back. The blow, it almost cut against his face. Stone chips flew. 5 half-finger deep fingerprints were left on the wigwam behind Zhang Tang. The scene made the dojo apprentice's scalp tingle as he watched. Tai Nyo, in particular, gulped in horror. That's a rockery made of green rocks. It's incredibly sturdy. How could it be scratched out with fingerprints? Without waiting for the crowd to be surprised, Pavilion Master Chang, who had landed a blow, directly shifted his footsteps and slammed into Zhang Tang with his right arm as if he were a giant elephant. This was the 6 Harmonies martial art of the 6 Harmonies martial school, the Iron Elephant Clash. Zhang Tang reacted extremely quickly, crossing his fists to block almost instantly. In the next second, his figure was uncontrollably knocked away for several meters before he landed on the ground and retreated a few steps before unloading. Zhang Tang's expression instantly became serious. Rumor has it that the hexagram martial technique is a martial art developed to simulate the forms of 6 fierce beasts. Now that he had exchanged hands, he realized that it was more powerful than he had thought. The skin has a golden glow and is as firm as adamantine. Pavilion Master Chang's eyes carried a hint of astonishment. If I'm not mistaken, you've broken through the copper skin and iron bones and reached the legendary Vajra undefeated, right? No wonder you have the guts to fight me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Pavilion Master Chang bent down like a cheetah. Is this a proposed leopard? Zhang Tang's eyes glazed over as he took a deep breath and emptied himself. He understood that if he was too impatient to capture Pavilion Master Chang's form, he would definitely lose. Sure enough, in the next second, the floor beneath Pavilion Master Chang's feet was cracked. His entire body whistled like a cheetah, move like a leopard, attack like a tiger. Its tiger claws, straight to Zhang Tang's throat. Zhang Tang looked calm, as if he had already seen through his attacks, and dodged left and right, avoiding several of his attacks in succession. So fast. My god, is senior brother Zhang okay with this? Dojo apprentices are panicking. It was the first time they had seen a martial artist strike and it was so terrifying. The moment Zhang Tang's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light as he directly beckoned Pavilion Master Chang's attack with one hand. The Tai Chi push hands directly unloaded the force, followed by a gentle pull. 4-2's a crowd. Pavilion Master Chang immediately lost his balance. The moment Zhang Tang seized the opportunity, his inch strength came out and directly struck Pavilion Master Chang's chin. Pavilion Master Chang was instantly sent flying 2 meters high, before falling hard to the ground. Although he quickly climbed up, his figure swayed slightly, and it was clear that he had not yet recovered. Zhang Tang seized the moment and closed in, instantly gaining the upper hand. The moment Lin Bei saw everything in his eyes, and although on the surface he was breezy, he was extraordinarily anxious inside. Although Zhang Tang had the upper hand, it was obvious that he could not take it down in a short period of time, and he might not even win. In addition to this, the 6th Harmony Martial Arts School still had a large number of martial artists here. What if they swarmed? Calm down. Lin Bei took a deep breath as his mind spun rapidly. According to the intensity of the fight between Zhang Tang and Pavilion Master Chang, Lin Bei's body that had been tempered by spiritual energy was at most 30% of Zhang Tang's. What does that mean? In case of a fight, all he had to do was make a move and he might be exposed immediately. The many martial artists from the 6th Harmony Martial School immediately began to stir when they saw that Master Chang had fallen into a disadvantage. Xiao Bao, who was in the lead, was even staring at the field with a deadly stare, as if he would go down at any moment. What is feared comes to pass. My golden finger seems to be deduction. If I can deduce the battle, I might be able to win. Just, what's the best way to use it? Lin Bei watched the battle while thinking. Right at this moment, in his head, the voice he had been waiting for rang out. Being pushed to fight. Chapter 11 Lin Bei strikes. His skill amazes the audience. The moment the voice in his head rang out, Lin Bei only felt that in his mind. It seemed like a mirror world that was generally the same as the dojo had appeared. In this mirror world, everyone's strength was perfectly replicated. The illusory mirror world in his mind seemed so real. Lin Bei immediately began to try to deduce that Pavilion Master Chang and the others were fighting. Yu and Zhang Tang teamed up and defeated Chang Lu. The martial artists of the 6th Harmony Martial Arts School joined Chang Lu in a swarm. And you fell. And your fighting skills were improved. The first push is complete. That kind of realism made Lin Bei feel his heart palpitate. The moment they fell and were killed alive. Too true. It seems like I've mastered the fighting styles of Chang Lu and the martial artists from the hexagonal martial school in addition to the fighter's skill. Lin Bei was slightly delighted inwardly. If this is the case, as long as one goes through constant deduction and battle, how difficult is it to turn defeat into victory? To win with weakness? Moreover, the battle in the mirror world seemed long, but in reality, only an instant had passed. Continued deduction. After hundreds of iterations, the ending of the battle in the mirror world had indeed changed. Yu and Zhang Tang teamed up and defeated the crowd from the 6th Harmony Martial Arts School. After getting this result, Lin Bei was finally relieved. Sure enough, this is the proper way to use Goldfinger. Since there is a way to win, Lin Bei began to be bold. This time, without the help of Zhang Tang's power, maybe I can also win. In progress, Lin Bei's mental body was once again in the mirror world. After tens of thousands of extrapolations, Lin Bei's eyes snapped open, and a trace of unspeakable confidence flashed in his eyes. At present, above the dojo, the battle between Zhang Tang and Pavilion Master Chang was still in a scorching state. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhang Tang was getting more and more courageous as the Chang Pavilion Master began to gradually become a bit unable to hold his ground. The many apprentices in the dojo, seeing this scene, had joy flashing in their eyes. On the contrary, Zhao Bao and the others were obviously beginning to sit down. Fellow disciples, the Pavilion Master doesn't seem to be able to hold his own. Unbelievable. Zhang Tang's strength nowadays is only body refining, but he was able to beat the Pavilion Master who could only fight. Vajra undefeated. Is it really that powerful? Brother Panther, what should we do? The person from the 6th Harmony Martial School opened his mouth somewhat eagerly. A cold light flashed in Zhao Bao's eyes. Wait for me to count to 3 and go together. No matter how strong Zhang Tang is, he's still a two-fisted fighter. 3, 2. It was at the moment when Zhao Bao and the others secretly moved forward, vaguely taking an offensive stance. Zhang Tang keenly captured their actions. His heart suddenly have some panic. It's always one-on-one when a martial artist kicks the bucket. That's the rule. Obviously, the people from the 6th Harmony Martial Arts School didn't seem to be prepared to abide by this rule. At the same time, Lin Bei was also keeping an eye on the battlefield. Want to lift the table? Zhang Tang is no match, Lin Bei said darkly. He could not afford to have Zhang Tang injured. If Zhang Tang had been injured, who would have enrolled in the spitting technique for him? With this in mind, Lin Bei immediately vocalized. Enough, Zhang Tang, come back. Zhang Tang froze at his words and immediately gave up his advantage, hastily taking several steps back and disengaging from the fight. Pavilion Master Chang had been suppressed, so he didn't pursue, and only glanced at Lin Bei with some suspicion. In his opinion, Zhang Tang, this so-called master, is nothing more than a charlatan. Now, he did not expect that Zhang Tang would be this obedient. Master, Zhang Tang had some shame. My disciple did not learn well enough to take down this Feng, Lin Bei said in a pretense of indifference. You haven't been initiated for long, and you've already done quite well to be able to defeat the strong with the weak. Speaking here, Lin Bei's words changed. It's just that our dojo doesn't have a rule of cutting slowly when faced with this kind of malicious kicker. Stand down. Yes. Zhang Tang hastily took several steps back. At this moment, Lin Bei stood up and slowly walked towards the dojo. Master, are you going to do this yourself? Zhang Tang said in a hurry. For such a trivial matter, would it be necessary to bother Master personally? Lin Bei said softly as he passed by Zhang Tang's side, his footsteps lurching. The martial artists from the 6th Harmony Martial School want to lift the table. With your strength it's not enough to deal with it. Plus, Lin Bei's light and gentle voice seemed to carry the force of 1,000 pounds. Master, today, using only 1/3 of your strength, I will demonstrate to you what it means to win with weakness. Zhang Tang was stunned, and inwardly, he was touched by everything. In his opinion, Lin Bei was concerned about him while also thinking of instructing him. Interesting. Pavilion Master Chang, looking at Lin Bei who was slowly walking towards the dojo, revealed a disdainful look. A liar who talks nonsense and fools people with fairy cultivation is also prepared to take action himself? Pavilion Master Chang rubbed his hands together. Do you really think that I have never seen an expert? You, a person without intent and power, can only fool ignorant children like Zhang Tang. How dare you? Zhang Tang angrily rebuked. You're just a martial artist. How can you know the mysteries of immortal cultivation? You dare to speak out of turn even though you are a well-watcher. Lin Bei raised his hand and directly interrupted Zhang Tang's words. Why do you need to show off your mouth? As he spoke, Lin Bei had already arrived on top of the dojo and looked calmly at Pavilion Master Chang in front of him. One hand was raised and hooked at it. Its contemptuous attitude caused Pavilion Master Chang to become furious. Seek death. Pavilion Master Chang angrily rebuked, his body bowing forward. His entire body was like a cheetah. The same old trick. Move like a leopard. Attack like a tiger. Zhang Tang had to retreat when he faced this strike in the first place. However, Lin Bei was indifferent. It seemed that, for this kind of move, he had long since deduced it countless times. Next, Pavilion Master Chang quickly rushed out like the wind sweeping away the leaves, his tiger claws going straight for Lin Bei's throat. In the face of this thunderous strike, Lin Bei did not dodge at all, but directly unloaded his force with the help of Pavilion Master Chang's attack by using the 4-2000 gene method. Immediately after that, Lin Bei performed Taiji pushing palm and used intercepting arm elbow leaning while borrowing power. This elbow was directly on Pavilion Master Chang's heart, only to see that Pavilion Master Chang, who moved like a tiger or leopard, was directly toppled out like an offline kite. The most terrifying thing was that the moment he flew out, a mouthful of blood directly sprayed out. Boo! Pavilion Master Chang fell heavily to the ground. At the moment, he was full of stupefaction. The moment he exchanged blows, he could sense that Lin Bei's own power was weak, at most 1/3 of Zhang Tang's. But, this exchange of hands, he immediately felt an unspeakable pressure. His strength, instead of having nowhere to vent it, was instead borrowed by the other party and became a sharp blade that attacked him. And, what's the most outrageous thing about it? Lin Bei unexpectedly, in an instant, grabbed the old wounds left by his martial arts practice and dealt a heavy blow. Put! Another mouthful of blood sprayed out. Pavilion Master Chang tried to get up, but his limbs went limp and he directly slumped to the ground. Pavilion Master Chang was inwardly horrified. He realized that his meridians, where he had gathered qi, were actually cracked with precision. Chapter 12 Mayfly Seeing the Sky. This scene stunned the many martial artists of the 6th Harmony Martial Hall. They realized that Pavilion Master Chang of the Danhai realm, surprisingly, hit by a blow, can't get up. How? Like this? Pavilion Master Chang was inwardly shocked and turned over. Originally, he thought that Lin Bei's strike had merely struck his stale vitals. Who could have thought? This blow even broke the operation of his Danhai's qi, but also shattered his key meridians for gathering qi. What made him spit out blood the most was that the vast majority of this power that was transmitted into his body was from him hitting out. Compared to the Chang Pavilion Master, the most shocked person in the room was Zhang Tang. He had always considered himself to be gifted and good at fighting, and he had made rapid progress in battle before, suppressing Pavilion Master Chang. But now, he realized just how poor his qualifications were. Lin Bei had only used 1/3 of his strength to knock down Pavilion Master Chang with a single strike. What does that mean? Defeating the Chang Pavilion Master would only require so much power to suffice. He, on the other hand, had used a full 3 times Lin Bei's strength and still only managed to gain a slight upper hand. At the moment, he was looking at Lin Bei. It was as if a mayfly had seen the sky. At this point, many people from the 6th Harmony Martial Arts School also saw the situation and came to Master Chang's face. Pavilion Master Chang, how are you? Zhao Bao and the other martial artists from the 6th Harmony Martial School asked anxiously. The qi in my Danhai is scattered, and several key meridians have been shattered, with no way to gather qi. Chun Lu looked at Lin Bei with a hint of fear in his voice. Me and him, were not on the same level at all. When these words came out, the crowd of the 6th Harmony Martial Hall was in an uproar. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Bei was nothing more than a liar, deceiving ignorant villagers with an unheard of immortal cultivation law. But at this moment, they realized, this man may not be a liar, but a true guru. Pavilion Master Chang. Zhao Bao couldn't help but ask. I see his strength. It seems that he is far worse than even Zhang Tang. Is he hiding his strength? Speaking of strength, Pavilion Master Chang's heart palpitated. He must have hidden his true strength, but he only used 1/3 of Zhang Tang's strength in his fight with me. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. That's what's scary. Zhang Tang was able to cross the border to fight against each other, and they still felt that they deserved it. After all, Zhang Tang was once at the Danhai realm, and although he had fallen, he had refined into the Vajra undefeated again. This kind of genius, and with the underpinnings to fight against Chun Lu, they could still accept it. But, where's Lin Bei? It's just as well that the name is not known, and it's just as well that it crosses the border. What's the most outrageous? A hit. He defeated Pavilion Master Chang with just 1 strike, and even more so, he beat him without the ability to fight back. Compared to the shock of the crowd at the 6th Harmony Martial School, the dojo apprentices, while surprised, took it for granted. After all, Zhang Tang was so powerful even after only a few days of initiation. It was not surprising at all that Lin Bei, as a master, would defeat these martial artists. However, in this matter, only the more powerful people could realize the terror from Lin Bei. The moment Zhao Bao reacted, if Pavilion Master Chang had been defeated so easily, what were they still staying here for? Making a nuisance of yourself? Not to mention Lin Bei, who had caused Pavilion Master Chang to vomit blood in a single blow. Without Pavilion Master Chang, it was Zhang Tang who could easily take them down. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Zhao Bao picked up Master Cheng Pavilion on his back and prepared to flee. Just, Zhang Tang directly blocked their way out. Our dojo. Is it a place where you can come and go as you please? Zhang Tang stood in the doorway. Zhao Bao's face was white and he didn't dare to break in. We consider ourselves unlucky for failing in the kicking game. Is it possible that we still want to kill us? Pavilion Master Chang also spoke weakly. When we came here, we already went to the Budo main hall to make a report. If you dare to kill us, and the General Hall of Martial Arts pursues the matter, I'm afraid your unregistered dojo will have to be banned, and the murderer will have to go to prison. Budo main hall? Zhang Tang sneered. Martial artists. There are rules for martial artists. Not signing a life and death contract and beating you guys to death is indeed breaking the rules, but the kicker fails and pays a little price, and the General Hall of Martial Arts recognizes it. When these words came out, the many martial artists from the 6th Harmony Martial Hall secretly said that it was not good. Sure enough, Zhang Tang continued to add, before you came to kick off the school, you didn't speak of martial virtues, and you beat no heir to death, and you still want to leave unharmed? When these words came out, the faces of many martial artists from the 6th Harmony Martial Hall turned pale. The only thing you guys did right was to leave no heir alive. Otherwise, even if the God of Heaven comes today, you guys won't be able to walk out alive. Zhang Tang moved his muscles for a moment, then looked at Lin Bei. Master, these people, please leave them at my disposal. Lin Bei nodded blandly and spoke indifferently. Our dojo, we have always emphasized on not competing with the world. We don't like to compete. Since they want to talk about the rules, let's talk to them about the rules. Cheng Pavilion Master and the others were inwardly happy. Lin Bei's words could at least guarantee that their lives would not be in danger. However, without waiting for them to breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Bei's words changed. It's just that, we cultivators, we also talk about the passage of thoughts. The crowd of the 6th Harmony Martial School was still confused at the moment, not quite understanding what Lin Bei meant by that, but Zhang Tang sniffed. A gleam flashed in his eyes. He had gotten to know Lin Bei's temper. That statement was tantamount to telling him to give me a hard time without killing him. After all, Lin Bei had taught him what it meant to have a clear mind. It's 6 words in a nutshell. Hit hard. Don't show mercy. Master, these people, just leave them to me. No need to dirty your hands. Zhang Tang was full of confidence. Just in time. My disciple has just watched your battle and has some feelings, so I would like to ask for guidance from my master. Lin Bei nodded gently. The moment. Zhang Tang turned his head to look at Zhao Bao and the other 18 people from the 6th Harmony Martial School. You can leave if you want to, and you can take Chum Lu if you want to. Speaking of this, Zhang Tang's eyes flashed with a wisp of wariness. Now, I make a rule. As he spoke, Zhang Tang took out an incense burner from beside the incense altar not far away and directly inserted it on top of the altar. You all go together. After an incense burns, those who can stand can leave with their men. This statement was made. Zhao Bao's face turned blue as he gritted his teeth and said, arrogant. Of course he knew why Zhang Tang had come to such a pass. Because, as a rule, when a martial artist kicks a hall, if one of the parties surrenders, at most they can only be punished to a certain extent, and they must not go overboard. But, if you are in the middle of a fight, just don't kill it, any way you want. With this move, Zhang Tang was undoubtedly telling them, 1. And none of them are going to get out of here standing up. What should Brother Leopard do? A martial artist from the 6th Harmony Martial School inquired. What else? Zhao Bao said in a deep voice. Since Zhang Tang has already drawn the line, how can we back down? After saying that, he stared at Zhang Tang with a deadly stare and let out a low roar. Together. Chapter 13, Crippling Your Dantian as a Punishment. The moment Zhao Bao made his move, the many martial artists from the 6th Harmony Martial School looked at each other, and viciousness flashed in their eyes. They understood that they were now tied to the boat of Zhao Bao. No more words are needed. In almost an instant, 18 martial artists from the 6th Harmony Martial School attacked. There were a lot of them, but they were perfectly matched. While swarming up, the attacks were not messy, almost sealing off all the directions that Zhang Tang could dodge. Next, Zhao Bao was the first to attack, only to see that Zhang Tang did not retreat, but actually followed Lin Bei's general example of using offense as defense. With the help of his stance, he avoided Zhao Bao's attack while using his strength to exert force, directly disrupting the rhythm of the martial artist's siege. Not only that, Zhang Tang directly counterattacked almost at the same time as he borrowed the force, cut off the arm and elbow lean. This elbow was directly on Zhao Bao's heart. He almost perfectly reproduced Lin Bei's attack on Pavilion Master Chang. Zhao Bao was almost instantly toppled off, and the same mouthful of blood sprayed out as he collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. This scene directly stunned the many martial artists of the 6th Harmony Martial Hall. It's too familiar. Deja vu. Everyone coincidentally remembered Lin Bei, who had defeated the strong with the weak and was considered invincible. Nowadays, this scene had unexpectedly reappeared in Zhang Tang's body. Lin Bei could tell at a glance that Zhang Tang hadn't learned the essence and had only learned the appearance. But it was enough to shock the crowd, because others can't see it. Lin Bei at the moment, looking at Zhang Tang's eyes, flashed a trace of amazement. The reason why it was amazing was not because Zhang Tang had learned like it, but Zhang Tang, this guy, seemed to know a lot about psychological gaming. He deliberately replicated Lin Bei's attack perfectly just to deter these people, and it gives these people an illusion. This illusion seemed to be telling these martial artists. He, Zhang Tang, had learned Lin Bei's moves and was also able to defeat the strong with the weak. One must know that Zhang Tang's strength was able to pressurize Master Chang Pavilion. Now that he had learned this move from Lin Bei, wouldn't he be invincible? That kind of mental pressure is genius. Sure enough, Zhang Tang's mind games worked. Originally, the cooperation of these martial artists would still cause Zhang Tang some trouble, and he would not be able to win easily in the short term. Now, after Zhao Bao was knocked away, the remaining martial artists, their morale plummeted, and their coordination was wrong. Facing the elite soldiers, Zhang Tang might experience a fight. But now, these people were nothing but rabble in Zhang Tang's eyes. Flawed fit and no threat. Sure enough, Zhang Tang could easily identify the weaknesses and loopholes of these martial artists almost the moment he exchanged blows with them. A punch, a slap, an elbow. Almost every time Zhang Tang struck, he was able to knock a martial artist out of combat. At this point in the battle, there was no longer any suspense. An incense burner may not seem like a long time, but for the crowd of the 6th Harmony Martial Arts Center at this moment, it was so long and out of reach. As Zhang Tang knocked down the last martial artist from the 6th Harmony Martial School, a stick of incense actually only burned 1/5. The moment, above the dojo, all over the place were the wailing sounds of the martial artists from the 6th Harmony Martial Hall. Almost everyone, to varying degrees, had been heavily injured. Some had their arms broken, some had their ribs shattered, and some had their leg bones broken by kicks. Zhang Tang didn't show any mercy when he made his move, thoroughly carrying out Lin Bei's instructions. No mercy, come down hard. None of the martial artists from the 6th Harmony Martial Arts School present were intact. Everyone had at least 2 or 3 injuries that were broken. Zhao Bao doesn't look too bad though, but in reality, Zhao Bao was the worst among the crowd. This was because Zhang Tang's strike had not only shattered his sternum, it had even cracked a number of his internal organs. It seems that you guys didn't manage to hold out for an incense burner. Zhang Tang indifferently looked at these human martial artists. What do you want to do? Cheng Pavilion Master said weakly. His situation is actually similar. Not only were his meridians broken quite a bit, but his internal organs were also seriously injured. However, after all, Pavilion Master Chang was a Dan high powerhouse and was able to protect his heart and veins with his true chi. Thus he was still able to speak now. Compared to Pavilion Master Chang, the many martial artists of the 6th Harmony Martial Hall looked very bad. Zhang Tang did not answer Pavilion Master Chang. Instead he came to Niu Er's side, carefully surveyed Niuji's injuries. It's not a bad injury. 3 broken ribs, multiple fractures of the arms and legs. With this kind of injury, for Niu Er, he would need to lie down for at least a year and a half. After observing the injuries, Zhang Tang coldly asked, Niu Er was seriously injured. Who moved? When these words came out, all the martial artists of the 6th Harmony Martial Hall knew. It's time to settle the score. Although no one from the 6th Harmony Martial Hall's martial artists spoke, their gazes, unanimously, looked toward Pavilion Master Chang. As much as Pavilion Master Chang didn't want to admit it, he also understood that this matter, he couldn't hide from it. When he first came screaming with Ox 2 in his hand, he was doomed. Don't ask. It's me. Pavilion Master Chang gritted his teeth, his forehead veins rippling. Kill or be killed. As you wish. Zhang Tang arrived in front of Pavilion Master Chang and squatted down. Has a backbone. Too bad it's a bully. As he spoke, Zhang Tang lifted Pavilion Master Chang up. Looks like you're ready to pay the price. Tone down. Zhang Tang directly raised his fist and his gaze went to Pavilion Master Chang's dantian. Pavilion Master Chang instantly realized what was going on and his face became horrified. No, you can't. Pavilion Master Chang was horrified. Now that his true chi was unable to protect his body, his dantian was extremely fragile. Just before he finished speaking, Zhang Tang's fist had already smashed hard on top of his dantian. Pavilion Master Chang's face was ashen on the spot. His dantian broken. Today, waste your dantian as a punishment. After saying that, Zhang Tang walked towards Lin Bei. Master, this time, the trouble is completely solved. I have investigated. The 6th Harmony Martial Arts Hall has no more background, and no one will come to disturb our dojo's purification in the future. Lin Bei smiled and nodded. turning to speak in a serious tone. This matter has been settled. As the saying goes, sharpen your sword, and you should concentrate on envisioning the spitting art. Yes. After saying that, Lin Bei turned around and left, directly returning to his dorm room. When to the house, Lin Bei heaved a sigh of relief. This time when the 6th martial arts school came to kick their ass, it was just too dangerous. If he hadn't pushed the battle Jedi to turn the tide, the result, unimaginable. No, one must cultivate and become stronger as soon as possible. With this in mind, Lin Bei immediately started honestly practicing the vomiting technique and began to quench his Dao body. In the meantime, above the dojo, Tainyo looked at the sprawled martial artists of the 6th Harmony Martial School, deeply pained and at the same time a little confused. Senior Zhang, these people, what should we do? We can't just let them lie in our dojo, can we? It looks like they can't move. First, send Nyo'er to Jia Denyang's place to recuperate. Zhang Tang lightly glanced at these martial artists from the 6th Harmony Martial School. As for these people, they will be directly loaded onto ox carts and pulled back to the 6th Harmony Martial Arts Center. Iron Bull froze and inquired carefully. Is this too high profile? Chapter 14, Budo Main Hall. World Power. High profile? Zhang Tang smiled and patted Tainyo's shoulder. It's not a good thing for our dojo to be perceived as weak and deceitful, and you don't want to meet anything like what happened to Nyoji again, do you? Iron Bull nodded fiercely. Killing a chicken to make an example of a monkey today is to let the people of Qingyun Town understand that we, nameless village, are not something to be messed with. Zhang Tang laughed. In the world of martial artists, the strongest is honored. If master wants to be quiet, then he must deter others. Iron Bull nodded thoughtfully. Senior brother Zhang, none of the nearby villages have names. Isn't it hard to recognize them by calling them nameless villages? How about we give the village a name? Zhang Tang said after a little thought. There's no need, just the nameless village. At least this way, villages similar to ours will be scorned, and the people will live a little better. As he spoke, he pointed to the dojo. Look, our dojo, doesn't it also have no name? Only the word dojo. You haven't comprehended enough of master's deeper meaning. Nothing is the beginning of everything. Back to basics. Get it? Tainyo and the surrounding dojo apprentices showed a sudden realization. So master, there is this deeper meaning. Time passes. The afterglow of the slanting sunlight spilled onto the floor of Qingyun Town. The town, which had been bustling with activity, suddenly became quiet, only to see, at the entrance of the town, 5 ox carts were entering the town. On top of the ox cart, the martial artists, lying sprawled on the ox cart, could vaguely be heard wailing. Is that a martial artist from the 6th Harmony Martial Arts School? Isn't that the pavilion master Chung who hunted the alien tiger? What happened to him? How come he fainted? That's Xiao Bao. My god, why is he covered in blood? The arms are bent. What happened? The scene in front of him was too shocking. A martial artist, in the hearts of the people, that was a lofty existence. Nowadays, these martial artists who were originally high and mighty, it was like a pile of useless trash, stacked haphazardly on the wagon. Tainyo and a few of his apprentices looked up, hale and hearty, pulling the carriage straight to where the 6th Harmony Martial Arts Hall was located. At this time, a well-informed innkeeper said in a deep voice, I heard that Pavilion Master Chang brought someone to kick off a tournament in a small, nameless village. This is, failed the kickoff and got beat up? My god, this is too tragic. This thing I know, before there is a person named Nyo'er, especially like to brag. A tavern boy opened his mouth, immediately attracting many people to stop and listen. When the boy saw this, he also spoke in a godly manner. That Nyo'er said that there was a man of the world in their village who claimed to be an immortal cultivator, and then he was in our tavern, and he contradicted Zhao Bao Zhao, and then he was beaten up. When he was beaten, Zhao said that the immortal cultivator was a liar and said he was going to kick it, and guess what? The gossipers around them spoke up. Don't hang around, come on. And then what? The boy laughed and said, then, that Nyoji, the eldest disciple of the village's inner dojo, personally ran to the 6th Harmony Martial Arts Hall to kick it out and gave Master Zhao a good beating. After that, well, that Pavilion Master Chang came back. Naturally he wanted to retrieve the scene, and personally led people to kick the pavilion. At that, the boy shrugged his shoulders. And then, it's just like what everyone sees. The boy pouted. Nah. The crowd looked at Tainyo and the others at this time, and they all revealed a look of dawning realization. What's an immortalist? Yeah, never heard of it. Is it a martial artist who cultivates a special martial art? I have heard of it. Some special schools of martial arts. This immortal cultivation martial artist. I'm afraid it's also in this category. Around the tavern, there were quite a few people tasting the food, including some martial artists. In their perceptions, There was no such thing as an immortal cultivator. So many people viewed immortal cultivators as special schools of martial artists. However, this school is really powerful. Only a few days ago, Pavilion Master Chang went to South Mountain to hunt the foreign tiger, and I heard that he broke through the Dan High realm, and now, he's been beaten so badly. A martial artist whispered. More than tragic. I see that Pavilion Master Chang's chi has dispersed, and I'm afraid that his dantian has been wasted. The dantian is wasted? Wouldn't that make you an invalid? There were cries of alarm from all around. This immortal cultivation martial arts school's people are really ruthless. At this moment, the eyes of the crowd looked at Tai Nyo and the others with both awe and curiosity. Tai Nyo and the others only felt a raised eyebrow. Wherever they passed, the people of Qingyun town gave way, even the martial artists. Among the crowd, there was a white-robed girl wearing the costume of the Qingyun martial arts headquarters who happened to see this scene. While a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, she also stepped forward at the first opportunity and stopped Tai Nyo and the others. Tai Nyo and the others were stopped in their tracks, and one of the dojo's apprentices had an unpleasant look on his face. Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? Seeing this, Tai Nyo hurriedly pulled the man back. Yuan, don't be impulsive. Look at the tattoos on her shoulders. This person is from the Qingyun Town Martial Arts General Hall, Budo Main Hall. The man who was pulled back blushed slightly. This world is honored by martial arts. The forces formed by the martial artists were generally divided into three major forces. Separate, family-oriented, family forces, the main martial arts school, Budokan, academy-based, Budo Academy. Of the three major forces, the martial arts school was the most massive because of the huge number of civilians as its base. Every town has a large number of martial arts schools, and the one that oversees them is the town's main martial arts school. These martial arts schools are recognized by the main hall and will be divided into areas of authority with the power to maintain law and order. When a martial arts school acquires the authority to maintain law and order, it also automatically acquires the authority to collect taxes. This is the reason why martial arts schools are able to stay up and running, granting martial artists a large number of resource points. The 6th Harmony Martial Arts Hall. Even though it was a third-rate martial arts hall, it was at least a martial arts hall recognized by the main hall. Now, the entire martial arts school along with the master of the school had been seriously injured, and even the master of the school had been wasted. The incident was encountered by someone from the main library. It is naturally impossible to turn a blind eye. After the white-clothed girl stopped the road, she directly revealed her identity. I'm a martial artist from the Qingyun main hall. My name is Mu Qingyu. As she spoke, the young girl flashed out her martial arts medallion. Who are you people? Why did you beat the people from the 6th Harmony Martial Arts Center? Like this? Although Mu Qingyu's voice was not loud, it gave Tai Nyo and the others a great wave of psychological pressure. The people from the martial arts main hall. In the past, in their eyes, they were all big shots, and now that they were facing the questioning of a big shot, how could they not be nervous? Tai Nyo took a deep breath and said in an unassuming manner, "We're from the dojo. The 6th Harmony Martial Arts School went to our dojo and failed to kick them out. We sent them back." When Mu Qingyu heard this, her eyes slightly condensed. Failed to kick the bucket and was sent back? This one sentence seems fine at first glance, but when you think about it, it's alarming. Why? Because, it's amazing that someone from a martial arts school who went to kick the bucket didn't even have one that could walk away. It's more than a failure? It was a fiasco. Chapter 15, Mu Qingyu of the main library. It would have been humiliating to lose the kick. Being pulled back as if it were garbage is even more humiliating. Under Qingyun City, there are 4 towns. Sort by A, B, C, and D, respectively. The serial number of this Qingyun town sort is Ding. Mu Qingyu. Why did she come to Qingyun town? It was because the Chang Pavilion master of the 6th Harmony Martial Hall had broken through the Danhai realm and applied for the General Pavilion examination. As long as they passed the examination, the 6th Harmony Martial Arts School would be able to advance from 3rd rate to 2nd rate. If you reach the 2nd rate martial arts school, then you are qualified to open a branch school. There are 2 ways to open a branch, just like a martial arts school. The first one is to go to the main hall to file a kick. As long as you win, you will get the jurisdiction of that martial arts hall, and the loser will have to look for another place. The second is to divide an area and recruit people to settle there. Mu Qingyu understood that generally kicks were well prepared and had a certain degree of certainty. It's the first time she's seen it, going out and kicking ass and getting beat up like this. Mu Qingyu glanced at Pavilion Master Chang and the others, feeling strange inside. The 6th Harmony Martial Arts School hadn't passed the examination yet, and would actually run to kick the school? After all, he didn't have the authority to open a branch. Isn't this nothing to worry about? After a little thought, Mu Qingyu felt that there was only one possibility. Grudge Bureau. Mu Qingyu looked at Tai Nyo and opened her mouth to inquire. What is the name of your martial arts school? We're not a martial arts school called a dojo. Iron Ox didn't dare to hide it and said honestly. Dojo? Mu Chingyue was a bit curious. A new genre? Iron Bull nodded nervously and shook his head again. Our master said that we are immortal cultivators. I don't know if that counts as a new school. Mu Chingyue smiled and said, unheard of genre. You're a standard new genre. When she finished, she asked, do you have a grudge against the 6th Harmony Martial Arts School? Iron Bull told the whole story. So it is. Mu Chingyue revealed a sudden realization. No wonder. It's normal for new genres to be underestimated. Your dojo was able to defeat the 6th Harmony Martial Arts School. It's not bad. Mu Chingyue paused for a moment before saying after a little thought. In this case, 7 days later, our main hall will send someone to your dojo and give you an examination. So go back and inform your master. Oh, good. Tinyo replied in a hurry. What does the test at the main library mean? He knows that all too well. Once recognized, not only would their status skyrocket, but their village would also benefit tremendously. Safety, too, will be tremendously assured. In the world of martial artists, the strong are honored. In fact, the main library is intent on pulling it together. After all, such unregistered dojos can go wherever they want. To be able to beat up Pavilion Master Chang and the others like this, it already met the conditions she had in mind for pulling her in. In particular, this new genre looks very impressive. Awesome new genre. A treasure anywhere. Of course, it's too early to judge the dojo as a new school, so she offered to go for a test. This time, Mu Chingyue glanced at Pavilion Master Chang again, then said, you guys wait a little bit, I'll take a look at Chung Lu. Iron Bull and the others didn't stop it. Mu Chingyue came to Chung Lu's side. Chung Lu looked at the white-clothed girl in front of him and was bitter inside. He understands. It's all over. Not only is he finished, I'm afraid the 6th Harmony Martial Arts School is finished as well. Chang Lu, your dantian is already wasted. The test you applied for is no longer necessary. Chang Lu's eyes are godless. He understands that it's all over. Mu Chingyue didn't talk nonsense, but continued. The strength of your martial arts school has been severely damaged. I will return in 7 days to inspect the area, and if you don't have the ability to maintain law and order, we will cancel the qualification of your 6th Harmony Martial Arts School as a martial arts school. Chang Lu opened his mouth to say something, but in the end nothing came out. In this world, the strong are honored. The dish that is the original sin. 6th Harmony Martial Arts Center. Chung Lu and the others sat woodenly on the ground. What are we going to do after? The Pavilion Master? A martial artist who was not very seriously injured insisted on climbing up and walking to Chung Lu. Pavilion Master. Can I still be this Pavilion Master? Chang Lu said bitterly. A single act of greed has resulted in such consequences. The crowd at the 6th Harmony Martial Arts Center fell silent. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Zhao Bao's eyes. Pavilion Master, this matter absolutely cannot be left as it is. That Zhang Tong has offended the Nanyang County King. We may be able to come up with a move to kill him with a borrowed knife. Chang Lu sniffed and a scowl flashed in his eyes. One of the martial artists had already been beaten into submission, and his speech seemed to be lacking in energy. Pavilion Master. Matter, to not count. That Zhang Tang's master looks very mysterious. I worry. Zhang Tang's master is mysterious. But so what? Zhao Bao said in a cold voice. The biggest family in Nanyang County is the Zhou clan. They even call themselves kings. Do you know how strong they are? Not to mention Zhang Tang's master. If they pursue the matter, I'm afraid that even the General Hall of Qingyan City would have to weigh in. A hint of madness flashed in Chang Lu's eyes. After destroying me in the 6th Harmony Martial Arts Center, I'll have the dojo overthrown as well. This statement was made. Some of the martial artists shared the same hatred, but there were also those whose eyes flashed with a different color. The world, after all, might makes right. This dang beatdown. Some people lose the fight and don't take it well, but someone is convinced. Other side. Unknown village. The way Teen Yo and the others walked back to the village was different. Tying Yo, what are you so happy about? A villager asked. We've raised our eyebrows this time, and we even met someone from the main hall. Iron Bull was all smiles and overjoyed. The people from the Budo main hall have said they're coming to our master's dojo. A dojo apprentice picked up the conversation. The main hall? My god. What's a big shot like that doing in our little village? Tainyo smiled and said. Of course it's to help register our dojo for the record. When these words came out, many people in the village showed joy. With the general hall's approval, our village, in the future, will be able to live a good life and be blessed. Everyone understands. Linbei's dojo won't go away. If the dojo was recognized by the martial arts school, they could go ahead and recruit a large number of residents to settle there. Why are there 4 major Qingyun towns under Qingyun City? When Qingyun City was first established, It was also centered on a small martial arts center that prospered step by step. With a pleasant mood, Tainyo returned to the martial arts center. Just arrived at the martial arts school, Tainyo then saw Zhang Tang teaching Tai Chi to some apprentices. Senior brother Zhang, I'm back. Zhang Tang looked up at Tainyo and asked with a smile, how was it? Did it go well? Tainyo nodded his head and said, Senior brother Zhang, we met a great joy this time when we went to Qingyan town. Oh, Zhang Tang asked with interest, what happy event? We met the martial artist from the main hall. Tainyo immediately told the story of meeting Mu Qingyu. Zhang Tang was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then smiled. Master is serene and doesn't care about that. Tainyo, it's not that I'm being a senior brother lecturing you. You still need to focus your mind on cultivation. When these words came out, Iron Ox had some shame. However, Lin Bei, who happened to be passing by the corridor, also heard Tainyo's words, where on his face was there a hint of a serene look. That joy overflowed. The corners of his mouth were already grinning up to his ears. Lin Bei had only one thing on his mind at that time. If expressed in one word, that's yes. Chapter 16, A Letter from the Martial Arts Center. Lin Bei had been in this world for over a year. What is the biggest driving force behind him? Warmth. If he hadn't been unable to make a living in this world in the first place, would he have snubbed the villagers themselves as immortal cultivators? Now, his dojo, if recognized by the martial arts school, his dojo, then, is eligible to collect taxes. The problem of food and clothing is solved at once, isn't it? The more he thought about it, the better he felt, and even looked at Zhang Tang more and more smoothly. Not a moment too soon, after Zhang Tang reprimanded Tainyo, he quickly found Lin Bei. Master, there is a matter that my disciple needs to report to you. What is it? Lin Bei wore a smile on his face and looked at Zhang Tang, who was reporting things very smoothly. Tainyo said that when he went to Qingyan town, he met someone from the General Hall of Martial Arts. Zhang Tang quickly said, that person called herself Mu Qingyue, and she asked Tainyo to convey a message that the General Hall of Martial Arts would send someone to conduct an examination 7 days later. Speaking of this, Zhang Tang said with some dissatisfaction, Master, I feel that the General Hall of Martial Arts is really arrogant. We immortal cultivators, who are outside the world, why do we need them to test us? Lin Bei's smiling expression froze. What the hell? Why did the more he heard, the more wrong he felt? Sure enough, at this time, Zhang Tang said, Master, I think we should still refuse the examination from the Martial Arts General Hall. We shouldn't let the Budo main hall disturb our purification. Looking at Zhang Tang's serious expression, Lin Bei's nose was about to get angry. It's so hard to find a way to get out of the subsistence problem, and this kid is just going to block it for him? Although he cursed inwardly, Lin Bei understood in his heart that Zhang Tang's behavior was purely the aftermath of being fooled by him. No way. The bitter fruits that you have planted have to be rounded up by yourself. Tong'er, people who cultivate are most wary of conceit. Lin Bei began to lecture vocally. In your words, there is much talk of looking down on martial arts. Such a state of mind is not desirable. The way of martial arts is also part of the way. And we immortal cultivators, who are also cultivators, need to keep in mind that listening to both is a good thing. Speaking here, Lin Bei's words changed. I know that, in your opinion, immortal cultivators are all beyond the world, but immortal cultivation is also about entering the world and practicing. If not, how could you have seen the dojo of your master? Since you have entered the world, when you go with the flow, the only way to practice is to experience it for yourself. Zhang Tang revealed a sudden realization. To enter the world is also to practice. Zhang Tang muttered, Master, I understand. It's my heart that is at fault. Seeing that Zhang Tang knew he was wrong, Lin Bei was relieved. The pot of food was almost smashed by this precious disciple of his. Fortunately, the resuscitation was timely. Tong'er, sharpen your sword. And these days, properly comprehend the vomiting technique. Lin Bei instructed again. The disciple obeys. Time passes slowly. Lin Bei started refining his body inside the house. 3 days later, Lin Bei slowly opened his eyes. He had already completed his second body refining. This time, Lin Bei clearly felt that his body had been tempered and was twice as strong. What does that mean? With just one more body hardening, the strength of his body would be comparable to that of Zhang Tang, who was undefeated by the Vajra. In addition to physical strength, Lin Bei also vaguely felt that his resonance with the spiritual power of heaven and earth seemed to be one step closer. Sure enough, after refining the body, one can defend the law. There's nothing wrong with my thinking. Although there was no problem with the thought process, he still didn't have a clue on how to harness these heaven and earth spiritual forces. However, regarding this, Lin Bei wasn't worried in the slightest. As long as one grasped the general direction, the rest could be left to his disciple with unbelievable enlightenment. Just as Lin Bei was concentrating on refining his body, a sharp voice appeared. Master, are you there? Iron Bull? Lin Bei heard the voice of the person outside the door. Come in and talk. Iron Bull pushed his way in. Master, it is a great shame for disciple to disturb your cultivation. Tainyo hurriedly said. It's just that. Something has come up, and I still need you to decide. What is it? Lin Bei could feel that the Iron Bull seemed to have some uneasiness. It's like this. We were practicing martial arts when we heard a noise coming from outside the dojo. As Tainyo spoke, he took out a letter and handed it to Lin Bei. When we went to check it out, we saw this. Lin Bei didn't talk nonsense and directly opened the envelope. When he saw the contents of the letter, he was inwardly astonished. The content is very simple. Just see the content below. The matter of Zhang Tang has been exposed, and Pavilion Master Chang has already traveled to Nanyang County with his injuries, ready to denounce the 6th Harmony Martial Arts Pavilion martial artists stay. Who else knows the contents of the letter besides you? Although Lin Bei was calm on the surface, a trace of uneasiness flashed within him. There's no one else, Iron Bull said. Where's Zhang Tang? The content of the letter involved him, so I didn't tell him. Tainyo responded nervously. Lin Bei nodded. Have a heart. Go get Zhang Tang to come over. Yes, soon. Zhang Tang arrived in front of Lin Bei with doubts. Master, you wanted to see me? After saying that, he sensed the atmosphere, and there seemed to be something wrong. Although Lin Bei's expression was calm, he had the illusion of being seen through. How is the cultivation? Lin Bei asked. The vomiting technique is exquisite and incomparable. 3 days of enlightenment has greatly improved it, and it shouldn't be far from perfection. Zhang Tang answered truthfully. Lin Bei nodded, then casually threw the letter in his hand to Zhang Tang. Zhang Tang was puzzled at first, then opened the letter. When he read the contents clearly, his face changed abruptly, and his figure was even a bit unsteady, swaying slightly. Senior brother Zhang, are you alright? Tainyo supported Zhang Tang and asked with a face full of concern. I'm fine. Zhang Tang took a deep breath, then shook his head at Tainyo before looking at Lin Bei with a heavy heart. Master is above. The apprentice has taken your trouble, Lin Bei said with a calm expression. Tell me, what is it? Zhang Tang was silent for a while, seemingly caught up in memories. The Nanyang Zhou clan was a martial arts family, and later, because of its strong strength and the many territories under its command, which were mostly in Nanyang, the Nanyang Zhou clan proclaimed itself as the king, and the Zhou clan's patriarch became the Nanyang County king. Lin Bei listened quietly. Once, the Nanyang County king hosted a banquet, and our Zhang clan was invited to go, and at the banquet my wine was drugged. Zhang Tang clenched his fists as he spoke. When I woke up, I was lying in a bed with the pearl of the Nanyang County king's palm. Because the gap between the Zhang clan and the Nanyang Zhou clan was too great, I was held accountable by the family, had my dantian wasted, and was expelled from the Zhang clan. Zhang Tang said bitterly. Originally, I thought that this matter was over, and that the Zhang family would be considered accountable to the Nanyang County king. Who would have thought? I had just left the family not long ago. When I heard that, the county king of Nanyang still refused to let me go, and had no choice but to flee Nanyang. Zhang Tang lowered his head. Then, I came to the dojo. Finally, he seemed to make some sort of determination. Master, I'd better leave the dojo. I can't cause trouble for the dojo. Chapter 17 Breaking Limits. Continue to break the limit. Leave? Lin Bei looked deeply at Zhang Tang. If it was before the activation of the golden finger, Zhang Tang, not to mention leaving, he was afraid that he would have to pack up and run away himself. Things are different now. There was no way he would let Zhang Tang leave. Lin Bei was clear that his golden finger, its greatest function was deduction, but the biggest flaw is that it needs to rely on someone with enlightenment to lay down the foundation. The greatest fear is to see hope, because hope in the future will be chased with reckless abandon, even if the path is full of thorns and dangers. Facing Zhang Tang's request, Lin Bei opened his mouth without hesitation and asked back, Zhang Tang, do you really want to leave? Don't want to. Zhang Tang did not hesitate and lowered his head in a whispered response. In that case, stay and practice well. Lin Bei slowly stood up and walked to the door, putting his hands behind his back and looking up at the distant sky. When the sky collapses, Master will take the fall for you. Although Lin Bei's voice was not loud, it was like 1,000 hammers, hitting Zhang Tang's heart hard. An unspeakable emotion welled up in his heart. His family, the hookups got him his dantian destroyed. His relatives, fearing the wrath of the king of Nanyang County, banished him. Zhang Tang felt for a while that life in this world should be all about profit. However, facing the king of Nanyang County, instead, Lin Bei told him, if the sky collapses, there is a master to hold it up. Master, can I stay? Zhang Tang tried hard to suppress his emotions. but his voice still had some tremors. Of course, practice hard and don't think too much. Lin Bei didn't turn around and said softly. But, the Nanyang Zhou clan is too strong. I'm worried. When Zhang Teng said this, Lin Bei felt bad inside. Bad. This kid, he's not going to leave without saying goodbye, is he? With this in mind, Lin Bei realized that he had to give him a peace of mind. No buts. Lin Bei's voice was calm and firm. With Master here, the sky won't collapse. Zhang Teng froze as he looked at Lin Bei's back. Lin Bei struck while the iron was hot. Instead of worrying over nothing, why don't you go and cultivate properly? Lin Bei turned around and looked at Zhang Teng with serious eyes and said in a serious tone, the road, one walks on one's own, and if there are thorns in the road ahead, one will trip over them. As long as you get stronger fast enough, sooner or later, you'll be able to trample the Nanyang Zhou clan under your feet. As expected, a hint of determination flashed in Zhang Teng's eyes once these words were uttered. Seeing that the words worked, Lin Bei continued to lay on the pills. Remember, the way to cultivate immortality is to go against heaven. Those who go along with it are mortals. Those who go against it are immortals. The Nanyang Zhou clan, in my master's opinion, is exactly the whetstone on your path to growth. In the future, you are going to fight against the heavens. Lin Bei's words directly caused Zhang Teng's blood to boil, and his heart was filled with bravado. My disciple has been taught that a mere Nanyang Zhou clan. What is there for our cultivators to fear? Yes, Lin Bei was filled with appreciation. Go, cultivate the vomiting technique well, and when you've perfected it, then go and quench your Dao body. My disciple leads the way. Watching Zhang Teng and Tainio leave, Lin Bei's finally couldn't tense up and only felt that his head was as big as a cow. Zhang Teng steadied himself though, but the Nanyang Zhou clan, obviously, is not a good talker. There, Lin Bei suddenly had a flash of insight. If you can't mess with it, can't you hide from it? Lin Bei had already thought about it. Tomorrow, we will find an excuse to fool Zhang Teng to go out for a trip together. The excuse was perfect. Right about this time, a voice suddenly sounded in Lin Bei's mind's eye. Your apprentice's spitting technique has been practiced, perfection. And your spitting technique has been raised to breaking limit. Next, Lin Bei only felt a large amount of about the exhalation technique pouring into his mind. The exhaled spiritual energy also became profound in his eyes. It seems to be mysterious, and it seems to be the source of heaven and earth, the essence of all things. At this moment, his understanding of vomiting stepped into a whole new stage. Lin Bei didn't say a word and operated the exhalation technique. Sure enough, the efficiency of quenching the Dao body had increased by more than double. Sure enough, sharpening the knife, the previous gloom brought about by the Nanyang Zhou clan was immediately swept away. Right at this moment, Zhang Teng's voice came from outside the door. Master, are you there? Come in. Zhang Teng pushed his way in. Master, my disciple's vomiting technique has been cultivated to perfection, but there is one thing I don't know, and I hope that Master will explain it. What is it? Zhang Teng said in a hurry. Master, after I've cultivated my spitting technique to perfection, I always feel like I'm vaguely grasping at something. Zhang Teng said with some doubt. That feeling is very mysterious. I feel that the spiritual power of heaven and earth is like a blank sheet of paper, and it seems to change in 1,000 ways. 1,000 changes? Again, like a blank sheet of paper? Lin Bei froze, and was inwardly surprised. This kid, he actually touched the threshold of breaking the limit? He sensed these only after his spitting art broke the limit of perfection. In that instant, Lin Bei instantly realized something. Why would his golden finger break the limit when Zhang Teng's spitting technique was perfected? Why was there no reaction during the cultivation process? The original. Only at the moment of consummation can the foundation for breaking the limit be laid, so that we can continue to push. Lin Bei couldn't help but get curious. If Zhang Teng's spitting technique reached the limit breaking level, can he continue to improve his spitting technique? With that in mind, Lin Bei pointed out without hiding anything. Tong'er, you touched the threshold of breaking the limit. Remember your current epiphany and continue to go on practicing, or you may be able to break the limit of the consummation of the vomiting technique. Limit breaking level? A trace of joy flashed in Zhang Teng's eyes. He had heard Zhang Teng say that his qualifications were mediocre, truly good qualifications, and he could break the limits on his own. Before, he didn't have a concept, now he does. So, this is breaking the limit? Zhang Teng was inwardly delighted. Only, after the great joy, he was a little lost. He could only sense it vaguely, but if he was talking about a breakthrough, he still had no way to break through on his own. The essence of the spiritual power of heaven and earth is the origin of the composition of heaven and earth, and this method can only be realized, not transmitted in words. Lin Bei laughed. You first enter the silence, and the master will demonstrate it to you. Lin Bei decided to try pointing. He was also looking forward to it. If Zhang Tang broke through the spitting technique perfection and reached the limit breaking level, can he continue to extrapolate with this as the foundation of his gold finger? Yes, master. Zhang Tang immediately began to calm his mind. Lin Bei immediately sat down on his knees with a solemn expression. Afterwards, Lin Bei began to utilize the limit-breaking great exhalation technique. Zhang Tang is enlightened, sometimes puzzled, sometimes contemplative. After Lin Bei completed a week of exhaling, Zhang Tang's eyes erupted with a brilliant light. So it is, master, I've realized. Without hesitating, he immediately sat down on his knees and began to utilize the spitting technique. Next, a voice came from Lin Bei's mind. Your disciple, the art of spitting breaks through to completion and reaches the level of breaking the limit. Your art of spitting breaks through to second breaking of the limit. Lin Bei was shocked. Surprisingly, can you really break the limit twice? Chapter 18, A Visit to the Door. As Lin Bei's vomiting technique broke the limit for the second time, he only felt that heaven and earth seemed to have become different. Between a breath and an exhalation, one could feel the ubiquitous spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Even more, he could feel the subtle changes that occurred when these spiritual forces were in different states. This change caused Lin Bei's understanding of the imperial laws to begin to become profound. Running the exhalation technique, Lin Bei realized that its effect had been increased by a full 2 times. Sure enough, it's exactly as I presumed. The second break of the limit of the spitting technique made Lin Bei very happy. But, what he really rejoiced in was not that, but the fact that he finally understood the logic of his gold finger. He gives Zhang Tang some general direction. Zhang Tang, on the other hand, formed the framework through enlightenment, taking in the general direction he provided. And under this framework, it was constantly filled, improved, and amended. And eventually the correct method of cultivating immortality was enumerated. And with his golden finger, he could complete the deduction through this correct immortal cultivation law, introductory, and perfect it directly. When Zhang Tang cultivates to perfection, he will show Lin Bei's the way to break the limit, because pushed on the right path, Goldfinger can easily break the limits. Lin Bei gave Zhang Tang a demonstration of the limit-breaking great exhalation technique this time. After Zhang Tang's epiphany, he once again pointed out the next path to break the limit. This was Lin Bei's second limit break. Perhaps 3 more limit breaks? Lin Bei's heart was beating wildly. He can demonstrate the limit-breaking spitting method to help Zhang Tang break the limit. Once Zhang Tang had participated in the enlightenment, he would once again provide the enlightenment for the next limit breaking. At that time, Lin Bei would be able to continue to break the limit for a 3rd time. If the cycle continues, Lin Bei did as he thought, so he immediately looked at Zhang Tang with a smile. Tang, you've done well. You've broken the limit once. Do you have any epiphanies? Zhang Tang replied honestly, I seem to feel something in the dark, but it's too subtle. Is that the second time the limit was broken? Lin Bei nodded repeatedly. Not bad. You have a perception of the second breaking of the limit. Next for you, Master will demonstrate the second limit breaking spitting method. Lin Bei immediately began to demonstrate. After the demonstration, he glanced at Zhang Tang with slight anticipation. Facing Lin Bei's expectant eyes, Zhang Tang lowered his head with some shame. Master, I can't read it. Maybe my realm is too poor? In this regard, although Lin Bei secretly felt pity, he also felt normal. After all, it was already hard enough to have an epiphany to step directly into the limit breaking level. There's no rush. Take your time. Sooner or later you'll be able to sense it. Zhang Tang inquired. Master, shall I continue to enroll in the vomiting method now? Lin Bei asked rhetorically. Do you have the confidence to participate? Zhang Tang shook his head. Although Master has demonstrated it for me, I still have no direction. My qualifications are too poor. Qualifications? Lin Bei instantly remembered how he had drawn a pie for Zhang Tang. What good qualification to break the limit? That was pure nonsense. Seeing that Zhang Tang was a bit ashamed, he understood that it seemed that the suppression was too hard. That's not good. Zhang Tang, you have to branch out. Lin Bei said immediately after a little thought. Although your qualifications are average, the cultivation has been initiated, and many things will no longer have limitations. Remember, man makes the man. Things are what they are. Don't get hung up on qualifications. Lin Bei immediately encouraged. A glint flashed in Zhang Tang's eyes. Master, the apprentice understands. Things are as they should be. Looking at Zhang Tang's firm gaze, Lin Bei realized that Zhang Tang seemed to be convinced of his words. Quench your body well. When your realm is refined, your understanding of the spitting technique will naturally be deeper, and you'll attempt to break the limit a second time at that time. This sentence, Lin Bei really wasn't nonsense. After all, he had already finished quenching his body for the second time. With the quenching of his Tao body, he had indeed gained a deeper understanding of the spiritual power of heaven and earth. The apprentice will definitely work hard. The apprentice leaves. Go on. Looking at Zhang Tang's back, Lin Bei revealed a smile. The harder Zhang Tang works, the stronger he gets. Lin Bei secretly gave Zhang Tang a boost. Cultivate well. And when tomorrow comes, I'll lull you into traveling. Lin Bei even thought about what to say. Time passes. 2 hours or so. Tinyo ran over in a hurry. Master is here. She's here. Coming? The Cho clan is here? That fast? Didn't you say it's a day's journey from here to Nanyang? Lin Bei stood up in a mischievous manner. His eyes glanced around and eventually landed on the bag. He decided to hurry up and fool Zhang Tang to go with him. Right at this moment, Iron Bull breathed out the rest of it. Mu Qingyue is here. That martial artist from the Budo main hall. Ha! Lin Bei froze, and his nose was about to be crooked from Tinyo. You're talking out of your ass? It was almost embarrassing. Wait a minute. Mu Qingyue, didn't she say she'd be here in 7 days? Why did you come so early? Thinking about it a little bit, Lin Bei understood that he was afraid that he would reveal himself if he participated in the examination with this current strength. Therefore, he directly said, let Zhang Tang go to the reception. Master still has 1 more week of vomiting left to do. Yes, Iron Bull left with orders in a fiery rage. The other side, Mu Qingyue stood on the dojo, her face full of doubt. Originally, after she reported the fact that the dojo was a new school to the head office, the main hall paid extra attention. After all, new schools of martial arts, especially those that were not weak, could be treasures in the early stages. It can give martial artists more ideas about martial arts. Therefore, the main library is afraid that the new genre will run away, directly empowering Mu Qingyue to hurry up and give the dojo a test. Mu Qingyue also did not dare to be careless and made her first visit to the door. And the result? When she arrived at the dojo, she was directly dumbfounded. She clearly remembered that Iron Bull had once told her, the people at the dojo are all new schools of martial artists who seem to call themselves cultivators. However, these apprentices who play Tai Chi, the whole thing is just mortal, and it looked like a particularly weak kind. Not even a stable horse stance. At this level, could it be a new school of martial artist? It was simply worse than a half-assed martial artist. If she hadn't seen the tragic situation of Pavilion Master Chang and the others with her own eyes, she was afraid that she would have turned around and left. This new genre, in her opinion, was also too weak. Just as Mu Qingyue was wondering. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow. She could feel an expert with a calm gait slowly approaching not far away. Turning her head to look, she only saw Zhang Tang walking towards her in a spirited and confident manner. It's an expert. And, among the same level, not normally strong. Mu Qingyue made her judgment in the first place. Inside, she was even more puzzled. The immortalist. Fall between the strong and the weak. So big? This martial friend? I wonder how to address him. As Mu Qingyue and Zhang Tang looked at each other, she took the lead in being polite. My name is Zhang Tang. I am the chief great disciple that master has taken under his tutelage. Zhang Tang could sense that the Mu Qingyue in front of him was very powerful, but he remained unassuming. It's just a district martial artist. What is there to fear? Chapter 19, Sword Intent Rushes to the Sky. Chapter 19, The True Meaning of Martial Arts. Mu Qingyue, with interest, shot a glance at Zhang Tang. She could sense that Zhang Tang was very humble on the surface though, but that pride almost came through. She understood that the man in front of her was proud of his new genre status. Zhang Tang, you're the chief senior disciple. Are these people your senior disciples? Who is your second senior disciple? Mu Qingyue asked with a smile. She was curious as to what level this second master was at. They are all my senior brothers, but they did not participate in the immortal cultivation law and did not receive the master's father's transmission, so they are not ranked. Zhang Tang smiled and said, that's why I don't have a second senior brother yet. Yeah, so it is. Mu Qingyue casually picked up the tea and sipped it, frowning slightly. The tea was not of high quality or even a little poorly prepared. A little bitter? Zhang Tang smiled and said, this is natural wild mountain tea. If you taste it carefully, you can feel the natural flavor. Mu Qingyue smiled faintly and put down her teacup. You are quite elegant. Do you know the purpose of my coming to your pavilion today? Naturally no. Zhang Tang nodded and poured a cup of wild mountain tea. Mu Qingyue didn't make any nonsense and directly said, in that case, let your master come out. I'll personally assess it. Zhang Tang shook his head indifferently. It's just a test. Why do we need master to personally take action? Having me is sufficient. Oh, Mu Qingyue glanced at Zhang Tang in slight surprise. You should know that the examination of our main hall is to grade the martial arts hall, and the level of the grade means how many resource points. I know, Zhang Tang said calmly. It's just that I also know that, at most, your level can only be graded as nothing more than a second-rate martial arts school, and it's enough to have me take action. Why is it necessary for master to take action? After saying that, Zhang Tang glanced at the three-stripe pattern on Mu Qingyue's sleeve. "Oh, you know our main hall quite well." Mu Qingyue instantly became interested and then stood up. "In that case, let me try your weight." Mu Qingyue came to the top of the dojo to look at Zhang Tang. "I have to remind you that there is only one chance. If you fail and are graded to third rate, you'll have to apply in person at the main hall if you want to advance." Zhang Tang arrived in front of Mu Qingyue. "Don't worry, Miss Qingyu. I'm also curious as to what the General Pavilion's examination will be like." After saying that, Zhang Tang made a gesture of invitation. "Then you have to pay attention. I'm going to start." The words just fell. Mu Qingyue's aura changed abruptly. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped Zhang Tang's heart. Only a strong aura seemed to emanate from her body. At this moment, Mu Qingyue stood in front of him as if she was a sharp sword. Sword intent. Zhang Tang's pupils stared. Once being the proud son of the Zhang clan, he certainly understood what the meaning of a martial artist actually meant. The first realm of a martial artist is body refining, and the second realm is the danhai. These two realms are almost as good as hard work, as long as one is willing to spend a lot of resources. Even mediocre talent can be achieved. However, wanting to break through the Sea of Dan, making one's martial body in the Sea of Dan's chi gathering metamorphose, one must then comprehend the true meaning of martial arts. Anyone who could comprehend martial intent was not a genius in 100 miles. The moment Zhang Tang faced Mu Qingyue's sword intent, it only felt like there were countless invisible swords in the air around them, pointing at themselves. Sword intent rushed to the sky. This is exactly the first level of the test. Martial intent oppression. To be able to withstand the martial intent oppression, one needed to at least mobilize the chi of the danhai and also invoke the blood. It was only by making one's chi and blood boil that one could withstand the sword intent oppression. Otherwise, when an unusual martial artist was faced with martial intent, their strength would be greatly reduced and they would not be able to utilize 50% of their combat power. That's the intention. The third realm of martial artists. The realm of true intent of martial arts. Ha! Mu Qingyue looked at the bland Zhang Tang and a trace of surprise flashed within her. The Zhang Tang in front of him did not let his chi and blood boil up to resist her sword intent, but miraculously, his body was completely free of the trembling that arose when he was oppressed by the sword intent. What does that mean? Her sword intent, surprisingly, did not have the slightest effect on Zhang Tang. "How? Did I pass your sword intent test?" Zhang Tang seemed to be smiling. Inwardly, he was even more certain that immortal cultivation was a descending blow to martial arts. Why? Because when Mu Qingyue's sword intent surged, he sensed it the first time. The so-called sword intent, in his opinion, was nothing more than Mu Qingyue's spirit highly gathered, dyeing the sword in her heart, into the surrounding spiritual energy of the heaven and earth. This was the essence of the shock of the sword intent. And all of this, the martial artist is not even aware of it at all. Even martial artists whose true intent of martial Tao had reached manifestation were unaware of it. They would only think that it was their own true intent of martial arts that had manifested. This can be seen in the naming of realms by martial artists. Gathering intent, manifestation, and true intent. That's right, the martial intent realm, the third level, is called true intent. The martial artists believed that their martial intent, to be able to use it as if it were their own, was to comprehend the true meaning of the martial way. However, all of this nowadays, in Zhang Tang's view, was merely because his own intention was too strong, causing the spiritual power of heaven and earth around him to change. But, Zhang Tang also understood that perhaps for martial artists, there was nothing wrong with their understanding of realms. After all, the levels are there, as if they were in a tube, and it's hard to see the whole picture. If you talk to them about the changes in the spiritual power of heaven and earth, they will only think you are sick. Mu Qingyue, looking at Zhang Tang who was blandly at ease, was filled with doubt. He couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. "You didn't let the martial blood in your body boil?" Surprisingly, it wasn't affected in the slightest? Zhang Tang smiled. "I can see the essence of your sword intent, so naturally I can isolate your sword intent." Zhang Tang responded in a simple way. However, it was just a slight operation of the exhalation technique to gather the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth that had not been impregnated by the sword intent. Then it squeezed out those heaven and earth spiritual forces that were impregnated by the sword intent. That's all. That's the understatement of the year. Hard resistance? That was simply too stupid in Zhang Tang's opinion. It was as if you had to go for a hard fight when someone else punched you and you could obviously dodge it in advance. Isn't this, without suffering, a real disease? See the essence of my sword intent? Mu Qingyue was filled with skepticism. Are you, by any chance, kidding me? A body refining level martial artist could see through her martial intent? This was simply a slip of the tongue in Mu Qingyue's opinion. It's a joke. She and Zhang Tang were separated by two great realms. Unbelievable? Zhang Tang smiled faintly. I can feel it. Your sword intent is extremely strong. It seems to have reached the level of manifestation, right? When these words came out, Mu Qingyue was shocked. Oh, that's what you see? Zhang Tang nodded calmly. Then the words came out. Believe it or not, I can make it difficult for your martial intent to coalesce and manifest. Chapter 20, The Capital of Zhang Tang. When these words came out, Mu Qingyue couldn't help but change color. Though in her heart she didn't believe it 100 times. But she wouldn't retort too much, because she always believed in one thing. Hands down. There's no point in talking more. Let me see what you can do. Mu Qingyue's words just fell. Zhang Tang immediately sensed that an extremely strong sword intent was condensing. In the entire space, Mu Qingyue seemed to have changed into a sword, with her as the center. Her sword intent was rapidly dipping into the spiritual power of the heavens and earth, and countless spiritual power of the heavens and earth began to rapidly converge. This is it. The process of martial intent manifestation is really so. At this point, Zhang Tang took a deep breath and came in front of Mu Qingyue, violently operating the vomiting technique. In a flash, a large amount of attributeless heaven and earth spiritual energy was gulped by him. When a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy converged, it directly disrupted Mu Qingyue's process of condensing her sword intent. It was just that Mu Qingyue's sword intent was extremely strong, and those heaven and earth spiritual forces that were induced by Zhang Tang's spitting were instantly drenched in sword intent. Only, Zhang Tang was not discouraged. Continuing to run the exhalation technique, he utilized the attributeless heaven and earth spiritual energy to squeeze out the heaven and earth spiritual energy that had been impregnated by the sword intent. Mu Qingyue's face also changed in the process. Originally, she didn't believe it. But now, she had to believe it because she really had trouble condensing her sword intent. Although, Zhang Tang was unable to stop her from condensing her sword intent, the entire process would take at least 10 times the usual amount of time. If two martial artists of the realm of true intent of martial Dao were to make a move, this time, it would be too deadly. How did you do it? Mu Qingyue asked in shock. Zhang Tang smiled faintly. This is the secret of our immortal cultivators. If you want to know, you need to worship the dojo and be passed on by your master's father before you can do so. Mu Qingyue froze for a moment, then smiled faintly. It's also true that it's a new school after all, but it's something. At this point, her words changed. It's just that, my generation of martial artists, what we look at is ultimately strength. Disturbing the true intent of the martial Dao is magical, but if you can't do it yourself, you're ultimately fragile porcelain. At this time, Mu Qingyue looked towards Zhang Tang. Can you let me see what you immortal cultivators, a school of martial arts, have to offer? Zhang Tang was confident. Please. Mu Qingyue smiled faintly. Since that's the case, I'll be polite. I'll use my strength at the early stage of the Dan High realm, and that's the standard of assessment. Speaking here, Mu Qingyue gently ruffled her shoulder-length hair. Next, only to see that she directly took out the hairpin from within her hair and directly flung it at Zhang Tang. Her hairpin, surprisingly, was a small sword, both edges unopened, but the tip of the sword was open. The moment, Lin Bei, who was secretly observing, couldn't help but let out a dark cry. Vile. At this moment, he also realized that between martial artists, once they fought, it seemed that they did not speak of martial virtues. On second thought, that's normal. The strongest is the one who can win. Facing Mu Qingyue's sneak attack, Zhang Tang was initially a bit surprised. He hadn't thought that an expert like Mu Qingyue would also use such tactics. However, Zhang Tang quickly reacted. Although he was taken by surprise, he was not flustered as his spitting technique had become a great success and his perception was extremely strong. The moment the small sword's concealed weapon attacked, his fingers were like chopsticks, and he actually caught the small sword steadily. Vajra undefeated? Catching concealed weapons with your bare hands? Mu Qingyue saw the flickering gold color between Zhang Tang's fingers and revealed a surprised look. At the moment, she seemed to understand something. With Vajra undefeated on his side, that Master Cheng's defeat was not unfair. Only, the test is not over yet. In the next second, Mu Qingyue was like a cunning rabbit, instantly rushing towards Zhang Tang, directly attacking from the right side. The right foot is like a sword. The lightning-like kick was so fast that it even left residual shadows in the air. Zhang Tang directly pressed his waist backwards and dodged the blow. In the meantime, the small tree 3 meters away from him that was arm's length thick was directly cut off. What a sharp martial art! This chi, it practically penetrates the body. Although he had only used his strength at the early stage of the Dan High, his strength was clearly much stronger than Pavilion Master Chang. Only, the current Zhang Tang was much stronger than before. These days he had comprehended the spitting technique and used it to quench and strengthen his body. If he were to fight the previous Pavilion Master Chang, he would be able to subdue him in 3 moves. he wouldn't necessarily have been able to wield it if he hadn't. After one strike, Mu Qingyue's attack immediately came as if it was a raging storm, followed by 3 more extremely sharp kicks. Zhang Tong shifted his feet and dodged left and right, easily avoiding her attack. I knew it. My earlier feeling was right. This Zhang Tang is really powerful. Mu Qingyue gave an inward cry. At this exact moment, Zhang Tang's counterattack came in succession. One hand turned into a palm and went straight for her jade-like throat. Martial artists engage. A move that kills. Although this palm appeared to be gentle, Mu Qingyue could feel that this strike, in its softness, had a hardness to it. If she was hit, even she wouldn't feel good. She had no choice but to back up and hide. This was unbelievable to the general pavilion martial artists. Normally, one only needs to be able to pass 3 moves in the hands of a martial artist from the main hall to pass the examination. How can we talk about fighting back, or even repelling? After all, there was a huge difference between the early stage of the general pavilion Danhai and an unusual martial artist. Even a martial artist in the middle Danhai stage might not be a match for a martial artist in the early Danhai stage of the main hall. I didn't expect to instantly seize the gap in my martial arts to counterattack, not waiting for Mu Qingyue to be surprised. Zhang Tong performed Taijiquan and his attacks were prolonged. Mu Qingyue dodged several times in a row and seized the opportunity to immediately counterattack. One hand was like a sword, directly chopping down. However, this time, Zhang Tang did not dodge and directly resisted it, only to hear, with a clanging sound, his clothes were cut through and golden sinews appeared. What? Vajra, undefeated, actually managed to block my arm sword. Even martial arts skills can be hardened? As Mu Qingyue was stunned, she only felt a coldness in her neck, only to see one of Zhang Tang's hands in the form of a throat lock, stopping in front of her neck. It turns out that underneath the chain of attacks, there are hidden killings. The moment, Mu Qingyue was in some kind of trance. Horror, I can't believe I lost? General Library Examination. Surprisingly defeated? I wonder, did I pass the test? Zhang Tang put away his attack before he smiled faintly. Previously crossed the line, though the moves were deadly. But once it stopped, both sides immediately returned to friendliness. Passed. Mu Qingyue glanced at Zhang Tang with complicated eyes. She had always been proud. Even if she was the chief martial artist, she was the best. Now with the Danhai realm to deal with, Zhang Tang, even, lost the battle? It was a little hard for her to accept. Congratulations. After saying that, Mu Qingyue couldn't help but marvel at it. Zhang Tang, your school of immortal cultivators, very impressive. You were able to practice Vajra undefeated. Zhang Tang smiled faintly at his words and did not say anything more. The so-called Vajra undefeatable was nothing more than an accidental breakthrough in martial arts body refining while he was practicing the art of spitting. Vajra undefeated? It's awesome? He didn't take it seriously at all. Vajra undefeated? But it's just a small carving skill. When these words came out, Mu Qingyue was slightly shocked. A word flashed inside. Hubris. Chapter 21, Soron. For martial artists, copper skin and iron bones already belong to a very powerful existence. The top-grade copper skin and iron bones. That was almost 1 in a million heavenly pride. And what about Vajra? It already belonged to a legendary existence in Qingyun town, representing extremely high martial arts talent. Zhang Tang, on the other hand, disdained it. What's the most outrageous? Mu Qingyue could feel it. This disdain from Zhang Tang was not feigned. Rather, he felt from the bottom of his heart that Vajra undefeated was nothing, and really belonged to the category of carving. This feeling made Mu Qingyue's heart, inexplicably, rise up with a very stifling feeling. The Vajra she looked up to others, it's nothing more than a carve-out. It would be fine if it was bragging, but the point is that other people really seem to think so. Thinking about it, Mu Qingyue couldn't help but open her mouth to argue. Vajra undefeatable is a carving skill? Zhang Tang, is your breath a little too big? Zhang Tang froze and quickly apologized. Sorry, no offense intended. It's just that the Vajra undefeatable is an accidental product of my cultivation, and besides, it's not really useful to me. Zhang Tang spoke with affection. Now, he realized that after utilizing the spiritual power of heaven and earth to quench his body, the process of Dao body tempering was the process of constantly strengthening the body. According to his deduction, at most, after completing the third circumference quenching, the strength of his body would be on par with that of Vajra undefeated. Moreover, the strength of his Dao body was only incidental to the process of quenching his body. What was the core of quenching the Dao body? The enhancement of knowledge and perception of the spiritual power of the heavens and earth. Thus, Zhang Tang felt from the bottom of his heart that the usefulness of Vajra undefeated was truly limited. For the time being, maybe some use, but as he continued to refine his Dao body, the Vajra undefeated would be useless. As Mu Qingyue looked at Zhang Tang's sincere appearance, An incredible thought suddenly rose within her heart. The immortal cultivation school, it can't really be this powerful, can it? It really doesn't even take Vajra undefeated seriously? With this in mind, Mu Qingyu could not help but inquire. Immortal cultivation schools, could it be that there is some way to cultivate Vajra undefeatable? That's not true, Zhang Tang said honestly. I had cultivated to the upper grade of copper skin and iron bone before, and when I was cultivating immortality, I accidentally broke through the Vajra undefeatable. When these words came out, a glint flashed in Mu Qingyu's eyes. Main library, why do you care so much about new genres? It's because of the new schools that have the potential to be useful to martial artists. If it is a school of immortal cultivation, it can help martial artists refine their bronze skin, iron bones and adamantine invincibility. That would definitely be a huge shock to the martial arts of Qingyan City. Mu Qingyue hurriedly inquired, can the immortal cultivation law help a martial artist break through the copper skin and iron bones? Or help a bronze-skinned and iron-boned martial artist to comprehend adamantine invincibility? For a moment, Zhang Tang was unexpectedly at a loss as to how to reply. You say you can't, right? There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. After all, the immortal cultivation method had nothing to do with martial arts at all. If you say you can, it doesn't seem to be a problem. It was simply too easy to be able to cultivate the immortal laws to get started, and to go on to cultivate the copper skin and iron bones. Even the Vajra undefeatable was easy. But, if one could really cultivate the immortal law of initiation, who would cultivate any bronze skin and iron bones? Cultivate some kind of adamantine invincibility? Who would do such a thing as picking up sesame and losing watermelon? The moment Zhang Tang looked at Mu Qingyue and a strange feeling arose within him. The perception of martial artists seems to be worlds apart from that of immortal cultivators, can't you? Mu Qingyue seemed to have some disappointment when she saw Zhang Tang's performance. It's not that you can't, Zhang Tang explained. It's just that, if one can cultivate the immortal laws to get started, no one would bother to cultivate copper skin and iron bones in Vajra undefeatable. Why? Mu Qingyue asked suspiciously. As we all know, the foundation is very important, and with a good base, there are countless possibilities for the future of martial arts. Why are copper skin, iron bone and Vajra undefeated revered by martial artists? It's because practicing out of these equals a good martial arts base. We immortal cultivators, if we want to be initiated, we must comprehend the art of vomiting, and after comprehending the art of vomiting, we will quench our Tao bodies. Zhang Tang said indifferently. Master said that the foundation for quenching the Tao body is the 9 refinements, and that each completion of a great circumstance quenching is equivalent to 1 refinement. Mu Qingyu didn't say anything and just quietly listened with an expression of humble curiosity. If one succeeds in refining, the strength of the body alone is roughly equivalent to a martial artist refining their body and cultivating to the level of refining blood and gathering qi. If the second refinement is successful, it is roughly equivalent to cultivating copper skin and iron bones on top of this foundation. Zhang Tang had just said this when a trace of shock flashed through Mu Qingyue's eyes before she immediately asked, what about the 3 refinements? Equivalent to Vajra undefeated. When Zhang Tang said this, Mu Qingyue's entire body had some confusion. In her eyes, she had long ago realized that the cultivator, the school of cultivators, was extraordinary, but Zhang Tang's description gave her a great shock. 3 refinements equals Vajra invincibility? What about the 4 refinements? What about 9 refines? It was well known that the more firmly a martial artist's foundation was laid, the more promising the future path of martial arts would be. Mu Qingyu had some disbelief, so she couldn't help but inquire. You immortal cultivators, what about after vomiting and 9 refinements? What realm is it? A trace of yearning flashed through Zhang Tang's eyes. Master said that the next realm is the royal law. What is the royal law? You can understand it as the true intent of martial arts. Zhang Tang explained, only that the royal law is not focused on a certain true intent, but rather 1,000 variations. Hearing this, Mu Qingyue revealed a dazed look. Inwardly, he laughed at himself as he breathed a sigh of relief. She had thought that this immortal cultivator had such a solid foundation in martial arts. Now it sounds like a different path, but if you compare, vomiting was equivalent to a martial artist's body refining. 9 refinements was equivalent to a martial artist's danhai. And royal law corresponded to the true intent of the martial way. So it seems, immortal cultivators, it seems, are no better. A martial artist of the Dan-hai realm, with his true qi quenching his body, was naturally strong, and it was only natural that he would be stronger than Vajra undefeated. As for the so-called 1,000 variations, in her opinion, it was nothing more than a miscellaneous but unrefined true intent of the martial arts. Almost bluffed, Mu Qingyue gave a dark cry. To make sure she wasn't mistaken, she couldn't help but ask, when you immortal cultivators 9 refinements, Can there be a power similar to true qi in your body? Zhang Tang smiled and nodded. Of course, we are utilizing the spiritual power of the heavens and earth to quench our bodies, and after each great circumference of quenching the body will resonate with the spiritual power of the heavens and earth, and every inch of flesh and blood will contain the spiritual power of the heavens and earth. This statement was made. Mu Qingyue drifted off. If so, no problem. What is the difference between using true qi to quench the body after this martial artist's Stanhai realm, and, in her eyes, the so-called 9 refinement realm, in the early stage, can't even do the true qi outward, then the martial arts, it seems to be inferior again. She was completely oblivious. The comparison of their own realms is completely wrong and wrong. Chapter 22, Can you only blame him for his bad luck? Zhang Tang looked at Mu Qingyue's performance in his eyes. He could even hear the subtext of Mu Qingyue's inquiry about this. Only, he didn't explain too much. In his opinion, even if Mu Qingyue was now a martial artist at the level of true intent of martial Dao, she was still like a frog at the bottom of a well. In that case, why argue too much? Zhang Tang was once a martial artist, or a Dan High Realm martial artist. He knows better than anyone. Immortal cultivators and martial artists are not the same system at all. At this point, Mu Qingyue suddenly spoke. Zhang Tang, forgive me for taking the liberty, but how did you break through from copper skin and iron bones to Vajra undefeated? I comprehended the spitting technique and accidentally broke through to Vajra undefeatable when I was refining my body. When these words came out, a glint flashed in Mu Qingyue's eyes. If so, do you teach the spitting technique of your immortal cultivation school? Zhang Tang looked at Mu Qingyue with a face full of dismay. He suddenly realized that the woman in front of him wanted to break through Vajra undefeated with the help of the spitting technique. Sure enough, the perception gap was too great. And now it's not a joke? Of course you can, but it's hard for us immortal cultivators to get started. And if we can't comprehend the art of vomiting, it's all in vain. Mu Qingyue smiled confidently. May I ask you, Mr. Wu, for some guidance? Zhang Tang nodded. Of course you can. If you want to practice, first cultivate Taijiquan to perfection. Then I will pass on the Tue Na art recipe to you. A trace of surprise flashed in Mu Qingyue's eyes. In her eyes, the new genre had always been her own, and she was just asking tentatively. This great disciple of the immortal cultivation school, he even agreed straight away? Is there no need to ask your master about this matter? Mu Qingyue inquired. No need. Zhang Tang shook his head. Master said that anyone with a destiny can be initiated. I'm the eldest disciple under my master's seat. It's still possible for me to teach the introductory method, and I won't be able to do so for the higher ones. This statement was made. Mu Qingyue smiled and nodded. Good, but the matter will have to be discussed later. I need to make a trip back to the main hall to report the results of the examination. Thank you. Zhang Tang deliberately revealed a distressed look at this moment. By the way, there is one thing that I still need to trouble Miss Mu about, but there is no harm in saying so. Mu Qingyue responded with a smile on her face. After all, Zhang Tang had promised her to teach her the vomiting method. This was a favor she had to take. Only then did Zhang Tang say, as I recall, according to the rules of the General Hall, if a subordinate martial arts school meets a life and death crisis, it can apply for shelter from the General Hall. Mu Qingyue glanced at Zhang Tang with slight surprise. Your dojo, in danger? Zhang Tang sighed and said somewhat helplessly. This matter is a long story. Can Miss Mu listen to me? Yes. Mu Qingyue nodded her head. Zhang Tang immediately told the story of his encounter. As it was, after hearing Zhang Tang's description, a trace of shock flashed in Mu Qingyue's eyes. What shocked her was not what happened to Zhang Tang. She was shocked that Zhang Tang's dantian was actually wasted. One must know that once the dantian is destroyed, then the path of martial arts is also destroyed. And under these circumstances, it's actually possible to cultivate? At this moment, Mu Qingyue's expression became valued. A genre that renews the path of cultivation will then be worth much more. With this in mind, Mu Qingyue immediately said, I already know about this matter. Mu Qingyue said seriously, I will immediately rush back to the General Pavilion and have the General Pavilion intercede in this matter. Many thanks. Zhang Tang was inwardly delighted. If the General Pavilion could mediate successfully, then the dojo's crisis would be solved. This is the General Hall's obligation. Mu Qingyue's expression was somewhat serious. This is a pressing matter, so I'll leave first. Send Miss Mu. When Mu Qingyue left, Lin Bei then walked out. Master, you're all out? Zhang Tang asked respectfully saluting. Of course Lin Bei couldn't say that he had been secretly observing, so he nodded. Things settled at the main library? Did it go well? Lin Bei asked knowingly. It went well. Zhang Tang said. Our dojo has already passed the General Hall's examination, and I've also commissioned the chief steward to mediate my feud with the Nanyang County King. Lin Bei has long been aware of this Du Ming, and inwardly he also quite praised Zhang Tang's ability to do things. However, although Lin Bei recognized it inwardly, he still had to teach it a bit on the surface. Thus, Lin Bei admonished with a serious expression. Don't put your hope in others, your own strength is the root of a secure life. Yes. Apprentice understands. Time passes. The other side. Main library. The owner of the pavilion was a man who appeared to be only in his early 20s, with a Chinese character face, diamond-shaped features, thick eyebrows, and somewhat rugged eyes. After Mu Qingyue returned, she immediately went to the pavilion master's martial arts practice field. Qingyu is back? The pavilion master wiped the sweat from his body and looked at Mu Qingyu with a smile on his face. The pavilion master has something to report to you for a moment or two. When the pavilion master saw Mu Qingyu's serious expression, he immediately revealed a look of interest. Tell me about it? Mu Qingyue didn't talk any nonsense, and spoke about the dojo in detail. After the head pavilion's pavilion master heard that Vajra Undefeatable and Dantian could be cultivated even if they were destroyed, his expression also took on importance. Casting the Vajra Undefeatable. Even if the Dantian is destroyed you can still cultivate? This school, it's somewhat interesting. The chief librarian finished, thinking for a moment or two before answering. However, Zhang Tang's matter is ultimately one-sided in private. The pavilion master sighed. We can't argue about this matter, but we can go and mediate a bit. Mu Qingyue, you personally go to the Nanyang Zhou clan and bring my handwritten letter. Yes. The moment. The other side. Nanyang Zhou. The king of Nanyang County was dressed in fancy clothes. His expression was majestic and cold as he coldly looked at the man kneeling in front of him. The person in front of him was none other than Chang Lu, the Cheng Pavilion master of the Six Harmonies Martial Arts School. At this point, Chang Lu knelt in front of the king of Nanyang County, and with tears in his voice, he told Zhang Tang clearly about what happened at the dojo. Good brat. So it turns out that he's hiding in the Green Cloud territory. The Nanyang County king snorted coldly. Come on, man. A man wearing a black shirt with several scars on his face appeared in front of the Nanyang County king and half-kneeled on the ground. Sheriff King, please command. Tell the Zhang clan about this. They drove the people away. Now let them capture them back. Yes. Wait. As soon as the Nanyang County king said this, the man immediately stopped. Tell the Zhang clan when the people will be recaptured and when they will be eligible to participate in the demon hunting ceremony. Yes. The black-shirt man had some surprises, then led the way. Soon, the news that Zhang Tang was at the dojo reached the Zhang clan. Zhang's family. The council chambers looked given to dreariness. Gentlemen, what should we do? Zhang Tang has been found, and the Nanyang County king's order has come. What else can we do? Things have come to this point. Can only bring him back. At this moment, Zhang Tang's grandfather, whose figure had some shivering, opened his mouth. Is it really necessary to drive them to extinction? The patriarch of the Zhang clan sighed. He can only be blamed for his bad fortune. Chapter 23 Ventilation. The patriarch's words caused the crowd of the Zhang clan to fall into silence. Nanyang Zhou. It was like a big mountain that was weighing them down. The patriarch of the Zhang clan looked around, seeing the crowd scowling. He finally broke the silence. Now, who is willing to go and bring Zhang Tang back? At that moment, a man with a face full of cross-flesh flashed a hint of sinister in his eyes. My son, Tao Zhang, can bring him back. Speaking of Tao Zhang, many people's eyes flashed with a hint of complexity. Tao Zhang had always been the genius of the Zhang clan, and his cultivation had even reached the peak of the Dan High realm, not far from condensing martial intent. Originally, the resources of the Zhang clan were all poured into him. However, since Zhang Tang came out of nowhere, his resources had dropped again and again. Therefore, when Zhang Tang's east window was first opened, it was Tao Zhang who did it. If Zhang Tang's grandfather hadn't begged so hard, it was highly likely that Tao Zhang would have directly killed Zhang Tang. So, when the patriarch opened his mouth, Tao Zhang's father immediately responded. A flash of pain in Zhang Tang's grandfather's eyes. He certainly knows that if Zhang Tao goes, there is absolutely no way to give Zhang Tang a chance to escape. It was even highly likely that Zhang Tang would be killed on the spot if he resisted arrest. After all, the living Zhang Tang is a potential threat to Zhang Tao. Good. Patriarch Zhang nodded. Have Zhang Tao depart immediately. Within the dojo, the atmosphere became tense in an invisible way. Every apprentice was working hard, trying to perfect their Taijiquan and find the threshold to enter immortal cultivation. Lin Bei looked at these hard-working apprentices and felt some shame inside. He understands. Zhang Tang was able to get started purely because his perception was so unbelievable. These people, even if they were really Taijiquan great perfectionists, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to touch the threshold of the spitting technique. If there's a chance, maybe we can get Zhang Tang to get a simplified version. Lin Bei secretly pondered. After all, these people were the first to follow him. He didn't want these people to practice in the dojo. It was really a waste of time. Tea please, master. Tainyo nervously came over to serve tea. Lin Bei took a cozy sip of tea. He had been practicing in seclusion these days. Now after running a large circumference to quench his body, Lin Bei came out to get some air and drink tea. His cultivation speed had soared since the second time he broke the limit of the vomiting technique. In just over a day's time, Lin Bei had completed his third body hardening. With the success of hardening his body, Lin Bei's framework for how to make up the royal law became clearer and clearer. Right at this moment, Lin Bei suddenly raised an eyebrow. He noticed a figure sneaking around the periphery of the dojo. What man? Come out! With Lin Bei's angry rebuke, a young girl tiptoed out. The young girl looked not very old. A pair of big eyes watery. At this moment was fiercely rebuked by Lin Bei. Full of cowardice walked out. Tainyo carried the young girl to Lin Bei. Lin Bei took a closer look and realized that the young girl was about 13 or 14 years old and was dressed in the family's standard tunic similar to when Zhang Tang had first arrived. What are you? Lin Bei's tone was much milder. My name is Zhang Xiaoxiao, and I'm Zhang Tang's younger sister. Tainyo sniffed and immediately revealed a smile. So it's senior brother Zhang's sister. Come to the dojo. Then it's a family. Come and do it over here. Lin Bei, on the other hand, didn't show any expression from the beginning to the end. He was aware of Zhang Tang's matter, and he had inquired about him. Zhang Tang didn't seem to have much affection for the people of his family. What are you doing here? Lin Bei took a sip of tea and spoke faintly. I came to let my elder brother hurry to run. The news that he hid here was known by the Zhou clan, and the Nanyang County king pressured the family to let capture my elder brother. Zhang Xiaoxiao's voice was getting smaller and smaller. So the family has sent someone to capture elder brother. This statement was made. Iron Bull was instantly annoyed. Your Zhang clan is really strange. It's not even if you can't protect your own clan, but you actually want to arrest people? Zhang Xiaoxiao lowered her head. The family can't do anything about it. The Nanyang Zhou clan. It's too strong. Right at this moment, Zhang Tang walked out from the retreat room. Elder brother. Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at Zhang Tang with some shame. At first, when Zhang Tang was destroyed, she did not dare to stand out. Now she feels that she has no face to see Zhang Tang. Zhang Tang saw her thoughts at a glance and said softly, Sure Noah, I'm happy that you came to tip me off. Only, this time, I won't run away. Zhang Xiaoxiao sniffed and said nervously, Elder brother, if we don't escape, won't we be caught? If we fall into the hands of the Nanyang County king, wouldn't that be? Zhang Tang interrupted her words and just faintly inquired, Who is the man who came? Zhang Xiaoxiao said, It's Tao Zhang. It's him? Zhang Tang sneered. I'm not surprised he's here. Senior brother Zhang. Who is Tao Zhang? Tainyo hurriedly inquired. A hint of anger flashed in Zhang Tang's eyes. Who is Tao Zhang? The one who wasted my dantian and the one who framed me. Zhang Tang said angrily. It's just that no one believed my explanation. Or even if the Zhang family did, they chose to bail out Tao Zhang instead of me. Speaking of this, Zhang Tang had some despondency. Their reasoning was simply that they were afraid of an unforeseen complication. Afraid that Zhou would be convicted together and ruin Tao Zhang. Lin Bei could feel Zhang Tang's anger, helplessness and despair towards the Zhang family. Zhang Xiaoxiao, go back. I know it was Grandpa who sent you here, right? Zhang Xiaoxiao nodded. Zhang Tang indifferently looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao. Tell Grandpa that it doesn't have to be like this. I used my life for him in the first place, and spelled out the gathering of intentions pill, which is considered to be merciful, and I understand him thinking of the greater good. Only, our favor, broken. Zhang Xiaoxiao was shocked. Grandpa I know. Zhang Tang interrupted Zhang Xiaoxiao to continue talking. I know all of it. He has a hard time. I know. It's just that I'm not that important relatively speaking. The trade-offs are just there. I get it. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoxiao could no longer utter a single word. She knew very well that Zhang Tang was the outcast. When will Tao Zhang arrive? Zhang Tang asked again. 1 hour at most. Half an hour short. Zhang Xiaoxiao said. Yeah. Zhang Tang sneered. Shinya. Go away. Lest Tao Zhang see you and say you tipped them off. Making it difficult for you. And for Grandpa as well. Zhang Xiaoxiao wanted to say something, but finally lowered her head and left with some loss. When Zhang Xiaoxiao left, Zhang Tang then looked at Lin Bei. His head lowered in some shame. I'm sorry, Master, for letting you down. Lin Bei didn't say anything. He just quietly looked at Zhang Tang for a long time before speaking. Tang why do you say that? Chapter 24, The Disciple is a bit of a demon. Zhang Tang lowered his head. His fists clenched tightly. There was indignation and resentment in his heart, and his afterglow looked in the direction Zhang Xiaoxiao had left. There was also a hint of despair for the Zhang family. It was a long time before he spoke. The disciple is cold and heartless. treating his loved ones so desperately. Master, you must be very disappointed, right? Lin Bei smiled faintly and patted Zhang Tang's shoulder. You're a good boy. Skimming off the top. And how that's not protecting them. And those who cultivate the way are concerned with the passage of thoughts. Remember how you feel right now. And if you want to outsmart it, you'll have to cultivate harder. At this moment, Lin Bei spoke again. The Zhang family or the Nanyang Zhou clan, or, if you let your thoughts do not pass, throw it like a shoe, so what? There are some things that when they are broken, they are broken. If your thoughts are not clear, tell yourself that this is a teacher's order. Zhang Tang couldn't hold it together and burst into tears. Master, disciple, follow your master's orders. Looking at Zhang Tang with such genuine feelings, Lin Bei felt a little ashamed inside. To be honest, he's more or less cagey. But it's also true that everything he says is what he really thinks. At this moment, Zhang Tang had obviously discarded the trace of guilt in his heart, and his thoughts were obviously clear. Iron Bull, at this time, couldn't help but inquire. Didn't the Master General Hall say that it would mediate this matter? How come the Zhang family's people are here to arrest people? Is it possible that the General Hall's mediation has failed? Zhang Tang shook his head. Not necessarily. According to the time, I'm afraid that Nanyang got the news first, and the people from the main hall haven't had time to go yet. The General Hall is so unreliable when it comes to doing business. Tainyo couldn't help but complain. Lin Bei smiled faintly. The only person you can count on is always yourself. Tainyo and Zhang Tang thought deeply. Then, senior brother Zhang, if Tao Zhang comes, can you beat him? It's not good to say. Zhang Tang said honestly. Tao Zhang's strength has already reached the great perfection of the Danhai realm. His strength is incomparable to Cheng Lu's strength. Speaking here, a glint flashed in Zhang Tang's eyes, but I'm no soft touch either. Recently, the scene of my master's strike has always been floating in my mind. I seem to have some of it, grasping the gist of it. If I can perform it, Tao Zhang is not worth mentioning. Iron Bull was instantly curious. Elder brother, what essentials have you grasped? Can you tell us? Teach the teacher's brother? Zhang Tang glanced at Lin Bei, seemingly embarrassed to show off his skills. Speak, for the master to see how much you have comprehended. Once Lin Bei gave the word, Zhang Tang naturally no longer had any reservations. And please, master. After saying that, Zhang Tang looked at Tainyo, which slowly opened his mouth. The essence of winning with weakness lies in capturing weakness. Any enemy, stances, movements, and martial arts techniques have weaknesses, so as long as you seize the weaknesses, and utilize the axioms of Taijiquan, the 42,000 gene, the borrowed force, you can overcome the strong with the weak. Zhang Tang continued. When Master appeared to have defeated the strong with the weak and directly crushed Pavilion Master Chang, this was actually not the case. In the moment he struck, Master caught Master Chang Pavilion's weakness and utilized the Taiji method of 42,000 gene and borrowed force. It looks like Master is weak, but in reality, Master is using his overwhelming strength to directly crush. Iron Bull seemed to understand. Master, my disciple has an immature idea. I don't know if the thought process is right. Zhang Tang immediately respectfully sought guidance. Speak. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. I have to say that Zhang Tang was right about everything, but at the same time, Lin Bei was curious as to what exactly Zhang Tang had realized. Before going up against an enemy, based on the enemy's movements, instantly determine the possible moves and attack paths that the enemy may perform, and quickly make dozens of sparring drills in your mind, choosing the best. This statement was made. Iron Bull was stunned. Senior brother, can this be done? When martial artists fight, they do it in a flash. Can you think so much? Zhang Tang said with a smile. It can be done. As I continue to harden my body, I realize that it's not just the strength of my body that gets stronger, but also the speed at which my mind works. The moment. Lin Bei was also surprised by Zhang Tang's words. This kid, too, is too anticlimactic. That said, is it more than right? It's simply too right. Why was Lin Bei able to instantly defeat Pavilion Master Chang in the first place? Of course it wasn't that he had captured so many things instantly, but it was the optimal solution that he had figured out through his golden finger, deducing the battle, and even fighting countless times before figuring out the optimal solution. Zhang Tang is thinking, there is no problem at all, even a little too demonic. It was hardly essentially different from his instantaneous deduction. This enlightenment is horrible. Lin Bei believes in repressive education though, but at this moment, he couldn't help but praise it offhandedly as well. The children are teachable. Zhang Tang was overjoyed inwardly as he received Lin Bei's approval. Sure, while his heart rejoiced, his admiration for Lin Bei deepened. Even, there was some looking up, because he understands that while it's easy to say, it's too hard to do. He had tried this before when he fought Mu Qingyu. In his opinion, If Lin Bei had done it, he might have used a much weaker force and defeated Mu Qingyue in the first encounter. But what about him? Surprisingly, he was hard-forced to dodge, before finally seizing the opportunity to counterattack and win the battle. Zhang Teng only felt that he was still far from Lin Bei. However, he didn't realize that Lin Bei was no match for him if he couldn't deduce battles. Master, apprentice has an ungrateful request, Zhang Teng suddenly said, looking at Lin Bei with a hint of anticipation in his expression. Lin Bei asked curiously, what kind of unkind request? I still don't know enough about my master's fighting style, and I would like to ask my master to point me in the right direction. Speaking of this, Zhang Teng's eyes flashed with wariness. May I, please, ask master to spar with me? I want to know just how big the gap with master is. This statement was made. Lin Bei was confused. What's going on? This kid, to fight him? Without waiting for Lin Bei to reply, Tainyo immediately raised a ruckus. Good, great. I was dizzy from what senior brother Zhang Teng said before, so maybe I can understand some of it if we fight? Many people in the dojo gathered around when these words came out. What's wrong? Senior brother Zhang wants to ask for master's guidance, Tainyo said. The kind that wants to fight with master. Great. When master instantly defeated Pavilion Master Chang, he was too strong. Now we get to see master in great power again. The apprentices of the dojo were also filled with anticipation at this moment. Lin Bei only felt a big head. However, with the matter at hand and the atmosphere baked up to this point, he naturally would not refuse. Since that's the case, you should tune up properly, and after you've achieved your best state, the master will instruct you a bit. Lin Bei deliberately crowned his delay. After all, it takes time to push through a battle. Chapter 25, Battle Intent. Zhang Teng naturally didn't know Lin Bei's small mind. At this moment, he sat down on his knees to empty his mind and began to operate the vomiting technique to gulp in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to adjust his state. As Zhang Teng adjusted his state, the mental world within Lin Bei's mind was frantically deducing the battle between him and Zhang Teng. In the spirit world, Lin Bei had originally thought that he had already triple refined. Taijiquan has also reached the level of breaking limits. Defeating Zhang Teng was not much of a problem. However, after the actual fight, Lin Bei was dumbfounded. Zhang Teng's combat talent seemed to have shown itself to be extremely heaven-defying when it came to deduction. Having just exchanged hands, Zhang Teng had indeed fallen into a disadvantage. But as he adapted to the battle, Zhang Teng began to turn the tide. After the first exchange, Lin Bei had unexpectedly lost directly. This result made Lin Bei cry out against the heavens. With constant pushback, Lin Bei is finally starting to get into the swing of things. From the beginning, he lost several times, and then began to win the battle. Eventually, after thousands of deductions, Lin Bei finally opened his eyes confidently. Master, I'm adjusted. Zhang Teng's state was bursting at the seams, and at this moment, he opened his eyes as a divine light erupted from his eyes. Go to the dojo. Lin Bei didn't talk nonsense and took the lead to walk to the dojo. The dojo apprentices around them revealed looks of anticipation. It's about to start. How many moves do you guys think senior brother Zhang can resist? I don't know. If master uses the same strength as senior brother Zhang, I believe that senior brother Zhang will definitely be able to perform extremely well. That's right. Senior Zhang's actual combat is too strong for everyone to see. The moment. Lin Bei looked at Zhang Teng and said with a smile, that's my disciple. I won't let go. I will use the same strength as you against you. Zhang Teng's eyes flashed with a glint of brilliance while carrying a hint of pride. Thank you, master. He was proud because of Lin Bei's recognition. In his opinion, Lin Bei's strength was beyond imagination, and even with a weaker strength than his, he couldn't win. Now that Lin Bei had used the same strength as him to fight, how was that not a form of recognition? Lin Bei could see Zhang Teng's pride and was originally prepared to defeat Zhang Teng with a single strike to teach him a lesson, but on second thought, changed his mind. After all, it is his own disciple. There is no need to strike his confidence. With this in mind, Lin Bei said, Tong'er, strike. Yes. At the moment, the two of them were about 10 meters apart, and the moment Lin Bei said he would strike, Zhang Teng rushed out as if he were a general. When he was less than 2 meters away from Lin Bei, cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Originally it was 10 meters away. He felt that Lin Bei's entire body was broken, but as he kept getting closer, he surprisingly realized that Lin Bei had no brakes at all. Without a break, how dare he attack? Thus, he hurriedly changed his offense, adjusted his fighting stance, and began to move quickly around Lin Bei. He decided to look for Lin Bei's weaknesses and breaks by moving around. He was fast and very impressive in the eyes of many apprentices at the dojo, but as he moved, Zhang Teng became more and more appalled inside, because, no matter how he moved, Lin Bei just easily mediated his posture, or side-footed. or turned his body slightly, or turned his head to gaze. But it was such a simple action that made Lin Bei flawless and without any weaknesses. It was as if, in an instant, all possible weaknesses had been plugged. Is this the master? It's also too powerful. How am I supposed to do this? Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Tang's forehead. The moment. The surrounding dojo apprentices wondered. Tying Yo, why do you think senior brother Zhang hasn't attacked yet? This speed is so fast I can't keep up. Iron Bull slapped the man on the shoulder. Little sixth son, you know a deuce. Although senior brother Zhang is powerful, he is facing master. In this situation, how can he make a move easily? If he reveals a crack, it's over. Tainyo looked naive, but he actually saw the way. The fact that senior Zhang doesn't dare to make a move means that he can't find master's weakness. Xiao Luzi showed a dazed look. Tainyo, if senior brother Zhang can't find master's weakness, then can master not find senior brother Zhang's weakness either? Why didn't master attack as well? When these words came out, Tainyo directly blanked him. Master is testing senior brother Zhang. After he finished speaking, Tainyo saw cold sweat rising from senior brother Zhang's forehead, and he couldn't help but remind him. Senior brother Zhang, since we can't find a weakness, why don't we hit the weakness? When these words came out, Zhang Tang was stunned. Lin Bei also froze for a moment. He hadn't thought that this Tainyo, who usually looked iron naive and didn't seem to be very perceptive, would be able to figure out the key to the problem. Lin Bei looked deeply at Tainyo. This Iron Bull, he realized, was probably some sort of genius as well. Tainyo has been powerful since he was young, but his enlightenment seems to be average. Perhaps he has a talent that I have not explored. Lin Bei inwardly moved his mind. If he can find a suitable path for Tainyo, he may also become an extremely powerful disciple under his door. Right at this moment, battle intent burned in Zhang Tang's eyes, and he knew that Tainyo was right. No brakes? Then hit the brakes. Continuing to look for a breakthrough was just a waste of time, so he decided to do it. In a split second, Zhang Tang came directly behind Lin Bei's right side. At an extremely tricky angle, a fist blasted towards Lin Bei. However, Lin Bei seemed to be unpredictable. At the moment he attacked, his feet merely pranced in a small mincing step, not only avoiding the attack, but also counterattacking at the same time, aiming straight for his waist. Zhang Tang was horrified. It's over. He was very aware of the fact that he had been focusing on himself not showing any flaws. Even when he attacked, he thought that he was not broken. It was just that the moment Lin Bei made his move, he actually made a break in the moment he exchanged figures. However, the expected heavy blow did not appear. He only felt his waist being lightly touched by Lin Bei, and both sides pulled apart. After a short trance, Zhang Tang came to a realization. Lin Bei, this is feeding the trick. A touch was a way of telling him that the break he had just made was very deadly. Is this the master? It's so strong. Zhang Tang was inwardly horrified. This time, feeding the move, he instantly realized that there was no such thing as a perfect defense that was flawless. When the moment of the exchange of hands, there will be a break. And even if there is no break, there can be various ways to make others have a break. Zhang Tang came to his senses. He gratefully glanced at Lin Bei. Lin Bei smiled and glanced at Zhang Tang before nodding at him. Zhang Tang had a jolt. He understood that Lin Bei was telling him to keep attacking and keep feeding the trick, while Zhang Tang was overjoyed. His expression became very serious. He understood that this battle was probably the most high-end battle he had experienced so far. It's a huge opportunity. Zhang Tang roared with battle intent. War. Chapter 26. Tai Chi breaks the limits for the second time. Above the dojo, Zhang Tang put aside his distractions and wholeheartedly devoted himself to the battle. Keep going through the motions. Almost every time they exchanged blows, Lin Bei was able to hit him from every angle, or a gentle nudge to his shoulder, or a touch to the forehead, or a light chop to the neck. Though every time they fought, they lost, but Zhang Tang was not the least bit discouraged. Why? Because, well, it's his master. Even if he was more powerful, was it worth being surprised to defeat him in an instant? It's not worth being surprised at all. On the contrary, to be able to use equal strength against him is the greatest recognition. This time, he didn't have a mental burden. Instead, he focused his mind on how to improve the fight. His fighting strength was increasing by leaps and bounds. As the saying goes, insiders look at the doorway, while outsiders watch the action. At this moment, Zhang Tang's attack looked very harsh and fast. On the contrary, Lin Bei similarly counterattacked while dodging. To the uninitiated, Lin Bei seemed to be fighting Zhang Tang back and forth. At this moment, little Lu Zi from the dojo couldn't help but ask, Tainyo, is senior brother Zhang that powerful? Awesome? Tainyo looked at Xiao Lu Zi in confusion. What's great? Look at senior Zhang, fighting back and forth with the master. It's so awesome. Iron Bull almost stumbled and fell to the ground. What the hell? You call a fight great if it's back and forth? Tinyo could see it clearly. Every strike. Zhang Tang fell. It's just that there are different positions of defeat. Iron Bull couldn't help but reprimand. Little six. And all of you. If you don't know what you're talking about, don't talk nonsense. It's so embarrassing. What do you mean? We're seeing quite a lively fight. Senior brother Zhang seems to be getting more and more aggressive in his attacks. Many people in the dojo revealed puzzled looks. Iron Bull sighed. You guys really don't know anything. Why does it look like the fight is going back and forth? That's damn. It's because Master is feeding the trick. Tainyo's expression, too, became serious. However, you guys are right. Senior brother Zhang's attacks are getting more and more powerful. Originally, Master was able to defeat senior brother Zhang through counterattacks every single time. But now, it actually takes 2 moves occasionally to counterattack and defeat senior brother Zhang. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Xiao Luzi couldn't help but ask, so it's still a quick defeat? No, Tainyo said seriously. You guys have no idea how strong Master is. Being able to do this in a short period of time is enough to show that senior brother Zhang is incredibly talented. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Indeed, they can't read it. Tainyo's words were heard by Zhang Tang and Lin Bei. Lin Bei, in particular, had already made a judgment within him. The Iron Ox is definitely a genius. I'm afraid I'm extremely talented when it comes to fighting. Time passes. Another 100 moves later, Zhang Tang utilized the Taiji body technique and directly struck out with a palm. Lin Bei directly bullied his way up, hitting his wrist with one hand as he prepared his next move to attack his heart. Zhang Tang suddenly shook his body, unloading the force while his other hand directly slapped against it. Both sides slap each other. Each took a half step back. Iron Bull was shocked at the sight. That's awesome. Is this senior brother Zhang? The fighting talent is too strong. What's wrong? Many apprentices at the dojo inquired. Senior brother Zhang, for the first time, has withstood Master's attack, and for the first time, Master has not defeated senior brother Zhang with a single strike. Tainyo said in shock. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. It's just one strike that wasn't defeated. You call that awesome? The moment. Lin Bei also revealed an unexpected look. This kid, Zhang Tang, is really powerful. I've made countless ing deductions, and I've only fed him 100 moves in sparring with him, and he's actually improved so quickly. With this in mind, Lin Bei knew that it was almost time. The moment. Zhang Tang was still trying to charge up when Lin Bei made a stopping motion with one hand. That's enough. You've been initiated. There's no point in fighting anymore. When these words came out, Zhang Tang froze and stopped his attack in a hurry. At the same time, his heart was extremely excited. He understood that he was considered to have Lin Bei's approval. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Lin Bei smiled faintly. Caveat emptor and practice. My disciple leads the way. After leaving, the palms of Lin Bei and Zhang Tang's hands that were exchanged shook slightly. This kid, he hits hard. He knew very well that if the fight continued, he was afraid that he would lose. Therefore, hastened to call a halt. Zhang Tang's talent was truly heaven-defying, and he was considered to be convinced after this short encounter. At this moment, Lin Bei couldn't help but think of Zhang Tang's martial Dao. It's awesome, but it doesn't seem to be much of an anticlimax. This guy, he must be an immortal cultivator delayed by martial arts. Lin Bei became more and more certain inside. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded within his mind. Your disciple, Zhang Tang, has deepened his understanding of Taijiquan and has reached the level of breaking the limit. Your Taijiquan has broken the limit for the second time. What's going on? Taijiquan broke the limit? Lin Bei was first stunned, and then he suddenly realized something. In the last blow, when he and Zhang Tang each took a step back, Zhang Tang used the Taijiquan stance. Obviously, the previous feeding stance had made Zhang Tang realize that Taijiquan was profound and profound, realizing that it was not as simple as a simple boxing style. Indeed, a good disciple of mine. Lin Bei was secretly happy inside. The Taijiquan that breaks the limit twice seems to become more subtle. Not only that, while practicing his fist, Lin Bei unexpectedly felt that his Tai Chi fist seemed to be able to attract the spiritual power of heaven and earth. This discovery shocked Lin Bei. If, on the other hand, his Taijiquan can induce the spiritual power of heaven and earth, 1T, the power skyrocket? In the meantime, above the dojo, Zhang Tang was practicing Taijiquan continuously and was savoring the subtleties of it. When Zhang Tang stopped, Tainyo couldn't help but come forward to congratulate him. Congratulations, Senior Zhang. Taijiquan has broken through again. I seem to see the shadow of Master from your body. Your Taijiquan has broken the limit. Zhang Tang couldn't help but rejoice as well. What Master said was indeed right. Diligence can make up for clumsiness. Originally, According to Master's judgment, my qualifications couldn't make Taijiquan break the limit, but now I've done it. Iron Bull seemed to understand something, and his eyes became determined. His mouth murmured a word. Diligence makes the difference. After murmuring, he suddenly looked at Zhang Teng. Elder brother, I have a hard time comprehending the subtleties of Taijiquan. Perhaps I'm not suited for it. Do you think I can comprehend the spitting technique through other means besides Taijiquan? Zhang Teng was stunned by the question. That, I don't know. Zhang Teng was honest. In this matter, you'd better ask Master. Perhaps he can give you an answer. Iron Bull had some hesitation. But, I'm worried that Master will scold me for being overly ambitious. Zhang Teng smiled, walked to Tainyo's side and patted his shoulder. What are you afraid of? We'll get scolded at most. That's our Master. Chapter 27, Pointing the Way. Dojo. Lin Bei's practice room. The process of the fourth body refining was exceptionally smooth. According to Lin Bei's deduction, in at most half a day's time, he would be able to successfully quench his body for the fourth time. My cultivation speed. It seems to be a bit faster than before. Is it because of the Taiji fist breaking the limit for the second time? During the fourth body refining process, Lin Bei realized that the speed of quenching his body was actually a few points faster than before. He immediately made the connection that perhaps it was the secondary breaking of the limit by Taijiquan. An illusion? Lin Bei shook his head and said darkly. It's not an illusion. The speed of tempering the body with the spitting technique is really faster. Originally, Lin Bei didn't know the gain of Taijiquan for the spitting technique. The spitting technique that he only knew after the first time he broke the limit in Taijiquan was why he was unaware of it. Now after Taijiquan had broken the limit for the second time, he immediately felt the difference in the two-way na technique. The second breaking of the limits of Taiji fist had deepened his understanding of Taiji. The art of spitting has been increased as a result. Lin Bei frowned. There was an increase, but he never felt that there was a blend. Perhaps I could try to extrapolate with Goldfinger? He tried to comprehend, tried to fuse, but regretfully realized that there always seemed to be an invisible wall that blocked his progress. With this in mind, Lin Bei's intention was highly concentrated, and his consciousness continuously tried to deduce. At this point, Lin Bei's mind really rang with a voice. The deduction failed. Your enlightenment is lacking. Your disciple, Zhang Teng, has extraordinary enlightenment and an extremely deep bond with you. You can use his enlightenment to deduce. Please pass on your thoughts. To Zhang Teng. Lin Bei first froze, then slammed his head straight up. He called out that his mind was spinning. This kind of thing, of course, was left to Zhang Teng. But, Lin Bei was also learning more and more about his own golden finger at the moment. Goldfinger's deduction of feats seemed to draw on Zhang Teng's enlightenment. Moreover, the deduction ability after drawing on enlightenment was more terrifying than even Zhang Teng himself. Thinking about it, Lin Bei was just about to get up when suddenly his ears twitched slightly. There's someone at the door. Sure enough, at this time, Iron Ox's timid voice came from outside the door. Master, are you there? Lin Bei was a bit puzzled. Why was Tainyo here? Since I couldn't guess, I simply stopped thinking about it. Come in. Iron Bull pushed his way in, his eyes fluttering. Lin Bei looked at Tainyo suspiciously. Something? Iron Bull's eyes wandered, then seemed to firm up his thoughts. Master, I know that I haven't even perfected my Taijiquan, and I'm not qualified to be initiated yet, so I shouldn't ask you for advice on cultivating immortality. Iron Bull was full of frustration. But, I want to cultivate immortality too much. I can feel that my perception is too poor. I'm afraid I won't be able to get started after practicing for the rest of my life. Speaking here, Tainyo jerked his head up to look at Lin Bei. There was sincerity in his eyes. Master, you have great powers. Can you let me in? What the hell? Iron Cow this is. Want to take a shortcut? Nope. Lin Bei suddenly realized that Tainyo was not trying to take a shortcut, but he wanted Lin Bei to teach him a suitable immortal cultivation law. Facing the sincere Iron Ox, Lin Bei secretly grumbled. He also wanted to help Tainyo create a cultivation method exclusive to him. He really can't do it. The most he can do is to provide a roughly workable framework. The key things have to be realized by yourself. No matter how you look at it, Iron Bull doesn't look like he's super enlightened. When he was about to open his mouth to refuse, he suddenly thought of something. Iron Bull, is it true that he has no talent and no understanding? Lin Bei immediately dismissed his thoughts when he recalled the performance of Tainyo when he fought with Zhang Teng earlier. Perhaps, Tainyo really had talent. Only his talent didn't lie in practicing Taijiquan or comprehending the art of vomiting. For example, Zhang Teng, he was originally a martial artist. Although his cultivation was good, his copper skin and iron bones were practiced, and he was considered a genius. But it seems that, among the martial artists, it is not considered amazing. After all, Zhang Teng had been practicing martial arts since he was young. and so far he was only at the Danhai realm, which was a world of difference compared to his talent for cultivating immortals. Is it possible that Iron Bull, by any chance, has a similar talent? He just hasn't realized it yet? After all, Tainyo had been born with divine strength since he was young, and this matter was well known within the nameless village. Lin Bei didn't give an immediate response, but instead glanced at Tainyo and opened his mouth to inquire. If you know there is no enlightenment, why force it? Iron Bull was undeterred by his words. Master, I only believe in what you said. What words? Lin Bei had some surprises. He himself didn't remember what he had said. After all, once upon a time, he had flubbed too much. It's all in the mind. Iron Bull spoke with a firm hand. You once said that Senior Zhang's talent was mediocre, but he was still able to break the limit with Taijiquan. That's what happens. Iron Bull went straight to his knees. Master, please show me the way. Sure enough, Iron Bull is trying to get him to show the way. Lin Bei secretly took a deep look at Tainyo. Go to the dojo and play a set of Tai Chi for me. At these words, Iron Bull was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. The two soon arrived at the dojo. Without saying a word, Tainyo began to work hard on his Taijiquan. Although the punches were decent, Lin Bei was keenly aware that there was something different about Tainyo's Taijiquan. Taiji. It is about the harmony of rigidity and flexibility, and the harmonization of yin and yang. Although Tainyo tried hard to show rigidity and flexibility, Lin Bei could see through the essence of his punching technique. Tainyo's Taijiquan has only rigidity, not flexibility, only yang, not yin. A set of Tai Chi ends. Tainyo eyed Lin Bei. Master, look at. Lin Bei said seriously. You're right. If you can't have an epiphany, you're practicing Taijiquan for the rest of your life, and you won't be able to complete it. After saying that, Lin Bei came to the stone table in the dojo, took out a pen and ink, and wrote out 2 words, Taiji. After writing, Lin Bei said to Tainyo, come here. Tainyo hurriedly ran to Lin Bei. Lin Bei didn't say anything more, but handed the paper with Taiji written on it, to Tainyo. Iron Bull was full of doubts. At this time, Lin Bei handed him another pen. Master this? Tainyo was puzzled. Lin Bei didn't answer, but spoke faintly. Think about your fist and give me this piece of paper tomorrow. After saying that, Lin Bei turned around and left. There was something bewildering about Tainyo, looking at the paper in his hand, transfixed. There were quite a few dojo disciples who ran over to inquire and find him to strike up a conversation, but he ignored them. He understood that Lin Bei must have a deep meaning. If he couldn't comprehend it, I'm afraid he would have nothing to do with immortal cultivation. The other side. Zhang Tang's retreat room. Lin Bei had just reached the door when Zhang Tang's quiet room happened to open. Master, what brings you here? Zhang Tang's tone had some astonishment and surprise. Cultivated the vomiting technique? Lin Bei asked. Yes. Zhang Tang answered truthfully. Lin Bei smiled and asked, any realization? Apprentice is having doubts. Zhang Tang said hurriedly. And please, Master, show me the way. Chapter 28, Great Harvest. Taiji Vomiting Technique. Zhang Tang didn't need to open his mouth for Lin Bei to know what he was thinking. 9 times out of 10, he was thinking of the same thing as himself. Go. Lin Bei didn't say anything, but turned around and walked towards the dojo. Zhang Tang followed closely behind. Just after arriving at the dojo, Zhang Tang saw Tainyo who froze in place, and then saw the pen and paper in Tainyo's hand. Especially when he saw in Tainyo's hand, the paper with the word Taiji written on it. He pondered. At this point, Lin Bei's voice rang in Zhang Tang's ears. There are some paths to take on your own. Zhang Tang immediately realized something. He understood that Lin Bei was reminding him not to try to help Tainyo analyze it. As they spoke, the two of them arrived at the dojo, and along the way, there were quite a few apprentices from the martial arts school who greeted them. Tong'er, I know what your doubt is. You want to ask. After Taijiquan broke the limit, the 2A Na technique cultivation became faster? Zhang Tang nodded repeatedly, his face full of admiration. Over there please seemed to be saying, surely the master knows everything. Lin Bei smiled slightly. Now, the same words, I'm going to give them to you. Lin Bei said indifferently. There are some things that can only be understood, and there are some roads that you have to walk on your own. Zhang Tang nodded his head obediently. Master said yes. At this point, Lin Bei came to the open space of the dojo and slightly raised his hands. Zhang Tang immediately concentrated when he saw Lin Bei practicing the Taiji starting hand style. The moment Lin Bei raised his hand, Zhang Tang suddenly had a wonderful feeling. He could feel that as Lin Bei began to play Tai Chi, the spiritual energy in heaven and earth seemed to echo with it. Between one move and one stance, one movement and one silence, it seemed to contain the principles of yin and yang of heaven and earth. The moment when Lin Bei saw that Zhang Tang seemed to be enlightened, he immediately thought of Laozi's description of yin and yang. Immediately, He spoke softly while the iron was hot. All things are negative of yin and embrace yang. And rush qi for harmony, understand the reasoning of yin and yang, and only then can you realize the way of heaven and earth. Zhang Tang listened to every word carefully, and as he looked at Lin Bei's taiji, he only felt an aura burst into his mind. Tai Chi, tu a na, Tai Chi. Zhang Tang murmured. Everything is negative yin and holds the yang, and rushes the qi for harmony? Suddenly, a divine light erupted from his eyes. The tone of the murmur went from puzzled to knowing, punching the air thought and, the moment Zhang Tang spat out these 5 words, a look of great enlightenment appeared on his face. There seemed to be a hint of confidence and ecstasy amidst the great realization, as if saying, "Little master, I have realized." In the meantime, a voice rang in Lin Bei's head. Your disciple realizes the principle of Tai Chi, integrates Tai Chi with the art of spitting, and comprehends Tai Chi spitting to break the limit once. Your spitting technique, advanced to Taiji spitting technique, second breaking limit. All of a sudden, all sorts of realizations came to mind. Many subtle truths, originally only half understood, are now all realized. The moment. Lin Bei was shocked. Taiji spitting technique. Although just the word Taiji is added, but the speed of cultivation simply skyrocketed tenfold. That's not even the kicker. What's the key? Taiji spitting technique completely opened Lin Bei's mind. Originally, he was still groping for how to fabricate the imperial laws, as if they were castles in the air, and were very flimsy. But now, not only did he have an idea, he also had a clear direction on how to build the foundation of the imperial law. Harvest. It's too big. At this point, Zhang Tang looked at Lin Bei with a face full of reverence. Master, I've comprehended it. Comprehended the Taiji spitting technique. Lin Bei could see Zhang Tang's joy and eagerness. He understood that Zhang Tang was in a hurry to close the door, to summarize and thoroughly integrate the Taiji spitting art. Go to the retreat. My disciple is rude. After meeting the salute, without saying a word, Zhang Tang flew back to the quiet room where he was in seclusion. The moment. Lin Bei glanced at Tainyo. Tainyo had come to the pavilion not far away at the moment and sat there, looking at the pen and paper mesmerized. Originally, Lin Bei only had a bold idea on how to teach Tainyo. There was no bottom line as to whether it would work or not. But now, after he had mastered the Taiji spitting technique, this bold idea had gone from the level of bottomless chance to having a faint possibility. I hope you understand my intentions and prove your enlightenment. Otherwise, how can you fish out my flower in the mirror? Lin Bei gave a dark cry, stopped talking nonsense, turned around and left. Zhang Tang was in a hurry to get ready to go back to his seclusion. Previously, the fourth refining of the refining body might still need half a day. But now, seizing the opportunity of this just sensation, it might not need half an hour to break through. Time passes. The other side. In Qingyun town, a young girl was tied up and dragged directly into the inn in full view of everyone. Who are these people? Why are they so arrogant as to tie up that woman and escort her into the inn in broad daylight? I saw the martial artists from the White River Martial Arts Center, and they didn't even cross the line, so it shouldn't be a bad incident? The White River Martial Arts School was the very martial arts school responsible for policing this area. When these words came out, many people revealed a dazed look. The maiden, what has she done? Who knows? But those who captured her, they wore similar clothes to her. Maybe they were from the same family? In the meantime, Long Luck Inn. Zhang Xiaoxiao was grabbed by 3 Zhang family retainers and thrown directly in front of a young man. Young lord, the people have been recaptured. The young man looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao, a hint of disdain hanging at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Xiaoxiao, running pretty fast? Did you go to ventilate? The person who spoke was no one else. It was the current young master of the Zhang family. Tao Zhang, what do you mean? Aren't you afraid of the clan elders chastising you for treating me like this? Zhang Xiaoxiao struggled. Only the rope was too tight for her to break free. Chastisement? Tao Zhang sneered. I'm here to arrest Zhang Tang, and you, the one who tipped me off, still dare to mouth off? Who is the sinner? You. Don't think no one knows what you've done. Zhang Xiaoxiao said angrily. My elder brother is not a sinner. Without saying a word, Tao Zhang directly slammed the table and splashed the wine in his hand onto Zhang Xiaoxiao's face. Winner takes all, loser takes all. After saying that, Tao Zhang came directly in front of Zhang Xiaoxiao and pinched her chin with both hands. Now that you're a prisoner and have made a mistake, this prince will teach you a good lesson as the young lord. Snap! A resounding slap across the face. Zhang Xiaoxiao's pain went pear-shaped. When I heard about Zhang Tang, I gave up even the chance to obtain the martial intent pill and rushed here at the first opportunity. If it's because of you that Zhang Tang escapes, can your lineage afford the price? Zhang Xiaoxiao gulped and retorted. I don't know what you're talking about. Pretending to be confused? Can you pretend? With a cold smile, Tao Zhang stood up and commanded the attendant beside him. Go! To the dojo! You guys block the roads around the dojo. Never let Zheng Teng escape. Chapter 29, Fourth Refinement. Successful. The moment. Dojo. Lin Bei sat cross-legged. Between the exhalations, a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy converged as if it were a vortex. As he exhaled, the aura flowed throughout his body, and the turbid qi expelled from his body. Cultivation, for Lin Bei, was a very enjoyable thing. Spit it out, hardening the Taoist body. In cultivation, Lin Bei felt not only getting stronger, but also a kind of harmony between man and nature. Serenity, tranquility. Fourth refinement. It's done. After the fourth refinement, Lin Bei felt that his entire body was unclogged and his thoughts were clear. There is also a whole new perception of one's own strength. According to the estimation, it was at least at the level of the Danhai realm. If they were to compare, even without the power of deduction, Lin Bei was confident that he could defeat Pavilion Master Chang. After the fourth refinement, Lin Bei clearly felt as if his body had been sublimated. Originally, the spiritual power of the heavens and earth exhaled in one day would be able to fill every cell to complete the quenching of the body. It's different now. It will take at least 3 days. Moreover, this was the time he needed after he had mastered the Taiji spitting technique. If the spitting technique had not advanced, this time could have been 10 days. Lin Bei understands that he is getting stronger and stronger, and the bottom is becoming more and more terrifying. At the moment, he was even thinking, if it is after 9 refinements, how strong should he be? Right at this moment, Lin Bei's ears twitched slightly. He could sense that there was someone outside the house. If you're here, why don't you come in? With Lin Bei's opening, Tainyo then pushed the door open. Look up and down. Lin Bei realized that in Tainyo's hand, he was holding a piece of paper and a pen. After Lin Bei's gaze landed on top of the paper, he gazed slightly. The word Taiji on top of the paper is still conspicuous, but if you look closely, there is a bit of ink on top of the word Tai in Taiji. Apparently, it was ordered up by Iron Bull, who seemed to want to write something, but ultimately did nothing. Master. There was something hollow in Tainyo's voice. Lin Bei didn't say anything. He just quietly looked at Tainyo. Only then did Tainyo continue. Am I really without enlightenment? I can't comprehend the meaning of this word Taiji. You don't get it? It seems, well, not quite. Lin Bei looked deeply at the black dot above the Taiji's Tai character. He could tell that Iron Bull had some sort of idea, but couldn't seem to make up his mind. Tainyo. I once gave Zhang Tang a quote, and now I'm giving it to you as well. Tainyo looked up at Lin Bei blankly. Please, master. Your thoughts, are they through? I am a monk. When my heart is clear, my thoughts are clear. When these words came out, Tainyo was stunned in place, as if his heart was turned upside down. He realized that Lin Bei seemed to have seen through all his thoughts. The words were, literally, a reference to him. The moment. Lin Bei smiled faintly before he got up and came to Tainyo's side, gently patting his shoulder. Come back to me when you figured it out. However, Lin Bei had just made the mistake of preparing to head to the dojo. Iron Bull suddenly said, Master, wait. Lin Bei's footsteps lurched. At this moment, the iron ox, in the eyes, flashed a trace of madness. Master, I know that my next behavior may be a bit disrespectful. Even if I am expelled from the master's sect, I will let you see my determination. Let you meet my thoughts through and through. Strike that. Tainyo directly picked up the brush in his hand, then raised it high. In the next second, surprisingly, in the midst of Lin Bei's attention, he even directly drew a hard fork in the Taiji's Tai character. Above the Taiji at the moment, the only word that remains is pull. After the drawing, the brush in Tainyo's hand seemed to have 1,000 pounds in it, as if he had used up all his strength. With one hand lowered, he stared at Lin Bei with a hint of madness in his eyes. Iron Bull understands. His moves now could determine his future. When Lin Bei saw this, his originally serious expression suddenly revealed a hint of a smile. Now, are the thoughts clear? Through and through, Iron Bull said with a nod. It's good to have a good thought. After saying that, Lin Bei turned around and walked towards the outside of the house. That's right. Leave your pen and paper on my desk and come with me to the dojo. At these words, Iron Bull was overjoyed. He knows. There was nothing wrong with what he had sent, and his actions were now recognized by Lin Bei. Yes, master. Tainyo hurriedly placed the paper and pen carefully, then followed Lin Bei's footsteps. The two soon arrived at the dojo. Lin Bei sat on the reclining chair in front of the stone table, and Tainyo honestly served tea. Every day, Lin Bei would have a period of time where he would come to the dojo to take a break, and by the way, he would also instruct those apprentices a few times. Tainyo, why did you cross out the word Tai among the Tai Chi? The Iron Ox said truthfully. The way of Taiji subtle and abnormal, embraces all things. But I can't comprehend it. If you can't realize it, why force it? Tainyo seemed to be caught up in memories. Master, you once said that everything in this world, once it reaches the extreme, one can realize the Tao. A skill that is close to the Tao is entering the door of cultivation. Iron Bull nodded slightly. No, inwardly, he was quite impressed as well. This Iron Ox usually looks iron naive. I did not expect to be as meticulous as a hare. Usually what he said, but even remembered in the heart. At this moment, Tainyo continued. Master, I have been born with divine strength and a strong body since I was young, and I feel that I may be able to tap into the extremes on top of my talent, and perhaps cross over into the door of cultivation. That's why I crossed out the word Taiji for 2. Not bad. Lin Bei nodded with great satisfaction. Tainyo, today, you have impressed me when you arrived. Not only do you have a cognizance of the direction of your cultivation, but you also have the courage to break the rules. Knowing that the immortal cultivation law I teach is related to Taiji, yet you dare to cross out the word Tai. Very good, Tainyo said sheepishly. Master, Lin Bei raised his hand. I'm praising you. Don't be nervous. To be a cultivator is to go against heaven. I once told Zhang Teng, my generation of cultivators are mortals when they go with the flow, and immortals when they go against the flow. Now, this saying is more suitable for you. Iron Bull was overjoyed. To this point, Lin Bei suddenly turned his words around. You shouldn't be too happy either. I once said that the Tao should not be passed on lightly. Do you know the meaning of this saying? Tainyo said. Originally I didn't understand, but now I do. It's not that Master is being a shabby person, but it's because the Tao is not something that can be learned by imparting it, but by realizing it. Lin Bei is very satisfied. Tainyo's main fight in know-how. A little bit of it. Now that the padding was all done. In case the cultivation method he had made up didn't work, it wouldn't arouse suspicion. Not even Iron Bull would suspect. One would only think that one really has no talent. At this exact moment, Lin Bei was just about to open his mouth to impart his teachings when his expression suddenly changed slightly. Immediately after that, he directly looked beyond the dojo. Just see. At this moment, outside the dojo, a line of people barged into the dojo. One of them, carrying a young girl. That young girl was no one else but Zhang Xiaoxiao. Chapter 30, A Decision Between Victory and Death. The visitors were no one else but Tao Zhang and his group. After seeing the visitor, Tainyo immediately realized what was going on. The Comer is not good. There was no need for Lin Bei to say anything. He directly ran to inform Zhang Tang. Who are you people? Why are you trespassing on the dojo? You, a dojo apprentice, seeing the visitor's aggressiveness, immediately stepped forward to rebuke him. Just before he could finish his words, he was kicked away by one of the attendants beside Tao Zhang. Off. The moment this scene appeared, Lin Bei was calm though. However, the teacup in his hand was directly pinched and cracked. Not waiting for Lin Bei to get angry, above the long corridor of the dojo, an angry shout came out. Unbridled, accompanied by an angry rebuke, Zhang Tang appeared in the dojo. Zhang Tang. The moment Tao Zhang saw Zhang Tang, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. It's true that Zhang Xiaoxiao was right. You didn't escape. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Xiaoxiao immediately shook her head violently. I didn't say that. I haven't betrayed my elder brother. Zhang Tang glanced at Zhang Xiaoxiao and then at Tao Zhang. A cold grunt. Tao Zhang, you're still this despicable. After saying that, he glanced at the apprentice, who had been sent flying unconscious, and his eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. He then came to Lin Bei's side. Master, has caused you trouble. As soon as these words came out, Lin Bei hadn't opened his mouth yet, but Tao Zhan was the first to reveal a sneer. Master? Is this what is called an immortal cultivator? Tao Zhang's expression was very disdainful, and his look at Lin Bei was also filled with provocation. Zhang Teng, are you trying to laugh me to death? To actually recognize such a liar as your teacher? Have you never seen a special school of martial arts? Zhang Teng was so angry that his face was red with sauce. It didn't matter to him if he was scolded, but he couldn't bear to describe his master in such a way. Master, my disciple invites you to fight. Lin Bei was even lazier and said immediately, have your revenge. Have your revenge. Although these words were calm, Zhang Teng instantly understood what he meant. What does it mean to avenge a grudge? What does it mean to pay back a grudge? Lin Bei was still gentle when he dealt with the 6th Harmony Martial School before. Just tell Zhang Teng to hit hard and don't show any mercy. But Lin Bei had just moved to kill with these words. My disciple leads the way. As the tone fell, Zhang Teng took a step forward and walked directly to the front side of Tao Zhang. Tao Zhang, if you are trying to threaten me with Zhang Xiaoxiao, you're afraid that you're going to miss the mark. since you're here today, you don't want to leave. After saying that, Zhang Tang directly shouted at Tainyo, Iron Bull, dig a hole. Iron Bull froze, then instantly understood something. Yes. Without saying a word, Tainyo immediately said to the people in the dojo, everyone move, dig a good pit so we can bury the people. Tao Zhang indifferently watched this and couldn't help but mock. Zhang Tang, I've seen this kind of look in your eyes before. When you were wasted by me, this is the look in your eyes. You want to kill me? Do you think? Are you qualified? After saying that, Tao Zhang, putting Zhang Xiaoxiao aside, deliberately said loudly, Shinya, you did a great job. Not only did you come to find out Zhang Tang's location, but you also revealed that he wouldn't go. Well done. Some of the apprentices at the dojo sniffed and immediately broke out in curses. I knew it. That woman is no good. Iron Bull stopped him directly. Okay, that's a simple diversion. And you're on top of it? The man froze. Divorce? Iron Bull nodded. Tao Zhang knows that Zhang Tang and Zhang Xiaoxiao are siblings, and this is a deliberate attempt at dissociation. When these words came out, the many apprentices in the dojo cursed angrily. Zhang Tao's treachery was on full display at this moment. In the face of Tao Zhang's words, Zhang Tang was unmoved. Tao Zhang, you are truly a synonym for despicable. But, want to use this method to mess with my mind? A fool's dream. Speaking here, Zhang Tang was murderous. Today, the time of death is approaching and you don't even realize it. And you're still doing these unnecessary performances here? Tao Zhang sniffed and glanced at Zhang Tang with interest. You, a trash with a destroyed dantian, are mouthing off here? I really don't know. Who gave you the backbone? Is it this unimpressive new martial arts school? After saying that, Tao Zhang stood up and looked at Zhang Tang. It looks like you're not going to tie your hands? When he finished speaking, he raised his hand. The 13 attendants behind him directly surrounded the dojo apprentice and Lin Bei. This unorthodox new school doesn't even have a Dan-hai realm, right? Tao Zhang suddenly laughed. I'm a kind-hearted person. I don't want to make a move on you. I still hope you'll tie your hands. I can see that you're very attached to this dojo, aren't you? You don't want them to get hurt either. Vile. Shameless. The dojo apprentices were furious. Seeing this, Zhang Tang suddenly laughed, the corners of his mouth rising, that sneer overflowing. Tao Zhang, you will pay the price for your behavior. For your behavior. Tone down. Zhang Tang took the lead. With an arrow step, he directly rushed towards Tao Zhang. Out of your depth. Tao Zhang's eyes were contemptuous. What did he have to fear from the waste whose danhai had been abolished in the district? Seeing Zhang Tang's fist attacking, he directly poked out one hand and directly prepared to receive Zhang Tang's attack hard. However, just at the moment when Tao Zhang was about to grab Zhang Tang's fist, the face changed abruptly, only to see Zhang Tang changed his stance in an instant, directly stepping on the taiji steps with his feet, making a false move, and directly hitting Tao Zhang with a palm strike. He actually caught my weakness instantly. This change of stance is too sudden to dodge. Tao Zhang gave a dark cry. Then his eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. So what if the moves are subtle? He was a martial artist of the late Dan-hai stage of the Great Circle, early stage of Dan-hai, gathering chi into the Dan-tian, middle stage of Dan-hai, gathering chi and transforming it into silk, the late stage of the Dan-hai, that was able to make the true chi of the Dan-hai leave the body. Granted, Zhang's strike was slapped directly at his dantian, but he wasn't panicked in the slightest. Shun Jiang condensed his true chi on the surface of his body. Direct hard resistance. Pang. A punch hits. Next, as if he was an arrow off the string, Tao Zhang flew out directly and ruthlessly crashed into a wall outside the dojo. When he landed on the ground, a mouthful of blood sprayed out directly. Put. After spitting out blood, Tao Zhang's face was filled with shock and disbelief. A carelessness. And he was actually knocked away and injured by Zhang Tang? How is that possible? He's a late-stage Dan-hai realm expert. Where's Zhang Tang? Just a mere martial artist whose Dan-hai was destroyed. This attack, why is it so powerful? And what's even more outrageous, the moment he was attacked he felt Zhang Tang's attack. It was actually a dark force that directly penetrated his body protection true chi. Because of this, he was beaten and spat out blood. Zhang Tang. Zhang Tao roared with rage. You're looking for death. He was enraged, and no longer had the calmness or the lightness of manner he had before, because it was at this point that he finally realized Zhang Tang was not a soft target even if his dantian was destroyed. Much ado about nothing. Zhang Tang's words were cold. Today, between you and me, both victory and defeat and life and death will be decided. Chapter 31, Lin Bei's instruction. Zhang Tang's words were like a flame thrown into dry wood. In a flash, it ignited Tao Zhang's anger. He looked at Zhang Tang with indignation and jealousy in his eyes. On what grounds? By what right could Zhang Tang take away his position as young master when he was only at the early stage of the Dan-hai? By what reason could Zhang Tong, after his dantian had been destroyed, rely on a new, unorthodox school and still be able to exchange blows with him? A waste. One should be at ease as a waste. Zhang Tao directly took out the finger tiger from his bosom and wore it on his hand. The spikes on top of the finger tiger, 1 finger long. Since you're being negative, my brother will give you a ride. Every word that Tao Zhang said was almost spoken through clenched teeth. At this moment, his killing intent was awe-inspiring. Even Zhang Xiaoxiao, who was caught in the distance, felt Tao Zhang's killing intent, and she couldn't help but scream, "Tao Zhang, what are you doing?" The clan said that they would take Zhang Tang back alive. Alive? Tao Zhang sneered. What's the point of talking about capturing them alive when it's already happened? Fists and feet have no eyes. Even if there are only corpses left, we can still deliver. As he spoke, he had already put on his finger tigers. No more words are needed. Under the fist, see the real thing. Next, Tao Zhang roared and charged out like lightning. Above his finger tigers, true qi surrounded them, like flames scorching the air, making it boil. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes were overwhelmed with worry. She understood that Tao Zhang really wanted to kill her elder brother. Good timing. When Zhang Tong saw Tao Zhang killing, he didn't retreat but advanced and directly met him. Seek death. Tao Zhang's killing intent skyrocketed as he violently swung out his fist. Buzz. Tao Zhang's fierce fist wind could even overturn stone tables and chairs several feet away. However, Zhang Tang was as if he had foreseen it, instantly avoiding the fist before it came, and even seizing the gap between Zhang Tao's punches. He backhanded a punch, directly blasting the dark energy into Zhang Tao's body. In a short period of time, the two exchanged hands 3 times. Logically speaking, Tao Zhang was at the late stage of the Dan Hai realm and was stronger than Zhang Tang, so he should be able to directly crush Zhang Tang. But the reality is quite the opposite. Zhang Tang was not only not injured, but all 3 counterattacks hit Tao Zhang. In particular, the third punch was a direct hit that caused Zhang Tao to stagger and take a few steps back as blood began to seep from the corners of his mouth. Vajra undefeated. After Zhang Tao was repelled, he almost gritted his teeth. At the same time, his face began to look ugly. Inside him, starting to panic, it was clear that he was faster, more powerful, and stronger than Zhang Tong, but his attacks either fell short or were unloaded by his opponent. The ferocity of the force seemed to hit cotton, making it difficult for him. Instead, each of Zhang Tang's attacks was extremely fierce, and in addition to his own strength, he even borrowed his strength several times. If not, he had intentionally utilized his true qi to protect his vitals, he would have even been defeated. Tao Zhang, your Zhang Zhu long fist, the more you practice, the more you go back. Zhang Tang's tone was filled with disdain. Thanks to you, you're still claiming to be the first person within the Zhang clan. Zhang Zhu long fist. That's it? Tao Zhang was furious and instantly blew his hair out. You wanna win against me even if you're a punk with a destroyed Danhai? You are demented. People say, dream. The true qi in Tao Zhang's body was running between his muscles and flesh, and it was as if his entire body was set on fire. His muscles and bones roared in unison, and the blood in his body seemed to roar like angry waves. This was a sign of dramatically urging his true qi and forcibly increasing his explosive power. Zhang Teng calmly watched Tao Zhang's gesture as his mind raced. He understands. Tao Zhang was utilizing his true qi at all costs and was squeezing the potential. Next, he would face a storm of attacks. If it was in the past, the gap in strength would have caused him to retreat. After all, even though he was a Vajra undefeated, his strength was actually too weak to withstand Tao Zhang's attacks. Once he was hit, he was afraid that he would directly lose his fighting ability. But at the moment, the words Lin Bei had once said popped into his mind. Our cultivators are the ones who walk against the sky. For a moment, the heart was filled with a sense of grandeur. I can win. Zhang Tong understood that right now. He was walking a tightrope and could not afford any mistakes. It was too late. Only seeing Tao Zhang's feet slightly exerting force, cracks instantly appeared on the dojo's floor. In the next second, Tao Zhang's speed was fully twice as fast as before. In an instant, he rushed to Zhang Tong. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Under the storm-like attack, Zhang Tong was unable to counterattack at all. It's too fast. Even if Zhang Tong saw Tao Zhang's weakness, he could not counterattack. Because, while the eyes and brain can keep up, the body can't. That's it. The difference in strength. The moment, Zhang Zhu's long fist is wide open. 3 punches and a kick. A deadly move. Zhang Tang seemed to be barely able to dodge now. Even, occasionally, because he couldn't dodge in time. His cheek was grazed by the wind of the fist, and a stream of blood directly soared out. One had to know that Zhang Tang had an undefeatable golden body refining degree. It is difficult to injure an ordinary blade, but at this moment, it cannot block the wind of Tao Zhang's fist. Duck and cover. I'd like to see how long you can hide. Tao Zhan looked hideous. Seeing that he was unable to hit Zhang Tang, he acted even more maniacal and attacked even more furiously. Zhang Tang gritted his teeth. He understands. Although Zhang Tao is strong at the moment, he understands the reasoning of 1 drum and then 3 exhaustion. He's waiting. Wait for the counterattack. The stronger Tao Zhang showed now, then the greater weakness he would show when he was exhausted afterwards. Not far. Lin Bei quietly watched the changes in the battlefield and also saw Zhang Tang's thoughts. Only, Zhang Tang obviously did not predict that Tao Zhan was so persistent. A slight frown was raised. He obviously realized that Zhang Tang's taiji steps were not as smooth as before. Zhang Tang's dodging began. With force. Sure enough, Tao Zhang's punch almost grazed against Zhang Tang's shoulder. And even the finger tiger directly pierced through the flesh outside of Zhang Tang's shoulder. If not for Zhang Tang's extreme dodging, he was afraid that one of his arms would have been pierced through. Master, senior brother Zhang, Tainyo stood beside Lin Bei, his eyes filled with worry. The moment, a sense of misfortune flashed within Zhang Tang. He hadn't expected that Tao Zhang's attack was so vicious. In order to be able to respond to the attack, wouldn't he have started to squeeze his potential a long time ago? Comparing with Tao Zhang, it seems like he will be the first to hold up, just as he was despairing within himself. Suddenly, a voice he knew well came from not far away. It was Lin Bei who spoke up. Seeing that Zhang Tang couldn't support himself, Lin Bei no longer watched from the wall and directly made a sound. Taiji upstep, Bagua Qian position, borrowing power, rigidity and flexibility. Once the short 16 words came out, Zhang Tang only felt his mind roar. He fought with Tao Zhang. Why could he hold on for so long? It was relying on the terrifying combat talent to capture the changes in Tao Zhang's attacks at any time and place and make a response in advance. Find out what he feels is the optimal confrontation. After he heard these short 16 words from Lin Bei, he instantly realized how much he had been sitting on the fence. Why? Because even when he was at a disadvantage and might not be able to hold out at any time, these 16 words of Lin Bei's were actually instructing him on how to check his decline and win with weakness. Even is pointing him out how it can be done. One defeats the enemy. Chapter 32, The Sky. It won't collapse. Zhang Tang barely hesitated and directly acted according to Lin Bei's instructions. Next, Tao Zhang attacked and the finger tiger went straight for Zhang Tang's heart. If it was in the past, he would definitely have predicted in advance and made a move to dodge. After all, this strike, it was too dangerous, and he couldn't see a break at all. But at this moment, he trusted Lin Bei so much that not only did he not dodge, but he directly stepped forward. Taiji up step. Sure enough, the weak deflection of the Taiji steps, combined with the upward step, not only dodged the strike, but also directly closed in on Tao Zhang. This sudden change in punching technique and style also caused Tao Zhang to show a moment of dismay. It was this momentary dismay that revealed an extremely brief weakness. Zhang Tang was inwardly shocked beyond measure. Because, Tao Zhang originally didn't have a breakthrough, but now he did. You have to know that the current Tao Zhang still belongs to the peak stage of a drum. Although shocked, Zhang Tang did not seize the weakness to counterattack. Instead, he continued to follow Lin Bei's instructions. Stepped right out. The 8 trigrams Qian position. Almost at the same time, in his haste, Tao Zhang only had to use the chop fist from Zhang Zu's long fist. Zhang Tang's movement seemed to have predicted his strike. Even more, this position can perfectly utilize the unloading and borrowing forces of Taiji Quan. Without any hesitation, the Taiji push palm defused the attack with the help of a huge force. Lend a hand. After this punch, Tao Zhang was unexpectedly lifted and flown directly into midair. And what's the scariest part? In this instant, he had no defense at all. The Dantian, even directly exposed to Zhang Tang. Even his Dantian couldn't even squeeze out his true chi for defense because his previous true chi run was too strong. How is it possible? Tao Zhang was stunned. He didn't even know what was happening. The moment, Zhang Tang's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Now, Tao Zhang is the fish on the chopping board. And all he needed to do was 2 words. Extinction. Without saying a word, Zhang Tang activated Taiji Quan. Rigor and flexibility in one punch. This punch directly hit Tao Zhang's Dantian. Zhang Tao's body was instantly hillocked, as if it were an arch bridge. The entire person, directly, was blasted into midair with a punch. Put. A mouthful of heart blood spurted out. Tao Zhang fell hard to the ground, his face full of horror, because he found out that punch from Zhang Tang. Surprisingly, the bright and dark energies were bombarded into his Dantian together, directly giving him the Dantian. Ruined. You. Tao Zhang was lying on the ground, pointing at Zhang Tang with one shivering hand. You destroyed my Dantian? This statement was made. The whole room was in an uproar. Many are even in a state of haze. Especially those Tao Zhang retainers who had surrounded Lin Bei, and the others were stunned. Tao Zhang. That was a strong person at the late stage of the Dan High realm, and was only a step away from the true meaning of the martial Dao. And Zhang Tang? A punk who had his Dantian abolished, had never even used his true chi from the beginning to the end. By all rights, Tao Zhang should have easily defeated Zhang Tang. But now what? Zhang Tang won. It even scrapped Tao Zhang. How does it feel to have your Dantian destroyed? Painful? Zhang Tang indifferently looked at Tao Zhang without the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. What are you going to do? When Tao Zhang saw Zhang Tang, who was approaching him step by step, the fear in his eyes could not help but spread. He couldn't even believe that in a flash of lightning, he had lost. You lost. Zhang Tang's tone became cold. I said, today, you and I, we share both victory and defeat. Split. Life. Death. Zhang Tang almost roared out all of his indignation with the last 4 words. You're killing me, Tao Zhang screamed. And then, as if he was trying to grab a life preserver, he looked at those his attendants. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and arrest the people from the dojo. If he dares to kill me, you guys will kill them. This statement was made. Those attendants, looking at each other, no one dared to move. Why aren't you guys moving? Don't you listen to this young lord's words either? Tao Zhang screamed. It was only those attendants that still didn't dare to move. Why? Because no one in the room was a cutie. Everyone understood why Zhang Tang was so strong. Isn't it because of a horrible master? Even more, those 16 words at the end made the servants feel terrified and chilled. Just by casually pointing out 16 words, not only did Zhang Tang turn defeat into victory, he even abolished Zhang Tao's Dantian with a single strike. The moment, Lin Bei was right in front of them. No hands, though, didn't even say much. But, these squires, how dare they do it? You want to die? Zhang Tang, at this moment, looked towards the struggling and maniacal Zhang Tao and said indifferently, after all this, if you still think of surviving in a despicable way, do you think they will dare to do it? My disciples, though mediocre in strength, master, are there. Master is right there. These few words, Zhang Tang said with ease, but full of trust. Tao Zhang instantly froze as he looked at Zhang Tang, who was constantly approaching, and finally felt fear. No, you can't kill me. There's a head for the grievances, and there's a head for the debts. Zhang Tang walked towards Tao Zhang to count his sins. You drugged me, framed me for destroying the innocence of the county princess, and wasted my Dantian, snatching away my position as young master. Now, they are coming to the dojo to try to kill me, and trying to threaten me with my senior brothers. At this moment, Zhang Tang had already walked up to Zhang Tao. He bent down and coldly gazed at him, nearly gritting his teeth. Damn you! After saying that, he directly strangled Tao Zhang's throat. Death is near. Tao Zhang cried out in pain and begged for mercy. Zhang Tang, you can't kill me. As long as I'm still alive, I can prove your innocence. I'm willing to confess to the crime, willing to admit that I poisoned you. Don't you want innocence? As long as you're innocent, the Nanyang Zhou clan won't blame you. Zhang Tang froze, then looked at Tao Zhang pitifully. You're pathetic. Do you still want to live after all this? Tao Zhang hurriedly opened his mouth. Even if you kill me, the Zhang clan will still send someone, or even the clan elder will come over directly. Even if you block the clan elder, the Nanyang Zhou clan will still come over. You'll do more harm than good if you kill me. Tao Zhang's voice was urgent. You really don't want to clear your name? Zhang Tang sneered. It doesn't matter. Come one, fight one. Come a pair, I'll fight a pair. These people are nothing but stumbling blocks on my cultivation path. There's master, Zhang Tang said conceitedly. The sky, it won't collapse. Lin Bei sniffed and his eyes twitched. So, Zhang Tang is so confident all because of him? However, Lin Bei's own family knows his own business, and he can not be relied on. Crazy, you're crazy, you lunatic, Tao Zhang screamed. Dead to the world. I'll tell you what, no matter if I'm innocent or not, it doesn't matter anymore. Lying with the county princess is a sin. The Nanyang Zhou clan won't let me go. Tao Zhang froze. At this moment, Zhang Tang came to Tao Zhang's ear and said indifferently, brother, past grudges, too clear. Don't be afraid. It doesn't hurt. Ka-ching. The sound of a neck being snapped resounded through the dojo. Chapter 33 Extreme Situations. Dojo. There was a brief silence. Zhang Tang tilted his head to look at the sky with an unprecedented sense of relief. Iron Bull was the first to break the unusual silence. A good death. Congratulations to senior brother Zhang. His revenge has been avenged. Zhang Tang was relieved, which brought out a long-lost smile. He then walked over to Zhang Xiaoxiao and untied her. Zhang Xiaoxiao's face was full of worry. Elder brother, you killed Zhang Tao. He is the young master of the Zhang family. This matter the family will never stop. Oh, Zhang Tang responded in a nonchalant manner. Let them be. The favor is gone from the moment they wasted me. And now to aid and abet me in trying to capture me is to be an enemy. After saying this, Zhang Tong continued. Shinny, don't leave for now. Stay here. Zhang Xiaoxiao froze. Brother, what do you mean? Zhang Tong gave her a cold look. I'm afraid you'll go back and air it out. I need time to get stronger. Even if it's just for a day. It's important. Zhang Xiaoxiao was frozen on the spot, and the eyes she looked at Zhang Tong had guilt and loss. Their brother and sister. Zhang Tang was, surprisingly, so wary of her. Only, on second thought, it seemed that Zhang Tang's performance was completely fine. If she went back, I'm afraid that even if she had something to hide, she would be forced by the family pressure to tell everything here. I'm not leaving, I'm staying here. Zhang Tang sighed and just said softly, don't let me down. Zhang Xiaoxiao was both somewhat aggrieved and ashamed. I won't go. The moment. Zhang Tang didn't say anything more, but instead looked towards those Zhang Tao retainers who didn't know what to do. Among these people, the vast majority of them were martial artists recruited by Tao Zhang himself, with only a few people from his family following. Do you really want to fight for a dead man if you don't surrender and tie your hands? Once these words came out, these attendants no longer dared to say anything more. They understood that Zhang Tang had even detained his own sister, and if they dared to run, they were afraid that they would be companions with Tao Zhang. As for resistance, it's even more unthinkable. Every one of them had lost their fighting spirit, for no other reason. This was because they understood that the most terrifying one in this dojo was definitely not Zhang Tang, who had decapitated Tao Zhang. Rather, it was his master, this young-looking man. They knew better than anyone how weak Zhang Tang was after his dantian was destroyed before. In Zhang's clan, everyone can be deceived. But how long has it been here? Zhang Tang simply looked like a different person. Not only did he regain his confidence, but his battle power soared. It was important to know that Tao Zhang was not far from comprehending the true meaning of martial arts. In the same realm, it definitely belonged to the dragon and phoenix among men. But what about Zhang Tang? He actually used the strength of body refining to beat Zhang Tao, a late-stage Dan-Hai expert, to death. They only felt that this dojo was too terrifying. Especially, the Lin Bei in front of them. There were no hands, but merely casual pointers. Surprisingly, it allowed Zhang Tang, a wastrel with a destroyed dantian, to directly bounce back from an extreme disadvantage, or even, crippled them with a single blow. In such a situation, how could they dare to think of resistance? We surrender. These attendants had their heads hanging down, not daring to look up. Kneel down and put your hands behind your back, Zhang Tang directly ordered. These martial artists complied, understanding that as long as they became captives, they were safe for the time being. Zhang Tang said to Tainyo, find some ropes for us to tie them up together. Yes, the apprentices of the dojo had begun to find ropes and tie the squires up in knots. At this point, Zhang Tingsai came in front of Lin Bei, his head lowered, somewhat ashamed. Master, I've caused you trouble. Lin Bei was helpless inside though. This kid knows how to cause trouble? But at the moment he could only offer words of comfort. Thoughts, are they through? Zhang Tong seemed relieved. Master, my thoughts, through and through. Lin Bei was filled with concern. What's next? What's the response? It looks like it's full of concern, but it's actually considering whether or not to run away. In case he couldn't beat them, Lin Bei decided to immediately find an excuse to take Zhang Tang out for a cloud tour. Master, after Zhang Tang was defeated, we detained these people. They won't know the news for 3 days. Zhang Tang analyzed with a serious face. I've already asked the people from the main hall to mediate. If the mediation is successful, naturally everything will be fine. Or if the mediation is unsuccessful, it can still delay the time. Given enough time, I am confident of meeting all dangers. Zhang Tang's face carried determination. Speak your judgment. Lin Bei continued to inquire. This matter was of great concern to him, and if the enemy was unbeatable, he would definitely find a way to take Zhang Tang and slip away first. Zhang Tang said honestly, I think that, according to the Zhou clan's personality, the likelihood of the General Hall's mediation succeeding is very low. However, the face of the General Pavilion will have to be given after all, and most of the Zhou clan will pressure the Zhang clan to arrest me. Zhang Tong continued. Zhang clan, the next most likely person to come should be a clan elder who has comprehended the true meaning of the martial Dao and reached the realm of gathering meaning. But there are extremes. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. And accidents? Without giving it much thought, Lin Bei immediately inquired. What extreme situation? Zhang Tang said after a little thought. In the Zhang clan, the strongest is Tao Zhang's grandpa, Zhang Tsonglong. He is a strong person at the true intent level of martial arts. Having comprehended the peak of the true intent level, it's just that, Zhang Solong went to the battlefield outside of Guanwei and shouldn't be coming back. So the extreme scenario is that he suddenly comes back and then hears that Tao Zhan was killed by me and comes to take revenge. When Zhang Solong was mentioned, Zhang Tang obviously had some complexity, but there was also some resentment amongst the complexity. He understands. Why didn't the family go after Tao for poisoning him? Why did they abandon him? Aside from the fact that he had become a waste, Zhang Solong was the biggest reason. Lin Bei's inner uneasiness subsided a bit as he heard Zhang Tang's description. The realm of martial true intent was powerful though. But Lin Bei is confident that as long as he is given a little time, his cultivation will continue to improve. At that time, even if a martial true intent powerhouse came, he might not be unable to win the battle. As it is, what's the point of running? Lin Bei immediately stopped panicking, and his mood was much better. Alright, Lin Bei interrupted Zhang Tang's words and instead smiled and encouraged. Cultivate well. If you encounter difficulties, rise to them, and even if the sky falls, there is still master. Zhang Tang was touched inwardly. Apprentice understands, and follows the master's orders. At this point, Lin Bei saw that Tainyo had returned. Have the people been placed? Lin Bei inquired. Yes, master. Don't we have a cave in the back of the mountain? Throw them all inside the firewood room. This place is good. Zhang Tang immediately expressed his appreciation. It's not far from my quiet room, but if they dare to be dishonest, I'll be able to take care of them. Lin Bei smiled and nodded. Tainyo, well done. Next, master will teach you the immortal cultivation law. Tainyo was overjoyed and hastened to kneel down. Listen to the master's teachings. Chapter 34, The Method of Enlightenment. Looking at Tainyo's surprised expression, Lin Bei decided to give him a pot of cold water first. Tainyo, if you want to go off the beaten path and start with a pole, do you know what that means? Please teach master. Tainyo said respectfully. Lin Bei didn't sell himself short and spoke directly. Entering the Tao with polarity means that you have to expend efforts unimaginable to others. Lin Bei took the tea handed by Zhang Tang and continued. It means that you have to leave everything behind and immerse yourself without distraction. The bottom line is. Speaking here, Lin Bei looked up at Iron Ox who was kneeling in front of him. Iron Bull also looked up with a face full of longing. No matter how hard you try and how immersed you are, there is always the possibility of a basket case. You may never understand it enough to enter it. Lin Bei took a sip of tea and asked seriously. Even so, do you still want to cultivate? Tainyo said firmly. I want to cultivate. Please master pass on my cultivation method. Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief. What should be laid out was pretty much laid out anyway. If Iron Bull really didn't practice, it had nothing to do with him. With this in mind, Lin Bei directly opened his mouth. If you want to cultivate, you must understand the ultimate path. He spoke directly from the Tao Te Ching, the made-up sayings, the so-called extreme Tao. The core lies in the Tao, not in the extreme. As the saying goes, the Tao begets one, one begets two begets three, and three begets all things. The Tao contains all things, and conversely, all things contain the Tao. Although he was teaching Tainyo, Zhang Tang was also listening attentively. He understood that this was Lin Bei's preaching, and if he could comprehend it he would be endlessly benefited. Tainyo, the so-called extreme Tao is to make something extreme, to break the extreme, and ultimately to be able to glimpse the truth of the great Tao. Do you understand? Tainyo nodded. I understand. No matter how one cultivates, as long as one can achieve the ultimate, they will all end up on the same path. The words different paths lead to the same place were said with some real spirituality, and Lin Bei nodded with satisfaction. Tainyo, you were born with difficulty in comprehending yin and yang, yet you have a talent in the physical body that exceeds that of ordinary people. Today I will pass on to you the method of opening the orifices. Remember, you will be able to perceive the power of the heavens and the earth through your own extreme exercise. Once you can feel the spiritual power of heaven and earth and incorporate it into your orifices, your path of cultivation is complete. Iron Bull was thrilled to listen intently to every word. Please, master, give me the law. Lin Bei said immediately. Around the human body, there are 365 major orifices, which are Tian Tu, Xian Gue, Hua Gai, Zi Gong, Yu Tang, Tan Zhong, Zhong Ting, and Zhu Ke. When you practice Taijiquan, don't think about sensing the true meaning of Taiji and comprehending the method of vomiting, but rather find another way to let your orifices, instead, resonate with the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Let the instincts of your body sense heaven and earth instead. When your body can instinctively exhale the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, then you're initiated. Lin Bei's transmission of the method this time, compared to the transmission of Zhang Tang's spitting technique, that had definitely improved too much. Not only did he incorporate his previous knowledge, but it was also a Gong method that he had concocted through his own perceptions of body refining, the second breaking of the limit of Taijiquan, and the Taiji exhalation technique, although he himself did not have the talent to practice, but in terms of theory, he was absolutely over the top. The road he has paved, as to whether it can be, all depends on Tinyo himself. Go, pursue your path. Yes, master. The iron bull fight burns. Right at this moment, Zhang Tang suddenly asked cautiously, Master, this method of the orifices is truly exquisite. If I can open my own orifices and combine it with the Taiji vomiting method, won't it multiply the speed of my cultivation? Can I participate in this method? Lin Bei was slightly stunned. It's a thing. He didn't know about it. He also just made it up not long ago in order to help Tinyo cultivate. If Iron Ox had practiced, he would still be able to give Zhang Tang an accurate answer. But now he really didn't know if it would work. Lin Bei had long been familiar with how to deal with such situations. Instead of answering, he responded with a smile. Practice produces true knowledge. The Tao embraces everything under the sun. So why not give it a try? Zhang Tang came to a sudden realization. Master's words are like an enlightenment. The disciple will leave. Looking at Zhang Tang's back as he left in high spirits, Lin Bei was also quite expectant. Time passes slowly. Tranquility returned to the dojo. Lin Bei was in the middle of drinking tea when suddenly someone carefully came to his side and handed over past tea. In his afterglow, Lin Bei realized that the one handing the tea was no one else but Zhang Xiaoxiao. Lin Bei didn't pick it up, and Zhang Xiaoxiao whispered a reminder. Senpai, something wrong? Lin Bei faintly inquired. He did not have much good feelings towards Zhang Xiaoxiao. Wouldn't he? Although she was Zhang Tang's own sister, the concept of kinship was obviously weak in her eyes. Senior, you're so powerful, with a heart for the world. It's admirable, Zhang Xiaoxiao said in a hurry. A ballyhoo? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. This little ninny seems to have heart? If it was someone else, there was still a possibility of being cupped. But he, Lin Bei, didn't eat this at all. Speak human. Zhang Xiaoxiao froze, not expecting Lin Bei to speak so directly, making it a bit difficult for her to eat her words. However, at this moment, she still said stiffly, Elder, you are the elder brother's master. Do you really want to see him get into trouble with the clan? Why don't you make a trip to the Zhang family and convince them not to target your elder brother anymore? I believe that the Zhang family will definitely consider it when they see your strength. In addition to that, could you please make a trip to the Nanyang Zhou clan? I believe that the Nanyang Zhou clan will definitely look at the face of the seniors and spare the elder brother. When these words came out, Lin Bei was filled with speechlessness. The good news for him was that Zhang Xiaoxiao thought he was great and respected her. The bad news was that this little ninny had completely misjudged his strength. But, even if Lin Bei really had this kind of strength, he wouldn't interfere. Looking at Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes that were full of expectation, Lin Bei did not answer directly. Instead, he directly spilled the tea that Zhang Xiaoxiao had poured on the floor. Tea? Not the way you make it. Learn how to make tea and helping to pour it. After saying that, Lin Bei directly got up. There was some dullness in Zhang Xiaoxiao. She already knew what Lin Bei meant. It was outright refusal. Senior, why? It's obvious that it can be solved if you just step in. Why should it be like this? Lin Bei's footsteps lurched and he looked at her very coldly. I would advise you not to interfere in your brother's affairs. And the Zhang family or the Zhou family, they planted the cause themselves, so they must be prepared to taste the fruit that the tree bears. This statement was made. Zhang Xiaoxiao directly froze in place. Her look was full of frustration. Right at this moment, Zhang Tang suddenly appeared behind Zhang Xiaoxiao. Elder brother. Zhang Xiaoxiao hurriedly spoke. However, Zhang Tang just looked at her indifferently. Shinya, am I giving you too much freedom? In the future, if you offend my master, don't blame me for not remembering my brotherhood. Tone down. Zhang Xiaoxiao was like falling into an ice cellar. Chapter 35, 3 times the limit is broken. The fifth refining. Zhang Tang's words were like a heavy hammer that struck Zhang Xiaoxiao's heart. She felt aggrieved. It was obvious that she was looking out for Zhang Tang, but not only did Zhang Tang not appreciate it, he even had to disregard the love between brother and sister. Thus, Zhang Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and inquired, Elder brother, am I wrong? Senior Lin Bei is so powerful. If he is willing. The words were not yet spoken. Zhang Tang directly interrupted her. The moment. Zhang Tang had an unspeakable disappointment. In his eyes, Zhang Xiaoxiao was like a frog sitting on a well and watching the sky, without much explanation. Even, Zhang Tang directly did not bother to explain. Either shut up or go to the woodshed. You choose. Zhang Xiaoxiao seemed to want to say something else, but after seeing Zhang Tang's icy cold eyes, she finally chose to shut up. Time passes. Nightfall. Tainyo placed Zhang Xiaoxiao in the guest room. Inside the guest room, Zhang Xiaoxiao stood in front of the window, looking at the bright moon outside, not knowing what she was thinking about. The other side, the retreat room. Lin Bei was in the middle of his fifth refinement. At that exact moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Your disciple Zhang Tang, comprehending the Zhou heavenly orifices, has furthered his understanding of the Taiji spitting technique. He has realized that the Taiji spitting technique embraces all things, and has already broken the limit for the second time. Your Taiji spitting technique, upgraded to 3 limit breaks. Lin Bei was slightly stunned. Zhang Tang, this kid, enlightenment so strong? 3 times after breaking the limit. This time, he was running the vomiting technique, and he was actually vomiting even the orifices around his body together. Lin Bei understood that Zhang Tang had not comprehended the extreme Tao that he had imparted to Tainyo. Instead, he blended and took the essence of the art, and in doing so, he broke through the Taiji spitting technique. What a demon! This kid, Zhang Tang, was simply born with the immortal cultivation saint body. Lin Bei can't help but sigh inwardly. Time passes slowly. The next day, daybreak, the breeze blew through the flowers outside the house, and there was the fragrance of flowers coming in. 5th refinement. It's done. After the 5th refinement, Lin Bei had an out-of-the-dark aura. This feeling is like getting a new life. It seems that vomiting the 9 refinements is a process of transcendence. Lin Bei's understanding of the imperial laws was also gradually deepening. Originally, in his conception, the royal law was only to manipulate the spiritual power of heaven and earth. But now, he suddenly understands. The imperial law was not as simple as manipulating the spiritual power of the heavens and earth, but rather being in a state of resonance and symbiosis with the spiritual power of the heavens and earth. He had a deeper understanding of the 4 words go with the flow. Come to the dojo. Lin Bei realized that Tainyo was practicing boxing with single-mindedness. Master, you control the iron ox. An apprentice at the dojo was anxious. Lin Bei glanced at him. This person was very close to Tainyo and was addressed as Xiao Luzi. What's wrong, little 6th son? Lin Bei asked. Master, Tainyo, he's, like, crazy. Kuroko was nervous as hell. He's been practicing his kung fu since yesterday. Didn't sleep all night. Will something go wrong at this rate? At this point, Zhang Xiaoxiao suddenly said, he rested for 2 hours last night. That doesn't work either. How can a person practice like that? Xiao Luzi's face was full of anxiety. Lin Bei sniffed and carefully observed the iron ox. It's in great shape. He understood that Tainyo was squeezing his limits, wanting to rely on squeezing the limits of his body to get his body to, naturally, open the orifices. It's fine, Lin Bei said indifferently. Tainyo's in a good state. He's trying to step onto the cultivation path. Don't disturb him. Kuroko froze. Master, you mean it's okay to practice like this? Lin Bei could tell what he was thinking at a glance. Tainyo has been born with divine strength since he was a child. He has the talent and background to practice. You guys can't. Forget it. Sure enough, when these words came out, Xiao Luzi and a few other surrounding dojo apprentices revealed a look of disappointment. Right at this moment, Zhang Tang walked out. The first time Zhang Xiaoxiao saw Zhang Tang, she revealed a look of surprise. Because, surprisingly, she sensed that Zhang Tang had a feeling of being transcendent and out of the world. 4th refinement? Lin Bei opened his mouth indifferently. There was some surprise within him. His Taiji spitting technique had already broken the limit 3 times, and his speed could be much faster than Zhang Tang's. Zhang Tang had actually broken through the 4th refinement in such a short period of time? Seeing Lin Bei's surprise, Zhang Tang revealed a look of shame. Master, I'm ashamed to say that. In fact, the reason why I was able to refine the 4th so quickly was because I was already Vajra undefeated, and during the process of vomiting, the speed of refining the body was extraordinarily fast. Zhang Tang honestly said, the 5th refinement. I'm afraid it's much slower. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. Master, the apprentice has one more thing to report. Speak. Pause no longer hesitated. Immediately said, Master, I had an epiphany last night. My spitting technique, it seems to have broken the limit for the second time. Average, Lin Bei said calmly. He was worried that Zhang Tang would know that he was too demonic and would be complacent, so he decided to knock a little bit. Originally, I thought that after I talked to Tainyo about the method of the orifices, you would be able to break through when you went back, but I didn't want it to take half a day. When these words came out, Zhang Tang was slightly stunned, then realized that Lin Bei had already known about all of this. At the moment, something dawned on him. It turned out that Lin Bei was teaching the iron ox cultivation method in front of him and was also secretly instructing him. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Lin Bei smiled faintly, worrying that the suppression was too hard to shake Zhang Tang's confidence, so he encouraged him slightly, to be able to break through the limits of the spitting art. You are considered outstanding. Don't be complacent. Keep working hard. Yes. Zhang Tang was full of fighting spirit. Seeing Zhang Tang's state, Lin Bei nodded with satisfaction. Right at this moment, a figure that appeared outside the dojo. Lin Bei looked up. The visitor was no other than Mu Qingyue of the General Pavilion. Miss Mu, you're here? Zhang Tang greeted him with a smile. How's that mediation thing going? At this moment, Mu Qingyue had a hint of shame on her face. Shame. Our martial arts main hall in Qingyan City has some prestige, but it's not enough in Nanyang. Mu Qingyue sighed helplessly. I have gone to Nanyang to commission the main hall in Nanyang, but unfortunately, Nanyang Zhou simply do not give face. It wasn't explicitly stated, but the dojo understood. Mediation failed, but this matter is not without a crack. A glint flashed in Mu Qingyue's eyes as her words changed. In Nanyang, we can't do anything about him, but this is the sphere of influence of Qingyun City, and I've already reported to the pavilion master. Who wants your dojo to move next to the main pavilion? Mu Qingyue said with some anticipation. As long as you arrive by the main hall, we will naturally have a way to shelter you. Lin Bei sniffed, thought a little, and felt that this method was not bad. However, without waiting for Lin Bei to open his mouth, Zhang Tang directly refused. No, we're right here. We're not going anywhere. Chapter 36. What the hell? Such a dry refusal? How dare this kid take the liberty? Lin Bei is inwardly speechless. If you can lie down, why are you trying to be a hero? Young man. At this point, Mu Qingyue looked towards Lin Bei. This, I believe, is martial friend Lin Bei? Lin Bei nodded. That's exactly what I am. Mu Qingyue made a bow. The last time we parted, it was a pity that we couldn't see each other in a hurry. Since you are the master, the dojo is naturally your master, right? Not bad. Lin Bei nodded. I'll be the master of the dojo. In that case, I wonder what martial friend Lin thinks. Should we move next to the main hall? Mu Qingyue asked with a smile. How? What's there to think about? Lin Bei said without hesitation. Didn't you hear Tanger? We're not going anywhere. When these words came out, Mu Qingyue froze for a moment. She originally thought that as the owner of the dojo, Lin Bei would look after the big picture, but now it seems that Lin Bei, the owner of the dojo, doesn't seem to care about it either? She never dreamed of it. The reason Lin Bei said that was not because he didn't want to, but he couldn't. No way. The bull was blown out before. What goes with being mortal and against being immortal? What to rise to the occasion and use everything as a millstone? He was a good brainwashing to Zhang Tang. Now that he's racked up, if he suddenly concedes that he's going to build a martial arts school next to the main hall, well, then his persona is falling apart. The current Zhang Tang will not be in a position to suspect him of being a liar. But Lin Bei also realized that the reason why Zhang Tang is so demonic, he is convinced of the cultivation of immortality. The vast majority of the reason is because of the absolute trust placed in him. It would be bad if the persona crumbled, revealed itself, and aroused Zhang Tang's suspicion. In case the Tang Dao heart collapsed, then Lin Bei would really be left without tears. Because Zhang Tang is also the root of his rise. How could he destroy his own foundation? Sure enough, when these words came out, Zhang Tang revealed an expression that was true. Lin Bei was inwardly speechless. There's no way. You have to pretend with tears in your eyes when you've blown your own trumpet. Really? If that's the case, then it's a pity. Mu Qingyue's face was full of pity. In this matter, I have done my best, and in the future you will have to fend for yourselves. Zhang Tang said unconcernedly. There is no need for Miss Mu to worry. Our dojo has its own way of dealing with this. In that case, I can only wish you good luck with your martial arts. Mu Qingyue made a bow and said to Lin Bei, Martial friend Lin, farewell. Slow down. Mu Qingyue nodded, then turned around and left. Looking at Mu Qingyue's back as she left, Zhang Tang could not help but smile to himself. Master, it's true that you're still right. Relying on others is better than relying on oneself. I once went so far as to place my hopes on her. Now that I think about it, how ridiculous. Lin Bei smiled faintly and patted his shoulder. Cultivate well. The road is ultimately your own. Lin Bei turned around and left. When Zhang Xiaoxiao saw Lin Bei leaving, she couldn't help but ask, Elder brother, your last retreat is now gone. Why don't you beg Elder Lin Bei to go to the Zhang family? Enough. Zhang Tang directly and savagely interrupted Zhang Xiaoxiao's words. There is no next time. If I hear anything like that again, I'll send you to the woodshed. Zhang Xiaoxiao sniffed and couldn't hold back her tears. In her opinion, she is doing it for Zhang Tang's good, but she doesn't know. Her cowardice and stupidity was tantamount to cutting off Zhang Tang's cultivation path. Time passes. Inside the house, Zhang Xiaoxiao seemed to have figured something out as she directly sneaked out her flute and gently played it. Soon, a white flying dove landed. She rolled a straight jump into a bamboo tube and shoved it into the right foot of the flying pigeon. However, just as he had just let go of the flying pigeon, it happened to be seen by Xiao Luzi. Xiao Luzi did not say anything, but secretly found Zheng Tang, who was practicing Tai Chi in the dojo. Recently, Zheng Tang realized that Taiji spitting technique was not the fastest to meditate and cultivate all the time. Instead, it was faster to cultivate in combination with Taijiquan. Elder brother Zhang. Little Six ran over. Little Six? What's wrong? Is something wrong? Zheng Tang had some surprises. When he usually practiced boxing, even if his disciples wanted to ask for advice, it was after he finished practicing. Finding him directly in the middle of practicing boxing like this was hardly ever the case. There's a little something. Xiao Luzi hurriedly told what he had seen. When Zheng Tang heard the flying pigeon, his face instantly turned ice cold. Without any nonsense, he arrived outside Zhang Xiaoxiao's house and directly pushed open the door. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoxiao was dressing up. Seeing Zheng Tang coming, he immediately stopped his hand movements, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Brother, what brings you here? Only, the surprise in her eyes did not last long as she read the disappointment in Zheng Tang's eyes. The moment Zhang Xiaoxiao's heart stuttered. What she had done, she realized, seemed to be exposed. Sure enough, Zheng Tang directly questioned. Shinya, I originally did not imprison you out of consideration of brother-sister love, but you have disappointed me too much. You knew when I was set up, but you didn't testify on my behalf. I can understand that. Because of Zhang Tsonglong, the Zhang family will definitely abandon me. Even if you testified, it would be useless. You would only be implicated for nothing. Zheng Tang's tone had some slight pain in it as he roared out in a low voice. But I never thought that you would betray me. From today onwards, you and I are brother and sister, and our love is severed. From now on, you are not allowed to go anywhere inside the house. I will seal the doors and windows. Don't let me catch you escaping. After saying that, Zheng Tang turned away with determination. Zhang Xiaoxiao immediately panicked at his words and hurriedly said, Elder brother, listen to my explanation. Zheng Tang directly shook off the corner of Zhang Xiaoxiao's coat that she had grabbed. I didn't give the letter to anyone else. I gave it to Grandpa. I want him to help you. This statement was made. Zheng Tang's footsteps lurched, and he suddenly laughed miserably a few times with some sadness. Grandpa, you were there when he gave me up. You think he will help me? I'm afraid, not only will he not save me, he'll come and arrest me himself. Because everything is about the greater good. Laughing miserably for a few moments, he turned his head to Shirnoa. Is it wrong to focus on the greater good? For the sake of family continuity, is it wrong? After all, our parents, they died for the sake of the family. Grandpa, he. Shut up. Zheng Tang's eyes were crimson as he coldly looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao. You guys are right. So am I wrong? Zheng Tang's voice was deep and terrifying. Zhang Xiaoxiao, remember, I don't owe you anything, nor do I owe the Zheng family anything. Brother, Zhang Xiaoxiao suddenly cried out in horror. If Grandpa comes, what will you do? Zheng Tang stepped on his feet and replied in a very icy voice. I'm done with him. If he comes to arrest me. Zheng Tang took a deep breath and tilted his head, a trail of tears crossing the corners of his eyes. I will not show mercy. Chapter 37, Opening the Heavenly Gate. Zheng Tang's determination made Zhang Xiaoxiao freeze in place. She looked at the man in front of her and felt nothing but strangeness. She had always thought that Zheng Tang was just a knife with a soft heart, but at this moment, she felt Zheng Tang's indifference. Brother, are you going to be so heartless? That's Grandpa. Unknown to him, Zhang Xiaoxiao's voice already carried a hint of trembling. Emotionless? Zheng Tang laughed coldly, only turning his back on Zhang Xiaoxiao. I treat my master and brothers in the same way that I can live and die, and I'm willing to go through fire and death without fear of life and death when it comes to treating my master, even if it's an order that has a death sentence. Zheng Tang said coldly, it's not that I'm heartless, it's just that you guys abandoned me first. Brother, we are blood relatives. Why can't you sympathize with us? How can you be so? Before Zhang Xiaoxiao could finish her words, Zheng Tang directly backhanded the door to the room and closed it. Boo! Zheng Tang shut Zhang Xiaoxiao's house completely. Little Six, seal the doors and windows. Little Sixth son looked at each other in dismay. Senior brother Zhang. For real? Zheng Tang raised his eyebrows crossly. What do you say? Kuroko scrunched his neck. Okay, listen to you. Soon, Zhang Xiaoxiao heard the sound of nails being hammered outside the door. The moment Zheng Tang stood in the dojo and watched his senior brothers practicing boxing with some out of breath. What's wrong? Senior Zhang? Iron Bull came to him at an unknown time. Have you finished practicing? Zheng Tang raised his head and gave a greeting. Practicing kung fu occasionally leads to an epiphany. I always feel like I'm grasping something, and then I feel like I can't grasp anything. Tinio fished his head around nervously. Senior brother Zhang, why are you full of heartache? Is it that obvious? Of course. Zhang Tang sighed heavily. Nyo, tell me, did I do the right thing? Am I not decisive enough? Even if Zhang Xiaoxiao made a big mistake, I couldn't bear to. Iron Bull smiled nervously. Senior brother Zhang, why think so much? At least by doing so, your heart is more comfortable, isn't it? Zhang Tang's eyes had some darkness in them. Nyo continued. Master said, but just ask for a clear conscience. There is always a cause and effect in this world, isn't there? Zhang Tang glanced at Nyo with some surprise. He didn't expect that this stout, naive-looking man would also have a heart as fine as his own and be able to say such philosophical words. Shinny asked me if they were wrong. I didn't know how to answer at that time. I could only retort to her that I wasn't wrong either. But the reasoning in this world is inherently contradictory. Iron Bull suddenly said. Senior brother Zhang, in fact, Master has already given you the answer, hasn't he? What answer? Zhang Tong had some dismay. Master said that all of this is nothing more than a whetstone on your path to cultivation. Zhang Tong nodded his head. Doesn't that tell you that crossing it will reveal new horizons? Tu spoke eloquently with a naive demeanor. What do you rely on to get past all that? Strength. If you were strong enough, would the Zhang family still treat you like this? Would your loved ones still be caught in a dilemma of choosing one over the other? Speaking of which, Iron Bull directly raised his fist. All the problems are all just a lack of strength. Master said that these are all roadblocks, and he wants you to kick everything away, not to get entangled in what reasoning, what contradictions, what stances, what is right or wrong. Iron Bull pointed to his fist. This one is reason. This one is position. This is right and wrong. Zhang Tong came to a realization, then looked at Nyo excitedly. Nyo, you're right. Today's words are like an enlightenment. It's senior brother who is obsessed. Zhang Tong stood up, his fighting spirit full. Senior brother, I watched you practicing boxing. There is a sentence that I have been holding for a long time, and I am afraid of misleading you when I say it, but I am very eager to say it now, because I think that you will not be misled by me. Zhang Tong pointed to his head and said with a smile, you are wise as a fool. Please instruct senior brother. Nyo discreetly asked for guidance. Zhang Tang said seriously, I saw that when you practiced boxing, you were especially concerned about the balance of the orifices in your entire body, but Master said that your Tao is the pole. Why don't you aim your impact at one orifice? A glint flashed in Nyo's eyes when these words came out. What he originally couldn't grasp, in this moment, seemed to grasp. So it is. Many thanks to senior brother for pointing it out. Soon, Nyo continued to go to boxing practice with confidence. At this point, Xiao Luzi came to Zhang Tong with some loss. Elder brother Zhang, what's wrong? Little six? Zhang Tang's essence at this moment completely changed. It seems that the dark clouds surrounding his heart, at this moment all swept away. Do we not have the talent to cultivate immortality? Nyo is expected to cultivate immortality, but we don't have a clue. Zhang Tang could see Xiao Luzi's loss. Not only him, but the entire dojo seemed to have some loss. Cultivation, by nature, is not an easy thing. Zhang Tang sighed. Little sixth son, you tell the senior brothers not to be anxious. Cultivate well. I have an intuition that may be able to help you. Really? How can you help us? Little six asked in a hurry. Dang it. Zhang Tang said confidently. Helping you guys is actually very simple. I might be able to help you guys. Open the heavenly gate. What open heaven's gate? Little six was confused. To put it simply, it is to stimulate your potential, so that you can feel the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. And at that time, wouldn't it be easy to comprehend the spitting technique? Zhang Tang was confident. In this matter, I'll ask my master to see if it's feasible. Xiao Luzi was ecstatic. If that's the case, that's great. Soon, Dojo, Linbei retreat room. Linbei was practicing boxing inside the house when he suddenly noticed someone outside the door. Come in. Zhang Tang pushed the door in without hesitation. Master, the apprentice has something to ask. Zhang Tang met his salute and respectfully inquired. Speak. Zhang Tang immediately said. Master, recently, the senior brothers and I reacted that it is not easy to cultivate. According to my observation, it is difficult for them to get started even if they cultivate for several years or even decades. The disciple dares. Perhaps we can help them open the heavenly gate. Opening the heavenly gate? Linbei raised an eyebrow. He had considered it then. The simplified version of the spitting technique. Opening the heaven's gate hadn't really occurred to him. Yes, open the heavenly gate. Zhang Tong said. Master, I feel that if I want to realize the spiritual power of the heavens and the earth, apart from relying on my enlightenment to cross over to the door of cultivation, I can also do so through external forces. The so-called Heaven's Gate is the gate that stops senior brothers from communicating with the spiritual power of heaven and earth. My disciple is thinking that if I forcefully pour the spiritual power of the heavens and earth into the bodies of my senior brothers and activate the orifices around them, once it succeeds perhaps they will also be able to sense the spiritual power of the heavens and earth. Lin Bei was dumbfounded. It's just, like, genius. If it came to pass, then their dojo would be a veritable dojo for immortal cultivators. Moreover, according to Lin Bei's judgment, Zhang Tang's proposal was 100% feasible. Chapter 38 7th Refinement. Refining God. Although Zhang Tang's proposal was extremely credible, however, Lin Bei realized that it was extremely difficult to do so, and the risks were not small. Difficult because everyone's orifices are very fragile and some are even well hidden. Controlling the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Finding these orifices and helping them activate them required very meticulous and subtle manipulation. The risk is not small because the human body is fragile, and if the process of activating the orifices fails, the consequences are unimaginable. Therefore, Lin Bei immediately made a judgment. Zhang Tang's idea is good, but in practice, it needs to be optimized. With this in mind, Lin Bei decided to follow the old rules. First, he suppressed Zhang Tang, and then said his thoughts in a smooth manner. Foolishness. What's the difference between what you're doing and pulling up seedlings to help them grow? It's consuming their potential in advance. And if you open the Heaven's Gate and still can't make it to the door, you'll have no hope of cultivating for the rest of your life. And what if you make a mistake? People will die. Zhang Tang lowered his head to be lectured, not daring to argue. At this point, Lin Bei sighed as his words changed. Hey, even though it is said that pulling up seedlings will help them grow, some of them originally had no hope of practicing cultivation in their lives. There's a gain and a loss. There's a loss and a gain. And your idea renews a path for them after all. A hint of joy flashed in Zhang Tang's eyes. What does this mean? His idea was recognized. Tong'er, if you want to help them open the heavenly gate, Master won't stop you. But not now. Zhang Tang listened honestly while Lin Bei continued to speak. Human orifices are very fragile, so when your cultivation is sufficient, your master will teach you the way of the royal law, and then you can think about how to help your senior brothers open the heavenly gate. A hint of joy flashed in Zhang Tang's eyes. The apprentice leads the way. Soon, Zhang Tang leaves. Many of the dojo's apprentices all gathered around, and Xiao Luzi hurriedly inquired. Senior brother Zhang, how's it going? Zhang Tang deliberately made a stern face. Master scolded me, reprimanding me for pulling up the seedlings and disregarding the well-being of my disciples. As soon as these words came out, the apprentices of the dojo, all of them, revealed a look of disappointment. However, at this moment, Zhang Tang's words changed. Reprimands are reprimands, but Master also agrees with my idea, and after my Tao body is fully accomplished, Master will pass on the way of the royal law to me, and then I will be able to help all of you to open the heavenly gate. The apprentices of the dojo revealed joyful expressions as they heard the words. Little sixth son knew a lot about the Tao body, so he was the first to ask. Senior brother, I heard that your Tao body has been refined for the 4th time? Xiao Luzi's expression was a bit surprised. After the 9 refinements, is it the imperial law? Not bad. Zhang Tang nodded. My Taiji spitting technique, which has already broken the limit for the 2nd time, is extremely fast to cultivate, so don't be in a hurry. All of you senior brothers, practice your fists well. Zhang Tang's expression became serious. Senior brothers, you have to understand that even if we help you open the Heaven's Gate, it's only squeezing your potential in advance, and you'll only be considered initiated if you realize the spitting technique as soon as possible and start the Tao body 9 refinements. Taijiquan is incredibly subtle. When practicing it, you must not be lazy, you need to have a good understanding. Yes, senior brother Zhang, little sixth son said at the right time. Everyone, from now on, all have some eyesight. Don't delay senior brother Zhang's cultivation. Got it. Zhang Tang couldn't help but shake his head and laughed. You kid, is this urging me to hurry up and cultivate? Little six touched his head. Hey, time passes. Inside the retreat, Lin Bei was able to feel that he was not far from the 6th refinement. It's done. The 6th refinement. When Lin Bei finished the 6th refinement, his eyes also became serious. He began to realize that the difficulty of the 7th refinement was beginning to climb. For the first 6 refinements, Lin Bei only needed to run the Taiji exhalation technique, and the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth would quench his body. But as the 7th refining began, Lin Bei was shocked to discover that after the spiritual power of heaven and earth had quenched his body, it began to surge upwards, directly into the head's orifices. The 7th refinement, it's actually quenching the spirit? It's refining God. With the refining of the gods, Lin Bei realized that his perception, thinking ability, and reflexes were all soaring at a terrifying rate. This feeling, it's marvelous. Lin Bei couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, in his eyes, the heavens and the earth seemed to have countless rules intertwined in addition to the spiritual power of the heavens and the earth. The rules were very subtle. Is the essence of the 1,000 changes in the spiritual power of heaven and earth? The changes in the rules? The royal law has the idea, Lin Bei said inwardly. As long as Zhang Tang is able to refine seventhly, I will be able to impart the codified imperial laws to him. Lin Bei's mood at the moment still had some excitement. He understood that once he really reached the level of the royal law, then he could be a real immortal cultivator. Time passes. 2 days later, Lin Bei couldn't help but nod as he watched Tainyo practicing his fists on top of the dojo. Vaguely, he seemed to see heaven and earth spiritual energy surrounding the Iron Bull's body. This meant that he seemed to have touched the threshold, just one step away from entering the door of cultivation. Master, have some tea. Little sixth son cheerfully served tea. Lin Bei glanced at Xiao Luzi. Why are you so happy today? Xiao Luzi hemmed and hawed. Master, I just met senior brother Zhang Tang. He has already broken through the 5th refinement. Lin Bei nodded slightly, spitting out the 9 refinements. It was getting harder and harder. For so long he was not far from the 7th refinement. It was too normal for Zhang Tang to break through the 5th refinement. Zhang Tang broke through the 5th refinement. Are you happy for him? Lin Bei asked with a smile. Master, I'm indeed happy for him, but I'm also happy for my brothers and sisters. All of us are waiting for Brother Zhang to open the heavenly gate for us. Lin Bei deliberately drooped his face. All day long, you think of shortcuts. Can't you learn from Tainyo and Zhang Tang to cultivate properly? Xiao Luzi was reprimanded and instantly became absent, smiling awkwardly. Right at this moment, outside the dojo, a figure, hunched over, arrived outside the dojo. Is this the dojo? He stood outside the dojo, looking at the plain plaque and glancing inside the dojo and thought, hey, old man, what are you doing? Looking around? One of the dojo's apprentices, upon seeing the old man, nonchalantly refuted it. Since almost all of the apprentices here were from the village, it was instantly recognizable that this man was not from the area. The old man gave the man a faint look, then glanced at the dojo. After a moment of silence, the words eventually said with some pallor, Zhang Tang, here? At that moment, Xiao Luzi also rushed over. When he saw this person, he was slightly stunned. He could see that this person was surprisingly 4 times similar to Zhang Tang. Who are you? Xiao Luzi questioned. Looking for senior brother Zhang. What's the matter? I'm Zhang Tang's grandfather. The old man sized up Xiao Luzi. His eyes filled with doubt. Zhang Xiaoxiao's letter told him that there were hidden tigers and dragons here. But what did he see? All of them are ordinary people here. Not even a body refining martial artist. Hearing the old man's reply, Xiao Luzi froze, his tone filled with incredulity. I can't believe you actually came. Chapter 39, Don't go? Don't even go. Xiao Luzi's tone caused Zhang Tang's grandfather to have some misgivings. You recognize me? Zhang Tang's grandfather asked with a puzzled face. Little Six couldn't help but crack up. I had thought that senior brother Zhang was at least related to you, so at least you wouldn't show up among the people who captured him. Who would have thought that you would actually come? There was a hint of anger in Little Six's voice. Zhang Tang's grandfather, on the other hand, froze for a moment and then sighed. It seems that he knows that Shirnoa informed me. Where is Shirnoa? Is she okay? When these words came out, the Iron Bull not far away directly sneered. What? In your heart, Zhang Tang is the cold-blooded and heartless person who would harm his own sister? Zhang Tang's grandfather is silent. Right at this moment, Lin Bei's voice came out. Get him over here. At these words, the apprentices of the dojo made way. My master calls you, Iron Bull said. Zhang Tang's grandfather didn't hesitate and directly crossed over the dojo's many apprentices and walked towards Lin Bei. Iron Bull and the others followed close behind. Soon, Zhang Tang's grandfather came to Lin Bei's stone table. After he saw Lin Bei, he was first a bit surprised. Then there was some confusion. He was surprised because he didn't expect Lin Bei to be so young. Confused because he unexpectedly couldn't feel any of Lin Bei's true chi. What does that mean? The man in front of him wasn't even in the Danhai realm? Although, Zhang Tang's grandfather knew that Lin Bei was known as an immortal cultivator and belonged to a new school. But, no matter what school of thought, the truth of cultivation is the same. There was no true chi in the body, and that was the body refining realm. Out of nowhere, Lin Bei was heard knocking on the stone table. Zhang Tang's grandfather sat down obediently. My name is Zhang Yong. I don't know what your name is, Lin Bei. As he spoke, Lin Bei took a closer look at Zhang Yong. I wonder what you came to my dojo for. Zhang Yong was silent for a moment before he spoke. I came to find Zhang Tang. Little sixth son was a bit agitated and said with slight annoyance. What do you want with senior brother Zhang? You are not welcome here. Find him and go home. When these words came out, without waiting for Lin Bei to open his mouth, Tai Niu was the first to curse angrily. Good you Zhang Yong, the name is not wrong. Mediocre and gutless person. Going home? I think you want to take Zhang Tang back to claim credit, right? A trace of pain flashed in Zhang Tang's grandfather's eyes. I have 3 sons. All of them died to protect the family. I can't watch him destroy the Zhang family. Since ancient times loyalty and filial piety can't be divided into 2. Field Master Lin, this is a family matter. Please don't block it. Lin Bei lightly sipped a mouthful of bitter mountain tea and lightly responded. Why have I heard that Zhang Tang has already broken with the Zhang family? Since this is the case, it is not considered a family matter. And, he is my disciple. The dojo is his home. I wonder where your excellency's reference to family matters begins. Zhang Yong calmly responded. Bloodlines can't be changed. So how can it not be a family matter? Nonetheless, Zhang Tang was born to die for the sake of the Zhang clan in exchange for a number of treasures all contributed to the clan. He has repaid the favor. Lin Bei said indifferently. Please return. At this moment, Lin Bei's words turned abruptly, and his eyes flashed with a hint of sternness. If you don't leave, it's considered a provocation to the dojo, and I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Lin Bei's words clearly didn't make Zhang Yong wince. Originally, he was still very wary of Lin Bei. After all, the description in Zhang Xiaoxiao's letter was very mysterious, and with just a few words of guidance, he had allowed Zhang Tang to turn the tables and defeat Zhang Tao, but after seeing it with his own eyes, he only thought it was a false name. What kind of expert can one be if their true chi is not visible and their martial intent is not present? Perhaps Zhang Tang defeated Zhang Tao because of Lin Bei's guidance. However, Zhang Yong felt that the greater reason why Zhang Tang was able to defeat Tao Zhan was because of Zhang Tang's fighting talent. In that case, Your Excellency is definitely going to meddle in our Zhang family's family affairs? Zhang Yong's eyes instantly became sharp. Afterwards, he slammed the table and his entire body's martial intent exploded. Strong martial true intent interspersed with true chi produced a sense of heaviness. Many of the dojo's apprentices' faces changed slightly, standing unsteadily, some even, their legs and feet weakened. The terrifying fist intent gave everyone an illusion. It was as if a fist was coming straight at his face, ready to strike. Humph! Lin Bei snorted coldly. In a flash, the originally thick martial intent was instantly blown away. The surrounding dojo apprentices also felt their entire bodies lighten. It turned out that in order to break the martial intent, Lin Bei had directly operated the Taiji spitting technique, utilizing the spiritual power of heaven and earth to disrupt Zhang Yong's martial intent condensation. Zhang Yong was visibly stunned. He didn't know anything about heaven and earth's spiritual power at all. All he knew was that the martial intent he had condensed directly collapsed under the other party's cold snort again. His perception of Lin Bei was completely turned upside down, and he only felt, this guy, so strong. At this exact moment, an angry cry came out. Enough, Zhang Yong, why don't you leave? Is it possible that you really want to take the penalty for not eating the toast? It turned out that Zhang Tang had arrived at the dojo at an unknown time. Zhang Yong's pupils stared at Zhang Tang. His eyes had some sadness in them. Tong'er, won't you even call me grandpa? Zhang Tang said indifferently. You and I have long since severed our ties, so I hope you will respect yourself. AI. Zhang Yong sighed and slowly stood up, glancing at Lin Bei. I don't know how you did it, but I admit that I underestimated you. After saying that, he looked at Zhang Tang. Tong'er, shut up and address me by my full name. Zhang Tang angrily rebuked. Zhang Yong was stunned, and finally said with a forlorn expression, let me take Xinya away. I can't control your affairs. I will go back and report to the clan that you have a good master willing to protect you. After that, he said sincerely, the family will report to the Nanyang Zhou clan, and I believe that the Nanyang County King will weigh the pros and cons. If you really have the qualifications to make the Nanyang County King look at you differently, this matter will naturally be trivialized. This statement was made. Zhang Tang suddenly laughed out loud, his laughter filled with sarcasm and bitterness. Ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Zhang Yong, your words are full of arrogance and condescension. Who is the Zhang family to look down on our dojo? Who is the king of Nanyang County to be superior? Zhang Tang roared. Zhang Yong, your groveling to the Nanyang County King is sickening. Zhang Yong gave Zhang Tang a deep look. Zhang Tang, you know nothing about power, even if your master is strong. So what? He is ultimately a loner. The big deal is that he just waves his sleeve and leaves. What about you? What about these dojo people? Zhang Yong blushed and argued. You can't leave. Even your master will be hunted down like a street rat. The words were not yet spoken. Zhang Tang became furious. Shut up. Zhang Tang angrily rebuked. Your servility has been humbled to the bone, and you are still complacent about it without realizing it. It would be fine if that were the case, but how dare you disrespect my master? Zhang Tang's eyes flashed with anger. Don't say you're taking Shinji Zhang today. You, too, don't want to take a step out of here. Chapter 40 Broken True Intent. True Demon. After Zhang Tang finished speaking, he directly blocked the exit of the dojo and coldly looked at Zhang Yong. The dojo. It's not a place where you can come and go as you please. Zhang Yong looked at Zhang Tang in dismay. Do you really want to fight me? Although you have the undefeatable golden body, and although your fighting talent is superior, don't forget that your Dantian has been destroyed. I'm at the true intent realm of the martial way. Want to cross 2 major realms and several minor realms to fight me? You're not qualified enough. If you want to leave me behind, it's better to let your master make a move. Having said that, Zhang Yang glanced at Lin Bei and seemed to realize that Lin Bei had no intention of making a move, and inwardly sighed in relief. The moment. Not only did Zhang Tang not falter, but he was full of wariness. Much ado about nothing. See you under the fist. Zhang Tang took a deep breath and swung his fist. If you want to leave, you'll have to defeat me first. Zhang Yong didn't make a move and instead glanced at Lin Bei. When he saw Lin Bei acquiesce, he suddenly snorted coldly. Good. Let me see what you have learned in this dojo. Tone down. Zhang Yong instantly disappeared in place. In the next second, he even appeared directly in front of Zhang Tang and blasted his fist into the side of Zhang Tang's face. In a flash, Zhang Tang directly flipped 3 times in the air before landing. When he landed, his left foot drew a big circle before he succeeded in unloading the force. How did you get past it? There was some consternation on Zhang Yong's part, as Fang's punch appeared to be a direct hit, but it actually grazed Zhang Tang's chin. Even so, the terrifying wind of the fist scraped Zhang Tang's figure, which was dodging in the air, into a spin. Even Zhang Tang's chin was grazed with a bloody scar. How? So fast? Xiao Luzi's eyes widened in disbelief. In the previous battle between Zhang Tang and Zhang Tao, there was also a gap, but he was still able to see clearly. This time, Zhang Yong unleashed an attack that surprisingly made his eyes somewhat unable to keep up. Iron Bull stared at the battlefield with a deadly stare. He utilized martial intent, and in addition to his own speed, there was also martial intent pushing itself, pushing him out, which is what made him so fast. This is the manifested use of martial intent. So strong. Senior brother Zhang, is it a rival? This huge gap visible to the naked eye filled Xiao Luzi and the others with worry. Tainyo said categorically, I trust senior brother Zhang. The moment. Zhang Tang wiped away the traces of blood at the corner of his mouth and looked down, then smiled to himself. He understands. If he hadn't reached the strength of the 5th refinement, if he really was only at the body refinement realm, with this punch, it could directly shock his brain, and if it was light, it would directly cause dementia, or if it was heavy, it would directly cause full body paralysis. Zhang Yong laid down his hands. In the slightest, no mercy. After wiping away the blood from his chin, Lin Bei's eyes began to turn cold. Wu Yi, it is indeed difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, your surprise sneak attack did not succeed. You don't stand a chance. As the tone fell, Zhang Tang even took the lead to strike, directly rushing towards Zhang Yong. Unconscionable. Your attacks are fiercer than even the unusual middle Dan high realm. But in front of me, it's still slow, Zhang Yong said indifferently. At this level, you still want to win me? After dodging Zhang Tang's 2 attacks in succession, Zhang Yong directly struck Zhang Tang's heart with a Zhangzu long fist. Originally, in his opinion, under the enhancement of martial intent, the speed of his strike skyrocketed, and he was bound to hit Zhang Tang. However, a scene that surprised him appeared. Zhang Tang seemed to have foreseen it and made an early move to dodge the moment he launched his force. If that was all it was, it would be just that. What shocked him the most was, he was originally going to let his martial intent add up and propel his fists to accelerate. As a result, the moment he unleashed his martial intent, he was unable to condense it? This scene was like Lin Bei directly breaking his martial intent earlier. Zhang Tang, unexpectedly, also knew how to make him unable to condense martial intent? Between staggers, Zhang Tang had already avoided his attack and instead used it to grab a brief weakness in his defense. Bang! 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 Only to see Zhang Tang directly turn his palm into a finger and hit Zhang Yong 3 times in a row. Zhang Yong immediately stabilized his stance and forced Zhang Tang back with 2 punches. Xiao Luzi's face was very ugly when he saw this scene. Completely unbreakable defense? Is this a powerhouse of the martial intent realm? It's too strong. 2. Senior brother Zhang's attacks can crack mountains and rocks. Iron Bull suddenly laughed. Doesn't break defense? That's just an appearance. The true intent of Wudao is indeed powerful, even stronger than body-protecting true qi. It's just that he didn't defend against senior brother Zhang's attack. Xiao Luzi quickly asked. Why? I see that Zhang Yong looks like nothing. That's just the appearance. When senior brother Zhang attacked, he directly nailed Zhang Yong's orifices, and nowadays, Zhang Yong's martial true qi and martial true intent are no longer running smoothly. Look, his speed has slowed down. Sure enough, just as Iron Bull said, in the previous exchange, Zhang Yong's speed and strength had almost completely crushed Zhang Tang. But now what? The two surprisingly fought back and forth, and Zhang Yong clearly felt discomfort as the rhythm of his attack was disorganized. After several exchanges, Zhang Tang once again seized the opportunity to counterattack. Within moments, Zhang Tang had hit Zhang Yong at least 7 times. On the contrary, Zhang Yong unexpectedly could not hit Zhang Tang even once. Senior brother Zhang, it's going to win. There was some excitement in Tainyo's tone. The scene. Lin Bei was dumbfounded. The reason why he dared to clamor with Zhang Yong was solely because he had already had the 6th refinement of the Dao body, and an early battle push. It was only after hundreds of deductions that he gradually mastered the method of sealing the acupoints with force. Where's Zhang Tang? Surprisingly, he had already mastered this way after exchanging a few moves. Even Lin Bei suspected that this kid had already thought of a way to crack Zhang Yong's true intent of martial arts before the fight. Lin Bei knew in his heart that even if someone from the dojo cultivated to the 5th refinement, being able to fight 50-50 with the Danhai realm was considered an expert. Zhang Tang was actually able to fight Zhang Yong, who was at the true intent of martial Dao, manifestation realm. Even after a brief disadvantage, it was surprising that the disadvantage was gradually reversed. It's not the 5th refinement that's strong. Rather, this kid, Zhang Tang, is too outrageous. At this moment, Lin Bei couldn't help but sigh inwardly as well. Zhang Tang, what a demon. The moment. The exchange of blows between Zhang Tang and Zhang Yong continued, and almost everyone in the dojo could tell that Zhang Tang was pressing Zhang Yong to fight. Senior brother Zhang, how did he suddenly become so strong? Kuroko was stunned. Iron Bull, on the other hand, laughed. It's not that senior brother Zhang has gotten stronger, but rather Zhang Yong has gotten weaker. Senior brother Zhang sealed his orifices and disrupted the condensation of his true qi and true intent of martial arts. Now it's purely a fight for physical strength and fighting skills. Obviously, senior brother Zhang is better. Sure enough, with the fall of Iron Bull's voice, Zhang Tang directly seized a huge opening in Zhang Yong's position, Taiji Bagua Palm, and struck Zhang Yong with 9 consecutive palms. The last palm was a direct hit to Zhang Yong's heart, slapping him into a backflip, directly tumbling to the ground, never able to get up again. Zhang Yong, at this moment, raised his head incredulously. Right at this moment, a palm, slapping directly at his head, grew larger and larger in his eyes. Chapter 41, A Letter of War. A letter of life and death. A deadly aura met his face, and the killing intent was not hidden. He understood that the owner of this palm was ready to take his life, and the owner of this palm was his own grandson. Zhang Yong only felt cold both physically and mentally, and a trace of sadness and self-deprecation flashed in his eyes. When he saw Lin Bei acquiescing to fight him, Zhang Tang, he was actually secretly happy inside. His original plan was to cripple his own grandson and beat him into dementia as a way to hand over to the family, to the Nanyang Zhou clan. He longed that the Nanyang Zhou clan could spare his life on account of his grandson's already demented. Now, not only have his plans fallen through, but he himself is about to die under the palm of his own grandson. He is sad that there is no affection between his grandchildren and that his own grandson is trying to kill him. He laughed at himself for being too cowardly to do justice to his grandson, and at himself for deserving and aiding the evil. But he also had some relief. The so-called righteousness of his family had long ago pressured him to do many things that went against his beliefs. He thought of giving up the family righteousness, but he cannot let go. His children, all sacrificed for the family. He wants to keep this family, even if it is full of holes. Just, the expected fatal blow did not fall. Zhang Tang's palm stopped in front of him. In a trance, he looked up. Only Zhang Tang was in tears. However, it's not that Zhang Tang's heart has softened, but Lin Bei's one hand directly grabbed Zhang Tang's palm. Master. Zhang Tang's eyes were filled with tears as he looked at Lin Bei with doubts and confusion. Killing him? Your thoughts? Pass? Lin Bei asked. I should kill him. Zhang Tang gritted his teeth and looked at Zhang Yong. When exchanging blows, if he does not hold back his hand, I should not hold back my hand either. This is the respect for martial artists. Alright, Lin Bei said indifferently. Wipe away your tears. I can see your determination, but your tears can't fool anyone. After saying that, Lin Bei patted Zhang Tang's shoulder. Kill him, and you will not have your thoughts clear, but your Taoist heart will be clouded. Lin Bei said in a serious tone. They are not yet worthy to cloud your Dao heart. At this moment, Zhang Tang finally wiped away his tears. Master, me, what should I do? Lost, imitation of helplessness, at a loss for words. Lin Bei quietly looked at Zhang Teng, then turned his back to him and looked up at the sky. The road to cultivation is long, and it is far away. In this world, there are always countless shackles, countless difficulties, and countless trials and tribulations. To fix them, you have to see things for what they are. As the saying goes, to simplify complexity into simplicity. The essence of everything is always simple, as long as one can see through the essence. If there are chains, then break them. If there are difficulties, solve them. If there is sharpening, sharpen one's sword. Faster. Zhang Tang listened quietly, and the confusion in his eyes seemed to subside a bit. Tong'er, tell me what it is that puts you through the suffering. Zhang Tang gritted his teeth and said, it's the Zhang family. The Zhang family destroyed my dantian, extinguished my kinship, and made my thoughts incommunicado. What are you going to do? Break it. What are the shackles that bind the Zhang family? Lin Bei asked again. Nanyang Zhou clan. Zhang Teng gritted his teeth. What are you going to do? Break it. Lin Bei smiled faintly. And what is the nature of what caused this? Zhang Teng said firmly, it's because I'm too weak. What are you going to do? Keep practicing and surpassing yourself. Lin Bei turned around and nodded appreciatively before grabbing Zhang Teng's hand. Use your fists to break the shackles of the Zhang clan and shatter the arrogance of the Zhou clan. And since they are unwilling to be reasonable, then use your fists to reason with them. I understand, master. Zhang Teng's face was filled with excitement, his blood boiling. Lin Bei was quite satisfied inwardly when he saw Zhang Teng's cock-blooded appearance. This bowl of chicken soup, Zhang Teng is considered directly dry. Now, this kid will definitely practice harder. However, it was at this time, Zhang Teng quickly went to the stone table in the dojo, took the pen and paper on it, and wrote with a dragon's hand. Soon, he threw a piece of paper directly to Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong, take Zhang Xiaoxiao back with you and tell the Zhang family that in 10 days, I will pay a visit. This, then, is the war cry. Don't you think of hiding it? I will send the war letter to the general hall, so that it will be just. After saying that, he looked at Lin Bei with a sincere face, the look that seems to ask, Master, am I doing the right thing? What? Lin Bei went numb. What the hell? He now had a question mark on his face. What war letter? He clearly just filled Zhang Tang with some chicken soup and wanted to urge him to cultivate properly. He really didn't want any trouble. Zhang Tang's expression. Why did he feel that everything was directed by him? Bad. This kid. Thinking out loud, Lin Bei only felt dumb, generically a little difficult at the moment. However, Zhang Tang did have one thing that pleased him. This kid at least knows to wait 10 days to improve his strength. What do you want to do? Make the general hall impartial? Are you going to take on the Zhang family alone? A trace of dismay appeared on Zhang Yong's face. Nice. Don't you want to arrest me? Then I'll go to the Zhang family and see who has the ability to arrest me. Zhang Tang snorted coldly. After I inform the general hall will send a notary public. And at that time, even if someone from the Zhou family in Nanyang is present, they won't be able to make a move against me. So, when you go back, tell the Zhang family not to think of counting on the Nanyang Zhou clan for aid. Also, tell those who want to capture me that this challenge will be divided into both victory and defeat as well as life and death. I will go with a certificate of life and death. Zhang Yong sucked in a breath of cool air. He's got it figured out. Zhang Teng, this is a fight for his life. Are you not afraid of the Nanyang Zhou clan? Zhang Yong's voice had some trembling. If you win, the Nanyang Zhou clan feels threatened and I'm afraid that they will let their experts come to eradicate you. If you lose, you will die in the Zhang clan. Although you won against me, but you barely won by relying on your combat talent. You can't beat so many people from the Zhang clan. Zhang Teng gave him a cold look. Put away your ridiculous concern. This matter, my mind is made up. Zhang Teng said confidently. As for what you said about the Nanyang Zhou clan, don't bother worrying. If I win the Zhang clan, I will immediately challenge the Nanyang Zhou clan. According to the rules, if I win against the Zhang clan, I can have a 6-month rest period. Within half a year, I can go up to the Nanyang Zhou clan at any time, while the Nanyang Zhou clan can only make a move against me after half a year. This is a young plan. If I am not capable of defeating the Nanyang Zhou clan after half a year, then I deserve to die. Zhang Teng's words, decisive, said Zhang Yong dumbfounded. Xiao Luzi, go and bring Zhang Xiaoxiao out. Yes. Xiao Luzi hurriedly ran to the place where Zhang Xiaoxiao was imprisoned. Soon, Zhang Xiaoxiao came out. The moment she had just arrived at the dojo and saw her grandfather collapsed on the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, the whole person was confused. Chapter 42, The 10-Day Appointment. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Zhang Xiaoxiao jogged all the way to Zhang Yong. When she saw that Zhang Yong couldn't even stand up and saw Zhang Teng's face full of determination, she realized something. I lost. Rack me up. Zhang Yong was racked up and looked deeply at Zhang Tong, then at Lin Bei. In the end, he didn't say anything, just softly spat out 2 words. Let's go. Go? Zhang Xiaoxiao was still a bit bewildered, as if she still did not believe that Zhang Tong let them go. Go! Lin Bei waved his hand. Zhang Xiaoxiao sighed in relief. Just as the duo had just reached the door of the dojo, Zhang Tang suddenly spoke. Sure Noah. Zhang Xiaoxiao froze, and her footsteps lurched. Take care. Although Zhang Tang's words sounded as if he was concerned, Zhang Xiaoxiao heard a hint of determination in his words. Oh, you take care too. After saying that, Zhang Xiaoxiao disappeared into the doorway of the dojo with Zhang Yong on her arm. Outside the dojo, Zhang Yong sighed. Shinya, do you know what Zhang Tang meant when he said take care of yourself? Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at Zhang Yong suspiciously. Grandpa, what do you mean by that? Isn't my brother concerned about me when he tells me to take care of myself? Care? Zhang Yong smiled to himself. Look at this. Zhang Xiaoxiao received the war letter handed over by her grandfather, written by Zhang Tong himself, and her entire body was confused. Understand now? Zhang Yong said bitterly. He is implicitly telling you not to block him and not to stand against him, or he will not show mercy. The grandchildren looked at each other for a while. Ryoko, Grandpa, did you lose to the dojo's Lin Field Master? Zhang Xiaoxiao's voice broke the silence. No, I lost to Zhang Tong. Lost to elder brother? Zhang Xiaoxiao froze with a face full of disbelief. Not long ago, Zhang Tang was unable to defeat Tao Zhang and needed his master's guidance to bounce back. Now this year, he was able to defeat her grandfather? This is simply unbelievable. At that exact moment, Lin Bei's figure appeared in her mind. The scene that made Zhang Tang bounce back from a defeat with that light-hearted sentence was too shocking. Zhang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask, did his master give him instructions? No. Zhang Yong silently shook his head. How is that possible? You are a powerful person of the true intent realm of the martial Dao. How is it possible? Zhang Yong let out a bitter smile. As a matter of fact, that's what happened. I lost to Zhang Tong. Zhang Xiaoxiao's inner shock is beyond compare. After a moment of silence she couldn't help but speak. Grandpa, if the elder brother did go, would you take action against him? Although, Zhang Xiaoxiao already had an answer within him, from the moment Zhang Yong called Zhang Tang by his name instead of Tanger. But, she couldn't resist asking. Zhang Yong didn't say anything and just looked into the distance silently. After a long time, he said, I don't know. Zhang Shurao moron. Don't know? Do you really not know? Or can't you tell? Things? Why is it like this? Zhang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but cry. It was never the elder brother who was wrong, wasn't it? Dojo. Zhang Tang took the initiative to tell the reason why he had placed the war order in its entirety. Original. In the world of martial artists, there was a rule that any grudge could be settled by laying down a battle cry. Once it has gone through justice, it will be an honorable martial arts battle. This kind of duel with a letter of war was something that could be universally recognized by martial artists. Whether it is a martial arts school, a family or an academy, justice will be done as long as the contents of the war book are recognized. During the period of justice, the main hall will send masters to shelter them. The reason why Zhang Tang chose to go down to war was also after comprehensive consideration. Now that the Zhang family keeps coming to arrest him he won't let up. If the Nanyang Zhou clan heard that the Zhang clan's capture had failed, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't personally come down. At that time, the dojo could only be tired of dealing with it. Instead of doing that, why don't we just go ahead and give the war cry? This would buy him a lot of time instead. Lin Bei inwardly agreed in a million ways after hearing this. Sometimes it is so. Afraid of things, but things keep on. If you hit a punch open, I'm afraid that directly to avoid 100 punches. Although sometimes, Zhang Tang would give Lin Bei the illusion that he was lacking in heart. However, in this matter, it had to be said that Zhang Tang had indeed considered it thoroughly. After hearing Zhang Tang's complete plan, Lin Bei immediately summoned Little Sixth Son. Little Six, coming. Xiao Luzi ran quickly. You called me, Master. Take your senior brother Zhang's war letter and make a trip to the General Pavilion of Qingyan City. Good. Little Sixth Son left numbly. Senior brother. In this matter, will the General Hall recognize and be fair? Tai Nyo was a bit worried. It will. Zhang Tang was full of confidence. We didn't just apply for no reason, but we went ahead and asked the main hall to mediate the feud. The face of the Nanyang Zhou clan should be clear to the General Pavilion as well. Not agreeing to mediate is the same as not giving face to the General Hall. Now, if I place a battle order, the General Pavilion will naturally not block it, and will even send experts to supervise the battle in case the Nanyang County King interferes with it, which is not only to support me, but also to give the General Pavilion back its face. Iron Bull drifted off. I see. Could it be that senior brother Zhang had already considered this point? Lin Bei was speechless when he heard this. Farts. If Zhang Tang had really thought this through, that incident at the 6th Harmony Martial Arts Center would not have occurred. Pure happenstance. Sure enough, Zhang Tang smiled awkwardly. It's just a coincidence. If Master hadn't woken me up, I wouldn't have even thought of laying down a battle cry. Iron Bull asked worriedly. 10 days? Is that enough time? Zhang Tang was confident. 10 days. I will only get stronger and stronger. I dare not say I have absolute confidence, but at least I have the power to fight. The other side. Green Cloud City General Hall. Mu Qingyue was practicing her sword in the main hall. Suddenly, a female martial artist from the main hall ran over. Senior Sister Qingyu, someone is looking for you. Someone's looking for me? Mu Qingyue stopped practicing her sword and put up her hair. Who? I heard that the man called himself Little Six. Xiao Luzi? Mu Qingyue was confused. I don't recognize it. Send it off. Oh yeah, and the guy said he was from the dojo. Someone from the dojo? Then I know them. I'll go take a look. Mu Qingyue sheathed her sword. Senior sister, the dojo shouldn't be asking for help, right? Earlier, I heard you say that martial genius called what's-his-name Zhang Tang seemed to have a grudge against the Nanyang Zhou clan, and you went to mediate and failed. The female martial artist asked curiously. Mu Qingyue smiled and nodded. It's possible, and it would be good if the dojo was willing to move here. This genre is a bit special and has value to learn from. The curator has agreed to move in? The female martial artist was filled with curiosity. Of course I agree. The Nanyang Zhou clan doesn't give face to our main hall, so naturally the hall master won't spoil them. Mentioning the Nanyang Zhou clan, Mu Qingyue was also filled with displeasure. As they spoke, the two had already arrived in front of the main hall and saw Xiao Luzi, who was looking around. Chapter 43, Justice. For limit breaks, Iron Ox breaks through. Green Cloud City General Hall. Xiao Luzi looked as if he was a country bumpkin going to the city. Looking at the 30-meter-high wall of the main hall and the various statues and stone carvings, jaw-dropping. Your Little Six. Mu Qingyue's gentle voice came out, directly waking up Xiao Luzi who was looking around. Hello Miss Mu. When Xiao Luzi saw Mu Xinu, he was a bit shy and his voice was a bit rushed as he hurriedly handed over the war letter that Zhang Tang had given him to Mu Qingyue. This one's for you. It is? Mu Qingyue revealed a look of dismay after receiving the war letter. A letter of war? Yes. Xiao Luzi hurriedly said. This is a war letter from senior brother Zhang Tang to the Zhang clan, specially requesting the general pavilion to be fair. Main library justice? Mu Qingyue had some consternation. Normally, only life and death battles would require the general pavilion to be impartial. Zhang Tang is preparing for immortality? Koroku nodded. The martial artist beside Mu Qingyue asked somewhat strangely, why isn't he himself coming? Xiao Luzi immediately replied seriously, because the date for the war letter to be issued is 10 days from now. Senior brother Zhang needs to cherish every moment he can cultivate, so I'll do it for him. Miss Mu, to prove authenticity, senior brother Zhang asked me to give this to you. As he spoke, Xiao Luzi took out a hairpin in the shape of a small sword. Seeing this small sword-shaped hairpin, Miss Mu revealed a smile. It was her concealed weapon. Of course she recognized it instantly. She remembered recovering it and then losing it. I remember you. I don't need this proof to believe in the authenticity of your war letter. And the general hall will send someone there if they agree to be fair. There's no point in faking. After saying that, Mu Qingyue said to the martial artist beside her, Senior Sister Lai, you take Xiao Luzi into the martial arts hall to have a cup of tea. I'll go report to the hall master. Good. Senior Sister Lai smiled and looked at Little Sixth Son. Let's go. Little Sixth Son. As she spoke, Senior Sister Lai directly took Xiao Luzi's hand. Little Rocco shuddered, his face turning red to the naked eye. He. Senior Sister Lai laughed amusingly. Let's go. I'll treat you to the best Qingyin tea in our main hall. Inside the main pavilion, the pavilion master's martial arts dojo, only a figure, with one finger as support, was seen directly upside down in the martial arts dojo. He was none other than the chief pavilion master of Qingyin City, Mu Qingyun. Around him, there were dozens of martial arts experts sitting on their knees, carefully watching the chief pavilion master's demonstration. Watch this. I'll let you feel it next. The use of momentum. The moment the tone fell, only to see Mu Qingyun's finger, which was on top of the ground, suddenly move away. A miraculous scene appeared. He was actually standing in the air like this, and it was as if his entire body was being held up by some kind of power. When your potential, as long as it can be fully derived until it supports itself, you have been initiated. The essence of potential is the outgrowth of martial intent condensed to the extreme, but invisible and trackless. This is potential. Martial intent manifests itself, and the outward release is traceable. Imagine how to resist martial intent after it has been transformed into a potential. which is invisible and trackless. This kind of realm is not just profound, it's a leap of faith for a martial artist. And once it becomes powerful, it can be called a martial arts master. As the words fell, the chief pavilion master directly rose up in the air and stood steadily. Deafening applause rang out from the surrounding martial artists. When Mu Qingyue saw that the chief pavilion master's demonstration had ended, she immediately stepped forward. Pavilion master, read this letter of war. A letter of war? The chief pavilion master was bewildered, and after receiving the war letter, he read it carefully. Not long after, the chief pavilion master revealed a look of interest. Interesting, this Zhang Tang is really surprising, actually challenging the entire Zhang clan. Yeah, Mu Qingyue nodded. Originally, I thought the dojo had changed its mind and wanted to move next to the main hall. What do you think? The chief pavilion master looked at Mu Qingyue. Pavilion master, if it were someone else, I would say fine death, but Zhang Tang is not good to say. Oh, the chief pavilion master asked with slight surprise. I remember you said that he was only in the golden body undefeatable refinement realm, right? Even though I won over you by crossing the level, you only used the strength of the early Danhai realm after all. That Zhang family, there are quite a few strong people of the true meaning of martial Dao. Zhang Solong is even a peak strong person of the true meaning of martial Dao, and I heard that it's not far from gathering power. The gap is too big. Mu Qingyue nodded, then seemed to fall into reminiscence. Although his master is very mysterious, but the letter of war has to be personally on the field. I also want to know what his bottom line is. The chief librarian mused slightly. Regardless, the dojo is our certified martial arts school, and since it has placed a battle order and applied for justice, it is impossible for us to sit back and do nothing. A ray of light flashed in Mu Qingyue's eyes. Pavilion master, please let me be the impartial person. Zhang Tang is by no means reckless in my opinion. I want to see what his bottom line is. Good. The chief pavilion master nodded. Our dojo's imprinted martial arts school certification. You can bring it along with you this time. Other side. Dojo. Tu's Taijiquan seems to have no softness at all. Every move, every style, seems soft, but it was rigid to the extreme. The rigid flexible Taijiquan seems to be more rigid in his hands, but strangely enough, there was a dance of heaven and earth spiritual energy around him. With his fists, he was already able to invoke the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Lin Bei appreciated Tainyo's punches with satisfaction. It seems that it's not far off for Tainyo to comprehend the cultivation method. Sure enough, in the very next second, Lin Bei suddenly realized that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around Tainyo had started to pour into his body. It's done? Almost simultaneously, a voice rang in Lin Bei's head. Your disciple, Tainyo, has comprehended the peripatetic orifice breathing method. Your Tai Chi breathing technique has been integrated. Congratulations, your Tai Chi breathing technique has broken the limit 4 times. The Taiji spitting technique broke the limit 4 times, which was an unexpected blessing. In the next second, the sensations about the peripheral orifices flooded into his mind as if they were a tidal wave. It's an amazing feeling. All along, Lin Bei had taken the initiative to cultivate the vomiting technique in order to quench his Dao body. But at the moment, Lin Bei doesn't even need to actively run the Taiji exhaling technique. The orifices around his body will all exhale on their own. It was as if Lin Bei's body would rely on instinct to exhale. Zhang Tang's comprehension of the peripheral heavenly orifice vomiting method remained within the framework of the Taiji vomiting method. Tainyo's peripatetic orifice breathing method, although it sounded similar, was actually completely different. Master. At this time, Tainyo came to Lin Bei in surprise. I've come to my senses. I'm, able to cultivate. Lin Bei nodded in relief. Not bad. Practice well. And from now on, you'll be my second disciple. Iron Bull was overjoyed, and then asked with slight apprehension. Master, I have a bold idea. I don't know if it's feasible. What idea? Lin Bei was a bit puzzled. Tainyo boldly said, I want to use Taijiquan as the basis to create a brand new boxing style. Lin Bei a shock. What the hell? Pioneering boxing? This Tainyo's talent. Could it be that he was even more demonic than Zhang Tang? Chapter 44 Iron Ox's unconventional talent. Lin Bei was surprised by Tainyo's words, and for a while, he didn't even open his mouth. At this moment, a strange thought rose within him. Zhang Tang, as the eldest senior brother, although he had an unbelievable level of enlightenment about the immortal cultivation path, but Iron Bull's talent for combat and technique was significantly deeper. Say what you think, Lin Bei asked. He understood that Iron Bull was able to speak his mind with him, and actually wanted to ask for his opinion. If it was before, Lin Bei really didn't have any real skills and could only put it off. But now, his Taiji fist had broken the limit for the second time, and his Taiji spitting technique had even broken the limit for the 4th time, and his own strength was also the sixth refining of the Tao body. It was definitely more than enough to lead the way for Iron Bull. Hearing Lin Bei's inquiry, Tainyo immediately spoke out his thoughts. Master, Taijiquan is rigid and flexible, but my style is rigid to the core. In this case, I would like to use softness as a supplement, and create a supreme fist style while ensuring that the supreme rigidity and yang do not crumble. Lin Bei listened quietly, quite shocked inwardly. Iron Ox looks simple, rough, but rough in the fine, but also know that too rigid easy to break. Need to just with soft to reach the realm of the rigid. No wonder it is said that the etheric pole is basic. This is simply a manifestation of taking the best of the best and integrating it. Iron Bull understands very well that what suits you is the best. Since you have comprehended the truth of Taiji, it is feasible for you to want to find another way. Lin Bei gave his approval to Iron Bull. Tainyo was slightly pleased, then continued, Master, I have another technique that goes along with this fist technique that I would like to ask Master to teach me. Technique? Lin Bei immediately realized when he heard those two words. Is this the martial arts technique that was pioneered against the standard martial artist? What technique? Similar to your senior brother Zhang's point ceiling? Tainyo shook his head. Senior brother Zhang's ceiling points belongs to a martial art stripped from Taijiquan, and my supreme yang fist technique also belongs to a martial art stripped from Taijiquan. I'm talking about techniques, not martial arts. Lin Bei revealed a look of interest. Sure enough, he wasn't wrong about Iron Bull. This kid, in certain aspects, had an extraordinary talent that even Zhang Tang could not compare to. Tell me about your technical ideas. Yes, Tainyo immediately said. Master, when I was comprehending the circumstantial orifice breathing method, I realized that in my body, although there are 365 orifices, these 365 orifices are divided into a major circulation and a minor circulation between them. The great circulation refers to the 365 orifices, and these orifices can be combined to create 9 minor circuits. Lin Bei appeared to nod lightly, but in reality, he was quite shocked inwardly. If it wasn't for his Taiji exhalation method, which blended the peripatetic orifice breathing method and broke the limit for the 4th time, he wouldn't even have been able to understand Tainyo's words. He understood that what Tainyo was talking about was the essence of the orifice breathing method. This was something that even Zhang Tang could not comprehend. When Tainyo saw Lin Bei nodding, his inner confidence grew even more. Master, the art of vomiting is to incorporate the spiritual power of the heavens and earth into every inch of flesh and blood as a means of quenching the Tao body. My disciple feels that perhaps in addition to incorporating it into the flesh and blood, one can also store the spiritual power of the heavens and earth in the orifices. And if one were to activate the spiritual power of the heavens and earth in the orifices in one's body during a battle, one's strength would be multiplied. Moreover, my disciple has discovered that the 9 large and small circulating orifices are in a cascading manner. And if the 9 large orifices are completely stored full of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy and activated gradually by a special method, perhaps the fully exploded state can explode 9 times the battle power. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Lin Bei inwardly sucked in a breath of cold air. 9 times battle power increase? This was too exaggerated. He knew very well that what Tainyo said was completely feasible. And Tainyo used the most simple words to say the most heaven-defying technique. Feasible. Lin Bei didn't say much, and after saying that it was feasible, he cast an encouraging look at Tainyo. Have you thought of a name for the fists and techniques you are going to start? Tainyo nodded. Master, my fist technique. I would like to call it the Supreme Yang Fist Technique. And as for the technique, I would like to call it the 9 Suns Tao Technique. Not bad. Lin Bei smiled and nodded. Good name. The other side. On the way to the dojo. Inside the carriage, Mu Qingyue inquired, Little Sixth Son, when Zhang Teng challenged the Zhang clan, why didn't your master stop him? Why did you stop? Xiao Luzi was puzzled. Master is very encouraging him to end his grudge. Mu Qingyue was confused. What the hell? Wasn't it a death sentence for Zhang Tang's strength to challenge the Zhang clan? Why would Lin Bei encourage it? She asked with a puzzled look on her face. Field Master Lin encouraged him to take revenge? Once a battle order is made, it's a matter of life and death. Xiao Luzi had a look of entitlement on his face. Right. It's because after placing a battle order, according to the rules, that's why you need to divide life and death. That's why Senior Zhang will let the general pavilion be fair. Mu Qingyu was even more confused. She was somewhat unable to understand why Xiao Luzi also felt Zhang Tang's behavior felt justified. Did he not know that Zhang Tang's strength was equal to seeking death before the strength of the Zhang clan? Full of doubts. Miss Mu, do you think that senior brother Zhang is looking for death? Xiao Luzi asked rhetorically. A little. Mu Qingyue said honestly. The Zhang clan status is also prestigious in Nanyang. There are dozens of martial artists at the martial intent level in the clan, the strongest of which is called Zhang Tsonglong. and I heard that he has already reached the great completion of true intent in the martial Tao. I'm afraid that Zhang Sonlong will even come back from the border if you guys send war letters in this rash manner. Xiao Luzi had an indifferent expression. What are you afraid of? Senior brother Zhang can defeat Zhang Yong now, and he will be able to defeat Zhang Sonlong in 10 days. Zhang Yong? Who is he? The people from the Zhang family went to arrest Zhang Tang? Mu Qingyue asked. Xiao Luzi immediately told the complete story of Tao Zhang and Zhang Yong. When she heard that Zhang Tang had defeated Tao Zhang, although Mu Qingyue was shocked, she felt it was normal. After all, when she had taken the test, she had used the strength of the early Dan High stage, which was comparable to the middle Dan High stage of an ordinary martial artist. Zhang Tang could win against her, and defeating the late Dan High stage was not unacceptable. However, when she heard that Zhang Tang had defeated Zhang Yong, she was inwardly shocked. Zhang Yong was a powerful person at the martial intent realm. Manifestation level. This was not the level of first entering martial intent, but the level where martial intent could already be utilized in a pure manner. Although at first, Zhang Tang had disturbed her sword intent manifestation, she inwardly understood that Zhang Tang could not possibly be a match for a martial intent realm powerhouse. Thinking about it, Mu Qingyue immediately inquired. The difference between body refining and martial intent is a world of difference. How on earth did he do that? Kuroku smiled confidently. Because, he's senior brother Zhang. When he defeated Zhang Yong, he was already in the 5th refinement of the Dao body. The 5th refinement of the Dao body? Mu Qingyue was inwardly shocked beyond measure. Dao body 9 refinement. She was aware of it. Zhang Tang had said that when he had fought with her, the 3rd refinement of the Dao body is comparable to Vajra undefeated. Originally, Mu Qingyue thought that the 3rd refinement of the Dao body could be viewed as a martial artist's Dan High realm, but now it seems to be something else entirely? Zhang Tang of the 5th refinement of the Dao body was actually able to defeat an expert of the martial intent realm. The manifestation level? That too. It's outrageous. When Zhang Tang and I fought, how many refinements was he? Mu Qingyue asked. Oh, little 6th son laughed. At that time, senior brother Zhang had just been initiated. At most the 1st refinement, right? This statement was made. Mu Qingyue's heart set off huge waves. Chapter 45, the 7th refinement? Notary. At first, Zhang Tang had said that Vajra undefeated was roughly equivalent to the 3rd refinement. What does the 1st refining mean? It meant that when she fought with Zhang Tang, Zhang Tang did not exert the power of the immortal cultivator itself at all, and completely relied on the golden body undefeatable to defeat her. This also meant that her knowledge of immortal cultivators was limited to Zhang Tang's description. Even her own speculation about the direction of the new genre's strength might be wrong. At this moment, the new genre, which was already clear in Mu Qingyue's eyes, was once again cloaked in mystery. But, Mu Qingyue understood that hearing is not believing and seeing is not believing. Therefore, she decided that after this trip to the dojo, she would spar with Zhang Tang. Little 6, I have a question for you. Mu Qingyue began to inquire after a little thought. What is it? Little 6th son honestly looked at Mu Qingyue. I remember the last time I parted ways with Zhang Tang wasn't much longer. He cultivated from the 1st refinement to the 5th in such a short period of time? Does your immortal cultivator school cultivate so quickly? Xiao Luzi looked at Mu Qingyue's curious eyes and couldn't help but sigh. Miss Mu, I haven't been initiated so far, so I don't really know if normal cultivation speed is fast or not. However, senior brother Zhang is a genius in my eyes. Mu Qingyue nodded and didn't say anything more. The other side. Dojo. Zhang Tang was practicing boxing in the middle of the dojo. Since combining the orifice breathing method, he realized that the speed of cultivation was only faster under the combination of movement and static. Not long after, Zhang Tang stopped. At that moment, a dojo apprentice handed over a cloth towel to wipe away the sweat. Tainyo also walked over at this time, his face full of smiles. Congratulations, senior brother. 6th refinement. Zhang Tang's expression became grim after he withdrew his energy. I can feel that the first 6 refinements were relatively easy, and this 7th refinement, it's difficult. It's not just about quenching the Dao body, it seems to be about condensing the spirit as well. Condensing the spirit? Iron Ox had some surprise. Is it hard? It's not that it's difficult. The main thing is that the progress will be slow. Zhang Tang explained. The first 6 refinements are to exhale the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to directly quench the blood, flesh, sinews and bones, and the 5 viscera. The 7th refinement is the quenching of the spirit, which requires the spirit to resonate with the spiritual power of the heavens and earth in order to quench the spirit, and thus is not only difficult, but also requires one to enter the state of unity of heaven and man in order to do so. Speaking of this, Zhang Tang smiled. However, after starting to try to refine the gods, I realized that I already have control over the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Senior brothers, After my 9th refinement, I will be able to open the heavenly gate for you. When these words came out, the disciples in the dojo revealed joyful expressions. Great! If the heavenly gate is opened, we can cultivate too. Right at this moment, Lin Bei walked out and coughed gently. The disciples of the dojo immediately reacted and said in a hurry, "Hello, master." Lin Bei nodded. "What are 1 and 2 doing gathered here if they don't go to practice boxing?" Tainyo hurriedly said, "Master, senior brother Zhang just had the 6th refinement of the Tao body and introduced us to the 7th refinement. So the senior brothers have all come over to listen." "The 6th refinement?" Lin Bei looked at Zhang Teng. Zhang Teng said, "I just broke through not long ago and tried the 7th refinement." Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. "Work hard. My master looks forward to the day of your 9th refinement." "Yes, master." It was only after Lin Bei left that Zhang Teng lamented. "Not bad for a master. What's wrong?" Tainyo looked at Zhang Teng in confusion. Standing beside master just now, I could feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him in a very special symbiotic state. Zhang Teng said with an adoring expression. To put it simply, master did not cultivate, but the spiritual power of heaven and earth was enhancing master's cultivation all the time. "What kind of realm is this?" Tainyo revealed a shocked expression. "Shame on senior brother for saying that. What's wrong?" Zhang Teng had some doubts. Truth be told, originally I comprehended the circumstantial orifice breathing method, which allows my body to perform instinctive exhalation to enhance my cultivation. Iron Bull replied nervously. I was so complacent, thinking that I had set a precedent for immortal cultivation. It was only after hearing the introduction that I realized that my master's realm had already surpassed mine by an unknown amount. My so-called pioneering, in my master's eyes, may be nothing more than a minor skill, right? Zhang Teng laughed out loud. Why should senior brother be mediocre? After all, that's master. The moment. Lin Bei, who was on the side, appeared to be calmly drinking tea, but in fact, he was secretly happy inside. These disciples of his are so good at brainstorming that they seem to be completely oblivious to the fact that his achievements depend entirely on them. However, in this way, Lin Bei he was relieved. Has this brat Zhang Tang finally started the 7th refinement? It seems that he should be able to thoroughly consolidate the 7th refinement before challenging the Zhang clan. Lin Bei he was now already in the 7th refinement, and even the 8th refinement was almost complete. By the time Zhang Tang reached the 7th refinement, he should be able to arrive at the 9th refinement. At that time, Lin Bei would have thoroughly made up the framework of the imperial law. Looking at Zhang Tang and Tainyo who were practicing boxing, Lin Bei was very pleased. Zhang Tang, in particular, had been extraordinarily attentive in his cultivation recently. It was important to know that Lin Bei's Taiji vomiting technique had begun at 7th refinement when he had broken the limit 3 times. Now his Taiji spitting technique had broken the limit 4 times, yet he was only less than 2 refinements faster than Zhang Tang. It was enough to show how diligent Zhang Tang had been cultivating recently. Right at this moment, not far away came the voice of the dojo apprentice. Master, Xiao Lu Zi is back, and he's brought someone from the general hall with him. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. People from the general pavilion are here? This meant that the general pavilion had accepted Zhang Tang's application for a war book and had sent people to do justice. Speaking, Xiao Lu Zi and Mu Qingyu walked in. Just after walking into the dojo, Mu Qingyu was visibly shaken. What surprised her was not Zhang Tang nor Lin Bei, but Tainyo. It wasn't long ago that she had met Iron Bull. It's just a regular guy. But what about now? She actually felt a very strong aura on Tainyo's body. At this level, it was almost stronger than a martial artist at the bone refining realm. How long has it been? It was important to know that if a martial artist wanted to cultivate to the level of bone refining, it would take a lot of effort, a lot of resources and a lot of time. Tainyo, is this an initiation? Mu Qingyue couldn't help but inquire. At this moment, she suddenly began to realize how ignorant she had originally thought that she knew enough about the genre of immortal cultivators. Now he only felt that he really seemed to know nothing about immortal cultivators. Miss Mu, you're here? Lin Bei immediately greeted Mu Qingyu with a smile after seeing her. Have a seat. Xia Luozi was very perceptive in pouring the tea. Field Master Lin. Hello again. Your pavilion Zhang Tang's application for justice has been accepted by our main pavilion. Mu Qingyu smiled and returned the greeting. This time, I am the notary. Chapter 46, Development of the Dojo. Cutting the cord. With pleasure, Lin Bei returned indifferently. Although Mu Qingyue was a bit surprised, she was able to completely confirm one thing. Lin Bei supported this matter of Zhang Teng challenging the Zhang clan. After Mu Qingyue took her seat, she handed over a letter of appointment stamped with the seal of the general hall from her bosom. Lin Bei swept a glance and was rather odd inside because the words Dojo Martial Hall were written on it. Master Lin, this is your dojo's certificate as a second-rate martial arts school, and I've delivered it for you. Before Lin Bei could say anything, Xiao Luzi was filled with excitement. Great! With a letter of appointment from the General Council, we can recruit people to settle in our nameless village as well. Tainyo was equally happy and couldn't help but say, Master, when are we going to recruit? Hundreds of people to settle? We have tons of farmland here waiting to be opened up. Joy filled the faces of everyone at the dojo. They understand. Life in the nameless village will flourish after the dojo has the appointment of the main hall. In the past, they were poor and had to choose remote areas to clear land in order not to pay taxes. But the more remote the area, the poorer it is. Now there is finally a chance for change. Mu Qingyue smiled faintly. If you choose to recruit the people, there are also many villages outside of Qingyun Town's sphere of influence, but it won't be easy to recruit them. After all, they also chose to cultivate the land around them because they are poor and have no money to pay taxes. They don't have the money to go to Qingyun Town, and likewise, may not give up their reclaimed farmland and come to settle in your area. Lin Bei nodded. Miss Mu has a point. Mu Qingyue laughed. If you want to form a settlement, it must be safe and prosperous. As the dojo is the main hall of a second-rate martial arts school, there is naturally no need to worry about safety. It's just that this prosperity can be far from it. The roads, commerce, and supplies here are almost a blank slate. Speaking here, Mu Qingyue took a sip of tea. Lin Bei smiled slightly. Yes, these disciples of mine, they have lived a hard life since they were young. Now that they have the opportunity to improve the conditions of the villagers, they are enthusiastic. It's just that the road is long. Mu Qingyue nodded her head approvingly and repeatedly. Then her gaze went to Zhang Tong, who was practicing boxing not far away. For the moment, she seemed to want to say something. Lin Bei saw her gesture at a glance and inquired. I wonder if there's anything else Miss Mu would like to say? Mu Qingyue sniffed and said down the slope. It's like this. When Xiao Liuzi and I came back, we talked at length about the matter of the war book, and we heard that Zhang Tong had defeated a strong martial intent at the manifestation level? Indeed. Mu Qingyue was slightly shocked inwardly while inquiring in astonishment. I remember that Zhang Tang had not long been initiated, right? It seems like it was only the fifth refining of the Dao body when they fought. It seems that you have indeed learned in detail and know some of the detailed realms of our immortal cultivators' quenching of the Dao body. Lin Bei laughed. That's right. When Zhang Tong fought Zhang Yang back then, it was exactly the fifth refinement level of the Dao body. A hint of wariness flashed in Mu Qingyue's eyes. Field Master Lin, to be honest, I originally thought that I knew quite a bit about the immortal cultivation school, but only now do I realize that I'm sitting on a well and watching the sky. I wonder if I can try Zhang Tang's strength myself. Sure. Lin Bei agreed with alacrity and then looked in the direction where Zhang Tang was. Zhang Tang, come here. Zhang Tang immediately began to collect his energy and then ran over. Master, you called me? Lin Bei had been urging him to practice hard lately, so even if Mu Qingyue came, he just ignored it and practiced at ease. Apprentice is here, Zhang Tang said respectfully. Miss Mu wants to formally spar with you, so you accompany her to practice. My disciple leads the way. After Zhang Tong finished, he muttered, still need to fight? Wasn't it a cut and thrust? Mu Qingyue was full of speechlessness. She could see that Zhang Tang seemed to have some dissatisfaction with her proposal to cut. Thus, Mu Qingyue immediately said, Zhang Tong, I collected my strength in the previous duel. I have stepped into the martial intent manifestation realm for many years. In fact, the battle at the Danhai realm does not utilize my strength. This time, I want to use my true strength to spar with you. Of course, if you can win against me, I'll have the pavilion master recommend your dojo as a candidate for a first-class martial arts school when I return. A candidate for a first-class martial arts school? This was favorable for the development of the dojo. Zhang Tang's eyes lit up. Since that's the case, I'd like to ask Miss Mu to teach me. Mu Qingyue's eyes instantly glazed over. Swords and knives have no eyes. Please be careful in this sparring session. Zhang Tang was incredibly confident. He was able to defeat Zhang Yang when he was still in the fifth refinement. Now he was in the sixth refinement and was in the middle of the seventh refinement. He was much stronger than when he had defeated Zhang Yang. Even if Mu Qingyue was from the general pavilion and was not bad. So what? Please. The two came to the open space of the dojo. Mu Qingyue stood with her sword. Zhang Huio, be careful. Do it. The cut begins. In a flash, Mu Qingyue's eyes were like swords, cold and merciless. The sword intent seemed to be one with her. In the next second, Mu Qingyue directly turned into a stream of light with her sword and stabbed out. The moment she stabbed out this sword, 3 white sword chi coalesced into a sword at the tip of the sword, which was precisely the sword of martial intent manifestation. Obviously, unlike Zhang Yang, who utilized his martial intent to strengthen his attack and speed, she did not only utilize her martial intent to strengthen her attack and speed, but also, in an instant, condensed her martial intent into a form. The moment her sword, was about to approach Zhang Tang, the three swords condensed by the martial intent instantly changed their trajectory and attacked Zhang Tang from the upper, left and right directions at the same time. Tainyo instantly tensed up. I didn't expect Miss Mu to be so powerful. Martial intent manifested in form, utilized so purely, to condense three sword forms with this. Zhang Yang couldn't do it back then. Lin Bei was also quite impressed. Although Mu Qingyue and Zhang Yang were both at the martial intent manifestation realm, it was obvious that she seemed to be stronger by more than a star. The moment Mu Qingyue's stern attack had arrived, her pupils stared slightly, inwardly puzzled. What's going on? Why isn't he dodging my manifested sword intent? Now he can't dodge it even if he wants to. Looking for death? Although Mu Qingyue was puzzled, the attacks didn't have any intention of stopping. She wanted to see what Zhang Tang, who was rumored to have defeated the martial intent manifestation realm, actually had. Right at this moment, Zhang Tang's eyes were boiling with battle intent, only to see him take a deep breath and begin to exhale the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then he bellowed in the direction of the sword intent. Break! In the next second, the white sword chi that had coalesced like a substance was instantly washed away directly by this roar as if it were a bubble. Mu Qingyue, her eyes slightly glazed over, her pupils filled with incredulity. At this moment, she instantly recalled the previous scene where Zhang Tang had demonstrated how he had made it difficult for her to manifest her martial intent. Surprisingly, able to break my martial intent? After a brief moment of inner surprise, Mu Qingyue did not falter. Instead, her sword attack became even more severe. Manifestation was just a way of utilizing martial intent. So what if it's broken? A strong person of the martial intent realm, that was comprehensively strong. The two sides were about to exchange blows. Zhang Tang was full of battle spirit and bellowed. Good timing. Chapter 47. Facing the incoming longsword, Zhang Tang staggered on his feet and directly avoided it. In the next second, a palm directly executed Taiji inch strength, directly hitting Mu Qingyue's wrist. The sharp sword in Mu Qingyue's hand instantly came out of her hand. What? The moment Mu Qingyue took off her sword, her entire body revealed an incredulous expression. Zhang Tang's dodging, in her opinion, was very extreme, even because she could not keep up with her speed, and predicted her attack in advance and made an evasive maneuver. This meant that her strength definitely suppressed Zhang Tang even if she was shaken out of her martial intent. But Zhang Tang dodged and counterattacked this series of movements. Not only did it flow smoothly, what was even more terrifying was that she could not avoid it. Obviously, when she attacked, she had no weaknesses, but at this moment, she was even forced to have a weakness in the middle of the battle, and was even caught by Zhang Tang, directly knocking the sword out of her hand. As a martial artist who used the sword as his martial intent, it was very humiliating to take off the sword. However, Mu Qingyue was worthy of being an expert of the general pavilion, and the moment she disengaged her sword, she directly turned around in a smooth manner, turning her palm into a sword, and once again seized the initiative. Only, she regained the initiative not 3 moves later. Zhang Tang's Taiji palm technique in the middle of the sticking strike played a huge role. Not only was he able to catch her attacks, but even caught the attacks with multiple counterattacks that were extremely tricky. If not for her strength, she would have fallen long ago. How is it possible? Obviously I'm stronger. Continue to exchange short punches. I'm not even a match. Mu Qingyue was extremely shocked inside. One should know that she was a stronger martial intent manifestation realm than Zhang Tang, but after exchanging hands, it even gradually fell into a disadvantage? Senior brother Zhang's strength has increased so much. Tainyo couldn't help but exclaim. How big is it? Little Six inquired curiously. When senior brother Zhang fought Zhang Yang before, he was pressed and beaten without the ability to fight back, relying on his strong fighting talent, step by step, and seizing the weaknesses in order to gradually turn defeat into victory. Nowadays, although the bottom line is still not a match for Mu Qingyue, haven't you noticed? Senior brother Zhang is wrestling with Mu Qingyue, exchanging merits and defenses? It dawned on Rocco, and I can tell that Mu Qingyue is much stronger than Zhang Yang. Tainyo laughed. This is only the 6th refinement. If it's the 7th refinement, wouldn't it be? Xiao Luzi was excited. If it's the 7th refinement, the strength of the body might be able to keep up with Mu Qingyue. As Iron Bull lamented, he said, the critical point of the cut is coming. Sure enough, after several exchanges in a row, Zhang Tang's style suddenly changed, and as he seized the opening, he directly turned his palm into a finger and hit Mu Qingyue's shoulder. Ceiling points. In a flash, Mu Qingyu only felt that her body's true qi and martial intent were beginning to operate poorly. What kind of move is this? Mu Qingyue's pupils stared slightly, her heart appalled. Originally, she still thought that as long as she adapted to Zhang Tang's fighting method, she would be able to rely on her strength that was stronger than Zhang Tang's to win the battle. But now, she realized with a jolt that she might be losing. I'm going to lose? As unbelievable as it was, the idea could not be contained once it appeared. Zhang Tang was slightly surprised. So far in the exchange, Mu Qingyue's punching and kicking kung fu had also surprised him extremely, making it difficult to find a break. But just now, he clearly noticed that Mu Qingyue's breath was in disarray, and her fists and feet were revealing great flaws. The will to fight is shaken? Is it because of the ceiling points? A glint flashed in Zhang Tang's eyes, instantly realizing the reason for Mu Qingyue's change. Immediately seizing this fleeting opportunity, the Taiji Bagua palm was utilized to the extreme. In a short span of one breath, he directly sealed at least 12 of Mu Qinyu's orifices, completely disrupting the rhythm of Mu Qinyu's true qi and martial intent operation. Bad. Mu Qinyue was alarmed. The mind was spinning so fast that it had no idea how to break the game. Right at this moment, Lin Bei suddenly spoke. All right, cut and thrust, point blank. With these words, Zhang Tang, who was just about to ride out the attack, stopped his attack and arched his hand at Mu Qingyu. Mu Yu, nice to meet you. Mu Qinyue was still in some kind of trance at this moment. Granted, on the surface it looked like she hadn't lost yet, but in reality, she knew better than anyone. She was defeated very thoroughly. Thanks a lot. Mu Qinyue arched her hand in return, and she arched her hand at Lin Bei to thank him as well. She understood that Lin Bei was giving her face. Otherwise she had just been in a situation where her breath was in great disarray and her true qi was not functioning well. She would have lost very badly, without even the decency to do so. Who won? Little Six asked curiously. Iron Bull popped him in the head and said with a smile, what, win or lose? This is a sparring match. Point blank. In fact, he understood in his heart that the victory and defeat had already been divided. He was just saving some face for Mu Qinyue of the General Pavilion. Mu Qinyue is also really powerful. Her punching and kicking are much more powerful than Zhang Yong. Little Sixth Son was thieving. Alright, shut up put you. As Tai Nyo spoke, he shoved a pear from the fruit plate into Xiao Luzi's mouth. Master, Tai Nyo bullied me. Xiao Luzi immediately complained. Tai Nyo. Lin Bei immediately chided, and Tai Nyo hastily shrunk his head, then glared fiercely at Xiao Luzi. Little Six, on the other hand, had a smug look on his face. The moment after Mu Qinyue received the sword that Zhang Tang threw over, she instinctively sheathed it. She was in some kind of trance. It wasn't just that she was defeated that surprised her, but how long had she been away from the dojo? Zhang Tang's growth was also too heaven-defying. Not only that, but one should know that Zhang Tang was an invalid with a destroyed Dantian before. It's only been a few days? Zhang Tang has not only recovered his Dantian, but his strength has even turned upside down. She had only one thought at the moment. This new genre of cultivators may be ridiculously strong. Lin Bei saw Mu Qinyue take her seat in a bit of a trance and spoke. Miss Mu, how is it? Does it still feel that Zhang Tang challenged the Zhang clan and was out of his depth? Mu Qinyue wanted to say that Zhang Tang's strength was far inferior to Zhang Tsonglong of the Zhang clan, but soon she couldn't say anymore, because she understood that Zhang Tang was still growing. At the moment of the 10-day appointment, Zhang Tang was really no match for Zhang Tsonglong? She wasn't sure. Field Master Lin, how many times has Zhang Tang refined? Mu Qinyue looked at Zhang Tang, who continued practicing boxing after the cut, and couldn't help but ask. The 6th refinement. Lin Bei made no secret of it. The 7th refinement is slightly more difficult. Even for Zhang Tang, I'm afraid it will take quite a few days. Mu Qinyue thought for a moment and then asked. Before the 10-day appointment, will he be able to 7th refine? Naturally. Mu Qinyue understood. I now finally understand what Zhang Tang's bottom line is in challenging the Zhang clan. Even the 7th refinement could beat her. How strong should Zhang Tang be after the 7th refinement? Hesitating again and again, Mu Qinyue suddenly summoned up the courage to ask aloud. Lin Field Master, Immortal Cultivator School, can I cultivate? As soon as these words came out, many of the surrounding dojo disciples revealed shocked expressions. The words are shocking. Chapter 48, I am the chance. What kind of person is Mu Qinyue? She's the genius of the main library. In terms of age, she was about the same as Zhang Tang, 18 or 19 years old. However, she was a genuine martial intent manifestation realm powerhouse. What about Zhang Tang? He was only a martial artist at the Danhai realm when his Dantian was destroyed. Now, such a genius wants to learn the immortal cultivation method? Everyone in the world can cultivate, except that the immortal cultivation method is different from martial arts, and it is all about chance and enlightenment. Lin Bei replied calmly, pointing at the many apprentices in the courtyard. Look at them. They've been practicing for more than a year and still haven't been initiated. And they haven't even comprehended the essence of Taijiquan. After saying that, he pointed at Zhang Tang. Zhang Tang is different. Not only has he comprehended the Taijiquan and tumulus methods in a short period of time to enter the door, he is now in his sixth refinement. Lin Bei turned his head to look at Mu Qingyue. If you are interested in the immortal cultivation method, you can go and ask Xiao Luzi to teach you Taijiquan. And if you can perfect Taijiquan, you can come and find me, and I will pass on the vomiting method. And whether you can comprehend it or not will depend on your enlightenment. Mu Qingyue revealed a hint of anticipation. Field Master Lin, you said that immortal cultivation laws are about chance and enlightenment. If I have enlightenment, what about chance? Where do I need to obtain it from? Lin Bei smiled faintly and took a sip from his teacup. Tainyo spoke faintly at this time, far away and near. Mu Qingyue was shaken. She realized with a jolt. Lin Bei is the chance. Unconsciously, Lin Bei became extraordinarily mysterious in her heart. After slowing down, Mu Qingyue looked at Xiao Luzi. Little sixth son, could you teach me Taijiquan? Rocco was confident. Although my Tai Chi is not a great success, after practicing for so long, I have at least become a small success, so teaching you will not be a problem. As they spoke, the two of them arrived at the dojo, and Mu Qingyue began practicing Taijiquan after Xiao Luzi. I have to say, Mu Qingyue is worthy of being a martial arts heavenly pride. Soon she mastered Taijiquan. It was just that what made Lin Bei feel strange was that although Mu Qingyue had learned it like it was only in vain. Iron Bull, who was on the side, watched the battle for a while and couldn't help but inquire. Master, why do I feel so awkward about Miss Mu practicing boxing? She only has the martial way in her heart. She has not given up everything to pursue the purity of the immortal cultivation method. Her martial intent has become an obstacle to her worshipping the dojo. Even if she practiced to the great circle, I'm afraid that she wouldn't be able to comprehend the tumulus method. Having said that, Lin Bei did not watch Mu Qingyue practicing, but turned around and left. At this point, Little Six seemed to have sensed something as well. Miss Mu, wait a moment, I feel like there's something wrong with your practicing. I'll go ask Tainyo. Soon, Xiao Luzi came to Iron Ox to inquire. Tainyo shook his head and said, tell her to stop practicing. Master said that the martial arts in her heart has become a stumbling block to her cultivation of the immortal cultivation method. Little sixth son asked suspiciously. Senior brother Zhang used to be a martial artist as well, so why is he able to cultivate the immortal cultivation method? Tainyo smiled faintly. With his dantian destroyed and experiencing the deceitfulness of martial arts families, I'm afraid that he has long been disappointed with martial arts in his heart. Tainyo finished and patted Xiao Luzi's shoulder. Without the martial arts in his heart and with the guidance of his master, perhaps he is also exceptionally gifted, which allows him to learn the immortal cultivation method. The initiation of the immortal cultivation method is never an easy thing. There was something of a freeze as Roku-chan listened. In the end, he came in front of Mu Qingyue and told her the matter in its entirety. Yeah, Mu Qingyue sighed. It seems that I'm destined to be with the dojo. Xiao Luzi didn't say much about this. Miss Mu, if you are bent on martial arts, then pursue the martial arts path. Master said that all laws return to their roots, so why force it? All laws return to the sect. Mu Qingyue smiled faintly. We martial artists believe that all schools of thought should ultimately converge towards the orthodoxy of the martial arts. But when I heard you say this, I felt that this is not what you had in mind. Xiao Luzi laughed. That's of course. All cultivation methods should eventually converge towards us immortal cultivators. Wudao is orthodoxy. Our Qingyun General Hall is nothing amongst the martial arts. After you see the true orthodoxy of the martial arts that incorporates the strengths of 100 schools of thought, you'll understand. Kuroko skimmed his lips, inwardly unimpressed. He didn't know whether any martial orthodoxies were strong or not, but he had seen Zhang Tang's growth and Tainyo's growth. At this point, Iron Bull walked over. Little sixth son, let's take a few senior brothers and make a trip to Green Cloud Town. What's the point of going to Qingyun Town? Little sixth son had a puzzled look on his face. Iron Bull came to him and patted him on the shoulder. Have you forgotten? We're a second-rate dojo now, so of course we're going to recruit people to build our village. Xiao Luzi said. But didn't Miss Mu say that in our current situation, it would be best to recruit villagers from the surrounding villages to develop step by step? What does she say and what do you listen to? Tainyo said breathlessly. For this kind of matter, of course, we have to go to Qingyun Town to find an opportunity. In this matter, senior brother Zhang Tang also shares my opinion. Kuroku was thoughtful. Then, senior brother Tainyo, should we ask master for advice? Pop. Tainyo gave Xiao Luzi a direct slap on the face. This kind of small matter, why should master bother? What do you think? Then we have to talk to sensei about the reason we left the dojo, right? Xiao Luzi had an aggravated look on his face. That's natural. Iron Bull nodded. Other side. Tainyo and Xiao Luzi came to report. Master, come in. Tainyo and Xiao Luzi pushed the door and immediately said respectfully when they saw that Lin Bei was practicing. Master, little sixth son and I are going to grow the dojo and go to Qingyun town to recruit residents. I still ask for master's permission. Granted. Lin Bei didn't have any objections to this. He also had the idea of growing the dojo and letting the people of Nameless Village live a good life. So he directly agreed. Tainyo, do you have any ideas for recruiting residents to Qingyun town? Tainyo smiled nervously at his words. Master, I believe that to grow the dojo and the village, recruiting villagers from the surrounding villages is not the best strategy. Oh, Lin Bei looked at Iron Bull with interest. He understands. Although Tainyo looks a bit naive and Iron Bean, he actually has 800 heart eyes. He's much more savvy and intelligent than Little Six. Say? Iron Bull smiled nervously. Master, whether it's the residents of Qingyun town or the merchants, there are actually forces overseeing them, so it's very difficult to dig in. But, do you remember the 6th Harmony Martial Arts Center? Master? Tainyo laughed. Their martial arts school and us already have a grudge. And now, with the 6th Harmony Martial Arts School's Chung Pavilion Master being invalidated, it's the perfect opportunity to fall on the wrong side of the well. Little Sixth Son immediately revealed a look of excitement when he heard this. Iron Bull, you're still the brains. What are you going to do? Of course, pouted their roots. In the most naive language, Tainyo said the most ruthless words. Chapter 49, Last Chance? Looking at the confident Tainyo, Lin Bei couldn't help but secretly wonder if he had looked away before. The previous Tainyo, apart from being hard-working, gave Lin Bei the biggest impression that he was honest and simple. Now what? When this kid opens his mouth, he's trying to dig up someone's roots. But Iron Bull was a character he liked. He is generous and sincere with his own people and very decisive with his enemies. Other than that, Iron Ox's recent performance made Lin Bei look at him differently. Not only is he thoughtful, but he has his own unique perspective on things. This kid, too, has grown. After Lin Bei gave a dark cry, he directly spoke. Alright, whatever you guys want to do, go ahead and do it. Yes, Master. The two spoke in unison. We're going tomorrow. Looking at the backs of the duo as they left, Lin Bei felt quite emotional inside. Not to mention Tainyo, it was little Lu Zi, who seemed to have grown a lot recently. Time passes. Night falls and the moon stars are thin. Lin Bei came to the dojo. The disciples had all gone back to rest. Only Zhang Tang was still practicing boxing. Through observation, Lin Bei clearly realized that Zhang Tang's cultivation efficiency had dropped a lot. Tong'er, come here. As soon as Lin Bei spoke, Zhang Tang immediately stopped practicing boxing and ran over. Master, refining the gods doesn't just require diligence. You also need to make sure you have plenty of energy. Go back and get some rest after practicing for so long. Lin Bei taught. My disciple has made Master laborious. A word woke up the dreamer. And Zhang Tang also felt that he had been too anxious to cultivate recently. Fist practice and meditation need to complement each other. Don't feel that refining your spirit is faster when practicing fist practice and just cultivate through fist practice. Lin Bei gave a few more pointers. Yes, the apprentice knows he is wrong. Go! Lin Bei waved his hand. Zhang Tang hurriedly and respectfully excused himself. As he watched Zhang Tang leave, Lin Bei was also deeply touched inwardly. Originally, he only relied on fooling around, but now he can even give serious instructions to Zhang Tang. Right at this moment, behind Lin Bei, a voice as clear as a warbler came. Lin Field Master, why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? The visitor was none other than Mu Qingyu. As a notary public and having come to the dojo early, she naturally stayed here as a guest. With a clear moon and clear air, it's natural to enjoy the moon. Lin Bei opened his eyes and said that he was actually just refining the gods, feeling hard and casually wandering around. Lin Field Master elegant. Mu Qingyu laughed. Lin Field Master, Xiaoliuzi's transmission was your intention, right? Lin Bei froze and immediately realized that what Mu Qingyu was saying was that Xiao Luzi had advised her not to waste her time on immortal cultivation. Your heart is filled with martial arts, Lin Bei said indifferently. You want to adopt the strengths of the immortal cultivation method to perfect the martial Tao. This idea destined you to not be able to learn the immortal cultivation method. Really? Mu Qingyu let out a bitter smile. It seems that I have no chance with the immortal cultivation law. Lin Bei smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. The moment. Mu Qingyu suddenly said, Field Master Lin, the war letter sent to the Zhang family should have arrived as well, right? How do you think the Zhang family will react? Now, Lin Bei was silent for a while before he gently spat out 3 words. Not important. After saying that, Lin Bei turned around and left. His back became more and more mysterious in Mu Qingyu's eyes. The other side. Zhang's family. At this moment, the many Zhang clan leaders and clan elders of the Zhang clan gathered together, and on everyone's face, there was a grim look. Zhang Yong, you still have the face to come back? Patriarch Zhang was furious as he looked at Zhang Yong. who was badly injured and ashen-faced, an eagle-nosed clan elder beside him. Annoyed, threw the war letter in his hand at Zhang Yong angrily. Zhang Yong, look at the good grandson you've taught. Another clan elder angrily rebuked. A six-pack of livestock that deserves to die. Patriarch Zhang snorted coldly. What now? With Tao Zhang dead, how will Zhang Xonglong account for it? When these words came out, no one spoke in the Zhang clan's council hall. The death of Zhang Tao was a major blow to the Zhang clan. A clan elder spoke grimly. How else can I account for it? Take Zhang Tang and hand him over to the Zhou clan before bringing him to the border for Zhang Xonglong to punish. Didn't this kid give a battle cry? Then wait for him to come. At this point, Patriarch Zhang frowned slightly. Gentlemen, don't you find it odd? Zhang Tang was obviously deprived of his cultivation, but he was able to kill Tao Zhang, and also injured Zhang Yong. Is this reasonable? When these words came out, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. That hawk-nosed clan elder snorted coldly. Killing Tao Zhang was probably the means of that what's-his-name dojo, and as for injuring Zhang Yong, how can you guys believe such bull I think it's just Zhang Yong's deliberate bull in order to stall for time. Another clan elder glanced at Zhang Yong with contempt, then spoke with a sneer. Not bad. Zhang Tang is after all Zhang Yong's own grandson. Before Zhang Xiaoxiao ran off to ventilate the situation, seeing that Zhang Tang was unwilling to leave, he called out to Zhang Yong again, but it was just to stall for time so that Zhang Tang could escape. Enough! Zhang Yong finally couldn't hold back his anger. I've already broken with Zhang Tang for the sake of the family. Do you guys still have a conscience when you say things like this? Ahem! After Zhang Yong coughed fiercely 3 times, he violently stood up and picked up the war book on the ground. What's this you say about me going to arrest Zhang Tang to harbor him? This is a war cry. He has made the general hall impartial. Do you think this can still be false? This statement was made. The people of the Zhang clan looked at each other in disbelief. Normally, when a battle cry is given and there is justice, there is absolutely no possibility of forgery. Hey! At this moment, an old man with white hair suddenly sighed. As he sighed, everyone in the Zhang clan all quieted down and their gazes were cast over. This person was no other than the old ancestor of the Zhang clan who had returned not long ago, Zhang Zhong. His return made the Zhang clan ecstatic, because everyone thought he had died on the border battlefield. When Zhang Xonglong went to the border battlefield, he was taking his place. Who would have thought that not only did he not die, he actually broke through his cultivation and managed to return to the border and the Zhang family. I just want to ask, if Zhang Tang really recovers his strength and is the pride of heaven, will the family make an exception to allow him to return again? The man continued to speak. As for the matter of Tao Zhang, I can only say that my skills are inferior to others. I can go to Zhang Xonglong's place to say that. And as for the side of the Zhou clan, the old man, I can also go to the border and ask my acquaintances to intercede. When these words came out, Patriarch Zhang froze slightly inside as he looked at this person. Old ancestor Zhang Zhong. I'm afraid this matter is no longer possible. Look at this war letter. Is there even an ounce of affection for the family? Zhang Zhong lapsed into silence, then sighed. Patriarch Zhang, this is something you did not do properly, and that's why it broke Zhang Tang's heart. Patriarch Zhang hurriedly bowed his head and admitted his mistake. It was my fault. Zhang Zhong looked at Patriarch Zhang with a face full of helplessness. When Zhang Tang arrives, give him one last chance. If he still has family kinship in his heart, let him return to the family. When these words came out, Zhang Yong revealed a joyful expression. Patriarch Zhang hurriedly asked, what if there is none? No? A hint of determination flashed across Zhang Zhong's pale face. Then we'll just have to let him die. Chapter 50, Tinyo's Plan. Qingyun Town. As the morning sun rose, 2 figures rode in an ox cart and arrived outside the town. On the tall city plaque of Qingyun Town, besides the word Qingyun, there was also the word Ding. Tinyo. How do you recruit people? Go directly to the 6th Harmony Martial Arts Center? There was something bewildering about Xiao Luzi, and for a moment he actually didn't know how to go about it. What's the point of going to the 6th Harmony Martial Arts Center? Tinyo shook his head. It's almost common knowledge that the owner of this 6th Harmony Martial Hall was abolished by our dojo. So we need to take advantage of this rumor while it's hot and go poach people from the place where the 6th Harmony Dojo used to govern. Xiao Luzi drifted off, then looked at Tinyo with a slightly puzzled expression. What do we do next? Next, first visit the stores under the rule of the 6th Harmony Martial Arts Center. If we can poach some merchants, it will be extremely beneficial to the commercial development of our village. When Tinyo finished, Xiao Luzi wondered, but our village has nothing. Those merchants, why should they come? Tinyo put his arm around Xiao Luzi's shoulder and whispered, I once heard that under the rule of the 6th Harmony Martial Arts Hall, There are quite a number of merchants who have used some unseemly means and suffered considerable losses by the martial artists of the 6th Harmony Martial Arts Hall because of business competition. A hint of cunning flashed in Tainyo's eyes. Do you think that if we help them with justice, or even take back the benefits that belong to them, they will go to the village and at least open a branch? It dawned on Rocco. As long as we have merchants staying in our village, we can convince more villages around us to join us. As long as there are people and more merchants can be attracted to make money. In this way, won't our village grow? Won't commerce prosper? Tainyo's short few words immediately made Xiao Luzi's heart happy and convinced, giving Tainyo a thumbs up. Worthy of being brother Tainyo, you're a real cow. Let's go. Visit Chen's cloth shop first. Tainyo took the first step into Qingyun town. Why did you go to Chen's cloth? Xiao Luzi followed closely behind, full of false hope and learning. Chen's fabric house used to have many branches, but later I heard that Linglong Silk had used dishonorable means to seize and acquire many stores, thus declining quite a bit. Just the perfect target for us. Tainyo smiled mysteriously. And the clothes sold by the cloth shop are necessary for everyone. If we open a store in our village, won't the attraction to the surrounding villagers come up? Right. There are also grain and oil stores, blacksmith stores, and the like that are useful. Xiao Luzi said in a hurry. This is not urgent. One by one. Tainyo laughed. The 6th Harmony Martial Hall once wanted to advance to a second-rate martial hall. The area under its rule is not small. And we can do this matter openly and honestly. The people from the 6th Harmony Martial Arts School can only pinch their noses and admit it when they find out. As they spoke, the two arrived at Chen's cloth shop. When the cloth shop's boy saw the two of them, he immediately greeted them warmly. What kind of clothes would you like to see? Gentlemen, we have martial artists practicing clothes and various styles of fancy dresses abound here. Tainyo waved his hand and said with a smile, call your shopkeeper over. We're from the dojo. Dojo? The boy was confused. But seeing Tainyo's extraordinary aura, he knew that he was a martial artist, and did not dare to slow down at all. One moment, please. Soon, the shopkeeper of Chen's cloth shop heard that a martial artist had come to his door and rushed over. After seeing Tainyo's tall and sturdy figure, he hurriedly inquired respectfully, this martial artist, why does he look familiar? I wonder what he's looking for. It's normal to look familiar. Not long ago, I pulled back those martial artists from the 6th Harmony Martial School who had their legs and feet broken. Quite a few people in Qingyun town know me. When these words came out, the shopkeeper and the boy instantly remembered something. The boy was even more alarmed. You are the martial artists from that immortal cultivator dojo? As stores under the rule of the 6th Harmony Martial Arts School, they naturally knew the current situation of the 6th Harmony Martial Arts School. Since Master Cheng's dantian was wasted, many martial arts schools jumped at the chance. Recently, I heard that Zhao Bao is frantically cultivating in an attempt to break through to calm the field. But if the breakthrough fails, it is estimated that it won't last long and the 6th Harmony Martial Arts Hall will be annexed. After all, in the world of martial artists, the strongest is honored. It could be considered a piece of fat meat under the rule of the 6th Harmony Martial School. In their eyes, Tainyo and the others were big shots. It's us. Although this sentence from the immortal cultivator dojo's martial artist sounded very awkward, Tainyo didn't explain anything more. I'm looking for you Chen's cloth farm, but I have a splash of riches to give you. Chen's cloth shop shopkeeper's expression stared. Instantly realizing something, with eager expectations in his eyes, he said, I still ask Lord Martial Artist to show me a clear path. I heard that your Chen's cloth villa was encroached upon by Linglong Silk Villa for a number of stores? We are here to bring you justice. Tainyo said confidently, not only can we help you recover the store that belongs to you, but we can also make them compensate you for it. And as long as you have enough evidence in this matter, we will follow the rules and report it to the general hall. When these words came out, the shopkeeper of Chen's cloth shop showed a happy face. Tainyo nodded his head. Although Tainyo didn't say anything about his needs, the shopkeeper of Chen's cloth shop was also a human being. He certainly understood that there was no pie in the sky in this world. I wonder what your honor calls you. Iron Bull. Roku-chan. The pundit immediately began to perform. Two martial lords. You do not know. We originally operated here without fear. Since the 6th Harmony Martial Hall banned the last one, they have suppressed us many times, rudely taking away multiple of our stores. We can only endure in silence. If the two of you, your excellencies, can do justice for us, we are willing to offer 30% of the net profit from those stores. When these words came out, Iron Bull frowned. What do you take us for? We from the dojo are here to administer justice, not to blackmail you. If we take your favors, what kind of people would we be? What's the difference between us and the 6th Harmony Martial Arts Center? This righteous tone of Tainyo's voice made the shopkeeper of Chen's cloth shop freeze. Seeing this, Little Six also said smartly, it's like this. Our dojo is preparing to recruit a large number of residents to move in, and we'd be grateful if Chen's Cloth Manor could open a branch in the village at that time, to promote the construction of prosperity within the village. Xiao Luzi immediately continued to speak according to what he had discussed with Tainyo. Moreover, our dojo also has the favor of supporting stores. The first 10 stores to move in will have their taxes halved from the original. When these words came out, the shopkeeper of Chen's cloth shop came to a realization. How smart is he as a shopkeeper? Immediately, he understood that he had caught up with a great opportunity this time. With this move, the dojo is clearly coming to dig up the roots of the Rakuku martial arts school and build their own turf. As long as they seize the opportunity, the rise of their Chen's cloth villa was expected. Both of you wait a moment. This matter is of great importance. I'll immediately go and ask the family head to make a decision. Seeing Chen's cloth shop shopkeeper leave in a flaming hurry, Tainyo nodded with satisfaction. He understands. That's it. It's done. Chapter 51, Little Iris, Unnatural Talent. The backyard of Chen's cloth shop. The shopkeeper was reporting the situation with a middle-aged man in his 40s, telling what Tainyo had said. The Chen family lord was silent for a moment and did not take a stand, instead tapping his hand on the table. Alfred, what do you think of this matter? The shopkeeper called Afu immediately said. According to my subordinate's judgment, this expansion of the dojo is a heavenly good thing. If we can seize this opportunity, the day of our Chen's cloth villa's rise is close at hand. Oh, the Chen family master said with some surprise. Why are you so certain? Family master, the dojo is extremely strong, at least as strong as a second-rate martial arts school. Alfred began to analyze it in earnest. This kind of strength already has the right to open a branch, but instead of choosing a branch, or replacing it by kicking it, they chose to expand the main hall. This means that they will go all out to develop the dojo, and because of this, they will send martial artists from the dojo to come and buy people's hearts by presiding over justice. Speaking of which, a flash of shrewdness flashed in Fu's eyes. Family master, why don't we just go with the flow? Not only can we ask them to help us dispense justice and take out a mouthful of bad anger, but we can also go along with the trend and help them build bridges and pave the way to enter the dojo? In the future, as long as the dojo develops, we'll be the first to move in, and we'll be able to rise up along the way. The Chen family lord was silent. Only after half a minute did he say in a thick voice, Ah Fu, are you asking us, Chen's cloth villa, to make a break for it? Bet on the dojo? That's right, Boss Afu nodded. Think about it for a moment. Family master, the dojo is doing us justice in order for us to go and open a branch. If he can do justice for us, he can do justice for others. And as long as a large number of merchants move in, they can recruit a large number of people. And is prosperity far away? When these words came out, a ray of light flashed in the eyes of the Chen family master. Ah Fu, you're right. Not only do we need to move in as early as possible, but we also need to gain fame as an old character shop as soon as possible. This is indeed our chance to rise. The Chen family master seemed to have made up his mind. The core area of a dojo of at least second-rate strength is bound to be prosperous. It's very important to get the dojo's support if you want to get a foothold here. So I've decided to help the dojo by lobbying the merchants and businessmen I know so that I can increase my leverage. When Afu heard this, he immediately smiled and said, worthy of being the head of the family. Just then, a little girl of 11 or 12 ran in. Daddy, why are you so happy today? The little girl's powder-carved jade face stared at the Chen family master with watery eyes, looking at him curiously. Little Iris, the opportunity for our Chen family to turn around has come. Our Chen family's nobleman has come. I'm going to meet the nobleman. The Chen family master happily raised the little girl and said happily, what a nobleman. I'm going to see a nobleman too. Fine, fine. You're coming with me, but don't speak out of turn to offend your people. The Chen family master nodded little Iris's pink nose. Oh, not a moment too soon. Family Master Chen then came to the front hall with Boss Afu and saw Tainyo and Xiao Luzi who were drinking tea. Two martial lords. My name is Chen Brand. I've missed the opportunity to welcome you. The Chen family master made a bow and bowed with great respect. Tainyo and Xiao Luzi were a little uncomfortable as they were being honored so much for the first time. And Tainyo hurriedly said, you're very kind, Family Master Chen. Soon after, the Chen family master also took his seat and ordered loudly, Ah Fu, go and bring out my collection of aged Qingyan tea. Yes, Boss Afu left in a hurry. Little Iris, on the other hand, was staring at Tainyo with a curious expression. Tainyo also looked at little Iris with some bewilderment, and unconsciously touched his face. He thought he had something on his face. The Chen family head froze and turned his head to look, only to realize that his daughter was staring curiously at Tainyo. Little Iris, no rudeness. Oh, little Iris hastily scrunched her neck. Only then did the Chen family master speak with a smile. Two martial lords, truth be told, We have been bullied by Linglong Silk Villa for a long time. The two of you are willing to do justice. I am grateful. Tainyo laughed. Did the shopkeeper make it clear to you? Speak clearly. Chen Family Master laughed. Two of you please look. These are the deeds of our Chencloth Villa. A full 3 stores all appropriated by Linglong Silk Villa by means that cannot be seen. Good. Tainyo clapped his hands. We'll leave this matter to our dojo. Speaking of this, Xiao Luzi inquired at the right time. Chen Family Master. The matter of opening a branch? Family Master Chen quickly said. How can we open a branch? Not only are we going to move our main store there, but I am also willing to lobby the merchants and businessmen under the 6th Harmony Martial Arts Hall to join us in your dojo and add to the construction of the dojo. In addition to this, we at Chen's Cloth Villa are willing to fund road repairs. A hint of joy flashed in Tainyo's eyes. If that's the case, then thanks a lot. The dojo won't forget your contribution. Present. The two sides hit it off and talked to each other. And after talking about some details, Tainyo immediately prepared to go to Linglong Silk Villa. This time, Chen Kite couldn't help but open her mouth. That, Uncle Iron Bull. Uncle? Iron Bull had a few hair-trigger moments. He may look mature and lanky, but he's only 18 years old. Xiao Luzi seemed to see Tainyo's dilemma and immediately said with a smile, Call brother. Oh, Chen Kite said. Can Iris ask you a question? The Chen Family Master did not interrupt when he saw this. After all, they had already gotten acquainted with each other before, and Tainyo and the others were very kind. So there should be no harm for his daughter to ask some questions. What's the problem? Tainyo was inwardly curious as well. Little Iris had been sneaking glances at him since she met him. It made him wonder if his face was dirty, and he even secretly asked Xiao Luzi if he had something on his face. What is that strange white transparent spot of light around you? Little Iris's eyes were clear and bright, revealing innocence. Tainyo's originally smiling expression froze, and there was something unimaginable as he looked at little Iris. You can see them? Iron Bull's expression became grave. Of course he knew what little Iris was talking about. What the so-called transparent white spots of light were. That's the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Even he couldn't see it. He could only feel it. And now this little girl in front of him, she could even see it with her naked eyes? It's also not too far off the mark. Spiritual power of heaven and earth. Colorless and tasteless. Formless and shapeless. Even he could only feel it. Little Iris can actually see? Of course he knew that the transparency and white color that little Iris saw was not the color and form of the spiritual power of heaven and earth, but rather it took on this form because she felt and saw it. Yeah, little Iris said curiously. It's so strange. They revolve around you and then disappear into your body. Iron Bull took a deep breath. At this moment, he could be 100% certain that what little Iris saw was the spiritual power of heaven and earth. This was because his peripheral orifice exhalation method was to continuously exhale the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth in this manner to quench his body. Xiao Luzi immediately realized what was going on and looked at Xiao Kite with a hint of dullness in his eyes. Tainyo, is it really true that the spiritual power of heaven and earth can be seen? Tainyo also said in awe. I thought that only those whose cultivation had reached at least senior brother Zhang's level would be able to see, but I didn't expect little Iris to be able to see. Master Chen is confused. He could understand every word little Iris and Tainyo and the others said, but when combined, he couldn't understand them. Lords, what are you talking to little Iris? Why can't I understand? It's right if you can't understand it. Tainyo's expression was serious. Your daughter may have the talent to cultivate immortality. Ha? The Chen family lord was confused. Are you saying that my daughter can become a martial artist? But this is impossible. When I was a child we hired a martial artist. Her efficiency in refining her body is too slow, and she can only absorb less than 10% with a medicinal bath. The Chen clan master quickly spoke up. It was precisely because we saw that she had no talent for martial arts and our family couldn't afford to pay for her to become a martial artist that we gave up. Tainyo looked deeply at the Chen family master and then said, she has the talent to cultivate immortality, not the talent to become a martial artist. And our dojo is a cultivator of immortality, not martial arts cultivators. The Chen family lord was a bit unresponsive. In his opinion, the Immortal Cultivation School, which was also martial arts, was just a new school. Chen family master. Your Chen family. You've hit the big time. A trace of envy flashed in Xiao Luzi's eyes. This kind of talent, even senior brother Zhang Tang doesn't have it. Little Iris will definitely be a powerful immortal cultivator in the future. The Chen family master asked nastily. What you guys mean is that little Iris can practice martial arts? Not martial arts practice. Iron Bull shook his head. She, who can cultivate immortality. Chapter 52 8th Refinement. Zhang, cultivating immortality? The Chen family master froze, then reacted violently. Whether it's called practicing martial arts or not, at least Tainyo had told him that little Iris could cultivate this new school. which was like pie in the sky for the Chen family master. Really? Little Iris can really cultivate? That's natural. Tainyo smiled and nodded, then looked at Little Iris with a serious expression. Little Iris, do you want to cultivate immortality? Can I become a martial artist too? Little Iris revealed a joyful expression. Tainyo smiled confidently. Becoming an immortal cultivator can be much more powerful than a martial artist. Really? I want to cultivate immortality. Little Iris's innocent eyes were filled with longing. Alright, when we're done, I'll take you back to the dojo. If you can pass master's test, you'll be my third senior sister from now on. Little Iris asked with a face full of curiosity. Third senior sister? Are little brother Six and brother Tainyo the eldest and second senior brothers? Little sixth son was filled with shame at his words. I have not yet been initiated. Just an apprentice. Tainyo is the second disciple of the master. Little Iris let out an "oh." Tainyo smiled and patted Xiao Luzi's shoulder as a sign of comfort. Eldest senior brother's name is Zhang Tang. He's especially good. Other side. Dojo. Lin Bei was alone in the house meditating and practicing. The eighth refinement. It's done. After the eighth refinement, he clearly felt that the entire heaven and earth seemed to be much clearer, and wherever his eyes passed, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was almost everywhere. This heaven and earth spiritual power operates with a unique rule. What can be sensed is the heaven and earth spiritual power, and what cannot be sensed but exists is the rule. And this way of royal law should be to harness the heaven and earth spiritual power with the rule. As his cultivation increased, Lin Bei understood more and more about the wonders of the royal law realm. It was just that he couldn't realize the essence of it. It's still up to Zhang Tang to comprehend the way of the imperial law. Lin Bei gave a dark cry and decided to go out and take a look. The moment Zhang Tang was practicing in the dojo, and Lin Bei could find out from careful observation that Zhang Tang had gradually entered the state, and his progress in the seventh refinement had also improved greatly. By the looks of it, in 3 days, he'll be able to completely seventh refine. Lin Bei was quite impressed. Zhang Tang's progress, far beyond his imagination, is much faster than he predicted. Obviously, Zhang Tang had put in great effort in order to raise his cultivation level as soon as possible. Field Master Lin, you're here? Mu Qingyue was originally watching Zhang Tang practicing in the dojo, and when she saw Lin Bei, she walked over. Miss Mu, been here watching Zhang Tang cultivate? Mu Qingyue nodded. Zhang Tang's cultivation, whether it's practicing Taiji or meditating, gives me a very strange feeling. Lin Bei was slightly curious. Where is it strange? I always feel that he's gathering martial intent, but he also seems to be gathering momentum. Given that it's between martial intent and momentum, Mu Qingyue said, but he's only at the body refining realm. How can he gather martial intent and potential? Lin Bei suddenly realized that this little ninny had been comparing martial arts with Zhang Tang. Because we are immortal cultivators, Lin Bei replied calmly. The Immortal Cultivator Martial School, it is indeed magical. Mu Qingyue's face was filled with pity. I only sigh. I can't get started. Lin Bei was non-committal. Field Master Lin, your school of immortal cultivators, it seems a bit too difficult to get started. I heard that those disciples practiced for more than a year without getting started? Mu Qingyue asked. Lin Bei nodded. Their chance has not yet come, and they cannot force it. I'm getting more and more excited about the outcome of this justice. Mu Qingyue spoke with a smile. She was about to say something when she suddenly raised an eyebrow. An expert is coming. Sure enough, before the words fell, there was a hunched-over old ancestor that arrived at the dojo. Lin Bei looked over. This person was over 80 years old, and although he was stooped, he gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. The moment this person arrives, the entire dojo seemed to be permeated with an extremely heavy aura. The air, it was as if it had become heavy for a few moments. What's going on? How does it feel? Not breathing well. Yeah. The body seems to be a lot heavier. Many apprentices have wondered. At that moment, the crowd all saw the person at the door of the dojo. Who are you? An apprentice at the dojo came up and asked. The old man didn't say anything, he just glanced at him, and the man immediately took several steps back, his legs shivering. Where is Zhang Tang? The old man slowly spoke. Though the sound was not loud, eerily enough, it was as if it was blowing up in his ears. This is potential. Mu Qingyue raised her eyebrows. A Zhongsher level expert. The moment Zhang Tang directly stepped towards the old man, and there was some doubt in his eyes as he looked at the old man. Senior brother Zhang, do you know what kind of person this is? It feels, he's so good. Zhang Tang was filled with doubt. I look a little familiar, like I've seen it somewhere. As he spoke, Zhang Tang violently remembered something. I thought about it. I've seen it at the Zhang family shrine. At this moment, Zhang Tang had already arrived in front of the old man. After carefully confirming, Zhang Tang exclaimed out in shock. You are, Zhang Zhong? You're not dead? With these words, the old man's momentum dissipated. Then he looked at Zhang Tong with a kind face. You are Zhang Tong? There is indeed a bloodline of our Zhang family, and you are 3 times similar to Xiao Yong. Zhang Zhong said indifferently. I came to find you. I only ask you one thing. If the Zhang family helps you to solve the matter of the Nanyang County King, and forget about the death of Tao Zhang, are you willing to go back to the Zhang family? Zhang Zhong went straight to the point and made his attitude and position clear as soon as he arrived. Zhang Tang was slightly stunned. Then he looked at Zhang Zhong with a firm gaze. 3 feet of ice is not cold in a day, and since we have already made a break, it is impossible to go back. Zhang Zhong was slightly stunned and fell into silence. After a short silence, Zhang Zhong asked again. If the Zhang family does not pursue the matter of Zhang Tao and solves the trouble of the Nanyang County King for you, can the war letter be withdrawn? This time Zhang Tang's answer was even firmer. Can't. Zhang Zhong was stunned. He looked deeply at Zhang Tong. There was something he couldn't figure out. Zhang Tang was, after all, a member of the Zhang family, and he had made such concessions. So why wasn't Zhang Tang willing to back down? Why? Zhang Zhong asked. I have long since severed my ties with the Zhang family, and since I've made a grudge, there's no point in suppressing it. It's better to settle it once and for all, so that I can have a clear mind. Zhang Tong said coldly. This war cry is my attitude. Good. What a thought through. What an attitude! Zhang Zhong shouted loudly, and then his eyes flashed with a ray of cold light. It seems you can't be kept, you sinful man full of backbones. Lin Bei's pupils stared. The moment Zhang Zhong did not hide his killing intent, he even felt suffocated. At this moment, he suddenly realized just how strong the so-called potential of a martial arts patriarch was. In looking at Zhang Tong, although Zhang Tang was still gritting his teeth, his legs, surprisingly, were involuntarily trembling. It's not that he's afraid. Rather, it's an instinct of the body. Martial arts grandmaster. It's surprisingly strong. Without waiting for Lin Bei to say anything, Mu Qingyue directly rushed up. Zhang Zhong, I am the notary public of the General Pavilion's war book, and 10 days have not yet come and gone. So what are you going to do? Chapter 53, A Battle of Wits? See who can bluff better. Green Cloud Main Hall? Zhang Zhong turned his head fiercely, and the might in his eyes was as if it was a titanic pressure. The moment he looked straight at Mu Qingyue only felt her heart stop. A cold killing intent, like a cold knife, slashed directly above her heart. Her footsteps momentarily stalled. What a strong killing aura. Mu Qingyue's pupils condensed slightly. She understood that the might coming at her contained an extremely strong killing intent. A killing intent that could only be cultivated by killing hundreds of living beings. Right at this moment, not far away, there was the sound of yawning. Along with this yawning sound, Mu Qingyue suddenly felt her body loosen up. The previous sensation dissipated as if it were a hallucination. Zhang Zhong was inwardly shocked. And the masters? Surprisingly, someone had invisibly broken his momentum. Zhang Zhong frowned slightly and jerked his head around to look, only to see that Lin Bei was at the stone table, leaning on a wooden chair, casually picking up the bitter mountain tea on the stone table and skimming it twice. Seeming to notice Zhang Zhong's eyes, Lin Bei slowly said, Your Excellency, are you preparing to kick the bucket? Zhang Zhong did not say anything. Only his eyes condensed. Killing intent suddenly appeared, and a mighty force directly pressed over. However, the moment his momentum had just coalesced, Lin Bei suddenly let out a cold snort. Humph! Along with his cold snort, Zhang Zhong's might instantly dissipated. Zhang Zhong was horrified inwardly. Previously, his might had only been disturbed and thus dissipated. And this time, the person in front of him had actually directly dispersed his momentum head-on. It's a master. Zhang Zhong inwardly let out a cry as his eyes flashed with a hint of scorn when he looked at Lin Bei. At this moment, Lin Bei was similarly thumping inside. Before facing Zhang Zhong, he had projected countless battles, but the results were exactly the same, and he had unexpectedly lost all of them without any chance of victory. Winning with weakness seemed to have failed in Zhang Zhong's case. At this moment, Lin Bei realized that a Zhongsher-level martial artist and a martial artist at the level of the true intent of martial Dao were not a concept at all. Therefore, Lin Bei understood, he had to be bluffed out. Otherwise, with his current killing intent, once he let go, the consequences would be unimaginable, and the basis on which he could bluff Zhang Zhong was his ability to break his momentum after refining his spirit. He only needed to let his spiritual will resonate with the spiritual power of the heavens and earth and utilize the method of vomiting to pour it into the area of the potential, so that it could be destroyed or even washed away. The existence of the potential was a special kind of rule, and when he broke the rules of the potential, the natural potential was broken. Although Lin Bei was able to break the momentum, he understood in his heart after countless deductions, the potential he broke was just might. It's just an application of potential. In a real fight, he was no match in a million. The more this happens, the less you can panic. As a veteran big lug, Lin Bei has a mastery of this business. Therefore, Lin Bei made a breezy appearance and spoke with ease and comfort as he took the time to drink tea. Your Excellency is incapable of speaking properly? Lin Bei slowly stood up, and the look he gave Zhang Zhong dominated a confident look. He had a look on his face that dominated a chesty one. His temperament, moreover, was breezy. As expected, his performance made the scorn in Zhang Zhong's eyes even more intense. I see. So Zhang Tang's reliance is you. Despite his scruples, Zhang Zhong was still prepared to test the waters. Thus his voice carried a hint of coldness. To be able to break up my momentum, I would like to see your high level of skill. Zhang Zhong spoke with great depth. He said that he wanted to be taught, but he didn't say that he wanted to be taught. This is called the art of speaking. When these words came out, Lin Bei panicked inwardly. You didn't bluff? Although he was flustered, Lin Bei knew the way of lulling and knew that it was also at times like this that the stronger he had to be. Therefore, not only did Lin Bei's expression not move, his eyes even deliberately flashed a hint of killing intent. It seems that Your Excellency is not prepared to walk out of the dojo alive. The room erupted at this statement. Mu Qingyue was also stunned. It was the first time she had seen Lin Bei's killing intent. Sure enough, Zhang Zhong, who was still imposing, suddenly revealed a smile and turned his words around. I came here with the intention of meeting Zhang Tang, and now that I've met the person, and met the notary of the Qingyun General Pavilion, in this case, I should be within the family, to welcome all of you. After saying that, Zhang Zhong almost turned his head without looking back and turned around. Seeing Zhang Zhong leave, Lin Bei inwardly sighed in relief. The old bastard's eyes that looked at him before flashed with a hint of scorn, which Lin Bei captured. Moreover, when Zhang Zhong said that he wanted to ask for advice, he actually had no intention of fighting. What does that mean? Pure bluffing. Being a great luminary, Lin Bei could see Zhang Zhong's bluff at a glance. He understood that the more times like this, the more he couldn't show his cowardice, or else if he was detected by this kind of old shady bastard, he was afraid that he would really have to fight. Therefore, Lin Bei directly came with a hand to advance as a retreat. Zhang Zhong really backed down. Only, when Zhang Zhong backed down, Lin Bei detected a hint of something wrong. He left at a pace that seemed slow. What does going slow mean? Testimonials. If he let him go easily, Zhang Zhong was afraid that he would feel that he was bluffing and bluffing him. Lin Bei realized that if there was still a test, it would confirm his suspicions. Sure enough, at this exact moment, Zhang Zhong suddenly turned his head and looked at Zhang Tang. Zhang Tang, even though you've placed a war order and have the impartiality of the General Pavilion, you may not be able to reach the Zhang clan. This stretch of road, it's not easy to travel. What's this? Threats. This old bastard. I'm afraid he's not testing me, Lin Bei said inwardly. He understood that at such a time, if he let it go, Zhang Zhong was afraid that he would not leave easily, and might even find an excuse to spar and fight with him. When that happens, it's all over. Therefore, Lin Bei spoke directly without saying a word. Did I let you go? You dare to threaten my disciple and still want to walk out of the dojo? Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, Lin Bei clearly felt that Zhang Zhong's footsteps were disorganized and a deep scorn flashed in his eyes. Seeing Zhang Zhong stop, Lin Bei was inwardly praying for Zhang Zhong to hurry up and take out his bottom card. At that time, he could then go along with the situation and let Zhang Zhong go. Otherwise he was now riding a tiger. That's right. The reason why Lin Bei was so strong was because he felt that Zhang Zhong had a card and a bottom line before he tried this. After all, the words that this guy had lobbied Zhang Tang to say after he came to the dojo revealed the aura of an old shady bastard everywhere. Sure enough, at this moment, Zhang Zhong opened his mouth. I am a border guard. Look at what this is. Do you really want to keep me? As he spoke, Zhang Zhong took out a strange token. Mu Qingyue exclaimed, Border General Order. After saying that, she immediately looked at Lin Bei. Lin Field Master, let him go. People with Border General's orders, if they are not at fault, they can't be killed. Otherwise the border gate will pursue the matter. It's very troublesome. Lin Bei inwardly sighed in relief. Sure enough, this old bastard was testing him and also had a card. His big lug instincts were right on the money. Humph. Lin Bei deliberately snorted coldly and didn't say anything, just sat down. This was a tacit admission of letting Zhang Zhong go. Zhang Zhong was relieved to see this. He had to say that Lin Bei's mysteriousness made him jealous, but he was more or less unconvinced that there was such an expert in this place. Therefore, he decided to try more than once, and as a result, every time a Lin Bei performed, he fully proved that he was an expert. There was another reason why Zhang Zhong was so bold, and that was because Mu Qingyue was also there. With this witness, his side had the backbone to test the waters, because he understood that as long as he took out the border general's order, Mu Qingyue would definitely not sit back and watch him be left behind. Everything was as he expected. Mu Qingyue had indeed blocked Lin Bei. He was afraid that he had never dreamed that Lin Bei was purely acting online and had penetrated his mind. Before he breathed a sigh of relief, Lin Bei was actually even more relieved than him. In a few short words, two people have at least 800 heart eyes playing. Chapter 54, My Disciple, Tai Nyo, is a supreme genius. Zhang Zhong didn't say anything nonsense, and this time his pace of leaving accelerated by a few points. Sure enough, that's the right speed to leave. Only after Zhang Zhong's figure disappeared did Lin Bei breathe a sigh of complete relief. At this moment, he was secretly alert. Wu Do, absolutely not to be underestimated. Although he has 8 refinements, but compared to the martial arts master, it is completely not a level. In his mind, 2 words appeared. Imperial law. I need to comprehend the royal technique, or else there's absolutely no way I'll be a match for this guy. As Lin Bei thought about this, he swept a glance at Zheng Teng, and those eyes were full of anticipation. Master, labor you to take the trouble. Zheng Teng was filled with emotion at this moment. Lin Bei's sentence, dare to threaten my disciple and still want to walk out of the dojo? It directly made Zheng Teng's respect for him a few points deeper. Lin Bei secretly ashamed inside. He was purely trying to bluff Zhang Zhong and casually using Zheng Teng as an excuse. At that time he was full of mental games with Zhang Zhong. But, Lin Bei's shame was only a little bit, and it was quickly put behind him. After all, from the perspective of discussing science regardless of heart, Zheng Teng had no problem respecting him at all. He can afford it. No harm done. Cultivate well. Lin Bei smiled faintly. The anticipation for Zheng Teng in those eyes was almost overflowing. Good. I will definitely cultivate well. Zheng Teng's fighting spirit was high. If God refining succeeds, what about Zhang Zhong? It may not be impossible to take a stab at it. Lin Bei sniffed and was quite speechless. Zheng Teng, this kid, isn't there some kind of misconception about the 7th refinement? Not to mention the 7th refinement. Even the 9th refinement was no match for Zhang Zhong. It was something that he had personally deduced through battle. Lin Bei thought a little and decided to give him a little hint. The 9 refinements of the Tao body are only the foundation. Even if the 7th refinement begins to refine the god, you must not be complacent. The patriarch is not a flowery frame. As expected, once these words came out, Zheng Teng immediately understood Lin Bei's meaning, and there was some absent-mindedness. Master, the 7th refinement is a great improvement. Even so there is no chance of winning? Seeing this, Lin Bei immediately said seriously. The 9th refining also has no chance of winning. Zhang Zhong is a Zongshi level martial artist. Unless? Zheng Teng flickered with longing. Unless what? Lin Bei started pouring chicken soup on the spot. Unless you are able to comprehend the way of the imperial law. If you have the blessing of the way of the imperial law, even if it's only the 9 refinements of the Tao body, you may not have no chance. In this matter, Lin Bei was purely giving Zheng Teng a boost, because he also didn't know how strong the imperial law was. He just wanted to lull Zheng Teng into grasping the imperial laws after the 7th refinement. Anyway, for the 10-day appointment, he was not sure how far Zheng Teng would be able to cultivate. He would surely be able to cultivate to the 9th refinement early. At that time, once he comprehended the royal law, his strength would soar. As long as he had the ability to fight against Zhang Zhong, then this 10-day appointment would have a bottom line. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Bei said this, Zheng Teng's eyes flashed with longing and his fists clenched tightly, filled with fighting spirit. I'll work hard, master, and I'll personally kick away all the roadblocks, even if it's the patriarchal Zhang Zhong. Seeing this, Lin Bei cast an encouraging look at him. Mu Qingyue, on the other hand, was dumbstruck. Why does she feel that there was something wrong with this immortal cultivator genre? 7th refinement is qualified to enroll in any imperial law? If you enroll in it, you have a chance to win against a sovereign? Is this genre, the fall of strength and weakness, so great? She remembered that the General Pavilion had said that the way of cultivation, if it falls short, it means that it is not mature. But how she looked at it, the immortal cultivator genre seemed to be very mature. Unconsciously, the immortal cultivator was again veiled in mystery in Mu Qingyu's eyes. At that exact moment, a flying pigeon fell from the sky. Mu Qingyu was a bit surprised and opened the letterhead of the flying pigeon to reveal a look of dismay. Putting away the letterhead, Mu Qingyue walked over to Lin Bei's side. Master Linfield, what's wrong? Lin Bei looked at Mu Qingyue in confusion. Master Cheng of the Six Harmonies Martial Arts Hall has accused your dojo of recruiting merchants on a large scale in the area under their jurisdiction, and of supporting one side of the merchants and suppressing the other, Mu Qingyue said. And he also said that the martial artists from the Six Harmonies Martial Arts Hall stepped in, but it didn't help, and that Tai Nyo was particularly strong. He requested that our main hall make the decision. This statement was made. Lin Bei smiled instinctively. The Sixth Harmony Martial Arts Center is still there? Mu Qingyue froze, then bitterly smiled. Of course although Cheng Pavilion Master seems to be destroyed Dan Tian, but Zhao Bao's strength is not bad but also barely hold up the martial arts hall. What do you think about this matter? Are you prepared to intercede and mediate on behalf of the Sixth Harmony Martial Arts Center? In this regard, Lin Bei thought it was normal. After all, Zhang Tang had requested the General Hall to go to Nanyangzhou to mediate in the first place. Sort of. The grudge between you and the Sixth Harmony Martial Hall. We at the main hall understand that there are some rules between martial arts halls that can't be laid out in the open, and it makes sense for you to go and rob some of the merchants. Mu Qingyue laughed. Please also point it out. Miss Mu, do you think that our dojo is a place that is unreasonable? Mu Qingyue shook her head and said, your dojo is very disciplined and kind to people. Recently people from Qingyun town sent people over to learn the immortal cultivation laws, and you didn't even refuse them. And you even let your apprentices go and help the residents with their farming on weekdays. Lin Bei laughed. In that case, why worry about Tainyo messing up? I'm sure he knows what's in his heart. Mu Qingyue nodded. Also, after saying that, Mu Qingyue went back to reply to the letter, only to see a line written on it that the main hall was continuing to pay attention to the progress of this matter. After the letter was delivered to the Sixth Harmony Martial Arts Center, Zhao Bao of the Sixth Harmony Martial Arts School tore the letter apart in annoyance. Damn it! What do you mean by constant attention? Is this the default dojo line? Bear with it. Pavilion Master Chang was helpless. This matter, it's also good that the General Pavilion is concerned. At least if the dojo wants to make a move against our Sixth Harmony Martial Arts Pavilion, we'll have an excuse to reject it before kicking it out. Moreover, what can we do if we don't endure? We can't even beat Zhang Tang. Not long ago I heard that Zhang Tang defeated a Zhang clan expert of the martial intent manifestation realm. These words directly caused Zhao Bao and the others to be like deflated balls. The dojo, now ranked second-rate. Their third-rate martial arts school really couldn't afford to mess with them. The other side, Tainyo is sitting in the Chen's cloth house, while Xiao Luzi has brought a few apprentices from the dojo, cooperating with the Chen family master to preside over justice everywhere. With time on his hands, Tainyo naturally concentrated on practicing boxing here. His moves were extremely rigid, giving the illusion of a humanoid war soldier. Second refinement. It's done. Feeling the changes around him, Iron Ox let out a deep breath and closed his fists. Brother Tainyo, you're awesome. Looking at Tainyo's punching technique, Little Iris was filled with admiration. Little Iris, what's so powerful about me? Senior brother Zhang is the one who is powerful. You'll know in the future. Oh, Little Iris shrunk her neck, then asked, that's a mighty powerful fist technique you have. Can I learn it from you? Tainyo rubbed Little Iris's head and said with slightly doting words, Little Iris, if you want to learn boxing first get started. If Master agrees for you to learn, of course I can teach you. Can't you teach me? Must Master agree? Little Iris pulled on Tainyo in a somewhat petulant manner. Tainyo that had seen this scene before, immediately spoilingly replied, this boxing method of mine is a bit special. There is a possibility that it is not suitable for you to learn, so it still needs to be decided by the Master. In case it is not suitable for you, I am doing you a disservice by teaching you. Oh, Little Iris beamed, seemingly a bit dissatisfied. But I just like to learn your punching technique. It's so awesome. Iron Bull was helpless. Little Iris, let me teach you orthodox Taijiquan. This can be learned. Really? Little Iris sniffed and immediately her eyes flashed with longing. That's natural. This boxing style of mine was actually created based on Taijiquan as well. As Tainyo spoke, he began to teach Little Iris to practice Taijiquan. At first, Iron Bull was patient, but after he taught for an hour straight, and Little Iris couldn't even stabilize her horse stance, Tainyo gradually began to freak out. He was a bit skeptical at the moment. Little Iris, is there really a talent for cultivating immortality? This Zamabu posture is hard to say. Brother Tainyo, do I have no talent for immortal cultivation? Am I so stupid for practicing boxing? Tainyo was dumbfounded, looking at Little Iris's watery eyes, and finally sighed. You're very talented, there's no doubt about it. It's just that, you practicing Taijiquan doesn't seem to be ideal, and it's possible that I won't be able to teach it. After teaching for a while again, while not allowed to tie the right horse stance, Tainyo took the opportunity to also begin to participate in the Jiu Yang Dao. Time passes. The next day, the dojo. The sun is rising. Lin Bei sensed that he was not far from the ninth refinement. Right at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded inside his head. Your disciple Tainyo. Comprehending the 9 Yang Taoist laws, the first Yang is initiated. And your 9 Yang Taoist laws first Yang is perfected. The Iron Bull has finally come to his senses? Lin Bei was slightly delighted inwardly. A large amount of knowledge came in like a tidal wave. and Lin Bei's understanding of his own orifices instantly reached an extremely high level. After absorbing this knowledge, a hint of amazement flashed through Lin Bei's eyes. The first yang of the Nine Yang Dao technique could make the battle power double by stimulating the spiritual power of heaven and earth stored in the orifices. I knew Tainyo was a genius, an absolute genius completely different from Zhang Tang. Chapter 55, Astonishing. Nine Suns Dao. Before Tainyo created the Nine Suns Dao, Lin Bei knew the principles of the Nine Suns Dao. But when the Nine Suns Dao was actually created, Lin Bei realized, what does it mean to look in the mirror and see the moon in the water? Although the two were related, there was actually a considerable gap between the true Nine Suns Dao and Tainyo's original concept. Especially, after Lin Bei's first young perfection, he understood this even more. Tainyo will incorporate the Tao of Tai Chi, incorporating the cycle of uninterruptedness and phasing into the Nine Suns Taoist method. Eventually, all of one's own orifices were divided into 9 major cycles through the phases between the orifices. This first yang is actually the first cycle. It sounded simple, but only after the true first yang great perfection did Lin Bei realize that the circulation between the orifices and the phases were very complex and subtle, and even the amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy that was poured into each of the orifices needed to be accurately controlled as a way to maintain the circulation. And after the first yang was successfully cultivated, when breathing, one needed to pay attention to maintaining one's own orifice circulation and exhalation at all times. Therefore, it is especially important that the peripatetic orifice breathing method allows the body to instinctively form a memory. The Nine Suns Dao is very strong. However, its complexity far exceeded even the Taiji vomiting technique that Zhang Tong had comprehended. This was the reason why Lin Bei felt so stunning. This kind of Taoism is truly demonic. Soon, Lin Bei's first yang of the Nine Yang Dao technique was successfully cultivated. Feeling the heaven and earth spiritual energy circulating through the orifices in his body, he couldn't help but sigh. I'm afraid that this technique cannot be taught to Zhang Tong. Only Tainyo and I can cultivate it. Tainyo was able to practice because of his talent in the circumstantial orifice exhalation method. Lin Bei, on the other hand, was because of the Taiji vomiting technique, and he had broken the limit for the 4th time to incorporate the peripatetic orifice vomiting technique into it. Zhang Tong had not cultivated the peripatetic orifice exhalation method, and his Dao body was unable to autonomously exhale the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth, so he was simply unable to cultivate this kind of Dao method. Time passes. The next day, Tainyo and Xiao Luzi and the other apprentices returned. Just as he arrived at the dojo, he saw Lin Bei and Zhang Tong, who was practicing kung fu at the dojo. Master, we're back. Tainyo ran to Lin Bei in a fiery hurry. Things done? Lin Bei glanced at little Iris behind Tainyo. Little Iris was hiding behind Tainyo, looking at Lin Bei with some timidity and curiosity. It's done. I convinced 18 stores to come to our village to pave roads and build stores. Tainyo began by explaining the results of his trip to Qingyun town. Next, we can go to the surrounding villages, or even go to Qingyun town to recruit more stores and residents to settle. Not bad. Lin Bei nodded. He didn't expect Tainyo to be so reliable in his work. At this time, Tainyo had some twists and turns, and naively fished his head. So what? Master, I have something else I want to report to you. Speak. At this time, Tainyo pulled little Iris out and dragged her to his face. Master, her name is Little Iris. She's the daughter of the Chencloth Manor's family head, and originally I thought she had a talent for cultivating immortality. Speaking of this, a puzzled look appeared in Tainyo's eyes, but when I taught her Taijiquan, I found that her talent for practicing boxing was extremely poor. She couldn't even stabilize her horse stance, and her Taijiquan fighting was hard to say. Lin Bei revealed a puzzled look. Isn't that a proper lack of talent? Why would someone as stable as Tu say she has talent? Without waiting for Lin Bei to open his mouth, Mu Qingyue on the side was the first to ask. Isn't Taijiquan the foundation of the immortal cultivation method for initiation? If she doesn't have a talent for Taijiquan, I'm afraid it would be difficult for her to get started, right? What does this have to do with having a talent for immortal cultivation? Although Lin Bei didn't say anything, that look seemed to be inquiring as well. Seeing this, Tainyo immediately said, Master, the reason I think she has a talent for immortal cultivation is because she can see the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Mu Qingyue had a puzzled look on her face. However, Lin Bei couldn't help but let out a cry of shock at this moment. What? Can you see the spiritual power of heaven and earth? The spiritual power of heaven and earth is formless, colorless and tasteless. How can it be seen? It was only at the beginning of his 7th refinement that he was able to see in a sense the rules between heaven and earth's spiritual energy and heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Yes. At this time, Tainyo looked at little Iris and said, Little Iris, tell me, what kind of spiritual power of heaven and earth do you see? Although Lin Bei was very kind, Little Iris had some trepidation when she saw that even Tainyo, whom she worshipped, was so respectful and awe-inspiring to Linbei. I can see that around Brother Tainyo. There are white points of light that surround him in a nice-looking trajectory and finally disappear into his body, Little Iris said while that little hand drew, seemingly drawing a small circle. Linbei froze, then swept a glance at Tainyo and realized that Tainyo thought that your circumstantial orifice's spitting method made the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth encircle, and its direction and appearance were exactly the same as what Little Iris had said. Really, see? Linbei was very surprised and then looked at Tainyo. You taught her Tai Chi? Aha! Tainyo nodded his head in a hurry, and emphasized in passing. What I teach is basic Taijiquan. Linbei was thoughtful. Master, does she have a talent for immortal cultivation? Yes, Linbei said decisively. Kidding aside, can all see the spiritual power of heaven and earth and even see the rule changes in it? You call this not having the talent to cultivate immortality? In a way, this talent is simply unbelievable. It's just that, apparently, Little Iris isn't a good candidate for an introduction to Tai Chi. Master, if she really has talent, then why can't she even practice the basics of Taijiquan? Linbei answered. The essence of Taijiquan is that through practicing it, you will be able to sense the spiritual power of heaven and earth, and eventually be able to realize the art of vomiting, and ultimately cross over to the door of immortal cultivation. Iron Bull shuddered, then realized something with a jolt. Little Sixth Son was also very resourceful, and was the first to ask, Master, are you saying that Little Iris might not need Taijiquan as a pavement, and can directly cultivate the spitting technique? When these words came out, many apprentices in the dojo were in an uproar. Really? Straight away, you can cultivate the art of spitting? So heaven-defying? Senior brother Zhang Tang couldn't even do it. The apprentices were stunned. Even Zhang Tang, who was not far away, stopped practicing his fist and looked over with interest. Linbei only smiled faintly at this. That's what he's thinking. After all, not to say too much is his philosophy of life. It's possible. As for whether or not that's the case, we still have to see if she can comprehend the spitting technique. Although Linbei didn't give an affirmative answer, many people's expressions changed when they looked at Little Iris. The moment Linbei looked at Little Iris and kindly inquired, Your name is Little Iris? Little Iris is my nickname, and my last name is Chen. There was some timidity in Little Iris's watery eyes, and Linbei had an air of nonchalance in her eyes. Linbei asked with a smile at this moment, Would you like to worship me and join the dojo? Chapter 56 9 Refinements. Imperial Law. The beginning of a new realm. When Linbei said this, many of the disciples of the dojo all showed envy. In the dojo, there is an unwritten rule. If you want to worship a master, you have to cross the threshold and comprehend the spitting law before you can do so. Although all of them were dojo disciples, they all understood in their hearts that they could only be considered outer disciples now. Now that Little Iris was even directly asked by Linbei if she was willing to worship her master, how could they not be envious? I'm willing. Tainyo had long spoken to Little Iris about the dojo. Little Iris also knew that the opportunity was rare and answered directly without hesitation. Good. Linbei nodded in satisfaction. These days, you should first familiarize yourself with the dojo, and when your elder brother finishes practicing, you may learn the art of spitting from him. The dumping piece. Linbei took it just right. Understood, Master. Joy flashed in Little Iris's eyes. During the time she had been alone with Tainyo, she had seen the power of the immortal cultivators. She knew that Tainyo had just been initiated not long ago. However, the combat power that erupted in front of her was much more powerful than even those blood-refining martial artists. It gave her a blind admiration for the immortal cultivators. After all, she was from a good family. Quite a family man. She didn't know anything about immortal cultivators, but her family had hired martial artists to instruct her since she was young. She knew how difficult it was to practice martial arts, and she also knew how difficult the process of refining the muscles, bones, organs, chi and blood, and other body-refining processes were among the realms of martial arts practice, and how much resources needed to be expended. Because of this, after she learned that Tainyo was an immortal cultivator and had not long been initiated, she hardly needed to consume any resources to be so powerful. The shock inside was enormous, and gradually she began to realize, immortal cultivators and martial artists may not exist on the same level at all. Time passes. Throughout the dojo, all of them were practicing. So naturally, Linbei also began to work hard. 2 days later, the retreat room. Linbei's eyes snapped open. A regal light flashed in his eyes, and an aura seemed to be overflowing from the corners of his eyes. This, precisely, was the sign that the 9th refinement of his Dao body had come to fruition. The 9th refinement was made when Linbei's 9th alchemy Dao body had come to a great completion. Not only could his eyes see the spiritual energy and rules that filled heaven and earth, but his body was also able to resonate with each other with the invisible rules and the Tao body. The next step is to harness these heaven and earth spiritual forces. The royal law. It was actually a means of harnessing the spiritual forces of heaven and earth through their operating rules. Use your will to influence them, and use the spiritual power of heaven and earth within your body to harness them. Lin Bei said darkly. Only, he was soon in trouble. After all, the Taiji exhalation technique, when exhaling the spiritual power of the heavens and earth to quench the Tao body, had already fused with the flesh and blood and become a part of the body, and it was tremendously difficult to mobilize them. The imperial law will be the real watershed. Forget it, leave this kind of thing to Zhang Tong. Lin Bei gave up. He understood that the enlightenment piece, he really couldn't do it. Right at this moment, Lin Bei heard sharp footsteps outside the door. Master, are you there? Zhang Tong? Lin Bei was the first to say. Enter. When Zhang Tang entered, Lin Bei revealed a hint of joy. He could tell that Zhang Tang was now in the seventh refinement of the Tao body and had begun refining the gods. Master, I'm already in the seventh refinement of the Tao body. Can you teach me the way of the royal law? May. Lin Bei has long been ready. One is eager to teach. One is eager to learn. The main one coincides. Tong'er, today, I will teach you the way of the imperial law. Zhang Tang immediately sat on his knees in front of Lin Bei with an extremely serious expression, afraid of missing a word. Lin Bei didn't talk nonsense and began to impart the framework of the imperial law that he had made up. There is a reason for everything and a way for everything. The so-called way of the royal law is to capture the rules of the spiritual power of heaven and earth and use one's own will to influence it, control it, and harness it. The imperial law is the rule of harnessing the operation of the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Lin Bei took a breath and spoke for 10 minutes. Nowadays, he had already understood how he should make up feats. Thus, the vast majority of the gong methods he imparted to Zhang Tang were frameworks and directions. And as for the content, it was absolutely nothing at all. Lin Bei understood that this was the only way to maximize Zhang Tang's enlightenment. What's this called? It's called the proper use of an apprentice. After the impartation, Lin Bei looked at Zhang Tang, who had fallen into an epiphany, and was ecstatic inwardly. Sure enough, this impartation is so much better than before. Zhang Tang fell directly into an epiphany. Lin Bei could even see a subtle Tao rhythm flowing around him. This kind of Tao rhythm gave Lin Bei the illusion of traveling the mysteries of the great Tao. What exactly is it comprehending? So powerful? Lin Bei was shocked. He had a vague intuition. The way of the imperial law that Zhang Tang had comprehended was terrifying. This kid instinctively believes that the imperial law will allow him to cross the level against a Zhongshu level martial artist. Perhaps this is the root cause of his comprehension of the imperial law being so terrifying. Previously, Lin Bei had fought Zhang Zhong in the middle of a deduction. At that time, Lin Bei was defeated after countless projections, and he realized the gap in realms during the exchange of blows, and understood that even the Tao body 9 refinements could not be a match for a powerful sect master. Nowadays, Zhang Tang comprehended the imperial laws and instinctively felt that even if he was the 7th refinement of the Tao body, he still had a chance to win. This kid has been suppressed by Zhang Zhong's momentum. I'm afraid that he understands the gap between himself and a patriarch very well. Not a moment too soon. Lin Bei felt that the entire spiritual energy of the heavens and earth in the retreat room was rejoicing in the Tao rhythms that Zhang Tang was comprehending. Time passes. Lin Bei saw that even after 2 hours of epiphany, Zhang Tang still showed no signs of stopping. So, without saying a word, he came straight to the door and hung the word "no disturbance" on it. Just how big a surprise are you going to give me this time? Looking at Zhang Tang in the midst of his epiphany, Lin Bei began to look forward to it more and more inwardly. In the meantime, outside the house, Tainyo seemed to have sensed something and looked towards Lin Bei's seclusion room, a trace of shock flashing through his eyes. What's wrong, brother Iron Bull? Little Iris stared with curious eyes. I feel the legendary Tao rhythm. Tao Yun? What is Tao rhythm? Little Iris inquired curiously. Master has taught us that those who cultivate the immortals are those who cultivate the Tao. The Tao, which is unheard, unseen, unspeakable, indifferent and absent, not tolerated, yet visible nowhere. The so-called Tao rhythm is when someone is realizing the Tao. Oh, little Iris seemed to understand. All she knows is enlightenment, and there is a flow of Tao rhythms. Eldest brother Zhang Tang is very powerful. Iris, which direction do you look and can you see anything? Tainyo suddenly had a whim and looked at little Iris to inquire. I could see so many white points of light, like swirls, pouring into Master's room. Little Iris answered honestly. That's big brother. In enlightenment, Tainyo lamented how much talent little Iris had while also lamenting Zhang Tang's demonic nature. Others may not feel strongly about this, but he's different. He entered the door of monasticism. Therefore, more than everyone else, He knew how terrifying and demonic Zhangtang, whose enlightenment was capable of triggering the Tao rhyme at this moment, was. Chapter 57 The Palace of the Way. Volcano. The Taoist rhythms continued, even getting stronger. Lin Bei could feel that the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth was becoming more and more dense within the entire retreat room. These heaven and earth spiritual forces were rotating with Zhangtang at the center with some unique rules. At first, Lin Bei was calm, but as more and more sweat seeped out from Zhangtang's forehead, Lin Bei gradually sensed that something was wrong. What's going on? Why does Zhangtang's expression have some pain? Although Zhangtang was still enlightening himself with his eyes closed, Lin Bei could clearly feel that Zhangtang had changed. At first, Zhangtang was serene and calm, but as the Tao rhythm intensified, his expression gradually became pained. Nothing's going to happen, is it? Was I too hasty? He's only in the 7th refinement of the Tao body, so I'll let him participate in the imperial law. Lin Bei was flustered to the naked eye. Just as he was anxious, a familiar voice came to mind. Your disciple, having realized the way of the royal law, initiation. Your way of the royal law, perfection. Congratulations, you have mastered a new realm. Became? The next second a massive amount of information flooded into Lin Bei's mind. At this point, Lin Bei finally knew what exactly Zhangtang had realized from his participation in the way of the imperial law. Original. As Zhangtang was participating in the Tao of the imperial law, he began to realize a key issue. If one wanted to perform the imperial laws and harness the spiritual power of the heavens and earth, simply utilizing the spiritual power of the heavens and earth contained within the Tao body would not work at all. This was because once one used the spiritual power of heaven and earth within the Tao body, not only would the Tao body become weaker, but it would also be more difficult to perform the imperial spells. Before affecting the spiritual power of heaven and earth, one needed to pull out the spiritual power of heaven and earth from the Tao body before doing so. Obviously, it didn't fit his perception of an immortal cultivator. Hence, he combined the process of quenching his Tao body and turning the spiritual power of the heavens and earth into his own, and realized a truth. The spiritual power of heaven and earth can be refined for one's own use. Thus he realized the true meaning of the royal law, which was to use qi to control the law. This qi refers to the spiritual power of the heavens and earth that is refined for one's own use after being exhaled. After comprehending the true meaning of the royal law, he realized that there were extremes to the Tao body, so he had to find ways to store this refined heaven and earth spiritual energy. But how do you store it? Zhangtang had already made attempts when he was participating in the Enlightenment, and they all failed. Heaven and earth spiritual power could not be quenched unless it was fused with flesh and blood, and it could only be stored after quenching. Otherwise the spiritual power of heaven and earth would enter and leave the body between one breath and the next. The only way seemed to be to store it in the orifices, but human orifices were very fragile, and storing it in the orifices was extremely dangerous unless one was born with a strong physique. Therefore, Zhangtang understood that this was not the great Tao. Zhangtang is also at this time, the cold sweat on his forehead, seems to be at a dead end. But, soon, Zhangtang snapped to his senses. He realized something. Lin Bei had once told him that they, immortal cultivators, were also Tao cultivators. What they cultivated was the Tao. This means that the only thing that can hold the spiritual power of heaven and earth is the Tao. The Tao, though, is vain. But Lin Bei had also said that the Tao was omnipresent and omnipresent. Based on this idea, Zhangtang did something that left Lin Bei dumbfounded. He actually combined what Lin Bei had taught him, that the Tao gave birth to 1 to 2, and 2 to 3, and saw this 3, as heaven, earth, and man, and in doing so, he ventured a new idea, using itself as a base, expanding a space large enough to contain the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Therefore, he named it the Palace of the Way. Among them, he based it on the circulation of the veins between the 3 major points on the head, Fengfu, Shenting and Shanxing. It is considered a heavenly palace. The 5 organs of gold, wood, water, fire and earth, which contain the 5 qi, are regarded as the earth's palace. Divide the 12 chakras of oneself and regard them as the human palace. Based on the human palace, the heavenly palace, the earthly palace, and the 3 great Tao palaces, one gradually cultivates and eventually integrates them, refining the spiritual power of heaven and earth for one's own use. According to Zhangtang's enlightenment, one only needed to cultivate one of the 12 chakras of the human palace and be able to store a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy in it. Then there was a possibility of defeating Zhang Zhong. Zhangtang, you are truly a demon. Lin Bei's inner feelings are overwhelmed. Not only did Zhangtang fill out the cultivation of the imperial laws perfectly, he even thought of how to have the possibility of defeating Zhang Zhong at the 7th refinement level. The moment. Zhangtang's face was calm as he slowly opened his eyes. Master, I've realized the method of cultivating the 3 palaces. Please instruct me. Master, Zhang Tang immediately began to speak out what he had enunciated. After listening to Zhang Tang's own words, Lin Bei realized that Zhang Tang was just getting started. For the three-palace cultivation method, it was actually not mature, and many places not only had some mistakes, but also some of the cultivation directions were flawed in no small way. Obviously, Lin Bei's golden finger had deduced it more perfectly, with no mistakes or omissions. Is this the difference between an introduction and a perfection of the royal law? While Lin Bei lamented inwardly, he also began to point out some of Zhang Tang's flawed and wayward areas. Sure enough, after being instructed, Zhang Tang came to a realization. Sure enough, there is absolutely nothing wrong with the way Master has imparted and the way I have enumerated. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Watching Zhang Tang excitedly leave, Lin Bei was feeling a lot of emotions inside. The vastness of the imperial law realm was far beyond his imagination. It directly opened the door to Lin Bei's new world. First, cultivate one of the 12 chakras and store the spiritual power of heaven and earth in them. Should be the introduction to the human palace. After that, I'll go on to cultivate the earth palace, and finally the heaven palace. And after the three palaces are perfected and merged into one, I should be able to comprehend the true meaning of the next realm. Lin Bei understood that the cultivation of the Tao Palace was vast, countless times more vast than the Tao body. The 12 chakra cultivation of the human palace only requires exhaling heaven and earth's spiritual chi. But the 5 viscera cultivation of the earth palace can perhaps be cultivated with the help of some special places. Lin Bei remembered that there seemed to be a volcano not far away. If he could take the volcano, he would get twice the result with half the effort when practicing the fire palace among the earth palace gold, wood, water, fire and earth. At this moment he realized that the dojo might need to expand. Thinking about it, Lin Bei left the retreat room. Iron Bull. Lin Bei looked at Tainyo, who was practicing boxing in the dojo, and directly shouted. Iron Bull trotted all the way. Master, you're looking for me? Tainyo asked naively. I remember there's a volcano east of the dojo. 300 miles, right? Iron Bull nodded. Yeah, that volcano. There are quite a few rock mines. That volcano, does it have an attribution? Lin Bei asked again. No, I heard that there is a crimson-colored foreign beast fire python there. And there are quite a few snakes and insects in the mountain that are dangerous. Even if there is a rock mine, no one dares to occupy it. Lin Bei nodded as he got up. Since there is no attribution, the mountain fire python is hunted and can be incorporated into the dojo. How strong is the fire python? Lin Bei asked again. Very strong, Tainyo said. I've heard that there was once a team of 10 people consisting of strong martial intentions that went into the mountains to hunt pythons, and as a result, 8 people died, and 2 others escaped with injuries and disabilities as well. I heard that the patriarchs couldn't do anything with the fire python, so that volcano, which was called Fire Python Mountain, no one dared to go. Lin Bei got it. This time, little Iris suddenly ran over and looked at Lin Bei with tears in her eyes. With a timid voice he shouted, Master, Chapter 58, Little Iris, 12 chakras. Little Iris had a pitiful look on her face at the moment, seemingly ready to cry at any moment. Lin Bei looked at little Iris with a smile and touched her head with one hand. What's wrong? Who bullied our little Iris? Little Iris said aggrievely. Master, you said for me to go and wait for senior brother Zhang to finish practicing his boxing and go to ask for advice on the spitting method. But, he has been unavailable. Lin Bei froze. It just occurred to him that not too long ago, he had been a shirker, and after accepting little Iris, he had directly dumped it on Zhang Tang. It was just that, after the 7th refinement of Zhang Tang's Tao body, he had been attending to the imperial laws within his house. After the Enlightenment, he was again bent on perfecting the imperial method, trying to cultivate part of the human palace veins as early as possible in exchange for the opportunity to defeat Zhang Zhong. As a result, little Iris was shunted aside. Your senior brother Zhang has been very busy lately, so let me teach you. Little Iris sniffed and cheered. The so-called spitball method, Lin Bei directly began to teach, imparting the essence of the Tue Na method while demonstrating it to little Iris. Soon, little Iris's expression then changed from one full of curious eagerness to one of frowning. After Lin Bei finished speaking, he looked at little Iris expectantly. Got it? Little Iris shook her head in confusion. I don't understand. No? Lin Bei had some surprises. Little Iris's perception of the spiritual power of heaven and earth should be extremely sharp. After all, she was someone who could see the spiritual power of heaven and earth with her naked eyes. Lin Bei had some disbelief. Then you begin to exhale as I have taught you. It doesn't matter if you don't know what you're talking about. You can just follow the instructions, can't you? As long as you have enough talent, you'll be able to do it easily. Good. Little Iris's main fight was to listen to persuasion, and after nodding her head very obediently, she immediately began to try to exhale. Although she breathed and exhaled very hard, The spiritual power of heaven and earth was not induced by her in the slightest. Lin Bei had some gripes. The art of exhaling is not breathing air. What the hell is this big breath in and hard breath out? Although he was grasping at straws, it was quite cute to see little Iris's puffy cheeks. Hopeless. Lin Bei sighed. Don't practice. You have no way to exhale. Little Iris instantly wilted. Like a frosted eggplant. Her eyes filled with loss. Lin Bei was caught up in thought. If he said that little Iris didn't have talent, he wouldn't believe it for a million years. But what the hell is? So much for being strangely untalented in Taijiquan, and not knowing a thing about the art of spitting. Is it hard to be too young? Do you need to study hard first? Lin Bei shook his head and quickly put this thought behind him. Natural enlightenment has to do with reading. At this moment, Lin Bei's afterimage saw Tainyo, who was practicing boxing, and suddenly realized, must have opened it the wrong way for myself. Iron Bull is also an amazing talent, but he opens up in the wrong way, resulting in over a year of Iron Bull bumbling around. Today, this is apparently the case with little Iris. Iris, what do you usually like? Little Iris cocked her head and thought hard. I like to eat, sleep, and play. The corner of Lin Bei's mouth twitched. Isn't that a ing coincidence? These are hobbies that he used to enjoy. But what did he mean by inquiring? Trying to tap into little Iris's talent. What the hell is this? Lin Bei was helpless to the extreme. At this time, little Iris suddenly said, I especially hate medicinal baths. What medicinal bath? Lin Bei didn't react for a moment. Little Iris said curiously, don't you have to go through a medicinal bath to become a martial artist? My father wanted me to become a martial artist and let me soak in medicinal baths since I was a child. It's just that every time I soak in a medicinal bath, I'm especially uncomfortable and annoying. Later, my father said that the efficiency of my absorption of the medicinal bath was too low to become a martial artist. Lin Bei drifted off. At that exact moment, he suddenly had a flash of insight and seemed to have caught something. Why do you hate medicinal baths? Little Iris replied, I think those medicinal baths, especially muddy and smelly, useful and useless mixed together. Little Iris lost her head and said, when I told father, I was reprimanded by him. She said that these medicinal prescriptions have been repeatedly perfected by martial artists. Did it work? Not useful? Lin Bei instantly captured something. This kid, isn't he particularly keen on herbs? Is it possible that you were born with a pharmaceutical saint's body? With this in mind, Lin Bei immediately shouted to little Lu Zi in the distance. Little Six, coming. Little Rocco ran all the way. Master, you take little Iris, and make a trip to Green Cloud Town, so that she can pick out some medicinal herbs and return. After saying that, Lin Bei looked at little Iris. Little Iris, pick some herbs that you think are particularly good, and after you're done buying them, come back to me. Yes, the two left. Looking at the duo's backs, Lin Bei was filled with anticipation. If little Iris really has talent in this area, perhaps she can use the Divine Farmer's Classic of Materia Medica, combined with Inyan Taiji to compile a set of gong methods. Time passes. Lin Bei wasn't idle either, and with the way of the royal law, he immediately started practicing. He understood that his own 12 chakras were not coherent with each other. Therefore, Lin Bei needed to select a chakra and then punch open the 12 chakras one by one. And when the 12 chakras were completely through, then the human palace would be complete. Soon, he selected the first chakra that was the easiest to quench heaven and earth spiritual energy, the hand Tai-yin lung meridian. As the Taiji vomiting technique operated, his first chakra began to be filled with a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Lin Bei understood that these heaven and earth spiritual forces did not belong to him yet, and he needed to refine them to make them a part of himself. As the Tao body refined, soon this portion of the heaven and earth spiritual energy that had surged into the first chakra was refined into a sliver. This glimmer, perhaps, is aura? Lin Bei's heart is excited. He understood that the birth of this trace of aura meant that he had completely stepped past the Tao body realm and crossed over into the brand new royal law realm. Lin Bei tried to mobilize this trace of aura. Sure enough, after the aura was refined, it was directly mobilized along with his divine thoughts. After this strand of spiritual energy was mobilized, Lin Bei clearly noticed that the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth around him began to echo with each other. It's amazing. Thousands of spells actually start with this trace of aura. Lin Bei stood up with one finger. This trace of aura surged out and immediately gathered a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Lin Bei tried to make it turn into fire through his thoughts, but it failed. Lin Bei realized that the reason why he had failed was because he hadn't comprehended the changes of fire in the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Perhaps, going to see more of the fire, one can comprehend the wonders of it. The spiritual power of heaven and earth is ever changing. Lin Bei understood that his way of the imperial law had only just begun. Lin Bei had experimented for a while and realized that this wisp of spiritual energy could make various changes in form with his thoughts. It can be like a scaled-down version of a sword, or a knife, or even armor to protect the body and protect the organs. Until the wisp of aura was exhausted, Lin Bei still couldn't get enough. There are so many variations and types of spells that relying on my own enlightenment won't work in a monkey's time, Lin Bei said darkly. Perhaps it is necessary to have Zhang Tang, as soon as possible, help the disciples of the dojo to open the heavenly gate. Lin Bei understood that as long as his disciples comprehended a certain spell, he would immediately be able to deduce it to perfection. Instead of slowly going through the spells themselves, it would be better to have the disciples cultivate hard and develop the spells as soon as possible. Granted, the idea is good, but before that, Lin Bei could only comprehend some spells on his own. After all, if Zhang Tang were to go to the Zhang clan to challenge him, he had to be able to suppress Zhang Zhong in order to do so. Thus, he needed to master at least some powerful spells to do so. The moment Lin Bei suddenly had a flash of insight. He has a great ability to extrapolate his golden handshake. Spells, can they be deduced? If he could, he would be able to comprehend some spells and keep deducing them, treating them as his crushing mastery. Thinking about this, Lin Bei was also excited inside. Chapter 59, Deducing Spells. Lin Bei also did things in a thunderous manner. Once you have an idea, you immediately start putting it into action. He understands. Before attending to spells, one had to refine a large amount of spiritual energy. Otherwise it simply wouldn't be enough to squander. Refine enough aura first, before going to enlighten the spells. Soon, Lin Bei realized that he needed about tens of breaths for each strand of aura he refined. Around half an hour or so, Lin Bei had condensed hundreds of strands of aura. That's when he was surprised to find, after the hundreds of strands of spiritual energy converged together, they unexpectedly transformed into a water droplet-like appearance. Lin Bei slightly projected that he could probably gather around 20 drops of spiritual energy in a day of cultivation. According to this trend, about 1,000 drops or so of spiritual energy would completely fill the first chakra, and the second chakra would then be able to be flushed open. This meant that Lin Bei would need at least 50 days to cultivate to the second chakra. Knowing that his Taiji spitting technique had already broken the limit 4 times nowadays was still like this. In the future, if the disciples of his dojo opened the heaven's gate and were unable to break the limit, I was afraid that their cultivation time would be even longer. At this moment, Lin Bei had an intuitive feeling about refining qi. He also had a personal experience of the saying that the road to immortality is long and there is no armor in the mountains. Time passes. When Lin Bei had condensed 10 drops of spiritual energy, he immediately began to conceptualize his pressure box spell. Previously, Lin Bei had tried to make the spiritual power of heaven and earth take the form of fire, and although he failed, he understood. If you wanted to make changes to the spiritual power of heaven and earth, you had to have a deep understanding of something. Nowadays, what is Lin Bei's best skill? Taiji. His Taiji vomiting technique had already broken the limit 4 times, and his understanding of the Taiji way was extremely profound. Therefore, Lin Bei decided to start with Taiji and create his own pressure box technique. After making preparations, Lin Bei directly left the retreat room and walked towards the outside of the dojo. He decided to go to a deserted place to experiment with his spells. When he was just about to go out, he happened to meet Mu Qingyu. Mu Qingyu said with great surprise, "Master Lin, are you preparing to leave the dojo?" In her opinion, Lin Bei seldom left the dojo, and apart from instructing his disciples in cultivation, he was just practicing in seclusion himself. "Yes, I'm going to go out," Lin Bei responded with a smile. Seeing that Lin Bei wasn't going to say anything more, Mu Qingyu was also very sensible and didn't ask more questions. It was only when she watched Lin Bei leave that a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. Not a moment too soon, Lin Bei arrived at a back mountain not far from the dojo. At the foot of the mountain, he glanced meaningfully backward before leaping up the peak in a graceful manner. At this time, Mu Qingyu showed her form. What a fast speed! Even a grandmaster is just like that, right? Mu Qingyu was originally in a state of curiosity and wanted to follow Lin Bei to see what he was planning to do. Only, her stalking skills apparently weren't very good, and she shook it off straight away when she was spotted. The other side. After Lin Bei shook off Mu Qingyu, he arrived in the deep mountains in just the blink of an eye. After seeing that no one was disturbing him, Lin Bei took a deep breath, then spread out the palm of one hand and began his spell experiment. My Taiji spitting technique, which has broken the limit 4 times, has a profound understanding of Taiji, so I will start with Taiji. Lin Bei gave a dark cry and began to mobilize the spiritual energy in the first chakra. Next, a trace of spiritual energy surged out, inducing a large amount of heaven and earth's spiritual energy to converge, only to see that after these spiritual forces converged, they actually transformed into the appearance of a Taiji diagram. Sure enough, Lin Bei's comprehension of Taiji was extremely deep, and he succeeded almost at once. Looking at the Taiji in his palm, Lin Bei could feel that it contained the terrifying power that it possessed. At this moment, a ray of light flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. Based on the etheric pole, deduce one of the strongest offensive spells. His spirit was highly concentrated, and he began to mobilize his golden finger to make deductions. Sure enough, familiar voices welled up in his head. Begins to project. Insufficient enlightenment to begin deduction based on the knowledge of the 4 limit breaks of the Taiji spinning technique. Successful deduction. Deduction spell, Tai Chi Seal. A massive amount of knowledge flooded into Lin Bei's mind as if it was a tidal wave. Taiji Seal. It was as if he had rehearsed it countless times long ago. At the same time, the Taiji in Lin Bei's palm unexpectedly transformed into 2 streams of black and white aura, like swimming fish, above Lin Bei's palm, entangling with each other. This was exactly the form of the Taiji seal before it was cast. Lin Bei didn't hesitate and directly slapped out his palm. In the next second, the black and white chi that surrounded his palm transformed into a palm print about 2 meters high and flew out directly. Its speed as fast as lightning, almost in the blink of an eye. It blasted directly on top of the mountain wall not far away. In a flash, the ground shook. Not far away, Mu Qingyue was the first to feel the violent vibrations. An earthquake? Instinctively she was ready to get out of there. However, the huge shock only lasted for a short moment, and a flash of confusion flashed through her eyes. The mountain wall that was hit by Lin Bei's Taiji seal displayed a shocking scene, only to see that a palm print was embedded in this mountain wall that was about 100 meters high and about 10 meters wide. The entire mountain was covered in cracks from this palm strike. It was as if he had been slapped hard by an ancient giant. This is the Taiji seal. Looking at the masterpiece in front of him, Lin Bei finally realized just how big the gap between the imperial law and the Tao body was. The power of this move not only far exceeded the prediction, most importantly what? For such a powerful spell, he had only consumed a single drop of spiritual energy. What if you consume 10 drops, 20 drops, 100 drops or even more? At this moment, he suddenly understood why the description of the cultivator, called the boundless mana. If it is really boundless mana, it is simply strong to unbelievable. Attacking is enough. Next, use the Taiji spitting technique as the basis to deduce one of the strongest defensive spells. Begins to project. Insufficient enlightenment to begin deduction based on the knowledge of the 4 broken limits of the Taiji spitting technique. Deduction successful. Deduction spell, Taiji Xian Shield. A great deal of knowledge flooded into the mind. This time, Lin Bei didn't test its strength. The reason is simple. From within the Taiji seal, one could roughly deduce how strong the defense of the Taiji Xian Shield was. Every ounce of spiritual energy requires hard work to cultivate. After deduction, he already knew how to use it skillfully. In that case, save what you can. After reaching his goal, Lin Bei didn't stop and directly returned to the dojo. The other side, Mu Qingyue came back to her senses from the pre-earthquake. Brief moment of confusion. What happened to the commotion earlier? Mu Qingyue realized something and her face changed slightly as she quickly headed to the place that caused the tremor. Soon, she then arrived at the place where Lin Bei had tested the Taiji seal before. She looked up, only to see that on the 100-meter high, 10-meter wide mountain wall, there was a huge palm print of about 2 meters, which was even deeply embedded in the mountain wall for more than 3 meters. This scene is so shocking. Is it hard to believe that this was caused by the Linfield master? Although, she had long known that Lin Bei was deeply hidden, but now this scene seemed to be telling Mu Qingyue. She still underestimated Lin Bei's strength. The moment. Dojo. Lin Bei leisurely sipped his bitter mountain tea. He was in a very pleasant mood. From the moment he created the Taiji seal, he realized something. The current him was considered to have truly crossed over into the ranks of immortal cultivators. In the meantime, a voice suddenly rang in his head. Your disciple, Zhang Teng, has realized the spell Soul Strike, introductory, and your spell Soul Strike has been upgraded to perfect. In the next second, a large amount of knowledge related to spells flooded into his mind. After understanding what the soul shocking stab was, a flash of shock flashed across Lin Bei's eyes. This brat, Zhang Teng, was actually really pondering on how to defeat Zhang Zhong. Chapter 60, Frightening God's Thorn. Traveling to Nanyang, to the extent of the 7th refinement of the Tao body, challenging a patriarch is surprisingly daring. Lin Bei was very appreciative of Zhang Teng's courage. When Zhang Zhong came to the dojo, he had once suppressed Zhang Teng with his might. Zhang Teng was aware of how big the gap was between himself and a martial arts grandmaster. But even knowing the huge gap, Zhang Teng was still thinking about how to defeat him. What's outrageous is that he actually came up with it. This shocking God's Thorn was not an unusual spell, but a spell of spiritual type attack. It is a real killer. Even without asking, Lin Bei knew Zhang Tang's thought process for creating the surprising god thorn. The martial grandmaster, too strong. With Zhang Tang's cultivation of the seventh refinement of the Tao body, even if he did create spells, he might not be able to win. The only way to win is by surprise. This shocking god stab was Zhang Tang's strange move. This amazing god stab. It's truly amazing. Lin Bei couldn't help but feel emotional inwardly after thoroughly digesting the knowledge of the surprising god's thorn. When Zhang Tang created this spell, he went so far as to utilize the palace's Fingfu, Shen Ting, and Shanqing acupoints, forcibly stimulate the Tong Tian point, which is connected to the Shinting point, and based on the Tong Tian acupoint, the spiritual power of heaven and earth was transformed into the form of spiritual power and stored in it. If not for Zhang Tang's participation in this spell, Lin Bei was afraid that he would not have any concept of this kind of spell, let alone create it. Right at this moment, Mu Qingyue returned to the dojo. The moment she saw Lin Bei, Mu Qingyue wanted to speak. Something wrong? Lin Beixin asked as he looked at Mu Qingyue. There may be some offense in this kind of questioning, but I still want to ask you if you caused the commotion in the back of the mountain earlier? Mu Qingyue finally asked the doubts in her heart. Backwoods? Lin Bei immediately thought of the scene where Mu Qingyue followed him. In response, Lin Bei didn't hide it, but said lightly, "There's been some suffocation in my cultivation recently, so I went out to casually move my muscles." The light voice caused Mu Qingyue to be extremely shocked. That earth-shaking and mountain-shaking general movement, even just casually move the muscles and bones? She looked deeply at Lin Bei. She could confirm that Lin Bei didn't have any element of bragging. It's really just casual mobility. What does that mean? Lin Bei's strength was far greater than the extent of causing that commotion. Right at this moment, Little Six returned with Little Iris. "Master, we bought 18 types of herbs. Take a look." As he spoke, Xiao Luzi placed a single jade box on the stone table and took out the precious medicinal herbs inside. Mu Qingyu revealed a puzzled look after seeing these herbs. "Are you guys being lied to?" "Ha!" Xiao Luzi was stunned. "I compared the market price. I wasn't cheated." Mu Qingyu hurriedly said. "I mean, you guys bought some useless things. I can tell that you guys are preparing to refine medicines, but these herbs you purchased are too weird. Both the $1,000 hard-to-find 1,000-year-old He Shou, and also the very common tricolor grass." Mu Qingyue said breathlessly. "Many herbs are toxic to each other when used together." "Miss Mu, you still know pharmacology?" Lin Bei had some surprises. "A little bit. We have a lot of related books in our main hall." Mu Qingyue smiled and said, "I can have some of them topologized if Lin Field Master is interested." Lin Bei smiled and shook his head. "Thank you, Miss Mu, for your kind words. We immortal cultivators are still a bit different from you martial artists." Seeing Lin Bei's refusal, Mu Qingyue didn't say anything more. At this time, Little Iris said with some nervousness, "Master, did I buy the wrong one?" Lin Bei didn't say anything and just carefully observed the herbs. Not long after, Lin Bei revealed an expression that said it all. Each of these medicinal herbs exuded a unique fluctuation of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Little Iris, indeed, could easily pick out some spiritual herbs that contained the spiritual power of heaven and earth. This meant that Little Iris's talent was most likely related to medicinal herbs. "Little Iris, you and me." "Oh." Lin Bei stood up and brought Little Iris along with him, quickly arriving at the dormitory. At this point, Lin Bei took out a copy of the Divine Husbandman's Classic of Materia Medica. This book was written by Lin Bei a long time ago. Actually, Lin Bei had only read the Divine Husbandman's Classic of Materia Medica before, so it was reasonable to say that he had long since forgotten about it. Since the beginning of the seventh refinement of the Tao body, his memory had begun to become very outrageous, and many of the knowledge that he had once forgotten or even just skimmed over could be remembered completely and clearly. "It is?" Little Iris asked curiously. Lin Bei had a serious expression. "Little Iris, take this and learn what's on it, and if you can learn it and integrate it, I'll pass on an immortal cultivation law to you." Little Iris nodded seriously. When she was with Tainyo, she knew how powerful Lin Bei was. She also knew that Zhang Tang practiced the Taiji vomiting technique and Tainyo practiced the Zhou Tian orifice vomiting method. This means that Lin Bei knows how to teach according to his ability. "I'll work on it." Lin Bei nodded in relief. "If you have the talent, Master will naturally teach you the cultivation method. If not, there is no need to be nervous. Perhaps your talent is not here, just that Master has not discovered it yet." Lin Bei comforted Little Iris again. After all, Little Iris is an unexpected blessing. If it can really cultivate, and even realize a brand new cultivation method is the best. If not, Lin Bei is not forced. All as an investment. Time. It began to pass little by little. Lin Bei seemed to have forgotten about time in the midst of his cultivation. This day, the morning sun rises. Tainyo knocked on the door of Lin Bei's retreat room. "Master, There's still one more day until the 10-day appointment. Miss Mu asked me to remind you that it's time to depart. Only then did Lin Bei slowly open his eyes, slightly emotional inside. Time goes by so fast. The moment. Lin Bei's first chakra had already condensed 120 drops of spiritual energy. Has time passed so quickly? Lin Bei left the retreat room and revealed a satisfied look after seeing the iron ox. Not bad. It's already the 6th refinement. Tai Niu was slightly delighted inwardly when he heard the sudden compliment. Senior brother Zhang has already had the 8th refinement of the Dao body, Tai Niu said as he walked. The 8th refinement? Lin Bei nodded in understanding. Soon, Lin Bei and Tai Niu arrived at the dojo together. Just as he arrived at the dojo, he saw that Mu Qingyue and Zhang Tang were already waiting for him early at the dojo. Eyes swept over Zhang Tang. Lin Bei realized that he had accumulated about a drop of heaven and earth spiritual energy in his Tong Tian acupoint. Even though it was only a single drop, it had already filled his Tong Tian acupoint. This means that one drop is his limit. Not knowing the peripatetic orifice vomiting method and being only the 8th refinement, the strength of the Dao body is ultimately a bit lower. According to Lin Bei's estimation, the Tong Tian acupuncture point should be able to withstand at least 10 drops of heaven and earth spiritual energy. When Zhang Tang saw Lin Bei walking towards him, he immediately bowed respectfully. Master. Aha! Lin Bei nodded. Have you thought about traveling to the Zhang clan today? Zhang Tang's eyes were firm. It's time to end the feud between me and the Zhang clan. Chapter 61 Building the Dojo. Looking at the determined Zhang Tang, Lin Bei didn't say anything. He just walked to his side and gently patted his shoulder. Although he did not say anything, Zhang Tang understood that this was Master's silent support. At this moment, inside the dojo, Xiao Luzi rubbed his hands together and said to Tai Niu beside him, Tai Niu, do you think Master will take us along? Iron Bull gave him a breathless look. What? You've only been to Green Cloud Town and you still want to go out and sneak around? Xiao Luzi blankly glanced at Tai Niu. What do you mean by sneaking around? Don't I want to go to Nanyang to see more? I heard that Nanyang side is much more prosperous than our place. It's a big city. Tinio looked deeply at Xiao Luzi. Although I am also concerned about senior brother Zhang. It's better to add less chaos to this kind of thing. Not only will we not be able to help if we go, but we will also distract Master from taking care of him. Alright, Xiao Luzi nodded then. A glint flashed in his eyes. Tai Niu, why don't we go recruit the villagers around us? Tai Niu nodded. This is fine. Anyway, Chen's Cloth Villa and the 16 store owners we recruited have started to build up the stores and infrastructure here. It's also time to go recruit some residents. The other side. When Lin Bei, Zhang Tang, and Mu Qingyue arrived at the door of the dojo, they saw little Iris and her father standing outside. Little Iris's father, on the other hand, was waiting here with a carriage, which was even equipped with a driver. Master. Little Iris ran over enthusiastically. Father has heard that you are going to the Zhang clan and has specially prepared a carriage for you. Only then did the Chun family master walk up and salute Lin Bei. These days, thanks to Lin Field Master's care for little Iris, I heard that you don't accept the gift of worship, and I don't dare to take offense, but these 2 horse carriages, please be sure to accept them. Little Iris also said, Master, just take it. These 2 horses were carefully selected by Father. Lin Bei was a little stunned inwardly when he heard this. When did he say he wouldn't accept a gift of worship? Then it immediately became clear. Such words must have come from Iron Bull, who had been crippled by his neglect. In the beginning, in order to fool Tinio, he created an image of himself as a man of the world. Now it's a good thing you've lifted a rock and smashed it in your own foot. Lin Bei don't look at the dojo to run a sound in color. In fact, a penniless. The money for Xiao Luzi and Xiao Kite to buy herbs before was still scavenged from the 6th Harmony Martial Arts School, Tao Zhang and his retainers. Although it is a bit painful, but Lin Bei also look away. This gift cannot be received. Can only say that there is no destiny. The future dojo up. That income is not endless? Since it's a token of appreciation from family master Chen, I'll accept it. The master of the Chen family was delighted at his words. Now that Lin Bei is accepting gifts, there is no doubt that he is willing to be close to him. At least in the mind. It was remembering him as a person. This is important to him. Even if Lin Bei promises nothing and doesn't help, he will be a person of prestige within the business circle of the dojo in the future. After all, those businessmen, even if they wanted to give gifts, couldn't. Together with little Iris's relationship, the Chen family master felt that he would be enough to gain a firm foothold here in the future. There were no courtesies or pleasantries. Lin Bei, Zhang Tang, and Mu Qingyue got on the carriage. The coachman also drove his horse straight away. Along the way, Lin Bei realized that not only were there stores being built in this small village, but there were also quite a few homes being built as well, and even the main roads were paved with green stone. All around the dojo, a vibrant image. Right at this moment, a flying pigeon fell into Mu Qingyu's hands. Mu Qingyue glanced at the contents and then frowned. Somewhat seriously, he looked at Zheng Tang and Lin Bei. What's wrong? Lin Bei asked. Field Master Lin. This time when we traveled to the Zhang clan to challenge them, there were experts from the Nanyang Zhou clan who went there, and I'm worried that they won't abide by the rules, Mu Qingyue said with slight concern. Hearing this title, a cold light flashed in Zheng Tang's eyes. For Zheng Tang, apart from the Zhang clan, the Zhou clan of Nanyang is the source of all the suffering. Why did he, nowadays, directly reject the overtures of Zhang Zhong of the Zheng clan? He simply did not believe that Zhang Zhong could convince Nanyang Zhou. If he couldn't convince the Nanyang Zhou clan, wouldn't he become an outcast again? And if he accepts Zhang Zhong's terms, he must withdraw the war book. Zheng Tang was not willing to leave his fate in the hands of others, and this was the biggest reason why he, at first, harshly rejected Zhang Zhong. He's going to be on his own, out on a path he can control. For the Zhang clan, he had long been chilled. In response, Lin Bei just smiled faintly and uttered two words. No harm done. The moment. Zhang's family. The family assembly is being held. There was some caution in Patriarch Shang's expression. Gentlemen, the notary from the General Martial Arts Hall of Qinyan City has sent word that they will be arriving at our Zhang clan before noon tomorrow to challenge us. How should we respond? Zhang Zhong squinted his eyes and did not speak, looking as if he was asleep. What to do? Naturally, cut it down to the roots. The person who opened his mouth was tall and stout, with a large square face and thick eyebrows. His gaze was as sharp as a falcon's, and he was filled with a murderous aura, as if he had returned from the border battlefield. He, none other than Zhang Songlong. When he heard of Tao Zhang's death, he rushed back almost immediately. At this exact moment, inside the council chamber, the person wearing the costume of the Zhou clan suddenly opened his mouth. Chopping up the roots? It's not good, is it? It's better to capture him and hand him over to the county king for disposal. Zhang Songlong looked at this person with a face full of murderous anger. Zhou clan, if you hadn't allowed our Zhang clan to capture Zhang Tang, would Tower have lost his life? Now you're still pointing fingers? Before the Zhou clan's people could say anything, Zhang Zhong immediately opened his mouth to angrily rebuke them. Do not be reckless. Zhang Songlong froze. Originally, after he returned from the border and learned that Zhang Zhong had survived, all the grief in his heart over the death of Zhang Tao washed away quite a bit. After all, this was a patriarch-level powerhouse. Wouldn't this mean that they were qualified not to look at the face of the Zhou clan? As a result, the first one to refute him was actually Zhang Zhong. Although there was some incomprehension, Zhang Songlong still swallowed his breath and arched his hand at the Zhou clan's people. I lost my temper and my manners because of Tower's matter. Sorry, that messenger from the Zhou clan sneered. At this time, Zhang Zhong spoke up. We will capture Zhang Tang as much as we can, but we can't be blamed if we kill him. Only then did the messenger from the Zhou clan nod. It's natural. Soon, the proceedings were concluded. Zhang Songlong found Zhang Zhong. Elder Zhong, since you are alive, why are you still backing down so much from the Zhou clan? Zhang Zhong sniffed and sighed deeply. After I came back from the dojo, I knew that the bottom line of the dojo was Zhang Tang's master. He's, like, a great master. Zhang Songlong froze. He was clearly asking about the Zhou clan, but Zhang Zhong even answered about the dojo? It was a bit of a puzzle to him. At this point, Zhang Zhong narrated the cause. Chapter 62 Domain, Martial Heavenly King, Migration. From long, when I was at the dojo, I could see Zhang Tang's distrust and chill in his eyes towards the Zhang clan. So at the first opportunity, I had the cheek to make a trip to the Nanyang Zhou clan. Zhang Zhong sighed. Originally, I thought in my heart that Master Lin's strength was not bad, and that he was at least a Zhongshu level powerhouse. It would naturally be best if we could turn enemies into friends. And the easiest way to turn this enemy into a friend is to make Zhang Tang put aside his grudge and reunite with our Zhang clan. With the relationship between Zhang Yang and Zhang Xiaoxiao, as long as Zhang Tang's worries are resolved, the possibility of convincing him to return to the family again will be extremely high. Although Zhang Songlong was very upset by what he heard, and he wanted to take revenge for Tao Zhang, he also knew that Zhang Zhong was right when he said that the family was the most important thing. Zhang Zhong continued. Originally, I thought that with the face of the old man, and even with some compensation and price, I could make the Zhou clan withdraw the wanted order, but I didn't want the Zhou clan to give face at all, not even if I moved the names of some of the veteran generals on the border. Zhang Songlong asked in dismay, why is the Zhou clan so overbearing? I wanted to know too, so I was ready to flip out on the spot. And just then, you know what I felt? What? Zhang Songlong's complexion stared. I feel the domain. Zhang Zhong looked ironic. At that moment, it was as if I was in another world. My potential was completely suppressed, and even, I couldn't give birth to the idea of resistance. Zhang Zhong let out a bitter smile. At that moment, I realized what the real card of the Nanyang Zhou clan was when they dared to call themselves county kings. Domain. Zhang Solong sucked in a breath of cool air. If you have mastered the potential, then you are called a patriarch. However, if one transformed their potential into a domain and mastered the absolute domain, then they could be called martial Dao heavenly kings. The sovereign, a huge leap for martial artists, and the heavenly king of martial arts, the next leap. No wonder, calling the king, really has a martial arts heavenly king? Zhang Solong swallowed a mouthful of water. At this moment, he finally understood why Zhang Zhong reprimanded him. The Zhang clan really can't afford to offend the Nanyang Zhou clan. The Nanyang Zhou clan, like a huge mountain, pressed down on the Zhang clan, leaving them breathless. Zhang Zhong seemed to be laughing at himself. When I first went to the dojo, I swore to Zhang Tang that I would be able to convince the Nanyang Zhou clan, but now it seems that old me is more of a joke. He refused the old man, but it is the same as in the invisible. Gave me face. Otherwise if he did not refuse, I really do not know how to speak. I am afraid that I still have to take him down and send him to the Nanyang Zhou clan. Zhang Zhong sighed, then looked not far behind him. Zhang Solong realized something and glanced at the direction Zhang Zhong was looking. Still not out? Zhang Yon walked out somewhat disoriented at the moment. Zhang Zhong let out a sigh of emotion. When you cried and begged me, I wanted to make things work. Just, younger, I tried my best. Zhang Yong nodded. I know. Hey, you're a sensible person. I hope you're looking at the big picture. After saying that, Zhang Zhong departed, leaving Zhang Yong standing there in a daze, his eyes lifeless. The last hope, too, was dashed. Grandpa, Zhang Xiaoxiao, what does ancestor Zhang Zhong mean? What does the old ancestor mean? Zhang Yong said bitterly, Zhang Teng, must die. The other side. The carriage sped. Along the way, Mu Qingyu had some curiosity to look outside the carriage. Outside the carriage at this time was an official road. Above the official road, there were many people carrying packs that seemed to be migrating. Strange, why are so many people migrating? It looks as if they are dusty and have traveled a long way. Lin Bei was also slightly curious. What should I do if I'm curious? Ask. Naturally. Lin Bei immediately greeted the driver of the car and stopped. Stop. After the carriage stopped, Lin Bei nodded at Zhang Teng. Without having to say anything more, Zhang Tang got off the carriage at the first opportunity and rushed up, stopping a citizen who was pushing a wooden cart. This old folks, where are you from? Why are so many people migrating? Where are you going? The man smiled bitterly at his words. We are migrating from the Jade Valley Pass side, and are prepared to go to Qingyun City to rest for a while or two before going inland. At this time, an old woman beside him also said, recently, over at the Jade Valley Pass, there have been frequent appearances of demonic beasts, and it's no longer safe. And we've heard that some martial artists at the Jade Valley Pass have revealed news that a great battle may occur soon. Yeah, we were afraid that Yugu Pass wouldn't hold, so we ran far away. When these words came out, Zhang Tang had some confusion. When he brought the news back, Mu Qingyu was the first to express her disbelief. It's absolutely impossible. The Jade Valley Pass is an important border area. How could a demonic beast cross the Jade Valley Pass and disturb the people? It's just nonsense. The Jade Valley Pass has not been breached, Mu Qingyu said decisively. Moreover, they said that the demonic beast must be a rumor. The beast wisdom and demon want to reach the degree of the demonic beast that can be comparable to the martial arts master. Demonic beasts really sneaking into the Jade Valley Pass to cause trouble is a big deal. Once there's news, all sorts of bounty orders will definitely be flying all over the place, Mu Qingyu said confidently. Lin Bei drifted off, then asked, if that's the case, what Miss Mu means is that these people are panicking because of rumors and rumors? Naturally, similar oopsies have happened before. No harm done, Mu Qingyu said calmly. Once these words came out, Lin Bei didn't take it to heart, and then remembered the volcano not far from the dojo, where it was rumored that there was a foreign beast, the fire python, and thus asked directly, Miss Mu, have you heard of the foreign beast fire python? Mu Qingyu nodded. You're referring to the foreign beast on that volcano on the far side of your dojo? Yes. Lin Bei nodded, then humbly asked for advice. I've heard that the beast fire python is so strong that even the patriarchs can't do anything with it. Has it become a demon? Mu Qingyu shook her head. Definitely didn't become a demon. Don't worry, if it became a demonic beast, the bounty for getting rid of demons would definitely be flying all over the place. The existence of a demonic beast, that would be too dangerous. After saying that, Mu Qingyu thought for a moment and continued. The fire python you mentioned is actually being hunted by the patriarch's band. Only that this fire python is resourceful and can withstand the high temperature of the magma inside the volcano. and it was not able to defeat the patriarch and immediately disappeared inside the caldera, which is why it's safe and sound so far. Even though it is entrenched in the volcano, it doesn't dare to attack humans, so for a while there are no experts to hunt it. Lin Bei drifted off and made up his mind inwardly. When you come back, find a chance to get rid of the fire python. Getting rid of the demons and settling the people was only one thing. The most important thing was that Lin Bei had his eyes on that volcano. When his 12 chakras were cultivated to perfection, and his human palace was accomplished, and he cultivated the fire of the 5 viscera, the volcano could be of great use. Time passes. The wagon was going fast. Gradually, the shadow of Nanyang City not far away appeared in front of the crowd. Return to this place. The battle intent in Zhang Tang's eyes grew stronger. Chapter 63, Nanyang. All the attention. Nanyang City, bustling with prosperity. Unlike Qingyun City, this was a giant city that was divided into an inner city and an outer city. In the inner city, almost all of them were where the big families were located, and they had almost monopolized all the resources. The Zhou clan, on the other hand, stood above all the clans in Nanyang. They control vast amounts of resources in both the inner and outer city areas. Because of this, all the clans in Nanyang needed to look at their faces. Coupled with strong force, no one dared to challenge their authority even if the Zhou clan chief called himself the king of Nanyang County. After all, in this part of Nanyang, if one offended the Zhou clan in Nanyang, just a word from them would completely cut off the family's cultivation resources. And because of this, the great clans in Nanyang were extremely afraid of the Zhou clan. This was the reason why Zhang Tang had to have his dantian wasted and be wanted after a single word from the Nanyang Zhou clan. In Nanyang, Chao, the king of all families. The moment Lin Bei's carriage entered the outer city, along the way, there were quite a number of people from the outer city who looked curiously at the carriage Lin Bei and the others were riding in. This carriage, it seems like it's from Qingyun's side, right? Yes. You guys see that there's also the logo of Qingyun town on the carriage. Are those 2 words the dojo? I've heard that Zhang Tang of the Zhang clan has given a war order to the Zhang clan. This car couldn't be them, right? This statement immediately aroused the curiosity of many of the people. Zhang Tang? Isn't this man a wanted man? Yes. I heard that when he was in the Nanyang County King's residence, he badgered the innocence of the county lord, and later escaped back to the family. As a result, the county king was furious and asked the Zhang family to give an explanation, and the Zhang family immediately scrapped him. What happened afterward? There were some ill-informed people who immediately inquired curiously. Later, the Zhang clan informed the county king of the results of the punishment, and the county king was so dissatisfied that he ordered the Zhang clan to hand Zhang Tang over to the county king's residence, where the county king would personally take out his anger and then execute him. As a result, Zhang Tang disappeared after having his dantian wasted, and the Zhang family couldn't find him. I heard that the sheriff king even went to the Zhang clan to search their homes, and the Zhang clan cooperated. And after determining that the Zhang clan was not harboring criminals, there was a wanted notice. So that's how the wanted posters turned out to be. A number of people came to a realization. Just what about the war cry? How did he dare to come back? Someone asked suspiciously. You don't know about that, do you? My distant cousin is the shopkeeper of the Zhang family's merchant store. Someone said mysteriously. I've heard that he's worshipped at a martial arts school in Qingyun called the Dojo, which is a new school called Immortal Cultivators. When I was in Qingyun town, I heard that I defeated the Cheng Pavilion Master of the 6 Harmonies Martial Arts Hall, and as a result, the Cheng Pavilion Master ratted out to the County King's Palace, and the County King's Palace ordered the Zhang clan to send Zhang Tang in person. Later, Zhang Tao went to catch Zhang Tang, and Zhang Tang ended up killing Zhang Tao. When these words came out, there was an uproar all around. Isn't Tao Zhang in the Dan Hai realm? Before Zhang Tang was abolished, he was only at the early Dan Hai stage, right? Is this new school so powerful? This new school, you can continue practicing even if your dantian is destroyed? The man exaggeratedly said. Yes, being destroyed the dantian and still being able to cultivate. Exaggerated or not? The crowd nodded. In addition to this, I heard that Zhang Tang at that time, the new genre had just been introduced not long ago. There was another gasp from the crowd. Shouldn't a fresh starter belong to the body refinement realm? To actually be able to defeat a Dan Hai realm powerhouse? That's outrageous. This is nothing. I heard later that the Zhang clan learned that Zhang Tang had killed Tao Zhang, so they let Zhang Tang's grandfather personally go to the big justice. Zhang Tang's grandfather? Zhang Yong? I remember that he was a powerhouse at the martial Dao manifestation realm. That's right. The man nodded. Here comes the most exaggerated. The crowd sidetracked. Zhang Tang defeated Zhang Yong, and then wrote the war letter, and even had Zhang Yong bring it back. And I heard that at that time, those who came back also included Zhang Xiaoxiao and many of Zhang Tao's retainers. At this time, Someone immediately said, I know, I saw it at that time. Those attendants seemed to have been beaten badly, broken arms and legs. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Why do I feel like I'm listening to heaven? Who says otherwise? Zhang Tang was able to defeat a strong martial true intent in the first place, even though he had practiced bronze skin and iron bones. Many people showed disbelief. This time, the wagons from the dojo are here. How can it be fake? Someone else added. Not long ago, I saw Zhang Zhong of the Zhang clan. The direction he left was the side of Qingyun town, and when he came back, he immediately had the clan prepare to deal with Zhang Tang's challenge. I've heard that Zhang Zhong has reached the legendary martial grandmaster realm, and I can't believe that he was allowed to return without any success. I'm afraid that the owner of this dojo is also a ruthless person. Soon, similar news, as if it had grown wings, spread throughout Nanyang. Almost simultaneously, Zhang's clan also got the message. That sinner, back, Patriarch Zhang angrily rebuked. Zhang Sonlon's eyes were even flashing with a murderous aura. Back? It's good to come. Dare to kill Tower. I'll make him pay in blood. The moment. Outside of the Zhang clan's clanland, a large number of experts converged. At this moment, apart from the Zhang clan's experts, there were also quite a few people from the martial arts school. They, naturally, were shouted by Mu Qingyu to make a strong statement. After all, their Qingyun General Hall needed to carry out battle book justice, and if they didn't have a large number of martial arts halls experts here, wouldn't they be letting the people of the family have their hands full? Then what's the point of talking about justice? In addition to the people from the martial arts hall, there were also a large number of martial artists from various families among the onlookers, in addition to which there were quite a number of academy martial artists who ate melons. Coming! Someone on the periphery shouted. The crowd followed the sound, only to see that there was a carriage not far away, rushing across the bustling streets of Nanyang to the Zhang clan. The moment. The driver of the carriage is also exceptionally excited. Inwardly after all, in a way, at this moment, the Nanyang Avenue, for them to give way to a direct road to the Zhang clan. This time he'll have something to blow if he just goes back. Good timing. Zhang Solong gritted his teeth and looked at the carriage with hatred in his eyes. Patriarch Zhang was similarly furious and blue in the face. To have our Zhang clan, surrounded by so many people, is like juggling monkeys being watched. Laying down a letter of war is just like that. Zhang Zhong said indifferently. Being challenged justly, there will naturally be a large number of onlookers. A large number of people may not necessarily be a bad thing. As long as we can let them see the strength of our Zhang clan, it will instead benefit the clan. What Elder Zhong said is very true. Just as they were talking, the carriage slowly stopped before the Zhang clan's clanland. At this moment, almost everyone's gazes all landed on top of the carriage. Here it is. With the horseman's voice, Zhang Tang slowly stepped out of the carriage. His pace was windy, his eyes determined. Last time, he had escaped in a state of disarray and trance, and this time, he straightened up. Chapter 64, Arrogant? It's called bullying. At this moment, Zhang Tang's essence was all different, as if he had regained his life. The moment he stepped back onto this native land, his eyes were like knives as he scanned the crowd of the Zhang clan. At this moment, the Zhang clan had long since set up a stance and blocked the entrance to the Zhang clan's clanland. He even saw people from the Zhou clan being honored as guests, similarly stopping at the intersection. The three words roadblock seemed to become materialized at this moment. Zhang Tang. The moment Zhang Tao's father saw Zhang Tang, his eyes were on fire and he wanted to eat him alive. The moment. Almost everyone in the Zhang clan all looked at Zhang Tang in death, with different expressions. Zhang Tang looked around the Zhang clan's crowd. Looking at the 101 expressions of the crowd, a different kind of feeling rose in his heart. These were, at one time, the people he cared about the most. And now, the vast majority of these people, they want him dead. Right at this moment, Mu Qingyue also got off the carriage. The soulful appearance, coupled with that cool temperament, immediately caused many martial hall martial artists to marvel. At this point, Zhang Zhong, who was sitting in the very center of the Zhang clan and resting his eyes with his eyes closed, seemed to have sensed something and violently opened his eyes. Sure enough, he's here too. Although he didn't say who it was, the Zhang clan and all the martial artists present all knew who was about to get off the bus. Zhang never stared at the compartment in death, only to see the plainly dressed Lin Bei slowly walked out. He is Lin Bei? Is he the one who gave Zhang Tang the strength to resist? Zhang Solong snorted coldly. Doesn't look like he has 3 heads and 6 arms. How dare he be so arrogant? Patriarch Zhang's expression changed slightly. Being mediocre is the most terrifying. He is too introverted. Compared to the Zhang clan, the martial artists on the periphery also talked. That man is the legendary Linfield master, isn't he? Daring to back up Zhang Tang, I wonder just how strong he is. Right at this moment, Mu Qingyue took the lead and came forward to the crowd of the Zhang clan. Today, I, Mu Qingyue, on behalf of the General Hall of Martial Arts, will do justice to Zhang Tang's challenge to the Zhang clan throughout. After saying that, she looked at the crowd of the Zhang clan. Zhang clan, do you have any objections? Although she was inquiring, everyone could hear the unquestioning nature of her words. The Zhang clan's clan head inquired with a cold snort. You represent the General Hall of Martial Arts? Where is the paperwork? Mu Qingyu directly took out the paperwork, and the direct paperwork was not only stamped with the seal of the Qingyan City General Hall, but also with the seal of the 4 big characters of the Martial Arts General Hall. After seeing the seal of the Martial Arts General Hall, Zhang Zhong slowly spoke. In this matter, there are no objections. Mu Qingyue sniffed in relief. Since there are no objections, this matter will be impartial throughout by our Green Cloud main hall. Having said that, Mu Qingyue directly retreated to the side. Almost everyone had their eyes on Zhang Tang. Martial Arts Warbook, open and fair. Zhang Tsonglong stepped forward, and the raging killing intent tempered from the battlefield pressed towards Zhang Tang like a knife. Sinner, how dare you board the door and challenge? I heard that. Before Zhang Tsonglong's words fell, suddenly a figure appeared in front of him. Not waiting for Zhang Tsonglong to react, directly a resounding slap resounded through the room. Pop! The next second Zhang Tsonglong, surprisingly, directly face to the ground, slid out a few meters. For a moment, the whole room was in an uproar. The one who slapped Zhang Tsonglong was no other than Lin Bei. Lin Bei. With a miso, Zhang Zhong stood up violently, glaring at Lin Bei with a deadly glare and shouting angrily. What are you doing? Lin Bei's eyes were like cold knives as he spoke coldly. Insulting my eldest disciple as a sinner in front of me. Who gave him the courage? Could it be you? For eyes met each other, and their gazes were like electricity. In a split second, it was as if lightning was mingling in the air. The moment, there was an uproar all around. I go. Really? This Lin Field master is too ruthless, right? How come he went straight down? So protective? Just cursing and going straight down. This is going to set the table? Is it that fierce of an opening? There were exclamations of amazement from the martial arts hall martial artists in the surroundings, and there were also sounds of surprise from the academy martial artists who were eating their hearts out. In everyone's opinion, Zhang Tang dared to come and challenge, and his greatest strength was not the impartiality of the martial arts school, but the fact that his master was personally sitting in on the challenge. As a result, the challenge hadn't begun and Lin Bei went down first. How could this not make them gasp in shock? After the gasp of surprise, a query was raised. The umpire is still here. So outsiders shouldn't be given a hand in this challenge, right? Even master? Zhang Tang hasn't said what his challenge is yet, so the challenge isn't considered to have started yet. A martial artist began to explain. The challenge will only officially begin when Zhang Tang reads out the contents of the challenge and the martial arts school recognizes it and is fair. The moment. Zhang Tang looked at Lin Bei's back with gratitude. Compared to the family that had sold him out, compared to the loved ones that had abandoned him, Lin Bei looked so great in his heart at this moment. This scene infuriated Zhang Zhong to the point of gnashing his teeth. There were many people in Zhang's crowd who couldn't help but roar angrily as well. So arrogant! How dare you sneak up on me? The challenge hasn't officially started yet. Give him a little lesson. For a time, martial intent was spreading, and the true chi was interlaced. Zhang's clan had a great momentum of swarming. Stop it all! Zhang Zhong shouted sternly, instantly suppressing the anger of the crowd of the Zhang clan. Then he coldly looked at Lin Bei. Lin Bei, you are too arrogant. Could it be that you want to spar with old me before challenging? Arrogant? Lin Bei sneered back. Who exactly is arrogant? We followed the rules to come to the door to challenge. This what's his name Zhang Tsongju. He opened his mouth and cursed. I'm just giving a slight lesson. After saying that, Lin Bei looked at Zhang Zhong again. If you don't like it, by all means. When he said this, Lin Bei's voice lurched. Then it was like a cold knife. Only, I don't like unreasonable people. Before you make a move, I advise you to think clearly. Whether you are ready to lead the deaf. This statement is The whole room was elegant. Mu Qingyue's eyes changed when she looked at Lin Bei. In her opinion, Lin Bei had always been exceptionally kind, easygoing, and gentle. But at the moment, she felt only 2 words. Bully, deceiving. Patriarch Zhang was annoyed. With a flash, Zhang Zhong directly pressed down on the angry Patriarch Zhang. Enough! Isn't that humiliating enough? When these words came out, Patriarch Zhang froze, and then this calmed him down. That's right. In the grand scheme of things, the other Zhang Tang had handed in a letter of war to challenge him, which was in line with etiquette, and it was indeed rude for Zhang Tsonglong to directly call out the curses. Now that they were being taught a lesson, they could only pinch their noses and admit it, or else they would give the impression that they were hucksters. As a prestigious family in Nanyang, it still looked to honor. Only after watching Patriarch Zhang calm down did Zhang Zhong look at Lin Bei. Indeed we have been rude. I hope that the Lin Field Master will bear with us. This statement was made. The entire crowd of onlookers was in an uproar. Zhang Zhong has actually conceded. Chapter 65, Magnificent and Fastidious. Among the people present, many of them knew one thing. Once Zhang Zhong had visited the dojo, and it seemed that he had secretly fought with the Lin Field Master. Although they didn't fight, they were extremely scornful, and that's exactly why. It was only when Zhang Tsonglong slapped them away that they took it for granted. Now that he is looking at Lin Bei so strong, he suddenly realizes inwardly that this man is not to be messed with. Zhang Zhong is a martial arts master who has been honed at the border, and he would even back down? Some people don't know the reason and find it a bit unbelievable. Between martial artists, the strongest is honored. That Zhang Tsonglong is not an opponent and is not in a position of power. He deserves to be beaten. A martial artist opened his mouth. The most crucial thing is that the Lin Field Master is not afraid of Zhang Zhong in the slightest. It means that he is at least a patriarch, and has the qualifications to speak reciprocally. Otherwise who would reason with you? The man raised his fist. Sometimes the fist is the truth. The crowd nodded. At this point, when Lin Bei saw Zhang Zhong backing down, he narrowed his eyes and took a deep look at Zhang Zhong, and inwardly said, "This fellow saw through my intentions? He actually backed down after I provoked him so much. Why did he seize a handle of Zhang Tsonglong's rudeness and hit him so hard that he beat Zhang Tsonglong unconscious? There was no other reason, but just seizing the opportunity to settle the Zhang family's high-end battle force. This was helping Zhang Tong share the pressure, but it didn't hurt to see what he was up to. At least he stood up for himself. He used his actions to tell the Zhang clan that they, the dojo, were not to be messed with. Zhang Tang is backed up." Now that Zhang Zhong had backed down, Lin Bei said in a salty manner, "Those who know what's good for them are the ones who know what's good for them." After saying that, he calmly took a few steps backward. At this moment, the crowd of the Zhang clan almost exploded with anger. Some clan elders of the Zhang clan came to Zhang Zhong and inquired in a low voice, "Why should Zhong Lao back down? For no reason at all." Some of the clan elders of the Zhang clan did not understand Zhang Zhong's behavior. In the eyes of many clan elders, the fact that Lin Bei was so provocative was a good opportunity for them to strike. As long as Zhang Zhong made a move and they cooperated in the siege, the odds of winning were extremely high. "Stupid," Zhang Zhong snorted coldly. "Zhang Tang has placed a war order against our Zhang clan. According to the rules of the General Pavilion, anyone below the level of Patriarch can go down. Do you want to be like Zhang Tsonglong?" When these words came out, many people revealed a look of dismay. What does Zhang Zhong mean by this? It was tantamount to telling them that if they really fought, even if he made a move to hold them back, those of them who were besieging them might be knocked out of the fight. "Lin Bei is so powerful?" Patriarch Zhang asked. "I don't know how strong he is, but from the first time I saw him, his performance was very strong. At least it means that he is not afraid of me. And moreover, I can't perceive his potential to conclude his strength, and I don't have the bottom line to be able to win him." Zhang Zhong was truthful. Having discerned his purpose, "Shall I fall into his trap?" The crowd of the Zhang clan was silent. Zhang Tong took it all in. The dead memories seemed to be awakened by looking at their enduring appearance. Once upon a time, even though they knew he was wrongly accused, the family still gave him up for Tao Zhang. His grandfather, too, made him endure humiliation. And the result? He was abolished Dantian, and even died to the end. What's ridiculous? When the family endured humiliation and treated him as an outcast, it was to build up their strength. Nowadays, the Zhang family was enduring humiliation in front of him, still in order to build up their strength. Only this time, the strength was built up to kill him. What a mockery! At this point, Zhang Tang stepped forward. "Today, I, Zhang Tang, have come to challenge the Zhang clan." Zhang Tang opened his mouth. The entire Zhang clan's clanland was almost all quiet. The good show, they realized, was about to begin. Although they knew about Zhang Tang's challenge to the Zhang clan, they did not know exactly how the challenge was made. Nowadays, everyone was looking forward to what exactly was Zhang Tang's challenge. "Gentlemen, if I am alone, I will not bother to explain my grudge. But now that I am a man of the dojo and a great disciple of Master, it is necessary for me to uphold the honor of the dojo and Master." Zhang Tang began to Lang said it out loud. "I was originally a son of the Zhang clan, and at a banquet for the Nanyang County King, Tao Zhang took advantage of my defenses and mesmerized me. And when I woke up I appeared in the county lord's boudoir. I was wrongly accused in such a haphazard manner, and by the time I reacted, I had already become a wanted criminal and had my cultivation wasted." The words were not yet spoken. The messenger from the Zhou clan was the first to angrily rebuke. "Nonsense! If you hadn't jeopardized the innocence of the county princess and even carried a sinful seed, Would our Nanyang Zhou clan have wanted you? What a misunderstanding. Is such a big clan as our Nanyang Zhou clan not a small-minded person? Zhang Teng sneered. Ridiculous. Spoiled her innocence? When I woke up, my clothes were in order. Not to mention that my Yuan Yang body was still there. So how could I jeopardize her innocence? As for where the sinful seed came from, you should ask the county princess. This statement was made. The whole room was in an uproar. This melon. It's a little big. If what Zhang Teng said was true, then this pot of dirty water on Zhang Teng's body might not be without the county lord's calculations. At that moment, that messenger was also a bit confused. And then, his face turned pale. Even Lin Bei listened in awe. No wonder. Zhang Teng cried foul and was disappointed in the family to the core. In this matter, he was bound to have said something. Only the family didn't dare to explain more even if they knew. And even took him as an outcast. It turns out that it is not only to protect Tao Zhang, but also the relationship with the county head of Nanyang. Nonsense. You were born with a coquettish mouth. Patriarch Zhang was enraged. He understands that Zhang Teng will tell this matter. Their Zhang clan is considered a great loss of prestige and face. At this time, that Zhou clan's messenger also reacted and immediately rebuked angrily. Yellow-mouthed child. How dare you slander the county princess? Don't take him down yet. The people of the Zhang clan looked at each other in disbelief. But no one made a move. Zhang Zhong slowly spoke at this time. Messenger, don't be in a hurry. Zhang Teng, this person, our Zhang clan will definitely take him down and hand him over to the Zhou clan. Zhang Teng sniffed and sneered. Slander? I had sparred with Miss Mu before I submitted my war proposal to the General Hall. And Miss Mu naturally knows that I am a Yuan Yang body. Otherwise, how could the Qingyan General Hall be willing to apply for justice to the Martial Arts General Hall on my behalf? Although Mu Qingyue did not say anything, she acquiesced to Zhang Teng's words. At this moment, it dawned on the crowd. Zhang Teng struck while the iron was hot. Gentlemen, this is why I challenged the Zhang clan. They knew that I was wronged, yet they were working in collusion with the Zhou clan. And even if they destroyed my Dantian, they wanted to kill everyone. Simply, it's intolerable. As the tone fell, Zhang Teng smoothly said, Me, in front of everyone, once again, I and the Zhang clan, draw a clear line. Me, Zhang Teng. Today, I challenge all those from the Zhang clan who are willing to work in tandem with the Zhou clan. All those who want to kill me can do it with me. Strike that. Zhang Teng directly pulled out a piece of paper. There were 3 big words written on it. Life and death. Anyone who is willing to fight me can sign a life and death contract. Anyone who makes a move will be divided into winners and losers, as well as life and death. In a split second, the atmosphere was tense to the core. The crowd of Zhang's clan looked at each other. Good. I don't know who shouted out. Brother Tang has a great deal of bravado. Martial artists of my generation should be quick to honor their enemies. At this time, Mu Qingyue stood out and walked in front of the crowd. Zhang clan, the contents of the war letter have been issued. Those who sign the letter of life and death may fight Zhang Teng one-on-one. As Mu Qingyue said this, she directly received the certificate of life and death and unfolded it. At this exact moment, a strong Zhang clan member angrily rebuked. Yellow-mouthed child. Nonsense. I'll clean up my house today. The man leapt out of the way, swept past the side of the life and death certificate and signed his name almost as quickly as he had struck. Zhang Yaxin. He is no other than the father of Tao Zhang. Chapter 66, Sealing the Point. Urge for more received. Add code. The moment Zhang Teng saw Zhang Yaxin attacking, a thought popped into his head. There's a place for grievances. And there's a place for debts. When Tao Zhang gave the medicine, I heard that it was given by Zhang Yaxin. And now Zhang Yaxin was the first to jump out. But come to think of it, it's normal. After all, between them, the hatred is as deep as the sea. As the saying goes, enemies meet in person. The murderous aura in the duo's eyes could be read by almost everyone. At this moment, there was no need for words. Only life and death could erase this monstrous killing intent. Sin suffer death. With a monstrous killing aura, Zhang Yaxin killed Zhang Teng almost instantly to less than 3 meters in front of him. Although he had reached the manifestation realm, his martial will had not manifested. Instead, it fused with the true qi and raced between the qi and blood in the body. Even if they were far apart, they could feel that his physique was in an extremely strong state at the moment. Obviously, he had gotten the news from somewhere that Zhang Teng could disrupt the manifestation of martial intent, and this stance was more capable of utilizing his strength. Was it Zhang Yong who leaked out the news? Zhang Teng was slightly disappointed inwardly. However, he continued to hold on to some sort of luck. The moment Zhang Yaxin came to kill, he could only see the sinews of his arms bursting and bulging, and the sense of power almost penetrated his body. Every martial artist present could feel it. That punch. It's strong. Zhang Teng's eyes were glued together and he immediately recognized this move. which was the enemy-killing stance amongst Zhang Zu's long fists, breaking the wind and shattering the mountain. Rumor had it that the old ancestor of the Zhang clan, who had once produced a heavenly king of martial arts, had used this move to directly punch through the belly of a mountain, blasting out a 100-meter-long tunnel. This punch is known for its speed and power. In response, Zhang Tang did not fight hard at all. Now that his 8 refined Dao body was fully able to keep up with Zhang Yashin's speed, only to see him performing Taiji steps. His feet seemed to be born of yin and yang. His stance seemed to be a simple move and dodge, but he precisely avoided the punch. Even while avoiding it, he directly closed in, causing Zhang Yashin to reveal his weaknesses in the moment when his stances intersected. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Tang transformed his palm into a finger and directly executed the martial art he had comprehended, sealing points. A finger pointed out, directly sealing the cloud gate point. In a flash, Zhang Tang's face changed slightly. This was because when he sealed the acupoint, he clearly felt that Zhang Yashin's Yunmen acupoint was filled with a large amount of true qi, and there was even martial true intent hovering around it. What does that mean? Be prepared. It seemed to have known that he would seal his points. At this moment, a certain fluke in his heart completely disappeared. He was almost certain that this news must have been spread by Zhang Yong. Just disappointment to disappointment. His strength now was not the strength he had when he was fighting Zhang Yong. He had already had his Taoist body refined 8 times. At this moment, even if Zhang Yashin had prepared for this, what was the harm? Sealing points, is it that easy to defend? When Zhang Tang was sealing the acupoints at the moment, there was a trace of extremely weak heaven and earth spiritual energy hovering around his fingertips. The instant it struck the cloud gate point, it directly broke through the protection of the true intent of martial arts and true qi. Cloud gate point. Seal. In a flash, Zhang Yashin's face changed abruptly. Only before he could react, Zhang Tang sealed his 3 acupoints like lightning. The moment he swung his fist in an attempt to force Zhang Tang back, Zhang Tang's Taiji steps only slightly shifted, instantly avoiding his attack and sealing 6 of his acupoints once again. All of a sudden, blockage of true qi, the inability to condense the true intent of the martial arts, and many other problems became apparent. His strength, surprisingly, had declined drastically in a short period of time. Panic. Zhang Yashin finally panicked at this moment, seemingly feeling the despair that Zhang Yong had felt in the beginning. He wants to fight back. However, Zhang Tang's stance was extremely ethereal and iffy. Every counterattack would not only fail to hit Zhang Tang, but would instead seal more acupoints. It's over. One wrong step. One wrong step. He never dreamed that he would instantly fall below and into the land of doom by executing Zhang Zu's long fists jutsu. This is also, it's too strong. At this moment, he even wondered if Zhang Yong was lying to him. With strength like Zhang Tang's, how could he be barely defeated? Just when all his movements were starting to slow down, Zhang Tang directly pointed a finger above his temple, and Zhang Yashin's pupils instantly filled with blood. His pupils were filled with resentment. Filled with resentment. This all came to an abrupt end with a bang, after he fell to the ground. His life. In this moment, it came to an end. Too late to even say more than a single word. The moment. The room was dumbfounded. Everyone was confused. Even Mu Qingyue was dumbfounded. She had fought Zhang Tang back then, and although she had lost the battle, she felt that she at least had a fighting chance. But at the moment, she had an illusion. Zhang Tang, did you release the water? Zhang Yashin was a manifestation realm expert just like her. He was also a famous expert in the Zhang clan. How dare you get killed in one shot? Life and death have their destinies, and the heavens have their turns. Today is the time for you to repay the evil consequences. Zhang Tang swept a glance at Zhang Yashin, then kicked him away as if he was kicking away trash. This scene caused the crowd of the Zhang clan to stare in horror. I'll meet you. A Zhang clan elder was about to strike. Mu Qingyue suddenly put away her life and death certificate and stopped this person. Wait, what do you mean? Why did you put away the certificate of life and death? That clan elder angrily rebuked. Is it possible that you're trying to show favoritism? Naturally not. Mu Qingyue immediately said. According to the rules, Zhang Tang has the right to rest for 1 incense stick. After saying that, she looked at Zhang Tang. Does it need rest? That's natural. After Zhang Tang finished speaking, he directly sat down on his knees and began to exhale without saying a word. Little Zhang Tang, are you afraid? Get up and fight me for 300 rounds. That clan elder was so angry that he stomped his feet. Zhang Tang directly glanced at him with a look that seemed to be looking at an idiot. Seeing this, Lin Bei was also happy and lightly flirted. Are all of you from the Zhang clan this stupid? In a battle of life and death, even recovering an ounce of stamina can increase the chances of victory by an ounce. And you don't know this kind of common sense? Or is the Zhang clan all rats like you who want to take advantage of others? When Lin Bei said this, the surrounding area burst into laughter. Zhang Zhong's face turned blue as he glared at the clan elder. Don't come back yet. That clan elder glared fiercely at Lin Bei as if to express his last stubbornness, and then retreated back in a stifled manner. Lin Bei didn't care at all about this kind of incompetent and furious glaring behavior. He even found it funny. The moment. Zhang Tong had already finished exhaling and recovered. Previously, due to the lack of stored refined heaven and earth spiritual energy in the first chakra, if he wanted to break through Zhang Yaxin's Cloud Gate acupuncture point, he would only be able to do so by utilizing the spiritual energy in his Dao body. In fact, Zhang Tang had initially thought of storing the refined spiritual energy in the first chakra to refer to the art of imperial law. As a result, when he condensed, he discovered that his Dao body didn't seem tough enough, and storing the refined heaven and earth spiritual energy would cause slight damage to his Dao body. Thus he realized what it meant by realm insufficiency and decisively stopped. In theory, he was unable to harness the Dao of imperial law, but Lin Bei had told him that after comprehending the imperial law, with the help of the Dao of imperial law, he would have a chance to defeat Zhang Zhong. He had extreme trust in Lin Bei and had no doubt about it, and he also knew that his master wouldn't let him damage his Dao body. Thus, he took the sword and found the Tongtian acupoint through the veins of the 3 points of the heavenly palace, and found that he could use it to store the refined spiritual energy without damaging his Dao body. Eventually realized the spell. Surprise God stab. Now after he has completely recovered, without any nonsense, he directly stood up and looked at the crowd of the Zhang clan. Who else is going to come and tackle me as a traitor to that Zhou clan? Zhang Tang's eyes glared angrily at the clan elder from before. Don't come and die. Chapter 67, Begging for Mercy? It's too late. That Zhang clan elder was instantly enraged by Zhang Tang's glare and stood up at the first opportunity. Bluff? You think you can bluff me? Although this Zhang clan elder was over 70 years old, his eyes were sharp and hale. It's just relying on ceiling points to disrupt Zhang Yaxin's true chi and martial intent. Otherwise there's no way you could have been Yaxin's opponent. As he spoke, this person directly jumped out and came in front of Mu Qingyu. Life and death. Since the rest time of one incense stick had not yet arrived, Mu Qingyue glanced at Zhang Tang and asked with her eyes if she could sign the life and death certificate. In response, Zhang Tang nodded. Seeing this, Mu Qingyu did not talk nonsense and directly took out the certificate of life and death and spread it out. Without saying a word, this clan elder directly wrote down his name. Yaran Chang. You are Zhang Yaran? I said why I haven't seen you before. So you're the foreigner who changed his name to Zhang after marrying his own granddaughter. Zhang Yaxin. Back then, Zhang Tang had a sneer on his face. Is it any wonder that you're in such a hurry to kill me for credit after Zhang Yaxin's death? It's never the lies that hurt. It's the truth. As if Zhang Yaran had been poked in the sore spot, he was so angry that his forehead veins popped and he became furious. Little thief, you're looking for death. Although he was furious, Zhang Yaran did not charge up like Zhang Yaxin. Instead, he stood still and frantically released his martial intent and true chi. Hard mouth. The body is honest. He was very clear that he might not be Zhang Tang's opponent if it came to close combat. After all, Zhang Yaxin's previous mistake was right in front of his eyes. However, if one attacked remotely with the help of true chi and martial intent, it would be different. Among his observations, Zhang Tang, the so-called immortal cultivator school, did not seem to have mastered the means of long-range attacks at all, and close-quarters combat seemed to be particularly good at it. Therefore, he chose to utilize his true chi and martial intent to attack from a distance. At this moment, there were very many people who had similar thoughts as him, and these people all felt that the immortal cultivator school, which seemed to be a martial arts school that developed the body in the extreme, excelled in close combat, and had some special means of being able to crack martial arts true chi and martial intent. But the truth is, they never dreamed of it. What immortal cultivators are least good at is close combat. The Dao body's refinement is only for the sake of the royal laws. The strength of the body is only incidental. They were even more surprised that Zhang Tang's path to immortal cultivation was merely an introduction, and he was not yet qualified to truly harness spells. These people, in a way, for practitioners of immortality, nothing is known. They naturally couldn't imagine how strong a true immortal cultivator really was. On the other hand, on the scene, Lin Bei could truly be called, in the truest sense of the word, an immortal cultivator. The moment Zhang Tang instantly realized Zhang Yaran's tactics after seeing his stance. Without any nonsense, the lapis lazuli plate under Zhang Tang's feet was instantly cracked by him, and in the next second, he rushed towards Zhang Yaran as if he was an arrow off the string. When Zhang Yaran saw Zhang Tang rushing to kill him, he was not shocked but pleased. Sure enough, this guy's genre is extremely weird, and he can't feel any true chi or true intent of martial arts at all. It shouldn't be able to pose a danger to me from a distance at all. The moment Zhang Yaran's thoughts turned sharply, his martial true chi and martial intent had reached its peak state almost throughout his body. Looking at Zhang Tong who was rushing towards him, Zhang Yaran directly burst out. With one foot, he directly stepped hard on top of the lapis lazuli plate underneath his feet. Next, the 1 meter of lapis lazuli slabs around him were instantly crushed by him, and because of the force of the recoil, hundreds of pieces of rubble instantly rose up in the air. These debris of different sizes were almost instantly wrapped in layers of true qi, and there was a large amount of martial intent condensed within these true qi. Die for me! Zhang Yaran let out a growl somewhat vocally, and then waved his hand violently, and these rubbles immediately flew out like concealed weapons. Almost at the same time, his martial intent surged, and these rubbles were immediately manipulated by his martial intent, as if they had grown eyes, and smashed into Zhang Tang from all directions. Seeing this, Patriarch Zhang narrowed his eyes and nodded repeatedly. This kind of attack, treating a martial intent powerhouse in his eyes, was almost useless. After all, a collision of martial intent would be able to lift these rubbles off the ground, but against Zhang Tang, it seemed just right. After all, the way Zhang Tang fought, he looked more like a body refinement realm general, although he was extremely strong in close combat. If he were to face this kind of descending realm strike, how should he respond? Many people from the Zhang clan, too, instantly realized what was going on and inwardly praised Zhang Yaran for his resourcefulness. However, right at this instant, Zhang Tang took a deep breath and suddenly let out a furious cry. Break! Along with his furious shout, he actually utilized the Taiji vomiting technique to instantly stir up the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth around him. Sure enough, almost at the instant he angrily shouted. The rubble that was originally as if it had grown eyes immediately lost control of the martial intent, and the trajectory of the attack was not changing in 1,000 different ways, leaving only the inertia carried by the wrapped true qi. At this moment, many Zhang clan martial artists instantly stood up. The martial intent has been dispersed. It's going to be close combat fighting soon. Not good. Zhang Yaran is in danger. At that moment, Zhang Tang's body was like a swimming dragon. His feet stepping on the Taiji steps easily killed his way out of the gaps in the rubble and arrived directly in front of Zhang Yaran. Zhang Yaran's pupils stared, and he hastily threw a punch in an attempt to gain the upper hand. Unfortunately, the moment he swung his fist, Zhang Tang directly struck a Taiji cloud hand, directly defusing the attack and turning his palm into a finger, pointing on top of Zhang Asia's pre-shoulder point. Zhang Yaran was instantly appalled. Immediately, he felt his true qi and martial intent start to become unruly. 2 words instantly appeared in his mind. Seal the point. In shock, he fought back in a panic, temporarily forcing back Zhang Tang after having 4 acupoints sealed. He seemed to see Zhang Yashin's downfall in a trance, so his first reaction was surprisingly not how to continue to fight but turn around and run. The crowd was dumbfounded by this scene. Some of the martial artists on the sidelines sneered. How dare you try to escape? What a disgrace. How arrogant you were when you struck out. How disgraceful you are now. The mockery of the many martial artists also made the Zhang clan's crowd lose face. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Tang caught up with Zhang Yaran with a prancing move. Where are you going? His voice was as if it was a life-demanding talisman from the king of hell. I admit defeat. Spare me. Zhang Yaran begged for mercy in fear. Only, Zhang Tang did not have any softness in the slightest, and simply spoke out indifferently. Signed a life and death contract, both for victory and death. Today's battle is nothing more than you winning and me dying. You die. Almost at the same time, Zhang Tang caught up with Zhang Yaran, instantly launching an attack after sticking close to him. The Taiji Bagua palm was like a tidal wave, striking after striking. Although Zhang Yaran resisted in his haste, his battle spirit was all gone, and almost instantly after exchanging hands, he was full of loopholes, and his whole body was sealed with hundreds of acupoints. The moment, the Zhang clan, the crowd almost gritted their teeth as they watched the scene. They understand. Zhang Yaran will surely die. Chapter 68. The battle, up to this point, seemed to have lost its suspense. As Zhang Tang seized the moment and built up his strength to shatter Zhang Yaran's heart with a palm, Zhang Yaran collapsed to the ground and lost his breath. Like Zhang Yashin, Zhang Tang casually kicked him aside. Without any nonsense, Zhang Tang directly sat on his knees and began to exhale to recover his state. Zhang Tang's didn't say anything though, but the attitude seems to be telling everyone. Who else is going to suffer death? Patriarch. What should this be? For a moment, many people instinctively looked towards Zhang Songlong. In theory, Zhang Songlong was the big killer to exterminate Zhang Tang at this moment, only that he was unconscious at this moment. Elder Zhang, how is Zhang Songlong doing? Patriarch Zhang asked. Zhang Zhong was silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice, it's not just as simple as being unconscious. Zhang Tang's master's hand was a bit hard on him, and the veins in his mind were shattered by a strange force. When these words came out, the faces of the crowd changed drastically. What? Elder Zhong, Is this true? If so, then wouldn't Zhang Songlong he? Zhang Zhong nodded. You guys guessed right. Zhang Songlong, just a pile of breathing meat. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhang Songlong, surprisingly, is directly brain dead. Damn, Zhang Tong's master, even, killed Zhang Songlong, is not it a bad rule? Zhang Zhong let out a bitter smile. Broke the rules? Zhang Songlong didn't die, so it's not considered breaking the rules. He used the most ruthless means within the limited rules. For a moment, the crowd was silent. Zhang Songlong, but a strong person at the level of the true intent of the martial way. Even, a face-to-face, a slap in the face of. Patriarch Zhang couldn't speak at the moment. Patriarch, what next? Who is going to deal with Zhang Tong? If no one meets him, then he is admitting defeat. Admitting defeat would not only cause the Zhang clan to lose face, but it would also make it impossible for them to explain to the Zhou clan. However, at this moment, no one from the Zhang clan's crowd dared to answer the battle. After all, none of them were sure that they could defeat Zhang Yaxin and Zhang Yaran so easily. If they were all dead, how would these clan elders at the martial intent manifestation realm or some clansmen at the martial intent gathering level dare to fight? I'll do it myself. A cold light flashed in Patriarch Zhang's eyes. I'm already in the true intent realm, and although I'm not a match for Zhang Songlong, how hard can it be to take down such a rebel? Only then did Zhang Zhong say, and only you're on. Under the old man's observation, Zhang Tang's physical ability is not comparable to the level of the true meaning of the martial Dao, but it's still similar. His fighting skills are too strong. You have to be careful. Right about this time, the messenger from the Zhou clan suddenly said, Wait, Clan Chief Zhang, although you are not weak, you may not be able to take him down. As he spoke, he walked over to Patriarch Zhang and handed a very small medicinal jar in his hand to the Patriarch of the Zhang clan. This is, Patriarch Zhang had some days. As the saying goes, a soldier is never too deceitful. Inside is a secret medicine that can make one instantly go into a trance. Even a fierce tiger can be instantly stupefied. The messenger from the Zhou clan said indifferently. A clan elder immediately said, In that case, wouldn't it be a disgrace for all? The messenger from the Zhou clan gave him a cold look. The winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. I came here on a mission to take Zhang Tong away, not to watch him make a killing. You think it over. After saying that, the messenger from the Zhou clan directly walked to the side and sat down. Patriarch Zhang glanced a glance at Zhang Zhong. Elder Zhong, if I really get to that point, 1. I break the rules of the duel? Zhang Zhong said, We can't break the rules. Otherwise Zhang Tang's master is not a poser. However, just as Zhang Zhong had just said this, in his ears, a voice suddenly rang out. Take Zhang Tong and send him to Zhou. You can use medicine. The rules of the war book. Don't worry about it. The price I believe you can afford it, or you will go and bear it. The price you can't bear. The moment this voice appeared, Zhang Zhong only felt his scalp tingle. This was, surprisingly, a sound transmission technique, and no one around had heard the voice? What does that mean? Domain. The visitor. Surprisingly, it's the Heavenly King of Martial Arts? Zhang Zhong immediately realized that the martial Dao Heavenly King of the Zhou clan had actually come. Even more, he suspected that this secret medicine might have been handed over by the martial Dao Heavenly King to the emissary of the Zhou clan. The moment. Even if Zhang Zhong knew how much the Zhang clan would suffer for violating the rules, but he had to harden his heart to the voice. Because, violating the rules of war book justice, they are at best devastated and criticized. However, if one defied the Heavenly King of Martial Arts, it was highly likely that the scourge of extermination would be the end of the clan. When the matter had come to a head, Zhang Zhong suddenly opened his mouth. Matriarch, Elder Zhong? The Patriarch was not the least bit aware of what had just happened for a split second, and looked at Zhang Zhong suspiciously. Medicine can be used. Make sure to take down Zhang Tong. What? Patriarch Zhang froze. He did not expect Zhang Zhong to change his mind so quickly. It left him with something to fumble over. Elder Zhong, didn't you say that Zhang Tang's master is not a poser? Once I use the medicine, it's the same as breaking the rules. Would his master not stand by and watch? Leave it alone. In case you really aren't an opponent, immediately use the medicine and... Zhang Zhong looked around at the crowd of the Zhang clan. In case of a medication mistake, you guys will go together and take down Zhang Tong. As for his master, leave it to me. This statement was made. There was some confusion among the crowd of the Zhang clan. There was something about them that didn't quite understand why Zhang Zhong was doing this. After all, in their view, even if they lost the battle challenge, it was just a matter of letting Zhang Tang go and ending the grudge. Although they would face pressure from the Zhou clan, they had an excuse after all. However, once you do so as instructed by Zhang Zhong, then the situation would most likely spiral out of control, and they, the Zhang clan, would surely pay a huge price. Zhang Zhong seemed to have aged a lot at this moment, and just spat out a sentence faintly. The Zhou clan's martial Dao Heavenly King. He has sent a message to me that defying him will result in the extinction of our clan. Zhang's clan is stunned. They have no choice. At this exact moment, Zhang Tong had recovered. Then he stood up, straight as a pine, and coldly swept his eyes over the crowd of the Zhang clan. Who else is here to die? At this point, Patriarch Zhang was the first to react, then directly stepped forward. Family traitors, today this patriarch, personally clean up the door. The onlookers looked at each other. Patriarch Zhang is on it. So it looks like there's no one left in the Zhang family. Zhang Songlong is obviously losing his fighting strength. This should be the last battle. After this battle, there is no one from the Zhang clan, so the grudge should be cleared. And with the justice of the general pavilion, the Zhang clan should not be able to send anyone to capture Zhang Tang. At that time, they will have to face the pressure of the Zhou clan. The onlookers have spoken. At this moment, even as onlookers, they realized something. Even if Patriarch Zhang, an expert in the realm of true intent of martial Dao, were to do it himself, he might not be able to win. After all, the battle power displayed by Zhang Tang was too strong. Even an expert of the martial Dao true intent realm would not be able to kill a martial artist of the martial Dao manifestation realm in such a short period of time. At this point, Patriarch Zhang stepped forward and walked in front of the life and death certificate. With a big hand, he signed his name. Chapter 69 Between Life and Death. Listen to the advice and add more. The moment Patriarch Zhang signed his name, his entire aura changed. His true intent of martial arts penetrated his body, and his entire body's true chi was ignited like a flame as an extremely powerful aura surged forth. The lapis lazuli boards under his feet were all shaken out with dense cracks by this breath. On top of that, an even more amazing scene emerged. One could only see Patriarch Zhang, his entire body oozing blood, soaking his clothes, and the blood seemed to cover his entire body as if it was bloody armor. What is Patriarch Zhang doing? What a strong fist intent. It's almost like a gale hitting the face. Some martial artists on the periphery marveled. I'm already in the manifestation realm, but at this moment I actually have a strong sense of oppression. Martial intent, the third realm, the reason it's called true intent of the martial way, describes this situation. Another martial artist wondered, why is he using blood all over his body? It's kind of creepy. A martial artist began to explain. He allowed the true intent of martial arts to completely fuse with his true chi and pressed his own chi and blood, allowing him to increase his battle power by several layers in a short period of time. A glint flashed in the man's eyes as he finished speaking. This is going to be a fight to the death. Afterward, I'm afraid I'll be weak for a long time. The crowd clamored. They saw Patriarch Zhang's determination. At the same time, he also realized that in Patriarch Zhang's eyes, Zhang Tang was an opponent who needed to fight for his life in order to be able to defeat him. Hiss! Zhang Tang also sucked in a breath of cool air. After the 8th refinement of his Dao body, it was enough to keep up with the speed of martial intent experts at the manifestation realm. This, coupled with his terrifying fighting talent, was what allowed him to win easily. But at the moment, he felt the pressure. The realm of true intent of martial Dao, the entire realm, was even titled as such, and it truly lived up to its name. Battlefield. A short silence. Zhang Tang and Patriarch Zhang looked at each other. Everyone understood that this brief silence was nothing more than the calm before the storm. Neither spoke, and both seemed to be watching the other, trying to find each other's weaknesses. Finally, Patriarch Zhang was the first to be unable to hold back. His peak state at the moment was simply not sustainable. He wants to win. He wanted to win before resorting to underhanded tactics and tarnishing the reputation of the Zhang clan. In an instant, Patriarch Zhang's foot pointed, and his entire body transformed into a stream of light, instantly killing Zhang Tang. So fast, Zhang Tang's pupils stared and his head turned slightly sideways, only to see a fist, almost sticking to his ear and swinging straight through. The hair on his side head was blasted and punched out. Without waiting for Zhang Tang to react, Patriarch Zhang directly swept a swinging fist across the room, forcing Zhang Tang to set up his arm to block. Boo! The force of this punch was so strong that the air was hit with a sonic boom, which was shocking. Zhang Tang immediately felt the terrifying power coming from his arm. If not for the extremely stable bipedal horse stance, I'm afraid that this strike would have directly toppled him to the ground. Even so, the lapis lazuli plate under his feet even scratched out 2 footprints as a result. Patriarch Zhang was instantly unreasonable, and Zhang Zu's long fist swung with a tiger-like wind. He had learned from Zhang Yashin's lesson and knew that Zhang Zu's long fist's supreme killing martial art, breaking the wind and shattering the mountain, had been seen through by Zhang Tang. Thus utilizing the blistering wind and rain amongst Zhang Zu's long fists, he launched a fierce attack. As expected of a clan leader, Zhang Tang is caught in a downward spiral. Just now, Patriarch Zhang's strike, although he blocked it, but I could feel that his muscles and flesh were trembling. If he hadn't unloaded in time, that kick would have killed him. There were quite a few clan elders of the Zhang clan who revealed joyful expressions. Only, Zhang Zhong's expression remained serious. In the exchange of hands he could feel that Zhang Tang, in addition to the beginning of the time at the peak of Patriarch Zhang, that strike chose to resist. The subsequent exchange of hands, not only can avoid, and even find an opportunity to counterattack. Although Patriarch Zhang was very powerful in melee combat, almost all of them avoided the weak points, leaving Zhang Tang no chance to counterattack. But, he always had a bad feeling. This was because he clearly found that as the battle exchanged hands, Zhang Tang counterattacked more and more often, and this kind of evolutionary ability gave him a sense of fear. It was almost like a monster that was born to fight. Sure enough, when Zhang Tang dodged several times in a row, he immediately seized an opportunity to parry and executed a borrowed force to knock Patriarch Zhang back several steps, and seized the opportunity to directly turn his palm into a finger and seal one of Patriarch Zhang's acupoints. In a flash, Patriarch Zhang's kind of peak blood chi, martial intent and true chi were severely hindered. Crap! This little thief! Is he a monster? Many people from the Zhang clan stood up nervously. Even Zhang Zhong has clenched his fists at this moment. Kill! Patriarch Zhang roared, performing stances and changing the route of his true chi, trying to regain the upper hand. It was only a pity that his constant attacks were exchanged for Zhang Tang's faster and more counterattacks, punching and staggering horizontally. Between attack and defense, Zhang Tang actually utilized a bodywork taiji step, directly exposing Patriarch Zhang's weakness. Brush! 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 3 attacks in a row directly sealed the 3 acupoints. Crap! Patriarch Zhang was horrified inwardly. These 3 acupoints completely blocked the veins through which his true chi must operate. This meant that he was also unable to change the route of his true chi and maintain his combat power. In this instant, he remembered what happened to Zhang Yaxin and Zhang Yaran earlier. After being blocked at the acupuncture points, the combat power would plummet. As expected, Zhang Tong directly lifted his fist off the ground after a 4-2 punch. The door is wide open. Weaknesses are all exposed. Almost at the same time, Zhang Tang closed in and his icy voice came out. Martial true intent is indeed powerful. If I had maintained the extent of the first strike throughout, I may not have been able to win. But now, you've lost, Patriarch Zhang. You're nothing more than that. Buzz! Patriarch Zhang's mind instantly went blank. Seeing that Zhang Tang was about to approach, he no longer had any hiding at this moment. Only a hook of his finger was seen as he directly took out the medicinal jar, followed by violently swinging it at Zhang Tang. Zhang Tang did not expect him to use this tactic, and thought that he would counterattack at the point of death and just casually defuse the punch with a taiji move. However, the moment it was dissolved, the medicinal jar directly shattered, and the powder in the sky enveloped Zhang Tang. In a split second, Zhang Tang instantly became in a trance and hastily took several steps back. Only, at this moment, he couldn't even stand steadily, and his figure staggered as if he would fall at any time. The spectators around them revealed shocked expressions. Mu Qingyue's pupils condensed and she instantly roared. Matriarch Zhang, what are you doing? What is your Zhang clan doing? How dare you use such despicable tactics that are disgraceful with martial artists? Don't stop yet. At the same time, there was an endless stream of shouting, cursing, and disrespectful voices all around. All martial artists scoffed at such dirty tactics. However, Patriarch Zhang acted as if he had not heard, and even seized the opportunity to directly kill Zhang Tang. This punch was so powerful that it pointed directly at Zhang Tang's heart. This punch is the very best of Zhang Zu's long fist, breaking winds and shattering mountains. Chapter 70, Spells. You think I don't exist? As Patriarch Zhang drew closer and closer, monstrous killing intent flickered in his eyes. The penetrating force of the breaking wind shattering you was extremely strong, and if it was struck Zhang Tang's heart area, he was afraid that a hollow hole would be blasted out directly. At this moment, Zhang Tang was delirious and his entire body was staggering. If not for his strong willpower, he was afraid that he would directly fall to the ground, unable to defend himself at all. The onlookers were nervous. Oh no, Zhang Tang is in danger. The Zhang clan is so despicable. The onlookers present, whether they were martial artists from martial arts schools or academies, and even some of the residents on the sidelines all scoffed at the Zhang clan. Mu Qingyu was even more anxious. She was a notary public, and the Zhang clan's actions were completely not giving face to the main hall. Although, once this matter is reported, the general hall will definitely not ignore it, and will definitely be heavily pursued. But right now, Zhang Tang's life is hanging in the balance. The Zhang clan still doesn't stop, wanting to make a mistake to the end? Mu Qingyu angrily rebuked and tried to stop Patriarch Zhang from making a mistake. However, Patriarch Zhang treated it as if he had not heard it, and seemed to be determined to let Zhang Tang die. At this moment, Zhang Tang was in a trance and saw the faces of the people of the Zhang clan who hated him to death. Inwardly, he went from being dead to the Zhang clan, to hating them. This was a member of his own clan, and he had used such despicable means against him. The moment Patriarch Zhang's fierce fist wind was less than an inch away from him, Zhang Tang wanted to dodge and counterattack, but his body was completely out of control. He immediately attempted to run the Taiji vomiting technique, spitting out the turbid and clearing up the medicinal effects. Useful. It's just too late. He needs at least a dozen breaths to expel. But at this moment, Patriarch Zhang's attack would descend in 3 breaths at most. Am I to perish here? Unwillingness filled his whole body. His shocking godstab was originally used to deal with Zhang Zhong, and at this moment, he didn't even have the opportunity to cast it. However, just at the moment when Zhang Tang's heart was in despair, a cold grunt came out, "Humph," accompanied by a cold snort. Zhang Tang shuddered inwardly. He suddenly realized something. Him, not alone. His master is also here. Will he let him be bullied? At this moment Zhang Tang seemed to regain his confidence. Sure enough, right at this instant, Zhang Tang could only feel an extremely terrifying spiritual power of the heavens and earth converging around him. Master is in the royal law. Inexplicably, he had an unprecedented peace of mind. His guess was right. This was exactly the spell that Lin Bei had consumed a drop of his spiritual energy to cast. Taiji Xian Shield. Right at this moment, only Zhang Tang's feet saw black and white qi rotating, transforming into a Taiji pattern. Almost at the same time, 2 swimming fish emerged in the darkness of the Taiji diagram, and the black and white 2 qi circled up, carrying a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy, transforming into a protective shield, directly protecting Zhang Tang in it. What's that? A martial artist not far away exclaimed. Martial intent manifestation? Nonsense. The so-called manifestation of martial intent means that it is vaguely visible to the naked eye, meaning that the martial artist can feel the other party's strong martial intent. Not this kind of It's not martial intent manifestation? Then what is it? The momentum of a martial arts grandmaster is not like that at all. The martial artists were all blinded. Potential. What is it? Potency, a high degree of cohesion of martial intent, is the power of bringing together the spiritual power of the heavens and earth that has been impregnated with martial intent and refining it several times over. Even if it was a patriarch's martial intent, it was simply impossible for it to appear like this, condensed like a substantial manifestation. This isn't martial intent. I don't feel the slightest bit of it, and I can't feel it as a potential, a martial artist on the outside said. Compared to the horror of the crowd, Zhang Zhong's pupils in the distance stared, his face full of consternation. Elder Zhong, what is this? Could it be the domain? At the mention of the domain, the crowd panicked. That was a power that could only be exerted by the heavenly kings of martial arts. I don't know, but this is definitely not a domain. Elder Zhong shook his head. Domain. It's not. Could it be that this is something special for immortal cultivators? Between the crowd's astonishment, the other side, Patriarch Shang's killing intent intensified. Although he was surprised, his attack was unabated, as if he vowed to kill Zhang Tang. Zhang Tang, die for me. Fist 2. Breaking winds and shattering mountains. Patriarch Shang's overwhelming strike blasted out, directly smashing on top of the black and white qi. Boo! A fist blasted out. A shocking scene appeared. Patriarch Zhang utilized the stance of Zhang Zu's long fist, but was unable to handong black and white qi in the slightest. What's even more outrageous? The power of his punch was doubled and recoiled back. Even everyone could see that his own hand was fractured under this punch. Patriarch Zhang was horrified. Panicked, he retreated hundreds of steps. At this moment, the surrounding crowd of martial arts schools were all stunned. My God, what is this? Why is the defense so horrible? The hands are shattered. That's the killing move of Zhang Zu's long fist. Could this be the martial intent of an immortal cultivator? I feel that it's not a level at all. The immortal cultivator school, is it this strong? While the crowd was horrified, Zhang Zhong even stared at his pupils and could not help but clench his fists. He knew very well that this move was performed by Lin Bei. Originally, he was filled with fear of Lin Bei, and at this moment, a hint of fear flashed through him. At the same time, Zhang Tang's eyes regained their clarity. The Taiji exhalation technique, which expels turbidity and clears the body of the drug. At this moment, he also saw the spell that sheltered him. Sure enough, it was Master who saved me. Zhang Tang was excited inwardly. In a sense, it was the first time he had seen Lin Bei cast a spell. He then saw the miserable state of Patriarch Shang. It's too strong. Shocked inwardly, he immediately seized the opportunity, and the current Patriarch Zhang was simply a fish on the chopping block. Without any hesitation, Zhang Tang directly pounced on Patriarch Zhang. A monstrous killing intent filled his eyes as he looked at Patriarch Zhang. Scumbag, take your life. Zhang Tang angrily rebuked and directly rushed toward Patriarch Zhang. Zhang Zhong's face changed abruptly when he saw this. Although he was afraid of Lin Bei, he couldn't care less. The god exclaimed hideously and directly bellowed, "Go together! Finish off Zhang Tang and protect the Patriarch!" Almost instantly, more than 30 Zhang clan's martial intent experts made their moves, directly killing from all sides. Zhang Zhong was even staring at Lin Bei with a deadly stare. He was ready to make a move to intercept Lin Bei at any time. This scene directly dumbfounded the martial artists from the surrounding martial arts schools and academies. How dare you just tear your face off? Before, when you used medicine, you could say it was a foul, but now in this situation, the situation is too serious. Simply not putting the main hall in your eyes. Is the Zhang family crazy? The Nanyang Zhou clan wouldn't dare, would they, to disobey the general hall like this? I'm afraid that if we do this, the main office will have to send someone to ask questions instead of being accountable. The surrounding onlookers were stunned. Zhang Tang's face changed slightly. He did not expect that the Zhang clan would not only use a secret medicine in order to kill him, but even openly tear his face together. The moment Zhang Tang scanned the crowd of strikers, he shuddered inwardly. Who did he actually see in the middle of the crowd? Zhang Yong. At this moment, his heart chilled. At the same time, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. First the medicine, then the siege. Lin Bei snorted coldly. Could it be that you all treat me, Lin, as if I don't exist? Chapter 71. The sky is falling. Please ask for favorable comments. There will be more. Lin Bei's voice wasn't loud, but it exploded in everyone's ears. The crowd of the Zhang clan ignored it. Zhang Zhong even stood up directly, his martial powers surging, seemingly ready to make a move to stop Lin Bei at any time. Looking at the Zhang clan's indifferent attitude, a hint of sternness flashed through Lin Bei's pupil eyes. Unbridled. Along with the word indulgence, Lin Bei immediately mobilized the entire 10 drops of spiritual energy in the first chakra and merged them into the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, he immediately mimicked Zhang Zhong's pressure at the dojo in the first place, directly invoking the spiritual power of heaven and earth, and pressed down on the crowd of the Zhang clan. As a patriarch, Zhang Zhong could quench the spiritual power of the heavens and earth that his martial intent was impregnated with, several times over, and turn it into a momentum that suppressed others. What about today's Lin Bei? Directly invoking the massive amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy, he suppressed it towards these people. One moment, the faces of those Zhang clan members who rushed towards Zhang Tang changed abruptly. An unimaginable force, as if it were a Tarzan pressing down on them, ruthlessly pressed down on them. The martial intent in their bodies was instantly crushed and dissipated without a trace, and everyone's feet began to bend, and some even directly knelt on the ground. Everyone has an illusion. The sky is falling, and this collapsing sky fell directly on their heads. Everyone felt what it meant to have immense immortal might. What kind of might is this? How? So terrifying. Martial intent could suppress people. Martial potential could suppress people. And even martial domains could suppress people. However, the feelings of these suppressed Zhang clan martial artists were completely different from that kind of pressure. This kind of pressure was as if it was not the pressure of human beings, but the pressure of heaven and earth. The sky collapsing into the earth was enough to describe the feeling of these martial artists. At this moment, Zhang Zhong's martial power was surging, attempting to counteract this kind of pressure, yet he still felt a tremendous amount of pressure, and he was just desperately trying to hold on. If not, he was afraid that both of his legs would have to bend down. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the situation when he first went to the dojo. In the beginning, he went to the dojo and used his power to overwhelm people. Now, Lin Bei would return the favor at least 1,000 times over. Even he could not resist. That wasn't the scariest thing. What was the scariest thing? He wasn't being focused on. He was just one of the people being pressurized. He wasn't angry at the crowd of Zhang clan members who were directly on their knees. After all, even he felt tremendous pressure. His legs and belly were trembling, and he was somewhat overwhelmed. Not to mention the clansmen. Unconsciously, the way he looked at Lin Bei was not scorn, but fear. For a while, he even lost the courage to make a move against Lin Bei. The moment the surrounding onlookers looked at each other. What exactly happened? Weren't the people of the Zhang clan raging and about to attack in a group? How come all of them are falling like rain and even kneeling down? The Dan High Realm can't see it, so don't make a fool of yourself. A martial intent powerhouse said. I can feel a terrifying might, like thick seawater, pressing down on them. What do you mean? The man asked again. Unlike martial intent and martial potential, what suppresses them is Wei. Tian Wei. A powerful person from the true intent realm of the martial Dao said. Skyway. The man sucked in a breath of cold air. Not far away, the impartial Mu Qingyu had long since looked dumbfounded. When the Taiji Shen shield appeared around Zhang Tang's body, she realized what it was at the first moment. The royal law. The once upon a time she had exchanged words with Zhang Tang, and at that time Zhang Tang knew very little about the imperial laws, and had stated that she could understand it as martial intent. And now, the crowd of the Zhang clan were pressed down to their knees, some even directly lying on the ground, unable to move their fingers. At this moment, Mu Qingyue realized, this is the royal law, controlling the spiritual power of heaven and earth. It's like the sky is falling. Thinking of this power as martial intent? What about the joke? It's not on the same level at all. At this moment, a strange thought appeared in her mind. Cultivation of immortality might actually be stronger than the martial arts way, 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 even strong hard to compare. This was because she understood that Zhang Tang was, right now, merely at the level of immortal cultivation initiation and quenching of the Tao body. Even so, it was still able to defeat many martial true intent powerhouses. Once the royal law, patriarch, I'm afraid he's no match. The more she learned about the immortal cultivators, the more she felt the terror of the immortal cultivators. Just as she was staggering, Zhang Tang did not stop his steps, but rushed to Patriarch Zhang like lightning. Patriarch Zhang was horrified, and his afterglow saw those clansmen who were crushed on the ground, and he instantly understood inwardly. Lin Bei didn't suppress him just to make Zhang Tang do it himself. Patriarch Zhang, suffer. Zhang Tang attacks. Patriarch Zhang fends off in haste. Due to the loss of heart, it was almost just a single glance before Zhang Tang seized the weakness and sealed more than 300 acupoints all over his body one after another. Zhang Patriarch, even if he is an expert at the level of the true will of the martial arts, at this moment, he also feels slow to move. It's over. Patriarch Zhang's heart is in his mouth. After both sides exchanged a few moves, Zhang Tang's center door was wide open after he shocked away Patriarch Zhang's punch. In this instant, Zhang Tang suddenly assumed a punching stance. The aura of his entire body began to skyrocket. The moment he saw this stance, Patriarch Zhang was stunned. This was because he understood that this was exactly the posture that Zhang Zu's long fist used before his killing move. It's time to end it. Zhang Tang let out a low roar and blasted out a fist, breaking winds and shattering mountains. Boo! The sound of clashing fists and flesh came out, only to see Patriarch Zhang retreated several steps in succession, and then stared incredulously at his heart area with wide eyes. There, it had been empty, just the hollow of a fist print. He opened his mouth to say something, but nothing came out, and eventually fell headfirst to the ground, his pupils lax. Matriarch, how did you know how to break wind shatter? Only those who focus on strong martial intent can practice it. You stole a teacher. A Zhang family elder angrily rebuked. It was just that he had just rebuked angrily, but because of the missing breath in his chest, he was originally able to half kneel, but now he could only kneel on the ground. That appearance seemed like he was kneeling down to apologize to Zhang Tang. How ridiculous is that? Zhang Tang indifferently looked at the crowd of the Zhang clan. Stealing a master? The wind breaking and shattering you that you guys executed is full of loopholes. Can't you see the difference in my execution? At this moment, the pupils of the Zhang clan's crowd stared, instantly realizing something. Is it hard to believe that you deduced it? Zhang Zhong was also a bit disoriented, and Zhang Tang's wind breaking and shattering you was even more perfect. At this moment, the crowd of the Zhang clan seemed to realize how ridiculous it was for them to abandon Zhang Tang. If he had known that Zhang Tang was such a demon, even if he had given up all the family interests in Nanyang and relocated his family, what would he have done? Zhang's family. Someone. Regret. Zhang Zhong was also in some kind of trance. However, at that exact moment, a voice entered his ears. Such a demon is a great danger to keep. Kill him. If he doesn't die, you die. The instant this voice appeared, Zhang Zhong's face turned pale. Zhou's martial Dao Heavenly King had actually allowed him to kill Zhang Tang under these circumstances. Chapter 72 Domain, Crossfire, plus more. Seek for favorable comments. What to do? Zhang Zhong's face changed. He understood that it looked like Zhang Tang had challenged the Zhang clan with a life and death warrant, and the enmity was immense. But in reality, Zhang Tang's real enemy was the Nanyang Zhou clan. It was precisely because of this reason that the martial Dao Heavenly King of the Zhou clan had allowed him to kill Zhang Tang. Nowadays, the martial Dao Heavenly King of the Zhou clan seemed to have given two choices, but in fact, he didn't have a choice. Now, there were only two choices before Zhang Zhong. Either that, or immediately strike out to wrestle Zhang Tang. Either that, or admit defeat on behalf of the Zhang clan. If Zhang Tang and Lin Bei agreed, with the impartiality of the general hall, they had committed fouls one after another, and they were bound to be held accountable or even questioned afterwards. But it is also because of the intervention of the general library that the Zhang clan will be punished though. In a sense, their feud was over. But what if they don't? Not only did the Zhang clan lose face, but they also offended the Zhou clan's heavenly king of martial arts and faced extinction. Zhang Zhong quickly calculated the gains and losses in his mind. If Zhang Tang and the others accepted the Zhang clan's admission of defeat, then there was a certain probability that the Zhou clan's martial Dao heavenly king would personally take action. Once Zhou's martial Dao heavenly king made his move, he would inevitably fight with Zhang Tang's master. If Lin Bei lost and escaped by protecting Zhang Tang, their Zhang clan would definitely suffer the thunderous wrath of the Zhou clan's heavenly king, while the grudge with the dojo would remain unsettled. If the martial Dao heavenly king escaped in defeat, he would certainly seek to settle the score with him afterwards as well. What's his only chance of survival if he concedes? It was Lin Bei who was strong enough to seriously injure Zhou's martial Dao heavenly king, or even directly decapitate him. At that time, their Zhang clan would beg for a ray of hope. Conversely, if Lin Bei is defeated and seriously injured or even killed, it is equally difficult for them Zhang clan to escape. But if he did it, once Lin Bei made a move to stop him, or even made a move against him, how could he still get his hands on him? Maybe he would be killed by Lin Bei before he could get his hands on him. Under the heavenly might, he no longer had the courage to fight against Lin Bei. He felt that it was possible that Lin Arctic was also in existence at the same level as the martial heavenly kings. He was dead if he did it, and he seemed to be dead if he didn't. Calculating left and right, Zhang Zhong was indecisive. At this exact moment, Zhou's martial Dao heavenly king's voice once again entered his ears. Do it immediately. I'll stop Zhang Tang's master for you. Time waits for no one. After finally weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Zhong decided to side with Zhou's heavenly king. Zhang Tang, killing the head of my Zhang clan, suffer death. Almost at the instant Zhang Zhong angrily rebuked, he only felt a lightness on his body. The pressure, which was like brilliant heavenly might, disappeared. He understood that this was the martial heavenly king making his move, directly utilizing the domain to dispel Lin Bei's suppression of him. In a flash, Zhang Zhong directly killed Zhang Tang. The moment Mu Qingyue's pupils stared, she couldn't figure out why at such a time, Zhang Zhong, who was a martial grandmaster, would choose to seek death. That's right. In her opinion, Zhang Zhong was looking for death, even if he was a martial arts master. After all, the strength that Lin Bei had shown was just too terrifying and was completely not on the same level as him. Not only did she think so, almost all of the martial intent experts present thought so. To be able to overpower dozens of martial intent powerhouses, this was unusual strength. However, in this instant, Lin Bei suddenly rushed into the middle of the crowd of the Zhang clan in the distance and let out a furious rebuke. Who is it? Get out! This statement was made. Among the crowd of the Zhang clan, there was suddenly a person who rose up in the air, his feet stepping on the void, unexpectedly stepping into the air. The matters of the Zhang clan should be resolved by the Zhang clan. As the tone fell, his eyes seemed like sharp blades as he stared at Lin Bei in death. Domain! What a strong martial domain! Martial heavenly king! The crowd of onlookers exclaimed. At the same time, someone shouted, isn't he the envoy of the Zhou clan? A martial Dao heavenly king from the Zhou clan is disguised as an envoy? At this moment, everyone understood why Zhang Zhong would seek death and attack Zhang Tang. It was clearly instructed by the martial Dao heavenly king of the Zhou clan. Obviously, the martial Dao heavenly king of the Zhou clan saw Zhang Tang's demonic potential and wanted to strangle him in the cradle. After the heavenly king of the Zhou clan appeared, he didn't say anything and just quietly looked at Lin Bei. Lin Bei was, likewise, observing this person. He realized that there was a complete lack of heaven and earth aura around this person. Or rather, the surrounding spiritual energy of the heavens and earth was unexpectedly completely drenched in his martial intent and highly condensed, seemingly transforming into what the crowd described as a domain. It appeared to be stepping into the air, but in reality, it was the aura of the heavens and earth that was drenched in martial intent that was holding him up. Domain. Is it another use of the spiritual power of the heavens and earth? Another use of the spiritual power of the heavens and earth? Lin Bei immediately began to judge the strength of this person by the refinement of the heaven and earth aura surrounding him. It's far less than the spiritual energy in my body, and the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth around it is extremely dense, equivalent to a sliver of the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth that was incorporated into my veins after I quenched my aura. Lin Bei's first reaction was, can hit, but I don't know if I can win. After all, it was the first time he had seen the martial domain, and he didn't know its characteristics. Lin Bei didn't move. It was naturally impossible for the Zhou clan's martial Dao heavenly kings to move. After all, he couldn't see through the man in front of him either and wouldn't act rashly. His aim was to stall Lin Bei and let Zhang Zhong kill Zhang Tang. However, he was afraid that he had never dreamed that Lin Bei's reason for not making a move wasn't to confront him at all, or to be afraid. Rather, Lin Bei was pushing for a fight. At this moment, when Lin Bei saw that the Zhou clan's martial Dao heavenly king did not make a move, Lin Bei was happy in his heart. He's waiting for a push. What's this one waiting for? Waiting to die? If the Zhou clan's martial Dao Heavenly King had made an immediate move, he would not have had the time to deduce the battle, and victory or defeat would have been unknown. To lose the lead now is a death wish. In the meantime, like lightning, Zhang Zhong killed Zhang Teng. This time, Zhang Teng faced the Patriarch straight on. That overwhelming momentum, almost instantly, made Zhang Teng's breathing become stagnant and difficult. What a horrible feeling. This is potential. Zhang Teng's pupils condensed as he realized something very terrifying at this moment. He might be able to rely on and superb combat talent and Dao Body 8 refinement to deal with martial intent powerhouses, but it was absolutely impossible to fight against a martial arts master. The difference, it's too big. At the moment, it was as if he was a fragile baby facing a grown, strong man. There's no way to say the same thing. It was too late. Just a moment. Zhang Zhong had already killed in front of him. Zhang Teng saw at a glance that Zhang Zhong's posture of clenching his single fist was precisely the execution of the long back fist, which is known for its speed. Among Zhang Zu's long fists, in the blink of an eye, the punch descended into sight. It was so fast that it seemed like it would only take a breath to smash his skull with a single punch. Right at this moment, Zhang Teng's pupils began to show extremely subtle changes, and there was even a taiji turning vaguely in his eyes. Zhang Zhong always stared at Zhang Teng, not knowing why at this moment. A sudden flash of extreme unease flashed through him. Chapter 73, Spell. Surprising God's Thorn. An illusion? For the first time, Zhang Zhong doubted his intuition. The Zhang Teng in front of him would be a threat to him? How is that possible? Not long ago when he went to the dojo, the mere pressure of potential could make Zhang Teng's legs go weak. It's only been a few days? And you can threaten him? What about the Book of Days? The uneasy illusion was directly ignored by him. His fist blasted towards Zhang Teng with lightning-like speed. Less than an inch away. Right at this moment, at the corners of Zhang Teng's eyes, aura seemed to overflow. The spell was launched. Thrill of the God Stinger. Quietly, to others, it seems like nothing happened. Zhang Zhong's fist had almost pierced through Zhang Teng's head. However, the moment the surprising God Stab was unleashed, it directly struck Zhang Zhong. For Zhang Zhong himself, it was as if the sky had collapsed. His entire mind instantly went blank, and the roaring sound seemed to expel his soul. Buzz tweet. Zhang Zhong's attack instantly lost its might and martial intent, leaving only a powerful inertia. This kind of attack was no longer enough to worry about, as Zhang Teng grabbed with one hand and even directly curbed the inertia of the fist. This scene instantly stunned the surrounding crowd, especially the people of the Zhang clan were completely baffled. In their vision, Zhang Zhong's fierce strike was actually caught by Zhang Teng with one hand? This was simply too outrageous. Although Zhang Teng was powerful, it was absolutely impossible for him to be so outrageous as to be able to resort to a Zhongshi's stored power strike with his bare hands. It's not right. Suddenly, among the onlookers, a martial artist realized something. Look guys, something is wrong with Zhang Zhong. His eyes have instantly lost their vigor and he seems to be wandering out of the sky. Life and death struggle. Out of your mind? You're lost in thought? How is that possible? Zhang Zhong is not right. He has no more true chi, no more martial intent, and no more momentum. The crowd exclaimed, which is even a little cute. Also knew that Zhang Zhong had some sort of accident. Other people can't read it. Mu Qingyue, however, read it. This is the royal law. It spells. These days, she had been in the middle of the dojo, knowing well that Zhang Teng had been preparing a killer move. It seemed that he wanted to comprehend some sort of imperial law technique right at the realm of the Dao body. Obviously, he succeeded. Moreover, this technique of royal law was extremely special, and it was even silent and motionless. Under the surprise attack, even Zhang Zhong, who was at the level of a patriarch, was instantly struck. At this moment, she couldn't help but recall Zhang Teng's exchange with her. Think of the royal law as martial intent? Oh, man. Not a word of truth came out of his mouth. This is even a patriarch who has been restrained. How can you compare martial intent? 1,000 astonishments were transformed into one sentence in her inner mind. Immortalist. So strong. At this moment, she suddenly realized how foolish she had once been. She actually wanted to draw on the strengths of the immortal cultivators to perfect her martial arts path. This is not a level at all. Her idea is simply inverted Tian Gang. Other than that, she has some self-deprecation. When she had requested Zhang Tang or even Lin Bei to teach her the immortal cultivation method, the dojo had agreed dryly. Originally, she thought that the immortal cultivation law was not precious, but now she realized, it's not that the immortal cultivation law isn't precious, but the threshold is too high. Passing it on to her might not be enough to cultivate it, but once you get started, it's almost like joining the dojo. After all, after seeing the immortal cultivation laws, Only by joining the dojo would there be a follow-up to the cultivation method under the circumstances. Budo. Can't go back. In the meantime, in the midst of the crowd's astonishment, Zhang Tong knew that the opportunity could not be lost before it was too late. He wasn't sure how long his surprising god stab would last, so every breath of time was extremely precious. Without any hesitation, Zhang Tang directly launched a counterattack. The moment he struck, it was the most rigid attack. The moment he struck a pose, the faces of the Zhang clan's crowd changed drastically, and many of them couldn't help but cry out in shock. Breaking the wind and shattering the mountains. How strong is this strike with such stored power? What's wrong with Elder Zhong? Why is he standing still? Something's not right. Elder Zhong. What's wrong with you? Defense. Where's your true chi, martial intent, and momentum? Being undefended like this will kill you. The clansmen of the Zhang clan tried to shout, and some were even so anxious that tears came out of their eyes. Only, as if Zhang Zhong had lost his soul, he still maintained the posture of his previous attack, standing in place as if he were a wooden stake. In the meantime, Zhang Tong, throwing punches. This fist is horrifyingly powerful. When swung out, sinews and bones resonate, as if there is a sonic boom whistling. Boo! Fists and flesh collided, and Zhang Zhong was instantly sent flying several meters high. Almost everyone could tell from the sound just how terrifying the punch was. The moment he fell to the ground, splattering smoke and dust, and when it cleared, he seemed as if he were dead and motionless. Zhang Lo. The crowd of Zhang's clan cried out in grief. Right at this moment, Zhang Zhong instinctively coughed twice. Ahem. Cough. Every time he coughed, a large amount of blood bubbled out, and it was clear that he had suffered extremely heavy internal injuries. After coughing heavily, Zhang Zhong fell to the ground once again. Obviously, the efficacy of the surprising god stab still continued, and Zhang Zhong had not slowed down at all. Worthy of being a Zhongsher, this punch surprisingly didn't penetrate his martial body. Zhang Tang gave a dark cry. He understood that this punch, even though it did not penetrate Zhang Zhong's attack, had directly shattered his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Zhang Zhong. Done. Without impatience, he slowly walked towards Zhang Zhong. At this moment, Zhang Zhong slowly regained his vigor in his eyes. Only, after returning to his senses, he had some bewilderment, not understanding how he had suddenly collapsed here. Seeing Zhang Tong walking towards him, he instinctively prepared to attack. However, his face suddenly changed in the next second. He found that his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, surprisingly, were all cracked. He can live, purely because of the strong vitality of the martial arts master. Hanging on to a breath. Am I defeated? The moment Zhang Tong had come to his side and looked down at Zhang Zhong, Zhang Zhong also looked up at Zhang Tang. In Zhang Zhong's eyes, the blazing sun behind Zhang Tang was exceptionally bright. I wonder if it's an illusion. Zhang Zhong felt that instead of seeing anger and hatred in Zhang Tang's eyes, he saw a hint of pity. It was this hint of pity that crushed all the words that came out of his mouth. Completely. Zhang Zhong can't speak. At this moment, it was as if he saw a man at the top. He even realized that the man in front of him knew about their Zhang clan suffering, and even his, and for what the Changs are facing. This man, not agreeing, not giving in, not enduring, he chose to use his fists to shatter everything. And now, he did. No angry curses, no hatred, not even fear. Zhang Zhong knew he was going to die, and his eyes became calm and loving. 1,000 words he could not say. In the end, 1,000 words were reduced to 3. Good boy. The moment those 3 words were uttered, Zhang Zhong's injuries erupted, and the head he raised, directly planted on the ground. Chapter 74, Martial Domain. Another world. Zhang Zhong didn't seem to say anything, but it seems, said everything. He's dead. Lost his breath. But his expression told everyone that he was proud of Zhang Tang. He seemed to have proved with his death that Zhang Tang had made the right choice, and that the Zhang clan was wrong. Dead wrong. Zhang Tang didn't say anything and just stood still. Finally sighing, he slowly knelt down and smoothed his eyes. This scene, watching the Zhou clan's heavenly king, his pupils condensed, the killing intent in his eyes, dense to the extreme. The moment, Zhang Tang slowly stood up and scanned the crowd of the Zhang clan. Then, his voice was light and seemed to be devoid of murderous anger. Who else is going to do it? One of the clan elders gritted his teeth and seemed to want to make a move. Only the heavenly might that pressed down on him made it difficult for him to move. The man beside him sighed. Enough, do you still want to make a move? Elder Zhong is dead. Our Zhang family's mission. It's over. Speaking the word mission, the clan elder who was about to make a move before woke up in shock and his eyes darkened. Some people are laughing at themselves at the moment. Others are grieving. In the world of martial artists, the strongest are honored. In this moment, it manifests itself. The Zhang clan crowd was silent. The crowd on the periphery also fell silent. With the appearance of the Zhou clan's martial Dao Heavenly Kings, they could all feel that pressure coming from the Zhang clan. Hopelessly resigned? And yet, there was nothing to be done. At this moment, there were even martial artists who understood why the Zhang clan would disregard the war letter and directly flip the script. After a short silence, one of the clan elders spoke up. We lost and violated the fair rules of the general hall. We are willing to be punished. Another clan elder from the Zhang clan spoke up. Zhang Teng, your friendship or grudge with the Zhang clan is cleared. The moment. Zhang Tang looked at the crowd of the Zhang clan with a complicated expression. For the sake of it, I understand it all. Zhang Tang slowly opened his mouth. He understood that there was no need to distinguish too much between right and wrong at this moment. He just looked towards Mu Qingyu. Breaking the rules, I'll let it slide. With these words, Zhang Tang felt an unprecedented sense of relief. He understands. From this moment onwards, he and the Zhang clan were, in the true sense of the word, broken and merciful. Again, somehow too clear. Mu Qingyu nodded. This matter will be written in the paperwork when I report it. Zhang clan. The crowd was silent, and Zhang Yong in the middle of the crowd even lowered his head. His face had shame, self-blame, and a hint of joy. In the meantime, Zhang Tong took a deep breath, then jerked his head up to look. The moment, only to see, in mid-air, the Zhou clan's martial Dao Heavenly King, standing in the air, looking down on Zhang Tong from above. Looking at the towering Zhou clan's martial Dao Heavenly King, a monstrous killing intent flashed in Zhang Teng's eyes. He understands. Chao's clan. That's what it's really all about. The root of all evil. If it wasn't for the Zhou clan, how could he have been invalidated? How could he have been hunted down? The Zhang clan might have done wrong, might have made the wrong choice. But there was one thing he knew. Zhang's family is not in a position to do so. Nanyang Zhou. Zhang Teng suddenly shouted loudly and angrily. Today, I, Zhang Teng, will challenge your Zhou clan. And according to the rules of the challenge, I will pay a visit to your door half a year later. This letter of war. Dare you accept it? When the martial Dao Heavenly King of the Zhou clan heard this, his eyes narrowed, then he laughed up into the sky, his laughter filled with mockery. Eventually, the laughter of the Zhou clan's martial Dao Heavenly King lurched as he looked at Zhang Teng with cold eyes. The air was like a tiger spitting out 3 words. You deserve it. The Zhou clan's martial Dao Heavenly King wasn't going to take the battle cry at all. When he took the battle, he was going to receive a hold from the General Hall of Martial Arts, and now there was no justice. So why was he asking for trouble? Hence, the moment he shouted angrily, he glanced at Lin Bei. It was still far from Lin Bei, but very close to Zhang Teng instead. Between the two, less than a kilometer. His martial domain was very special, nowadays, although it could cover 100 meters. However, because he had hidden his identity for a long time, he had comprehended the true meaning of the Shadow Dao and was able to turn his martial domain into a line that extended 10 times the distance. Thus, as long as he wanted to, he was able to extend his martial domain in a single breath and then envelop Zhang Teng in it. In the middle of the martial domain, I am the only one. He was confident that he could wipe Zhang Teng out instantly. Just, at this distance, for him, he might be able to instantly strike and directly obliterate Zhang Teng. The more I think about it, the more I'm impressed. The talent that Zhang Teng showed at this moment made him extremely jealous, and he couldn't wait to cut off his roots immediately. The only outlier was Zhang Teng's master, as he had no idea what Lin Bei's strength actually was. Just as the Zhou clan's martial Dao Heavenly King's mind was racing, Zhang Teng's voice came. What? Hallowed martial Dao Heavenly King, are you not afraid? Or is it that your Zhou clan's county princess, who herself knows no shame and has spoiled her innocence, will only plant evidence to frame her? At the mention of the county lord, a cold aura flashed in the eyes of the Zhou clan's martial Dao Heavenly King. It was a disgrace to their Zhou clan. He understood that if he did not kill Zhang Teng today, everyone would remember this incident. As long as Zhang Teng was dead and their Zhou clan operated a bit, the scandal of the Zhou clan's county head would be excused to Zhang Teng, a dead man. Finally, after a brief moment of thought, the Zhou clan's martial Dao Heavenly King instantly made up his mind. Even if he didn't know Lin Bei's depths, so what? As long as he killed Zhang Teng instantly, it would be too late for Lin Bei even if he flipped his face. Moreover, Lin Bei might not be his opponent and might not dare to flip his face. Even if he flipped, so what? Even if he wasn't an opponent, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape as a martial Heavenly King. With the help of his family's heritage, he didn't believe that Lin Bei could really do anything to him. Compared to Lin Bei, he was more afraid of the demonic Zhang Teng. Thinking about it, the Zhou clan's martial Dao Heavenly King no longer hesitated and directly burst out. Ignorant junior, how dare you slander my Zhou clan? You shall not be allowed to stay. Say do it. Almost instantly, his martial domain instantly extended, like a snake, and in almost just a breath of time, He directly wrapped Zhang Tang into his martial domain. Martial domain extension. His martial domain is very special. Zhang Tang is in danger. In front of the heavenly king of martial arts, he is like a mole cricket. The faces of many martial artists changed abruptly. No one had expected that the Zhou clan's martial Dao heavenly king would be so bold. He dared to make a direct move in front of Lin Bei. In the meantime, the moment Zhang Tang was wrapped by the martial domain, he immediately felt as if he had fallen into a separate space. He seemed to be cut off from the entire world's heaven and earth aura. The only thing he could feel was the wolf filled with a murderous aura in the martial domain. This is the martial domain. It's another world altogether. Zhang Tang was appalled. He was able to defeat Zhang Zhong by utilizing the shocking god Thorn, but against the heavenly king of martial arts, he was an ant. Chapter 75, Shocking Nanyang. Thanks for reading. Extra. Zhang Tang felt despair for the first time. He was now trapped in the martial domain, desperately releasing the spiritual power of heaven and earth that had been quenched in his Dao body in order to barely move. But even that seems to be stuck in the mud. At this moment, he suddenly realized, if a martial Dao heavenly king from the Zhou clan wanted to kill him, it wouldn't take more than 3 breaths at most. Only, he wasn't afraid at all. It was because he understood that his master was here and would definitely not allow the Zhou clan's martial Dao heavenly king to run wild. Sure enough, almost the instant he was caught up in the martial domain, a cold hum came out. Immediately afterward, Lin Bei shouted angrily as if he were a tiger. Unbridled. Along with Lin Bei's furious shout, there seemed to be yin and yang turning in his eyes. An aura overflowed from the corners of his eyes. This is exactly the spell that Zhang Tang has cast. Thrill of the god stinger. Only, his surprising god stab was even more perfect, even more natural. And this time, Lin Bei directly incorporated 20 drops of spiritual energy. Spell casting. An invisible pressure and danger rose from the heart of the Zhou clan's martial Dao heavenly king. Without waiting for him to react, he only felt an irresistible force that rushed straight to his head. Buzz. The Zhou clan's martial Dao heavenly king suddenly screamed miserably. His mind went blank, and his martial domain instantly disappeared as if it were a bubble. In the next second, he unexpectedly fell straight down from above the sky, falling headfirst onto the floor. Boo! The Zhou clan's martial Dao heavenly king had actually directly smashed the floor, cracking and shattering it. This scene stunned many people. Hiss! What's this? What's going on? Martial domain broken? What happened? Zhang Zhong seemed to be like this before. At that time I seemed to see an aura flashing in Zhang Tang's eyes. An immortal cultivator's move? This is also too outrageous to even perceive? This genre, so special. Just how strong is Zhang Tang's master? The peripheral martial artists looked at each other in dismay. They had a brand new perception of the abilities of immortal cultivators, and they invariably felt a sense of awe towards Lin Bei. Lin Bei became unknown, mysterious, and powerful in the eyes of the crowd. Mu Qinyue was even more shocked. She knew that this was the royal law. This was a spell. Originally, she felt that Zhang Zhong could not resist Zhang Tang's spells because he was too weak. If there was a martial domain, that would be different. In the martial domain, the martial heavenly kings were almost absolute masters, and those treacherous spells were bound to be ineffective. However, Lin Bei slapped her in the face with practical actions, even if it's a martial domain. Nor could they block the surprising god's thorn at all. The more you know, the more you understand the toughness of the immortal cultivator. The moment. Zhang Tang was also very shocked inwardly after he detached himself from the midst of the quagmire and saw the Zhou clan's heavenly king of martial Dao. This is Master's surprising god stab? So strong. It's even more perfect than mine. Zhang Tang inwardly marveled, and at the same time, he had a thought process for improving the surprising god thorn. In the meantime, the fallen martial Dao heavenly king of the Zhou clan suddenly staggered to his feet, the true qi in his body surging and his martial intent condensing as if he was attempting to hold up the martial domain again. It was only because of the effect of the surprising god's thorn that for a moment, he was unexpectedly unable to unfold his martial domain. The martial Dao heavenly king of the Zhou clan's clan was in a state of confusion, panic. He was practically invincible and fearless ever since he became a martial heavenly king. And at the moment, surprisingly, he felt fear. Afraid of what? Come on, what? Right at the moment when the Zhou clan's martial Dao heavenly king barely staggered to his feet, Lin Bei's cold voice came out. Sneaking up on my disciple. How dare you? Today this seat will give you a lesson you'll never forget. Tone down. Almost everyone looked at Lin Bei, only to see that above Lin Bei's arm, there was black and white qi entwined. And in the next second, Lin Bei directly raised his hand. The black and white qi rushed into the sky like two black and white swimming fish. In the next second, above the sky, it was as if the wind and clouds were changing, and the black and white qi was like a dragon entering the sea. Immediately afterward, a scene that shocked everyone appeared, only to see that above the sky, the The black and white Tu Chi transformed into a huge black and white palm of about tens of meters, breaking through the clouds and slapping at the Zhou clan's martial Dao every day like a falling meteor. Zhang Tang looked at the scene in front of him and was shocked beyond measure. Others could only feel this giant palm, which seemed to be getting more and more terrifying. However, Zhang Tang could see that as the huge palm fell, wherever it passed, a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy converged and merged into the palm, making the strike stronger and stronger. Is this Master's divine ability? Zhang Tang said dully. So strong. After Zhang Tang was shocked, he immediately realized something. Master didn't use his full power? Whether it's the previous thrilling god stab or the current seal technique, it seems to be demonstrating to me how to perform the royal technique? Zhang Tang came to his senses. He felt that if Lin Bei had exerted his full strength, under the surprising god stab, it was absolutely impossible for the Zhou clan's martial Dao Heavenly King to slow down so quickly or even stagger to his feet. If you did it, why did you stay? Zhang Tang immediately thought of this reasonable explanation. His master, in practical terms, was instructing him. If Lin Bei knew what he was thinking, he would have secretly given him a thumbs up. The guesses were not even remotely close to the real situation. Lin Bei fought like this purely as an optimal solution after countless deductions. This palm had exhausted all of the heaven and earth spiritual energy stored within his first chakra. The moment the Zhou clan's martial Dao Heavenly King, who had slightly regained his senses, looked at the huge palm that was slapping at him at great speed, and his pupils condensed. His martial domain, unable to unfold. What did that mean? Meaning, he had to rely on his martial body to resist it hard. Damn it! The martial Dao Heavenly King of the Zhou clan screamed and cursed, and could only resist. Almost simultaneously, the huge palm fell and directly slapped him hard. Boo! The terrifying force instantly slapped hundreds of meters of surrounding lapis lazuli away for 100 meters. The entire earth, as a result of this strike, began to shake violently. Not far away, the houses of the Zhang clan were all shaken down. When the tremor goes away, the crowd all looked towards where the Zhou clan's martial Dao Heavenly King was. The moment, only to see the Zhou clan's martial Dao Heavenly King. He was covered in blood, his feet were trembling, and he was panting fiercely. Him, extremely injured. The crowd was inwardly shocked at the sight. Is this the martial Heavenly King? This kind of attack, it can be blocked? It's also too strong. If it were me, I'm afraid I'd be directly slapped into pieces. What are you? A martial arts grandmaster would have to be slapped into dregs. The surrounding martial artists have opened their mouths. At this moment, the Zhou clan's martial Dao Heavenly King coughed violently, a mouthful of blood spilling out. Obviously, he suffered internal injuries. At this moment, he was staring at Lin Bei dead in the face, with scorn and fear in his eyes. Lin Bei was not surprised by this, because it was all exactly as he had deduced. Even if he went all out, after deduction, no matter what, he could not kill this person, because the martial body of the martial Dao Heavenly King is extremely strong. At this moment, even though the Zhou clan's martial Dao Heavenly King was severely injured, if he killed, Lin Bei was afraid that he would also drink his hatred. Just where would the current Heavenly King of martial arts have the guts to do this? Chapter 76, no? You have to say yes. 2. At this moment, the Zhou clan's martial Dao Heavenly King was dressed in rags and his bloodstained tunic. He was panting heavily, no longer looking woefully out of his element. The moment he stared at Lin Bei dead in the face, and although his eyes were fierce, it was just a way to hide the panic he felt inside. In his eyes, when he unfolded the martial domain, he was the absolute master in the martial domain. Lin Bei could easily penetrate his martial domain and put him in a trance. He was even able to seriously injure his thousand-hammered martial body with a single move. In this case, there is only one possibility. Lin Bei was stronger than him. For a martial Dao Heavenly King, 100-meter martial domain was only the early stage of a Heavenly King, while a 1000-meter martial domain was the peak of the early stage. To penetrate his martial domain so easily, one would have to be at least in the middle stage of the Heavenly King of martial Dao and have their martial domain sublimated to be able to do so. Only when the martial domain sublimated and entered the next level would such a situation occur. Therefore, his first reaction was not to think that Lin Bei's genre was so special. Rather, he felt that Lin Bei's martial domain had sublimated and was a Heavenly King in the middle stage of the martial Dao. In his perception, only a stronger martial domain could penetrate another martial Dao Heavenly King's martial domain. In a sense, his understanding is not wrong. It was because the level of spells that Lin Bei had cast exceeded the limit of his martial domain's tolerance. Within the area covered by his martial domain, every bit of heaven and earth's spiritual energy was equivalent to a sliver of Lin Bei's refined spiritual energy. Lin Bei's spell, on the other hand, was directly based on several drops of spiritual energy. and was cast by invoking several times the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Each drop of spiritual energy was equivalent to 100 strands of spiritual energy converging. And yet, it's so wrong. Because spells and martial domains are not a concept at all. Spells, with their thousands of variations, are based on the rules of heaven and earth, harnessing the spiritual power of heaven and earth in all its variations. Martial domains, on the other hand, were based on the martial artist's own martial will, forming domains within their circumference, the size of the martial domain coverage, the concentration of heaven and earth spiritual energy in the martial domain, and the martial Tao Heavenly King's utilization of the martial domain. It directly determines the strength of the martial Heavenly Kings. One has infinite possibilities and one has its own limitations. As the saying goes, there is a time when mankind is exhausted, but the sky is infinite. The two simply cannot be mentioned in the same breath. But it was also because of the Zhou clan's clan of martial Tao Heavenly King's misperception that he had completely failed to realize that Lin Bei had already exhausted the spiritual energy of the first chakra at this moment. It was even more unlikely that he realized that at this moment, he was the strongest existence in the entire field. At this moment, Zhou's martial Tao Heavenly King, even breathing is careful. Lin Bei naturally couldn't give him a chance to react. He knew full well that he had to subdue this man immediately and give a reasonable reason for not killing him. Otherwise, he was worried about rabbits biting and dogs jumping over the wall in a hurry. For flubbing the set, Lin Bei's main hit is one word, cooked. Therefore, when Lin Bei struck, he immediately displayed a condescending, overlooking appearance. With a face full of indifference, he looked at the Zhou clan's martial Tao Heavenly King. Zhou's Heavenly King, will this lesson calm you down? This calm, slightly flirtatious voice in the midst of the calm, anchors a less hurtful, highly insulting. The Zhou clan's martial Tao Heavenly King, his pupils condensed, and secretly clenched his fists. Inside, he was suffocating. However, these words also made him give up the idea of fighting to the death and staying decent. After all, Lin Bei used the word lesson and asked him if he was calm. This was enough to show that Lin Bei was not prepared to kill him. Otherwise, wouldn't it be this attitude? Only, he was puzzled as to why Lin Bei didn't kill him. After all, he had sneak attacked Zhang Tong first. That is, no one would blame Lin Bei if he was killed in return. How could Lin Bei let go of such an opportunity? Just as he was wondering, Lin Bei's words changed. My disciple has said that he wants to challenge your Zhou clan. Zhou's Heavenly King didn't speak, staring up at Lin Bei. At this moment, Lin Bei's voice suddenly became loud and said in an extremely strong voice, since my apprentice said he would challenge you, in this matter, you promise. You must also promise. Do not promise. Must also promise. Bully. Not to be trifled with. When these words came out, the surrounding martial artists looked at each other. So bossy. You guys? The Zhou clan's martial Tao Heavenly King is both suffocating and doesn't dare to retort. Mighty pressure. Martial Heavenly King. Too strong. The surrounding martial artists were talking. Although the Zhou clan's Heavenly King felt that it was extremely humiliating to have orders pointed at his nose, he was inexplicably relieved. He understands. Lin Bei, instead of being prepared to kill him, he was prepared to let their entire Zhou clan be Zhang Tang's stepping stone. It was humiliating, but at least, the life was saved. Zhou's Heavenly King, at this moment, also experienced in a personal way, what is called not being able to do anything. In that case, we, the Zhou family, will accept this challenge. Seeing Zhou clan's Heavenly King stiflingly agree, the Zhang clan's crowd didn't say anything though, but their expressions seemed to converge into one sentence. You, have your day. Tong'er, do you have any requests? Lin Bei looked at Zhang Tong. Zhang Tang said coldly, just follow the rules. Within half a year, don't interfere with each other, and after half a year I will pay a visit. At that time, I will present my challenge rules, one by one. Good, I'll wait for you. After saying that, Zhou's Heavenly King glanced at Lin Bei. I can go? Lin Bei waved his hand. Get lost. Once these words came out, the Zhou clan's Heavenly King completely relaxed. He understood that since a character like Lin Bei had opened his mouth, he naturally couldn't change it easily. No bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Not even anger. The Zhou clan's Heavenly King dragged his heavily injured body and fled as if breaking through the air, as if he was afraid of going slow. Finally gone. Lin Bei saw the Zhou clan's Heavenly King leave, and inwardly, he was also relieved for the first time. This martial Heavenly King, his martial body is too strong. The physique of a powerful martial artist also opened Lin Bei's eyes at this moment. According to his estimation, if he wanted to rely on the Taiji seal to directly kill Zhou's Heavenly King, he would need at least 300 drops of spiritual energy to strengthen the Taiji seal. The moment, Lin Bei's contempt for martial artists was also a little less. At the same time, He realized that the stronger the martial artist was, the more powerful the martial body would be. If every time he fought with a martial artist, he needed to expend a large amount of spiritual energy, it would truly be too wasteful. At this point, a light flashed in Lin Bei's mind. Perhaps a study of the magic bullet. At this exact moment, Zhang Tang arrived in front of Lin Bei and said respectfully, "This time, I'm sorry for the trouble, Master." Lin Bei smiled and waved his hand. "No harm done. Go back." "Yes." At this moment, Lin Bei looked towards Mu Qingyue, who was not far away. "Going together?" "No." Mu Qingyue shook her head. "This notarization is over, and I need to return to the main hall immediately to report this matter." "Also good." Lin Bei nodded and glanced at Zhang Tang. "Let's go. It's time to go back." The other side. Chao's 1. Chapter 77, famous throughout the world. The gatekeepers of the Zhou clan at this moment were exchanging words. "Today, I heard that it's the day Zhang Tang will challenge the Zhang clan, but unfortunately, we won't have the chance to go." "It doesn't matter. The Zhang clan will definitely send it after capturing it." Also, while the two were discussing, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. What a guy! It was as if something had fallen from the sky. As the two guards were stunned, a voice came out. "Boo!" One could only see a figure covered in blood, collapsing directly in front of the Zhou clan's entrance. The duo stepped forward to check it out, and then their faces changed drastically. The moment. The Chao family. The Nanyang County king was sitting on top of his throne and was receiving a young man in fancy clothes. In the crowd's impression, the Nanyang County king should be very majestic. But now, in front of this man in fancy dress, he was smiling with a pleasing face. "Qiu Gongzi, you can rest assured. The little daughter we will take care of. As for the child in the womb, we will also take good care of. No one knows that it is related to you." That Qiu Gongzi nodded slightly. "I heard that the unlucky guy named Zhang Tang has not been caught yet. By coincidence, today is the day that Zhang Tang went to the Zhang clan to throw himself into the net. If it was faster, it might be delivered to our county king's residence today." The county king of Nanyang said with a smile. "Hey, how that little person? It doesn't matter. It's just that it dragged Frosty, and it's bitter for her. It's a blessing for her to have the favor of Prince Qiu," the Nanyang County king said in a hurry. "If it wasn't for Lord Qiu's help, our Zhou clan, how could we possibly produce a martial heavenly king?" Duke Qiu nodded in satisfaction. "This is what you deserve. Don't worry, when my lord solidifies his position, he will give her a name." Just as the two were talking, suddenly, a guard rushed in. "County king. No. Not good. Something big has happened." Seeing the guard's appearance, the county king recovered his majesty and snorted coldly. "Don't you know there are VIPs? What's the point of panicking? What offense should you take for bumping into a VIP?" The guard froze and his face went white. "No harm done." Duke Qiu smiled and said, "If it wasn't an important matter, the guards wouldn't be so reckless." The guard glanced gratefully at Duke Qiu. Only at this moment did the Nanyang County king snort coldly. "Speak. What is it?" "County king, Zhou Tianwang. Zhou Tianwang. He fell down from the sky, covered with blood, seriously injured." "What?" The Nanyang County king was filled with a look of shock, as if he couldn't believe his ears, and asked somewhat incredulously, "What did you say?" "I said, Zhou Tianwan, he is being rescued by the medical center in the mansion. He was seriously injured." "How is that possible?" the Nanyang County king said incredulously. "How could this be?" Duke Qiu also froze for a moment. "What's going on? Where did Heavenly King Zhou go and how did he get seriously injured?" Duke Qiu immediately asked. Heavenly King Zhou, he heard that Zhang Tang would go to challenge the Zhang clan today, so he pretended to be an envoy and went to figure it out. County King Zhou immediately replied, "How could something happen to him? Let's quickly go and see Heavenly King Zhou." Soon, the Nanyang County King and Duke Qiu came to the medical center together, only to see that the Zhou Heavenly King was covered in blood and his breath was weak. But luckily, he had already woken up. Only, he was lying on the bed, and there was something in his eyes that was lifeless. "Mr. Qiu, you're here?" The corner of Zhou Tianwang's mouth pulled out a wisp of a smile when he saw Duke Qiu. "I'm sorry to make you laugh." The Nanyang County King stepped forward and grabbed the hand of the Zhou Heavenly King, inquiring eagerly, "What the hell is going on? What happened?" "AI. Zhou Tianwang sighed bitterly. "I almost couldn't come back. Originally I just went to watch the fun. Who would have thought that I would almost die in the Zhang clan?" Heavenly King Zhou sighed and then told the story of how he and Sneak attacked Zhang Tang and were instead countered by Lin Bei. When Heavenly King Zhou finished speaking, Duke Qiu's face clouded over. "You mean to say that Zhang Tang worshipped a guy called Lin Bei as his master? And this guy called Lin Bei was so strong that he beat you senseless?" Heavenly King Zhou nodded bitterly. "I didn't expect that this land near the borderlands would also have crouching tigers and hidden dragons." Duke Qiu mused. Zhou Tianwan quickly complained. Sir Chiu, that Zhang Tang will come to our county king's mansion to challenge us in half a year, and I'm afraid that his master will also come. Me, I'm afraid that I'm not an opponent. A 6-month appointment? This matter is already known to me. Duke Xiu closed his eyes and contemplated for a while. My matter should be resolved within half a year, and then this prince will personally bring someone to help you. When these words came out, the Zhou clan's crowd breathed a sigh of relief. The Nanyang County King pondered for a moment and then asked, Sir Chiu, with your ability, why wait for half a year? Wouldn't it be faster to secretly send out some people to eradicate this dojo? No way. Duke Xiu immediately refused. My matter is at a critical moment, and now Zhang Tang's challenge has the general pavilion's justice. If I send someone out, it's inevitable that I'll fall into trouble, and then it'll be a problem. You must not underestimate the martial arts general hall. It's better to follow the rules. The Nanyang County King quickly said. It's still Duke Xiu's matter that's important. Duke Xiu sighed. Hey, originally came to chase and kill Su Rui, that guy. Happened to pass by Nanyang. Came over to see Frost. Didn't expect to come up with a Zhang Tang to denigrate Frost's indiscretions. Don't worry, even if you guys don't say anything, I won't let Zhang Tang off the hook. What Mr. Xiu said is very true. In the meantime, the matter of Zhang Tang challenging the Zhang clan was as if it had grown wings, rapidly spreading throughout Nanyang. Have you heard? Zhang Tang killed the Zhang family and even killed the martial grandmaster. The Zhang clan really has eyes without a pearl. Now that the experts have been killed and injured, I'm afraid that they won't be able to keep much of that large territory, right? The news you've heard is nothing. My news is even better. Inside a Nanyang tavern, a martial artist blew his beard and eyes out. Do you all know that even the Heavenly King of Martial Arts appeared at the crucial time when Zhang Tang challenged the Zhang clan? What? The Heavenly King of Martial Arts? Is that really true? That's a legend-level character. There are still martial Heavenly Kings in this borderland of ours? Is that so outrageous? Who is the martial Heavenly King? The crowd in Nanyang asked in a variety of ways. This martial artist shook the bottle of wine, and someone immediately understood. I'll cover the cost of today's wine. That martial artist then said. The martial Dao Heavenly King is someone from the Zhou clan. He disguised himself as an envoy and went to watch the battle, only to realize that Zhang Tang was too much of a threat and wanted to personally kill him. But it turned out, guess what? What? As a result, that Zhang Tang's master, Lin Bei, made his move. This martial artist directly stood up. Do you all know that when that Lin Bei struck out, above the sky, as if it was the wrath of a god, there was a huge black and white palm that broke through the clouds, and with a single slap, he seriously injured the Zhou clan's Heavenly King of Martial Arts. This statement was made. The whole room was in an uproar. In the crowd, there was a man with a bucket hat eating with a lurch. Chapter 78. My name is Su Rui. Really? The Heavenly King of Martial Arts was seriously injured by a slap? Some people don't believe it anymore. The martial arts patriarch was an existence they looked up to, let alone the legendary martial arts Heavenly King. That's a legend. Naturally it's true. This place called Dojo, I heard it's a new genre, especially mysterious. That martial artist continued. I heard that the reason why the Zhou clan's martial Dao Heavenly King was not killed was because he showed mercy. Why should I show mercy? Yeah, he deserved to die when he sneak attacked Zhang Tang. Some people wonder. The man smiled and said, because he wanted Zhang Tang to take revenge himself. Hence the half-year appointment. In that case, wouldn't Zhang Tang's master not even have the Heavenly Kings of Martial Arts in his sights? How strong should he be then? Hearing the crowd murmur, this man in a bucket hat immediately carried a jug of good wine and came next to this martial artist. Dare I ask, where is that Taoist site? This martial artist took one look at the good wine and smiled with joy. I've heard that it's over in Qingyun town. I'm not sure where exactly, but when you get to Qingyun town, Tingji town, just ask around and you should know. The man in the bucket hat clasped his fists. Thanks a lot. A quick departure followed. Duke Xiu is chasing me too closely. Perhaps this dojo can shelter me for a while or two. The moment. Qingyun town. Tinyo and Xiao Luzi yawned. A little bored. Tew. It's so boring. Kuroko pointed to the flag behind him. You can just see the flag on the left saying dojo recruitment, and the flag on the right says seeking a wise man. Tinyo. We're all roughnecks. If you pull this, does master know? Tinyo looked at the listless Xiao Luzi and smiled. Of course master knows. I reported it to him when I left. Iron Ox said with a naive expression. Little sixth son, if you want to build the dojo and let the townspeople live a good life, you can't do it without real virtuous talents. If there's no one to coordinate and manage it, what kind of chaos would it be? Look at Qingyun town A, B, C, and D. It's our D town that has the best development, the most tax revenue, and the most people settling in, which means there's a lot of talent here. Understand? Quite a few people came to inquire. Why did you refuse them all? Xiao Luzi couldn't help but complain. I heard those people talk quite a bit. There's no sense. No pattern at all. Tainyo said without a trace of anger. Our dojo. We have a long way to go in the future. We need to find one with a big picture. Forget it. I can't say it. I also don't know how senior brother Zhang Tang and the others are doing. At this moment, Xiao Luzi was a little worried. It's fine. With master following, are you still afraid that something will go wrong with senior brother Zhang Tang? Tainyo said with great confidence. Also, time passed, and occasionally people came to inquire, and after a brief exchange, Iron Bull helped them register before continuing to wait. Not a moment too soon. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled onto the streets of Qingyun town. Kuroku yawned. At that moment, talk came from the street. Have you heard? Mu Qingyue brought back news that Zhang Teng overturned the Zhang clan and finally offered to challenge the Nanyang Zhou clan. I heard about it. I heard that all of Zhang's patriarchs are dead, and in this battle, the Nanyang Zhou clan, and legends such as the Heavenly King of Martial Arts made a move. But they ended up being severely injured by the dojo's Lin Fieldmaster. Isn't there a dojo over there recruiting? Go ask. Soon, many people in Qingyun town gathered around. At first, Tainyo and Xiao Luzi were confused, but after hearing the results, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sure enough, Master is the strongest. Little sixth son said happily. I told you that with Master here, nothing will happen to elder brother. The conversation between the two left many people confused, and some asked directly. You guys don't know about Nanyang? Iron Bull said rightfully. Of course we don't know. We haven't returned to the dojo yet. The crowd felt justified and dispersed. It's almost time, isn't it? Master and the others should be heading back to the dojo, so we should head back as well. Little Six said. It's almost time. Let's go back. The duo immediately closed their stalls and prepared to leave. At that exact moment, a figure appeared in front of them. Excuse me, are you hiring at your dojo? Kuroku opened his mouth to refuse. No more recruiting. We have to get back first. Iron Bull hastily pulled him aside. Don't listen to him. We're still recruiting. After saying that, he looked at the person and realized that the person was wearing a bucket hat. Then he pointed at the bucket hat and signaled him to take it off. The man said helplessly. I was being chased and had to wear a bucket hat to cover up. Someone is after you? What is your offense? Iron Bull raised an eyebrow. Please allow me to speak slowly. I am originally from the Cloud State, and I worshipped in the top school in the Cloud State, Song Yun Academy. This person mentioned the Song Yun Academy. Little Six couldn't help but exclaim. You're a student of the Song Yun Academy. Really? I've heard that the students there have an extremely high status, comparable to that of a first-class martial arts school's pavilion master. This is my academy token. The person took out the token with one word written on it. Sue, why are you being hunted? Hey, the man sighed. It's a long story, and I'm to blame for falling for the treacherous plan. The man began to relate his experience. It turned out that the Song Yun Academy was in the process of selecting the academy's chief disciple. Song Yun Academy. There are 8 major courtyards, which are Heaven, Earth, Xian, Huang, Yu, Zeus, Hong, and Wasteland. The man in the bucket hat, originally one of the 8 courts, the Heavenly Courtyard disciples, because of his outstanding ability, he was recruited by the head of the Heavenly Courtyard all kinds of, because he didn't want to get involved in the battle of the 8 courtyards. He also refused to be the head of the Heavenly Courtyard. As a result, the head of the Heavenly Academy let the people under his command secretly drugged him with a beauty trick. That's right, he fell sparingly and had to work for the head of the Heavenly Academy. As it turned out, the man in the bucket hat was also a ruthless man, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, due to his unwillingness to be manipulated. So he just did not do it and did not rest, and dug a big pit for the head of the Heavenly Courtyard when the 8 courtyards were assessing and collecting materials, and rolled away many treasures and slipped away. The original victory of the head of the courtyard of the Heavenly Academy, angry mad, directly chased thousands of miles to kill. It was as if Iron Bull was listening to a heavenly book. So, you rolled up the treasures of the head of the Heavenly Courtyard and ran away, trying to get our dojo to shelter you? The man in the hat nodded. I would like to offer my treasures, only for the shelter of the dojo. Iron Bull shook his head. Sorry, we don't like to fight in our dojo. Iron Bull decisively refused. Treasures and all that. He didn't care. Facing Tainyo's refusal, the man in the bucket hat calmly said, I see that you seem to be establishing a dojo? I am not talented. I once managed an area when I was practicing at the academy, and that area, under my governance, doubled its residents' income, doubled its tax revenue, and prospered several times more commercially than within 7 days. When these words came out, Iron Bull who was originally full of rejection, froze, then looked at the man suspiciously. Seriously? Word of mouth. You can let me try. The man in the hat laughed. Tainyo glanced at Xiao Luzi, while Xiao Luzi had a look of all ears. After a slight hesitation, Iron Bull asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Su Rue." Chapter 79, Strike First. Plan the route. As Su Rue spoke, he lifted his bucket hat to let Tainyo and Xiao Luzi see his appearance, which was considered his sincerity. Iron Bull didn't make an immediate decision, but pondered carefully. Xiao Luzi also realized that this matter was important and didn't ask anything more. Su Rue, on the other hand, quietly looked at Tainyo. He realized that this man, despite his naive appearance, seemed to have an extremely delicate mind. After thinking for a moment, Iron Bull asked again, "Your trouble, is it big?" Su Rue's eyes carried sincerity. "It's big. The power of the head of the heavenly courtyard is not small, and he's a person who is vindictive, so he's bound to be immortal with me." Iron Bull sighed sadly. "Although our dojo is in great need of a virtuous man like you, if we leave the dojo in peace, this matter should be dropped." Iron Bull gave his final answer. As much as he wanted the dojo to grow, he didn't think it was quite worth it after weighing the pros and cons. After saying that, Tainyo turned his head and prepared to leave with little Luzi. At this exact moment, Su Rue suddenly said, "Wait a minute. You two listen to me. If you think it's unreasonable, it's not too late to go." Tainyo's footsteps lurched as he looked at Su Rue. "You have half a column of incense. Good." Su Rue didn't talk nonsense and said directly, "Both of you, do you know who is the head of this heavenly courtyard?" "Who?" Little Six asked. "People call him Eunuch Chiu." Su Rue laughed. "This person once left a love child in Nanyang, the fetus in the womb of the Nanyang County Lord, and he chose to cover it up in order to compete for the chief disciple. Because of this, your senior brother, Zhang Teng, was drugged and falsely accused of breaking the innocence of the county princess, which is actually nothing more than a cover for Duke Chiu and for the Nanyang County King to find a step down for the Zhou clan." When these words came out, Iron Ox's pupils stared. "Are you saying that the reason why senior brother Zhang has suffered all of this is because of this Duke Chiu?" Su Rue nodded. "Good. He's the source." Iron Bull was visibly moved. The dojo actually, in a sense, originally had a grudge against Duke Chiu, so since that's the case, why wouldn't accepting me be a good idea? Su Rue laughed. Only Iron Bull didn't say anything and seemed to be thinking about something. Instead, Kuroku was annoyed. "This Duke Chiu, he's really no good. The way he dealt with senior brother Zhang is similar to the way he dealt with you. I told you the flavor. Why is it so punchy?" Seeing this, Su Rue immediately struck the iron while it was hot. In addition to Duke Chiu as a potential enemy, in fact, Zhang Tang's means of dealing with the Nanyang Zhou clan is really crude. Boarding the door to challenge. And what can you do if you win? It's just a matter of resolving the originator. A cold light flashed in Su Rue's eyes. The reason why the Nanyang Zhou clan can be lawless is actually just a large number of people and a huge force. In the end, the Nanyang Zhou clan is too rich. Even if those who started it all died, they are still the king of Nanyang. A large amount of resources can produce a large number of experts, and their position remains solid. Tainyo looked at Su Rue and asked in a low voice, "And then what?" Su Rue laughed. "I think that if you want to make the Nanyang Zhou clan really pay, you should gradually destroy their sources of wealth and disintegrate their roots. In this way, the Nanyang Zhou clan will surely take care of themselves. At least Zhang Tang's challenge within these 6 months. There will not be any trouble. Otherwise, do you think that the Nanyang Zhou clan will honestly wait for him to challenge? Not moving to lay a black hand. This move Zhang Tang should know it well, right?" When these words came out, Tainyo looked at Su Rue suspiciously. "You have an idea?" Su Rue nodded. "Confident. Not bad. I have a way. I'm actually from Nanyang. I know well how Nanyang's inner and outer city systems work, and I also know some of the material composition structures between Nanyang." Su Rue laughed. "In addition to that, I also know that the Nanyang Zhou clan relies on its strength and wealth to oppress a large number of clans and martial arts halls, and those people dare not speak out in anger. Now that during Zhang Tang's challenge to the Zhang clan, Field Master Lin has severely injured the Zhou clan's heavenly king, how is this not an opportunity to unite them? As long as Field Master Lin nods his head and authorizes it, I'm confident that I'll pop the foundation of the Nanyang Zhou clan." This statement was made. Tainyo walked directly to Su Rue's face and grabbed Su Rue's hand. "Mr. Su, you're just the kind of great talent our dojo needs." Tainyo's sudden enthusiasm caused Su Rue to breathe a sigh of relief while revealing a smile. "But the head of the Heavenly Academy, that is, this Chiu Gongzi is not small in ability. It is estimated that he will soon know that I am hiding in the dojo. At that time, I am afraid that it will bring trouble to the dojo. He dares." Tainyo's cold eyes raised. Don't worry, it doesn't matter what Mr. Chio is or isn't. We have Master in our dojo. Can he still turn the tables? Let's go. We'll return to the dojo here. Yes, soon. The trio returned to the dojo in pairs. Road. Tainyo inquired. I wonder what method Mr. Su is going to use to topple the Nanyang Zhou foundation? Unite some, suppress some, and utilize the greed of the Zhou clan in Nanyang to make a big enough bureau for them to shake the Zhou clan. Su Rui had a plan. Tainyo listened with a brilliant light in his eyes. Is Mr. Su sure about this? As long as the dojo supports it, I'm 90% sure. Su Rui's eyes were subdued. Good. I wonder what kind of support Mr. Su wants? Our dojo is in its infancy, so I'm afraid we can't offer much financial support. Su Rui laughed. I have naturally taken this matter into consideration. In fact, I don't need any financial support. All I need is a nod of support from Master Lin. And if I can announce to the public that I'm a man of the dojo, that would be even better. Iron Bull frowned slightly at his words. Need Master to step in? It's fine if you don't show up. It's just that there might be a bit of trouble during the layout. Su Rui said bluntly. I am aware of this matter, and I still have to listen to my master for the specifics. In the meantime, Lin Bei and Zhang Tang and the rest of the group returned to the dojo. When they had just returned to the dojo, the villagers within the nameless village immediately opened their lanterns and unanimously welcomed them. Zhang Tang couldn't help but wet his eyes as he watched the villagers greet him. He really felt cozy here. Upon returning to the dojo, the same colorful flags flew in the dojo, and the dojo apprentices ran out in unison. Master, you guys are back. Little Iris was excited. I heard that you guys made a big splash in Nanyang. Lin Bei stroked little Iris's head. What a big deal. But it's just that everything went well. Master, I have something I want to talk to you about. Little Iris looked excited, as if she had done something remarkable. What is it? Lin Bei asked curiously. Master, I realized that I seem to be particularly talented at alchemy. During the time you were gone, I pondered over alchemy, and as a result, it really came true, and I refined a particularly powerful elixir. Little Iris gestured with her hands. Lin Bei looked skeptical. Chapter 80 Backstabbing from Lin Bei. The reason why Lin Bei was skeptical was simple. If it was really powerful, how come his gold finger didn't react at all? Before Lin Bei could speak, Zhang Tang was the first to ask. How great is it? What does it do? This elixir is my original. I combined it with the Divine Husbandman's classic of Materia Medica that my master showed me, and refined the elixir, and I gave it to quite a few people at the dojo to try. Little Iris said. They all said that after taking it, their spirits were refreshed practicing boxing with half the effort. Really? Zhang Tang was very surprised. Immediately a number of apprentices at the dojo spoke up. It's true. I'll take one and be refreshed for the day. After eating it, the whole body is permeable and all the principles of Taijiquan are understood more thoroughly. Hearing quite a few senior brothers say so, Zhang Tang immediately became interested. Got any more? Give me one. I'll try. There's only the last one. The materials are precious. Little Iris said in a resigned voice. I carefully refined this and wanted to let Master taste it for a moment. Zhang Tang was filled with helplessness. Lin Bei smiled helplessly. Good. Let's see how talented you are. Master. The moment. Little Iris carefully took out a brocade box, and within the brocade box lay an all-white elixir. Master. Try it. I named him Tong Ming Dan. It has the effect of removing impurities from the body and refreshing the mind. Little Iris's watery eyes were filled with an expression of longing for compliments. Yes. Lin Bei didn't hesitate and directly swallowed this Tong Ming Dan. The elixir entered the stomach and melted away with it. In the next second, Lin Bei's face changed slightly and he only felt his stomach rolling madly. Got an upset stomach? Lin Bei had some inner confusion. Didn't Little Iris say that this Tong Ming Dan could boost the spirit? Can it get rid of impurities? Why does he have a stomachache? Without saying a word, Lin Bei went straight to the outhouse. After all these years, he's been 1,000 times more careful. Never in a million years would I have thought that I would actually be backstabbed by Little Iris now. Lin Bei's sudden disappearance. The crowd was in a daze. On the way, Lin Bei forced his concentration. Immediate deduction. Lin Bei wanted to know what was going on. The deduction was successful. The elixir you swallowed, consisting of the essence of 38 medicinal herbs among them, has the effect of removing impurities and enhancing the awakening of the brain for mortal bodies. You are a Tao body. This Dan's aura is disorganized and unruly, with various auras rushing about, causing your Tao body to have an emergency reaction. This elixir is not suitable for immortal cultivators. Getting to the conclusion, Lin Bei was frantic inside. Sure enough, he knew that if Little Iris had really refined the elixir that immortal cultivators took, How come his gold finger didn't react at all? Even though he was backstabbed by Little Iris, Linbei realized that Little Iris really did have a talent for alchemy. Pust. In the middle of the hut, Linbei had a moment of fluency. Get comfortable. This Dan can't be refined blindly. Perhaps I can deduce the Tongming Dan to understand what basic rules are needed to conform to the Dan taken by immortal cultivators, and from that compile a Dan alchemy law. This time, taking pills by mistake made him realize something. Little Iris's talent was alchemy. In that case, he felt it was time to make up a customized immortal cultivation law for Little Iris. The other side. Where's Master? Why did he suddenly run away? Little Iris stared at her big watery eyes with a face of innocence. Is it because I'm so bad at alchemy that Master is angry? Zheng Teng laughed. Don't think too much. Master suddenly left. There should be a deep meaning, right? The moment. After Lin Bei left the hut, he was just about to take 2 steps when he suddenly, the stomach flipped again. Lin Bei, who must have deep meaning in Zhang Teng's eyes, has a deep meaning that is not even a tiny bit, and the pit has a burst of meaning. I'll go. The effect is that hard? He had no choice but to return again. After this time, Lin Bei finally felt that his stomach had regained its peace. Little Iris, backstabbing my master. This time, I have to show you how careful my master is. Lin Bei had already made up his mind to teach Little Iris a good lesson this time. When Lin Bei returns, Little Iris stared at Lin Bei with a pair of big, innocent eyes. Aggrieved. Lin Bei was originally filled with irritation, but it had dissipated at this moment. Hey, Little Iris, after all, is still a child. A little child. What kind of bad intentions can there be? Master, did I do a bad job? Little Iris asked accusingly. You've already done a good job. It's just that you haven't been initiated into immortal cultivation after all, and know very little about immortal cultivators, and your elixir isn't useful to immortal cultivators, Lin Bei said. However, Master has also discovered that you do have a talent for alchemy, so Master will create a customized cultivation method for you. Little Iris was overjoyed and directly hung onto Lin Bei's arm. I knew it. Master is the best. After rejoicing, Little Iris once again took out an elixir. Master, the one just now may not work well. I have another one here. This one is called 5-color elixir. After taking it, the strength multiplies. Can Master taste it? As she spoke, Little Iris once again took out a through colorful elixir, and it was clearly evident that the ingredients used were even more sufficient. The corner of Lin Bei's eye twitched. Nice guy. He body Little Iris thinking about how to cross over into the cultivation gate, and this little guy was going to continue backstabbing him? He was instinctively ready to refuse, but after seeing that pleading color in Little Iris's watery eyes, it was a bit too much to refuse her good intentions like this. Zhang Teng, you're already a mature immortal cultivator, so taste it for your senior sister. Yes. Zhang Teng smiled and directly picked up the elixir. Elder sister, let me see for you how effective your pills are. Zhang Teng did not doubt it and directly swallowed Little Iris's elixir. Next, Zhang Teng's expression suddenly changed, then looked at Lin Bei. That look, dared to be angry. Immediately after that, Zhang Teng swooshed and disappeared directly in front of the crowd. Ha! Little Iris was baffled. Master, what's wrong with senior brother Zhang? Lin Bei said calmly, your senior brother has some urgent matters, and your elixir this time should leave him with a bone-deep memory. The other side, cottage. Zhang Teng's face was full of aggression. Master, you how? Pit disciple The other side, Tainyo and Su Rue returned to the dojo. Just returning to the dojo, Tainyo said to Su Rue, wait for a moment. I'll go report to Master for a moment or two. Good. Su Rue stood on top of the dojo and looked around. The dojo apprentices, he realized, seemed to be ordinary people. He had some doubts and asked Xiao Luzi beside him. Excuse me, why are there so many ordinary people in your dojo? Oh, you mean them? Xiao Luzi laughed. Actually, in our dojo, the only one who has stepped into the threshold of immortal cultivation besides senior brother Zhang Teng is Tainyo, and none of us have even been initiated yet. How long has he been initiated? Zhang Tong? I heard that his dantian was destroyed before. Little Six cocked his head and thought for a moment. Probably less than a month? When these words came out, Su Rue, his pupils shook and were filled with shock. Chapter 81, A Time of Destiny. Zhang Teng started less than a month ago? What does that mean? Zhang Teng had not only pierced through the Zhang clan after using only such a small amount of time, he had even killed Zhang Zhong, a martial arts master. What genre is this? How can it be so horrible? Really? Su Rue inquired incredulously. Even a martial arts prodigy couldn't be this outrageous. Defeat a grandmaster in a month? What about talking about the Book of Days? Naturally, it's true. Little Six said rightfully. Su Rue took a deep breath as he immediately realized something. Everyone thought that immortal cultivators were a special school of martial arts, but he reacted at the first opportunity. Immortal cultivators? Not a special school of martial arts at all, but cultivators of their own system. The system, moreover, is ridiculously strong. Can I get started? Su Rue nervously inquired. If you want to learn, of course you can, but it's especially hard for us immortal cultivators to get started. For example, have been practicing for more than a year and still haven't gotten started, Xiao Luzi said. Previously, Mu Qingyue from the Qingyun General Pavilion also attempted to cultivate, only she couldn't get started. After Xiao Luzi finished, he glanced at Su Rue. By the way, what's your strength? Martial True Intent Realm. I'm trying to condense my potential. It's just that it's still too difficult to condense my potential and cross the realm to become a grandmaster. Su Rue said honestly. So powerful. I'm afraid it's hopeless. Xiao Luzi said. Master has commented on Mu Qingyu. She can't get started because she only has martial arts in her heart. Can't you cultivate immortality by practicing martial arts? Su Rue asked in a hurry. Of course not. Zhang's senior brother used to practice martial arts. Just, how to say it? Zhang's senior brother said that practicing martial arts is more difficult to get started than the average person. This statement was made. Su Rue pondered for a moment, then asked Xiao Luzi about some matters of immortal cultivation. Xiao Luzi knew all about it. After all, the attitude of the dojo is very obvious. Cultivation of the basic method of immortality. Who want to cultivate, can be taught. At one time, Xiao Luzi was puzzled by this, thinking that the immortal cultivation law was so precious. How could it be taught so easily? Later, Iron Bull told him, the introductory method of the immortal cultivation law was not really precious. What was really precious was the cultivation after the introduction. Without guidance, even if an immortal cultivator was initiated, his greatest achievement would stop at the Tao body realm. Therefore, if an immortal cultivator is initiated, he is bound to worship the dojo. If you want to worship in the dojo, naturally you need to test. If you can't get started, what's the point of spreading the word? The harm isn't much. This is a young plot to grow the dojo. And young plots, they are insoluble. When Su Rue inquired a lot, he eventually lamented. There is no solution to the young conspiracy. No wonder immortal cultivators are so unapologetic about teaching others the initiation method, and even have some positivity about it. Xiao Luzi laughed. You can see that? I still didn't understand it until I asked Tainyo in the first place. Su Rue smiled faintly. Immortal cultivators, they are truly extraordinary. I would like to worship under the Lin Field Master. Then you'll have to cultivate the immortal initiation and control the vomiting method. Besides that, you'll have to pass the master's test before you can do so. Xiao Luzi smiled. I can teach you Taijiquan. Do you want to learn it now? No. Su Rue answered directly and decisively. Little Six looked skeptical. I now need to prove my worth. This cultivation of mine is still of great use. When I prove my worth, I will follow Zhang Tang's example, and abolish my own cultivation, and focus on practicing the immortal cultivation method. Su Rue said decisively. Ha! Little Six was confused. Haven't you all cultivated to the true meaning realm of the martial Tao? It's not far from being a sovereign. So why are you thinking of abandoning your martial arts to cultivate immortality? Because the Forest Field Master has instructed Mu Qingyue. She doesn't understand, but I do. Su Rue's eyes were calm, but carried a hint of determination. If a martial artist wants to cultivate immortality, he must first abandon the martial way. Xiao Luzi was puzzled. It's hard to get started in immortal cultivation. Even if you're very determined, you may not achieve anything. Look at our dojo. Hundreds of people practicing boxing. In fact, getting started is a long way off. Su Rue smiled faintly. If it is far away, it is far away. Cultivating the immortal law. If it can be accomplished, I can hope to reach my ultimate goal. If it cannot be accomplished, there is no harm in being a mediocrity. Kuroko frowned as he sensed something. Su Rue, you're hiding something from us? Private matters. Don't worry. I will not affect the dojo in my private matters except for Chiu Gongzi's enmity. Su Rue said. Can't we talk about it? Roku-chan asked again. Su Rue was silent for a moment and eventually looked up at Xiao Luzi. Little Six, have you seen Saint? What Saint? Little Six had a puzzled look on his face. Martial Saint, Su Rue said. No, Little Six said. I've seen it, Su Rue said. Back then, the moment I saw the Martial Saint, I felt that I was a mole cricket looking up to the heavens. At that moment, I realized one thing, my path of martial arts. I will never be able to become a martial saint for the rest of my life. Su Rue lowered his head and said after a moment of silence, I don't want to be a mole. Longing flashed in Su Rue's eyes. I want to become beyond him. At this moment, Xiao Luzi also seemed to be shocked by Su Rui's words. The man, he realized at this moment, had an indomitable heart and a broken resolve. No wonder you dared to find the right opportunity to flip off the head of the heavenly courtyard, Xiao Luzi said. I admire you. Su Rui smiled faintly. It's too early to say that. I first have to prove my worth and dodge the head of the house before I can do that. Rocco was confident. Don't worry, as long as Master nods for you to stay in the dojo, even if the King of Heaven comes, he won't be able to touch a single finger of yours. A short while later, Iron Bull walked over. Little Sixth Son was the first to inquire. How is it? How's it going on Master's side? Master wants you to make a trip. Tainyo looked at Su Rui and said with a smile, let's go. Su Rui took a deep breath. Yes, dojo, bedroom. After Tainyo arrived with Su Rui, he immediately gently knocked on the door. Master, Su Rui has brought it. Come in. Lin Bei's voice came. You go. Tainyo patted Su Rui's shoulder, then turned to leave. Su Rui took a deep breath and straightened his clothes. His expression was very serious before he pushed open the door. The moment Su Rui saw Lin Bei, even if he was a strong martial true intent, at this moment, Lin Bei still looked like an ordinary person in his eyes. I can't tell how strong he is. This feeling, it's amazing. Su Rui became a few points more nervous inside. He had seen martial saints, knowing that becoming a martial saint was like ascending to heaven, but in front of Lin Bei, he didn't even know how strong Lin Bei really was. Sit. Lin Bei calmly pointed to the wooden chair not far away, then personally poured tea for Su Rui. Greetings to Field Master Lin. Su Rui didn't dare to sit down and saluted with trepidation. Lin Bei didn't force the issue, but asked calmly, I heard that you were able to bring down the Nanyang Zhou clan? Yes. Su Rui nodded firmly. He was apprehensive to the core. He knew that the moment that would decide his fate. It's coming. Chapter 82 3 Plans to settle the score. Looking at Su Rui's trembling appearance, Lin Bei nodded the table beside him. There's no need to be so formal. We immortal cultivators don't care about these mundane rituals. Sit down. Respectfully. Only then did Su Rui take his seat. Just his solemn look, sitting upright, small waist, straightened up that is called a straight. The word respect almost came through the bones. Lin Bei was a bit puzzled. This Su Rui was an expert in the realm of true intent of the martial Dao, much more powerful than Mu Qingyue, but he was so respectful to him? Could it be that it was because he knew that he had defeated Zhou's heavenly king? But on second thought, even if he knew that he had defeated the Zhou clan's heavenly king, he shouldn't have done so. It was a bit exaggerated. Lin Bei simply couldn't have imagined that Su Rui would be so respectful to him. It was only because he had seen the martial sage, and facing the martial sage, he was still able to look up. However, facing Lin Bei, he could only feel 4 words, deep and bottomless. How are you going to deal with the Nanyang Zhou clan? Lin Bei inquired. This time, Su Rui didn't speak in generalizations like he exchanged with Tainyo. Instead, he gave an answer after thinking carefully. I have 3 plans, one of which is not to be deceived. The second is to kill with a borrowed knife, and the third is to turn the world upside down. Su Rui respectfully stated his 3 ploys. Lin Bei instantly became interested. What's a soldier's life? Su Rui laughed. Field Master Lin, do you know that Yugu Pass has been in a tight battle recently? There are quite a few border people who have migrated inland. I know. Lin Bei nodded. When they went to Nanyang, they had also met the border people of the Jade Valley Pass. At that time, the border people said that there were demonic beasts sneaking in, and Mu Qingyue had righteously rejected this. In fact, the so-called tightness at the border is not accurate. It's actually that the demonic beasts outside the border are competing for the Demon King, so it's unusually chaotic, and there are more conflicts at the border than usual. Su Rui smiled and said, as far as I know, the biggest industry of the Zhou clan in Nanyang is precious medicinal herbs. They have a large number of medicinal herb plantations, and they almost monopolize 60% of Nanyang's medicinal herb plantation industry. The so-called soldiers are not afraid of deception. In fact, it is spreading rumors in Nanyang that the battle at the border is tight, and there is an urgent need for healing medicine. During this time I will unite some of the oppressed clans, martial arts schools, martial artists, etc. of the Nanyang Zhou clan to secretly inflate the price of the healing medicine. The Nanyang Zhou clan, as a giant in the plantation industry, will naturally not miss this opportunity to make a fortune. During this period, I will use a trick to make the Nanyang Zhou clan hoard healing medicines, and after raising the healing medicines to sky-high prices, I will eventually have them smashed in my hands as a way to hit the Nanyang Zhou clan hard. This is, in the case of soldiers, nothing is too deceitful. Lin Bei gently nodded, a trace of amazement flashing in his eyes. What's a borrowed knife? The Nanyang Zhou clan, with its large family, Merely relying only on the military is not enough to capsize the giant ship that is the Nanyang Zhou clan. Therefore, before that, I will pretend to be a nobleman of Yunzhou and come to Nanyang to negotiate for cooperation, selling the precious herbs at a low price to the Nanyang Zhou clan. I'll estimate how much money Zhou can use and dump it at the limit. Of course, one of the main events is the compensation for breach of contract. No matter who breaches the contract, they have to pay sky-high compensation. Lin Bei was puzzled. Can you take out that many precious herbs? Or sell them at a low price to the Nanyang Zhou clan? Of course I don't have it, but the many clans in Nanyang have it. The many martial arts schools have it. And I have a way to convince them to take out these herbs. I believe that they are happy to cooperate with me. After all, as long as it's done correctly, not only can they make a hard profit, but they can push back the giant ship that is the Nanyang Zhou clan. Why not? Su Rui had his chest full. This is killing with a borrowed knife. Lin Bei nodded his head slightly. He was high on Su Rui at the moment. After all, Su Rui spoke. Not wishful thinking, but he understands human nature very well. Using the double drive of interest and hatred to lay out, to combine. What is the sky turned upside down? At this moment, Su Rui seemed to have no more constraints, but instead said with confidence, there are two pillars that support the Nanyang Zhou clan, one of which is vast wealth, and the other is powerful force. Su Rui laughed. If I cut off the pillar of his wealth, Zhang Tang then go to cut off the pillar of his force. Then the giant ship of Nanyang Zhou collapsed. This for the sky turned upside down. Lin Bei couldn't help but applaud. Wonderful. Even if it's only on paper, it's a head-turner. Thank you, Lin Field Master, for your fallacious praise. Lin Bei smiled and said, I'm curious as to how you'll operate. When he said this, Lin Bei gave a beat, and then he seemed to smile. Tell me, what kind of support do you need? First, I have to address my own safety. The head of the Heavenly Academy and I have a grudge. Su Rui hurriedly said. The head of the Heavenly Courtyard, who is actually Duke Xiu, chased me to Nanyang, and should now be at the County King's mansion for a private meeting with the County Lord. This matter had already been mentioned in detail by Tainyo, and Lin Bei nodded his head gently. Seeing this, Su Rui continued, only need you to outwardly notify. I joined the dojo. The head of the Heavenly Academy will certainly be jealous of your strength. To avoid extraneous words, he will temporarily give up chasing me, but if he is completely seated on the throne of the chief great disciple in half a year, he is bound to be vindictive. The dojo will be in trouble then. Lin Bei listened to. In 6 months? What is that one afraid of? Immediately said confidently. No harm done. The matter is granted. When these words came out, Su Rui sighed in relief on the spot. In addition to that, I also need to borrow Zhang Tang. If I go to Nanyang to lay out my plans, I will inevitably hide my identity. So I need to utilize the aftermath of the dojo, and the best way to convince others of me is for Zhang Tang to show up in person. Lin Bei nodded. It's fine. After all, you're doing him a favor too, and it's only right that you should be assisted. Su Rui sighed in relief. Lin Field Master. In fact, there is another matter that I want to report to you. What is it? Lin Bei looked at Su Rui with slight curiosity. Field Master Lin, do you know why the Zhanyun Academy is selecting its chief disciple? Lin Bei shook his head. Su Rui let out a look. In fact, Zhanyun Academy to a news. The reason why the demonic beasts outside the Jade Valley Pass are competing for the position of Demon King is, in fact, most likely the Demon Saint, who is integrating the demonic creatures in preparation for attacking the Cloud State afterward. Demonic beasts are attacking Yunzhou? Why? Lin Bei asked. Because of the sacred bones, Su Rui said seriously. In the Zhanyun Academy, there is a martial saint who once handily slayed a demon saint and made his sacred bone into a sacred weapon and placed it in the Zhanyun Academy. Now, the demonic beasts outside the pass. A new demon saint has come out, precisely the offspring of the previous one, and it seems to be attempting to reclaim the demon saint's bones. Outside the Jade Valley Pass, the demonic beasts are competing for the Demon King in order to qualify to be able to follow the demon saint and attack the Cloud State. Lin Bei listened inwardly. The demon saint? The sage of martial arts? What level was that? He was only aware of the martial heavenly kings in this small frontier place. What realm is above the heavenly kings of martial arts? He knows nothing. Demon Saint, how strong should it be? Lin Bei immediately inquired. About how long will it take for the Demon Saint to attack Cloud State? Chapter 83, The Many Miraculous Exhalations. Hearing Lin Bei's inquiry, Su Rui didn't dare to hide anything. According to my analysis, Yunzhou is a large land with many experts, and if this Demon Saint wants to attack Yunzhou, he will inevitably unite with many other demon saints outside of Guanwei, and this will take time. Su Rui continued his analysis. Moreover, I heard that this new demon saint is very clever. Perhaps this kind of action is a deliberate performance, in order to make the Tsongyun Academy hand over the Demon Saint's relic bone without bloodshed by applying pressure. Therefore, not only the Jade Valley Pass, but of the 36 passes in the Cloud State, practically every one of them has demonic beasts in rebellion, attacking the border gate's key areas from time to time. Su Rue said seriously, the Tsongyun Academy's selection of chief disciples is actually meant to go deeper into the Guanwei, investigate this matter, and figure out the movements of the demonic beasts. Although the Tsongyun Academy believes that demonic beasts will attack the Cloud State and attack the Tsongyun Academy, I believe that there is actually no certainty as to whether or not the Demon Saint will attack the Cloud State, even if we do attack. In my opinion, a conservative estimate of 10 years or more. With regard to Su Rue's analysis, Lin Bei felt that it made sense. If he's conservative for more than a decade, why should he worry about it? 10 years later, how far will he go on his path to immortality in the way of heaven? Lin Bei nodded lightly. The matter is known to me. Su Rue continued. Master Lin, the matter of you and Zhang Tang and Nanyang should soon reach the General Hall of Qingyan City. They should apply for a first-class martial arts school examination book from the General Hall of Martial Arts, and it should be within 3 days that the examination book will be sent to the dojo. First-class martial arts school examination book? A trace of doubt flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. When Su Rue saw Lin Bei's look of ignorance, he also felt normal. After all, in his perception, immortal cultivators did not ask about the world. Even the status of a second-rate martial arts school was a gift from the Qingyan General Hall up the pole. Yes, according to the rules set up by the General Martial Arts Hall, if the General Martial Arts Hall of Qingyan wants to advance, it must have a sufficient number of first-class martial arts halls under its command. You made a big splash in Nanyang, and the dojo has long since qualified as a first-class martial arts center. Su Rue said, the Qingyan General Hall will definitely help the dojo apply for the qualification of a first-class martial arts hall. After all, if it's slow, the dojo can qualify for promotion to the town-level General Hall. That's why I concluded that within 3 days, the General Hall's first-class martial arts school examination book will definitely be delivered. In this regard, Lin Bei did have some understanding. The promotion system of martial arts schools was completely different from that of clans and academies. The promotion system of a martial arts school not only requires the martial arts school to be strong enough, but also by the number and level of martial arts schools under its command to reach a certain level. And then, Lin Bei looked at Su Rue. If you want to advance to first class, one of the hard tests is military service. I, on behalf of the dojo, would like to travel to Yugu Pass. With the identity of the Yugu Pass military department, I will be able to make the rumors true and use it to fool the Nanyang Zhou clan. Su Rue laughed. Want to invite the king into the urn in the middle of the layout? Then we must, as far as possible, consider every link. Only by preparing a dragnet, Nanyang Zhou will enter the urn. Lin Bei didn't hesitate and directly nodded his head in agreement. The matter is granted. Su Rue sighed in relief and stood up, respectfully saluting Lin Bei. There's nothing more to do under the table. Lin Bei nodded his head, and only then did Su Rue retire with a salute. Lin Bei looked at his back as he left, pondering. At that moment, Iron Bull, who was outside the door, walked in. Master, Su Rue's plan, is it reliable? When Tainyo reported, Lin Bei said that he could also listen in, but Tainyo was worried that Su Rue would not be able to let go if he was here, so he stood outside the door. But after all, he had 6 refinements of the Dao body, his hearing was sharp, and Lin Bei and Su Rue hadn't deliberately lowered their voices, so he could hear them clearly. Tainyo inquired, and Lin Bei nodded. Theoretically reliable, but it is only on paper. The specific implementation of how, all depends on his ability. If he can really succeed, it shows that his skill of strategy, enough to be surprised. Tainyo nodded his head. Master, you are right. No matter if he can succeed or not, at least the scheming idea is something we wouldn't have thought of. Lin Bei nodded. If this matter succeeded, it would naturally benefit the dojo. If it failed, there was nothing to lose. Let him try. I'd like to see him succeed. Master is wise. After the two left, Lin Bei began to think about how to help little Iris make up a cultivation method. Soon, Lin Bei's thoughts began to clear up. The Tong Ming Dan is actually an elixir that little Iris extracted the spiritual essence from the spiritual medicine through her own talent, and combined it with the pharmacology of the Divine Farmer's Classic of Materia Medica to match and harmonize and refine the elixir. Essentially, there is no problem with the refining of the Tong Ming Dan. The only problem is that little Iris doesn't realize that the aura within this kind of elixir needs to form some kind of rule in order to be called a spirit elixir. Lin Bei's eyes gradually cleared as he secretly said inwardly, little Iris can see the spiritual power of the heavens and earth, which means she can capture the rules of how the spiritual power of the heavens and earth operates. She practiced the art of spitting, And the reason why she didn't send it to practice is also very simple. Because she has already gotten used to the spiritual power of heaven and earth, and is used to breathing it as if it were air. Lin Bei drifted off. Habits become nature. Little Iris should, by all rights, have been born able to cultivate the art of vomiting, but it was precisely because of her habit that she was allowed to breathe in heaven and earth's spiritual energy as if she were breathing in air. This was completely different from Zhang Tong and Tainyo, who, at the beginning of their cultivation, were unable to see the spiritual power of heaven and earth because they were unable to see the spiritual power of heaven and earth, and thus sensed the existence of the spiritual power of heaven and earth through their perception. Therefore, after they perceived the spiritual power of heaven and earth, the spiritual power of heaven and earth was as conspicuous as a bright light in the dark night. On the contrary, little Iris, she was used to it, so she felt it was normal, and only when she saw the iron ox radiating, quenched spiritual power, she felt abnormal and strange. I see. Little Iris's cultivation method needs to start with the rules of the operation of heaven and earth's spiritual power, and the thousands of variations of the nature of heaven and earth's spiritual power, and the changes of the different rules can cause her to sense them. This is what got her started. Lin Bei's thoughts were clear and inspired. He understood that if little Iris's cultivation method was codified, it would not only be beneficial to her cultivation, but also have an unimaginable addition to alchemy. Time passes. 2 days later, Lin Bei had an additional book in front of him, with 5 big words written on it: The Law of All Miraculous Exhalations. The name of this book is taken from the Tao Te Ching, the mysterious and the mysterious, the gate of all mysteries. The multitude of wonders here refers to the nature of the 1,000 variations of the spiritual power of heaven and earth, and the nature of the rules of operation of the spiritual power of heaven and earth. The door to all the wonders is the door to the way. It's finally been compiled. This time, Lin Bei had made up a gong method that was more than just a framework. He had even depicted the outline. He believed that to this extent, little Iris should be able to send. Thinking about it, Lin Bei left the retreat room at the first opportunity. Master, you've come out of the gate? Xiao Luzi said hurriedly when he saw Lin Bei. Where's little Iris? Lin Bei asked. Where did she go? Chapter 84 Prosperity, Request for Bookshelf. Favorable comments. With extra shots. I heard that she ran off to Chen's cloth shop, Xiao Luzi said in a hurry. What's the point of going to Chen's cloth shop? Lin Bei was confused. I heard that she has pounded out some more methods of refining pills, but the dojo didn't have any herbs, so she went to Chen's cloth shop to ask her father for money. Lin Bei sniffed, and inwardly, he was a million times more satisfied. This little girl is really love alchemy, and also know to save money for the dojo, the main fight a nibble. Good boy, Kuroku asked. Master, are you looking for her? I'll go call her back. Lin Bei waved his hand. I'll go look for her myself, and by the way, I'll see how the village construction is going. Lin Bei knew. Today's village has not only wealthy businessmen from the former Qingyun town who came to invest in it, but also a large number of people who came to settle in it. He also wanted to see the development around his dojo, just out of the village. Lin Bei then froze. What did he see? Building after building, tens of meters high, were being constructed, and all kinds of busy streets could be seen everywhere throughout the village. A large number of goods are everywhere, and a large number of residential buildings have risen. Is this still our nameless village? Why is it so prosperous? Lin Bei inquired with slight surprise. Although previously Tainyo had pulled in many merchants such as Chen's cloth house to move in, but the village was still under construction at that time. How long has it been? It's changed too much. Hearing Lin Bei's inquiry, little sixth son spoke with a face full of admiration at this moment. Master, you don't know that during the few days you were in seclusion, Tainyo gave the task of building the perimeter of the dojo to Su Rue. Kuroku shrugged his shoulders. Here, this is what it turned out to be. Speaking of which, Kuroku was overwhelmed with emotion. Back then, Su Rue said before he came to the village that he could turn the village upside down and multiply the tax revenue in a short period of time. Now it seems that what he said is still too conservative. Yesterday I counted the number of merchants who applied for admission to our dojo. There are hundreds of households. How did he do it? Lin Bei couldn't help but inquire. Xiao Luzi thought for a moment and said, our dojo, because senior brother Zhang Tong challenged the Zhang clan. You defeated the Zhou clan's heavenly king of martial arts, and your reputation spread far and wide. Su Rue, take the opportunity to invite to publicize this place. In the eyes of many people, our place is mountainous and full of mystery. He took the opportunity to form sightseeing tours to take them on a sign-up basis for no cost. After getting a large number of lists, Su Rue went to find a large number of merchants to cooperate with, from various aspects such as food, dress, and amusement, and produced some costumes, toys, and amusement items that have the characteristics of our dojo. Xiao Luzi began to tell of Su Rui's divine operation. As a result, the first day after the merchant moved in, he brought in a large number of touring people, and the merchant made a lot of money. After this news spread, a large number of merchants began to apply for admission. In addition to this, the people around the area also enthusiastically want to join. Lin Bei sniffed and realized, this kid actually seized this wave of public opinion and caught this heaven-breaking riches based on traveling and tourism. Lin Bei couldn't help but praise it. This Su Rui is really a talent. Kuroku agreed deeply. No, this operation of his directly gave me a silly look. According to this trend, around our dojo, I'm afraid it will rapidly prosper. Lin Bei observed along the way and couldn't help but ask, how come I see a lot of tourists and all these people building houses? Do they seem to be working extra hard? Xiao Luzi said with a look of admiration. This is the tour method that Su Rui came up with. It's called the Peachtree Building Experience. And to put it mildly, in case you don't believe me, those people paid to help build the house. Lin Bei saw this and inwardly called out live long time. Master, look at the long line over there. It's actually a line for building timber and many materials. They're so willing? Lin Bei was curious about how Su Rui operated. Of course, Su Rui said that this program will not only free up their energy, as long as you participate in the construction, build a room, and pass the inspection. All those who participate in the construction have free sightseeing for life. You can also participate in watching a big play made up by our village. And the big play is called Zhang Tang vs. the Martial Grandmaster. Xiao Luzi said. The theater stage is all set up. The corner of Lin Bei's eye twitched. This operation, simply excellent. Along the way, Lin Bei quickly arrived at the Chen's cloth factory. At this moment, outside the Chen's cloth manor, little Iris was loudly hawking. Sell cloth, good satin, dojo practice clothes original model, not 928, not 528, just 228, dojo same model to bring home. At the moment, a whole bunch of tourists are jammed in to snap up. When Lin Bei saw this scene, he glanced at Xiao Luzi. Little sixth son similarly looked at Lin Bei. The two looked at each other. Nice guy, running out to sell cloth? What's going on here? Didn't she come to ask for money? Little sixth son smiled awkwardly. I heard little Iris say that she came to ask for money if she couldn't get it. She would sell the cloth herself. That Dan she's pounding. It's a sure thing. I thought she was joking, but I didn't realize she was playing for real. Lin Bei whispered. She's selling cloth. It looks like she doesn't have enough money. Why don't we leave first? Don't bother her to make money. For the dojo to support Xiao Kite's alchemy. Lin Bei that is not mentioned. The main fighter respect for the disciple's choice. Master, you're right. Xiao Luzi is now in charge of finance and is also the main one who is a financial fanatic. The two hit it off. Just as the duo turned around and prepared to slip away, little Iris's joyful voice came from behind them. Master, what brings you here? Discovered? Lin Bei and Xiao Luzi had to stop, looking at little Iris who ran towards him. Lin Bei immediately changed into a smile. Little Iris, why are you selling cloth here? Little Iris immediately said in an aggrieved voice, I came to ask for money, but it turned out that my father wasn't there. And that shopkeeper insisted that he couldn't withdraw the silver without my father's seal, so I was too angry to come and sell the cloth. He. Little Iris is smart, right? Lin Bei smiled as he said. Little Iris is so smart. At this time, little Iris immediately complained. Master, you said that the resources for cultivation are fully supported by the dojo. Nowadays, Wang Xiaolu he is in charge of the finances of our dojo. I looked for him to ask for money to buy herbs. He insisted that he didn't have any money and wouldn't give me herbs, so I had to come back to ask for the money. I clearly saw that he had received a large amount of silver from Su Rui. When these words came out, Xiao Luzi was calm. He felt that he and Lin Bei were on the same page, at least the money-saving part. Lin Bei had praised him many times. At this point, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow and looked directly at Xiao Luzi. Little six, is that true? Ha! There was some confusion in Kuroku. That's not true. Not long ago when he told Lin Bei about this, Lin Bei had only praised him for doing the right thing? How is this in front of little Iris? He looks like he wants to teach him a lesson? There is this thing, but the money Su Rui gave me, I have not yet counted into the account. It is not good to give Xiao Kaida. Nonsense, Lin Bei said with a stern face. Cultivation is a big deal. Money is something outside of your body. How can you treat it like a treasure? Master punishes you to go back and write a 1,000-word review. I want to see it on my desk at night. Little Six was dumbfounded by what he heard on the spot. The eyes that looked at Lin Bei were full of aggravation. The look seemed to say, Master, you backstabbed me. Chapter 85, Little Six Little Essay. Lin Bei could only apologize in his heart when he saw Xiao Luzi's aggrieved expression. It couldn't be helped. He did say to little Iris that cultivation was important and that the dojo supported it unconditionally. In the old days, it was a case of not having the money to paint a big picture. Now that he has money, he has to at least maintain his own image in front of little Iris. No, he could only let Xiao Luzi, the good boy who had followed him for more than a year, carry this pot. What are you looking at? Go back and write a review. Lin Bei gave a feigned angry rebuke, and little sixth son could only say helplessly, yes, master. Seeing Xiao Luzi being reprimanded, Xiao Iris naughtily spat her tongue at him. Little six was furious, showing his teeth to little Iris. As a result, his expression just made a frightened look. Little Iris immediately grabbed Lin Bei and cried, Master, he's mean to me. Lin Bei swept away with a glance and instantly glared at Xiao Luzi. Less words in the review? Go! Write a 10,000-word review. Yes, master. Little sixth son looked like a deflated ball of leather, drooping his head. After leaving, little six couldn't help but mutter, 10,000? Master, you're so biased. Why don't you let me write 100,000? No, how can I complain about master? Master is my bread and butter. He's so kind to me. I have to listen to advice. This 10,000 words, I have to write. Kuroko continued to mutter. Pissed me off. Little Iris, you little ninny, give me a wait. Have to find a chance to tease you a bit. Little sixth son, who left, glanced at little Iris with his afterglow and found little Iris with a villainous face, and was even more furious. The moment, little Iris said immediately when she saw Xiao Luzi leave. Master, in fact, Wang Xiaolu is quite good. I know, the development of the dojo needs money. I actually didn't think of asking for the dojo's money. I just wanted to catch him. Who made him so miserly? Master, I've had enough money to sell my cloth for a long time. Hey, I'm the only daughter in my family. Why do I need so much money? I'll spend a little for my father to save him from spending it all. Too filial. Lin Bei dotingly touched her head at this moment, his face full of appreciation. Let's go. Go back to the dojo. Master will teach you the immortal cultivation laws. Little Iris was stunned and then revealed a joyful expression. Really? Master? Master has already figured out the reason why you are unable to cultivate, and this time, he has created a set of tailor-made cultivation methods for you, so in the future, you will have to cultivate well. Lin Bei was full of expectations for little Iris. As for cultivation resources, if you are short of them, go to little sixth son. As long as the dojo has them, you will be fully supported. Little Iris said happily, Master is the best, but the money is even. Chen's cloth shop business is getting bigger and bigger. I'm afraid my father can't spend it all. I have to spend a little for him. Lin Bei smiled and nodded. What can he say? Maintaining a respectful disciple. Time passes. Dojo. Upon returning to the dojo, little Rocco immediately began to write a small composition. Today, I was punished by master with a 10,000 word review. To be honest, I'm very aggrieved, but I don't dare to talk back. I'm afraid that master will penalize me for writing 100,000 words. The last time I was penalized for writing a review, it was because when I was in the book collection room, I reminded my master to put the books into the bookshelf when I finished reading them. As a result, after the master put it into the bookshelf, he suddenly quizzed me on whether I practiced calligraphy seriously, and found that when I practiced calligraphy, the soldiers were not too deceitful, and wrote it as concealment, and also made 2 mistakes in a row, and punished me for writing an 8,000 word review. After that time, I swore that I would never be punished to write a review. I didn't expect that I would be punked by little Iris again. Little Iris, I hate you. The next time I play rice, I will add your least favorite chili pepper in it, the mega spicy kind. Finish writing your mini essays. Xiao Luzi only felt his whole body was flowing. At that exact moment, an irritated voice came out behind him. Wang Xiaolu, I'll bite you to death if you dare add chili to my rice again. Just after hearing the voice, Xiao Luzi only felt a pain in his arm, and a small mouth directly bit his arm. Chun Iris, loose lips. Why are you little ninny out of your mind? Loose in your mouth. Agu. With or without chili. Little Iris pronounced a little slurred because she was biting her little six. No more. No more. Fooling around. Loosen up a little ancestor. Xiao Luzi is full of stifled. The other side. Green Cloud City General Hall. Mu Qingyue held a paperwork in her hand and went straight to the dojo. Wagon. Mu Qingyue looked at the scenery along the way with a somewhat dazed expression. This paperwork was the very first-class martial arts school test that the Qingyan General Hall had applied for on behalf of the dojo. I didn't expect that the dojo would be promoted to first class so soon. Just who will the dojo send to Jade Valley Pass for this examination? Not a moment too soon. The carriage stopped in front of the dojo. Mu Qingyue just entered the dojo. She saw little Iris biting little Sixth's arm. And Teen Yo, who was practicing boxing on the side, looked like he was blind, and chose to ignore it directly. Stop, stop, stop. Little Iris, there's a guest. At these words, little Iris loosened her tongue. Looking at the teeth marks on his arm, little Six grimaced in pain. At this time, Tai Nyo, who was practicing boxing, seemed to have regained his sight as well, and came around the duo to Mu Qinyu's face. Miss Mu, what brings you here? Mu Qinyu handed out the paperwork. Congratulations. What happened in Nanyang? I recorded it in detail and submitted it to the General Hall. And now the General Hall of Martial Arts has issued the qualification for certification. Mu Qinyu smiled. Your martial arts school already has the qualifications to advance to first class. Oh, thank you. Iron Bull calmly took the paperwork. I wonder who your dojo, this time, will send to Jade Valley Pass? Mu Qinyu inquired curiously. You should have heard of this person. His name is Su Rue. Tai Nyo replied honestly. Su Rue? Hearing this name, Mu Qinyu revealed a puzzled expression. She felt as if she had heard it before, but she couldn't seem to remember it. A little reflection. Mu Qinyu suddenly remembered. I remember. A few days ago, you guys have been announcing to the outside world that a person called Su Rue has joined your dojo and is under the shelter of your dojo. Yes, that's him. Iron Bull nodded. Mu Qinyu revealed a cautious expression. She knew very well that the dojo had always kept a low profile, and now this high profile was unusual. Has this person committed some offense? Offended some power? That's why your dojo wants to protect him? Iron Bull nodded. Mu Qinyu understood, and then said, if that's the case, we, the Qingyun General Hall, can also make a joint announcement, declaring outwardly that we will protect him, and if there is a need to do so, we can also react to this matter to the top, and the top should speak out as well. That's all that's good about the Budo Main Hall. Although it seems particularly loose and free, it is surprisingly united when it comes to things. Because of this, the impartiality of the General Hall of Martial Arts was able to deter borderline giant clans like the Nanyang Zhou clan. After the main library is fair, something that is really on, there's no need to bother. With all due respect in this matter, the people Su Rue offended. You Qingyun General Hall can't afford to offend. There's no need to get involved. Iron Bull replied sincerely. As for asking for help online, it's even more unnecessary. Having to write a bunch of applications, not to mention the fact that someone needs to confirm the authenticity, is too much of a hassle. After all, this matter can be resolved by our dojo. Chapter 86. Dignity is only above strength. The dojo can fix it, but not the Qingyun Main Hall? Tai Nyo's naive expression, coupled with such sincere words, left Mu Qinyu speechless. After all, everyone knows that the dojo's Lin Field Master almost killed Zhou's Heavenly King. Even so, Mu Qinyu was somewhat unconvinced. Are you guys underestimating us? The Qingyun General Hall, that we can't even protect a single person if we want to? Tai Nyo said blandly. Su Rue's nemesis is the head of Songyun Academy's Heavenly Courtyard. Can you stand up to it? This statement was made. Mu Qinyu was immediately embarrassed. Songyun Academy? That was one of the top academies in the Cloud State. And moreover, it was still in existence that could be on par with the Cloud State Martial Arts General Hall. They couldn't really top the Green Cloud Main Hall. Mu Qinyu chose to remain silent. If she could do a favor, she certainly wouldn't mind. But nowadays, in this situation, it was better not to get involved. Right at this moment, a figure walks into the dojo. The moment Mu Qinyu saw this person, she could sense that this person's body had an extremely strong true intent of martial arts. A true intent realm powerhouse. Mu Qinyu had some inner surprise. What a pure martial true intent. This is a born martial artist. Iron Bull saw the visitor and waved. Su Rue, you're here? Let me introduce. This is Mu Qinyu from the Qingyun Main Hall. My name is Su Rue. Meet Miss Mu. Su Rue was courteous on the surface though, but there seemed to be something odd about his expression. Greetings to martial friend Su. After the two of them were slightly polite, Mu Qinyu said, Tai Nyo, the paperwork has been delivered, so I'll leave first. Slow down. Iron Bull wasn't polite either. When Mu Qinyu left, Su Rue's slightly twisted expression seemed to recover. Su Rue, what's wrong? How come there's something wrong with Mu Qinyu's demeanor when you met her? Tai Nyo asked suspiciously. Su Rue sighed and said meaningfully, Tai Nyo, please keep one thing in mind. The word color is a knife. Ha? Iron Bull was confused, bewildered. Mu Qinyu, outstanding appearance, temperament like an orchid, this kind of stunning color. Then to try the red face scourge. Su Rue emphasized again. Iron Bull was speechless. What the hell? He and Mu Qinyu is to recognize the acquaintance how to pull on the red face of the scourge. Soon, Tai Nyo reacted. Su Rue was being pitted once and had a psychological shadow on women with outstanding looks? Shaking his head, Iron Bull threw these strange and bizarre thoughts out of his mind. Su Rue, the paperwork has been sent. It's in your hands now. You can take the paperwork and depart for Yugu Pass. After saying that, Tai Nyo said with a concerned demeanor, be careful, even though we put out the word. That Shio should know that you're in our dojo and might intercept you. Su Rue smiled confidently at his words. No, after releasing the news, I detected that someone from the Tson Academy had secretly scouted the dojo. After they realized I was here, they didn't hesitate and just disappeared. Su Rue smiled and said, Duke Chio, as the head of the Heavenly Courtyard is competing for the Chief Great Disciple, he won't allow a single mistake, and the ease with which Field Master Lin defeated Zhou's Heavenly King is enough to deter him. In order to avoid any complications, he will inevitably return to Tson Academy at the first opportunity, and I can even travel openly. Being careful is a good thing. Don't be careless. Tai Nyo looked serious. Su Rue also saw Tai Nyo's genuine concern, so he directly arched his hand. Many thanks. However, I am traveling to Jade Valley Pass this time in order to go to the layout, and my identity may be known to the Nanyang Zhou clan, so I hope to utilize your identity. Iron Bull nodded. That's no problem. Su Rue also does things cleanly, directly grabbing the paperwork and turning around. Looking at the thunderous Su Rue, Xiao Luzi couldn't help but ask, Tai Nyo, leaving just like this? Don't you need to say a word to master? No need. Tai Nyo shook his head. What should have been said was said a long time ago. There's no need to disturb master's purification. Also, Little Six thought deeply. In the meantime, Jade Valley Pass. When Su Rue arrived at Yugu Pass, he was immediately summoned by the general guarding the pass. So you're from the dojo? The general guarding the pass, dressed in battle armor, with copper bell eyes, swept over the paperwork and glanced at Su Rue again. And your name is Iron Bull? Yes. Greetings to General Qian. Su Rue bowed respectfully. You know me? General Qian asked with great surprise. Great General Qian, your great name has shaken the Cloud State. 10 years ago, you personally killed the 100-faced demon fox that was comparable to the late stage of the Heavenly King of Martial Arts, and no one in the Cloud State knows about this matter. Nowadays, the demons outside the pass are in rebellion, but they cannot set foot in Yunzhou. You deserve the credit. Su Rue's speech is not only clear and organized, but also justified. General Qian was very happy to hear this. Ti Nyo, you're good at talking, but there's just one thing that I'd like to ask you about. General Qian's smile turned abruptly, and there was something fierce about his expression. I heard that Zhang Tang of your dojo killed our border guard general Zhang Zhong. Is it true that your dojo's Linfield master disabled our guard general, Zhang Tsonglong? As soon as these words came out, Qian did directly pressed a terrifying aura over. Su Rue said with a calm demeanor, this is indeed the case. However, this matter has the impartiality of the General Hall of Martial Arts, and also belongs to the private affairs of the Zhang clan, which is reasonable and sensible, and General Qian understands the righteousness of the situation, so naturally he will not blame us. Su Rue's calm attitude impressed General Qian. He was only heard laughing, and the atmosphere seemed to have eased up instantly. Not bad. We have people from all the clans, academies, and martial arts schools in Jade Valley Pass, so of course we have to take care of our own personal matters. After saying that, General Qian looked at Su Rue with interest. Since you've come to Jade Valley Pass, the old rule is to accumulate enough military merits before leaving. General Qian said, during this time, do not leave this first step. If anything happens you may apply to me. Yes. Su Rue led the order. I see that you are pure in your true intent of martial arts. You should be a rare martial arts prodigy. How about this? I'll make an exception and let you serve as a 10th general and receive the Order of the Border Guard. Great General Qian continued. Thank you, General. Su Rue said respectfully. Those who could come to the border were at least strong in the martial intent realm, and those who could serve as 10 husbandmen were either martial Dao sovereigns or strong at the true intent level of the martial Dao who had military merits to advance to the next level. Now that Su Rue was appointed just after he arrived, it is naturally considered a breakthrough promotion. When Su Rue left, a general in black armor standing beside General Qian suddenly said, General Qian, you asked Tai Nyo to serve as a 10-man commander, and the team he went to seems to be the team led by Zhang Zhong, right? General Qian smiled slightly. Exactly. Zhang Zhong's team seems to be very trusting of Zhang Zhong, and their feelings are extraordinary. The black armored general said, he was killed by Zhang Tang of the dojo, so I'm afraid he'll take it out on Tai Nyo. When he said this, he saw that General Qian looked calm and immediately understood something. General Qian said faintly, private matters, we can't control, but at the border, there are naturally border rules. Chapter 87, Burning the Dojo. Chapter 87. The black-armored general pondered, then smiled. Great General Qian is very righteous. I thought you were high on that Tino. General Qian tapped his 5 fingers lightly on the seat and said calmly. It's not that I don't think highly of him, it's just that it's a power that he'd have to be qualified to take. The other side. Su Rui came to the military camp and just walked into the military tent, immediately sensing the extremely tense atmosphere here. Of the 10 people present, almost every single one of them was staring at him in death, and some of them even wanted to eat him alive. Yo, if it isn't our new decapitator. I heard it's a loser from the dojo. As soon as these words came out, Su Rui's pupils condensed and he fiercely looked at this person. What did you say? I say. The man looked sarcastic. You're from the dojo. Waste. However, before his words fell, he only felt a sharp pain in his chest, and in the next second, his entire body was actually like a cannonball, and he was directly slapped out. What? Don't you dare do it. Seeking death is not an option. In a split second, 3 martial intentions of the true intent of the martial Dao surged forth, and 6 martial intent manifestations erupted. Facing the crowd's aura, Su Rui snorted coldly and looked around with cold eyes. What? Do you want to revolt? However, his voice did not deter these people at all, instead enraging the crowd. The people of the dojo, who beat and killed Zhang Zhong, will avenge Elder Zhong today. Elder Zhong has been so gracious to me, letting someone from the dojo be our decapitator? Dream on. In a flash, the 9 people unexpectedly swarmed up and combined their attacks in a unique battle method. It seems I've been underestimated. Su Rui's head turned slightly, moving his wrists and scratching one hand to his waist. The next second, the crowd attacked. Su Rui instantly drew his belt from his waist, and his belt unexpectedly transformed into a soft sword. Immediately after that, he was like a swimming dragon dodging the attacks of the crowd, and in the midst of the combined attacks of the crowd, it was as if he was walking leisurely. By gently shifting and changing his feet, he was able to dodge the attacks, and the sword light shimmered and crisscrossed. The moment Su Rui passed through the crowd, the soft sword re-emerged as a belt and resumed its place. You're such a subtle, slippery pace. You kid, don't think you can get away. A few martial artists instantly shouted angrily. However, among the crowd, a burly man with a country face at the true intent realm of the martial Dao directly stopped the crowd. Enough, don't humiliate yourself. When these words came out, there were many martial artists who were immediately annoyed. Brother Tang, what do you mean? But he only escaped. What's the point of stopping us? The dojo must be made to pay the price. Today. Nice. The crowd was agitated, and Su Rui looked at them with a calm expression. At that moment, the man called Brother Tang let out a bitter laugh. Look at your heart area. The crowd froze and hurriedly looked down, surprisingly finding that a piece of the uniform, in the heart area, was missing. Hiss. It was at this moment that the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. What kind of subtle control was this? If they wanted to, wouldn't they be able to pierce their hearts? They then realized that the man in front of them was so terrifying, dealing with their combined attacks, not only idly, but actually had the strength left to show mercy. Gentlemen. Su Rui saw that the crowd had calmed down, and only then did he slowly open his mouth. I know that you respect Zhang Zhong, but do you know that when he died under Zhang Tang, he didn't have half a grudge, but instead praised Zhang Tang as a good boy? When these words came out, the crowd froze slightly. Are you looking for the wrong person when you direct your anger above the dojo? Are you telling the truth, Elder Zhong? Did he really say that when he died? Brother Tang hurriedly inquired. Of course. Just think about it. Who is Zhang Tang? After all, he is a member of the Zhang clan. Even if the favor is broken, at least there is a bloodline connection. Does the Zhang clan really want him to die? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. The Zhang clan actually didn't want him to die, but they had no choice. And all of this is just because of the Nanyang Zhou clan. The Zhou clan's martial arts heavenly kings made him unable to do anything about it. It was because of the Nanyang Zhou clan that the tragedy of his fellow clansmen killing each other was caused. Who do you think is the person who should be the most ruthless? When these words came out, someone immediately said in annoyance, Nanyang Zhou clan. Not bad. Su Rui smiled and patted the man's shoulder. Gentlemen, we are not enemies, on the contrary, we share a common enemy. At these words, that Brother Tang sighed. AI. It's not that we actually know nothing about it. It's just that the heavenly king of martial arts, we can only look up to him and are powerless to take revenge. Yes, which of our martial heavenly kings at the border is not a big shot? There's no way they'll step in for us either. Su Rui smiled faintly. Gentlemen, truth be told, I came to the border. In addition to accomplishing the task of the dojo, I also have another task, and that is, to straighten out the Nanyang Zhou clan. When these words came out, a ray of light flashed in the eyes of the crowd. Really? Naturally true. The other side. Dojo. Lin Bei was cultivating when suddenly an anxious voice came from outside the door. It's no good. It's gone overboard. Quick, put out the fire. Lin Bei opened the door suspiciously, then directly grabbed a dojo apprentice on the side. What's going on? Master, the alchemy room was burned down by little Iris. What's the situation? Why did the alchemy room burn down? Lin Bei hurriedly walked in the direction of the alchemy room. Soon his face became ugly. Only a sea of fire was seen in the alchemy room, and even the 10 or so nearby rooms were all set ablaze. At this exact moment, Zheng Tang and Tainyo also rushed over. Master, the two said immediately. Almost at the same time, a dojo disciple who was putting out the fire said anxiously, Master, it's not good. We didn't find little Iris. No one cares about how we shouted. She's probably still in the alchemy room. What? Lin Bei's face changed abruptly, and with almost no hesitation, he directly rushed towards the burning alchemy room. Zheng Tang was also ready to rush in when Tainyo stopped him. Senior Zhang, the fire is too big. You shouldn't go when Master goes, Tainyo said. We should immediately organize the dojo's senior brothers to extinguish the fire in an orderly manner. Also, Zheng Tang nodded. In the meantime, in the middle of the alchemy room, little Iris was sitting in front of the alchemy furnace, and although there was a large fire burning around her, she was still treating it as if she hadn't heard it, and was instead trying her best to control something. Right at this moment, a beam above little Iris's head collapsed, directly smashing into little Iris. Lin Bei instantly cast a spell. Black and white chi surged forth, and the Taiji Xian shield instantly enveloped little Iris as the beams of the room were shaken apart. Phew! Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief. Little Iris seemed to have sensed Lin Bei's arrival as she glanced at him and then grinned. Master, I knew you would come. You wait, I'll be done here in a minute. Lin Bei was instantly furious. If he came a little bit later, I'm afraid that little Iris would have been smashed into a serious injury. But this little girl is still refining pills? Is she still making pills? He was just about to get angry when a voice suddenly came from his head. Your disciple, little Iris, comprehends the introduction to the method of the multitude of wonderful vomiting. Chapter 88, 5 breaks, correcting errors and adding more for bookshelves and favorable reviews. You've realized the method of the many wonders of the Buddha. Your Taiji spitting method, for times to break the limit, is in the process of melting down. Congratulations! Your Taiji exhalation method, 5 limit breaks. The bottom line has been strengthened again, and the speed of exhalation has increased dramatically. Lin Bei's fire had subsided quite a bit at the moment. However, seeing little Iris, this crazy girl, actually refining pills under such circumstances, the fire that had subsided instantly surged up again. However, just at this time, a voice appeared again in his mind. Your disciple, little Iris, has comprehended the basic alchemy, introductory. Your basic alchemy is upgraded to perfect. Your disciple, little Iris, refined a top-grade rejuvenation pill, and your understanding of rejuvenation pills was elevated to extreme. The successive news directly surprised Lin Bei. At this moment, in looking at little Iris, not only was there no anger, but instead, she felt that the more she looked at her, the better she looked at her. This crazy girl has brought him a heavenly surprise this time. Is it possible that the legend says, if you're not crazy, you can't live? Not to mention the fact that after the fusion of the multi-myriad vomiting methods, his Taiji vomiting method had broken the limit 5 times, and his bottom line had been greatly strengthened. This time, this spirit pill alone had really given Lin Bei a huge surprise. This was because, by controlling the refining method of the extreme spirit recovery pill, he had already understood the effects of the spirit recovery pill. What's the biggest effect of this back elixir? Surprisingly, it was able to quickly recover the depleted spiritual energy. What does that mean? It meant that the spiritual energy consumed by Lin Bei's spells no longer needed to be painstakingly refined back. He only needed to swallow the elixir and quickly recover the consumed spiritual energy. Right at this moment, little Iris excitedly opened the Dan furnace. One could only see that there were 8 exquisite pills in the furnace, and within these 8 pills, one could tell that there was a trace of spiritual essence swirling around the pills according to some sort of rules. Master, I've made it. Spirit recovery pill. I've refined it. I've refined it. Lin Bei favored her by walking to her side. What was a big fire or not was directly ignored by him. Good boy, little Iris said excitedly. Senior brother Zhang Tang said that when he executed the surprising God thrust, he used up the spiritual energy in the Tong Tian acupuncture point. So I thought of refining an elixir for him that would quickly restore his spiritual energy. Little Iris danced with excitement. Now that I've succeeded, I've specifically researched the spirit recovery pill through the characteristics of a quenched and unquenched Tao body. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. After the excitement, little Iris saw the blazing fire burning all around them, and saw the black and white chi surrounding them, and instantly understood that this was Master's spell. Master, is this your spell? It seems to be very powerful. I want to learn it. Lin Bei smiled and said, I'll teach you when your Dao body has been successfully tempered and can store spiritual energy. Master is the best. Little Iris said happily. Then she saw the dilapidated house around her and was bereft. Master, I'm sorry, I accidentally burned down the Dan room, and when I was refining the Dan, a trace of flame sputtered out from under the furnace. I just couldn't manage it when I was in the middle of a critical moment of epiphany. Little Iris said pitifully, now, I'm actually still bothering Master to come and save me personally. The Dan room burned down. It's all Xiao Luzi's fault. He was the one who was in charge of supervising the Dan room in the first place. Lin Bei directly dumped the pot, but the Dan room burned down because of a mistake. Little Iris blinked her eyes. It can't all be blamed on Wang Xiaolu. If you don't blame him, who do you blame? It is that when he supervised the construction, his safety awareness was not strong. Don't be anxious. When you go out, the master will take out the anger for you, Lin Bei said righteously. Little Iris blinked her little eyes and didn't say anything more. She seemed to sense her master's favoritism towards her, while inwardly she could only wish little sixth son well and seek her own fortune. As he spoke, Lin Bei directly led little Iris towards the outside from the blazing fire. Xiao Luzi was overjoyed at the sight. Master has come out. Little Iris is fine. Great. When Zhang Tang saw the shield made of black and white chi around Lin Bei and little Iris, he also revealed an expression that it was really like that. Sure enough, this is Master's spell. Master, are you guys alright? Little sixth son hurriedly said. Little Iris, are you okay too? I am fine. Little Iris's eyes dodged, as if she had done something wrong. Little sixth son was a bit puzzled. What was the situation? Why did little Iris look so ashamed of him? Between doubts, Lin Bei's voice came out. Little sixth son, do you want something to happen to Master very much? Ha? Little Rocco was confused. Seeing this, Zhang Tang instantly understood what was going on and quietly and silently slipped away. Before he slipped away, he was surprised to find that Iron Bull had left early. Coincidence? Senior brother Zhang, why did you leave as well? Zhang Tang smiled awkwardly. Coincidentally, Tai Nyo, didn't you leave as well? Master has always favored little sister. This little sixth son is responsible for building the Dan room. Now that the Dan room has burned down, Master just had that attitude. Obviously want to be accountable. Don't go and stay to be lectured? I remember the Dan room. I also instructed a few sentences. I also had a share in the construction of the Dan room. Zhang Tang replied similarly. The senior brothers and sisters, seeing the blank-faced Xiao Luzi, were inwardly delighted. Someone took the fall. That's so nice. Master, how could I possibly wish something to happen to you? This is absolutely impossible. Little sixth son realized afterward. When Master first asked you to build a Dan room, this is how you built it? Lin Bei had an angry look on his face. Little Iris went to the Dan room to refine pills, and actually managed to set the Dan room on fire. If it wasn't for Master's timely arrival, little Iris would have either died or been injured. Are you joking with Master? Ah, this, that. Xiao Luzi didn't know what to say for a moment. His first thought was to let Zhang Tang and Tainyo help him put in a good word. After all, although he was in charge of overseeing the construction of this Dan room, Tainyo and Zhang Tang were both involved. Only, when he turned his head, Tainyo and Zhang Tang, who were still next to him, had already disappeared. Slipped. Xiao Luzi only reacted to this. These two guys, even, slipped away in advance, leaving him to take the blame. Master, me, enough. Lin Bei directly interrupted Xiao Luzi's explanation. Master is too lazy to listen to your explanation. Go write a 10,000 word review. Be profound. Yes. Little Six drooped his head and was filled with dismay. Soon, the fire in the den was extinguished. Calm seems to have been restored to this fire. Rocco went back to his dorm room and took out his little book. Angry. Today, I was chastised by my master again. And again, I had a 10,000 word review. I'll take the blame alone for the fire in the den. I blame senior brother Zhang Tang, who instructed me to build it according to the specifications of a martial artist's alchemy room in the first place, as well as Tainyo, who patted his chest and told me in the first place that he had taken the drawings of the best alchemy room in Qingyun town. I'll take this revenge. Next time you guys drink water, I'll have to give you some laxatives to make you backstab me. After keeping a small notebook, Xiao Luzi honestly took out a piece of paper and began to write a review. In the meantime, Borderlands, Su Rui successfully convinced Brother Deng and the other 10 people. Among them, Big Brother Deng said with immense excitement, Tai Nyo, your plan, wonderful, old Deng. I, for one, am convinced. That's right, you were right, we hated the wrong people, and now we all listen to you. Inside the tent, all of the people were looking at Su Rui. showing their admiration. Chapter 89, The Prestige of the Dojo. Su Rue utilized his strength and excellent lobbying talent. After successfully convincing Zhang Zhong's original men, he did not trust them easily. Instead, by checking the background of these people and their relationship with Zhang Zhong, etc. After checking them one by one, it was determined that these people were trustworthy. After determining that it was believable, Su Rue immediately revealed a part of his plan, in which the part about the healing pills, Su Rue said in great detail. For this, the sergeants were deeply impressed. Seeing that the time had come, Su Rue immediately said, "Gentlemen, if we want to leave the border to try out our plans, we need military honors. So our top priority now is to obtain military honors. I have enough military honors from returning home to visit my family to be able to leave for a few months." Brother Tang, one of the sergeants, immediately said, "Me too, I'm not enough." Soon the crowd spoke up, and 3 of them had enough military honors. Seeing this, Su Rue said after a little thought, "Gentlemen, since I'm here, how can I spend your military credits? I have a plan to get a huge amount of military credits. At that time, not to mention the military credits for going back to your hometown to visit your family. Even the military credits for a direct discharge would be enough." When these words came out, the crowd revealed a brilliant light. "Really? If that's true, won't we be able to go back to our hometown? It's not easy to obtain a huge amount of military honors." 10th Captain Iron Bull, "Do you have a plan?" Many people showed joy. Su Rue smiled and said, "I've heard that foreign beasts outside of the pass attack Yugu Pass from time to time." A sergeant answered, "The frequency of attacks by foreign beasts nowadays is roughly once every 3 to 5 days, with strengths ranging from the 1st to the 9th grade, with the occasional demonic beast miserably mixed in. The foreign beasts of grades 1 to 9 corresponded to a martial artist's refining body, Dan Hai, and martial intent, while the demonic beasts, on the other hand, were comparable to a Zongshur. As far as I know, the reason why these foreign beasts attack the Jade Valley Pass with such frequency is because the great demon that led them set the rule to attack the Jade Valley Pass and kill the number of martial artists as points, to determine the status of the demonic beasts under the great demon's command." Su Rue inquired, "Is it?" "Yes," Brother Tang said, "the foreign beasts attack the Jade Valley Pass at a set time each time, and after each attack, they sound the retreat. The 4 town generals have also said that this is a game between demonic beasts, seemingly in order to elect a demon king." Su Rue smiled faintly. "I have seen the map outside the pass. I have a plan. If successful, it can make the demonic beasts lose a lot of money. The demonic beasts can't attack Yugu Pass anymore. Can I get a huge amount of military achievements? If so, is it more than a sea of money?" Brother Deng said excitedly, "What is the scheme?" Su Rue directly took out a map. On top of the map, there was the Jade Valley Pass, and some terrain outside of it, which included mountains and the sea. "Look here, you guys, do you know what this peak is called?" The crowd shook their heads. "This mountain is called the Tsanghai Heavenly Mountain, and on top of the Heavenly Mountain there is a giant lake." Su Rue laughed. "Gentlemen, if we cut off the water of the Tianshan Mountain and let it pour over, what will happen?" When these words came out, the crowd revealed a shocked look. "I have seen the terrain outside the Jade Valley Pass, the underground depression. Once the water of the Tianshan Mountain is overturned, it is bound to flood this piece of 10,000 miles at that time. I am afraid that the foreign beasts stationed here will be killed or injured, and because of the truncation of this place, the balance of strength between the foreign beasts will be broken. At that time, between the foreign beasts, are bound to kill each other, eat each other's forces, in order to seek a higher position. This is a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone." Su Rue finished. The many sergeants looked at each other in dismay. This air of planning and strategizing between laughter and talk made them not feel admiration. Can the waters of the Heavenly Mountain flood such a large place? How come I don't think it's plausible? The Heavenly Mountain, which we are aware of, is some distance away from this place, and it's impossible for that lake to flood this place even if there's more water in it, isn't it? Brother Deng raised his doubts. Su Rue confident smile. "The wonder of nature is here. People think that the water of Tianshan Mountain, because the sky falling water, the formation of giant lakes, in fact, is because of the place where this connection to the Tsanghai, as long as cut off here, because the Tsanghai endless also, the seawater will be unceasing. The water of the Tianshan Mountain pouring, will follow the terrain, this flow, but it will not flood everything endlessly, for such is the marvel of nature, that after the waters of the Heavenly Mountain have been poured out to this extent, a marvelous cycle of return to the Tsanghai will be formed." As Su Rue spoke, he drew a route on top of the map. "I've seen the locations of the alien beasts entrenched outside of the Jade Valley Pass, and most of them are on this line. So this plan can be called, with the help of the momentum of the inverted C, let them appreciate the wrath of the Tsunhai. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. I believe you. Brother Deng was the first to take a stand. As esoteric as it sounds, I believe you too. Me too. Soon, the crowd on the floor took a stand. Good. Su Rue laughed. If that's the case, I'll ask General Qian for an order to implement this plan under the pretext of an in-depth investigation into the movements of the foreign beasts. We hear you. Other side. Song Yun Academy. Duke Xiu stood respectfully in front of a bamboo house. Mr. Xiu, since you're here, please come in. Enter the bamboo house. The bamboo house is simply furnished with books, paintings and bookshelves. In front of the table, there was a man wearing a green robe. The man looked young, but there was the precipitation of years in his eyes. One of his arms was empty, while the other hand was on top of a bookcase, writing calligraphy. Late Senior Chiu Hang, meet the Heavenly King in green. Mr. Chiu, please. The green-clothed Heavenly King put down the pen in his hand and made a gesture of having an invitation to the bookcase. Xiu Gongzi had just sat down when the green-clothed Heavenly King slowly spoke. Xiu Gongzi has always been a man of no consequence. Are you looking for me today to use the favor I owe you? Duke Qiu sighed. If it's not necessary, Senior really doesn't want to bother Senior. There's no need to be so polite. The green-clothed Heavenly King said indifferently. I'm only in the late stage of the martial Heavenly King, and you're also in the middle stage of the martial Heavenly King cultivation. So there's no need to call yourself a junior. Xiu Gongzi laughed, nonetheless. The martial Dao Heavenly King preliminary, intermediate, and late stage. It sounds like the gap is not big, but in fact the difference is cloudy. Each promotion requires the martial domain to sublimate. The gap in strength is huge, and it is appropriate for me to call myself a latecomer. The green-clothed Heavenly King lightly swept a glance at Duke Qiu. Say, what is it that you want from me? Elder, you should be aware of the matter of hunting down Su Rue, right? Duke Qiu said. I know. The green-clothed Heavenly King nodded. Still haven't chased him down? I heard that he rolled up quite a few of your treasures. Speaking of Su Rue, Duke Qiu couldn't help but twitch his face. He's too slippery and incredibly shrewd. The initial Heavenly King dispatched for the first time was misled by him and chased in the wrong direction, and he hasn't been able to catch up since. The green-clothed Heavenly King nodded his head. You're asking me to help you tackle him? At that moment, Duke Qiu shook his head. Nonetheless, I know where he is. Oh, since he knew where Su Rue was, he actually didn't go to capture him? The green-clothed Heavenly King revealed an interested expression. Chapter 90, Spirit Recovery Pill, Carving Little Iris. Where is he? The green-clothed Heavenly King inquired. Changyun City, outside of Changyun Town's Dingzi Town, in the middle of the dojo within the nameless village. Duke Qiu said. Dojo? The green-clothed Heavenly King revealed a puzzled look. With your reputation as Duke Qiu, is it possible that the dojo would dare not to deliver? Duke Qiu let out a bitter laugh. More than daring, the dojo even publicly announced that Su Rue had joined the dojo to show his patronage. Oh, the green-clothed Heavenly King revealed a look of surprise. Isn't this a blatant slap in your Duke Qiu's face? When these words came out, Duke Qiu's face was bitter. Senior's words, they are too direct. The green-clothed Heavenly King laughed loudly. Could it be that you want me to go to the dojo, recapture Su Rue, and destroy the dojo in the process? When these words came out, Duke Qiu quickly waved his hand. Nonetheless, now that I'm competing for the position of Chief Great Disciple, I must not cause any trouble. I would like to ask you to explore the dojo. Oh, the green-clothed Heavenly King was stunned. He could see Duke Qiu's scorn. This dojo, could it be a dragon's den? Duke Qiu's face was serious. The exact strength of the dojo is unknown. The genre is special, and the most dangerous of them all is a person called Lin Bei. He is the dojo's field master. The green-clothed Heavenly King nodded. Lin Bei actually makes you so afraid? What is he capable of? Duke Qiu said. His true strength is unknown, but he once defeated Zhou's Heavenly King with a single, fluid move. And look at his attitude. He doesn't give it the slightest thought. The green-clothed Heavenly King drifted off. I see. So he's at least at the middle stage of the martial Heavenly King or above? Yes. Lord Qiu nodded. Although my people have poked around the dojo, the news they received was too outrageous. And it is precisely because the dojo is so mysterious that I asked you to make a trip there in person to find out the truth. The green-clothed Heavenly King laughed. Interesting. I wonder what news you got that makes you feel outrageous. Duke Qiu said helplessly. My subordinates told me that the strongest person in the dojo is Lin Bei, followed by Zhang Teng, and then Tang Yo. Seems to have no masters besides the three of them. How can a dojo have such a serious break in strength? It must have hidden its clumsiness. Indeed outrageous. The Heavenly King in green also thought deeply. Mr. Qiu made a bow. I'll trouble the Heavenly King in green clothes with this matter. I just need to find out the truth. And when I ascend to the throne of the chief great disciple, I'll take the time to deal with the dojo at that time. It's just that after this time, I'll only owe you one more favor. It's natural, Mr. Cho left. The green-clothed Heavenly King was interested, and on the white paper on the table, he wrote down 2 words, Dojo. Not a moment too soon. He put away the scroll and got up to leave the bamboo house. It was only shortly after he had left that a cool voice entered his ears. Sing-ee, where are you going? The green-clothed Heavenly King's footsteps lurched as he looked up. Only a woman wearing a long white sandy dress was seen sitting on top of the treetops not far away. This woman had beautiful features and looked to be only 18 or 19 years old. However, the moment the green-clothed Heavenly King saw this woman, he hastened to bow respectfully. Greetings to Luo Shang. The woman smiled faintly, like a flower blossoming in the spring breeze. Xing-ee, you were originally my recipient of the martial arts benefactor. Why do you have to be like this? Saint, do not be slow. Hypocrisy. Luo Shang responded indifferently. Ever since you broke your arm, you've been hiding in the Tsongyun Academy, and I've just come to look for you here and realized that you're ready to leave? Where are you going to go now? The green-clothed Heavenly King sighed. A favor to be paid. I need to make a trip to the dojo. What dojo? Luo Shang was filled with doubt. Xing-ee slowly came to say what he knew one by one. Immortalists? A new school? Luo Shang smiled faintly. That's interesting, but before you go, accompany me to a place. What place? The green-clothed Heavenly King had some doubts. To the Sea of Cold Flowers. Upon hearing the Sea of Cold Ice Flowers, a trace of pain flashed across the green-clothed Heavenly King's face. It's been 10 years already. How can you break through if you can't get rid of the knot in your heart? Go away. She's lying there. You need to face her head on. The green-clothed Heavenly King wanted to speak, but finally sighed. I know. The moment. In the middle of the dojo, Lin Bei personally concocted the pills and came out with an extremely high-grade spirit recovery pill. This time, the spirit pill is too expensive. According to Lin Bei's estimation, he needed at least 100 taels of silver to refine an extreme-grade spirit recovery pill. On the contrary, the top-grade spirit recovery pill that Little Iris had refined had fewer consumables and only required 50 taels. Try the effect. After Lin Bei swallowed the extreme spirit recovery pill, he immediately felt a massive amount of spiritual energy filling the first chakra within the pill. Lin Bei immediately began to refine it, and after almost only an incense stick of time, the spiritual energy that had been consumed within his first chakra was restored as before. There was even 70 to 80% of the spiritual energy that had to be wasted because it could not be refined. The effect of this extreme spirit recovery pill is also too good to be true. One can completely fill the first chakra. Lin Bei was deeply surprised inwardly. It's just that, the spiritual power in this elixir can only be refined by a quenched vein to refine the spiritual power in the medicinal effect. So it seems that it's really specifically used to restore spiritual power. Lin Bei understood that the excess elixir spiritual energy could only be wasted and could not be used to quench the first chakra. Lin Bei took another look at the top-grade spirit recovery pills that Little Iris had given him, and he compared it to the fact that roughly 10 top-grade spirit recovery pills could only be worth one extreme grade. After understanding, Lin Bei no longer paid attention to the spirit recovery pill and instead pondered. It seems that we have to let Little Iris research some pills that can aid in cultivation. Lin Bei was full of confidence in Little Iris. After all, the spirit recovery pill had been pounded out, and the pills that assisted in cultivation, were they still far away? Thinking about it, Lin Bei left the retreat room and found Little Iris was inside the small pavilion of the dojo, intently reading a book. Among them, she placed the Divine Farmer's Classic of 100 Herbs in the very center, flanked by various medicinal books. Lin Bei didn't interrupt, but silently came behind Little Iris. Little Iris was mesmerized as she watched, taking notes on something. Lin Bei took a closer look, found another book by Little Iris with densely written words. It recorded the pharmacology of various herbs, and she also wrote a new pharmacological structure in accordance with her own understanding and observation, combined with the Shinon 100 Herb Classic. After looking at it for a short while, Lin Bei only felt a headache. It's too complicated. When Lin Bei had obtained the knowledge of refining the extreme spirit recovery pill, he had known that it was very complicated and arcane, and now that he had seen Little Iris's notes, he realized it. Behind the birth of every kind of elixir, there was unimaginable effort. Looking at the hard-working Little Iris, Lin Bei nodded in relief. He realized that what Little Iris was researching this time seemed to be pills that could aid in cultivation and speed up cultivation. Lin Bei secretly gave Little Iris encouragement inwardly. At this time he suddenly saw Xiao Liuzi, doing nothing, with a piece of grass in his mouth. Chapter 91, The Second Yang. Opening the Heavenly Gate. Green-clothed Heavenly King. Dojo. Koroku. while leaning back in his rocking chair, admired the sky. Clear skies and no clouds. The sunlight poured down, accompanied by the rocking of the rocking chairs, and it was so relaxing. At this exact moment, Xiao Luzi suddenly felt a chill that rose up from his back. He instinctively turned his head, only to see Lin Bei looking at him with a smile. Although Lin Bei was smiling, Xiao Luzi always felt shaky. Master, comfortable? Lin Bei narrowed his eyes and inquired with a smile. Comfortable. Little Six replied as if he were a mosquito humming. Comfortable? I asked you to supervise the construction of a new alchemy room. Did you supervise it? Lin Bei questioned. Xiao Luzi said in a panic. Master, I learned from the lessons of the last time and understand that having a wooden structure around the Dan room is also dangerous. So after discussing with the craftsman, I decided to use an all lapis lazuli structure, and the site has to be larger. Get to the point, Lin Bei angrily rebuked. I'm waiting for artisans lapis. So, nothing to do? Look at Tainyo, look at Zheng Teng, and then look at little Iris, and look at your senior brothers. Which one isn't practicing? Are you the only one who is idle? Lin Bei asked. Little Rocco had a hard time. Have you found your own cultivation path? Lin Bei asked again. Little Six said sheepishly. I don't. I'm not gifted. Lin Bei sighed and patted Xiao Luzi's shoulder. I know. You're waiting for Zhang Tang to cultivate to the royal law realm and then open the heavenly gate for you, right? Kuroku nodded as he was poked and prodded. Opening the heavenly gate is just the next best thing. Master respects your senior brother Zhang Tang's idea. Opening the heavenly gate can indeed help a lot of people with no talent to cross over to the gate of immortal cultivation. But I also hope you can understand why Master doesn't help you open the heavenly gate. When this was said, Little Six was shocked. The path of cultivation has to be taken out on its own in order to go farther with unlimited potential. For the Master, I hope you can walk out of your own Tao. Little Six was stunned. His face ashamed. There is no Tao in your heart. Even if Master wanted to help you, there is nowhere to do it. Master, I was wrong, but I really don't know how I should embark on the path of cultivation. Lin Bei sighed. Work hard to find your own Tao. Your resourcefulness, how is it not a talent? Perhaps you can use this to tap into your own talent. If you really can't, you can only let Zheng Tang open the heavenly gate for you. Time passes. The dojo fell into a calm. Everyone is practicing hard. Lin Bei did likewise. Ever since the Taiji vomiting method broke the limit for the 5th time, Lin Bei had quenched the first chakra every day, and his rate of refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had increased from 20 drops per day to 25 drops per day. A few days later, Lin Bei is practicing. Suddenly a voice was heard in his head. Your disciple Tinyo. 9 Suns Taoist technique breaks through to second yang, initiation. Your 9 Suns Taoist technique second yang breaks through to perfection. A hint of joy suddenly flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. The 9 Yang Taoist law, nowadays, was not only Tainyo's bottom card, but also Lin Bei's biggest bottom card. In the meantime, Iron Bull's voice came from outside. Master, apprentice has a matter to ask. Enter. When Tainyo entered Lin Bei's retreat room, he immediately said, Master, I've cultivated to the 7th refinement, during which I comprehended the 2nd yang of the 9 Yang Dao technique, and even though I've been initiated, there are some places that don't always feel right. Lin Bei smiled slightly. Tell me, where does it feel wrong? Master, the 9 Yang Taoist method, the 2nd yang in the circulation of the acupoints. When I store my spiritual energy in the Danzhong and Zhongtian, it is vaguely painful, and the effect is also extremely poor. And, Iron Bull blurted out 7 or 8 questions in a row. Lin Bei was now 2nd yang perfection, so he naturally knew about this and opened his mouth. When your 2nd yang cultivated, you focused a little too much on the supreme yang and neglected to hold the yin while negating the yang. Although your 9 Suns Tao is dominated by the yang, you have to understand that solitary yang cannot be born. The only way to get to the yang is to hold the yin and negate the yang. Your atrium point should focus on circulating with the Tian 2 point. After an explanation, Tainyo suddenly realized, and his face was full of admiration. Inside, he was even more emotional. Worthy of a master, he knows everything, and it seemed to know more about the 9 Suns Tao than he, the one who created it. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Tainyo's heart worshipped Lin Bei more and more. Go on. Yes, the Iron Bull has just laughed. Another surprised voice came from within Lin Bei's mind. Your disciple, Zheng Teng, has comprehended the mythic technique Open Heavenly Gate, introductory, and your comprehension of Open Heavenly Gate has been raised to perfect. This brat Zheng Teng, 9th refinement, already starting to comprehend the imperial law? Lin Bei marveled a bit. There was something about the speed of Zheng Teng's cultivation increase that was beyond his expectations. In the meantime, Dojo, not long after Tainyo left, he saw Zheng Teng walking head-on with a red face and a smile. Senior brother Zhang. What happened? Tainyo asked with a smile. Tainyo, guess? Zhang Tang sold a lie. Your Dao body's ninth refinement? Tainyo asked. I've heard that you've long had a sense of the imperial law, so if your Dao body is ninth refined, you should be able to step directly into the path of the imperial law, right? Zhang Tang smiled and patted Tainyo's shoulder. Smart. However, it's not just this that makes me happy. Guess again. Iron Bull pondered a little, then shook his head. Then I'm not sure. Please ask senior brother Zhang to clarify. Zhang Tong laughed. I've comprehended the myriad method to open the heavenly gate. I can help the senior brothers in the dojo to open the heavenly gate. In the future, the senior brothers, too, will be able to become true immortal cultivators. Having said that, it was expected that Iron Bull should be happy for him as well. But instead, Iron Bull frowned. Iron Bull, aren't you happy for everyone? Iron Bull sighed. Senior brother Zhang, I know that you treat the dojo as your home, and I also know that you value your senior brothers more than your family. But, have you ever thought about why Master didn't utilize the method of opening the heavenly gate to help them? Zhang Tong froze, then fell silent. Master, actually, I still want them to walk out of their own way. After opening the heavenly gate, I'm afraid that they will never be able to walk out of their own cultivation way again, right? Tainyo said. I know what Master thinks, but from what I've seen, there are people who, if they don't have the heavenly gate opened for them, will not be able to cultivate for the rest of their lives. Zhang Tong said with firm eyes. I'm reluctant to do so, and perhaps that's why Master approved of my helping to open the heavenly gate. You are right. Tainyo nodded. But, I hope, you don't easily open the heavenly gate for Xiao Luzi. Master has always praised him for his resourcefulness, although he is a bit lazy and likes to be lazy, but as I see it, this is not yet a talent. Zhang Tong froze, then smiled. Don't worry, before everyone opens the heavenly gate, I will be cautious. Even if there is a slight chance of getting out of their own path, I will not easily help them open the heavenly gate. Tainyo laughed. If that's the case, it's naturally best. Then, congratulations, senior brother, for comprehending the myriad technique opening the heavenly gate. I'm going to find my master first. When I first realized the myriad techniques, I have to seek guidance from my master to open the heavenly gate, so I can't afford to be careless. Two farewells. The moment Tainyo saw Xiao Luzi, who was at the door of the dojo, lazing around, and quickly stepped forward. Just as he was about to greet him, a figure wearing a green-colored long shirt appeared outside the dojo. This man, it was none other than the green-clothed Heavenly King. Chapter 92. Looking at the oncoming one-armed man, Tainyo's originally idle expression suddenly became serious. The eyes also sharpened. Seemingly sensing Tainyo's sharp gaze, the green-clothed Heavenly King glanced at Tainyo. With 4 eyes, Tainyo could only feel the hairs of sweat stand on end. With his peripatetic orifice exhalation method, he was able to keenly sense the changes in the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. The place where the green-clothed Heavenly King was located looked plain and ordinary though. However, Tainyo could feel that in the area around this person, there was a heaven and earth spiritual energy that was impregnated with martial intent. This was not an active dipping of heaven and earth's spiritual power with martial intent, but rather, the martial body contained some kind of terrifying martial intent within it, which instinctively escaped. That's what's scary. Iron Bull realized what was going on the first time. This is the martial domain. Moreover, it was even more terrifying than Zhou's Heavenly King's martial domain in Zhang Tang's description. The moment the green-clothed Heavenly King walked up to Xiao Luzi, revealing a kind smile. This little brother, may I ask, is this the dojo? Xiao Luzi was in a bad mood because of the lecture he had just received, and he looked up at the green-clothed Heavenly King and said without a good mood, Want to worship? Or do you have a child at home who wants to worship? Go register. Xiao Luzi casually pointed not far away. Go find Meng Xiaohu to register you. After you register, he will send someone to examine your identity, background and character qualities. If both pass, you can enter the dojo. After a month of examination period, it is precisely to become a dojo disciple. The green-clothed Heavenly King was slightly stunned. Xiao Luzi said in a bad mood, Don't block the doorway. Can't you see people coming in and out? You're in the way. Tainyo inwardly thumped. Xiao Luzi, this is still true that the newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. However, this was the dojo, and he relaxed at the thought that his master was in seclusion at the dojo. He walked over to Kuroko and tapped him on the shoulder. Little Rocco panicked and dropped the grass from his mouth, then stood up. I'm really not slacking. The stonemason will be here soon. I'm picking up the slack. Tainyo glanced at Xiao Luzi breathlessly. Little sixth son, why are you still pretending with me? Go practice boxing. I'll watch for you. Xiao Luzi had some inward wonderings. Tainyo had always been bored with cultivation. Why did he think of running here to wait for the stonemason today? Suddenly, Xiao Luzi realized something when he saw Tainyo's eyes, which stayed on the man in green. This man, I'm afraid, is no ordinary man. Is Tainyo protecting him? Lord Xiaoluzi hit the ground running and opened his mouth after realizing Tainyo's cryptic message. Oh, I'll go then. And if the stonemason comes, you give me a shout. Okay. After Little Sixth Son left, he went straight to Lin Bei's seclusion room. Seeing Little Six leave, only then did Tainyo look at the man in green. What's your name? The green-clothed Heavenly King said indifferently. Under me, Li Qingyi. What is the purpose of your visit to the dojo? Iron Bull continued to ask. The green-clothed Heavenly King replied. I have traveled here and heard of the great name of the dojo's Lin Fieldmaster, so I have come to pay a visit. A visit? Tainyo's eyebrows gently raised, and even though he knew that this person's strength was not bad, he remained unassuming. I wonder in what capacity your excellency is visiting. I can report on your behalf. A loose man who travels the world and likes to make friends with the great and the good in the world, Li Qingyi said indifferently. Iron Bull sniffed and sneered inwardly. It was a coincidence that a martial Heavenly King came to visit just shortly after the Dao Dojo announced that it was sheltering Su Rue? Really think he, Tainyo, is a cutie? No? After a little thought, Tainyo decided to swindle the person in front of him. Why would your excellency need to lie? Tainyo said blandly. It was Duke Chiu of the Tsongyun Academy. Who asked you to come, right? Although your excellency's strength is not bad, and is quite a bit stronger than that Nanyang Zhou clan's martial Dao Heavenly King, if you want to spread your wildness in the dojo. Iron Bull's voice became stern all of a sudden. You're not qualified. The green-clothed Heavenly King was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected that the person in front of him, who looked plain and unimpressive, would see through him with a single glance, and even be able to judge that he was stronger than the Zhou clan's Heavenly King? At this moment, the green-clothed Heavenly King couldn't help but carefully survey the Iron Ox. He couldn't sense Iron Ox's martial intent, but he could feel that Iron Ox's body was extremely powerful. What was the thing that made him feel odd the most? Iron Bull's strength was like a mole in his eyes, but just such a person, knowing that he was a strong martial Heavenly King, was not condescending to him and even dared to threaten him? What does that mean? The Lin Field Master may be stronger than what Duke Chiu judged. How else could a disciple be so confident? The thought was fleeting. The green-clothed Heavenly King smiled and said, Your Excellency is overly concerned. I am only traveling here in the clouds. If the dojo does not allow a visit, I will naturally take my leave. Please. Tainyo made a gesture of invitation without hesitation. The corner of the green-clothed Heavenly King's eyes slightly raised, and then he laughed. Farewell. After saying that, the green-clothed Heavenly King turned his head and left without looking back. Iron Bull's cold eyes were in response. Not long after the green-clothed Heavenly King left, several figures appeared behind Tainyo, and it was Xiao Luzi and Lin Bei and Zhang Tang. Greetings, Master. Tainyo immediately asked for a salute when he saw Lin Bei. Where's the guy? Gone? Xiao Luzi was a little dumbfounded. He had just called Lin Bei over, and as a result, the person was gone. He was worried that Lin Bei would misunderstand that he was doing it on purpose. Thus, he glanced at Lin Bei somewhat sheepishly. Obviously, Lin Bei didn't care. Instead he looked at Tainyo, who was the visitor. Tainyo hastened to tell the truth. Master, the person who came is wearing green clothes, but I can feel that his martial body contains extremely terrifying power. He stood there as if he were in another world. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth around him is drenched, and according to senior brother Zhang Tang's description of the martial Dao Heavenly Kings, he's even stronger than Zhou's Heavenly Kings. Zhang Tang was slightly stunned. He didn't activate his martial domain and you can feel as if he's in another world? Yes, Iron Bull affirmed. Zhang Tang sucked in a breath of cool air. If that's the case, it's at least in the middle stage of the martial Heavenly King, if not stronger. A trace of scorn arose within Lin Bei as well. After returning from Nanyang, his first chakra had accumulated 500 drops of spiritual energy, which was more than enough to kill Zhou's Heavenly King. But, he also knew that in the realm of martial Dao Heavenly King, every time he advanced one realm, his martial domain would undergo a qualitative change. Against the middle stage of the martial Heavenly King, he wasn't sure. What did that person say? Lin Bei inquired. He said he wanted to pay you a visit, and after I tried to find out if he was someone sent by Duke Chiu, he just left after he denied it. Iron Bull said with a serious expression. Although he denied it, I think that coming to the dojo at this time of the day is in all likelihood related to Duke Chiu. Lin Bei sniffed and inwardly froze. Straight away? A ray of light flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. Does he know what that means? Means scruples. This green-clothed Heavenly King scorned him. Chapter 93 Heavenly King's Shock. What is Lin Bei's greatest fear? Reckless. If the green-clothed Heavenly King had directly fought his way in, he would have absolutely no choice but to play his bottom card and fight. But now, this situation, that's different. After he realized that it was highly likely that the green-clothed Heavenly King was very jealous of him, his heart had already bottomed out. This was Lin Bei's most specialized area. Master already knows about this matter. Cultivate as you should. This matter doesn't need you to worry about it. Lin Bei spoke indifferently. Yes, Master. The crowd spoke in unison. In the meantime, the green-clothed Heavenly King walked within the nameless town, his eyes shifting. At this moment, he sort of realized what it meant to be a dragon's den. In the middle of the dojo, a naive-looking young man was able to see through his martial Heavenly King's identity at a glance. It was even known that his strength was far beyond the early stages of the martial Heavenly Kings. He didn't know he was a late stage, but this eye was a surprise to him. Apart from that, what shocked him the most, even knowing his identity, the man was undaunted, and even gave a direct expulsion order. The calmness in the bottom line made him not dare to do anything rash. His first thought was that their bottom line stemmed from the forest field master. I didn't expect that I wouldn't even be able to enter the door of the dojo. Just how strong is this Lin Field Master? Late stage martial Heavenly King? Or perhaps, beyond the martial Dao Heavenly Kings? The green-clothed Heavenly King glanced in the direction of the dojo as a thought flashed through his mind. Sneak into the dojo and check things out. But soon, he gave up. Sneaking into the dojo, that was a hostile act. And in case the strength of the Lin Field Master really surpassed the martial Heavenly King, this act of his was truly too dangerous. This should never be done as a last resort. Let's probe the dojo first. Outside of the nameless village, the green-clothed Heavenly King began to try and inquire about the dojo's heel. Unlike the expected difficulty in inquiring, when he casually asked, almost all of the people in Nameless Village knew what was going on, and even enthusiastically told him the relevant information. After questioning a number of people with different identities one after another, the green-clothed Heavenly King was extremely shocked inwardly. He got the following message. For one thing, the dojo had existed a year ago, and almost all of the young men within the village had gone to the dojo to worship the master. Only no one had practiced for over a year to get a head start. This, and the fact that he stood at the door of the dojo and swept inside, were identical. Inside the dojo, it was true that at a glance, all of them were ordinary people, and only a few of them were somewhat divine. Secondly, within the dojo, the first one to cross the gate of immortal cultivators was called Zhang Tang. After a month or so, his strength skyrocketed, and he even killed his way back to the Zhang clan and defeated the Zhong master. This news was confirmed repeatedly by the green-clothed Heavenly King before he finally had to admit that it was true. It was truly amazing for an immortal cultivator to defeat a patriarch in a month of initiation. Thirdly, and this was the news that was known to all, Lin Bei had defeated Zhou's Heavenly King. According to the people, the reason why the Zhou clan's Heavenly King didn't die was because Lin Bei wanted Zhang Tang to take revenge on himself and deliberately injured the Zhou clan's martial Dao Heavenly King. Moreover, rumor had it that Zhou's martial Heavenly King would not recover until exactly half a year later. This exquisite control made the green-clothed Heavenly King extremely fearful, because, even he was unable to control his opponent's injuries so delicately. The green-clothed Heavenly King felt tricky. This Lin Field Master, just what kind of god is it? The news that Duke Xiu provided me with is actually true. The structure of this dojo is actually really this outrageous. Drinking tea. After hesitating for a moment, the green-clothed Heavenly King looked at the under-construction Nameless Village. An array of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. There it is. If it was so dangerous to visit the dojo at night, why must he go through with it? Among the news that he had previously poked around, Lin Bei would often go in and out of the Nameless Village, talking to the many villagers and inspecting the situation. If he stays here, sooner or later he will have a chance to meet the Forest Field Master. Since he had already established that the Lin Field Master was the biggest backer to the field, as long as he got close to the Lin Field Master, he would have a chance to try out Lin Bei's strength. Thinking of this, the green-clothed Heavenly King was enlightened. He had been to the dojo before, and although the dojo was suspicious of him, he had at least identified himself as a cloud traveler. Now that the Nameless Village was under construction, he was perfectly capable of investing his resources and building his own medical center. After all, he knew a little bit about medicine, so if he helped people for free, he could not only obtain the qualification to stay here, but also win a good reputation. In this way, the chances of getting close to Lin Bei would be greatly improved. Thinking of this, the green-clothed Heavenly King immediately began to act. Time passes. One day later, the Green Clothes Medical Center has been opened, and the Green Clothes Heavenly King personally sits in the clinic, not only helping some people to cure some illnesses, but also toning up the body for people. Because he was extremely strong, not only ordinary people could be adjusted, but even some passing martial artists could be adjusted. Slowly, The Green Clothes Medical Center surprisingly made a name for itself in this area. The other side. After Xiao Luzi learned of this situation, he immediately told Tainyo the news. Tainyo, didn't you say that person was most likely sent by Duke Xiu? How come he's established a medical center? It's really like he's traveling here in the clouds. Iron Bull also questioned his judgment. At least as of now, he hadn't noticed any overstepping of the man's bounds. In any case, the situation is a bit special right now. Su Rue is at Yugu Pass, so it's better to be careful. Also, I'd better report this matter to Master. Tainyo finished speaking and walked towards the seclusion room where Lin Bei was. The moment. Lin Bei was instructing Zhang Tang about the core of the heaven opening gate. One incense stick later, Zhang Tang was thoughtful. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Lin Bei nodded. Be cautious before helping your senior brother open the heavenly gate. My disciple obeys his master's order. Zhang Tang's eyes were firm. He understood that helping someone to open the heavenly gate meant that it would be difficult for that person to get out of their own path of immortal cultivation. If he didn't have to, he wouldn't easily help someone open the heavenly gate. Before helping senior brother open the heavenly gate, you still need to focus on cultivation. Yes, the apprentice will leave first. Go on. Zhang Tang excused himself, and just as he went out, he met Tainyo. Why are you here? Zhang Tang asked curiously. There is one thing that needs to be reported to Master. Tainyo didn't sell himself short. Do you remember the green one-armed man we talked about earlier? That expert who is suspected to be stronger than Zhou's heavenly king? Zhang Tang inquired. Yes, after he said goodbye that day, he didn't leave, but instead, within the nameless village, he opened a medical center. Tainyo's face had some oddities in it as he said. Not only does he help people heal their illnesses for free, he also helps them tone up their bodies, and it looks like he's doing a good deed for a good cause. Really a cloud traveler? Zhang Tang was also puzzled. I don't know. I'll go in and report first. After saying that, Tainyo entered Lin Bei's seclusion room. Master, the apprentice has something to report. Speak. Tainyo immediately began to tell the matter of the green-clothed heavenly king. When Lin Bei finished listening to Tainyo's report, there wasn't a trace of doubt in his eyes. On the contrary, almost immediately, he guessed what the green-clothed heavenly king was planning to do. Chapter 94, Granting the Law. Breaking in, seeking favorable reviews and bookshelves. Perhaps in the eyes of Tainyo and the others, the behavior of the heavenly king in green fit in with his previous words and actions. It seems to be really traveling here in general. However, Lin Bei read out 3 words from the green-clothes heavenly king's behavior. Steady as go. This is an area that Lin Bei majors in, a specialization and familiarity. In his eyes, the green-clothed heavenly king was doing this because he was afraid of him and didn't dare to trespass so easily. So after inquiring about his penchant for going in and out of villages, he set up a medical clinic. Isn't it obvious that you're squatting him? Combined with what Su Rue had said before he left earlier, Duke Qiu was vying for the seat of the chief great disciple and would not allow any mistakes to occur. Therefore, he concluded that in all likelihood, the green-clothed heavenly king had been sent to spy on the dojo's realities. Understood in this way, then everything is straightened out. After all, squatting to him would give you a chance to test him. Thinking about this, Lin Bei was also relieved. The more solid this guy is, the better, and all he's missing right now is time. I am aware of this matter, so don't worry about him. Yes, Iron Bull left. In the meantime, Zhang Tang appeared in the medical center. He decided to come and see for himself what this green-clothed heavenly king really was. The moment he entered the medical center, he immediately felt the strong martial domain of the green-clothed heavenly king. Though not caste, though introverted, however, the martial body was enough to influence the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth around him, and the strong martial intent instinctively formed a martial domain in the millimeters around his body. He had felt the pressure of Zhou's heavenly king, but compared to the Zhou clan's heavenly king and the person in front of him, it was simply a difference between clouds and mud, and it was simply a mole cricket. It was absolutely impossible for there to be such a large gap between the early and mid stages of the martial heavenly kings. Zhang Tang sucked in a breath of cool air. This kind of degree is not at all comparable to an ordinary martial Dao heavenly king. Mid-stage? Nah, this could be the late stage. The green-clothed heavenly king smiled when he saw Zhang Tang arrive at the medical center. Is your excellency unwell anywhere? As he spoke, the green-clothed heavenly king made a gesture of asking for a seat. Zhang Tang carefully sized up this person and finally asked, You don't recognize me? The green-clothed heavenly king shook his head. I haven't asked yet. Your excellency is? My name is Zhang Tang. At these words, the green-clothed heavenly king revealed a hint of surprise. So you are Zhang Tang. Long time no see. I don't know what your excellency came to the medical center for. In my medical center, the documents and formalities are all in accordance with the rules. Zhang Tang smiled lightly at his words. I came here with no ill intent. I heard that your excellency practiced medicine in Nameless Village for the benefit of the area, so I came to admire you. And before that I heard that you wanted to visit my master at the dojo? When the green-clothed heavenly king heard this, a glint flashed in his eyes. At the same time, a trace of vigilance rose within him, fearing that Zhang Tang would see through his true thoughts. I traveled here in the clouds and heard about the mighty name of the Linfield master, so I wanted to pay a visit, but it's a pity that I didn't have the chance to meet him. The green-clothed heavenly king deliberately made a disinterested expression. Since it's not meant to be, it's just a matter of time. I saw that the village was under construction and there were quite a number of people suffering from illnesses, so I opened the medical clinic, which is considered to be doing a good deed. So it is. Zhang Tong laughed. Your excellency is greatly kind. After saying that, Zhang Tong paid his respects. The moment he left the medical center, his eyes flashed with a hint of caution. Regardless of what the green-clothed heavenly king said, he only knew that this person was stronger than what Tainyo had expected. He realized that the late martial heavenly king stage and the early martial heavenly king stage were not the same thing at all. Wistful thoughts. Zhang Tang returned to the dojo and happened to see Tainyo. Iron Bull. Senior brother Zhang. You went out? Tainyo had some surprises. Yes. Made a trip to the Green Cloth Medical Center. Zhang Tang's expression became cautious. How? Very strong. Stronger than Zhou's heavenly king by more than a star. A completely different level of existence. Iron Ox revealed a shocked look at his words. Is the martial heavenly king gap that big? Yeah. I used to know that there was a big gap between the early and late stages of a martial Dao sovereign, but I didn't realize that the gap between martial Dao heavenly kings was even bigger. After Zhang Tang lamented, he looked at Tainyo. What did Master say after you told him the news? Master didn't take him seriously. Iron Bull said faintly. Zhang Tang was stunned, then smiled to himself. Yeah, so what if the martial heavenly king is even stronger? Can it still be stronger than Master? The moment. The retreat room. Lin Bei had already made up his mind that he would retreat and cultivate in the dojo in the near future and would definitely not leave the dojo easily. Changyi Tianwang wants to squat him? Then let him squat slowly. Time passes slowly. Half a month later, Lin Bei practiced extra hard. During this time, his first chakra had almost been filled with spiritual energy. Now begin. Impacting the second chakra. The hand sync opal pericardium meridian. There was no bottleneck. Everything was water under the bridge, and Lin Bei easily rushed through the second chakra. With my current strength, I don't know how it compares to the heavenly king in green. A flash of color flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. If he could meet the green-clothed heavenly king, he would be able to make a deduction. Although he was curious, Lin Bei didn't carry out the action, but continued to cultivate. The main one is solid. Right at this moment, Zhang Tang's voice came from outside the door. Master, enter. After Zhang Tang came in, he immediately said respectfully, Master, I have crossed over into the royal Dharma realm, and I have accumulated more than 160 drops of spiritual energy in my first chakra. So I would like to ask Master to grant me the Dharma. What spells do you see in me? Lin Bei asked with a smile. When you cast your spell to attack the Zhou clan's heavenly king, I could feel that the spell consumed around 100 drops of spiritual energy. Zhang Tong said in shame, I have tried to conceptualize various spells, and even if I consume the same amount of mana, at most, it would only be 1/12 of the power of the spells cast by Master. So, I want to learn your spells. Okay. Lin Bei smiled and said, the name of this attack spell is Taiji Seal, while the defense spell is called Taiji Xian Shield. Lin Bei began to explain. Zhang Tang listened as if mesmerized, sometimes coming to a realization, sometimes with awe flashing in his eyes. After imparting the spells, Lin Bei smiled and asked, any more questions? No more. Zhang Tang said, many thanks to Master for granting the Dharma. Lin Bei said indifferently, these two spells are derived by relying on the Taiji vomiting method. The stronger one's perception of the Taiji vomiting method, the more times one breaks the limit, the more powerful it will be. However, although the bestowing method is a combination of offense and defense, there are not enough changes. The way of the royal law, there are thousands of changes. You should also create more spells that belong to you. Zhang Tong hurriedly said, my disciple will follow the teachings. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. In the meantime, Unknown Village, a flying pigeon that landed at the Green Clothes Medical Center. Inside the medical center, after seeing the flying pigeon, the green-clothed heavenly king had some surprise and then opened the letter. After seeing the contents within the letter, the green-clothed heavenly king stood up violently. These guys, how dare they? How dare they touch her sister? The pupils of the green-clothed heavenly king flashed with a cold light. I should go back. I can't spend time here. The green-clothed heavenly king looked toward the dojo, his eyes cloudy. It seems that I have to break into this dojo even if it is a dragon's den. Chapter 95, Subverting Perceptions. Look away from the dojo. The green-clothed Heavenly King's eyes were slightly condensed, and after a little bit of thinking, he put up the words going out in front of the medical center. He decided to make another trip to the dojo, and if he didn't have a chance to meet Lin Bei, he would have to sneak in during the night. On the way, many villagers along the way greeted him, thus showing that he still had a not-so-small status in Nameless Village. The green-clothed Heavenly Kings returned the salute one by one, without the slightest bit of a Heavenly King's stance. And of course these villagers didn't know that he was a martial Heavenly King. Not long after, the green-clothed Heavenly King had just walked to the corner of the doorway of the dojo, and with his keen sense of hearing, he heard the conversation between Zhang Tang and Xiao Luzi. Senior brother Zhang, where is this preparing to go? I'm going to make a trip to the back of the mountain. Zhang Tang said, recently, I have asked my master for some spells, and I'm going to go out to learn a thing or two. If I become a success, my control of spiritual power will be raised to a higher level, and at that time, I will have a greater certainty about the opening of the heavenly gate. A glint flashed in Little Six's eyes. Senior brother Zhang, you're ready to open the heavenly gate for your senior brothers? The first one has to open the heavenly gate for me. Zhang Tang shook his head breathlessly. You can't. Not only did master say that, but Tainyo also told me that you have the talent. You can't open the heavenly gate hastily or you'll waste your talent. Little Sixth Son froze and said with some frustration. They say I have talent, but I really don't know what talent I have other than liking to be lazy. Zhang Tang smiled and patted Xiao Luzi's shoulder. Little Sixth, have you ever thought that although you like to be lazy, your laziness presupposes that you're not delaying business? And isn't it a gift for you to think of ways to make things take shortcuts? What took others a day to solve, you solved in a small half day, and handled it better and more time efficiently. Zhang Tang said seriously, this is talent. Xiao Luzi froze. Thoughtfully, I'm going out first. Master's spells, they're so powerful. I can't be in the dojo while I'm practicing. Oh, Little Six nodded, then asked, who was the first person you were going to open the heavenly gate for? Zhang Tang laughed, with so many senior brothers, I've already selected them. The first one most suitable for opening the heavenly gate is Meng Xiaohu. His seriousness in cultivation is comparable to that of an iron ox, but he really doesn't have any talent. Taijiquan is still at an introductory level and his enlightenment is very low. My attempts to find a suitable path to cultivate immortality for him have failed. Opening the Heaven's Gate is the best option for him. Xiao Luzi revealed a surprised look. Meng Xiaohu, do you know what this kid says to me every day? Xiao Luzi followed Meng Xiaohu's tone and said, practicing boxing? What kind of boxing practice? It's impossible to practice boxing in this life. It's better to go and investigate the background of the people who join the dojo is the most enjoyable. After saying that, Little Six had an annoyed expression. As a result, I'm the only one who's really swinging for the fences. Where's this kid's sneaky effort? Zhang Tang laughed out loud. That's why I said, you are the one who really has talent. Your Taijiquan has already been perfected. You just can't comprehend the subtleties of the spitting method. I think what you lack is an opportunity. Little Rocco was instantly confident. Go away. Zhang Tang went straight to the back of the mountain after bidding farewell to Xiao Luzi. The moment, the green-clothed Heavenly King, who was hiding his figure at the corner, flashed numerous question marks within his heart. Open Heaven's Gate? What Heaven's Gate? Spells? What does that refer to again? And what is the method of vomiting? An introduction to immortalists? Although the conversation between Tainyo and Zhang Tang was brief, the Celestial King in Green realized that immortal cultivators might not be as simple as just one particular school. In ancient times, the entire world was filled with danger. In order for people to survive, there were amazingly talented ancient powerhouses that opened up martial arts cultivation methods. Since then, mankind has honored martial arts and struck a world that belongs to mankind. During that time, although there were various cultivation methods, all of them were special schools created based on the martial arts. Thus, martial arts can draw on any particular school, and martial artists can draw on, and embrace, the strengths of various cultivation methods. But, at this moment, the green-clothed Heavenly King was completely confused after hearing the cultivation method described by Zhang Tang. It was as if immortal cultivators did not belong to the martial arts genre at all. If this is true, immortal cultivators belong to another school altogether. And if this is true, does it not mean that immortal cultivators belong to another system? If the immortal cultivators really belonged to another system, the founders, they were simply comparable to the existence of the ancient sages. The green-clothed Heavenly King's eyes turned slightly. Then he followed Zhang Tang without moving. Not a moment too soon, Zhang Tang arrived at the back of the mountain, saw that no one was around, and began to cultivate. Zhang Tang's cultivation was exceptionally smooth because his Taiji spitting technique had already broken the limit for the second time. and his understanding of the Taiji seal taught by Lin Bei was particularly fast. Not long after, black and white chi began to entwine above Zheng Tang's right hand. I see. This is the Taiji seal, stripped from the Taiji spitting technique, Zheng Tang secretly said in his heart. No wonder Master said that the more times you break the limit, the more powerful. I have broken the limit twice in the Taiji spitting technique today, so after I cultivate it to perfection, I can break the perfection and cultivate the Taiji seal to the extent of breaking the limit twice. At this moment, Zheng Tang recalled the scene where Lin Bei had executed the Taiji seal to attack the Zhou clan's Heavenly King. He realized that Lin Bei's Taiji seal in the first place had broken the limit an extremely high number of times, far exceeding his secondary limit break. Because of this, it was possible to easily injure Zhou's Heavenly King with just over 100 drops of spiritual energy. With the enlightenment, Zheng Tang's comprehension of the Taiji seal became deeper and deeper. In a matter of seconds, his eyes snapped open, and black and white chi surged forth, transforming into a 1-meter tall palm. As he moved his thoughts, his black and white palm directly blasted into the earth. Boo! Sand and gravel splash. The Taiji seal directly shattered the hard and incomparable mountain rocks in front of him, and a deep pit appeared. Far away, the green-clothed Heavenly King's pupils stared, his heart shocked beyond measure. Is this what immortal cultivators call spells? It's completely different from martial intent. This power is too great. I'm afraid that the late stage of the Sovereign Masters will find it hard to withstand this strike. He knew better than anyone that Zheng Tang's time of initiation into immortal cultivation was not very long less than 2 months, and the moves he performed could even threaten a Zhongshi? This is appalling. How difficult is it for a martial artist to cultivate to the level of a grandmaster? Cultivate to the late master of the person is even more rare. From a young age to build a good foundation, spend a lot of resources. An immortal cultivator who could threaten a late-stage Zhongshi martial artist in such a short period of time? Just as the green-clothed Heavenly King was shocked within, Zheng Tang swallowed a spirit recovery pill to enlighten himself for a few moments, and then once again executed the Taiji seal. This time, his Taiji seal was even more powerful, and the power of this strike was enough to kill a late-stage sect master powerhouse. This scene stunned the green-clothed Heavenly King who was secretly observing. At this moment, his perception of immortal cultivators changed drastically. Chapter 96, Spirit Gathering Pill? Talent. The green-clothed Heavenly King secretly observed as he realized that Zheng Tang's power seemed to increase with each execution of the Taiji seal. Gradually, the green-clothed Heavenly King was shocked to realize the Taiji seal that Zheng Tang was executing was getting stronger and stronger, and martial artists who had just entered the Heavenly King of martial Dao could be injured. At this moment, the original expression of the green-clothed Heavenly King, which was still quite calm, could no longer be taught, and the color of dismay leaped onto his face. Even though it's hard to get started, but once you do, you're actually this powerful? Is it because Zheng Tang's immortal cultivation talent is extremely demonic, or are all immortal cultivators this terrifying? Could it really be a completely new cultivation system? The more I think about it, the more alarmed I am. Although, the early stage of martial Heavenly Kings were ants in the eyes of the green-clothed Heavenly Kings. Although the current Zheng Tang was not a match for the early stage martial Dao Heavenly Kings, he was only qualified to injure the early stage martial Dao Heavenly Kings. The gap between him and Zheng Tang was huge. But, the moment the green-clothed Heavenly King associated himself with Zheng Tang's master, a flicker of fear could not help but flash within his heart. If Zheng Tang could become so strong in a short period of time, then how strong should Lin Bei be? The more I think about it, the more uneasy I get. At this moment, he even felt that his thought of risking his life to break into the dojo to test Lin Bei was truly too crazy. The green-clothed Heavenly King was still between thoughts. Zheng Tang seemed to be satisfied with his Taiji seal, and turned around to return to the dojo. Looking at Zheng Tang's back as he left, the green-clothed Heavenly King fell into silence. Originally, he thought that if he failed to visit the dojo again, he would sneak in during the night. Now, the idea of sneaking into the dojo was thrown straight out of his mind. He realized that if he did infiltrate the dojo in a hostile manner, he could be in great danger. Granted, he owed Duke Zhou a favor, and it was only right to return the favor, but it was limited to what he could do. If it was beyond his ability and his life was in danger, the Heavenly King in green would never consider it. In the meantime, inside the dojo, a voice came from Lin Bei's mind. Your disciple, Zheng Tang, has comprehended the Taiji seal, introductory, and your understanding of the Taiji seal, 5 breaking, has become profound. Your disciple, Zheng Tang, has comprehended the Taiji seal, proficient, and your understanding of the Taiji seal, 5 breaks, has become profound. Hearing the feedback from Goldfinger, Lin Bei was a bit surprised. In the beginning, after he had utilized his golden finger to deduce the Taiji seal, he had directly deduced it to the extreme, for breaks, level. As his Taiji spitting technique broke through 5 breakthroughs, The Taiji seal was also extrapolated to 5 breakthroughs. Originally, he thought that for the power of the Taiji seal to continue to increase, his Taiji spitting technique would need to break through the 6th breaking before he could do so. Today it seems, all that was needed was a large enough number of his disciples, who had learned the Taiji seal. His understanding of the Taiji seal would then become more and more profound, to the point where breaking through the 6th and 7th breaks would be possible. At this moment, Linbei realized that when his disciples became more numerous, it would be necessary for him to personally teach some spells. As long as the more disciples that learned the spells, his understanding would grow and the strength of the spells he cast would grow. It's just that the idea won't be realized for a while. After all, there were too few people within the dojo who could cultivate, and in the realm of imperial law, even more so. Apart from him, there was only Zhang Tang. However, Linbei believed that with the expansion of the dojo, all of this would become a reality after the overall strength increased. Right at this moment, a knock came at the door. Knock knock knock. Enter. Linbei's voice was easygoing. Soon, little Iris pushed the door to enter. At this moment, her image had some woeful, double ponytail pigtails, directly missing one. Master. Little Iris blinked her eyes and looked at Linbei with some aggression. What's wrong with Iris? Linbei inquired curiously. Master, I blew up the furnace in my alchemy several times, and only just now did I figure out that I was missing a medicinal herb, which can't be bought. The more little Iris said, the more aggrieved she became. Can't buy it? Linbei comforted. Just try another kind of elixir if you can't buy it. Little Iris held her mouth and said in an aggravated voice. But, what I want to refine the most right now is the spirit gathering pill that can speed up the rate of cultivation enhancement. Spirit gathering pills? Accelerating the speed of cultivation enhancement? Linbei, who was originally unimpressed and prepared to casually comfort him, suddenly changed his face and looked at little Iris seriously. You lack herbs? Why can't you buy them? Little Iris said. I've checked the canonical books, and similar to the medicinal herbs within the Divine Husbandman's classic of Materia Medica, is a spiritual medicine called scorching inferno grass, which generally grows within lava. It's not even sold on the market. Linbei frowned slightly and quickly thought of something. I've heard that not far from our dojo, there is a volcano with lava within it. Is there a scorching flame grass there? Within the volcano, there is a great possibility that there is scorching inferno grass. A hint of joy flashed in little Iris's eyes before her eyes darkened. But, I've heard that there is a particularly powerful foreign beast, the fire python. There. Linbei's expression was calm as he sniffed. Not to mention the fey beast fire python. If this spirit gathering pill came to fruition, it would be the demon beast fire python, the demon king fire python, and he would have to decapitate it. Thus, Linbei said forcefully, a mere foreign beast fire python. I will personally go fetch the scorching inferno grass this time. Little Iris was overjoyed at her words. Master is the best. Linbei is thunderous. After saying that, he directly stood up and took a step towards the outside of the village. Just arrived at the entrance to the village, Linbei's face instantly became gloomy, only to see, Xiao Luzi at this moment, is hanging on the rocking chair, one hand holding a cup cozy drinking juice, the other hand, holding a pen in his hand is drawing something. What are you doing? Koroku. Linbei's voice came out. Little Six was so scared that he almost rolled off the rocking chair, spilling the juice in his hands. Master, you listen to my sophistry. Oh, not you listen to my explanation. These days, Linbei had been in seclusion, and Xiao Luzi had intentionally found a visual dead end. So as long as Linbei didn't go out of the village, he definitely couldn't find him. As a result, he didn't even dream that this little cleverness of his had just been caught by Linbei within 2 days. Linbei didn't say anything and just looked at Xiao Luzi. Explain. I'm listening. Xiao Luzi stammered for half a day. Unable to speak, Linbei casually grabbed the drawing he had drawn. What's the painting? Xiao Luzi stammers for half a day. Linbei frowned slightly and scolded in a stern voice. Speak. Xiao Luzi shivered and quickly said. This is me designing the design plan of the Dan room. And on the original design of the Dan room, it has made abatement. It takes half as much labor and materials as the original, but it's much stronger, twice as fast to build, and exceptionally fireproof. I designed the guide gable. Xiao Luzi panicked and said, Master, you said it before. Sharpening the sword is not a good idea, so please believe me. I'm really not being lazy. I'm trying to figure out how to build the alchemy room better. Linbei swept a glance at the drawings and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Chapter 97, Encounter. Happy New Year's Eve to everyone. He was aware of Little Six's penchant for laziness, but he also knew that Little Six was particularly resourceful. Now you can tinker with such a drawing just to be lazy? Under careful observation, Linbei surprisingly realized that Xiao Luzi's drawings were much better than those master craftsmen. The construction period was shortened, not to mention that the overall quality did improve tremendously. Lin Bei swept the rocking chair, swept the juice, and looked at the fruits and snacks on the floor. Lin Bei suddenly realized, this guy, Xiao Luzi, although he liked to be lazy, the premise of his laziness was to find a way to take shortcuts and to accomplish the task better. This, how is it not a gift? Poof! Lin Bei let out a cold snort, then whisked his sleeves away and directly left the village. Seeing Lin Bei leave, little Luzi blinked and looked at little Iris, only to see, little Iris took out a dish of candy from behind her back. Hey, Wang Xiaolu, why don't you thank me? I put away the candies you ate in advance, or else master would have scolded you. Thanks, it's still little Iris who's good. Wang Xiaolu instantly rose playfully. Little Iris, do you think master is a bit strange? Little Iris was confused and waited with a wide-eyed look of puzzlement. What's wrong with master? I think he's fine. I don't see anything strange. Little Six raised an eyebrow and held his chin in a contemplative expression. What's wrong? Wang Xiaolu, tell me what's wrong with master. I'm in a hurry. Little Iris asked with a face full of curiosity and anxiety. Little Sixth Son said seriously. Master surprisingly didn't punish me for writing a review. There is something odd. The last time I had a review he even said I wasn't profound enough and told me to rewrite it. Little Iris's body lurched, barely able to stand. Wang Xiaolu, do you have some strange fetish? Uncomfortable without being punished? Wang Xiaolu said with an uneasy face. You don't understand. Punishing me is master's way of valuing me. If you didn't punish me this time, you don't think I'm incorrigible, do you? Little Iris looked at Wang Xiaolu with an odd face. Wang Xiaolu, do you really understand master? Kuroku asked rhetorically. Isn't it? I've been with my master for so long, I'm sure I know him. Little Iris suddenly cackled with laughter. Laughing at what? Little Six was filled with confusion. Can't you see that? Master's anger subsided when he saw your drawings, which means that master is very satisfied with the drawings you made. He thinks you're tapping into your own talent, so he didn't punish you. Little Iris said. Master actually pays special attention to you. He has emphasized with Senior Zhang many times not to open the heavenly gate for you yet. This means that master has always felt that you have some sort of talent that hasn't been explored. Ha? My talent? Is it hard to build a house? Little Six was confused. Little Iris was filled with speechlessness. Wang Xiaolu, your talent is to create. You look at your drawings, and then look at the original master craftsman's drawings. Not even close. Xiao Luzi looked confused. I just want to be lazy. Just wait. Master has already seen your talent and will definitely test your talent. If you pass the test, master will definitely create a customized immortal cultivation law for you. Little Iris said with a smile. At that time, you'll be my fourth senior brother, and you'll have to call me third senior sister from now on. If it was before, Xiao Luzi was bound to pinch with Xiao Kite, but now he didn't retort at all, but was stunned out of his mind. Cultivation of immortality initiation. Out of his own way of cultivation. This is what he has dreamed of. The other side. Zheng Tang returned to the dojo. After seeing Little Six and Little Iris, they said hello. Xiao Luzi immediately opened his mouth to inquire when he saw Zheng Tang walking towards the direction where Lin Bei was. Senior brother Zhang, where are you going? I'm looking for my master. My comprehension of the imperial laws has become more profound. It's time to open the heavenly gate for Meng Xiuhu, but I have to consult my master in advance. Zheng Tang replied. Then don't go. Sensei left the dojo. Left? Zhang Tang had some surprises. Where did master go? Little Iris smiled and said. Master went to that volcano not far from our dojo. I needed a material for alchemy that I couldn't buy, so I went to beg master. What materials? Zheng Tang asked. Scorching grass. Zheng Tang let out an oh. Alright, then I'll go into seclusion. Zheng Tang left. He didn't realize in the slightest that not far from him, there was a figure that had taken in their conversation. This person was none other than the green-clothed heavenly king who had tailed Zhang Tang back. Originally, the green-clothed heavenly king was prepared to pay a visit to the dojo once Zhang Tang entered the dojo. After all, he had promised Duke Xiu that even if he guessed Lin Bei's strength, it was a guess after all, and he needed to see for himself and give Duke Xiu an accurate account. Only, the green-clothed heavenly king never expected it. Following Zhang Tang's momentary departure, Lin Bei had unexpectedly left so coincidentally. However, this was just what the green-clothed heavenly king wanted. If Lin Bei didn't leave, or if he squatted to Lin Bei within the village, he didn't really have many chances to try. If no one was present, he would have had more chances to try instead. Thus, the green-clothed heavenly king quickly pondered. The Lin Field Master has gone to the volcano, so perhaps, I can use the excuse of picking herbs to create a chance encounter, and then naturally, I will have the opportunity to test his strength. The green-clothed heavenly king acted very carefully. He was worried that his hostility would be exposed. In case Lin Bei's strength was too terrifying and decapitated him, he would be too stifled. Thus, the green-clothed Heavenly King's guidelines for testing Lin Bei were simple. Hide the hostility and keep the goodwill. Doing my best to make sure I don't get killed when I test Lin Bei. Thinking of this, the green-clothed Heavenly King headed straight for the volcano. Time passes. The other side. Volcano. Lin Bei came to the foot of the mountain alone. Just as he reached the foot of the hill, a voice came from behind him. The young man in front. Wait. Lin Bei Brickhead looked, only to see two woodcutters, waving their hands, their faces anxious. Two old men. Is there something wrong? Lin Bei's speech and demeanor was very easygoing, looking like a passing scholar. Young man, you want to go up the mountain, but you want to pick up the fire flame stone? The woodcutter inquired. Lin Bei nodded and shook his head. I have something else. Don't go. The woodcutter said directly. Whatever it is, don't go up the mountain. The fire python that went up the mountain woke up and is foraging for food, and we saw quite a few animal corpses along the way, so we rushed down the mountain in fear. That's right, get going. If you want to go up the mountain, just wait 3 months. Every time the fire python feeds, it settles down for 3 months. Lin Bei smiled faintly and said calmly, I'm here to settle the fire python. At these words, the two woodcutters froze. A martial artist? Really? You look civilized and weak. A martial artist? Lin Bei smiled and shook his head. No, I'm an immortal cultivator. The two woodcutters looked at each other in disbelief. Immortal cultivator? Never heard of them. Right at this moment, Lin Bei seemed to have sensed something and looked back violently. Who's where? Almost the instant Lin Bei opened his mouth, the green-clothed Heavenly King, his pupils condensed. Inwardly, he cackled. Chapter 98, Mighty King of Heaven. The green-clothed Heavenly King could never have imagined it. He was just following Lin Bei's footsteps to the volcano, and he actually met directly at the foot of the mountain? If it was a proper encounter, he had nothing to worry about. If it's a chance encounter, that's normal. After all, he had a good reputation within the village, and after the chance encounter, he had even more opportunities to test Lin Bei's strength. But why was bad? When he was chasing after Lin Bei, he was in the habit of hiding his aura, hiding his martial domain, and this stance was exactly the stance of tracking and tracing. For an expert, as long as one senses that someone is hiding their breath and deliberately tracking them, what would be the first reaction? Hostility. When he discovered Lin Bei, he had actually reacted and was ready to lift his concealment at the first opportunity. As it turned out, it was already too late, and Lin Bei found himself even earlier than him. Thus, the moment Lin Bei angrily shouted, the green-clothed Heavenly King felt bad. In a matter of moments, the green-clothed Heavenly King's mind was like lightning and thunder, thinking about countermeasures at great speed. With Lin Bei's strength unknown, he didn't want to clash with Lin Bei head-on at all. Just at the moment when the green-clothed Heavenly King was thinking about countermeasures, an unimaginable force, like a shocking wave, rushed directly into his mind. In the middle of the martial body, the condensed martial domain was instantly rushed out of the opening. All of a sudden, he just felt his mind go blank. This was none other than Lin Bei's spell, the surprising God Stab. For a time, the entire green-clothed Heavenly King fell into a state of stagnation. The entire person was in a trance and couldn't even stand steadily, even sitting on his butt on the ground. Several breaths later, he slowly came back to his senses. The moment he returned to his senses, he only saw a figure standing in front of him, looking down at him. Those pupils, cold and stern with a hint of silence. Although Lin Bei didn't show any of his aura and looked like an ordinary person. However, the oncoming oppression made the green-clothed Heavenly King feel suffocated. When masters fought, even a moment's lapse of concentration was enough to be fatal. At the moment, he was surprised to be sitting on the ground, defenseless. If Lin Bei wanted to kill him, wouldn't he have already lost his life? In a flash, the green-clothed Heavenly King could only feel his scalp tingling, his hairs standing on end, and goosebumps trembling all over his body. Although his martial body was extremely powerful, he didn't have the confidence that he could block Lin Bei's attack. Lin Bei's dismount directly and deeply shook the green-clothed Heavenly King. The green-clothed Heavenly King could never have dreamed that Lin Bei's seemingly furious cry, which directly shocked him into a trance, was actually not so easy. Lin Bei had actually stayed behind with his mind's eye when he left the dojo, and he concluded that the Heavenly King in green clothes was squatting on him, so he had always remained on high alert along the way. The spiritual energy of the first chakra, moreover, was always in a highly active state, and he had long been ready to cast spells. When he sensed that someone was following him very skillfully, his first reaction was that the person tracking him must be the green clothes Heavenly King. Thus, without any hesitation, he directly executed the surprising God Stab. This time, He had catalyzed more than 300 drops of spiritual energy. It consumed nearly a third of his spiritual energy. Because of this, even though the green-clothed Heavenly King was at the late stage of the martial Heavenly King, he was instantly struck when he didn't make an active defense. But even so, the green-clothed Heavenly King recovered in a few breaths. This made Lin Bei instantly realize that the green-clothed Heavenly King was at the late stage of the martial Dao Heavenly King's strength, and that the late stage of the martial Dao Heavenly King and the early stage were not a concept at all. The difference is huge and cloudy. Even though he had already perfected his first chakra and was cultivating his second chakra, if he were to fight, he would definitely not be a match for the Heavenly King in green clothes. However, Lin Bei wasn't the least bit worried about this. Instead, he was full of confidence. It was because he was clear that the green-clothed Heavenly King had already been subdued by him. Definitely didn't dare to make a move easily. And so it is. The green-clothed Heavenly King could never have imagined it. All of this, which seemed like a random move between the flashes of lightning and fire, was actually premeditated by Lin Bei. In the eyes of the green-clothed Heavenly King, it was pure coincidence that he had come out to track Lin Bei, and if he hadn't happened to know that Lin Bei had left, he was afraid that he would have missed this opportunity to track him. It was precisely because all of this had happened so suddenly that the green-clothed Heavenly King had mistakenly thought that Lin Bei's strength was extremely terrifying, wrongly believing that the moment Lin Bei detected him, a stirring cry put him in a trance, leave him defenseless for a few breaths. It also left him with a false intuition. This false intuition told him that he was definitely no match for Lin Bei. However, in reality, Lin Bei had deduced that even if the first chakra grand circle were to execute the Taiji seal, he would not be able to deal a fatal blow to the Heavenly King in green clothes at all. Even if he used all his strength, he could only lightly injure the green-clothed Heavenly King. This was the terror of a late-stage martial Heavenly King. The entire body's martial domain was internalized within the martial body, inherently possessing extremely terrifying defenses and attacks. Unless the power of the martial domain was exhausted, it would never be easily killed. But all of this, the green-clothed Heavenly King didn't know at all. He only knew that the man standing in front of him looking down on him was extremely terrifying, and if he fought, he would die 9 deaths. Who are you? Why are you tracking me? Although Lin Bei knew everything by heart, he intentionally created the expression of a chance encounter and not knowing each other. Sure enough, the moment these words came out, the green-clothed Heavenly King's offer Lin Bei deepened by a few points. The more this light-hearted casualness, the more it terrified the green-clothed Heavenly King. My name is Li Qingyi. I once visited you at the dojo, but it's a pity that I didn't have the chance to meet you, Qingyi Heavenly King said in a hurry. Today, I am preparing to leave the dojo because I have important matters to attend to, so before I say goodbye, I would like to visit Your Excellency again. The green-clothed Heavenly King spoke quickly, fearing that Lin Bei would be impatient. He felt that the quicker he spoke and the more clearly he explained, the more likely he was to be safe. As a result, when I visited Your Excellency, I heard that Your Excellency was out and about, so I thought to come over to see if I could make good karma. And since I travel the world in the clouds, I am used to hiding my breath and tracking, but I didn't want to make Your Excellency misunderstand me. The green-clothed Heavenly King was filled with shame. I have to say that at this moment, the green-clothed Heavenly King's acting skills pulled out all the stops. Listening to the green-clothed Heavenly King's explanation, Lin Bei was actually relieved inside. He could tell that the green-clothed Heavenly King was not lightly frightened by his intimidating actions. See through it, don't say it. Lin Bei didn't even think about fighting with the green-clothes Heavenly King. After all, if he pushed someone to jump over the wall, then he would be playing it off. Qingyi Li? Lin Bei deliberately revealed a thoughtful expression. I have heard of your name, the divine doctor who opened a medical center within the village and treated people free of charge. That's you, isn't it? In due course, Lin Bei deliberately revealed a gentle expression. Sure enough, after noticing the change in Lin Bei's expression at this moment, the green-clothed Heavenly King was completely relieved. He felt that his disguised identity had played a role at this crucial time. Shame on you. It is none other than me. The green-clothed Heavenly King arched his hand as a salute. Chapter 99, Unpredictable. Lin Bei also saw the good in the world and hastened to help the green-clothed Heavenly King up in a courteous manner. This has caused a misunderstanding. Rise quickly. The green-clothed Heavenly King also hurriedly said. It was my misbehavior that caused the Linfield Master to misunderstand. I am truly ashamed. It was all my fault. Lin Bei smiled lightly. Dr. Li, traveling the world in the clouds. It's understandable to be more careful, but it's my subordinate, who accidentally almost injured Your Excellency by mistake. Fortunately, I withdrew my hand in time. If I had injured Dr. Li, what should I do? When these words came out, the corner of the green-clothed Heavenly King's eyes jumped slightly. An accidental misstep? He was at least in the late stage of the martial Heavenly King, but he was accidentally injured by accident? Or did he purposely leave his hands open so that he wasn't hurt? That's a statement that just kills. Thanks to your excellency's mercy. The green-clothed heavenly king was a bit stifled. He was clearly the one who was injured, and he still had to thank Lin Bei. Seeing this, Lin Bei said gently, "To tell you the truth, my inferior disciple, Su Rue, offended the head of the heavenly courtyard of the Tsan Yun Academy. I thought that the person tracking me was someone sent by Duke Chiu with ill intentions towards the dojo, but it's good that it was a misunderstanding." The green-clothed heavenly king snapped back a smile. "I wonder what Dr. Li is looking for me for?" Lin Bei spoke on point. The green-clothed heavenly king hurriedly said, "I'm actually just traveling here in the clouds and felt curious after hearing about the dojo's reputation, especially the special school of immortal cultivators, so I wanted to discuss it with Master Lin." The green-clothed heavenly king pulled his acting skills to full capacity and continued. Who would have thought that there would be a wave of twists and turns, and that he would almost be taken as an enemy by the Lin Field Master? Lin Bei smiled in response. "Good things come in small packages, but if we are talking about exploration, we might have to disappoint your excellency. We immortal cultivators actually have very different cultivation methods from martial artists, and it is very difficult for martial artists to learn from them." Seeing this, the green-clothed heavenly king didn't dwell on anything and just smiled and exchanged pleasantries with Lin Bei. After all was said and done, the green-clothed heavenly king immediately said, "Now that I have met Master Lin, my wish has been fulfilled and I am ready to continue traveling in the clouds. I wonder if the dojo's medical center can be reserved for me. If I am tired, I would still like to come back and stay temporarily." Lin Bei smiled and said, "Of course you can. Your excellency's good name within the village is well known. I'm sure the villagers are willing to keep it. If that's the case, it's good." The two of them exchanged a few more pleasantries before the green-clothed heavenly king retired and left. After seeing that the green-clothed heavenly king had really left, Lin Bei was also relieved. Looking at the direction where the green-clothed heavenly king left, his eyes became sharp. I didn't realize that the gap between the early and late stages of the martial Dao heavenly kings was so great. With my current strength, subduing an early-stage martial Dao heavenly king is like picking up a bag, yet I'm no match for him. According to Lin Bei's projections, his 12 chakras had to be connected to at least 6 or more chakras before he could strike down a strong person at the late stage of the martial Dao heavenly king. The other side. Only after leaving Lin Bei a long way away did the green-clothed heavenly king relax. When he relaxed, he only felt his back all wet with cold sweat. Lin Field Master. Unfathomable. After an exclamation, he didn't hesitate and turned around. On the way back, the green-clothed heavenly king was pondering. There is Luo Shangyin. Her sister should be nothing. Just dare to catch her sister. This matter I cannot endure. This time to go back. It is time to let them recall the mighty name of Qingyi heavenly king. At this very moment, volcano. After Lin Bei ascended, he went straight to the crater. Along the way, he met quite a few snakes, insects and poisonous beasts, and Lin Bei just mobilized a trace of his spiritual powers pressure, which directly made these snakes and insects scatter as birds and beasts. Not long after, Lin Bei's footsteps lurched. He found that when he approached the crater, there were a large number of pythons coiled around. Although they were just ordinary beasts, they seemed to be guarding something, and even though he exerted his pressure, these snakes and pythons surprisingly remained coiled and unwilling to leave. There's something weird. Many snakes and insects fainted after Lin Bei mobilized more heaven and earth spiritual energy to strengthen the pressure. What surprised Lin Bei was that even when he fainted, these snakes and insects didn't leave. With a puzzled expression, Lin Bei ascended the crater. When he had just arrived at the crater, he immediately felt that there was an extremely hot flame surging. Looking down, he saw a fire python, tossing and turning in the lava. As the fire python tossed and turned, each time, its scales became more bright red, and one side of the python's skin could be vaguely seen, being molted off by the fire python. Is this being reborn in a fire? Transforming into a demon? Is this the Fey beast evolving into a demon beast? Looking at the fire python in the lava, a cold light flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. With hardly any hesitation, black and white chi began to surround Lin Bei's arm. Seemingly sensing something, the fire python that was metamorphosing amidst the lava jerked its head up to look. When it saw Lin Bei, a trace of fear flashed through its expression. "Please be merciful, High Master, and spare my life." The foreign beast, the fire python, directly stopped molting, and the snake head poked out from the lava, begging for mercy in terror. It could sense that within Lin Bei's body, an extremely terrifying power was nurtured. As a foreign beast that had metamorphosed with the help of the essence of heaven and earth, it was exceptionally sensitive to the changes in the spiritual power of heaven and earth. It was because its perception of the spiritual power of heaven and earth was different from normal people that it instantly judged that the strength of the person in front of it was extremely terrifying. It was definitely not comparable to those human clansmen who had hunted it before. Therefore, it surrendered without hesitation. A mere beast, wanting to transform into a demonic beast and endanger a party, and still wanting to live? Lin Bei's spiritual energy surged within his body, and a trace of spiritual energy merged into heaven and earth, turning into an invisible pressure that directly suppressed the transforming beast. The fire python. Martial arts masters, good at using momentum to pressure people. As a beast fire python has long been accustomed to, it can easily break free from the momentum and then escape. But at this moment, the Fey fire python only felt that the power of heaven and earth seemed to be pressing down on it. At this moment, only the word despair surrounded its mind. Injustice. Although I'm a foreign beast, I never kill innocents indiscriminately. Look around this volcano. There are many mortals infested. I've never killed them, and I've even killed quite a few beasts for them. You say I'm endangering the party. I don't agree. When these words came out, Lin Bei froze slightly. After careful thought, it did seem to make sense. He had only heard that there was a foreign beast fire python coiled here, and a martial arts master had led a team to hunt it and failed. He hadn't heard of the matter of the foreign beast fire python killing innocents indiscriminately. And on top of that, when he came to the foot of the mountain, he had heard the woodcutters say that there were foreign beast fire pythons going in and out of the mountain to forage for food, and informed him to be careful not to go up the mountain. Lin Bei had also asked them why they dared to come when they knew there was a foreign beast, the fire python. The woodcutters' rhetoric was that they had detected the range and trajectory of the alien beast fire python, and as long as they avoided it, they would be fine. But, it's clear that this is not the case. The so-called knowing the trajectory is just what these woodsmen think they know. After all, it would be unusual for the fire python, as they called it, to show up to feed on what they called a safe route. How can you stand by the river all the time and not get your shoes wet? The fact that they have encountered similar situations many times, but no one has died, speaks volumes. The foreign beast, the fire python, saw that Lin Bei's killing aura had weakened by a few points, and he was suddenly overjoyed inwardly. It understands that meets one that can be reasonable. Chapter 100, The Farmer and the Python? Seeking favorable comments. What is the greatest fear of the foreign beast fire python? What I fear the most is meeting those clan-level band of unreasonable martial artists. Seeing Lin Bei's killing aura weakening, it hurriedly said, "You know what to expect. Higher power. When a lesser demon meets a martial artist, it's hide if you can, flee if you can. Even when I meet humans, I try to avoid them. Only when I met those who hunted me as a Zhongsher martial artist, did I have no choice but to strike back? But I swear that I have absolutely never killed a martial artist." Lin Bei thought carefully about the rumors and laughed coldly. "I once heard that a martial arts master led a hunting party, resulting in 8 deaths and many injuries. When the Fey fire python heard this, it cried out in anger. No, there really isn't. It's that team that's the problem. They came to hunt me just as an excuse. It seems to be to target someone. They're killing each other." Lin Bei's tightly locked brows slowly relaxed. "Why don't you kill humans when you're a Fey? Or even avoid them if you can? This is not in line with the nature of a Fey beast." The Fey fire python was silent for a moment. Eventually, it spoke slowly. "Once, before I became a Fey, I was very weak. I remember. It was a cold winter season. I was frozen. I thought I was dead. As a result, I was picked up by a farmer's boy who used his body heat to keep me alive and gave me some food. I thought that I would live with him, only to have it not last long. His parents felt that we snakes were dangerous, and as a last resort, the boy set me free." The Fey fire python said, "I've been thankful for humans since I left that child, so I've never actively attacked a human, and I've even offered help on occasion. It's just a shame that as I grew bigger and bigger, the humans were afraid of me, and eventually I realized that being here in the volcano helped me grow. So I stayed here." Lin Bei was dumbfounded. "This is the farmer and the snake? Oh no, the story of the farmer's boy and the snake to be exact? It's just that the story seems a bit rosy. How do I know you're not lying to me? What's the name of that kid who saved your life? Can he prove that what you say is true?" Lin Bei questioned. The Fey fire python is frustrated. "He's grown up. I'm afraid of scaring him. Never see him. I watch from afar when I miss him." The Fey fire python spat out human words. "I don't know if he remembers me or not, but I always remember him. His last name was Nyo, the second oldest in his family, called Nyo Air." This statement was made. Lin Bei was stunned. "Bull too? Isn't that from their village?" For Nyo Air's warm heart, Lin Bei has a deep understanding of the beam of the 6 Hearts Martial Arts Hall, and it is even because Nyo Air is warm-hearted to maintain the dignity of the dojo. Lin Bei didn't say anything and fell into thought. If it was someone else, he really wouldn't necessarily be familiar with it, but if it was Nyo Ji, it would be much different. Nyo Air, could be considered one of the people Lin Bei was most familiar with. Only, Nyo Air and T Nyo are different. Nyo Air is slightly older, and there is no obsession with practicing boxing, and he is preoccupied with his own family's acreage and 3/4 of an acre of land. When the foreign beast fire python said this, Lin Bei suddenly remembered that Nyo Air had often said some strange things to him. For example, Nyoji is sometimes particularly lucky, and when he wants to go into the mountains to hunt, he often meets prey that has just recently died. And then, Bull Air often meets various prey that have just died recently in unknown circumstances in front of the house and the field. In addition to that, Nyo Air even often saw some gems, gold and silver, and other things. According to Bull too, that means he's exceptionally lucky. With this in mind, Lin Bei looked towards the foreign beast fire python. You said you go and sneak a peek at Nyoji when you miss him. What else do you do but look? The Fey fire python hurriedly said. Sometimes, I will send him some prey. I know that humans like treasures and gold and silver, and sometimes when I find them in the mountains, I will bring them to him. It's done. That's exactly right. Lin Bei finally realized that the Nyo Air in the mouth of this fire python in front of him was the Nyo Air he knew. It didn't run. At this very moment, when the foreign beast fire python saw that Lin Bei didn't say anything, it was apprehensive inwardly. It understood that the man in front of it, who wanted to kill him, was simply easy. It awaits the man's judgment. I believe you. Lin Bei's murderous aura completely disappeared. You continue to transform. I'll protect you. Ha! The foreign beast fire python was a bit confused. It had never expected that this terrifying man not only wouldn't kill it, but even protect it for it? What's going on here? Wouldn't it be normal to say something like, demon compulsion, and then go on a rampage against it? Although what it said was true, the fact that this man actually believed its words so easily left it with some disbelief. What's the key? Not only did this man believe his words, he even agreed to help protect him? Why? The Fey fire python couldn't help but inquire. Lin Bei didn't hide anything, but told the truth. I know the ox too you're talking about. I know him well enough that I can be sure what you say is true. An acquaintance of Ushiji? The Fey fire python inwardly froze, and then slightly rejoiced. It seems that Nyoji saved my life again. It's been half a year since I metamorphosed here. Is he doing well? The Fey fire python inquired. Lin Bei smiled faintly. Very good. By the way, if you knew that Nyo Air was injured by a martial artist, what would you do? The fire python was silent for a moment and then said, I won't allow anyone to hurt him, and if I find out that someone is hurting Nyo Air, I may retaliate depending on the situation, and I won't even rule out killing someone. Its voice trembled a little when it said the word kill. This was because it was worried that Lin Bei would think that it was a threat to humans and decapitate it because it wanted to kill. But, it answered but with unusual firmness. Because, it wouldn't allow Nyoji to be hurt, and if it was hurt very badly, its retaliation would be fierce, even murderous. Metamorphose. I'll escort you here. Lin Bei responded indifferently. At this moment, the foreign beast fire python was also completely relieved. Many thanks to the higher power. The other side. Song Yun Academy. Xiao Hung, the head of the Heavenly Academy, was discussing things with some of the core disciples of the Heavenly Academy. At this exact moment, a Heavenly Courtyard disciple ran over. Sir Qiu, the Heavenly King in green has returned. Duke Qiu sniffed and quickly stood up, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. The Heavenly King in green has returned? Yes. This disciple hurriedly said. I bowed to the Heavenly King in green after he returned, and he recognized my identity and asked me to come and let you know so that you could make a trip to his hut. Good. Duke Qiu stood up and looked around at the Heavenly Academy disciples and his followers. Everything will proceed according to the plan I laid out. We've already fallen into a disadvantage before because of Su Rui's matter, and this time around, there's no room for error. Yes, the crowd replied in unison. Duke Qiu nodded in satisfaction, then turned around and left, heading straight to the hut of the green-clothed Heavenly King. He was very much looking forward to the news that the green-clothed Heavenly King would bring back about the dojo. Chapter 101, I advise you not to seek death. At this point, the green-clothed Heavenly King sat in the courtyard outside the small bamboo house and took a sip of the bitter mountain tea he brought back from the nameless village. The taste is slightly bitter, but after drinking it, there is a sweet aftertaste that lingers long after. At this point, Duke Qiu arrived outside the courtyard and there was some consternation when he saw the green-clothed Heavenly King drinking tea. Greetings, Heavenly King in green. Come in. The green-clothed Heavenly King pointed to the wooden chair in front of the table. Sit. Duke Qiu sat down in response to the appointment, glanced at the tea that the green-clothed Heavenly King was drinking, gazed slightly, and let out a faint smile. I've heard that the Heavenly King likes to drink wine. This tea can cure the wine. Qingyi Heavenly King has always disliked it. Why are you drinking tea today? The green-clothed Heavenly King did not say anything more, but gently pushed the bitter mountain tea on the table over. Taste. Duke Xiao sipped a mouthful of tea and frowned slightly. Bitter in the mouth. Hard to swallow. Wait a little longer. The green-clothed Heavenly King said. Duke Xiao thought back carefully. There is a sweet aftertaste. This is the dojo's bitter mountain tea. I heard that Master Lin likes to drink it, so I tried it, but it has a different flavor. The green-clothed Heavenly King said indifferently. A trace of doubt flashed in Duke Xiao's eyes as he sniffed. Isn't the forest owner an enemy? What does he like to drink? Is it necessary to study? Only the weak study the preferences of the strong. Duke Xiao felt odd and couldn't help but inquire after a little thought. Chingy Heavenly King, I wonder if you've made any gains from exploring the dojo, other than this tea? The green-clothed Heavenly King nodded. The information reported by your subordinates is without error, and the entire structure of the dojo is very odd. The green-clothed Heavenly King said indifferently. Throughout the dojo, there are very few immortal cultivators who can be initiated, and the overall strength is not strong. In a sense, there is only one person who can pose a threat to the life of a martial Heavenly King, and that is the Lin Field Master. Only the Lin Field Master is powerful alone? In that case, if there are no underpinnings at all besides the Lin Field Master? Duke Xiao immediately raised his spirits. Not bad. The green-clothed Heavenly King nodded his head. A cold light flashed in Duke Xiao's eyes. The dojo announced to the outside world that they, Su Rue, had joined the dojo, and I thought they had some unfathomable depths, but it turns out I overestimated the dojo. Since that's the case, all that's needed is to ambush the Lin Field Master, and the dojo won't break without attack? When the green-robed Heavenly King heard this, the movement of drinking tea in his hand gave a slight lurch and glanced at Duke Xiao before asking, how are you going to ambush the Linfield Master? If we can gather 10 mid-martial Heavenly King and 8 late martial Heavenly King powerhouses, can it be difficult to ambush him? Duke Xiao inquired. The green-clothed Heavenly King shook his head indifferently as he heard this. This action caused Duke Xiao to faintly stare. So many masters ambushed, and it still doesn't work? Mr. Xiao, I advise you, don't seek death. When these words came out, Duke Xiao immediately revealed an incredulous expression, and he even had some doubts about his ears. What? Seeking death? Duke Xiao stood up in a mischievous manner. Such a large number of experts ambushed, only to be critiqued by the green-clothed Heavenly King looking for death? Can it be that the strength of this dojo's Linfield Master has already surpassed the martial Heavenly King? Duke Xiao sucked in a breath of cool air. Could it be that it's a martial supreme? What is the supremacy of the martial arts? In this world, martial arts are honored, and those who can be crowned as the supreme of martial arts are not people of amazing talent and fame. The name of supreme not only refers to strength, but also status. Every martial Dao Supreme had walked out a path of their own, and this path of martial arts had gone to the extreme. Therefore, there was another name for the martial Dao Supreme being. The name was Extreme Dao Venerable. Why does Duke Xiao have such a position in Songyun Academy? Why did he become the head of the Heavenly Academy? Other than his own natural cultivation, the biggest reason was because behind him, there was a martial supreme. It was precisely because he knew just how terrifying a martial supreme was that he was so shocked. Although Duke Xiao was vindictive, if the enemy was a martial supreme, he will absolutely instantly turn into an amiable, chesty man of great size, mane flexible. I don't know. The green-clothed Heavenly King shook his head. The system of immortal cultivators is particularly odd, and it's difficult to assess the general strength. Speaking of this, the green-clothed Heavenly King smiled to himself. Perhaps I'm not qualified to test his strength, because the feeling he gave me in this encounter is only 4 words. Speaking here, the green-clothed Heavenly King looked up at Duke Xiao and uttered 4 words in a single word. Unfathomable. Hiss. Duke Xiao sucked in a breath of cool air, inwardly shocked and at the same time very thankful. He was glad that when he was in Nanyang, he didn't impulsively go to the dojo to chase Su Rue, otherwise he was afraid that he would go in vertically and come out horizontally. No wonder the green-clothed Heavenly King went away for such a long time before returning. So the dojo is so treacherous. Thanks for the news from the Heavenly King in green clothes. Duke Xiao arched his hand in respect. This favor of yours? It's not easy to return. The green-clothed Heavenly King also sighed. However, there is one thing that I would like to thank you for informing me about Linger. Duke Xiao smiled faintly. This is as it should be. After saying that, Duke Xiao stood up. On Ling Wuyo's side, Heavenly King doesn't have to worry. When we notified you, we also notified Luo Shang. I know. I just returned to the Songyun Academy and I heard that Luo Shang had the clan's martial supremacy rescued Linger, and the 1,000 miles of Chuanyue Mountain in the northwest sunk several meters as a result. It's a pity that the Chuanyue Mountain's 7-colored haze can't be seen in the future. The green-clothed Heavenly King opened his mouth indifferently. Mr. Xiao, do you know who those people are who took Linger? Duke Xiao was silent for a while before he said, Luo Shang knows that you must have revenge in mind when you return. But, Luo Shan also asked me to pass a message to you. Passing on what message? The green-clothed heavenly king looked at Duke Xiao suspiciously. This matter ends here. If you don't want what happened to Ling or her sister to repeat itself on Linger. Buzz. The green-clothed heavenly king's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly, glancing at his empty sleeves in a daze. At this moment, Duke Xiao excused himself and left. The green-clothed heavenly king didn't even notice, just froze out of his mind. The other side. Duke Xiao returned to the clan with the news of the heavenly king in green. At this moment, he was a little apprehensive inside, standing outside a large hall and waiting. Xiao Hung, the old ancestor is calling for you to go in. Only then did Duke Xiao step into the great hall. Just as he entered the great hall, it was as if he was in another world, a world that seemed to be burning, except that the burning world had no temperature and did not harm him in the slightest. He looked up, only to see an old man with white hair looking at him with cold eyes. Xiao Hung, what is it that you are looking for me for? The Qiu clan's old ancestor spoke faintly, his voice echoing in the great hall. Old ancestor, there is a matter that I need to report to you. Duke Xiao was incredibly well behaved. Speak, the Qiu clan's old ancestor, without anger. This matter has to start with Su Rue. Qiu Gongzi quickly finished the cause and effect of the matter. The Qiu clan's old ancestor's expression was cold and indifferent as he listened. After Duke Xiao finished speaking, he kept his head down, his heart beating out of his chest. Chapter 102 Mountain Protecting Spirit Beast. Seemingly sensing Duke Xiao's nervousness, the Qiu clan's ancestor let out a cold snort. What? A martial supreme has scared you? Duke Xiao lowered his head. Old ancestor. It is precisely knowing the power of the martial Dao Supreme that makes me so uneasy. The Qiu family's old ancestor asked indifferently. You still know that there is reverence? If that's the case, why did you do whatever it takes to act in the first place? Thinking that just because Su Rue doesn't have a background, he can be taken at will? Now it seems that you didn't just miscalculate. You even got into big trouble. This is called karma. Duke Xiao lowered his head and didn't dare to answer. Old ancestor Qiu coldly glanced at Duke Xiao, and eventually his eyes became soft. No matter what, you are a member of our Qiu family and the most talented scion of our Qiu family. I'm already aware of this matter. You don't need to worry, even if that what's his name Lin Field Master is really a martial Dao Supreme. The voice of the Qiu family's oldest ancestor became stern. Between the supreme martial arts Dao, there is an agreement. That one must not strike easily, and even if they do, they must not strike at martial artists below the supreme. And this matter is a common agreement between the family, the academy, and the martial arts school. He's a martial arts school. If he breaks the rules, naturally the main martial arts school will clean him up. After saying that, the Qiu family's oldest ancestor glanced deeply at Duke Xiao. The face of the martial supreme is to be given. Since he declared to shelter Su Rue within the dojo, don't deal with Su Rue. If it's outside of the dojo, he can't control it. Duke Xiao said with some concern. Old ancestor, this person, Lin Field Master, seems to act in an unconventional manner, and he almost killed the Zhou clan's first heavenly king himself back then. Old ancestor Qiu grunted coldly. Almost killed. Dead? Not dead means he's abiding by the rules. What are you afraid of? Duke Xiao was still worried. That being said, but this rule may not really be a martial arts supremacy. That supremacy of the Luo family didn't exterminate the Chuinyue mountain within the Qiu clan's old ancestor froze, then asked in confusion. Your grudge with the dojo is that deep? Is it worth the dojo martial arts supreme being putting down his identity to kill you? Qiu Gongzi said. That's not. I just have a grudge against Su Rue. It's just that I've heard that the dojo is extremely protective. The Qiu clan's oldest ancestor laughed out loud. Alright, you're being overly cautious. It can be $1 million. Duke Qiu was about to say something else. The Qiu clan's oldest ancestor coldly interrupted him. Every martial supreme being pursues his or her own martial way, and when they reach our realm, they rarely go out to participate in unnecessary mundane matters. The Qiu family's old ancestor said. The martial Dao Supreme. Let us see the shackles. The more powerful we are, the more we understand the preciousness of time. If one is unable to break the shackles and become a martial saint, one will ultimately only have a lifespan of 150 years, and will be nothing more than a handful of yellow earth after death. Martial supreme beings don't move easily. Aside from the agreement, this is the real reason. Qiu Gongzi came to a realization. It's not that the martial Dao Supreme is not willing to make a move, but he will not easily confront the same level of experts. This was because once one was injured, it would become more difficult to break through the shackles. The so-called agreement was only a superficial balance, and the idea of the martial supreme being seeing the shackles and wanting to break them was the true balance. Do you understand? the Chiu clan's oldest ancestor said. If that Lin field master would really rather take the risk of offending another martial supreme being, then it's you who deserved this fate. The Chiu family's old ancestor said blandly. Work hard to break through. Chiu Hung. You remember. Besides cultivation being real, everything is imaginary. Yes. Duke Chiu nodded respectfully, but a hint of defiance flashed in his eyes. He didn't like the feeling. He didn't like the fact that his life wasn't guaranteed. He didn't like the fact that a potential danger existed. The Chiu family's oldest ancestor looked deeply at Duke Chiu. Stand down. We, the Chiu family, will send someone to make a trip to the dojo to make peace for you. Yes, Mr. Chiu quickly left. The first thing he did after leaving was to return to the Yun Academy and gather everyone under his command. Sir Chiu, why have you summoned us urgently? Duke Chiu's eyes were cold. The threat of the dojo is too great, and our Chiu family's old ancestor is only willing to make peace on my behalf, and will not die to protect me. When these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar, and some people exclaimed in shock. Dojo, is it hard to believe that there is a martial supreme? It's possible. Duke Chiu nodded with a serious expression. Therefore, I must become the chief great disciple, and only by becoming the chief great disciple will I have the opportunity, with the power of the academy, to level the dojo. At this statement, some people backed off. Mr. Chiu, since there is a martial supreme at the dojo, do we really have to go through life and death? Isn't the Chiu family willing to make peace for you? It's best if we can turn big problems into small ones. Duke Chiu snorted coldly. My future can never be swayed by the so-called destiny. I can't rest easy until the dojo is destroyed. But the Q family's peacemaking is good cover. Sir Chiu, what's your plan? After all, that's a martial arts supreme. Someone's voice trembled at the mention of the words martial supreme. Duke Chiu looked over and realized that the one who spoke was none other than one of the martial Dao heavenly kings under his command. At the Yun Academy, there is a tradition that the master will help every person who becomes a chief great disciple to resolve all of their concerns, so that the chief great disciple can cultivate with peace of mind. As I recall, the last chief great disciple, who offended a certain martial Dao supreme, worshipped a master called the Gale Supreme, and when his lifespan was approaching, he directly killed the door and that martial Dao supreme to die with him. Duke Chiu's eyes were cold. Why can't I follow suit? The crowd froze at the words. In the meantime, volcano. As Lin Bei watched the metamorphosis of the foreign beast fire python, a very wonderful feeling suddenly arose in his heart. He witnessed the beast fire python, in the middle of the lava with the help of lava fire, the process of fading away from the mortal body. Time passes. After about a full incense stick or so, the foreign beast fire python finally shed its mortal body, and the power of the heavens and earth around it was drenched with its will, seemingly transforming into a burning flame. The moment, the foreign beast, the fire python, had completely and utterly metamorphosed successfully, becoming a genuine demonic beast. Many thanks to the High Protector. The fire python spat out human words, and although it had a grateful expression, it was actually very uneasy inside, because he didn't know what the person in front of him would do with it. What are your plans? Lin Bei spoke. The fire python also knew that it had metamorphosed successfully and was too much of a threat to humans, and if it was discovered by a martial artist, it would surely be crushed. However, the fire python was also very shrewd as it eyed Lin Bei with an expression of doing as it was told. Please, higher power. Lin Bei smiled faintly at his words. I am going to bring this place into the jurisdiction of the dojo. Coincidentally, there is a lack of a mountain protection spirit beast. If you are willing, you will stay here to cultivate. As our dojo's mountain protection spirit beast. How? Spirit beast? The fire python was at a loss. What's a spirit animal? Chapter 103 Emergency Report from the Border Gates. Lin Bei felt normal when he saw that the fire python didn't know about spirit beasts. After all, in this world, the foreign beasts after evolution were called demonic beasts, and there had never been any spirit beasts. The so-called spirit beasts are those that have spirituality. After evolving, Lin Bei said, isn't that a demonic beast? Fire python said stupidly. Nonetheless, Lin Bei laughed. The biggest difference between spirit beasts and demon beasts is that demon beasts are the enemies of humans, while spirit beasts are the partners of humans. The fire python suddenly came to a realization. The so-called spirit beast was nothing more than Lin Bei giving it an identity that could integrate into human society. Many thanks to the High One for granting me my identity. The little demon is willing to watch over this volcano for you. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. My name is Lin Bei. I am the master of the dojo. You can call me Master Lin. From now on, this volcano will be in your hands. After that, I will send people over to build the dojo. At that time, you cooperate with them. Fire python said in a hurry. Will Bull too come? Lin Bei froze, then nodded with a smile. I'll let him know. After saying that, Lin Bei beckoned to the fire python. Come here. Take me down and pick some scorching flame grass. Yes. The fire python climbed directly into the crater. And only after observing it from a close distance did Lin Bei realize that the fire python was more than 30 meters long and its head was 2 meters wide. When the fire python climbed up, it directly lowered its head in a good manner. Lin Bei leapt directly on top of its head. With the cooperation of the fire python, Lin Bei picked a large amount of scorching inferno grass. Should be about right. Putting the scorching inferno grass away, the fire python obediently sent Lin Bei out of the volcano. Lin Bei turned around and prepared to leave. At this exact moment, the fire python suddenly said, Master Lin, am I considered a part of the dojo now? Yes. Lin Bei nodded. All humans have names. May I ask Master Lin to give me a name? Lin Bei was slightly stunned and looked deeply at the fire python. This guy, he's smart. It's using him as a big flag. As long as he gives the name, then as long as it mentions its name, it can say that it is given by Lin Bei. This relationship is invariably a few points closer. Your whole body is red. I give the word red. You are a spirit beast. I have expectations for you in the direction of future evolution. Give the word dragon. From now on you will be called Red Dragon. The fire python was overjoyed. Many thanks to the Lin Field Master for the name. After being grateful, the fire python was filled with doubt again. Master Linfield, what is a dragon? Lin Bei smiled lightly. The so-called dragons can soar between heaven and earth, and can go up to the sky, enter the earth, and go down to the sea, with impunity. Lin Bei casually explained. The fire python's eyes flashed with brilliance as he listened. Many thanks, Field Master Lin, for pointing out the path of cultivation. What? Lin Bei looked at the fire python in bewilderment. Did he point it out? He was actually just speaking out the dragons he remembered. This fire python, is he so enlightened? After taking a deep look at the fire python, Lin Bei didn't say anything more and turned around to leave. Greetings to the Lin Field Master. The other side. Dojo. Lin Bei had just arrived at the door of the dojo when little Iris directly pounced on him. Master, you're back. It's been hard on you. I'll give you a whack on the shoulder. Lin Bei stroked little Iris's head favorably. Little Iris, why are you so attentive today? Little sixth son skimmed his lips. Of course it's for the scorching inferno grass, or else she could be so attentive? Usually when I rub Master's shoulders and back, I don't see her giving a hand. When these words came out, little Iris had two big eyes and glared fiercely at little sixth son. At the moment, Lin Bei was mainlining and eccentric. There was no other reason. Delaying little Iris' refining of the spirit-gathering pill for even a second made him feel like he was committing a crime. Hence, Lin Bei similarly glared at little sixth son. It's not like the master has old arms and legs that can't move. So what do I need to rub my shoulders and whack my back for? If you have that kind of free time, don't you know to cultivate properly and find your own way of cultivation? When Xiao Lu Zi was scolded, his head drooped and he couldn't wait to slap himself twice. What's wrong with you? I couldn't expose little Iris's shortcomings, but I set myself on fire instead. Little Iris looked at little six, and that expression seemed to say, serves you right. At this moment, Lin Bei handed a brocade box to little Iris. Here, little Iris, this is the scorching inferno grass. Take it and refine it. Little Iris opened it and saw that it was full of scorching inferno grass. Master is the best. Today, little Iris doesn't refine pills. She's going to give Master a good whack on the back and be filial to him. When Lin Bei heard this, his expression changed and he looked seriously at little Iris. Little Iris, how many times have I told you that cultivation is the most important thing? Just leave this kind of small matter to little sixth son. Oh, little Iris shrunk her head. Then I'm going to make pills. Lin Bei instantly changed his face and said with a soft face, well, go ahead. After saying that, Lin Bei directly headed for the rocking chair. Little sixth son's eyes twinkled. So what, Master? I'm going to study the way of cultivation as well. Cough. Lin Bei directly coughed lightly twice. When can't the cultivation path be studied? Come, pinch my master's shoulders for me. Ha! Little six was filled with bewilderment. Just now is not a good deal. Cultivation is important. How did it come to him? Directly bipolar reversal? Not bad. It's still little six who pinches comfortably. Lin Bei was satisfied with his appreciation, then glanced at Xiao Lu Zi's aggrieved expression. Aggrieved? No, it is proper to be filial to master. Little sixth son said in a hurry. Only then did Lin Bei's voice become gentle. Little sixth son, have you ever thought about what you should do on the path of cultivation in the future? When these words came out, Xiao Lu Zi instantly understood that pinching the shoulders was fake, and the master was preparing to show him the way. I don't know. Little Rocco kept his head down. Senior brother Zhang Tang said that my talent is to take something complicated and make it a simple, quick way to solve it. even better than the original result. I don't know what kind of talent this is, Xiao Luzi said awkwardly. Tainyo said I'm being lazy with my talent. Lin Bei didn't speak, but quietly pondered. Through this period of observation, Lin Bei could ascertain that Xiao Luzi was particularly good at taking things that were complicated and making them simple and efficient, and he was equally extremely talented at drawing drawings. Suddenly, an idea appeared in Lin Bei's mind. He already had an idea about Little Six's cultivation path. Xiao Luzi, don't be blindly busy lately. The matter at hand, leave it to Tainyo. You meditate for 2 days. Come find me after 2 days. Koroku froze. Oh. Lin Bei finished speaking and directly stood up. You go and call for Iron Bull. I have something to command him. Yes. Little Six nodded his head in a hurry. However, at this exact moment, a figure suddenly ran over in a hurry. Little Rocco had some doubts when he saw the visitor. Meng Xiaohu, what's wrong? Why did you run over here? Meng Xiaohu heaved a few breaths, then said in a broken voice, Master, the border gate is an urgent report. Chapter 104. Seeing Meng Xiaohu's face full of tension, Xiao Luzi carefully walked over to Meng Xiaohu's side and patted him on the back. Take it easy. What happened? It was then that Meng Xiaohu seemed to slow down and pulled out a letter from his arms. This is an expedited letter that just arrived from the border. Receiving Meng Xiaohu's letter, Lin Bei carefully examined it and immediately revealed a surprised look. Did something happen on Su Rui's side? Is this a letter from Su Rui? Little Six said with some concern. Nowadays, the dojo and its surroundings were developing in full swing, and Su Rui's contribution took up a large part of the reason. Therefore, Xiao Luzi was particularly concerned about Su Rui's well-being. No, it's a letter from General Qian. A small smile hung on Lin Bei's face. Su Rui in the border made a significant contribution to the introduction of the water of the Tianshan mountain, flooding the foreign beasts outside the customs, directly formed a natural barrier. Short-term border temporarily no foreign beasts infestation of worry. Border General Qian informed us that the test was completed successfully. When these words came out, Xiao Luzi hurriedly took the letter in Lin Bei's hand. Worthy of being Su Rui, so powerful. Xiao Luzi sighed and looked towards Tainyo, who was not far away. Iron Bull, you're going to be famous. Me? Iron Bull was confused. Look for yourself. Xiao Luzi handed the letter over, only to see that the top of the letter was filled with words of praise for Tainyo throughout. It was only at this moment that Tainyo reacted to the fact that Su Rui had borrowed his identity in order to cover his tracks. This time, Su Rui's ploy to draw the water of Tianshan Mountain was successful, and next, the Nanyang Zhou clan will be in bad luck. Lin Bei, on the other hand, glanced at Meng Xiaohu and the people present and spoke indifferently. Let no one know about this. In the meantime, border pass. Su Rui is talking and laughing with General Qian. The Jade Valley Pass's General Qian and the four-town generals and other border experts were holding a celebration banquet. Su Rui, who was the protagonist, was currently sitting beside General Qian. Tainyo. This time the flooding of the foreign beasts outside the pass and the formation of a natural barrier. You can't be faulted. Military honors aside, do you have any rewards you want? Su Rui said with a smile. This time the credit. I can only occupy a very small part. The biggest credit belongs to General Qian Yua, followed by the four-town generals. If it weren't for the fact that you, General Qian, are so wise and brilliant that you agree with my plan and have sent the four-town generals to cooperate, it would be a fool's errand to try to cut off the waters of the Tianshan mountain. When these words came out, General Qian and the four-town generals nodded in satisfaction. In their eyes, this Iron Bull belonged to the Tao. Although the whole plan is Su Rui's whole layout, is not stingy mouth, more than lobbying them, after all kinds of analysis, before they convinced them. But when the words came to Su Rui, they directly turned into credits for General Qian and the four-town generals. It's not enough that they don't take credit and don't get greedy, but what's the most important thing? It also knows to give them the credit and fame. When Tianshan Mountain was first cut off and flooded with foreign beasts, after returning to Yugu Pass, the first thing Su Rui did was to push all the credit to General Qian and the east, south, west, and north, the four-town generals. According to Su Rui's original words is that he is just lucky. Get Qian General and the four-town generals of the reward. Participate in this matter mixed this broken day of military service. Tainyo, you don't have to be so self-effacing. Don't worry, I've already expounded on your merits as is over at the dojo. And of course there's the matter of your self-effacing. Grand General Qian said with a smile. The so-called self-effacing thing was actually a way of mentioning the dojo and letting the dojo know Su Rui's true contribution, but without refuting their face and reputation. Mainly a human interest story. Many thanks to General Qian. Su Rui hurriedly said respectfully. General Qian smiled and said, Say, what reward do you want? Su Rui at this moment, knowing that it is not the time to excuse himself, immediately said, "General Qian, truth be told, the Nanyang Zhou clan and Zhang Tang of our dojo, there is a blood feud." Su Rui briefly introduced, "Zhang Teng, Zhang Zhong and the Nanyang Zhou clan. We have heard a thing or two about this matter. The Nanyang Zhou clan, I've seen them unhappy for a long time. As a great Nanyang clan, every time they let their subordinate clan serve in place of their clan, and as a result, they even forced Zhang Zhong to die." General Qian's tone was also very unkind. "It's just that they didn't break the rules and those clans volunteered, we can't say anything." General Qian sighed. Su Rui heard this and immediately said with a smile, "General Qian, I have a plan. I heard that Zhou has trade and commerce with us at the border, and will provide a large amount of medicinal herbs to us at Yugu Pass?" "Exactly." General Qian nodded. "As we guard the Jade Valley Pass, these clans, martial arts schools, and academies will provide manpower and supplies, and the Zhou clan's mainstay industry is medicinal herbs, so they will often provide us with medicinal herbs. If we don't have enough, we'll purchase from them as well." When Su Rui heard this, a glint flashed in his eyes. "General Qian, I don't need a reward. I just want to avenge Zhang Tang and take out Zhang Zhong's anger. I have a plan." Su Rui spoke out his plan for the healing medicine. General Qian sniffed, then revealed a smile. "This matter is granted. Generals of the 4 towns, this time you have been given a lot of light, so help him out a little." The 4 town generals spoke up. "Although Zhang Zhong was assigned here by the Nanyang Zhou clan, but at least he is one of us from the Jade Valley Pass. Zhang Zhong requested us to intercede, and we passed on the information. But as a result, that Nanyang Zhou clan didn't give us the slightest bit of face. That's right, there's only one martial heavenly king. How dare he be so arrogant? If it wasn't in the way of the rules, I'd have to teach him a lesson." We've also been looking at the Nanyang Zhou clan with displeasure. This time when we give them a lesson, Tying Yo, don't worry about the layout. Those who are related to the Nanyang Zhou clan, we will take care of them for you. The moment, Su Rui was completely relieved. Soon, Yugu Pass and the foreign beasts had a bloody battle, and many. Yugu Pass was injured. The news that Yugu Pass was in urgent need of healing medicine was precisely transmitted from Yugu Pass to Nanyang. As for the matter of flooding the alien beasts, the news was temporarily blocked. While the news was flying all over the place, Su Rui infiltrated into Nanyang with Deng Di and other Zhang Zhong's original subordinates. The moment, Nanyang Zhou, the Nanyang County King, revealed a cold smile as he looked at some of the treasures in front of him. This Shang clan, simply stupid. Not to mention that things have been done badly. Their clan's experts are dead and injured. Zhang Zhong is also dead, and with their strength drastically shrinking, they still presume to send some treasures to keep their territory? Yes, this Shang clan has messed things up. We can take the opportunity to eat into their Zhang clan's industry in the name of giving them a little lesson. A Nanyang Zhou clan elder said. The Nanyang County King nodded in satisfaction. This matter, leave it to you. Chapter 105, The Situation in Nanyang. Nanyang, Zhang's clan's industry was eaten away. Many forces all looked in the eyes. Among them, and the Zhang clan, the Lu clan that has interests. An emergency family meeting was called. Patriarch, the Nanyang County King is bullying people too much. It's not even a problem that Zhang clan is selling their lives for them and taking the blame. But now that the clan's experts are dead and wounded, they even took the opportunity to eat away at the Zhang clan's industry. Among them, the industries we worked with the Zhang clan were also affected, and we suffered considerable losses. Dojo's Lin Field Master, why didn't you kill the Nanyang Zhou clan's heavenly king in the first place? If the Zhou clan's heavenly king had died, and our many clans had joined forces, would the Nanyang Zhou clan have dared to be so unscrupulous? Inside Lu's clan, the crowd curses. Lu's patriarch, eyes closed, walnuts coiled in his hands, frowning. Patriarch, what should we do now? Is it possible to sit back and watch the Nanyang Zhou clan cannibalize the industries that the Zhang clan has partnered with us? The Nanyang Zhou clan, after all, is a mountain in Nanyang. The patriarch of the Lu clan side. Nanyang Zhou clan, even if the heavenly king dies, can we unite with the inner city clans to shake things up? The crowd was silent. The combined strength of the Nanyang Zhou clan was too strong. The Zhou clan heavenly kings had already pressured them when they hadn't been exposed, and now that another martial Dao heavenly king had appeared, it was even more desperate. It can only be recognized. The crowd is not willing, but it seems that there is no good way to do it. Wealth, strength, there was absolutely no way for them to compare with Zhou. Right at this moment, a figure that arrived in front of the patriarch of the Lu clan and whispered a few words in a low voice. The patriarch of the Lu clan froze, then stood up violently, then scanned the surrounding area. 10 clan elders stay behind, the rest of you go out. The people of the Lu clan looked at each other in disbelief, and even the 10 clan elders who were left behind were confused. Matriarch, What's wrong? Why are you suddenly letting the clan out? An honored guest is here, the patriarch of the Lu clan said. I'll go invite him. Not long after, a figure appeared in front of the crowd. This one is? The clan elder of the Lu clan looked at the man who had lowered his cloak in confusion. I am a person of the dojo. As for what I am called, it doesn't really matter, does it? Su Rue said with a smile. The people at the dojo, who don't want to be named. Lu's expression became serious at once. Gentlemen, I heard that you've met a little trouble? Su Rue said with a smile. None of the people present were human experts, and with just a casual question, they immediately realized that the dojo was going to be involved in this matter. The patriarch of the Lu clan immediately said, That's right, Your Excellency doesn't know that our clans, living under the shadow of the Nanyang Zhou clan, are truly a wimp. Patriarch Lu's words almost gave the clan elders of the Zhou clan a nod in the right direction. They are ready to use the dojo to arm wrestle with the Nanyang Zhou clan. After all, it was well known that the dojo's Lin Fieldmaster almost killed Zhou's heavenly king. The Nanyang Zhou clan bullies people too much. That's right, not only did he frame Zhang Tang and leave the Zhang clan in pieces, but he was also wicked and shameless. That what, Sheriff? I think it's just a prodigal hoof with no family education. No more needs to be said. The people of the Lu clan, who had angrily rebuked the Zhou clan, were, in fact, making a statement to Su Rue. They were willing to turn their backs on the Zhou clan. As for the righteous accusations, they are nothing more than name-calling. Su Rue also climbed up the pole. What you all have said is very true. This Nanyang Zhou clan has made senior brother Zhang Tang suffer a lot. Even though senior brother Zhang Tang has a half-year's appointment, as a senior brother, I definitely won't allow the Zhou clan to get away with this. This statement was made. The Zhou clan immediately heard the outer strings of the words, Dojo, to personally go down against Nanyang Zhou. We are also being oppressed, so please help us out at the dojo. We are willing to follow the dojo's lead. The Lu clan chief had an expression of willingness to be at the head of a horse. Su Rue smiled faintly. He knew very well that it was never the so-called presiding justice that could bind these families, but real benefits. Of course, in the grand scheme of things, it's all about a division and a name. Gentlemen, our dojo, also because of the matter of Zhang Teng's senior brother, deeply aware of the Nanyang families are not easy, living in deep water, so the master specially sent me to come, but also everyone clear sky. Please also ask the dojo to make a decision. The Lu clan chief said in a hurry. Gentlemen, I have a plan that will not only allow you all to get out of a mouthful of bad anger, but will also allow the Nanyang Zhou clan to spit out all of the industries that they have been eating away at over the years, and will even allow you the opportunity to divide the Zhou clan's industries. Su Rue spoke eloquently. Really? A glint flashed in the eyes of Lu's crowd. It's natural. At this moment, someone suddenly said, although we are willing to believe that you are the people of the dojo, but the matter of dealing with the Zhou clan is important. One wrong step, then the family is shattered. May I ask you may prove your identity? Su Rue was prepared. I can have senior brother Zhang Tang come personally. What do you all think? It's not that we doubt your identity. It's just that this matter is too big and you're not willing to reveal your identity. So please be generous. The Lu clan chief had an embarrassed expression. It's natural. Su Rue laughed. I wonder, Your Excellency, what is your plan? The Lu clan chief inquired. Don't be in a hurry. Wait until I have united enough people. Then, you can just act on my orders. What you shouldn't ask, don't ask. After Su Rue finished speaking, he directly turned his head and left. Soon, Su Rue left. The people of the Lu clan looked at each other in disbelief. Patriarch, do we really have to side with the dojo? This person is unwilling to reveal his identity. And even if he really is someone from the dojo, how can we cooperate without him revealing any plans? The patriarch of the Lu clan inquired. Clan elders, what do you think? The dojo wants to use us, but doesn't trust us. A clan elder said faintly. However, the dojo also gave chips. 1. Help us out. 2. Let us take back our eaten-up industries. And 3. Participate in dividing up the Zhou clan's industries. Patriarch. Benefits and risks. You weigh them yourself. The Lu clan chief looked at this person. Elder son, is the dojo reliable? Can they really push back the Nanyang Zhou clan? Whether the dojo is reliable or not, I don't really know, but I do know that the dojo's master Lin, who can beat Zhou's heavenly king to death. In a way, we don't need to know the dojo's plans. Elder son said. We just need to cooperate and know that the dojo is willing to shelter us. That's enough. Even if we flipped with the Nanyang Zhou clan, at least, we have some backbone. The Lu clan chief nodded. As long as the dojo is willing to provide shelter, the benefits outweigh the risks. The Lu clan chief made up his mind at once. Chapter 106, The Good Show begins. Nanyang Zhou. Undercurrents. Su Rui selected many forces to secretly make a union. Just, Nanyang, after all, was the world of the Zhou clan. Just as Su Rui was secretly uniting many clans in his capacity as a man of the dojo, the Zhou clan had already called an emergency meeting. The Nanyang County King, sitting on top of the County King's throne, looked at the many clansmen. Gentlemen, have you heard? The dojo's man is here. He's secretly uniting many clans and seems to want to turn against our Zhou clan. Some clan elders were disdainful. This person is not self-conscious. Our power has long penetrated all the great clans. He thinks he is seamless. In fact, he has long been under our control. What else can he turn over? The Nanyang County King looked grim and admonished in a cold voice. Don't be careless. This person is secretly uniting those clans. There will be plots and tricks. We still need to be careful. County King, there is no need to worry. The dojo is going to make a move against us. If we say that Master Lin is powerful, we won't deny it. But trying to unite these clans against us is simply foolish. The many families in Nanyang have long been infiltrated into a sieve by us. We've long had everything in our hands. To come to Nanyang and try to turn the world upside down is a fool's errand. The crowd laughed out loud. Time passes. Su Rui met up with Brother Deng and the others. How? Almost all of those who can be contacted. Even the neutral ones, we all secretly contacted them. Good. Su Rui revealed a smile. They had united 32 clans in Nanyang in just 2 days. Almost every powerful, ostensibly a bit of a grudge with the Zhou clan right in. Su Rui all secretly contacted. Tai Nyo. Is it really possible for us to contact so many clans? They're not reliable at all. For every clan we contacted, we would send people to secretly observe them. And it turned out that so many clans, at least 26 of them, had secretly sent people to contact the Nanyang Zhou clan. Su Rui smiled faintly. It is only good if there is a mole. If there is no mole, then it is not good. As the saying goes, soldiers are not afraid of deceit. If there is no mole, how can we get the Zhou clan to fall into the trap? A bunch of disobedient people. Can it really work? Brother Deng felt that he had no idea in his heart. What we need is to borrow momentum. As long as the great power is on our side, we can quietly, silently, borrow the knife to kill people. As for whether it is reliable or not, it doesn't matter at all. Su Rui smiled faintly. What I need is their wealth, and the fact that they have to listen to my orders in the face of great power. That's all. We believe you. Time passes. 1 day later, a letter was delivered to the dojo. After Xiao Luzi received the letter, he only saw 4 words written on it. Zhang Teng, Nanyang. This is a letter from Su Rui. Is this asking Senior Zhang Teng to make a trip to Nanyang? Without hesitation, Xiao Luzi found Zhang Teng at the first opportunity. Senior brother Zhang Teng, Su Rui asked you to go to Nanyang. Zhang Teng took the letter and glanced at it, then nodded. Recently, I've been preparing to help Meng Xiuhu open the Heaven's Gate and have been helping him condition his body. So after I leave, you have Tainyo go and help Meng Xiuhu condition his body. I'll just go and help. Little Sixth Son said enthusiastically. He and Little Tiger had a good relationship, so he volunteered to help. Zhang Teng smiled, meaning it. You'd better listen to your master and meditate honestly. You're running around like this. I'm afraid your master will scold you. Do I look like someone who can be quiet? To be honest, I want to sleep when I'm quiet. Xiao Luzi said with a smile. It's fine. I'm very skillful at slacking off. Master, he won't know. Meng Xiuhu opening the heavenly gate is a big deal. I have to keep an eye on it. Zhang Teng's expression was stunned. His pupils condensed, and then he instantly changed his face and suddenly said in a serious and incomparable manner. Confused. How can you neglect what master has ordered? Why don't you quickly go to the quiet room to meditate? For this matter, I'll personally go find Tainyo, so don't delay. Go quickly. Senior brother Zhang, why so serious? It's fine, master. He's been going over to little Iris's side every day lately to care about the refining of the spirit gathering pill. He won't be looking for me. Confused. Zhang Teng hated his expression. I went to find Tainyo and then went to Nanyang. After saying that, Zhang Teng turned around and left. When Xiao Luzi saw Zhang Teng's odd behavior, he had some inner doubts. Suddenly, he realized something. It's hard not to. Master is here? Why else would Zhang Teng suddenly change his face? Kuroko stiffened and turned his head, only to see Lin Bei staring at him with an incredibly gloomy face. Master, why are you here? You listen to my cunning explanation. Little Six's face went white. Lin Bei coldly snorted and directly interrupted Xiao Luzi's words. You were told to meditate to come to your master, and this is how you meditate? Humph. Your senior brother Tainyo still has to practice. Conditioning Meng Xiuhu's body is over to you. When your senior brother Zhang Teng comes back, you get the hell out of there and go to the confinement room and reflect. Before you reflect, Hand over a 10,000-word check to me. After saying this, Lin Bei shook his sleeves and turned around. Little Six cried out. Why is it another 10,000 words? Master, can it be less? Lin Bei's feet lurched and he turned his head to look at Xiao Luzi. Too much? Xiao Luzi inwardly thumped. Instantly felt bad. 20,000 then. One word less and you'll be locked up for one more day. Little Rocco wanted to cry. Soon, he arrived at Meng Xiaohu's retreat room. Little sixth son, why are you here? Meng Xiaohu asked with some surprise. Meng Xiaohu, Xiao Luzi said in annoyance. I'll strangle you. 20,000 word review. And confinement. It's all your fault. Meng Xiaohu was confused. Only after making some noise did Xiao Luzi stop and said without a good mood. Senior brother Zhang Tang had to leave for something, so I'll condition your body for you. Nan Yang. In. Brother Tang and the others came to Su Rui and whispered a few words. Senior brother Zhang is here? Su Rui was delighted. Go! Soon Su Rui met Zhang Tang who had arrived. When Zhang Tang saw Su Rui, he glanced at brother Deng and the others beside him and immediately greeted him with a smile. Iron Bull, you wanted to see me? Su Rui also revealed a smile when he saw Zhang Tang address him with his fake identity. In fact, there was no harm in Zhang Tang speaking out of turn. After all, brother Tang and the others had already been determined to be reliable after his observation. Senior brother Zhang, the plan has begun, so I need you to come here. Yes. Zhang Tang nodded his head. Is there anything I need to work with? Su Rui smiled confidently. You are required to show your face and identify my dojo. I have not revealed my identity so you may address me as dojo envoy in front of them. Zhang Tang nodded. Any more? Su Rui nodded. One more thing, and that is to tell these people that as long as they follow me, our dojo is willing to shelter them. Yes. Zhang Tang was very cooperative. Any more? Su Rui shook his head. No more. After this matter, you can go back to cultivating. Just leave the rest to me. Okay. Zhang Tang nodded. I trust you. Su Rui smiled and said. Inevitably, I won't let senior brother Zhang down. When he finished speaking, he looked at brother Tang and the others. Brother Tang, you can go gather those clans. Brother Deng nodded. He understands. Good show is about to start. Chapter 107, Creating Great Momentum. Nanyang, the main hall of the inn. The patriarchs of the 32 clans in Nanyang arrived in full force. The patriarch of the Lu clan sat amongst the crowd with a frown on his face. Patriarch, what do the people of this dojo want? Why have you gathered so many people? The clan elders standing behind the Lu clan chief opened their mouths. Although these people, seemingly, have a grudge against the Zhou clan, the family forces in Nanyang are disjointed. He doesn't think that's going to unite these people, does he? Clan chief Lu didn't say anything with his brows furrowed. The 32 clans that had gathered at the inn all belonged to the wallflowers in his opinion, and were not usable. Patriarch, can the dojo really be relied upon? Right at this moment, Su Rui and Zhang Tang appeared. When the duo appeared, the entire inn instantly quieted down. Especially after Zhang Tang appeared, many people's gazes all fell on him. Obviously, for Zhang Tang, many people recognized him. Gentlemen, Su Rui said with a smile, I know that all of you present are all those who have a grudge against the Zhou clan and have been oppressed. Today's call for everyone to come here is actually to unite everyone and deal with the Zhou clan. I don't think there's anyone who has any objections regarding this point, right? As soon as Su Rui's words fell, someone immediately spoke up. That's right, the Zhou clan has bullied us too much, squeezing us extremely and making our clan struggle. We should join forces. Someone started it, and immediately many clans chimed in. Now, with the dojo as a backer, why do we need to fear the Zhou clan? With so many of our clans united, what is the Zhou clan? The patriarch of the Lu clan looked at the heavy burden of talking, and the sadness on his face increased. Although these people seem to be in a group, but in reality, I'm afraid that secretly they still have dealings with the Zhou clan. Good. Su Rui nodded his head in satisfaction. In that case, I, the envoy of the dojo, will act as the alliance leader and unify the planning and layout to deal with the Zhou clan. Truth be told, aside from you all, I have also united many small clans and martial arts schools in the outer city, and today our combined strength is even stronger than the Zhou clans. Much stronger. Many people looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Now that senior brother Zhang Tang is here, do you all have any objections to my identity? Zhang Tang also said at the right time, don't worry, gentlemen, he is an envoy sent by master. If you defect to us, we will naturally shelter your safety. If Zhou dares to use martial arts to oppress people, master will make them regret their foolish decision. When these words came out, many clans kissed their asses. We naturally admire the strength of the Lin Field master. That's right, the Zhou clan only has one heavenly king of martial arts. For Field Master Lin, it's still not a one-handed take? Su Rui nodded in satisfaction. You all have a point. In that case, those present are all in favor of our dojo? Many people have expressed their full support. Seeing the enthusiasm of the crowd, Zheng Tang was indifferent throughout. He could see that the hypocrisy of these people was just that he did not say anything more, because he knew that Su Rui had planned everything long ago. Truth be told, I am aware of the general wealth of all the clans, so I will be coordinating all the resources for this plan against the Zhou clan. Su Rui said, do you all have any objections? If you are unwilling to accept the coordination and don't trust me, you can leave now. When these words came out, the people present looked at each other in disbelief. Mr. Special Envoy, I wonder what you mean by coordination. There were inquiries. To put it bluntly, you will have to take money when I need it, and of course that money will be used to fight the Zhou clan through trade and other means. Su Rui's expression suddenly became extremely cold. Gentlemen, I can assure you that with my plan, you will get a huge return on the money you put up, but all the same, if someone is dragging my feet and not willing to give it their all, don't blame me for being merciless. Speaking of this, Su Rui took out a contract. Now, those who wish to join, sign the deed, and having signed to enjoy asylum, must likewise accept my command. For a while, the scene was strangely quiet. Although they had patted themselves on the back before, everyone hesitated when it came to actual fulfillment. They understood that once they sign up, while being sheltered by the dojo, they would also need to put up real money. Right at this moment, Zheng Tang deliberately snorted coldly. Senior brother, with all due respect to these, I'm afraid these people may not be the ones who are really willing to listen to your command, but a bunch of rabble. Are you asking me to come? Could it be that you are looking at the ridiculous faces of these people? Su Rui also performed very well, and his expression suddenly became extremely ugly. Gentlemen, could it be that you are really framing me? Why are you hesitant to sign the contract? The master and brothers sang together, immediately giving the crowd present great pressure. The moment the patriarch of the Liu clan stood up, my Liu clan is willing to listen to the dojo's coordinated command. After saying that, Patriarch Liu directly signed his name with a big wave of his hand. It's just that apart from Liu's clan, then no one is willing to go up and sign. They were happy to scold the Zhou clan, but if they were to come for real, or even hitch a ride on their family's fate as a result, they all hesitated. At this point, after Liu's patriarch signed, he saw that the people were reluctant to sign, each hesitating, and immediately opened his mouth. Mr. Special Envoy, all of you are not willing to sign easily, and in fact, it is because there is no bottom in your hearts, not daring to easily gamble on the fate of the family. I wonder if Lord Envoy has a way to fight against the Zhou clan? When Su Rui sniffed, his expression seemed to ease a few points. I understand your concerns, but you need to know two things. Su Rui raised two fingers. For one, with our dojo sheltering us, there's no need to worry about safety. Secondly, I am only coordinating the use of your resources and wealth, not appropriating them, which is equivalent to taking out your money and giving it to me to operate, after which you will get a higher return. When these words came out, many clans whispered and conferred with their clan elders. Someone inquired, we're not looking for a higher return, as long as the dojo doesn't let us lose too much money. Su Rui laughed. Here, I can assure you all that if there is a loss, afterward, our dojo will make up for all of it, but likewise, if there is a profit, our dojo will need 50%. When these words came out, the crowd finally moved. I sign too. We believe the dojo will not go back on its word. Seeing many people taking a stand, Su Rui struck the iron while it was hot. Mouths speak louder than words. I'll draw up a contract, and we will definitely not go back on our word for the guarantee made by our dojo. Yes, I believe you. Considering the strength of the Lin Field Master, everyone understood that it was only a matter of time before the dojo became a giant, and since they had made a promise, they were willing to take a risk even if it was risky. Soon, the crowd has signed. When Zheng Tang saw the scene, he understood. The momentum, it's done. Chapter 108, A Plan Within a Plan. See that the crowd has signed. Su Rui said with a smile. Gentlemen, you have made the best choice. Truth be told, I have received news that the border battlefield of the Jade Valley Pass and the demonic beasts had a bloody battle, and the Jade Valley Pass has suffered heavy casualties, and is in dire need of a large amount of healing-type medicines. When these words came out, many people looked at each other and nodded their heads. Not bad. Recently, news suddenly came from the Jade Valley Pass, in which the demand for healing medicines seems to be even greater. I've also gotten word that Jade Valley Pass needs a lot of healing supplies. Being a family in Nanyang, many families were aware of this information. Su Rui smiled lightly at this. After all, the news is what he passed over. The border even made some cooperation. Gentlemen, truth be told, our dojo has gotten more information. Surui opened his mouth. The border gate is preparing for a large battle, taking the initiative to repel the demonic beasts and redraw a line of defense out there. So they'll be purchasing a large amount of healing medicines. My purpose of coordinating everyone's resources is twofold. 1. Dumping a large amount of precious herbs and other resources at low prices to the Nanyang Zhou clan, depleting their liquidity reserves. Secondly, we began to purchase large quantities of the Zhou clan, healing medicines and the like, to stockpile. After we stockpile a large amount of healing pills, we can buy herbs for making healing pills and such in large quantities. In the end, we can raise the price and trade with the border gates for massive profits. Lu's clan's advocate inquired. Dumping at a low price? Then won't Zhou make a big profit when he resells it? Yes, the medicinal herb aspect of the Zhou clan's industry is the backbone. What if they purchase the raw materials for the healing medicine from outside to make it? Is it possible that we want to exhaust their materials and virtually monopolize the healing medicine? I have my doubts. Trading with the border. Raising the price, will they still buy? Many families have raised doubts. Surui answered very patiently. Resale? That takes time. Surui laughed. If you want the fish to take the bait, you naturally have to give up the bait. I've gotten the news that the border will come over to purchase healing medicines within 10 days. Do you think they'll still have time to sell those precious medicinal herbs when they react? Secondly, it wouldn't hurt for Zhou to buy raw materials for healing medicines from elsewhere to make healing medicines, and we'll buy as many as we have. I have received accurate information that the demand for healing medicines at the border is extremely high, and they have an expectation that the price will go up, and they will buy them if the price goes up by double to twice, or even 3 or 4 times, because the war machine waits for no one. Our location in Nanyang is an advantage. Surui smiled and said, Gentlemen, as long as we make such a large sum of money, we can target the Nanyang Zhou clan from all industries, with the strength of our dojo as an endorsement, and with enough money to fight a trade war and price war with them. So what? Any questions now? The crowd was moved by this statement. They understand that dumping resources is about leaving Zhou with no liquidity to compete with them. With no money and no healing medicine, Zhou has lost this opportunity to trade with the border gate. Zhou didn't make any money, and it would indeed be easier for them to deal with Zhou if they made a lot of money. I support Lord Envoy. Me too. Many people have spoken up. At this time, Surui suddenly said coldly, It's not that I don't trust you all, but this is a matter of great importance, so we'll send people to monitor you all and not to divulge any information. Is this acceptable to you all? When these words came out, many people's faces changed slightly, but the situation today did not allow them to shake their heads. Support. That's the way it should be. This plan is so huge. If something goes wrong, how will it be? Some family patriarchs even came forward with direct threats. I know that some people still have fantasies about the Zhou clan, and even have concerns, but this time the dojo is out. I don't want any traitors. Otherwise, our Jiang family will be the first to disagree. The crowd has taken a stand. The patriarch of the Lu clan, however, frowned, feeling that even that was not safe. Surui saw the crowd take a stand and revealed a smile. Good. If that's the case, I'm relieved. Gentlemen, the news of my arrival in Nanyang may have already reached the Zhou clan. In order to get them to let their guard down, I will conduct a small, localized trade war in which all clans will participate as a distraction, and I hope that all of you will cooperate. A glint flashed in Surui's eyes. Gentlemen, this is also a crucial time to state your position. I know that some people may be wallflowers, but at times like this now, wallflower behavior is not allowed. Don't worry, Mr. Special Envoy, we're bound to support you. Not bad. We've long wanted to topple the big mountain of Zhou. Only when Zhou falls will we have a future. The patriarchs of many clans took a stand. Good. I won't care how it was before. I don't want any traitors in the future. Although our dojo is good to talk to, but that's for our own people. If someone defects, don't blame us for being hot-handed and merciless. After Surui made some coercion, the patriarchs of many clans, only then did they leave one after another. After the crowd left, Zhang Teng couldn't help but praise them. Senior brother Surui, what a sound performance. How long do you think Zhou will get the news here? Immediately after they go back, someone from Chao will know. Surui smiled faintly. The Nanyang family's forces are disjointed, and there are even exchanges of interests such as marriages and other benefits. Although my plan seems perfect, it is actually full of loopholes. There aren't many people who truly dare to stand in the same boat as us. All I want is their resources, and it's enough that they're willing to give it. I wonder if Zhou will fall for it. Zhang Teng secretly said, inevitably, they will fall for it, and the most stupid people in this world are, in fact, the so-called smart people. Surui laughed. The news here spreads out. and they will feel that my plan, in a sense, perfect. The reason why there are loopholes is that their family ability is stronger. In addition to the news from here, the side of the border will also release some news in time to match, and they feel that the information they secretly obtain is bound to be true. As long as it matches our message here, they'll fall for it. Not only will they not sell us healing medicines, but they will also find ways to eat up a lot of our money and go to the neighborhood to buy raw materials for healing medicines or even acquire healing medicines. Joe never dreamed that I had long ago reached an agreement with the neighboring regions of Nanyang, drawing up contractual agreements, and that I had woven a big net, waiting for them to drill into it. Zhang Tang couldn't help but applaud. A plan within a plan. Senior brother Su Rui is really powerful. Zhang Tang smiled and stood up, bowing to Su Rui. Thanks a lot. Zhang Tang understood that Su Rui's scheme this time, in addition to proving himself, how could it not be a revenge for him? Senior brother, dare I ask how many % you are sure of this scheme? Chapter 109 Dojo. Samsonite, request for bookshelf and favorable reviews. To tell you the truth, although I'm very sure, things are unpredictable and no one dares to say it's foolproof. Su Rui laughed. If you ask what percentage of certainty, I only have a mere 90%. 90%? District? Zhang Tang smiled faintly. Senior brother is too modest. Master once said that those who are good at planning things have more chances, and those who are not good at planning things have more hindrances. Senior brother heard that you want to cultivate immortality? Yes. I look forward to the day you worship your master. If you can be initiated, I'm sure your path to immortality will be unobstructed. After saying that, he turned to leave. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Sending elder brother Zhang, Nanyang Zhou. It was just as Su Rui had predicted. The matter of him gathering 32 clans and uniting the many small clans and martial arts schools in the outer city had quickly spread to the Zhou family. This time, not only was the Nanyang County king here, but even the Zhou clan's heavenly king was here. After all, compared to Zhang Tang's martial arts battle book, in a sense, this was the first, literal fight that the dojo had ever initiated against their Nanyang Zhou clan. In the eyes of some of Zhou's people, this also belonged to the foreplay of the martial arts fight between the two sides. What do you all think about this matter? The Nanyang County king coldly inquired. In the old man's opinion, the people of the dojo are slightly scheming. The clan elder of the Zhou clan stroked his beard and continued. But, not much. What makes it so? A Zhou clan elder inquired. Quite simply, too naive. The bearded old man continued. He thought that coercion coupled with surveillance would ensure that these people would be credible and available and that the plan would not be compromised. The Nanyang County king smiled faintly. In fact, there is no problem with his plan. If it can really be implemented smoothly, and can really make the wealth of so many families skyrocket, to then turn against our Zhou clan would be no small blow to our Zhou clan. It's just a pity that he doesn't understand human nature, doesn't understand Nanyang, and his so-called hand-picked people, among whom there are even our people. The crowd of the Zhou clan laughed out loud. What's so ridiculous? Zhou's heavenly king suddenly spoke. The crowd froze. You guys aren't clear anymore. This is killing with a borrowed knife. If the plan succeeds, it can suppress our Zhou clan. If it fails, there is no loss for the dojo, and it can even pull in quite a few Nanyang clans, especially forcing them to take sides at the end. Now, do you still think that the dojo scheme is ridiculous? Has this layer been thought of? Even if it really fails, they find out who the mole is and unite more people instead. When these words came out, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Heavenly King, you mean, this envoy from the dojo is tricky? The Nanyang County king respectfully inquired. Zhou's heavenly king sighed. AI. It's indeed troublesome, but in the end, these clans dare to browbeat the dojo because I'm not strong enough. It's because Master Lin is too strong. The intimidation of the dojo has tied our hands. Speaking of this, Zhou's heavenly king's words changed. However, the dojo has stepped in. So the next step is how we respond. As long as we respond well and let those guys in Nanyang know that going against us in Nanyang is just asking for trouble, then these clans, secretly, will still fall to us. The crowd nodded. I think that we can't underestimate the son. First of all, we need to determine if his so-called news that Jade Valley Pass will purchase a large amount of healing medicines is true, said a clan elder. We also have insiders and undercover agents at the border who can be moved to spy on the news. As soon as the news is confirmed to be true, we'll make healing pills in large quantities and acquire raw materials from the neighborhood. And we'll keep all of our stockpiles and keep an eye on the border movements at all times. Okay, I agree. At this moment, the Nanyang County king looked at the Zhou clan elders and opened his mouth to inquire. That guy, he's ready to dump some expensive herbs on us. Are we going to acquire them? The Zhou clan elders gave their answer after discussing it. Collect. Why not? Now that we know the news, let's go to the neighboring towns in advance to open up sales channels. And as soon as they sell it, we'll immediately buy it and sell it. Why not pick up money for nothing? They're in a hurry to dump it, so we'll depress the price. I believe they'll sell to us on their own initiative with strategy in mind. Not knowing what's going on, we'll be caught off guard, but knowing what's going on, 10 days is more than enough time to sell out. Joe's crowd laughed. I think that a trick can be used to create a rumor that they will arouse our suspicion if they don't sell the healing medicine, so that we can even buy the healing medicine from them. Wonderful. Just need to get some people who don't belong to our Joe to buy it. Playing schemes with our Joe. They're not good enough. The Nanyang County King also nodded in satisfaction. Soon, Nanyang Joe got into the act. Nanyang, a storm, is brewing. Su Rue followed the plan and started pretending to start calling the shots with Joe from various industries. Ordinary people throughout Nanyang also gradually began to realize, the people from the dojo are calling the shots with the Joe clan. Due to preconceptions, Joe's clan instinctively thought that the people in the dojo were just bluffing to distract their attention. The only people who were meeting in secret were the Lu clan. Gentlemen, why do I feel that it's not quite right? A clan elder from the Lu clan inquired. What's wrong? Patriarch Lu asked. Haven't you guys noticed? The dojo's envoy, using a large sum of money to nibble away at the Joe clan's industry. This doesn't seem like a trend to fool around with. Deliberately, perhaps, to conceal the true purpose in this way? The Lu clan chief asked after a moment of contemplation. I have an intuition that the envoy of the dojo is by no means simple, and that day's scheme at the inn may not be his true purpose. And what do you think his true purpose is? A clan elder inquired. I don't know, Patriarch Lu, it's precisely because I can't guess that I think it's more likely to succeed. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. I have a proposal to fully fall back on the dojo and support the envoy's actions at all costs, Patriarch Lu said. I have an intuition that the more I contribute at this moment, the more I will gain later on, perhaps the greater. In the meantime, Dojo. Zhang Tang had just arrived at the dojo and immediately sensed the entire dojo, which seemed to be caught in a strange atmosphere. Even standing outside you can feel the 4 words. The guards are heavily guarded. Tai Nyo, what's going on? Why did you come to guard the gate yourself? Zhang Tang pointed around. And why are there so many dojo disciples on guard all around? Iron Bull said seriously. It's an order from Master, who all but patrols the dojo regularly. What on earth is going on? Why is Master so cautious? Could it be that there are enemies? Zhang Tang had some surprises and hurriedly inquired. That's not true. Tai Nyo smiled. The reason why Master is so cautious is actually little Iris. Refining the spirit gathering pill has reached a critical time. Absolutely no one is allowed to disturb. Can't you see that no one is turned away from our dojo but us? When these words came out, Zhang Tang revealed a surprised look. Really? Little Iris is really close to refining the spirit gathering pill? He knew very well that once little Iris had succeeded in refining it. For cultivators, it is simply as if there is a god's help. Chapter 110, Spirit Gathering Pill. Of course it's true, Iron Bull said seriously. The last time Master was this serious was when you were comprehending the imperial laws. And that was also when the dojo was under martial law and no one was allowed to disturb it. This time, little Iris's refining of the spirit gathering pill is so valued by Master. I'm afraid that this alchemy will have an extremely important impact on little Iris's cultivation path. Zhang Tang nodded approvingly. At this point, Xiao Luzi appeared out of nowhere and said with a face full of aggression. Senior brother Zhang, you finally came back. Do you know that you left this period of time? I was almost pitched to death by Meng Xiaohu. When these words came out, Zhang Tang looked puzzled. Xiao Luzi, in the entire dojo, your favorite bully is Meng Xiaohu. He can pit you? Iron Bull stifled a laugh. Tai Nyo, what are you laughing at? Zhang Tang wondered. In his memory, little Luzi was the one who bullied Meng Xiaohu every time. Tai Nyo responded. Senior brother Zhang, Meng Xiaohu is half responsible for Xiao Luzi's laziness. In the past, Meng Xiaohu brainwashed Xiao Luzi every day. He told Xiao Luzi every day, practice what boxing, which has lazy cool. In fact, he himself secretly practiced boxing every day. Xiao Luzi believed Meng Xiaohu, lazy every day. Xiao Luzi was so angry that his teeth itched. In the past, even if you lied to me, this kid is really not something this time. Yenner is bad. I helped him to adjust his body result? Master, every time he passes by, he demolishes me. Zhang Tang asked with a smile. Demolish what? Every time he tells the truth. Zhang Tang's face crumbled. Xiao Luzi, if you can't hide from your master, you should tell the truth. Understand? Meng Xiaohu is right. When Xiao Luzi heard this, he was so aggravated that he was about to cry. I was wrong, Da. There's nothing wrong with telling the truth. But you can't talk too much about everything. Can you? Master just came to ask if I did my best to condition my body for Meng Xiaohu only. He even told me how many times I snored in my sleep, causing me to be scolded by Master. Kuroko held his tongue. Master originally told me to wait for 2 days and go to him. He must have wanted to teach me the immortal cultivation law. But it turned out that Meng Shouhu pitched a fit and punished me with a face-to-face punishment for half a month. Xiao Luzi had a tearful expression. It's good that you're back. Seen your brother Zhang. Go watch him. I'm getting angry when I see him now. After saying that, Xiao Luzi huffed and puffed. Where are you going? Face to face. Master explained. Zhang Tong shook his head helplessly. The pair of foes. Master should have seen that his mind was uncertain and punished him on purpose so that he could quieten his mind and think about the cultivation path. Tai Nyo said. I know that Master's move must have a deep meaning. Zhang Tong laughed. Afterward, Zhang Tang looked towards the place where little Iris was in seclusion. I wonder if little Iris will make it this time. Tai Nyo said cautiously. I see Master's attitude. 9 times out of 10 it will work. Zhang Tang revealed a joyful expression. If it really works, our cultivation will be twice as fast with half the effort. Tai Nyo had some distress. Among the medicinal herbs that little Iris used this time, there are also some precious spirit medicines. I'm afraid that the income of our dojo will hardly support us to use the spirit gathering pill without fear. Zhang Tang confidently patted Tai Nyo's shoulder. Tai Nyo, have you forgotten about Su Rue? Zhang Tong laughed. Su Rue's plan in Nanyang this time is not just to deal with the Zhou clan. If he succeeds in his plan, he will receive a great deal of wealth. And with the current size of our dojo, everyone who has entered the immortal cultivation sect can afford it. And it's more than enough. Iron Bull's eyes lit up. Not bad for him. Just as the two were talking, they suddenly felt the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surging around them, all of them surging towards little Iris's room. Invoking the spiritual power of heaven and earth now? Zhang Tang asked. Has this happened before? Tai Nyo discreetly shook his head. No, before little Iris failed. This time should have comprehended the true mystery of refining spirit gathering Dan. When little Iris was distressed before, I told her that since the spirit gathering pill is to raise the cultivation level of an immortal cultivator, it shouldn't just rely on the herb itself, but it should also be fitted with the spiritual power of the heavens and the earth. It seems that she has taken my advice. Zhang Tang glanced at Tai Nyo and secretly nodded. He understood that although Tai Nyo looked simple and thick, he definitely belonged to the level of great wisdom, and he was not surprised that he could mention little Iris instead. Time passes. The duo realized that the surge of spiritual energy in the heaven and earth had returned to normal, and a marvelous medicinal fragrance was coming from inside little Iris's house. Just by taking a sniff, both Tai Nyo and Zhang Tang felt the spiritual energy within their bodies echoing each other. The two did not need to speak, they just looked at each other and coincidentally had the same thought. Little Iris. Dan became the other side. The moment little Iris ended her alchemy, a familiar voice appeared in Lin Bei's mind. Your disciple, little Iris, has refined the spirit gathering pill, medium grade, and your comprehension of the spirit gathering pill has been elevated to extreme grade. When Lin Bei digested the comprehension of the spirit gathering pill, he was very shocked inside. The refining kernel of this set of pills is surprisingly the decomposition, fusion, resonance, and accumulation between the medicinal herbs and the spiritual power of heaven and earth before it can finally become a pill. That means, if a more advanced herb, or immortal cultivators have comprehended a higher level of spiritual power of heaven and earth, then the level and effect of the refined spirit gathering pill could be raised with it. This is completely different from the rejuvenation pill. Completely different. The spirit recovery pill relied purely on the herb itself to become a pill. The spirit gathering Dan was more like a unique Dan Dao that could evolve. Just then, little Iris's joyful voice came. Master, my spirit gathering pill. It's done. It has the quality of a medium grade. And, Master, I have a unique understanding of the Dan Dao. I feel that the spirit return pills that I used to refine are too wasteful, and I have the idea of improving them. Lin Bei looked at the little Iris in front of him with satisfaction. And the more the main one looked at him, the better he looked at him. The first time he succeeded in refining, he directly refined the middle grade, not to mention that he was thinking of improving the spirit recovery pill. In the eyes of Lin Bei, the main fight an excellent. Good. The spirit returning pill needs to be ignored first, and properly for the comprehension of digesting the spirit gathering pill, as well as understanding the connection between alchemy and the Zongmio vomiting method, and properly envisioning the path of cultivation. Lin Bei said favorably, when you're done digesting, come find Master, and Master will teach you how to refine the extreme spirit gathering pill. Little Iris froze. Master, so you can also refine spirit gathering pills? You can also refine an extreme grade spirit gathering pill? Speaking of which, little Iris suddenly understood something. I see. I could feel it when I was refining the pills, and the many miraculous exhalation methods seemed to be running, and the Tao body was all being quenched. Master, this is allowing me to explore on my own in order to truly realize the mysteries. Master, you are so good. Lin Bei smiles slightly. What a great kid. Even thinking up excuses for him. Chapter 111 Dan Dao. Seek your own fortunes. Master, there is something I want to ask. Little Iris stared at Lin Bei with big watery eyes, her eyes full of desire for knowledge. What's the problem? Lin Bei stroked her head favorably. The lower grade spirit gathering pill can increase the cultivation speed by 10% before the spirit energy within the spirit dan is depleted. The middle grade can increase the cultivation speed by 20%. The upper grade can increase the cultivation speed by 30%. And the extreme grade is 40%? Little Iris asked. She was able to refine the middle grade, and she could also surmise the efficacy of the lower and upper grades, but the extreme grade she didn't quite understand. Lin Bei shook his head. No, the top grade spirit gathering pill, which boosts the cultivation speed by 30%, is because it's not perfect enough. The extreme grade spirit gathering pill is perfect, so it boosts the cultivation speed by 50%. Little Iris came to a realization, and then asked another question. Master, I have one more question. Go ahead. Little Iris was full of doubts. I have an intuition that although the spirit gathering pill can raise cultivation, it is only purely raising cultivation. If immortal cultivators rely on the spirit gathering pill, will their sense of the spiritual power of the heavens and the earth become weaker? Lin Bei froze slightly and nodded with a serious expression. Yes, exhaling the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth is actually also a sense for the heavens and earth, and relying on the spirit gathering pill will of course diminish the sense for the heavens and earth, and will just purely enhance one's strength. Little Iris' eyes widened, and she said with some distress, if that's the case, wouldn't the spirit gathering pill be a chicken rib? Lin Bei laughed out loud. Of course not. The cultivation level is insufficient. There are extremes for the perception of the spiritual power of the heavens and earth. Without arriving at that level, it is not possible to perceive more things. Therefore, as long as one senses it, one can use the spirit gathering pill to raise one's cultivation level and save time. For example, your senior brother Tainyo, his perception of his own Dao body in the heavens and earth has already reached the level of the imperial law, and now it's just a matter of purely accumulating spiritual energy to quench his Dao body. For example, your senior brother Zhang Tang, his understanding of his own Dao of imperial laws in the heavens and earth has now reached the Dao palace level, and now it's just pure accumulation. Speaking here, Lin Bei looked at little Iris. And you're even more special. Taking pills for cultivation will actually not only not slow down your perception of heaven and earth, but will instead enhance your perception. After all, your Zhou Miao vomiting method was born out of the Dan Dao. Little Iris sniffed and realized. The moment. Lin Bei sighed. In fact, people who have stepped out of their own cultivation paths will not even be affected by taking the spirit gathering pill, because their senses are always ahead of their cultivation. Instead, those who open the heavenly gate need to control the amount of spirit gathering pills they take. Otherwise, not having enough sense and forcibly raising the cultivation level will do more harm than good. And if you want to break through from the Dao body to the imperial law or even a higher realm, you will meet a bottleneck. In that case, one would need to go backwards and expend several times as much energy to resense the heavens and the earth. One may even get stuck in a certain realm and never be able to advance because of speculative cultivation enhancement. Little Iris came to a realization. I understand. No wonder you don't let Xiao Lu Zi easily open the heavenly gate, originally out of their own way. So useful. Lin Bei said seriously. Not only is it useful, but it will become more and more important as you cultivate. The master and disciple exchanged a few more moments before Lin Bei said, you have a good sense of it. Master will leave first. Yes, master. Lin Bei smiled and left the alchemy room, just out the door. Then he saw the expectant eyes of Tainyo and Zhang Tang. Master, little Iris, is it done? Iron Bull asked. It's done. Lin Bei nodded. Don't disturb little Iris. Let her digest the proceeds of alchemy. Zhang Tang, you can cultivate here and guard your senior sister on the way. Yes, master. Tainyo, you've refined for the 8th time? It's not too slow. Cultivate well. Early imperial spells. My master is looking forward to what spells you will create. Yes. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. When you cultivate, you don't need to focus on cultivation enhancement. Focus more on sensing the heavens and earth. Or you can also take the opportunity to comprehend some spells. After your senior sister refines the extreme spirit gathering pill for you, you can raise your cultivation level when you swallow the pill. Senior sister is able to refine an extreme grade spirit gathering pill? Zhang Tang had some surprise. Lin Bei shook his head. I can't right now, but your senior sister has outstanding talent. I can teach her how to refine, and her level of alchemy will easily reach the peak. The two showed a dazed look. Only then did Lin Bei turn around and leave. He was ready to go back and immediately refine the extreme quality spirit gathering pills within the retreat room, and then start swallowing and practicing. He had already broken the limit 5 times with his Taiji vomiting technique, which incorporated the mysteries of the myriad vomiting techniques. So alchemy and swallowing pills, for him not only will there not be a lack of sense of heaven and earth, but will deepen the sense of heaven and earth. As for why Lin Bei made pills and didn't give them to his 2 disciples, the reason was simple. The disciple is, after all, a disciple, and he is the master, which has the reason to give the disciple as a nanny to delay his own cultivation. It was enough for the apprentice to have little Iris to help with his cultivation, and it also made the siblings more united and friendly. Time passes. Without realizing it, 3 days had passed. The moment little Iris's voice came from outside Lin Bei's door. Master, I'm coming, come in. When little Iris came in, Zhang Tang followed closely behind. Master, I'm going to go open the heavenly gate for Meng Xiaohu. Lin Bei nodded. There's no rush. I'll accompany you when you open the heavenly gate for the first time. Wait for me on the sidelines. Yes. Zhang Tang didn't dare to disobey and honestly stood aside. At this moment, Lin Bei began to explain to little Iris how to refine the extreme grade spirit gathering pill, during which he also imparted some knowledge about the multi-miraculous vomiting method to her. The teaching was over, and little Iris rose to take her leave. Tong'er, let's go. Yes, master. In the middle of the conversation, the 2 of them arrived outside Meng Xiaohu's retreat room. Just as he walked to the door, Zhang Tang heard the sound of snoring coming from inside. Oh no! I didn't expect master to come back. I forgot to give a notice in advance. Zhang Tang secretly said that it was not good. While he went to guard little Iris, Lin Bei asked Tainyo to inform little Lu Zi to temporarily end his confinement and go take care of Meng Xiaohu first. Now, this had just reached the door of the retreat room. When he heard the snoring inside, he didn't need to think about it to know that it was little 6th son snoring. Zhang Tang stole a glance. Sure enough, Lin Bei's face was terribly gloomy. Zhang Tang didn't dare to say anything more at this moment, and could only say a secret prayer. Little 6, you're on your own. LOL. The door to the room opened. Meng Xiaohu saw Lin Bei at a glance. Master. After Meng Xiaohu saw the salute, his first reaction was to immediately shake little Lu Zi awake. What? Shake me why? Sleepy. Xiaohu. You meditate I sleep my 2 without delay. Do not bother me. Xiao Liuzi complained in a daze. Right at this moment, Xiao Luzi only felt a pain in his ears, then opened his eyes in a daze. Chapter 112 Opening the Heavenly Gate. Master, 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 Master. Xiao Luzi, who had always been eloquent, saw Lin Bei, who was carrying his ears, and his face went white with fear. What brings you here? Lin Bei asked back with a cold face. I can't come? Is it delaying your sleep? Zhang Tang, go prepare a bedding for Wang Xiaolu so that he can have a good sleep. Zhang Tang lowered his head. Yes. He was just about to leave when Xiao Luzi hurriedly pulled Zhang Tang back and then awkwardly looked at Lin Bei before decisively kneeling down. Master, I know I'm wrong. Zhang Tang glanced at Lin Bei, who then nodded his head without a good reason. Really know it's wrong? Little 6th son hurriedly said. Master, you must believe me. I really know I'm wrong. At this time, Meng Xiaohu suddenly opened his mouth. Master, you forgive Wang Xiaolu. He really knows he's wrong. See, you let him help me condition my body. The medicinal liquid used to coat my body. Originally it was applied 6 times a day. He's now economizing it to 3 times for me, which is much more effective. He said he was idle anyway, so he took a nap, and he didn't delay. Zhang Tang was stunned and hurriedly went forward to check Meng Xiaohu's body, which was in a much better state than before. Little 6th son, how did you do it? The configuration of this medicinal liquid is Shaokite in accordance with Meng Xiaohu's physique, personally blended. You can actually reduce to 3 times. And even enhance the effect? Lin Bei also revealed a look of surprise. I just watched Tainyo cultivate when I heard him say some of the law of the orifices, and I blindly thought about it myself, and in accordance with the veins and orifices, I groped for a set of methods to medicate myself. The results were surprisingly good. Xiao Luzi didn't dare to hide it. Lin Bei stepped forward and glanced at Meng Xiaohu. It was discovered that the medicinal liquid on Meng Xiaohu's body seemed to have been drawn into countless lines by Xiao Luzi. The threads are intricate, yet they seem to contain mystery. Zhang Tang was also observing and couldn't help but sigh after seeing it. Little 6, you're drawing the line with such precision? Perhaps a gift? Kuroko said uncertainly. Lin Bei didn't say anything, but was thoughtful, and then his words changed. Zhang Tang, get ready and open the heavenly gate for Meng Xiaohu. Yes. After Zhang Tang received his orders, he looked at Meng Xiaohu. Meng Xiaohu, adjust your state. I'll open the heavenly gate for you later. Oh, Good. Meng Xiaohu nodded his head in a hurry. Without saying anything, Zhang Tang immediately meditated in place and began to adjust his state. At this time, Xiao Luzi smiled and brought a chair. Master, please sit down. I'll give you a back rub. Lin Bei didn't have the heart to snort coldly, then sat down on the chair. Xiao Luzi was relieved to see that. Lin Bei's temperament. He had sort of taken it. As long as Lin Bei sat down, he would basically forget about it. Time passes. About an incense stick of time passed. Zhang Tang slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, Meng Xiaohu similarly took a deep breath and looked towards Zhang Tang. Little tiger, are you ready? Zhang Tang inquired. Okay. Meng Xiaohu's eyes were firm. So have you thought about it? Do you really want to open the heavenly gate? Zhang Tang asked again. Thinking about it, I'm also prepared for the fact that if I go through the motions of cultivation, I may never be able to cross over into the cultivation path to become an immortal cultivator. Meng Xiaohu's eyes were firm. Good. Zhang Tang nodded, then stood up and walked over to Meng Xiaohu. Don't be nervous, relax. Meng Xiaohu nodded. Lin Bei's eyes, too, flashed with an aura. This was a small trick he had for the use of spiritual energy, and it wasn't even called a spell. Lin Bei named this technique spiritual eyes. Spiritual eyes can see through the chakras and physical condition of an ordinary person. Zhang Tang took a deep breath and a trace of spiritual energy surged from the first chakra of his right arm. In the next second, Zhang Tang directly pressed on top of Meng Xiaohu's 100 meetings point. Immediately afterward, a strand of spiritual energy, following the acupoints and integrating into the veins, swiftly traveled through Meng Xiaohu's veins, constantly entering the veins, acupoints, and even his body. The moment, only Meng Xiaohu's entire body began to ooze blood, and his expression was extremely painful. Zhang Tang's spiritual energy seemed to be penetrating his body, acupoints, veins and cells. Ah! Meng Xiaohu couldn't help but scream out in misery. Almost simultaneously, many people in the dojo looked over. Senior brother Ti Niu. It seems like Meng Xiaohu screams? Tai Niu looked at these senior brothers with a serious expression. Master and Zhang Tang went. They should be helping Meng Xiaohu open the heavenly gate. Tai Niu said deeply. Opening the heaven's gate is never an easy thing. It could cost lives. Otherwise, how could Master Meng Xiaohu let Meng Xiaohu condition his body for so long? The crowd looked at each other, originally filled with desire for the heaven opening gate, but now a hint of fear flashed through their eyes as well. The miserable screams prolonged for more than 10 breaths. Xiao Luzi was originally pounding Lin Bei's back, but at this moment, she seemed to have forgotten about it and nervously grabbed Lin Bei's clothes. At this point, the blood oozing out of Meng Xiaohu's entire body actually began to turn pitch black, and if one looked closely, it seemed that certain impurities were being expelled from his body, and a foul odor emanated from his body that was even slightly pungent. At the same time, Meng Xiaohu was becoming more and more agonized, his expression almost distorted. Lin Bei realized that while Zhang Tang had helped Meng Xiaohu open the heavenly gate to sense the power of heaven and earth, he had actually invisibly allowed Meng Xiaohu's body to progress in the direction of the Tao Body One refinement. Lin Bei immediately understood that Zhang Tang was attempting to help Meng Xiaohu take the road less traveled when opening the heaven's gate, strengthening his body as much as possible, and even attempting to strengthen out his Tao body. Lin Bei realized that if it continued, Meng Xiaohu would never be able to top it. Therefore, speaking faintly, too much. When these words came out, Zhang Tang woke up violently, followed by a cold sweat. He realized that his attempts to use his spiritual energy to help Meng Xiaohu quench his Tao body were simply foolish. Thus, he immediately began to control his spiritual energy, no longer quenching his body, but slightly dredging his orifices and every inch of his body's flesh and blood. Sure enough, Meng Xiaohu's expression began to recover, and although it still hurt, he was clearly able to endure it. Not a moment too soon. Zhang Tang sensed that it was almost time and immediately withdrew the strands of spiritual energy that had entered Meng Xiaohu's body. Meng Xiaohu slowly opened his eyes. At this moment he carefully sensed the heavens and the earth, seemed to find that the heavens and the earth were different. There was some kind of power full of spirituality. Open the gates of heaven. It's a done deal. I feel it. Is this the spiritual power of heaven and earth? Meng Xiaohu was pleasantly surprised. Only he just shouted and fainted straight away. Master, what happened to Meng Xiaohu? Xiao Luzi asked nervously. He is fine. He just consumed too much and temporarily fainted. This time it is also a blessing because of the disaster. Lin Bei also sighed in relief, then looked at Zhang Tang and said with a smile, it seems that you already know how to open the heavenly gate. Zhang Tang smiled bitterly. Thanks to Master's guidance, it was me who was too hasty. In fact, I only needed to use my spiritual power to unclog the orifices and help his veins and blood become familiar with the spiritual power of heaven and earth. I actually presumed to help him quench his Tao body. If it wasn't for his body's long-term exercise, coupled with the very strong conditioning during this period of time, I'm afraid he would have died on the spot due to my negligence. Is that so? Lin Bei smiled playfully. Tong why do I feel that you're seeing me here? So you're deliberately trying out your ideas? Zhang Tong froze, and was instantly vain. Chapter 113 Zhang Tang's Anger. Master. Zhang Tang immediately smiled awkwardly. I was also thinking that with you here, I could venture out a little bit and help my brothers more. Zhang Tang was seen through and did not hide it. I was too eager. Lin Bei did not blame, but gently patted Zhang Tang's shoulder. Your idea is good. Using your spiritual energy to help quench their bodies is indeed a shortcut. It will allow them to be able to save a great deal of time on their way to quenching their Dao bodies. Speaking here, Lin Bei's words changed. But, it makes no sense. Some paths are better to let them walk on their own instead. Remember to open the gate of heaven. The most important thing is to be safe. Zhang Tang was shocked, then respectfully said, it was the disciple who was caught off guard. The moment. Lin Bei glanced at Xiao Luzi. Go take Meng Xiaohu back to rest. Take good care of him. Yes, soon. The news of Meng Xiaohu opening the heavenly gate spread throughout the dojo. Many apprentices had gathered around Zhang Tang to inquire. Senior brother Zhang, did Meng Xiaohu open the heavenly gate smoothly? Smooth. Zhang Tang pressed his hand to the crowd, signaling them to refrain from noisy inquiries. Senior brothers, don't be in a hurry. I know you also want to open the heavenly gate and become immortal cultivators, but before that you need to follow the rules of the dojo. At this moment, Iron Ox also stood out. Senior brothers, stop squeezing. Squeezing so much that senior brother can't speak. The crowd quieted down then. Only then did Zhang Tang speak. Opening the heavenly gate allows one to enter the gate of immortal cultivation, but it is a huge hindrance to envisioning one's own path of cultivation. I hope you'll think it over before coming to me, and I'll make an assessment based on your usual cultivation. Zhang Tang said patiently. I will only help you open the heavenly gate if you really can't enter the gate of immortal cultivation on your own. When these words came out, the crowd looked at each other and nodded their heads. At that moment, one of the dojo's apprentices suddenly spoke up. Senior brother. In fact, we know our own family's business. We've followed Master for so long. If we really have talent, it's hard to be buried. Did Master specifically instruct you not to open the heavenly gate for Wang Xiaolu? At these words, the crowd fell silent. Not exactly. Zhang Tong shook his head and was just about to say something. Suddenly, a figure outside ran in, full of anxiety. When Tai Nyo saw the visitor, he immediately went forward to inquire. 7. What's wrong? Didn't you go over to the volcano to build a branch of the dojo? The person who was called Shao Qi hurriedly inquired after catching a few breaths. Master, where is Master? As soon as you arrive, you go straight to the Master? Zhang Tang and Tai Nyo looked at each other and immediately realized that something might have happened on the side of the volcano. What's going on over at the volcano? Did something happen? Don't be in a hurry. I'll take you to the Master and talk about it as we go. On the way, Shao Qi said, there is nothing wrong with the volcano, but something happened to Nyoji him. Nyo Air? At the mention of Nyo Air, Zhang Tong instantly tensed up. In his opinion, his biggest benefactor besides Lin Bei is Nyo Air. If not for Nyo Air, how would he have this chance to worship the dojo? What's wrong with Nyoji? Didn't Master say that the fire python from that volcano is the guardian spirit beast of our dojo? It's especially close to Ox 2. With it around, how could anything happen to Ox 2? Zhang Tong quickly inquired. Shao Qi said bitterly, the bad thing is this fire python. At that exact moment, the crowd came to the door of Lin Bei's retreat room and they stopped talking. Master, it's urgent. Come in. Lin Bei raised his head and looked at Zhang Tong, Tai Nyo and Shao Qi in confusion. Wang Xiaoqi? Why are you here? Lin Bei inquired. Compared to his brother Wang Xiaoliu's laziness, this Wang Xiaoqi was particularly diligent, and because of the huge contrast, Lin Bei was deeply impressed with him. Master, something happened to Nyo Air, Wang Xiaoqi said quickly. At first, when we went to the volcano, Nyoji had been with the fire python. Later on, Nyo Air told Fire Python that he envied Zhang Tang and Tai Nyo for being able to become immortal cultivators. He himself, however, has no talent and knows that he has no talent for practicing boxing and doesn't want to waste his time, so he keeps to his acreage. From that day on, the Fire Python took Nyoji to the crater every day, and I heard that it was the Fire Python that had some way to help him. When he said this, Wang Xiaoqi panicked. As a result, this morning, after the Fire Python sent the Ox 2 out, the Ox 2 was burned all over his body. If he wasn't still gasping for air. We all suspected that he had been burned to death. We tried to save him, but that Fire Python wouldn't let us. Master, go save him. As the words fell, anger flashed in Zhang Tang's eyes. Damn Fire Python. Thanks to Master even giving it the name Red Dragon. How dare it harm Nyo Air? After saying that, Zhang Tang seemed to be ready to rush out. Stop! Where are you going? Lin Bei snapped. Zhang Tang's footsteps lurched, but the angry look on his face remained. Master, I'm going to skin that fire python, Lin Bei calmly said. Master will go with you. Tai Nyo, keep an eye on the dojo. Don't let anyone disturb little Iriser's enlightenment. Yes. Iron Bull clasped his fists. Lin Bei crossed over to Zhang Tang and glanced at him. Let's go. Don't be impulsive when things go wrong. Yes. Zhang Tang nodded his head. He understood that caring was messy. Not a moment too soon. The crowd came to the volcano area. The place was already well built, with many buildings standing around the volcano and in mountainous locations. Just as we reached the door, many people gathered around and talked. Master, take a look at Nyoji. Lin Bei nodded gently. Where is he? Halfway up the mountain. That fire python surrounded him and wouldn't let anyone get close. Got it. Without saying a word, Lin Bei went straight to the mountainside. Just after reaching the flat area of the mountainside, Lin Bei was at a spacious, half-built square. Only a fire python could be seen hovering, vigilantly surveying each and every one of them. It was surrounded by many dojos, and in the very center, Ox 2 was heavily burned by the flames, his skin almost all deeply scalded. Not only that, Lin Bei could even feel that at this moment, a burst of heat waves were emanating from Nyo Air's body. Seeing Lin Bei arrive, these dojo apprentices opened their mouths. Master is here. Why don't you get out of the way? Nyo Air is about to die and you're stopping us from saving him. The moment Zhang Tang saw Nyo Air's appearance, almost with only one breath left, seemingly ready to gulp at any moment. For a moment, Zhang Tang's pupils condensed as a wave of anger was instantly ignited. Red Dragon, what are you doing? Master is here. Why don't you get out of the way? After the fire python saw Zhang Tang and Lin Bei, a flash of panic flashed in his eyes. No, I can't let it go. I can't let it go when Bull 2 is at the most critical time. The fire python roared loudly. Unbridled. Master is here. Why don't you back off? Zhang Tang shouted angrily. At this moment, the fire python unexpectedly made an amazing move, only to see it kowtow violently to Lin Bei. Lin Field Master, please, believe me. I'm really helping him to metamorphose. He'll be fine. Chapter 114 Essence of Sun and Moon. Lin Bei didn't say anything and quietly looked at Nyo Air. It was just that his eyes seemed to be surrounded by spiritual rhythms, and this was precisely his spiritual eyes. This observation instantly caused Lin Bei to reveal an unexpected color. He didn't look at it like he was looking at an ordinary person, directly seeing through all the veins and bones, but instead, he saw that within Nyo Air's body, there was a ball of very strong power surging. Lin Bei was watching. Zhang Tang was also observing Nyo Air's situation from the sidelines, and at that moment, he seemed to have sensed Nyo Air's extraordinary situation as well. You gave him something to eat? Lin Bei inquired. The Red Dragon was a little stunned. It didn't expect Lin Bei to be able to tell at a glance. Not like these people who didn't know what was going on. I put the spirit beast Dan that I condensed after I metamorphosed into a spirit beast into Ox 2's body, and reached a symbiotic state with him. Red Dragon hurriedly said. This will help him transform and have better cultivation qualifications. Zhang Tang was also a bit stunned when he heard this, although Red Dragon said something about his own spirit beast Dan, but Zhang Tang understood that this was just saying it in a nice way. To put it bluntly, it's a demonic elixir. This is the life essence that is condensed when a foreign beast transforms into a demon, and it is the most precious life essence of a demonic beast. Once the demonic pills were gone, then the demonic beast would almost certainly die. Demon pills had a tremendous effect on humans in strengthening their roots, but he had never heard that living demonic beasts would give demon pills to others to swallow, and still achieve a symbiotic state. It's just unbelievable. Although Zhang Tang found it bizarre, he glanced at Lin Bei suspiciously. Master, can have the talent of cultivating immortality like this? Lin Bei was inwardly speechless when he heard this. Ask him, what does he know? He's never heard of such a thing. Lin Bei was also clear that there was no need to pretend to understand this situation. So he said, Master doesn't know either, but I can tell that Nyo Air's body is, indeed, metamorphosing and bursting with vitality. When these words came out, many people around the room looked at each other in disbelief. Master, so Nyo Air is fine? But he's in this state, and it's too scary. Lin Bei said indifferently. It's just an appearance. Sure enough, between the words, the skin of the original Nyoji's wrinkled and unsightly body unexpectedly appeared cracks, and then even fell like ashes. Immediately after that, Nyoji unexpectedly revealed skin that was as if it was childlike, only that it had a bronze glow on top of it. Introductory level of copper skin and iron bone. Zhang Tang was a little stunned. Up to this point, The people present at the dojo looked at each other in disbelief, and they all knew that they had misunderstood the fire python. I can't believe you're actually helping Bull too. It was at this moment that the people present seemed to let go of the preconceptions in their hearts. Zhang Teng, in particular, couldn't help but lament. If not, the master also followed over. I saw the scene. I am afraid to directly have to move to take away the cattle too. It is my recklessness. When the pain is learned. Lin Bei also revealed a smile when he saw that Zhang Teng had gained some insight. Tonger, people, the preconceived notions in your heart are sometimes like a mountain. If you can move this mountain away, you will also be able to see more scenery on your cultivation path in the future. Zhang Teng respectfully said, "Thank you for your guidance, master." At this point, Nyoer slowly opened his eyes, and when he saw so many people around him, especially after seeing Lin Bei and Zhang Tang, he immediately sat up. Lin Field Master, what brings you here? Nyoer was full of doubts. He was considered a young and strong man in the village, but unlike many people who chose to join the dojo, he knew that he did not have the talent to cultivate, so he did not worship the dojo and lived his life by guarding his own acre of land. Therefore, he addressed Lin Bei as the forest owner. We heard that something happened to you, so we rushed over urgently. Lin Bei smiled faintly. Now it seems to be nothing more than a misunderstanding. Oh, although Nyoji's face was somewhat bewildered, he also knew that the crowd was worried about his safety, so he said to the crowd, "I'm fine. Ah Long won't harm me." At this point, a number of people around the room spoke up. Master, can Nyoji cultivate immortality? Yeah, he seems to have changed so much. The crowd spoke up. Lin Bei was also curious if the current Nyo heir could cultivate, so he said, "Nyoji, are you willing to practice now?" Nyo heir lowered his head with some inferiority complex and said, "I have always wanted to cultivate. I know I have no talent." Speaking here, he suddenly raised his head to look at Lin Bei. "Lin Field Master, I now feel that my body and senses have become so powerful. Can I become an immortal cultivator now?" Lin Bei replied calmly, "Even though you have not worshipped in the dojo, you know Taiji Quan, so you can try Taiji Quan and see if you can gain some insight." Nyo heir immediately began to calm his mind and then play Tai Chi. Zhang Teng frowned slightly. He could feel that Nyoji's Taiji had become more powerful, but it was still futile. Sure enough, a few moments later Nyoji was filled with frustration. It seems to be the same as before. Zhang Teng sighed. If you are unable to comprehend Taiji, it will be difficult to understand Yin and Yang, and I'm afraid that it will be very difficult to practice the Taiji spitting technique. Lin Bei nodded slightly. Tonger, pass him the spitting technique and see. Okay, Ox 2, I'll pass you the spitting technique to try. Zhang Teng immediately began to teach the art of spitting. The so-called Twina technique is to exhale the spiritual power of heaven and earth, and exhale the turbid and clear to cast the Taoist body. And the foundation of the Twina technique is that one needs to enter the state of unity of heaven and man, and sense the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Zhang Teng explains in great detail. After a long time, Nyoji opened his eyes blankly. I'm sorry, I, for one, can't feel the so-called spiritual power of heaven and earth. When these words came out, the people present revealed expressions of pity. Apparently, even though Nyo heir had undergone a metamorphosis, he seemed completely unable to step into the door of immortal cultivation. It seems that you are still unable to cultivate immortality. Zhang Teng sighed. But you can metamorphose into copper skin and iron bones, so maybe you can try the martial arts path. Nyoji was stunned out of his mind, his face full of disappointment. However, it was at this time, the fire python red dragon suddenly spoke. My beast Dan is integrated into Ox 2's body. Perhaps, if I practice the art of vomiting, Ox 2 will also be able to sense the spiritual power of heaven and earth. May I be permitted to practice the art of spitting? This statement was made. Lin Bei, who had originally been a bit unfortunate, suddenly froze. He never expected that the fire python red dragon would say these words, so he directly inquired, "You can feel the spiritual power of heaven and earth?" Red dragon hesitated for a moment or two, then nodded and shook his head. I don't know if what I felt was the spiritual power of heaven and earth. When Nyo heir and I were together before, he practiced Taiji Quan, and I had sensed that within Taiji Quan, it seemed to contain some sort of mystery. Later, I tried to understand the subtleties of Tai Chi, and a very amazing scene occurred. When it was dark, I could feel a very feminine force of heaven and earth, and the more moonlit the night, the stronger the feeling became. But during the daytime I can feel the heavens and earth, filled with a very scorching power of heaven and earth, and the hotter the sun, the stronger the feeling. Chapter 115, The Fifth Disciple. Lin Bei was stunned when Red Dragon said this. A word suddenly popped into his mind, essence of the sun and moon. At this moment, Zhang Teng suddenly spoke. You practiced, and Nyoji was affected? He and I are in a symbiotic state, and because of that, when he practiced Taijiquan, I was able to feel the special subtleties within Taiji. Red Dragon didn't dare to hide it. If I could cultivate the art of spitting, he would also be affected and sense the spiritual power of heaven and earth. When these words came out, Zhang Tong was filled with dismay. This kind of situation was simply unheard of. Lin Bei didn't hesitate and said directly, "You use now to practice the art of spitting. Let me see." Yes, the red dragon immediately began to lie down on its back and began to open its mouth wide to the sky, seemingly gulping something. Lin Bei could clearly feel that some kind of supremely yang spiritual energy was beginning to surge in the heavens and earth. Only, if we're talking about spitting, it seems to fall short. It doesn't seem to work. It can't directly exhale. Zhang Tong whispered. Lin Bei nodded. The tumulus technique, after all, was created for humans, and it was obviously not too good for the red dragon to try to run the tumulus technique. At this point, Red Dragon suddenly said, "Nyoji, practice Taijiquan." Yes, Nyo Air immediately began to play Tai Chi, although his Tai Chi was only at an introductory level, but when he really performed Taiji, Lin Bei obviously found that the Red Dragon's perception of the spiritual power of heaven and earth was completely different, and the spiritual power of heaven and earth that the original generation had induced to be the most yang was actually open to surge towards the Red Dragon and Nyo Air. What's this about? Zhang Tong looked dumbfounded. The two of them practicing together can actually gulp heaven and earth spiritual energy? And Nyo Air can actually cultivate as well? Ask if you don't understand. Zheng Teng directly inquired. Master, can the spitting technique still be practiced like this? Lin Bei also tsket and lamented that the path of cultivation was really strange. Interesting indeed, Lin Bei said. They simply fulfill each other. After saying that, Lin Bei directly said, "Alright, you guys don't need to continue practicing." Nyoji and Red Dragon stopped in a hurry. Lin Field Master, just now felt really marvelous. Am I exhaling heaven and earth's spiritual power? Lin Bei smiled and nodded. It also counts, but it's even more special. The spitting technique is not very suitable for you guys. Just now when you spit, it's very inefficient, and there's also the possibility of damaging the Dao body. Continuing to cultivate never want to cultivate the Dao body. When Fire Python and Ox 2 heard this, a trace of disappointment flashed in their eyes. The moment Zhang Teng suddenly laughed out loud. Nyo Air, you nerd. Master only said that the spitting technique is not suitable for you, but it doesn't mean that you can't practice it. When these words came out, Nyo Air still had some doubts, but Red Dragon obviously reacted. Nyo Air, don't hurry up and worship the master. The Linfield Master can create a customized immortal cultivation law for you. There was some consternation in Nyoji when these words came out. Tailor-made immortal cultivation laws? Wasn't this something that only those who had come out of their own paths and were accepted by Lin Bei as intersect personal disciples could do? Him, too, after being stunned, Nyo Air, without saying a word, directly fell to the ground in obeisance. I also ask the Linfield Master to accept me as his disciple and pass on my immortal cultivation laws. Lin Bei smiled and looked at the fire python Red Dragon. It's not just you, it's you. The Red Dragon instantly understood that it was in a symbiotic state with Nyoji, and it had sort of dipped into Nyoji's light. Please, Field Master Lin, take Nyo Air and I as disciples and pass on our immortal cultivation laws. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. Today, I will accept you as an intersect progenitor. Zhang Tang will be the eldest senior brother. Tai Nyo will be the second senior brother. Little Iris will be your third senior sister, and your symbiotic state will be tied for fourth. A snake and a man were overjoyed and bowed their heads. Apprentice, greetings to master. Lin Bei laughed. You guys continue building the dojo here? I need to go back and think. Lin Bei actually has long had a thought. He still needs to go back and perfect it 1 or 2 times. Yes, master. Zhang Tong, at this time, also walked forward very joyfully. Nyo Air, from now on, you will be my 4th senior brother. See, eldest brother. Not only Nyo Air, but Red Dragon also lowered his head respectfully at the same time. Zhang Tang smiled and glanced at Red Dragon. You are considered to have dipped into the light, but you are willing to offer demon pills to help Nyoji and him to live and die together. This heart, then it is appropriate for you to have this chance. The other side, Dojo. Iron Bull stood in the doorway pacing back and forth. His heart is also very worried about the safety of Ox 2. Although Nyo Air's surname is Nyo, he is particularly close to their Iron family, and his ancestors have been friends for generations. It was for this reason that T Nyo's name was taken from the word Ox, and Nyo Air's father, as well, highlighting the closeness of the two families. Took a second. After Tai Nyo, senior brother, why are you so distracted? Zhang Tang's voice came, and Tai Nyo saw Zhang Tang and Lin Bei walking over with a smile. Greetings, master, brother. After meeting the salute, Lin Bei nodded. Only then did Tai Nyo inquire, "May I ask how Nyo Air is doing? Not only is there nothing going on, there is also a great opportunity." Zheng Teng laughed. Ha! Iron Bull was confused. Zheng Teng, on the other hand, told the matter of the volcano one by one. Hearing Zheng Teng's description, Tai Nyo also scared and a smile piled up on his face. I could never have dreamed that Nyo Air would have also worshipped his master, and that he would have worshipped under his master even earlier than Xiao Luzi. Zheng Teng nodded his head. Indeed, things are unpredictable. This path of cultivation has been an eye-opener for me. It seems that little 6 can only be the oldest 5 in the future. Iron Bull suddenly laughed. Old 5? I don't think so. Su Rui's side is progressing very smoothly. If Su Rui returns, in case he has the talent to cultivate immortality, little 6 will have to move back a little. Zheng Teng inquired. Nanyang is progressing well? Well, just now there is a letter. Su Rui sent a large amount of silver. I counted it, at least 100,000 taels. I've already sent it to Xiao Luzi into the treasury. In the future alchemy procurement of herbs of money is considered to have so many? Lin Bei was also slightly surprised. 100,000 taels. He never dared to dream before. How long has it been since Su Rui went to Nanyang? Surprisingly, he sent back so much money. Yes. How did you earn it? Zheng Teng inquired. The Nanyang Zhou clan. It seems that after sending people to the Jade Valley Pass, they began to go on a rampage to manufacture and acquire healing medicines, and also went on a rampage around the neighborhood to acquire raw materials for manufacturing healing medicines. Su Rui has long been in neighboring regions of the medicinal herbs merchants, reached an agreement, so the price rose a lot. According to the agreement, Su Rui is also earn a lot of money. Tai Nyo said, this is just the beginning. After the Nanyang clan dumped their medicinal herbs, their financial power skyrocketed, and they began to nibble away at the Zhou clan's industry in various ways. I'm sure the money Su Rui earned in the end could be astronomical. The pillars of the Zhou family's wealth may collapse earlier than expected. Earlier than expected. Zheng Teng was also in awe of Su Rui inwardly. Right at this moment, little 6 ran over. Master, you guys are back? Meng Xiaohu his state is a bit off. Chapter 116 Outdoor Training. What happened to little tiger? Zheng Teng asked very nervously. Is there something wrong with the heaven opening gate? There was some bitterness in Xiao Luzi's expression, as if he didn't know how to describe it. I can't say. You guys go check it out. Go. Lin Bei took the lead and walked towards the room where Meng Xiaohu was recuperating. Just as he arrived at the door, Lin Bei saw with a glance that Meng Xiaohu was currently sitting on the bed, looking at the roof with some dullness in his expression. Tiger, are you okay? Zheng Teng stepped forward somewhat eagerly to inquire. Noticing that someone was coming, Meng Xiaohu looked in Zheng Teng's direction. Master, Senior Zhang, what brings you here? It was me who called out. Xiao Luzi said. Do you know that you were dazed for a full hour? You didn't even know that I had left. I felt as if you had lost your soul. Lin Bei went forward and asked with slight concern. Is everything okay? Master, I'm fine. I'm fuming just. Speaking of which, Meng Xiaohu lowered his head. Just. Feel down the road of cultivation of immortality is so difficult. Once eager to enter the door of cultivation of immortality, now into the door of cultivation of immortality but found that they are as small as mayflies. Looking up to the vastness of the road of immortality, Meng Xiaohu said here, and then said with some bitterness, Master, I can feel the mysterious power of heaven and earth spirits, but they are like giant trees that are unattainable, and I try to climb them, but I find that I can't climb them. Zheng Teng sniffed and opened his mouth to comfort. It's normal that you haven't mastered the spitting method yet. Meng Xiaohu shook his head. No, Senior Brother Zhang, I seem to be able to feel as if there is some sort of barrier between me and them. There is an indescribable feeling. How can I describe it? Meng Xiaohu cocked his head and thought. It's like the most familiar stranger, and like a flower in the mirror, a moon in the water, unattainable. Zheng Tang was slightly stunned. After entering the immortal cultivation sect, how come the sense of disconnection with the spiritual power of heaven and earth was so severe? He had not felt this way at all when he had first participated in the subtleties of Taijiquan and comprehended the method of vomiting. Tai Nyo, Little Iris and the others didn't feel similarly at all. Thus, Zheng Tang couldn't help but ponder that even if he didn't step out of his own Tao, just opening the heavenly gate shouldn't be like this. With this in mind, he looked towards Lin Bei. Is it hard for Master to believe that it's because I helped him quench his Tao body? Lin Bei nodded. Zheng Tang was very self-condemning, and at this moment he realized the gold content of Lin Bei's statement that some paths had to be taken on their own. Perhaps it was because he had helped temper the Tao body that Meng Xiaohu's perception of the spiritual power of heaven and earth was so odd. I'm sorry, little tiger. It should be because I helped you quench your Tao body. Zhang Tong opened his mouth to apologize and then looked at Lin Bei. Meng Xiaohu hurriedly waved his hand. Senior brother Zhang, you don't have to blame yourself. I'm very grateful to you and know that you're doing this for my own good. Zhang Tang looked at Lin Bei somewhat eagerly. Master, how does this work out? Lin Bei said indifferently. There's no need to fix it. Just practice the spitting method and slowly perceive the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, and you'll naturally adapt to it after a long time. Lin Bei looked at Meng Xiaohu. No need to rush. Take your time. Meng Xiaohu nodded his head in a hurry. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. After saying that, Meng Xiaohu looked cautious. I know that after opening the heavenly gate, it is especially important to have a sense of heaven and earth, and I feel that I am afraid that it is difficult to deepen one's sense by just staying in the dojo. Master, you said, immortal cultivators, sensing the heavens and the earth, will likewise sense people, a people that includes not only themselves, but also the multitudes. Immortal cultivators entering the world is also cultivation. I want to go out and experience. As soon as these words came out, Lin Bei revealed an unexpected color. Then he deeply glanced at Meng Xiaohu. He didn't expect that Meng Xiaohu remembered all the words he had said before. Have you thought about it? Lin Bei asked. Yes, Master. I want to go out and practice. Lin Bei didn't stop him, but nodded. Follow your senior brother Zhang to learn the spitting method. And before you leave, have little Iris prepare some cultivation and essential pills for you. Lin Bei turned around, ready to leave, and when he reached the door, he gave a slight lurch. If you need something out there, don't be a hero. The dojo will always be your strong backing. Come back anytime. Meng Xiaohu climbed up from the bed and saluted respectfully. Yes, Master. The disciple obeys the master's order. Looking at Lin Bei's back as he left, Meng Xiaohu gave Xiao Luzi a deep look. Xiao Lu. What? Xiao Luzi looked at Meng Xiaohu. Do you think I have a chance of becoming a proctor? Wang Xiaolu was silent for a moment before he said in a complicated voice. All of Master's own disciples need to step out of their own cultivation path. I've already opened the heavenly gate. Is there no chance? Meng Xiaohu asked again. Zhang Tang came over at this time and patted his shoulder. Little tiger, don't think so much. The pro-transmission is just Master tailoring the cultivation method for us. You are also an old man of the dojo. Master is not distant to you. Meng Xiaohu lowered his head inside. I know. I just envy you guys. The other side. Nan Yang. The Chao clan. At this moment, the entire Zhou clan was covered in clouds of worry. The atmosphere in the council chamber was as if it had been doused in cold ice. Cold and terrifying. Pop. The Nanyang County king slammed the table and angrily rebuked. Look what you guys did. Treating people like cuties. And now you're screwed? What now? Our Zhou clan has an all-out monopoly on healing medicines, with prices 3 times higher than normal, and more than 90% of the family's wealth has been invested in it. Now you're telling me that the procurement envoy from the border is a fake? No one from Jade Valley Pass procured the wound healing medicine at all? How on earth did you all confirm this? There was no sound in all directions, and all heads were bowed. County king, this matter cannot blame us. Come and we sign the contract of the people. Indeed, take the border general order or 4 town generals under the banner of the deputy town guardian ambassador's token. We repeatedly confirmed that it is true. Is it true? Are you not joking? The heavenly king personally went to Yugu Pass and found the 4 town generals to inquire. It was finally determined that the token of that deputy town guard envoy was a complete forgery, just the same in appearance. You guys can't even identify this? The crowd was silent. But we sent people to spy on the news, and every time the news shows that Jade Valley Pass needs a lot of healing medicine. Stupid. You've been tricked. Don't you realize? The king of Nanyang County angrily rebuked. Do you know that the envoy of that dojo, this time not only pitted us, but also secretly nibbled away at a large number of our industries? This healing pill is now smashed in our hands. Our position of the Nanyang Zhou clan is unstable. Right at this moment, a cold grunt came out. Enough. What's the point of panicking? With Lao Fu around, can Nanyang still turn the world upside down? As he spoke, Zhou's heavenly king's figure walked out. Chapter 117, Cultivation Surge. The Zhou clan's heavenly king appeared, and only then did the Nanyang County king sigh. Heavenly king, you are not aware of the current situation. We now have a break in the family wealth. The dojo's envoys have eaten away at a large number of our industries again. If this goes on, our hold on Nanyang will almost drop to the freezing point. Alright, Zhou's heavenly king said indifferently. From the moment the dojo sent an envoy to the game, our Zhou clan's control over the Nanyang clan has gone completely out of control. The root of all this is nothing more than a chain reaction caused by a shift in power and status. Zhou's heavenly king said indifferently. This time, the dojo envoy's layout is even more meticulous. setting up a dragnet so that even those families under his control don't know his true purpose. Even more has long contacted the neighboring areas of the merchants to do the bureau. This time planted. Just admit it. The crowd of the Zhou clan looked at each other with their heads hanging down. Heavenly King, what do we do now? Just passively watch? Watch as our industry continues to be eaten away? A clan elder inquired. Yes, those clans have seen that the dojo is powerful, and many of the clans that were secretly in contact with us have drawn a line in the sand with us. Those families seem to be really united, and their attitude is also very arrogant, relying on the dojo as a backer, not afraid to start a conflict at all, and our people have to tolerate it everywhere. Zhou clan's Heavenly King said indifferently. No harm, just stabilize first. I've gotten word from Songyun Academy's side that Duke Zhou's competition for the Chief Great Disciple has entered the final closing stage. As long as Mr. Zhou captures the status of Chief Grand Disciple and comes to help, at that time, everything that our Zhou clan has lost will come back. For now, it can only be avoided for the time being. The other side, Songyun Academy, the bamboo house of the Celestial King in green. Duke Zhou, carrying a jug of wine in his hand, arrived in front of the bamboo house. Mr. Zhou, what brings you here? But a rare guest. As the green-robed Heavenly King in the courtyard opened his mouth, Duke Zhou then walked in. Heavenly King, I came here with something to ask for, but thinking that I almost harmed Heavenly King before, I was a bit hesitant for a while, and I was worried about intruding. The green-clothed Heavenly King smiled faintly. It's natural to return the favor owed to you. Say, what is it? Duke Zhou's complexion became serious. I am vying for the position of Chief Great Disciple, and now that we have entered a critical moment, I hope to have gained the support of Supreme Songlan, and I wish to worship him as my teacher. The Qingyi Heavenly King, who was originally still calm, stalled the movement of drinking wine in his hands. You want me to beg Luo Shang to go to Supreme Songlan? You're well informed. Even the news that Luo Shang has favored Supreme Lord Songlan, you've poked around. The green-clothed Heavenly King spoke indifferently. Only you can persuade Luo Shang. Xiao Gongzi did not hide it and smiled. I know that the request may be a bit excessive. If the Qingyi Heavenly King is difficult, I will think of another way. The green-clothed Heavenly King did not speak, but was only silent for a moment. I know that your purpose of worshipping Supreme Master Songlan, although I owe you a favor is not enough for me to do this matter for you. Xiao Gongzi's face changed slightly. However, I have a small request. If you can grant me that, I can also consider going to ask Luo Shang for help. The green-clothed Heavenly King's words changed. Please also ask the Heavenly King in green clothes to speak clearly. Duke Zhou said in a hurry. Not long ago, I met Linger. She said that the reason why she was captured last time was because her sister said that she liked the sizzling yin xian flower, and she secretly left the family because she wanted to find the sizzling yin xian flower for her sister. The green-clothed Heavenly King said indifferently. This time, she's disappeared again. Eunuch Zhou was stunned. I'm worried that the Jiang family will get the news and secretly send people to continue capturing Linger, so I need you to keep a bit of an eye on the Jiang family's movements. Duke Zhou smiled at his words and said, don't worry about this matter. The Jiang family also has quite a few people in the Songyun Academy. My command has long been infiltrated, and if there is any movement in the Jiang family, I will be the first to know. The green-clothed Heavenly King smiled at his words. Alright, leave this matter to me. I'll go find Luo Shang. Thanks a lot. After saying that, Duke Zhou turned around and prepared to leave. This time, the green-clothed Heavenly King suddenly said, Eunuch Zhou, do you really want to go on and on with the dojo? The dojo is not simple. Duke Zhou's footsteps lurched. Then he said coldly, the dojo must disappear or my heart will not be at peace. It seems that it's not just Su Rue. The green-clothed Heavenly King said indifferently. In that case, do as you wish. Other side, Dojo. Xiao Luzi counted the accounts with a smile on his face. Recently Su Rue kept sending back a large amount of supplies and wealth. This massive amount of money was, in his opinion, enough for everyone in the entire dojo to cultivate for several years even if everyone opened the heavenly gate and the spirit gathering pill was swallowed non-stop. Just as Xiao Luzi was counting the accounts, a crisp voice suddenly came from behind him. Wang Xiaolu, why are you smiling so happily? Little sixth son hurriedly looked over, only to see little Iris smilingly looking at him. I laughed happily because Su Rue is too powerful. He went to Nanyang and even got back so many supplies. Simply empty gloves and white wolf ah. In the future, you alchemize Dan casually. Tell me what materials you want, and I'll make sure to arrange them in place for you. And in the future, I'll make sure that you don't need to go home and sell cloth. At the mention of going home to sell cloth, little Iris bristled in disdain. It doesn't matter. Anyway, Chen's cloth house has so much money. If I don't spend some of it for my father, I'm worried about falling ashes. Little Iris main a filial out powerful. Little Rocco didn't hesitate to give Little Iris a thumbs up. Here. Little Iris didn't talk nonsense and directly took out a box in which dozens of porcelain vases were placed. This is? Kuroku asked as he picked up the box. Spirit gathering pill. Spirit returning pill. Didn't you say that little tiger is going out to practice? I've prepared all of them. Xiao Luzi opened a porcelain bottle and found it filled with pills, conservatively estimated to be hundreds. So many? The quality of the spirit gathering pill seems to be perfect. You refined an extreme grade spirit gathering pill? That's for sure. Little Iris said confidently. How about it? I didn't even give it to senior brother Tainyo in the first place to give it to you first. Is that good enough? Too much fun. Little Six said with a smile, then suddenly realized something. Something's not right. You're the best to Tainyo, and you respect senior brother Zhang. How come you gave it to me first? Kuroku tapped his head. I know. Tainyo broke through the Dao Body 9 refinement yesterday and went to the back of the mountain with senior brother Zhang to figure out what spells to go. Did you not find them before you gave them to me first? Little Iris was poked and prodded and grunted. Don't you care so much? Just tell me if it was given to you first. Xiao Luzi hemmed and hawed. Yes, yes, yes. Xiao Kite is the best to me. Xiao Hu will leave tomorrow. I'll send it to him later. Little Iris nodded. Then asked, do you know what spells Tainyo and Senior Zhang went to the back of the mountain to study? Kuroko's demeanor straightened. I heard senior brother Zhang say that what they are studying is the Sky Sentry Technique. Chapter 118 Airborne Technique. Robbed. Air Sentry Technique? Little Iris revealed a curious expression. That's right. Xiao Luzi nodded. Previously, Senior Zhang had met the Martial Dao Heavenly King and knew that the Martial Dao Heavenly King could fly. And in order to deal with Zhou's Heavenly King, that's why he resolved to study the sky-resisting technique. Tainyo went to study with senior brother Zhang because he wanted to comprehend the way of the imperial law. Oh, so that's how it is. Little Iris came to a realization. Xiao Luzi checked the pill box and suddenly said, Little Iris, inside these pills, it seems like there are very few healing pills. Why Don? You study them? It makes sense, but Little Tiger won't be able to make it in time. There's a little bit of healing medicine in there that I used to concoct. It should be enough for now. In the meantime, is practicing inside the retreat room? An ordinary person swallowing an extreme spirit gathering pill would increase their cultivation speed by 50%, but Lin Bei is different. In his Taiji vomiting method, he has fused the Zhong Miao vomiting method to digest the spiritual power of the spirit gathering pill while at the same time gulping the spiritual power of the heavens and the earth and quenching the veins. Therefore, he swallowed the spirit gathering pill not to enhance his cultivation speed by 50%, but in the true sense of the word, to get twice the result with half the effort. Second chakra. It's done. Feeling the raging spiritual energy of the second chakra, Lin Bei immediately began to impact the third chakra. Soon, there was hardly any bottleneck as the third chakra, the Han-Shaoin heart meridian, was directly flushed open, and a large amount of spiritual energy began to quench the third chakra and accumulate spiritual energy. That's cultivation. Feeling the rapid increase in his cultivation level, Lin Bei was in a great mood. Right at this moment, another surprised voice came. Your disciples, Zhang Tang and Tainyo, have comprehended the art of sentry. Introductory, your spell sentry has been upgraded to complete. With a large amount of knowledge pouring into his mind, a ray of light flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. He had never expected that in the effort of a closed door, Tainyo and Zhang Tang would have comprehended a spell together. This air control art was not only able to move through the air, but also to walk as if it were leveling the ground while doing so. It seems that Zhang Tang was stimulated by Zhou's Heavenly King Mikong, so he researched this kind of spell. Lin Bei slightly lamented after that. Immediately, he began to conceptualize the immortal cultivation methods for Ox 2 and the Red Dragon. Nyo Air is a human and Red Dragon is a serpent. Their cultivation method should not only be suitable for both of them, but should be different from the norm while at the same time being integrated. Lin Bei gradually began to have a thought process. Their cultivation should be based on gulping the essence of the sun and the moon. In addition to this, there is also an innate restraint between demonic beasts. Perhaps I can see if I can get Nyo Air to control other exotic beasts, or even demonic beasts, by studying the demonic Dan in his body. And of course we have to avoid him being controlled by other, more powerful demonic beasts. Lin Bei was thinking very carefully as he took all the strengths and weaknesses of Nyoji and the Red Dragon into consideration. Without hesitation, Lin Bei directly left the retreat room, preparing to make a trip to the volcano to observe the Red Dragon and Nyoji's situation to make up a cultivation method suitable for them. The moment Lin Bei left the retreat room, Xiao Liuzi greeted him. Master, you're out? Lin Bei nodded. Meng Xiaohu, he's already gone out to practice, and seeing you in seclusion, he didn't dare to disturb you and asked me to pass on a message. Master knows. After Lin Bei finished speaking, He glanced at Xiao Luzi. Little sixth son. Now that little tiger has entered the gate of immortal cultivation and has also gone out to practice, you should focus your mind on your own path of cultivation. Little Rocco shrunk his head at once. Understood, master. I will go to the enlightenment. Lin Bei shook his head breathlessly as he looked at little Luzi, who had fled as if he was flying. This kid. Everyone else is in a hurry in order to cultivate immortality. Why isn't he in a hurry at all? In fact, Lin Bei already had a rough idea of little Luzi's cultivation path. Just, looking at Xiao Luzi's current state, I'm afraid it's hard to participate in it. So there's no hurry. Let him meditate. Master. After little Six escaped, little Iris, who was behind him, directly pounced on him. I refined the extreme grade spirit gathering pill yesterday and prepared quite a few for little tiger. When Tainyo and Senior Zhang Tang come back I'm going to give them a surprise. Well done. Lin Bei stroked her head favorably. Master, I've heard that senior brother Zhang Tang has recently tested quite a few people and is preparing to open the heavenly gate for them. I think that after opening the heaven's gate, isn't it too slow for them to cultivate by just practicing the spitting technique? Maybe they can learn our spitting technique, even if they can't fully comprehend it. Comprehending some of it is still more powerful than ordinary spitting techniques. This is not urgent. Lin Bei smiled and said, after they have achieved great success in their spitting technique, they will have some enlightenment before they can choose a more powerful spitting method. Xiao Hu's sighed. Your senior brother Zhang has already experimented with it. Oh, little Iris let out an oh. She now began to realize that getting out of her own cultivation path was really important. Master, are you ready to go out? Lin Bei nodded. I'm going to make a trip to the volcano. And I still need to combine Ox 2 and Red Dragon's spitting method with their own to create it. So it is. Little Iris nodded. Right at this moment, Zhang Tang and Tainyo returned to the dojo. Master. The two of them immediately greeted each other. And Lin Bei nodded his head gently. Little Iris immediately ran to Tainyo's side. You guys are back? Did you learn the spells? Of course. Tainyo smiled and said. You watch. As soon as the words fell, the iron ox directly rose up in the air, soaring casually in the air as if it were a bird, and even took one step at a time as he rode in the air, walking as if he were walking on the ground. It's awesome. Little Iris clapped excitedly. I want to learn. It was then that Iron Bull fell. If you want to learn, you'll have to wait until you've condensed your spiritual energy in the first chakra after your Tao Body 9 refinements, and when your cultivation level is up. I'll teach you. Yes. Little Iris happily hugged Tainyo's arm. Master, are you ready to go out? Tainyo looked at Lin Bei at this time. Preparing for a trip to the volcano. Lin Bei casually replied. Oh, Iron Bull wanted to say. Something's wrong? Lin Bei inquired. I have something I would like to ask for advice. Master has something to do, then there is no rush. Wait until you return. Lin Bei smiled and shook his head. Ask. Good. Tainyo immediately said. I realized that when I studied the royal air art, my understanding of the way of heaven and earth seemed to be more profound. And my understanding of the changes in the spiritual power of heaven and earth was also more profound. The apprentice wonders if creating or learning another spell would not also deepen the sense? Lin Bei nodded. Yes, when your 12 chakras are filled and you begin to cultivate the 5 viscera of the Earth Palace, it is not possible to rely only on the exhalation method, but you also need to understand the changes in the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Many thanks for the guidance, Master. Zhang Tang nodded his head. It seems that one has to create and learn some different spells appropriately while practicing, which will increase the base for practicing the 5 viscera of the Earth Palace. Lin Bei nodded his head, his eyes full of appreciation. Soon, calm was restored to the dojo. Not only did Zhang Tang and the others cultivate harder, those apprentices of the dojo had likewise become more diligent. 3 days later, a hasty voice came out, and a wretched figure ran to the dojo. Is Master Linfield? Linfield in? Tainyo, who was practicing his fists, recognized the visitor at a glance, and it was none other than Boss Fu of Chen's cloth shop. Boss Fu was in a very poor state at the moment. His body was tattered and torn. Boss Fu, what brings you here? What's wrong with you? Family Master. Family Master, he went out to talk about business, and as a result he was robbed on the way of transporting cloth. What? How dare you rob little Iris's father? Iron Bull burst into a rage. Chapter 119 Yuzhou Mountain Bandits. Tainyo looked at the flustered Boss Fu, forced his heart to hold back his anger, and inquired with a serious look. What the hell happened? Where was it robbed? Why were they robbed? Boss Fu said in a panic. Our family head saw the rapid growth of the dojo, so he decided to head to that prosperous Song Yun territory to sell some high-grade Damascus silk. I originally thought that as long as I took the official road, as long as I kept a low profile, with the prosperity and law and order of the Song Yun territory, nothing would happen. Boss Fu said bitterly. when we passed through the Stone Ridge 3 passes, we also met another merchant group, during which we also talked about the security of the Songyun territory, and that merchant group even stated that it was very safe here. Songyun Academy has repeatedly let the students of the academy, in order to fight bandits to practice, so the bandits have almost disappeared. Who would have thought that just after entering the 3 passes of the Stone Ridge, we would be robbed? The leader of that group of bandits, who calls himself the Great King of Shirling, is surprisingly from Yuzhou. Yuzhou? Iron Bull's pupils stared. Within Sangzhou, there have always been legends about Yuzhou. After all, Yuzhou and Sangzhou are adjacent to each other, and the territory of Yuzhou is notoriously chaotic. In Sangzhou, almost everyone knew that within the territory of Yuzhou, there was an extreme lack of resources, and as such, martial arts schools, clans, and academies would often fight over resources, but somehow they have to maintain the appearance of peace, so the mountain bandits become thugs who do their dirty work for them. In Sangzhou, it was rare to hear news of banditry in Yuzhou, as the 3 major forces in Sangzhou were very united and had heavy guards on the border of Yuzhou. Now, Sangzhou had a Yuzhou banditry problem? This made Tainyo very surprised. Sure, it's the bandits from Yuzhou? Tainyo asked. Yes, this is what those mountain bandits said themselves, Boss Fu said with a crying face. They got the news that Sangzhou had drawn a large number of experts in order to resist the 36 gates of the demonic beasts, and that there was a loophole in the guarding of Sangzhou's borders, and as a result, there were a large number of mountain bandits from Yuzhou, who had crossed the Tianlang mountain range, to come and ransack Sangzhou. These mountain bandits are very cruel, Boss Fu said. The reason why I was let back is because this group of mountain bandits asked us to come back for the ransom, and they offered 5 million taels of silver. Tainyo frowned. If the bandits from Yuzhou really mixed into Sangzhou, wouldn't Sangzhou be in chaos? How strong are they? How are the numbers? Iron Bull inquired. There are a lot of people. There are thousands of people with varying strengths. I have limited eyesight and I don't know if they're powerful or not. All I know is that the merchant group we know had an expert of the martial Dao manifestation realm killed. Okay, I got it. Tainyo nodded his head and looked at Boss Fu. Do you remember where those bandits are? Boss Fu was still a bit stunned. Those mountain bandits said that if they want to save someone, they should go to the Skywolf mountain range. The Tian Wolf mountain range? Isn't it the 3 passes of the Stone Ridge? Tainyo was puzzled. We were robbed at the Stone Ridge 3 passes. After those bandits robbed us, I heard that they would escort people to the Tian Wolf mountain range. I heard that it is the base camp of the bandits in Yuzhou, said Boss Fu. Iron Bull's brow furrowed. After directly taking out a map, to find the Tianlang mountain range, his face was ugly. The Skywolf mountain range spanned across Yu Prefecture and Song Prefecture, with the vast majority of the area belonging to the territory of Yu Prefecture. This matter is much more complicated than imagined. Tainyo looked at Boss Fu after a little contemplation. You go to the village first and wait a bit. Don't let little Iris know about this. I'll go find senior brother Zhang Tang to discuss this. Shopkeeper Fu understood that although Tainyo looked naive, his heart was as fine as a hair. This was indirectly protecting and caring for little Iris. Oh, good. Boss Fu hurriedly left. Without saying a word, Tainyo directly came to Zhang Tang's retreat room and knocked on the door of Zhang Tang's room. Senior brother Zhang, there's an emergency. Zhang Tang slowly opened his eyes and stopped exhaling heaven and earth aura, a hint of doubt appearing in his eyes. Tainyo would never directly interrupt him when he was in closed-door cultivation, and it was the first time he had met someone who was so eager to find him. Without any hesitation, Zhang Tang directly left the retreat room and met Tainyo, whose face was full of caution. Iron Bull. What's wrong? Tainyo immediately told the news brought by Boss Fu in full. Zhang Tang's face likewise changed slightly at his words. Something actually happened? Does little Iris know? Iron Bull shook his head. She doesn't know yet. I told Boss Fu to go back first. Well done. Zhang Tang nodded. Time is now short. Let's go. Let's go save people immediately. Iron Bull nodded while questioning. Senior brother Zhang, although Sangzhou is heavily guarded against the foreign beasts outside the pass, there are definitely quite a lot of troops on the border with Yuzhou, and although these bandits have exploited a loophole, I'm afraid that they have extraordinary strength if they are able to enter Sangzhou. Now that it has retreated back to the Tianlang mountain range, I am afraid that it will be even more difficult to save people. Do we need to inform a master? Zhang Tang smiled faintly. No need. It's just the bandits of Yuzhou. It's a small matter. Why do you need to bother master? Zhang Tang patted Tainyo's shoulder. Elder brother, I have been in the rivers and lakes since I was 15 years old. We will be able to cope with this small matter. What eldest brother said, although he is delicate in mind, but after all, very little experience in the Jianghu. In contrast, Zhang Tang instead of the Jianghu experience is a little richer. Tainyo is still very convinced of it. Soon, the two of them found Xiao Lu Zi, and after briefly explaining one or two things, they went directly to the village to look for shopkeeper Fu. At this moment, Boss Fu, walking back and forth within Chen's cloth manor, was anxious. Peace Zheng Tang and Tainyo appeared. Boss Fu was overjoyed. You too, you're finally here. Boss Fu, let's go. Go save the people. Zheng Tang said quickly. Good. I've already prepared the silver ticket. It's all of our Chen Cloth Farm's belongings. If there's no way to save the people, I'll go and ransom the family head. Once Boss Fu said this, Zheng Tang and Tainyo looked at each other and nodded. They are very confident, but it's good to be thorough. Soon, the three of them had one steed each and left the dojo at great speed. The road. Where the fork in the road? Zhang Tang said in advance. First, go to the Qingyun City Main Hall. What's the point of going to the Qingyun Main Hall? Tainyo inquired. Shouldn't we go and rescue people immediately? Tainyo, you may not understand the rules of our Tsangzhou martial artists. Yuzhou banditry and Tsangzhou can rob people in the Stone Ridge 3 passes. This is a big event. The major martial arts halls, families, colleges. There is bound to be a bounty mission. All kinds of news naturally collected, very comprehensive. Zhang Tang looked at Tainyo and carefully explained. Since it's a big deal, the Qingyun General Hall should have relevant information. The Tianwolf mountain range, belonging to the outer region. To go and rescue people, one needs to first figure out the number and general strength and distribution area of the Yuzhou bandits within the Tianwolf mountain range. Tainyo agreed. What senior brother Zhang said is very true. Chapter 120, Wang Yu the martial artist. Green Cloud Main Hall. After Zhang Tang, Tainyo and the others arrived, they saw many martial artists with hurried faces. Zhang Tang stopped a random person. This martial arts friend? Why do these people seem to be in a hurry? The man immediately said. The Qingyun General Hall has placed a bounty, and there are a large number of bandits in Yuzhou that have been smuggled over from the Skywolf mountain range in extremely large numbers. It robbed a large number of merchants within our Tsangzhou as well as some disciples from clans, academies, and martial arts schools that were practicing. Everyone's on a mission right now. The man said hurriedly. There's no need to be in such a hurry to take the mission, right? Zhang Tang hurriedly inquired and slipped in 100 taels of silver ticket as he inquired. Seeing the silver ticket, the man's expression soothed and he cleared his throat. You don't know. These Yuzhou mountain bandits, after ransacking a wave, immediately retreated back to the Skywolf mountain range, and even released people to go back and demand ransom. This matter has become too big, angering those powerhouses in the Tsangzhou. The Tsangzhou Luo family has announced that they are going to clear the entire territory of banditry, and they have also sent out several heavenly kings of martial arts to personally sweep away the banditry of the Yuzhou, the leader of which is Senior Luo Jing, a late-stage heavenly king of martial arts. He has found the gap in the Skywolf mountain range and has personally sat down to block it. Now he's recruiting a large number of places to guard this gap that was opened up by the Yuzhou banditry. And now everyone, they're all in a hurry to grab the blockade places in this area. After all, with the late-stage martial heavenly king Luo Prime Senior in attendance, not only is the pay generous, but it's also safe. So everyone is in a hurry. Zhang Tang came to a sudden realization. So it is. Boss Fu had some urgency at the moment. Now that the situation has become so complicated, I don't know if the person who hijacked the family head has retreated back to the Skywolf mountain range or is still within Tsangzhou. Tainyo took out the map of Tsangzhou and looked at Boss Fu. Boss blessed. How long did it take you to get back to the dojo? 3 days. Tainyo glanced at the martial artist again. How long has Elder Luo Cheng blocked this place? The man pondered for a moment. Probably. It hasn't been long since the blockade. 2 days at most. Zhang Tang also looked at the map to check the distance between the 3 passes of the Stone Ridge and the Tianwolf mountain range. It is hard to estimate. The time is too close. Zhang Tang said. Let's go to the area where Senior Luo Cheng is guarding first. We should be able to learn accurate information when we get there. Tainyo said. Aha! Zhang Tang and Tainyo didn't talk nonsense and set up their horses to leave. However, just as the duel was about to leave, a voice came out. Zhang Tang, Tainyo, what brings you here? The visitor was none other than Mu Qingyu. Miss Mu, goodbye. Zhang Tang suddenly realized something and immediately inquired. May I ask, does your chief administrator have some information on the banditry in the 3 passes of the Stone Ridge? Mu Qingyu was a bit surprised. Banditry? You guys are going to fight bandits? The bandits are still some distance away from our Qingyun territory. We're still safe on our side. No bandits roaming about. And I thought your dojo didn't ask about the world and wouldn't care about this. Truth be told, little Iris's father, who wanted to go to the Tsongyun territory to sell damask, was robbed on the way. Tainyo hurriedly said. Mu Qingyu froze. I see. This time, the banditry is very fierce, covering 1/10 of Tsangzhou. And the general pavilion side has also given us a task. If you guys are looking for information on the banditry in the 3 passes of the Stone Ridge, wait for me. I'll go through the latest news from the general hall side. With pleasure. Zheng Tang made a bow. No harm done. Soon, after Mu Qingyue left, she returned in about an incense stick of time. I've found it. According to the information we got from our headquarters, a part of the bandits in the Stone Ridge's territory returned to the Skywolf Mountain Range, and a large portion of them, because their backroads were cut off by Elder Luo Prime, retreated back to the 3 passes of the Stone Ridge. Mu Qingyue asked, "What time was it when the Chen family master was robbed?" 3 days ago, Boss Fu said in a hurry. 3 days ago? That's not easy to judge. It's possible that they retreated back to the Skywolf Mountain Range, or they may have returned to the Stone Ridge 3 passes. Mu Qingyue said, "Nowadays, in that area of the Stone Ridge, the banditry is serious. Bandits, at least hundreds of forces. Within the 3 passes of the Stone Ridge, there are 9 forces." Zheng Tang and Tainyo looked at each other. Tainyo said, "Shopkeeper Fu, you said that the group asked you to go to the Tian Wolf Mountain Range to ransom someone?" "Yes." Boss Fu nodded his head in a hurry. "Senior brother, I think it's extremely likely that that group will retreat back to the Skywolf Mountain Range," Tainyo said. "Fair enough." Zheng Tang nodded his head. "Senior brother, in order to avoid miscalculations, I'll go to the Stone Ridge 3 passes to spy on the news. You go to the Skywolf Mountain Range, and we'll split up." Zheng Tang glanced at Tainyo and said seriously, "Be careful. If there is any news, immediately tell me." "Yes." Zheng Tang looked at Boss Fu. "Boss Fu, follow me. Miss Mu, farewell." Mu Qingyue said in a hurry. The Stone Ridge side is farther away from the core area of Zhangzhou, and the banditry is serious, so it hasn't been cleared over there for a while. Take care, Tainyo. Thanks a lot. Soon, Tainyo and Zhang Tang separated and headed straight for the Stone Ridge 3 passes. Road. It so happened that a stallion galloped past him. At first, Iron Bull didn't care. However, after passing 3 successive resting stations, Tainyo immediately perceived that this person's destination seemed to be exactly the same as his. The man likewise sensed Iron Bull's destination, which seemed to be the same as his, but did not converse along the way. Finally, the two meet while at some tavern. Iron Bull couldn't help but step forward and ask, "This brother, I saw that after you came out of the Qingyun General Hall, you and I seem to be leading the way. Could it be that you are also heading to the Stone Ridge 3 passes?" The man was in his 20s, and his eyes were as sharp as knives, and when Tainyo was looked at by him, it was as if there was a knife on his neck. Good, pure martial intent. Tainyo was also considered to be knowledgeable, and at this moment, he suddenly realized that even Zhang Zhong, a patriarch's martial intent, was no match for the person in front of him. The man heard Tainyo greet him and raised his head to take a closer look at Tainyo. "You're going to the Stone Ridge Triple Pass, too? Not bad." Tainyo nodded. "You don't know what your excellency's business is in going to the Stone Ridge 3 passes?" The man faintly spat out 4 words. "Suppressing bandits, killing people." Iron Bull shuddered inwardly. I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but when this person said that the bandits were killing people, he surprisingly didn't feel any killing intent. Instead, he felt it, a pure martial intent. "Why do you kill people?" Iron Bull couldn't help but inquire. "I need to hone my martial Tao, and between life and death is the best way to hone it," the man said indifferently. He could feel that the person in front of him was telling the truth. "I wonder what your cultivation level is." "Martial intent realm," Tainyo asked again. "Martial intent, gathering intent, manifestation or true intent?" The man smiled faintly. "Why divide these? Martial intent is the path of martial arts, the realm that runs through the will of martial arts." Tainyo was deeply shocked. For some reason, he actually felt a different martial way from the person in front of him. "I wonder, Your Excellency, what is your name?" "Wu Fu, Wang Yu." Chapter 121 8 Extreme Fist? The Iron Ox explodes. "What about you?" Wang Yu glanced at Tainyo. "My name is Iron Bull." "Iron Ox," Wang Yu said indifferently. "I can feel that you are very different from ordinary martial artists, and there is a power in your body that makes my heart palpitate." Tainyo smiled faintly. "I can also sense that you are different from ordinary martial artists." A glint flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. "My body tempering realm is different from others. I use the martial will to temper my martial body." "What about you?" Iron Bull did not tell the whole story, but snorted. "I am a man of the dojo, and I may belong to a new school in the eyes of martial artists." "Cutting and dicing?" Wang Yu didn't care and suddenly offered an invitation. At this moment, Iron Ox was also full of wariness. He had already Tao Body 9 refinements and opened the first chakra, although he had only condensed 20 drops of spiritual energy because of time. However, according to Zheng Tang, Once the first chakra began to condense spiritual energy, even a patriarch would have the power to fight. The person in front of him gave him a very odd feeling, so he also wanted to try the weight of the person in front of him. Good thing too. And please point it out. Yes. The two soon arrived outside the stagecoach. Iron Bull made a gesture of invitation. Almost instantly, Tainyo could feel that Wang Yu's body's martial intent soared. A strong will that moved him. In a split second, Wang Yu instantly disappeared from his original spot and rushed towards the Iron Bull at an extremely fast speed. It's so fast, and his movement is completely unrecognizable as a weakness. Tainyo often sparred with Zhang Tang at the dojo. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but at this moment, he actually had the illusion that he was sparring with Zhang Tang. The person in front of him seemed to have foreseen countless possibilities and chosen the best way to attack when he attacked. In a matter of moments, Wang Yu killed in front of Iron Bull. A palm strike came down. Iron Bull immediately crossed his arms to block. Boo! Under the palm. Tainyo immediately felt that the palm seemed to have the momentum of splitting mountains. An extremely rigid force came from him, and his feet were even embedded in the land due to the force of this strike. Not waiting for Iron Bull to counterattack, Wang Yu directly threw an elbow over the top. In the next second, the iron ox was even toppled and flew along the way and even directly broke a big tree in the sky. Fortunately, Iron Ox instantly adjusted his posture. His feet drew the semicircle of Tai Chi, and he hardened the force before stopping. Split mountain, top heart elbow, a flash of consternation in the eyes of Iron Bull. These moves, surprisingly, were extremely similar to the moves of the 8 extremes fist that his master had talked about. When he first stepped out of his own path of supreme rigidity, Lin Bei had explained some supreme rigidity and ferocity moves to him. At the time of the explanation, Lin Bei called it 8 extreme fist. It was just that what Lin Bei had explained at first was only a general direction. Tainyo did not know that Lin Bei did not know the 8 extremes fist, but only knew some moves boxing theory, so he pointed a direction for him to participate in the 8 extremes fist, the most rigid and fierce boxing. Tainyo thought that Lin Bei was doing this on purpose in order to get him out of his own cultivation path. Because of this, when Wang Yu executed this set of fist techniques, he instantly realized. Wang Yu casts. It's Baji Quan. Between the surprise, Wang Yu charged up again. Its momentum is unstoppable, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Explosive hit interception. Iron Ox was prepared for this and instantly responded with a big entangling hand, and after defusing it, he directly seized the opportunity to crash into Wang Yu. This strike, with the shadow of Iron Mountain leaning, was improved by Tainyo according to his own boxing style, faster and fiercer. The impact even strengthened the arm strength with heaven and earth spiritual power. In a flash, Wang Yu hastily resisted and his entire body was directly knocked away. On the way to hit the fly, his eyes flashed a trace of consternation. It seems that he recognized this move, although it is not the same as the Iron Mountain leaning, but it also has its divine essence. Without waiting for Wang Yu to react, the Iron Ox unexpectedly rose up in the air and flew directly, instantly chasing after Wang Yu. Flying up? There is no powerful momentum felt as support. Is it difficult to be a domain? Is he a martial, heavenly king? A brief moment of shock flashed across Wang Yu's face before his battle intent skyrocketed. Not only was he not afraid, he even rushed towards the Iron Bull without fear. Both sides instantly clashed together in an extremely rigid and hard manner. The more he fought, the more alarmed Iron Bull became. When they just exchanged blows, Tainyo still had the absolute upper hand, especially when he activated the spiritual power in the first chakra and integrated it into his fist technique. His power even exploded. With the terrifying force, I'm afraid that even a grandmaster wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, this one in front of him, Wang Yu, who was only at the martial intent realm, had actually withstood it. And what was even more terrifying, not only did he withstand it, he even evolved in the midst of the battle. Tainyo had seen Zhang Tang's monster-like fighting talent, but Zhang Tang's talent for fighting was calm analysis, seeing moves and finding weaknesses, and Wang Yu is different. His talent for fighting seems to rely entirely on instinct, analyzing it, and it takes time, and instinct doesn't. This guy, is he really at the martial intent realm? How on earth did he practice? For a moment, Iron Bull was in some kind of trance. He even thought the person in front of him couldn't be called a martial artist anymore, but someone who had stepped out of another kind of Tao. The two sides exchanged hundreds of moves, and Iron Bull's face changed slightly. He realized that he had actually fallen into a disadvantage within 100 moves. This man, who calls himself Wufu, has shown a horrible talent in the middle of the battle. At this moment, Tainyo no longer reserved, instantly activated the body orifices. The power of the Nine Suns Taoist law instantly surged. In a flash, a terrifying force of heaven and earth erupted from his body. Buzz! The Nine Yangs of the Tao. The first young Iron Bull swung out a fist, instantly breaking the limit of Wang Yu's reaction. This punch landed directly on Wang Yu's ear. The hair on Wang Yu's temples danced, and a giant tree in the sky behind him was directly shattered, and the earth was all tipped over into gullies by the force of this punch. Wang Yu knows. He lost. This punch, if it were to hit his head, he was afraid that he would be directly smashed to death. Thank you for your mercy. At this moment, Iron Ox was also completely relieved. If he did not show his own bottom card, I am afraid that, if he continues to fight, the one who loses is him. Wang Yu, you are very strong. If I can introduce you to the master. I believe my master will definitely accept you as a disciple. When these words came out, Wang Yu smiled and shook his head. I have no intention of worshipping my master. Thank you for your kind words. Although you won today, the next time we meet, it will be me who wins. After saying that, Wang Yu turned around and left. Looking at Wang Yu's back, Iron Bull froze in place, and in a trance, two words seemed to appear in his mind. Martial artist. Wang Yu's back reminded him of the martial artist he had once fantasized about as a young boy. Fast and furious, one way or another. As he sighed, Wang Yu suddenly stopped in his tracks. Tying Yo, within the 3 passes of the Stone Ridge, how about we compare who killed more mountain bandits and saved more people? Why not? Iron Bull responded loudly. The moment. Inside the Stone Ridge Triple Pass, Gathering Hall, a group of mountain bandits are gathering. Everyone is now occupying the 3 passes of the Stone Ridge, so we should make common cause against the people of Zhangzhou. The speaker, sitting on top of the throne of the cottage, pressed a large ringed sword in his hand, with a formidable appearance. The Gaiyu Heavenly King of Yuzhou has already sent a message. He is reopening a hidden path to Tianlang Mountain. At that time everyone only needs to hand over half of the looted wealth. Then they can go back. So, just get through this and good times will come for everyone. What the Grand Master says is true. During this period of time, we should take advantage of the fact that the people of Zhangzhou can't care about this place and go on a ransacking spree. Just as the people in the gathering hall were thinking about the future, a bandit ran in. Report. Front hill. Someone's fighting their way up. Chapter 122 Master? Nothing more than that. The gathering hall instantly quieted down, and the crowd looked directly toward the person who had spoken. Who is the visitor? What is the strength? The mountain bandit who reported hurriedly said, there are 2 people who killed up here. They attacked from both sides and directly penetrated our outpost. The brothers were heavily killed and wounded. Where's old 3? The big man with the ringed sword stood up violently, his face full of horizontal flesh squeezed together from anger. The 3rd leader was killed by a naive-looking fellow, with a single punch. This statement was made. The gathering hall was in an uproar. A punch? Killed? He's an expert of the manifestation realm. How can that be? The big man with the ringed sword snorted coldly. The brothers outside. There are more than 300 of them, and there are more than 100 elites in the Danhai realm. Lao San cooperated with so many people and still got punched to death? You mean the person who came as a Zhongsher? The mountain bandit who reported this said in a hurry. No, not. One of them has a strong martial intent, but there is no Zhongsher's potential, and the other can't even feel the martial intent, looks naive in appearance, and on the contrary, killed the 3rd Dongja with a single punch. At that moment, the 2nd lord snorted coldly. What can you read with that eye? A guy who's nothing can beat Lao San to death? After saying that, the 2nd leader looked at the ringed sword man. Big brother, I'll bring someone to take a look. I'd like to see what kind of person dares to break through the 3 passes of the Stone Ridge. After saying that, his entire body erupted with a terrifying potential. Of the Patriarch's strength was exposed. Good thing too. Bring back their heads, and I'll take their heads as a drinking cup with my 2nd brother. Big brother, and wait a moment or two. Let's see me go fetch it for you. The moment. Halfway up Stone Ridge Cottage, Tainyo and Wang Yu are storming the mountain bandits' cottage. Coming. Stop them. On the watchtower of the mountain fortress, some mountain bandits pulled up their bows and arrows, and in a flash, dozens of arrows fell. The Iron Bull was like a speeding wind, all dodging and directly avoiding the arrows. Immediately afterward, he leapt up as if he were a huge mountain and landed ferociously on top of the wall of the fortress gate. Dozens of mountain bandits directly pounced on them, holding various weapons such as swords and battle axes in their hands. Tainyo's pace was agile, easily avoiding the attack of the sword and battle axe, and his fist blasted out, directly smashing the shield of a mountain bandit into a flat, and this bandit even knocked over several mountain bandits behind him. Right at this moment, a mountain bandit junior leader of the martial Dao gathering intent realm sneaked up from behind and slashed down. Go to hell! The blade in the hands of this mountain bandit's junior leader was chilling, unavoidable, and went straight for Tainyo's head. When Iron Ox saw this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. the spiritual energy of the first chakra surged, and instantly there was a surge of black and white chi, clinging to his arms as if they were armor. This was precisely the Taiji Shan shield that was learned with Zhang Tang, only, it was obvious that amongst Tainyo's Taiji Shan shield, there was more than enough of the supreme yang but not enough of the yin and soft, and it was obviously a Taiji Shan shield that he had slightly modified according to his own situation. Dang! A crisp ringing sound came, and the blade of this mountain bandit's small leader was directly cut with a curling edge. What? This mountain bandit junior leader revealed a horrified look. His greatsword had been specially forged. It was the martial body of a Zongshur that could slash it. Now it's even blocked by the person in front of you? Without waiting for him to react, Iron Bull directly turned back and slammed his head directly into his skull, flipping him to the ground and killing him with a single punch. Tainyo's eyes flashed with killing intent and swept around. Dozens of bandits were instantly subdued by his aura and unexpectedly did not dare to move forward. Right at this moment, there was a commotion not far away. Iron Bull looked at it, and suddenly his pupils slightly condensed, only to see that not far away in the middle of the mountain fortress, corpses were everywhere and blood flowed into rivers. Wang Yu's arms were stained with blood as he stood on top of the corpses and bones, and even if they were far apart, Tainyo could feel the monstrous murderous aura on Wang Yu's body. However, what surprised Tainyo was that although Wang Yu was full of killing aura, his eyes were calm and terrifying, and everyone seemed to be an object for him to sharpen his martial arts in his eyes. I can't believe I killed so many people. Tainyo was very shocked inwardly. As he looked around, there were less than 30 mountain bandits that he had killed, but Wang Yu had already killed hundreds of them. Even those mountain bandits who had surrounded Wang Yu were all instinctively retreating, not daring to go any further. Right at this moment, Tainyo and Wang Yu fiercely looked towards the back of the mountain fortress. This was because, at the same time, they sensed an extremely strong martial power that was pressing down on the two of them with a titanic force. Patriarch, Tainyo immediately realized that the visitor was no ordinary person. This momentum, he had felt it before, although it was not as good as Zhang Zhong, but it was similar. It was just that Tainyo's strength nowadays was not at all afraid of the pressure of this momentum. Right at this moment, from the rear of the cottage, a man in half-locked armor walked out dragging a long battle axe in his hands. He is none other than the second in command of this cottage. His gaze, which crossed over the iron ox, unexpectedly looked directly at Wang Yu coldly. Although both of them were able to ignore his potential, he made a judgment from the deaths and injuries of the mountain bandits, and he believed that Wang Yu was a stronger threat than Tainyo. Iron Bull, Wang Yu suddenly said loudly, not waiting for Tainyo to answer, and continued, he's mine. The moment the words fell, Wang Yu was like a swift wind, directly killing the second lord. Seek death. The second lord was enraged. The martial intent of the martial artist in front of him was extremely strong. Not only did it disperse his momentum, it even became stronger due to the pressure of his momentum. It gave him an extremely uneasy feeling. A martial artist at the martial intent level was making him a patriarch. Uneasy? Therefore, the second lord roared outright, dispelling his inner turmoil with a roar. A mere martial artist at the martial intent level dares to act recklessly, accompanied by a furious shout. The long battle axe in the second lord's hand drew a terrifying arc of the moon in midair, directly smashing towards Wang Yu. However, the scene he expected, where Wang Yu stopped to dodge, did not appear. On the contrary, not only was there no intention to retreat in Wang Yu's eyes, but instead, his battle-intent soared as he directly pounced over, looking at Wang Yu who pounced on him without fear. The second leader's heart trembled. The attack in his hand unexpectedly had a brief loophole. It was this momentary loophole that Wang Yu instantly seized. A mere sidestep avoided the blow. This scene caused a trace of horror to flash across the second leader's face. Anyone who was faced with a long battle axe that could be lethal would not be able to come hard, either blocking or dodging. Wang Yu, however, did not dodge and killed directly. If not for his momentary panic and a loophole in his attack, wouldn't this strike have directly cut Wang Yu in half? This madman. He was a grandmaster martial artist, but he had fallen into a disadvantage in terms of chi? The moment of horror. Wang Yu directly rushed up. His 5 fingers directly transformed into a claw shape, and his index and middle fingers even directly pierced into his eyes. In the next second, the second leader instantly only felt that the world was instantly plunged into darkness. In the meantime, an icy voice came out in his ears. Patriarch? It's nothing more than that. Chapter 123. Iron Ox's Killing Aura. The moment when both eyes are unobservable. Even the second leader of the sovereign realm was flustered at this moment. He never dreamed that Wang Yu, this martial arts madman, would be so fierce and ruthless, and did not care about the so-called martial arts virtues in the slightest, striking straight at his weaknesses. Directly, it was running to kill him. Get thee outta here. The second lord roared loudly. his left hand directly relying on his senses to smash into Wang Yu's head. However, when he counterattacked, he only felt that he instantly fell short. Immediately after, he only felt a sharp pain coming from his lower body. The words not speaking of martial virtues seem to be embodied in Wang Yu's body, and his moves are all weaknesses. Just at the moment when he instinctively arched his back because of the sharp pain in his lower body, he only felt his head, which seemed to be grabbed by a strong arm. It's over. The second lord instantly despaired. Almost accompanied by his despair, a click of breaking bones came. The second in command had his head twisted right off. As the second leader fell to the ground, the patriarch took his last breath. He died, so easily, that the crowd found it unbelievable. Above the earth, because of that battle axe of his, the imprints of gullies were scratched out, seemingly telling others, his strength is that of a zongsure. But that's all. Wang Yu indifferently glanced at the second lord at his feet, then kicked him away as his eyes looked around. The moment. All of the mountain bandits were all surprised by Wang Yu. Too strong. He's not a grandmaster. Why isn't he afraid of the second lord's power? His martial intent is clearly not outwardly visible. So why can I feel it? Why can martial artists be so strong? The mountain bandits were stunned, and for a while, they did not dare to resist, and all of them turned their heads and ran toward the mountains. The moment. Even Tainyo had a sense of sucking in a breath of cool air, and his eyes changed as he looked at Wang Yu, becoming admired. Wang Yu's understanding of martial arts seemed to be completely different from his. In his opinion, martial arts might have techniques, cultivation methods, and different ways of performing them in different situations. But, at this moment, seeing Wang Yu's battle, Tainyo came to his senses. Martial arts or even spells, when it comes to the enemy, there is only one goal. That's killing the enemy. To kill the enemy in the simplest and most direct way is the only goal of an attacking martial art or spell. Wang Yu, on the other hand, seemed to have utilized all of this to perfection. On top of that, what made Tainyo admire more was Wang Yu's boldness. Anyone who saw a near-perfect, explosive martial skill at the grandmaster level would choose to retreat or resist or dodge. But, Wang Yu, however, with all his guts, directly subdued the second lord, forcing the second lord to doubt his own martial arts skills, thus causing a break. Wang Yu, on the other hand, directly seized on this break, and almost in the blink of an eye, he cut him down. A clan master level powerhouse. Just like that, it was obliterated as if it were a straggler. There seems to be an element of trickery and accident, but Iron Bull understood. This is Wang Yu's guts. Tainyo even doubted that if Wang Yu had made this kind of strike when he was sparring with him, would he have been able to win? Even though his Nine Suns Dao technique was extremely strong, it was a skill that pressed the bottom of the box, and once it was performed it was almost certain to win. But, does he really have a chance to use it? Tainyo believed that this second lord, being a patriarch, would definitely not have only these two brushes. However, he had no chance to cast it at all. Iron Bull, seeing the many mountain bandits fleeing, Wang Yu didn't chase after them, but instead looked at Tainyo. When I was just fighting, I got a message that over there on the trail, there's a hidden cave. Someone was captured over there. I'm going to rescue them. After saying that, Wang Yu pointed in the direction that those mountain bandits had fled. Over to you. Tainyo's bravado grew. He was a disciple of the Dojo and Lin Bei's own disciple. How could he be left behind? Yes. No bull *******. Just one word is enough. Wang Yu decisively rushed into that hidden trail. Without saying a word, Tainyo went straight to the gathering hall. The moment. In the gathering hall, the big man with the ringed sword was still drinking with many of the top mountain bandits. I don't know. Second boss. When will you bring up the heads of those two guys? Without using their heads to drink wine. It's really not enjoyable enough. The words of the big man with the ringed sword had not yet fallen. There was a cacophony of voices from outside. What's all this noise? Could it be that the second lord has returned? It seems like a lot of people are coming back. I think the second lord took care of them, right? Not bad. With the cultivation of the second master's patriarch, what difficulty is there in solving two people who are not patriarchs? Just as the ha was going on, someone outside rushed in. Big boss, it's bad. Something big has happened. The second boss is dead. Those two people, they're too strong. Especially that martial artist. Almost in a single glance, he killed the second lord in a few moves. The moment. Outside, 7 or 8 other bandits rushed in, each saying something similar. The moment. The gathering hall, at once, was terribly quiet. The ringsword man's eyes flashed with icy killing intent. Then he stood up violently. What a loser. Looks like I'll have to do it myself. The ringed sword man pressed with one hand, slapping directly on top of the ringed sword, and the floor around him was instantly shaken and cracked. Big boss, The visitors are not good. I originally thought that people under the sovereign could be taken at will by the second boss, but it seems that they are not ordinary people. Big leader, we'll go with you. The second leader is already dead. We definitely can't be careless. In the middle of the gathering hall, the people spoke. There were at least 100 people present, and every single one of them was at least a powerful person at the martial intent realm, and at this moment, everyone's martial intent was soaring. Right at this moment, there was a sudden loud bang in the distance. Only one mountain bandit was seen, directly crashing through the door of the gathering hall, knocking quite a few mountain bandits to the ground. In the meantime, a tall figure appeared directly in front of the main door of the gathering hall. The sunlight falls and reflects on the background. The Iron Bull seemed like a huge mountain, making it impossible to look directly at it. Everyone is here? It seems that there is no need for me to look for them one by one. Tainyo's eyes widened as he scanned the entire gathering hall. His pupils filled with murderous aura. The big man with the ringed blade snorted coldly and kicked the back of the big ringed blade, carrying it over his shoulder. Who are you? Under Mr. Kai's sword. I don't cut down nameless ghosts. Dojo, Lin Bei's second disciple. Tainyo. Iron Bull introduced himself. You're the one who killed the second in command. Good timing. Just in time to pay for your life. In the gathering hall, many bandits, directly smashing the wine bowls in their hands, looked at Tainyo with anger. I didn't kill your second lord. The one who killed him was Wang Yu. Iron Bull said coldly. And I. Better than him. Tone down. Iron Bull's aura surged around him. Chapter 124. Before, Wang Yu had directly subdued the second lord of the clan realm, causing Tainyo to be extremely shocked. And because of this, it aroused Iron Bull's desire to fight for strength. This time, in order to outsmart Wang Yu, Tainyo barely hit anything. Directly activating his own orifices, he executed his bottomless stance, the Nine Suns Taoist law. Second Yang. Not only that, Tainyo was also running the spiritual energy in the first chakra, attaching it to his arms, simulating the Taiji seal to strengthen his attacks. This time, he's going to. A quick fight and a quick decision. Ignorant child. How dare you? The big man with the ringed blade snorted coldly. His feet erupted violently, crushing the stone slabs underneath his feet, and the whole person immediately killed the Iron Bull as if he were an arrow out of the string. While pouncing on the Iron Bull, the ringed blade in his hand slashed out violently. In a blink of an eye, the blade chi that contained a powerful martial power directly slashed out a dozen or so times by him. The power of each of these was extremely strong, and even a patriarch was afraid that he wouldn't be able to block it. The ringed blade Dehan's powerful strength of a mid-range sovereign was revealed. Together, kill him. In the gathering hall, a large number of bandits directly roared and swarmed up. However, the Iron Bull was undaunted in the face of such a terrifying attack from the ringed sword Dehan, and even crashed directly into it as if it were a brute bull. The Taiji Xian shield was almost instantly blocked from his physique. Boom, boom, boom. A knife chi, even directly by the iron ox directly smashed. This scene stunned many people. It was important to realize that the blade energy that did not hit Iron Bull directly chopped the verdant stone wall inside the gathering hall. There is no doubt about the power. However, such a powerful attack was unable to penetrate the Iron Bull's defense? How is it possible? His true chi is devoid of any martial intent, or even potential, and he was able to block it? This true chi, why is it so odd? Many people in the gathering hall couldn't help but cry out in horror. The ringed blade Dehan then let out a cold snort and rushed in front of Tainyo. The chained blade technique instantly danced as if it was a blistering wind and rain, impervious to the wind, and each blade was filled with extremely terrifying power. However, Iron Bull just dodged two blitzes before surprisingly disappearing in an instant. Where are the people? Where did it go? Many people froze for a moment when they saw the Iron Bull instantly disappear, and looked around, except for the ringed sword man who raised his head violently. The moment I only saw that the iron ox stepped on the void, and even rode in the air. Many people, following the gaze of the ringed sword man, immediately revealed a look of fear. Fly up, stepping through the air? There isn't any potential. It's hard to believe that it's a martial domain. Budo, Heavenly King? The many mountain bandits who were originally full of murderous spirit were all looking at Tainyo in horror at this moment. Almost scared out of my wits. Even the ringed sword Dehan's mind was blank at the moment. Trance. Iron Bull directly killed the ringed sword man. The big man with the ringed sword was obviously scared out of his wits at the moment because the Iron Bull had risen up in the air and stayed in midair. When he saw Iron Bull killing, he actually only dared to shiver and defend. When Tainyo saw that the ringed sword Dehan was full of loopholes, the murderous aura in his eyes skyrocketed. The first fist, slamming out, directly shook the ringed sword big man's big ringed sword away. The second punch, smashed directly into the heart of the ringed sword man. With this punch, He even used the point sealing technique that Zhang Tang had taught him. Through the heart area, it sealed several acupoints of the big man with the ring sword. A third punch, straight to the ring sword man's solar plexus with furious inches. 3 punches later, the big man with the ring sword seemed like a puddle of mud, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and he directly fell to the ground without breathing. Iron Bull. 3 punches killed a mid-martial arts master. The big dog is dead. This guy is so strong. Is he a martial heavenly king? How can this even be a fight? Run away. The many bandits in the gathering hall panicked for a moment and almost instantly turned into birds and beasts and tried to flee. Want to escape? Iron Bull's killing intent surged. In his mind, Wang Yu's figure that killed the enemy without any delay appeared. How can I be weaker than Wang Yu? With the desire to win together, Iron Ox did not hide, directly stimulating the spiritual power of the first chakra, and rode in the air, chasing after the crowd. The moment Iron Bull's killing intent skyrocketed as he faced these murderous bandits. He went straight for the kill. If these mountain bandits were to resist together with the ringsword man, he might not have won that easily, but when he was in the air, he directly made these mountain bandits, including the ring sword big man, are chilled. Strength simply cannot play. So, the situation was now almost one-sided, and it had become a total hunting moment for Iron Bull. The other side, inside a cave somewhere, it held more than 30 men, shivering in the darkness of the cave. Even some of them are starving skin and bones. Among them, there was a boy and girl, aged 8 or 9, cuddling together. Sister, are we going to die here? Brother Wang Yu will save us. I believe in him. But, the bandits here are too powerful. I heard that there are also martial arts masters. That is a legendary existence. Right at this moment, the iron door of the cave was kicked straight open. A figure appeared in front of the crowd. Because of the dim lighting, the boy and girl were initially a bit fearful, but when they saw Wang Yu, they immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. Brother Wang Yu, you're here. Wang Yu's killing intent seemed to have been swept away, and a gentle color was revealed in his cold and calm pupils. I'm coming. I knew Brother Wang Yu would definitely come. The moment many people in the cave spoke up. May I ask, who is the young warrior? Where are the bandits outside? Wang Yu smiled and looked at the crowd. Gentlemen, it's safe now. A dojo disciple and I have breached the fortress of this mountain stronghold. Wang Yu said here with a slight lurch. As for the bandits out there, the ones I could see, all dead. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Although Wang Yu's voice was calm, everyone knew what a tragic battle had occurred outside. The moment the crowd seemed to have just realized that Wang Yu's red shirt was not originally red. Rather, it is blood, which stains it red. Can we get out now? Is it safe out there? Someone asked cautiously. It's safe out there, and with me here. Even if there are some bandits, it won't hurt. What about the big boss? He's a powerful person in the middle stage of the martial arts master. And the second boss? Wang Yu comforted. Don't be afraid. Everyone, follow me. The second master has already been killed by me. As for the big master, I'm afraid he won't live for long. Why? Someone couldn't help but inquire. Because the guy who attacked this mountain fortress with me is stronger than me. Wang Yu smiled faintly. At least, temporarily, better than me. The crowd sniffs and looks at each other. Soon, the crowd followed Wang Yu out of the cave with apprehension. Right at this moment, the crowd could hear screams of fear and pleas for mercy coming from the hills. The crowd looked on, only to see, in the distance, there was a figure, treading in the air, killing in all directions. Chapter 125, Prestigious. That guy, he can fly? Could it be the legendary heavenly king of martial arts? When the crowd saw Tainyo killing the mountain bandits, each of them showed a joyful expression. With the presence of a martial heavenly king, they no longer had to be wary. Wang Yu smiled as he sensed the crowd's awe. He's Tainyo. After he finished speaking, he looked in the direction of the Iron Bull. Brother Tainyo, I've come to help you. After saying that, Wang Yu directly went up to intercept the bandits and immediately despaired. Pragmatic then. That man, that's the expert who killed the second lord. It's over. Spread out and flee to have a chance of survival. At this moment, the bandits had no intention of resisting and dispersed. Time passes. The entire cottage is littered with corpses and the bandits are dead and wounded. Soon, with the kidnapped man rescued, within the 3 passes of the stone ridge, the news that the mountain bandits of the first pass had been bloodied spread through the nearby villages as if they had grown wings. In the meantime, Wang Yu looked towards Tainyo. Tainyo, I already know roughly the situation within the 3 passes of Shiling, and the remaining mountain bandits are not as strong as this fortress. How about you and I split up and eradicate the mountain bandits here? Iron Bull nodded cautiously. That's exactly what I want to do. But let's focus on saving people. My little sister's father was captured. And there's still no news yet. That's for sure. Saving lives is important. As the two of them bid farewell, a trace of color flashed in Tainyo's eyes as he looked at Wang Yu's back. I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but he seemed to perceive that Wang Yu's strength seemed to have become a little stronger. The gap between the realm of martial intent and the martial arts master is huge. He was actually able to so easily reverse the line of attack and easily penetrate the martial body of a patriarch. How on earth did he do that? Wang Yu seems to be much stronger than an unusual martial artist. It was precisely because one had seen martial arts patriarchs use their momentum to directly subdue martial arts true intent powerhouses as if it was as simple as an adult beating a baby. That was why Tainyo had a more intuitive feeling of Wang Yu's strength. Likewise, Wang Yu, who had left, also rose a trace of admiration for Tainyo. I can tell that Tainyo hasn't been practicing for long, but I didn't expect to be so powerful. It seems that if I want to beat him, I'll have to become stronger. Time passes. As the duo killed their way into the 3 passes of the Stone Ridge, a wave of panic was spreading amongst the mountain bandits in this area. One of the cottages. The mountain bandits. Each of their faces. War worry and uneasiness. Bad. Yesterday, the Nine Clouds walled city was attacked by a naive-looking fellow. The entire walled city, with heavy deaths and injuries, and the patriarchal leader was directly killed. I heard that this person can step into the air and is suspected to be a heavenly king of martial arts. Damn it, isn't this a remote place on the outskirts of Zhangzhou? Why would there be martial heavenly kings out there? Not to mention the martial heavenly king, I heard that there is another martial artist who is also outrageous, clearly only at the martial intent realm, but he was able to bloodily wash the 3 stones pass, and I've heard that there are at least 3 sect masters who died at his hands. I've heard that these two are preparing to bloodwash the 3 passes of the Stone Ridge, and the big boss is deliberating whether or not to make an emergency evacuation. How to withdraw? I heard that Zhangzhou's Luo family is besieging the mountain bandits. Everywhere is very dangerous. Only this Stone Ridge 3 passes are relatively safe. We and the Gaiyu Heavenly King have talked. In enduring a few days maybe there is a way to retreat. Can you wait a few days? I'm afraid those 2 guys are going to kill us. When these words came out, the many mountain bandits lowered their heads in silence. Right at this moment, suddenly a cry of alarm came from not far away. It's bad. That stout, simple man is killing us. The many mountain bandits looked up, only to see a figure leaping over at great speed above the sky. Step in the air. Martial Heavenly King. Numerous mountain bandits, scared out of their wits. The other side. Dojo. Volcano. Linbei practiced with Neo Air and Red Dragon, and through this period of time, Linbei already had a clear idea on how to create a cultivation method for the 2 of them. Although Neo and Red Dragon were both his disciples, Neo often looked for Linbei to talk to him, and after only a few days of coming here, Linbei almost knew the entire volcano from Neo mouth, and even what kind of special plants there were in that place he knew exactly. On the contrary, the Red Dragon was obviously extremely restrained when he saw Linbei, and he honestly didn't dare to overstep his bounds. This day, while Linbei was in seclusion, he was also pondering over Neo-Air's cultivation method for them. Only the joyful voice of Nyoji was heard from outside. Is Master here? What's wrong? Linbei left the temporary retreat and looked at Neo-Air suspiciously. Master, Tainyo he can be powerful. You do not know. Stone Ridge 3 passes over the rumor crazy. Tainyo and a man named Wang Yu killed the mountain bandits in the 3 passes of the Stone Ridge and bloodwashed the mountain bandits in the passes. And I heard that they killed thousands of mountain bandits and rescued a large number of disciples from the academies, clans, and martial arts halls as well as a large number of merchants and ordinary people. Tainyo, he's so famous nowadays that he shakes the 3 passes of the Stone Ridge. Yeah, not bad. Linbei was very calm about it. He was very clear that although Tainyo's strength was far from Zhangtang's, he had also broken through the Tao Body 9 refinements and was practicing the first chakra. As long as a certain amount of spiritual energy was accumulated, combined with the explosion of the 9 Suns Tao technique, it would be more than enough to deal with a martial arts sect master. The 3 passes of the Stone Ridge belonged to the outskirts of Zhangzhou, and the strength of the mountain bandits there was at most in the middle of the Zhongshan, so they were no threat to Iron Bull. For Iron Bull to have made such a formidable name, Linbei felt normal. There is also good news. I heard that on the side of the dojo, there are many merchants and businessmen who have run to invest in, which some of them will be saved by Tinyo later, but more of them are optimistic about the future of our dojo. Linbei nodded and looked at Neo who was ready to boast. He hastily stopped it. He understood that if he let Neo pull it off, he could blow it off with you for a day from a different angle, and definitely without repeating himself. Neo, where is the Red Dragon? Go and shout for it to come over. I'll teach you an immortal cultivation law. You can cultivate? Neo was overjoyed. There's no need to shout. I'm connected to its mind, As long as I move my mind, it can immediately sense it. Master, watch and see. Watch me show you what it means to have a heart of gold, Nyoji quipped, only to see his eyes closed as he seemed to be thinking about something. Not long after, outside the retreat room, the red dragon's huge body appeared. Master, you called for me? As he spoke, the red dragon prostrated himself, even so still looking very tall. Today, I'm going to teach you a cultivation method called the yin-yang transformation Dao vomiting method, Lin Bei said with a smile. Yin and yang transformation Dao spitting method? Nyo Air was confused. What's that? Lin Bei smiled faintly. The sun is yang and the moon is yin. Red Dragon has the ability to sense the essence of the sun and the moon. This is a talent. While you, Nyoji, although you don't have a talent, you can learn Taijiquan. You can help Red Dragon to sense yin and yang when you play Taijiquan. Using this as a basis, Master created a yin-yang transformation Dao vomiting method that is suitable for you. Chapter 126 Yin-yang transformation Dao vomiting method. Please, Master, bestow the Dharma. Red Dragon said respectfully. Lin Bei nodded. You should remember that the yin-yang transformation Dao vomiting method can be utilized with the power of the sun and the moon. And when the sun and the moon are high in the sky, the speed of your cultivation will become faster. In addition to being able to cultivate with the essence of the sun and moon, when you know the way of the royal law, you can also use the power of the sun and moon to enhance your battle power. Lin Bei begins to teach the cultivation method. As the saying goes, the way of the sun and the moon, the essence of yin and yang, the source of the great Tao. Yin and yang are united as one, known as the Tao. The yin and yang are divided, visualizing the sun and the moon, the reason for the day, the sun and no pole also, the reason for the moon, the yin and no pole also. While Nyo Air was drowsy from listening, Red Dragon's eyes flickered with divine light. After imparting the heart technique, Lin Bei looked at Nyo Air with a serious expression. Nyoji, Red Dragon, go to the Senate. Yes, Red Dragon and Ox too said respectfully. Watching the two leave, Lin Bei was filled with anticipation for them. One must know that this time, the yin-yang transformation Dao vomiting method that was pioneered, although it was only a framework, although the path needed to be taken by oneself, this time Lin Bei was equal to drawing a shortcut for them. This shortcut is not just as simple as the cultivation method. If you understand the theory of the essence of the sun and the moon, you can even create very powerful spells, such as Imperial Beasts, The Other Side, Stone Ridge 3 Pass. Tainyo frowned tightly, his face very ugly. At this moment, the 3 passes of the Stone Ridge were almost swept away by him and Wang Yu, leaving only a few small fishes and shrimps that had fled from the wind. Almost everyone who could be saved was saved. But, nothing at all about Little Iris's father. What does that mean? Little Iris's father, in all likelihood, was taken by that group of robbers and brought to the Tian Wolf mountain range. Trouble. I have to immediately rush outside the Skywolf mountain range to notify senior brother Zhangtang. In the meantime, the other side, on the outskirts of Tsangzhou, within the inn, the mission of the martial arts school was posted. Outside of White Nai Town, there is a group of mountain bandits roaming around. They have already ransacked 32 villages and taken more than 100 people captive. The next stop is suspected to be ransacking Naiwa village. Naiwa village has contributed 10,000 taels of silver. So please go to sit in on the town with experts from all walks of life. It was clearly written at the bottom of the mission that the group of mountain bandits consisted of more than 300 people, and the strongest among them was an expert of the true intent realm of the martial Tao. In front of the quest list, a teenager carefully surveyed the list, and after a little bit of thinking, he turned around and left, heading in the direction of Mud Puddle Village. This person was no other than Meng Xiaohu. On this journey, Meng Xiaohu cultivated while walking. These days, with the help of the spirit-gathering pill, plus, Zhang Teng had helped him refine his Tao body. Now he had reached the Tao body's 3rd refinement level. Previously, Meng Xiaohu felt that the 3 refinements of the Tao body were enough for a late-stage Danhai martial artist. After all, Zhang Teng had killed Tao Zhang at this cultivation level. But as he went out to practice, Meng Xiaohu realized, Tao body triple refinement, at best, was comparable to a strong person in the early Danhai stage. And even because of his lack of combat talent, he could only make an equal fight. Zhang Teng was able to kill Tao Zhang, not because of how strong the Tao body triple refinement was, but because Zhang Teng was too strong. Little Tiger, decided? Going to White Mud Town? The moment Meng Xiaohu turned to leave, a young girl directly followed her and said with a smile, I'll go too. Luo Ling, aren't you going to look for the scorching inferno Xian flower? The place you're going to seems to be on a different path than me. Meng Xiaohu looked at the young girl in front of him suspiciously. The young girl was about 18 years old, dressed in a red damask garment, and looked quaint. This girl just thinks you're funny. Anyway, The volcano is just over there. It's not like you can run away. We'll go again sometime. First, I'll accompany you to Mud Puddle Village, Rockbell said with a smirk. And didn't you say so? There's a volcano in your dojo too. So in case I can't find it where I'm going, I'll look for it in your dojo. Whatever, Meng Xiaohu said helplessly, then turned around and left. Hey, I say little tiger, can you tell me how you cultivate? Luo Ling came up and looked at Meng Xiaohu with a face full of curiosity. What do you mean? What, how to cultivate? Meng Xiaohu looked at Luo Ling in confusion. You're only in the refined body realm. How come you can be equal to the Danhai realm? That's too powerful, isn't it? You don't even have true chi. How can you block the true chi of a Danhai martial artist? Rockbell asked. Meng Xiaohu said helplessly. I said Luo Ling, I've told you many times. I'm not refining my body. I'm quenching my Dao body. And my Dao body is able to block true chi. So I'm not afraid of pre-Danhai martial artists at all. As far as a Tai goes, it's really not that impressive. I think I suck. Rockbell had a grinning expression on his face and a big grin on his face as he hooked up. Little tiger. Swollen. Ah hey. This strength of yours, and you still call it bad? Do you know that the Danhai realm and body refining, which doesn't sound too far apart, is actually a big realm gap? I've never seen that body refining can beat the Danhai realm. You're this powerful and you still think it's bad? Meng Xiaohu said helplessly. I'm really bad compared to senior brother Zhang. My senior brother was just like me, beating to death a peak late-stage Danhai expert at the time of the third refinement of the Dao body. You just blow it. Luo Ling's face was full of disbelief. Talking about heavenly books? It's already very rare for a body refinement to be able to be equal to a Danhai, but to beat a late-stage Danhai to death? Do you know how big the difference is between the late stage of the Danhai and the early stage? I know, Meng Xiaohu said. That's why I said. Senior brother Zhang is the one who is really great. What am I? I really feel ashamed when you praise me. Rockbell looked like he didn't believe it. What I'm saying is true, and that's not even the most exaggerated. Do you know that my senior brother Zhang, in the Dao body realm, has defeated an expert in the martial true intent manifestation realm? Ha 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 ha. Luo Ling laughed out loud. Meng Xiaohu, you look honest and naive. Why do you brag without blinking? And a serious expression. Too funny. Meng Xiaohu was intuitively speechless. It's true what he said. By the way, have you heard about the recent events at the Stone Ridge 3 Passes? Luo Ling suddenly asked. I heard. Meng Xiaohu laughed. Do you know, the one called Wang Yu? I've seen? Luo Ling said. That guy, he's the most powerful martial artist I've ever seen. More powerful than even you. Meng Xiaohu was a bit unconvinced. Although I'm not as good as my senior brother, I should be more powerful than an ordinary martial artist, right? You're definitely not as powerful as him. The last time I saw him, he had only comprehended martial intent not long ago, and as it happens, I was being chased by a few outlaws, and he was the one who saved me. Luo Ling said. Do you know how powerful the people who are after me are? How powerful? Meng Xiaohu asked. There are 6 people in the martial intent realm, 3 of them in the manifestation realm, 1 in the true intent realm, and 1 in the gathering intent realm. Luo Ling said. Other than that, there's no gathering of power a half-step sect master. And then what? Meng Xiaohu asked. Chapter 127, The Prestige of the Dojo. I was desperate at the time. Rockbell seemed to be caught up in memories. As a result, Wang Yu came out to help. 1 against 7. Surprisingly, those outlaws, all killed. Seriously, I was dumbfounded at that time. There are still half-step sect masters among the 7. What? Meng Xiaohu also exclaimed. Didn't you say that he just stepped into the martial intent realm? Right. Luo Ling said. That's why I said. He's especially powerful. This time, I've heard that he slayed the 3 passes of the Stone Ridge. I'm certain that he hasn't reached the Zhongshi realm. Yet I'm not surprised at all. He's the most powerful martial artist I've ever seen. Ever. Luo Ling smiled and said. What do you think? How does your senior brother Zhang Tong compare to Wang Yu? At these words, Meng Xiaohu suddenly smiled confidently. I'm certain that senior brother Zhang Tang is definitely more powerful than Wang Yu. Rockbell bristled. Meng Xiaohu, your cheek is thick enough. Wang Yu was at the 3 passes of the Stone Ridge, bloodied the mountain bandits there. I don't know how many sect masters he killed. And you're actually saying that your senior brother is more powerful? Of course, Meng Xiaohu said. Senior brother Zhang Tang once killed Zhang Zhong, who was a pre-sect master Grand Circle, during the 7th refinement of the Dao body. Have you heard of the challenge from the Nanyang Zhang clan? Luo Ling bristled with disdain. I've never heard of it. So blow hard. Right. Didn't you say something about the Stone Ridge 3 passes? Since you mentioned Wang Yu, then you should know that there is someone who has performed brighter than Wang Yu, right? I've heard about it. That person called Iron Bull right, although he's more powerful than Wang Yu. He's a martial Dao heavily king there's no comparison. Wang Yu is at the martial intent realm. Rockbell said calmly. Ha 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 ha. Meng Xiaohu suddenly laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Luoling was filled with doubt. Who told you that Tainyo is a martial heavenly king? Meng Xiaohu inquired. Everyone knows about it. He stepped into the air and killed 4 directions. Who doesn't know about it? Luoling said. Even though he easily killed many sect masters. Among them, there are even mid-stage sect master powerhouses. But it's only right, isn't it? After all, it's the heavenly king of martial arts. Did you know that Tainyo is my second senior brother? Meng Xiaohu said. He's not a martial heavenly king. He only broke through the Dao Body 9 refinements not long ago and has just reached the royal law realm. What? Luoling was shocked. You said that Tainyo is your senior brother? And what is the imperial law realm? The second great realm of our immortal cultivators. He hasn't been initiated for long. Rockbell froze in place. In that case, wouldn't Tainyo be more powerful than Wang Yu? That's natural. Meng Xiaohu said. I also told you that senior brother Zhang Tang is much stronger than Tainyo. Do you think it's appropriate to compare Wang Yu to senior brother Zhang Tang now? Xiaohu, the two of us are at least, share life and death, have a life of ostentation. You cannot fool me. Luoling said. You immortal cultivators, are you really so powerful? Of course I'm good. You think I'm good, but I'm actually the most novice one in the dojo. I couldn't even make it to the door of immortal cultivation. It was still elder brother Zhang Tang who opened the heavenly gate for me. Rockbell is pondering. Wouldn't your master be stronger then? My senior brother Zhang Tang once said that even with his current strength, seeing his master is like a mayfly seeing the sky. Unattainable. Meng Xiaohu said. How about your master compared to Luo Shang? Luoling asked. Luo Shang? Who is it? Meng Xiaohu asked ignorantly. The Luo family's martial saint. Martial saint? Meng Xiaohu thought for a moment and said. I don't know how powerful a martial saint is, but I, likewise, don't know how good the master is. Rockbell smiled inwardly to herself. Surprisingly, for a split second, she had the illusion that Meng Xiaohu's master might be able to match the martial saint. But soon, after thinking of the ineffable power of the martial saint, she only felt that she was overthinking it. As the two talked, they came to the village of Mudwa. Just as we arrived at the entrance to the village, there were inquiries. The martial artist who came to subdue this place? Yes. Luoling said. Hearing that the mountain bandits are ransacking the 4 directions, we took the mission to come and guard this place. What cultivation? I am a late Danhai stage. Pre-Danhai stage. Luoling said. Okay, I'll check you in. This martial artist said. This Nawa village of ours is under the guardianship and command of 3 martial Dao manifestation realm experts and 1 martial Dao true intent realm expert. After you register, go to the chief of martial preparation, and he will arrange assignments for you. Yes. Meng Xiaohu and Luoling took the mission and were just about to go to the chief of armed forces. Suddenly a cry of alarm came from not far away. It's coming. The gang of bandits is coming. Defense. Hurry. Slightly panicked voices were heard as various martial artists poured out from within the mud puddle village. Among them, the leader's whole body martial intent skyrocketed, holding a long spear, and directly rushed to the position of the village entrance. With a strong gun intent contained within his martial true intent, Pavilion Master's son is here. Many martial artists spoke up. Pavilion Master's son, the very same martial true intent powerhouse responsible for guarding this place, was followed by 3 martial intent manifestation realm experts. You guys guard the surrounding area in case the mountain bandits rush in. Leave the opposing experts to us. Pavilion Master's son bellowed. Many martial artists took their places, while Luoling tugged Meng Xiaohu to the side of the area where there were quite a few Dan-Hai martial artists. The moment, outside the village of Mudwa, smoke rolls in, and the mountain bandits, on horseback. Not long after, the bandits stopped outside the village of Mudwa. Looking at the mud puddle village that already had defenses such as a rejecting horse, at the forefront of the mountain bandits, there was a burly man with a sledgehammer on his back steering his horse out. People of Mud Puddle Village, give me a good listen. I am the king of power of Yuzhou. The old rules, hand over your belongings and we'll leave right away, or else we'll wash Mud Puddle Village in blood. A mere mountain bandit. How dare you act recklessly? Sun Guan Master stepped out with his gun. Dare you fight me? The mountain bandit with a huge hammer on his back sneered as he looked at Pavilion Master Sun, whose true intent of martial arts was as piercing as a gun. Do you want to find death? The words just fell. A terrifying momentum directly pressed towards Pavilion Master Sun. In a flash, Pavilion Master Sun's face turned blue and his pupils condensed. Potential. Martial potential. You're a clan master. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the martial artists guarding the Mud Puddle Village changed abruptly. Idiot, we are the ones who killed our way in from the U state. If we didn't have some strength, how would we dare to come to the Tsung state to ransack it? The giant hammer bandit laughed. Come on, fight me. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll kill you and then bloodwash Mud Puddle Village. The giant hammer mountain bandit looked provocatively at Pavilion Master Sun. Sun Pavilion Master, fearful backward several steps. No, if this goes on, we're done for. Meng Xiaohu looked around and saw that almost all of the martial artists around him had no will to fight. Martial arts patriarch. In the eyes of an ordinary martial artist, that was an invincible existence. Thinking about it, Meng Xiaohu stood up violently. What are you doing? Rockbell was already thinking about how to escape, but he didn't want Meng Xiaohu to ignore her and walk directly to the village entrance. And slow down your hands. You want treasure? We can give it to you. I hope you won't hurt anyone here. As soon as Meng Xiaohu opened his mouth, many martial artists looked at each other in disbelief. And that Pavilion Master Sun seemed to have reacted as well. There's no shame in admitting defeat at this point. That's right, we're willing to hand over the wealth, and we hope that you'll get it and leave. Pavilion Master Sun immediately said, you want to concede now? It's too late. After killing you guys, the wealth will still be ours. The giant hammer mountain bandits laughed. At this moment, Meng Xiaohu suddenly said, do you really want to bloodbath this place? Do you know that I am a disciple of the dojo? And my second senior brother, Tai Nyo, received my message and is on his way here. The earliest time for him to arrive is 1 incense stick. There are so many of us. If we put up a fight, not to mention insisting on burning incense, we can do it in the time it takes to burn 3 incense sticks. If my senior brother rushes here, you'll all have to die. How about taking the wealth we handed over and leaving? And you guys just leave? Dojo disciple? Iron Bull? What is Iron Bull? A name that sounds like a mongrel. And you dare to scare me? As that giant hammer mountain bandit sneered, a mountain bandit behind him ran out. Great King, don't make a move. I've heard of that Iron Bull, the ruthless man who recently destroyed the 3 passes of the Stone Ridge. Ah, I've heard that he's a heavenly king of martial arts. If this kid is really from the dojo, if we kill him, we won't be able to withstand the pursuit of the heavenly king of martial arts. What? The giant hammer bandit revealed a shocked expression, then looked violently at Meng Xiaohu. Are you telling the truth? How do you prove you're from the dojo? Meng Xiaohu directly took out a wooden tablet with a yin-yang taiji pattern on it. 3 words, Meng Xiaohu, were written at the bottom of the pattern, and on the back, a large character was written. Road. Seeing the wooden sign, the mountain peak behind the giant hammer bandit exclaimed, this wooden sign, it's exactly the same as the rumored Iron Bulls. He's really from the dojo. For a while, the mountain bandits triggered a wave of agitation among them. Iron Bull's mighty name has already spread in the piece of mountain bandits in Yuzhou. When Meng Xiaohu saw this, he immediately gained a few more points in his bottom line. Great King, you have to think clearly whether to die with us or take the money and leave. The giant hammer mountain bandit's face was suddenly cloudy. He was, quite literally, intimidated. Chapter 128. There is no normality in things. A warlord-like man behind the giant hammer mountain bandit rode up and said in a hurry, Great King, don't be impulsive. Although it's highly likely that what he said is false, and that his senior brother may not come, it's also possible that it's true. Even if the probability is not high, there's no need for us to plug our lives. The giant hammer mountain bandit's eyes rolled as if he was thinking. These mountain bandits are most concerned with making others fearful and obedient, and their greatest fear is that someone will resist. Now the determination of these people to resist was so strong that it made him rise to kill. Your Majesty, this matter needs to be decided as soon as possible, whether what he says is true or not. At least, his identity is true, so taking the money and leaving is better than anything else. The mountain bandit warlord's words directly convinced the giant hammer mountain bandit. Makes sense. The giant hammer mountain bandit said loudly, I'll give you half a column of incense to transport out all the treasures, or don't blame me for the killing spree. With these words, the many martial artists in Mud Puddle Village sighed in relief. There are always martial artists among the mountain bandits. If they really fight, their deaths and injuries are incalculable. Now this ending is the best ending. Quickly, collect all the money from the village. Librarian Sun said in a hurry. The villagers of Mudwa village looked at each other, although they were heartbroken, but they also understood that among the mountain bandits, out of the patriarchs, resistance would only lead to death. Luo Ling watched the crowd transporting the treasure, and although she was resentful and annoyed, there was nothing she could do about it. Suddenly, she saw Meng Xiaohu's face was ugly, and his body seemed to have some weakness, as if he had a serious illness. Luo Ling looked at Meng Xiaohu with great concern. Little tiger, what's wrong with you? Why is your body suddenly so weak? Meng Xiaohu looked over at Luo Ling. a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Luo Ling, I once mentioned Su Rue to you. Do you remember? He once told me that a soldier is never too deceitful. Are you bluffing them? In fact, your senior brother Tainyo didn't come over? Luo Ling whispered. But it's fine. You seem to have won the bet. Meng Xiaohu shook his head slightly. I'm weak because I can't control my spiritual energy, and I can only channel the weak spiritual energy within my Dao body and integrate it into the token. This token is made of special wood, and as long as someone holds a similar token within a certain range, it can produce a brief resonance as long as it is stimulated by spiritual energy. Speaking of which, Meng Xiaohu smiled. It's because I felt the resonance that I stepped out. I don't know who passed by here, but I can be sure that there are only two people who appeared in this place, either Tainyo or Zhang Tang. No matter who it is, they are both dead. Luo Ling froze. What do you mean? When you say one incense stick of time, is that a lie? Iron Bull nodded. Of course it's fake. At most a third of a pillar of incense. My senior brother will arrive. Luo Ling worriedly said. How are you sure they will definitely come? Because, only if I hold the dojo token out to practice. After I feel the resonance of the token and stimulate it with my spiritual energy, the passing senior brothers will definitely guess that it's me. Even if it's just a meeting, they will come over to me. The so-called compromise is to temporarily stabilize the mountain bandits. Now that a long time has passed, the senior brother should be coming. The soldiers are not too deceitful. That is the case. A hint of joy flashed in Luo Ling's eyes. Right at this moment, suddenly the angry shout of the giant hammer mountain bandit came from not far away. Assholes, I asked you to send out your treasures, but you actually only sent a small amount of silver. What's the use of sending such a large amount of rice and cloth that we need? I think you guys are being dishonest and deliberately stalling for time. The warlord behind him was similarly anxious. Great king, these people have bad intentions and are so dishonest. Why don't we just kill in and loot a wave and leave straight away? When these words came out, the faces of Curator Sun and the others changed abruptly. However, instead of targeting Pavilion Master Sun, the giant hammer bandit looked directly at Meng Xiaohu. You guy, what dojo or not? I've been displeased with you for a long time. Now that your people are playing mind games with me, I'll kill you first. It was accompanied by an angry cry. The attack was so sudden when they said they were going to do it that Meng Xiaohu and Luo Xiener were both a bit confused. Plans that are completely out of step with change. The moment. Only to see the giant hammer mountain bandit leaping up in a titanic position, swinging the giant hammer in his hand and smashing it against Meng Xiaohu. At the same time, a terrifying Zhongshi's momentum directly enveloped Meng Xiaohu, Luo Ling, and the others. For a moment, the two were unable to move. This is the patriarch. I can't even move. Meng Xiaohu revealed a horrified look. It was at this moment that he realized just how strong a Zhongshi really was. Only, even with such danger, Meng Xiaohu didn't budge and instead roared. You dare to kill me? My senior brother will surely hunt you down to the ends of the earth. The one to kill is you. After I kill you, I will directly run away with my money and wealth. And after retreating back to the Tian Wolf mountain range, I would like to see what that Iron Bull can do to me. As he spoke, the giant hammer of the giant hammer mountain bandit had already descended. Pavilion Master Sun and the others' faces changed drastically as they tried to block, but they realized that their actions seemed to have slowed down by a few points. Damn it! Is this a Zhongshi? The momentum is actually pressing down on me so much that I can't even utilize my full strength. Pavilion Master Sun cursed. Many martial artists also anxiously shouted, "Get out of the way!" In this instant, Meng Xiaohu's eyes were filled with blood, and the momentum, it seemed, was unable to suppress his will as he directly broke free of the suppression. Next, he directly slammed into Luo Ling beside him, knocking her out tens of meters. It was obvious that he was protecting Loring at this last moment. Little tiger, Luo Ling exclaimed, tears welling up in her eyes as she seemed to hate herself for not fighting. Under the momentum of the patriarch, it was so scared that it was difficult to even dodge. In a split second, the giant hammer fell. In a trance, Luo Ling seemed to see a black shadow flickering away. Boo! A loud sound came out. The terror of the patriarch coupled with the terrifying power of the giant hammer instantly shook the surrounding mud and rocks by several meters. The smoke and dust rolled, choking people to cough repeatedly. Many mountain bandits spoke up. Ha 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 ha, there's only one chance. Dare to play tricks with us? Good death. Do you really think we're stupid? Still want to use this kind of carving technique to stall for time? Ridiculous to the extreme. Is this really treating us like ordinary bandits in Sunjo? I'm afraid that kid from the dojo has been smashed into mush, right? For a moment, the bandits laughed. Luo Ling clenched her fists even more painfully, her face full of hatred. In the past, even if something happened to her, Others would not dare to really kill her. After all, there was a high mountain behind her. The people of Tsangzhou didn't dare to really kill her. But only now did she come to the realization that the so-called status and background were as fragile as a piece of paper in front of absolute strength. The moment the smoke slowly cleared, just when everyone thought Meng Xiaohu would surely die, a tall and lofty figure directly blocked in front of Meng Xiaohu. At the same time, everyone could see that the giant hammer smashed into the shoulders of that lofty figure. The person who came was no other than Iron Bull. At this moment, he stared at the giant hammer bandit in front of him, eyes cold and terrible. Chapter 129, The Great Killing. Although Tainyo didn't say anything, and didn't even use his martial power to oppress people like a martial arts patriarch would normally do. However, that invisible aura directly caused the giant hammer mountain bandit, who was in the pre-modernist stage of the martial Dao, to turn pale in shock, looking at the unharmed Iron Bull below the giant hammer. The giant hammer bandit only felt a chill pouring up from his feet. The moment the mountain bandits behind him were almost all white with fear. At this point, with one hand, Iron Bull pressed directly on top of the giant hammer. In the next second, the giant hammer mountain bandit only felt a huge force coming from the hand of the giant hammer mountain bandit. At this point, Iron Bull's icy voice came out. "You're the one who tried to kill my senior brother?" The giant hammer mountain bandit took several steps back in fear. He wanted to escape, but he didn't dare, because he was afraid that after he left his back to the enemy, he would only die faster and more miserably. "You don't deserve it. Tone down." Iron Bull casually threw it away. The giant hammer landed, directly smashing the earth out of a deep pit. At this moment, the giant hammer mountain bandit finally couldn't endure the fear within his heart and spurred his horse on, ready to flee. Just the moment he had just steered his horse, a figure like lightning flew directly in front of his horse's head, grabbed the warhorse directly with one arm, and threw it violently. The giant hammer mountain bandit instantly tumbled over and planted himself on the ground. Without waiting for him to react, the aura of Iron Ox's entire body instantly skyrocketed. And even if a martial artist was unable to sense aura, at this moment, he could still feel that Iron Ox's body seemed to emanate an extremely terrifying aura. There's no bull *********. Tainyo directly activated the second yang of the Nine Yang Dao and slammed his fist down. Boo! With a loud bang coming out, Iron Bull's fist directly smashed the giant hammer mountain bandit's head into the earth. Even the strong martial arts body of a patriarch could not carry this anger-laden punch of Iron Bull. The giant hammer mountain bandit was instantly killed. The tragic death of a martial arts master like this instantly scared the mountain bandits into not daring to breathe out. I don't know who it was that suddenly shouted out, "He is the Heavenly King of Martial Arts. Quickly! Run! Escape!" The mountain bandits were so frightened that they immediately fled. The Iron Bull clearly had no intention of letting them go, and his entire body instantly rose up in the air and directly chased after them. War horses. Where can they fly as fast as the Iron Bull's sentinel technique? In a blink of an eye, the warlord-looking mountain bandit was caught up and his heart was shattered in a single punch, knocking several mountain bandits to the ground. If these mountain bandits had cooperated with the patriarch-level giant hammer mountain bandits to surround Iron Ox, perhaps Iron Ox would have needed to spend some maneuvers. If Tainyo exhausted the spiritual energy within the first chakra, perhaps these people would really have a chance to escape. However, these people were obviously scared out of their wits, and even the giant hammer mountain bandit's strength was exerted to the 10th degree. Tainyo directly subdued these people with his killing aura, making them not even think of resisting. Those martial artists from the Mud Puddle village were all looking dumbfounded at this moment. Good. Strong. Is this the Iron Bull that shook the 3 passes of the Stone Ridge? It's too fierce. He doesn't even need to expand his martial domain. Is this the martial Heavenly King? Surprisingly strong. More than 300 bandits scattered and fled. But just less than an incense stick of work. The Iron Ox killed more than 90%, and only a few mountain bandits fled. Iron Heavenly King, why don't you use the martial domain to suppress them all and kill them? A martial artist inquired doubtfully. What do you know? Do you think it's easy for a martial Dao Heavenly King to accumulate martial domains? Why do you need to use your martial domain to kill these ants? Not bad. And by leaving a small number of mountain bandits to flee, it will also spread the news. When the mountain bandits in this area learn that the Iron Heavenly King has descended, I'm afraid that they will no longer dare to be arrogant, and they will even flee this place. Noon this flurry of nods. At this point, Tainyo returned to Mud Puddle Village and came to Meng Xiaohu. Tiger, I knew it was you. At this moment, Tainyo's murderous aura was all but gone, and with the naive look on his face, he looked like an honest man who hadn't been in the world for a long time. Tainyo, thanks to you. If I didn't meet you, I am afraid that I would have to explain here. Meng Xiaohu was also very excited. This time he went out to practice. He is considered to have seen the viciousness of the human heart. To see that strength is honored. The third refinement of the Tao body? Tainyo complimented. Not bad. Looks like you didn't fall behind in your cultivation along the way. After saying that, Tainyo looked around and saw Luoling not far away. Earlier, I saw that you were able to break through the Zongshi's potential by will in order to save her. Very good. What is her relationship with you? Meng Xiaowu hurriedly lowered his head and said with a slight blush on his face. She and I are just good friends. You brat. Tainyo laughed and patted Meng Xiaowu's shoulder. At this point, Luoling ran over and immediately pounced on Meng Xiaowu when she saw that he was fine. Little tiger. You are so stupid. You obviously have broken through that mountain bandit's martial power. Why don't you run away? Instead, save me, because we are friends. Meng Xiaowu said seriously. Iron Bull laughed but didn't say anything, seeing the subtle atmosphere between the two. He then said, Little tiger, why did you run this way when you came out to practice? Don't you know that there are many bandits here in Yuzhou? Luoling lowered her head and said, Actually, it's my fault. I heard that there's a volcano here, and I wanted to look for the sizzling inferno Xianflower. Little tiger was accompanying me. Iron Bull nodded, then said with a little thought, If you're looking for the sizzling flame Xianflower, you don't need to run around. Our dojo's branch is built on a volcano that has sizzling flame grass, and I've also heard that there seems to be a few sizzling flame Xianflowers. You guys can just go straight to the dojo. It's too dangerous over here. Tainyo said seriously. Experiencing is not looking for death. If I hadn't used my air skimming technique to catch up, and my spiritual power enveloped the token to detect that you were nearby, the group of mountain bandits I met this time would have been enough to kill you all. Meng Xiaowu kept his head down and didn't say anything. Luoling saw this and hurriedly said, Many thanks to Elder Tai for saving my life. Iron Bull froze. It was the first time he had been called senior, and he found it strange and amusing. This time, the martial artists of the Mud Puddle village gathered around. Many thanks to the Iron Heavenly King for saving my life. Tainyo felt amused when he heard the crowd address him as the Iron Heavenly King, but did not retort. After all, if he really met a martial Heavenly King, he would definitely not be an opponent. But if his reputation spread out, the deterrent power would be different. For example, this time, he was able to defeat these mountain bandits so easily because these people thought that he was a martial Heavenly King, and only then did they run out of resistance. You all are too polite. I just happened to be passing by. Iron Bull arched his hand. When the people saw that Tainyo was so good at talking, they also found it rare. After all, in their view, the heavenly kings of martial arts that were legendary existences. Usually the martial arts patriarchs had their noses turned to the sky when they saw them, and they didn't expect Tainyo to be so approachable. If they didn't carry a layer of awe in their hearts, they would even think that Tainyo was very naive. Iron Heavenly King, where are you planning to go? Pavilion Master's son cautiously inquired. Iron Bull sighed. To tell the truth, I originally went to the Stone Ridge 3 passes to rescue someone, but I didn't find them. According to my judgment, the person I want to save may have been hijacked to the Tian Wolf mountain range. Save someone? Meng Xiaowu froze. Save who? Chapter 130, Strength Surge. Tainyo sighed and explained to Meng Xiaowu. Little Iris's father, who was in the cloth business, was robbed while passing through the Stone Ridge 3 passes, and eldest brother and I split up, with me going to the Stone Ridge 3 passes, and him going to the Skywolf mountain range. I didn't find the Chen family master on my side, so I'm rushing to the Skywolf mountain range. Meng Xiaowu drifted off. He knew that Tainyo knew how to use the royal air technique, and he also knew that although the royal air technique was very fast, it was very consuming of spiritual energy, and the fact that Tainyo was so anxious to use the royal air technique to hurry was enough to indicate that it was an urgent matter. Is senior brother Zhang in the Skywolf mountain range? Yes. Tainyo nodded. He's gone to Luo Prime Heavenly King's site to pry for news. After saying that, Tainyo directly said, If you guys want to find the sizzling inferno Xianhua, go to the dojo. I have to hurry. Good. Meng Xiaowu didn't dare to disturb Tainyo. Pavilion Master's son and other martial artists then respectfully said, Greetings to the Iron Heavenly King. The Iron Bull smiled faintly and directly rose up into the air, transforming into an arc of light and disappearing in the eyes of everyone. As soon as the Iron Bull is gone, numerous martial artists came to get close to Meng Xiaowu. Although they hadn't heard of the dojo before, they now knew that the dojo was a very mysterious and powerful force, and the disciple Tainyo who had been sent out now was already powerful enough to shake the party. Curator's son was the first to offer his congratulations. Brother Xiaohu, worthy of being a high disciple of the dojo, facing the strongest of the sect masters and not frowning a bit, even tricking them, and even breaking through the martial power at the moment of crisis. Truly formidable. Yes, not bad for a high-ranking dojo student. the crowd spoke up. You all are flattered. Meng Xiaohu was suddenly starstruck and had some discomfort, and responded in a hurry. At this time, some martial artists couldn't help but gossip. By the way, the Iron Heavenly King said that his senior brother, Zhang, traveled to the Skywolf mountain range. How does that senior brother Zhang compare to the Iron Heavenly King? Meng Xiaohu smiled faintly. Although senior brother Tainyo is strong, but in our dojo, Zhang Tang is the senior brother. That's the veritable number one. He's much stronger than Tainyo. For Tainyo, although Meng Xiaohu admired and respected him, he was almost superstitious about Zhang Tang's strength. After all, it was Zhang Tang who opened his heavenly gate. This statement was made. The crowd was also in an uproar. The strength of this dojo is unfathomable. Yeah, the Iron Heavenly King is strong enough, and his senior brother is even stronger. So wouldn't their master be even stronger? As the crowd discussed, they all developed an admiration for the strength of the dojo. The moment Tainyo was thinking about it as he rushed to the Tianlang mountain range. Although he had learned the Taiji Shan shield and Taiji seal, every time he cast them, he always felt that he was unable to utilize his full strength. So he took the opportunity of rushing to start thinking about how to comprehend his own spells from the two. The other side, Dojo, Lin Bei is practicing. Suddenly there was a familiar voice in his head. Your disciple, Tainyo, comprehends the Taiji Shan shield and comprehends the spell Yangji shield. Introductory, that suits you. You have learned the Yangji shield and have been upgraded to complete. Lin Bei was slightly stunned, and although he felt surprised, he felt justified. After all, Tainyo's Taiji Shan shield was learned from Zhang Tang, and the Taiji Shan shield was created from amongst the Taiji exhalation method. Although the Iron Bull could learn it, it would inevitably feel awkward to cast it, and now it was only right to create his own spell that suited him. Lin Bei quickly began to digest the knowledge of the Yang Pole shield, and he realized that the defensive power of this spell was on par with the Taiji Shan shield, and it even had a very peculiar characteristic. That is, when resisting the opponent's instantaneous burst, the defense was even twice as strong as the Taiji Shan shield. But the downside is also obvious. The persistence is weak and only lasts for a few breaths. Compared to the origin of the Taiji Shan shield, it was far inferior. And on top of that, the consumption was also greater than that of the Taiji Shan shield, and it was extremely burdensome to the body. In addition to this, it did not have the subtlety of the Taiji Shan shield, and when casting it, it was even able to comprehend the Taiji Upanishad, the Yangji shield, which was a pure spell that could only protect itself. Not bad. Lin Bei was very satisfied. At least in his eyes, the Anode shield was still a very good spell. Not for a while. A familiar voice came from Lin Bei's mind again. Your disciple Tainyo, comprehending the Taiji seal, has touched on the same thing and comprehended the spell Yangji battle technique. Introductory, that suits him. You have learned the Yangji battle technique and have been upgraded to perfection. After digesting the knowledge Upanishad of the Yangji battle technique, a glint flashed in Lin Bei's eyes. Although the Yangji battle technique was taken off from the Taiji seal, it was very different from the Taiji seal. The Yangji battle technique was a spell comprehended by Tainyo, combined with his own peripheral heavenly orifices. It was a pure melee combat spell that could greatly enhance the defense and attack of the Dao body, able to ignore all pressures, such as the power of a patriarch and the domain of a martial arts heavenly king. Moreover, the Yang Pole battle technique could even break the limits and explode with even more power when combined with the Nine Yang Dao technique. For example, Lin Bei's Yang Pole battle technique had already been perfected, and if he performed the Yang Pole battle technique, together with the second Yang of the Nine Yang Dao technique, he could even explode the power of the third Yang. Good boy. Well done. Lin Bei was quite satisfied inwardly. The spells that Tainyo had comprehended had undoubtedly greatly improved his combat power as well. Lin Bei was in a good mood and came to the dojo to take a break. At this moment, little Iris was chatting with little sixth son and immediately ran over when she saw Lin Bei leaving the gate. Master, where are eldest brother and second brother? I haven't seen them for days. Why do you remember them? Lin Bei asked with a smile. I've recently been working on an elixir that can stimulate the Dao body and explode with greater power, and I want them to try the medicine. Master, they're not here. Why don't you try? Lin Bei's mouth twitched when he heard this. Don't need to think. This little nymphette definitely didn't succeed. If he succeeded, it is impossible for him to know nothing. For a moment, he remembered when he was forced to squat in the pit. Master's cultivation level is too high. Your pills may not be useful. It's better to wait for your senior brothers to return. After saying that, Lin Bei turned around and left, not giving little Iris any chance at all, the main one falling away. In the meantime, on the outskirts of the Tianlang mountain range, at the entrance of Cangzhou, after Zhang Tang and Boss Fu arrived at this place, they immediately started poking around. It's just that there's too much news, because not long ago, a large number of mountain bandits withdrew to the Tian Wolf mountain range. For a while, Zheng Tang couldn't even tell whether the group of mountain bandits that had hijacked the Chen family master had returned to the Tianlang mountain range or not. Zheng Tang, what should we do now? We don't have a clue, Boss Fu said anxiously. I don't know if family master Chen has been abducted. I just want to go to the Tian Wolf mountain range to rescue him, but I don't know who to look for. And right now, this place is blockaded by Luo Prime, and we can't enter the Skywolf mountain range to make contact with the robbers. Zheng Tang sighed. Now that we have no clue, we can only wait for news from Tainyo. If there is nothing from the 3 passes of the Stone Ridge, then in all likelihood, it will be in the Tian Wolf mountain range. Don't be in a hurry. Maybe Tainyo has already rescued the Chen family master. Boss Fu was filled with worry. I hope so. Right at this moment, not far away, a martial artist ran in. Zheng Tang, there is a man who calls himself Tainyo outside the compound coming to see you. Obviously, the news of Iron Bull sweeping through the 3 passes of the Stone Ridge had not reached here, and he did not know Iron Bull's identity and prestige. Zheng Tang's face changed when he heard this. Iron Bull himself came to see me? Bad. The 3 passes of the Stone Ridge. I'm afraid I haven't found the Chen family master. Chapter 131 Dojo Unworthy? After realizing that something was wrong, Zheng Tang rushed outside the camp at the first opportunity and saw Tainyo for the first time. Tainyo, what about the Stone Ridge 3 passes? Iron Bull sighed. You and I almost eliminated all the mountain bandits in the 3 passes of Shiling, and even the ones that were related to the 3 passes of Shiling were exterminated. It's a pity that we didn't find the Chen family master. Zheng Tang's face changed slightly. Tainyo hurriedly inquired. Senior brother Zhang, do you have any news from your side? Zheng Tang shook his head helplessly. I came to the Skywolf mountain range resident and almost mapped out the news here. During this period of time, at least thousands of mountain bandit forces have retreated to the Skywolf mountain range. The Gaiyu Heavenly King of the U-State has joined forces with 3 Heavenly Kings of the U-State to personally sit in the Tianlang mountain range, waiting for us from the Tsang state to pay for our ransom. Iron Bull was annoyed. Is this a pretense by Yuju that you're not even pretending anymore? These guys call themselves some kind of bandits. It's the major forces of the Yu prefecture, cloaked in a layer of skin, running to our Tsang prefecture to take advantage of the fire. Zheng Tang sighed. Earlier, I heard Luo Prime Heavenly King analyze that Yuzhou has been staring at our Xangzhou for a long time because of its tight resources, and it just so happens that Xangzhou, and in order to defend against the foreign beasts outside of the pass, has drawn in a large amount of manpower, and they have seized the opportunity. This Gaiyu Heavenly King is not a mountain bandit, and is considered a great clan in Yuzhou, yet he is grandly guarding the Tianlang mountain range and giving those mountain bandits the green light. That's enough to explain the problem. Zheng Tang said. There's no need to dwell on this kind of thing. How to save the Chen family master is the key. Iron Bull nodded. Elder brother, what do you think? Zheng Tang said after a little contemplation. The mountain bandits in the Tian Wolf mountain range are numerous and have an extremely large number of experts, and it is heard that there is someone behind the Gaiyu Heavenly King who supports them. They have a trait of releasing people for money, so the optimal solution is to just take the money and ransom them. Iron Bull nodded. The mountain bandits of the Tianlang mountain range could be different from the territory of Tsangzhou. The mountain bandits within the Tsangzhou territory were said to be killed, but the Tian Wolf mountain range, which straddled the Yuzhou and Tsangzhou. Now, the Gaiyu Heavenly King had united with several Heavenly Kings to guard the side of Yuzhou, and although nominally, it was for fear of an invasion from Tsangzhou, in reality, everyone understood that this was to shelter those so-called Yuzhou mountain bandits, for the sake of looting the wealth of the Tsangzhou. Therefore, give money and release people. This is inevitable. Yuzhou for the wealth. Naturally, it is impossible to give money and not release people, more likely to appear to tear the ticket. After all, the business, it's a bit big, and with the sign smashed, it's going to be hard for them to get rich. Iron Bull spoke after careful thought. Senior brother, let's go directly to contact the bandits of the Skywolf mountain range and directly ransom the Chen family master. Zheng Tang sighed. Trouble, that's where the trouble lies. On the side of the Heavenly King of Gaiyu, using almost a young scheme, using hostages to loot the wealth of Tsangzhou, the Luo Prime Heavenly King who guards this place recognized the ruse and decided to use a strong man's maneuver. So he forbade anyone to go to ransom and didn't give anyone access to the Skywolf mountain range. Zheng Tang continued. The worst thing is that the Tsangzhou Martial Arts General Hall, the Alliance of Family Forces, and the Martial Arts Academy have already passed a meeting, and they believe that nowadays the demonic beasts outside of the pass are stupidly moving, and that they must not be robbed of their riches and weakened by the Yuzhou to weaken their underpinnings. Endorsed the strategy of King Luo Qingtian. When Boss Fu heard this, he then asked in a puzzled manner, those big shots in Tsangzhou, Why don't they come to the Skywolf mountain range to save the people? Zhang Tang said helplessly. Although the Tianwolf mountain range, on the surface, is only the Gaiyu Heavenly King who guards them, in fact, behind the back of the countless backers, if the Sanzhou masters are out of the way, attacking the Yuzhou, then it is not to stand on the great righteousness. Moreover, the Yuzhou is not a vegetarian. There are some rules that cannot be broken, and once broken, the cost is too great. Tainyo sniffed and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Senior, what now? Zhang Tang said after a moment of contemplation. Since the Chen family master is in the Skywolf mountain range in 9 out of 10 cases, we have to go and rescue him no matter what, and look for Luo Prime Heavenly King first. If we are allowed to rescue him, naturally everything will be fine. What if he doesn't allow it? Iron Bull inquired. Then the only way is to sneak into the Skywolf mountain range and rescue family master Chen. Zhang Tang said. The situation here is chaotic. There's no need for our dojo to get involved in the muddy waters. Just spend money to rescue the person and take him away directly. After a short deliberation, the three reached a consensus. Soon, Zhang Tang joined Tainyo and headed to the tent where King Luo Changtian was. The moment King Luo Jingtian was discussing with the many experts within the tent on how to deal with the mountain bandits in the Tianlang mountain range, preventing them from finding a way to pick up some of the mountain bandits within Sangzhou. Everyone, there are still many mountain bandits from this Yuzhou that are still stranded in our Sangzhou. Everyone must guard the gap and absolutely not let them escape into the Tianwolf mountain range. Yes, many experts spoke up. A patriarchal powerhouse said, Luo Heavenly King, these mountain bandits of the Tianwolf mountain range have been plotting for a long time, and not long ago they picked up a large number of mountain bandits from an inconspicuous waterway trail, and this road has been blocked by us not days ago. I suggest that patrols be formed and stepped up. Luo Prime Heavenly King nodded. Patriarch, he has a point. Just as they were conferring, a Luo family's experienced disciple walked in. Heavenly King Luo, 3rd Battalion Dojo martial artists. Zhang Tang and his senior brother, Tai Nyo, seek an audience. Luo Jingtian Wang froze slightly, frowning in thought. Zhang Tang? Why does this name sound a bit familiar to me? Tai Nyo seems to have heard of it as well, and the dojo also sounds a bit familiar. At this time, a Luo clan patriarch sitting not far away from Luo Tianwang, sidled up and said, Heavenly King, have you forgotten? Our Luo family had received a message from the Qingyi Heavenly King, that Zhang Tang's master had almost killed the Heavenly King of the Nanyang Zhou clan. Their power is the dojo. That Iron Bull's news, although it didn't reach us, our Luo family has people who specialize in collecting news, and we've also passed on news to you before. That Iron Bull and Wang Yu bloodied the bandits there at the Stone Ridge 3 passes. The Iron Heavenly King among them refers to the Iron Bull. Oh, when King Luo Qingtian heard this, he was instantly interested. With pleasure. Soon, Tainyo and Zhang Tang came inside the tent together. Greetings to King Luo Prime. Zhang Tang and Tainyo bowed in greeting. The two of you are the high disciples of the dojo. Zhang Tang and Heavenly King Tai? Luo Prime Heavenly King said with a smile. I wonder what the two of you are looking for me for. Zhang Tang immediately said politely. It's like this. Our third senior sister's father was robbed by the bandits of the Tianwolf mountain range, and we want to go to Ransom. The moment these words came out, the atmosphere of the entire tent suddenly changed, and the smiling expressions of many people froze. Among them, Luo Prime Heavenly King even changed his face directly. Ransom? This is an act of funding the enemy. We in Sangzhou have reached a consensus that ransom is absolutely not allowed. If you are here for this reason, you'd better please go back. Chapter 132, Making an Example Out of Someone? Luo Prime Heavenly King's tone was very stern and simply unquestionable. Inside the tent, many martial artists spoke similarly. Do you think that none of us have been robbed? If they all want to be ransomed, what's the point? Although the Yuzhou is ransacked by mountain bandits, anyone with a discerning eye knows that it is simply the work of the major forces in the Yuzhou, and we are already equivalent to being enemies. We can't fund the enemy. Zhang Tang was silent for a moment, then looked up. I remember, not long ago, some people went to Ransom, so why can't we go? Those people are from the direct lineage of some famous families in Sangzhou, and they have been credited with wiping out many mountain bandits, so naturally they can be given special treatment. Luo Prime Heavenly King said indifferently. Zhang Tang laughed. Can we be allowed to ransom the man on the basis of my senior brother's credit for bloodshedding the robbers of the 3 passes of the Stone Ridge? King Luo Jingtian snorted coldly. That Chen family master, is he a direct descendant of your dojo? He is merely a relative of one of your master's disciples. Out of order. Iron Bull grunted coldly. Other people get special favors, but not for our dojo? The credit I've set up shouldn't be small, right? Rules are rules. Luo Prime Heavenly King said indifferently. What if we have to save someone? Zheng Tong asked. Luo Jingtian Wang said without mercy. It is your choice to save the people, but you are not allowed to enter or leave the Skywolf mountain range where I am stationed. No talk? Iron Bull asked. There's no negotiation. Luo Prime Heavenly King was decisive. Let's go. Senior brother. There's no need to waste time. Tainyo directly spoke. The two didn't say anything. They turned their heads and left. Heavenly King Luo. The dojo's strength is not bad, so we won't give any face at all? A patriarchal expert from the Luo family inquired. Rules are rules. Luo Prime Heavenly King grunted coldly. The so-called strength is not bad. In our Luo family's view, their dojo is nothing more than that. Want to break the rules? They're not worthy yet. If you act like this, I'm afraid you'll offend the dojo. Luo Jing Tianwan was unimpressed. Just in time, that they kill the chicken to make an example of the monkey, saving the cats and dogs from wanting to make a special deal. After leaving the tent, Zheng Tang was on fire. What a Luo Prime Heavenly King, to look down on our dojo. Tainyo was similarly exasperated and grunted in a deep voice. If it's really according to the rules then it's fine. I've got a lot of credit. He's purely making an example out of us. This time, he didn't give face to our dojo. If we have the chance someday, we will definitely thwart the Luo family's sharpness. Zheng Tang said. Iron Bull nodded repeatedly. After taking the piss, they don't face reality. Tainyo, we can't make it this way. We can only sneak into the Tianlang mountain range to rescue the people. What does senior brother plan to do? Go straight into it the hard way? Zheng Tang smiled and shook his head. Of course not. It's hard to break in and try to ransom someone. This place looks heavily defended. But in reality there are quite a few people who secretly go to rescue people. I know that the 7th Battalion has the dark road. We will wait for the night and go to the chief of the 7th Battalion's guard. Yes, nightfall. Zheng Tang and Tainyo, sneaking around, found the 7th Battalion's hidden line to meet the chief of guards. This chief guard, who was inside the tent during the day, was not surprised to see Zheng Tang at this moment. Oh, you two, I knew you'd come. Zheng Tang rules understand, right? Zheng Tang directly took out 1,000,000 taels of silver tickets. Naturally, I understand. Let's go. I'll lead you on the dark path to the Skywolf mountain range. Yes. Without much ado, the group proceeded directly and quietly to the dark path guarded by the 7th Battalion. However, just before reaching the dark path, there were just several experts blocking the entrance and exit. When the 7th Battalion's chief of guards saw the crowd, his face changed dramatically. Damn it, this dark path has been discovered. The 7th Battalion's chief of guards cursed, then looked at Zheng Tang and Tainyo. I'm sorry, you too, he said as he returned the silver. The dark path has been discovered. I have to hurry back to the academy. Otherwise I'll be in big trouble if it's pursued to me. This money is returned to you. The moment. Zheng Tang and Tainyo looked at each other. Senior brother Zhang. This. Zheng Tang was also speechless. It's done, so we'll just have to go through with it. Go. Without saying a word, Tainyo directly followed Zheng Tang and directly rose up in the air, followed by directly rushing through the dark path. Who? Someone's rushing the barrier. Surprisingly, flew straight through? Is it not a martial heavenly king? Could it be a hidden expert among the mountain bandits? Although the crowd was shocked, but could only look at each other when they saw the duo disappearing into the Tian Wolf mountain range. Quickly, report to King Luo Chang Tian. Soon, Luo Prime Heavenly King arrived, and a Luo clan patriarch behind him said, Heavenly King, it should be Zheng Tang and Tainyo. They seem to be obsessed with saving people. King Luo Prime nodded. Communicate this matter and let the Budo General Hall hold the dojo accountable. We're going to set an example with the dojo. Like this. Wouldn't that offend the dojo to death? I heard that the dojo's Lin Field Master is stronger than even the Green Clothes Heavenly King, suspected to have half a foot in the martial Dao Supreme. Luo Prime Heavenly King smiled. This kind of strength is just right. It's perfect to use it to make an example out of a chicken. The other side. Tianlang Mountain Range. After entering this place, Lin Bei and Tainyo were dumbfounded because this place had been discovered in advance, and the mountain bandits who had met up with the Tianlang mountain range had long since disappeared. Elder brother, now we're in trouble. The connecting bandits are gone. Tainyo was worried. Come all the way here. We can only investigate secretly, and feel out the situation of the mountain bandits in the Tian Wolf mountain range, to see if we can find an opportunity to redeem the Chen family master. Zheng Tang gritted his teeth and said, in the meantime, the other side. A message traveled out from the martial arts headquarters and down to the Qingyun headquarters. When the Qingyun main hall received the news, the entire group was a bit dazed. Finally, Mu Qingyue, with a letter of accountability from the general pavilion, arrived at the dojo. The moment. Inside the dojo, Lin Bei was practicing cultivation. The spiritual energy of the third chakra had already condensed more than 700 drops, and was not far from being perfected. Right at this moment, Little Six ran over. Master, I have something to report. Come in, Lin Bei said lightly. He was in a good mood lately. Over at the volcano. Although Nyoji and Qilong had not yet fully comprehended the yin-yang Dao transformation and vomiting method, they had obviously touched the doorway, and it was estimated that they would be able to completely comprehend it in a few more days. What's wrong? Lin Bei smiled and looked at Xiao Luzi. Little Six said in a hurry. Master, Mu Qingyue from the Qingyun General Pavilion is here. I asked her what's up, but she wouldn't say, saying that she'd have to talk to you in person before she could do so. Oh, Lin Bei was slightly surprised and then arrived at the dojo. He saw Mu Qingyue face to face. Greetings to Master Linfield. Lin Bei nodded slightly. Miss Mu, it's been a long time. Your strength seems to have refined again. Mu Qingyue smiled faintly. Thank you, Field Master Lin, for your fallacious praise. What is it that you want from me? Do you still need me to come in person? Mu Qingyue sniffed and her face became bitter. Chapter 133 Exit. In person, Lin Yard Master. In fact, I came here because the martial arts headquarters side issued a letter of accountability. The need for your dojo to write a review. Notify that Sungjo. As a warning. Mu Qingyue's expression was a bit awkward as she finished. A letter of accountability? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, and without any nonsense, he directly took the book of accountability. After scanning, Lin Bei knew the general situation. What is wrong with my disciple going to the rescue? Why is it that everyone else has the privilege to ransom people, but not our dojo? Since we don't see our dojo in such a light, then we, the dojo, will withdraw from the martial arts school power. This statement was made. Mu Qingyue froze. Also please Linfield Master think twice. Zhang Teng challenged Nanyang Zhou clan, precisely because of the reason of the General Hall Justice. Those snakes, rats, insects and jackals do not dare to make trouble. Just a review. Enough. Lin Bei directly interrupted Mu Qingyue's words. My mind is made up on this matter. Please return. Mu Qingyue opened her mouth and just wanted to say something, but in the end nothing came out. I understand. Please think twice about this matter. Master Lin, our Changyan General Hall will go back and think of a way. At that moment, Little Six spoke. There is no need to think of a way. Our dojo is a cultivator of immortality, and your martial arts hall is inherently incompatible. And our dojo acts. Why do we need a nod from the main hall? Your so-called great righteousness is nothing but hypocrisy in our eyes. Others are willing to give up their disciples and clansmen. Our dojo is not. Lin Bei suddenly interrupted Xiao Luzi. Alright, that's it. Your eldest and second eldest brothers. There are things they don't do well. Xia Luizi froze. At this time, Lin Bei suddenly said, since we're going to save people, why do we need to look at other people's faces? Just save them directly. I want to see who dares to stop. After saying that, Lin Bei fiercely stood up. The more he thought about it, too, the angrier he got. Little Sixth Son, keep an eye on the dojo. I'll personally make a trip to the Skywolf mountain range. As soon as the words fell, Lin Bei directly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Mu Qingyue had some dumbfounded eyes. It was the first time she had ever seen Lin Bei get angry. Miss Mu, please return, Xiao Luzi said. Little Sixth Son, is Lin Bei angry? Mu Qingyue asked. Master has always been protective. And now that senior brother's rescue has met with trouble and barged into the Skywolf mountain range, Master should be worried that something will happen to them, Kuroku said. Mu Qingyue nodded, then sighed. AI, refusing to admit your mistake. It seems like the main hall should remove the dojo from its name, so take care of yourselves. Xiao Luzi laughed and said indifferently. Our dojo, no one will take this matter seriously. It's you guys who have to be careful. In the past, we acted according to your rules for the sake of your Qinyan main hall. But in the future, we'll have to act according to our dojo's rules. Mu Qingyue froze, then shook her head with a bitter smile. Soon, the Qinyan main hall uploaded the news of the dojo back to the Budo main hall. When the Budokan General Hall received this news, it didn't really take it seriously, but casually tossed it aside. In the view of the Budokan General Hall, the dojo didn't know better, and obviously they gave the dojo a chance to review the situation, but they didn't know how to value it. The other side, inside the camp in the Skywolf mountain range, Luo Prime Sky King received a reply from the General Hall of Martial Arts. Look at the Budokan. A hint of surprise flashed across his face, not realizing that the dojo had actually hardened itself against the General Hall of Martial Arts and directly announced its withdrawal. His so-called making an example of him has instead turned into a joke. In the meantime, inside the Tianlang mountain range, Lin Bei and Tainyo met a group of mountain bandits gathering. After the duo sneaked into the camp, they quickly figured out the routines of the mountain bandits within the Skywolf mountain range. When these mountain people were in Sangzhou, they were called mountain bandits, but when they arrived at this Tianwolf mountain range, they began to start dividing their spheres of influence according to clans, martial arts schools, academies, and so on. One of them, the mighty Gaiyu Heavenly King, belonged to a family power, and many family powers were dependent on him. As he was directly facing Sangzhou's Luo Prime Heavenly King, Gaiyu Heavenly King was stationed at the very front. As for those hostages, they were escorted to the rear and split into 3 parts, guarded by 3 early-stage martial Dao Heavenly Kings selected by their families, martial arts schools, and academies. They have lists of names of people to be ransomed, and as soon as they are paid, they will send them out from the back. In the meantime, this ransom will also be divided up among the layers. After learning this news, the duo also received a bolt from the blue. That is, the 7th camp is the last trading point for these mountain bandits and Sangzhou's secret dealings. Now after being terminated, they had realized that Sangzhou was determined to make a cut with these remaining hostages. In this way, these people decided. 2 days later in Sangzhou last negotiation, if not paid, they will tear the ticket. Among other things, they also got the message. As the last trading point was destroyed, several people who sneaked in to pay the ransom were all arrested, and those who resisted were even killed. What does that mean? These guys in the Yukon are no longer prepared to continue trading, with no regard for reputation at all. The moment, Zhang Tang and Tang Yo were talking in the shadows, and both of them had ugly faces. Senior brother, because of Sangzhou's strategy, we can't even redeem people if we want to. Zhang Tang also cursed. Sangzhou should be redeemed to redeem all the people. Now instead of cutting off our way, when really hateful, there's no way around it. We can only sneak in and rescue them. Tang Yo said. Good thing we got the list of hostages from that group of mountain bandits, as long as we find out where the Chun family master is. As the two spoke, they began to look for the Chun family master's name on the list. It had to be said that there were a large number of people kidnapped to the Skywolf mountain range this time, nearly 10,000 people, and the duo would need to spend some time searching for the name of the Chen family master. In a short while, a hint of joy flashed in Tainyo's eyes. Found it! Family Master Chen is here. Tainyo pointed to the list, and the name of the Chen family lord revealed a smile. This place, it is a place called Xianyu Heavenly King stationed, belonging to the Yuzhou Academy forces. Zhang Tang nodded. Let's go. Time waits for no one. We must rescue the Chen family master before the Gaiyu Heavenly King and Luocheng Heavenly King negotiate. Otherwise he will be in danger. In the meantime, in the mountain range where the Xianyu Heavenly King was located, there was a huge cave. In the middle of the cave, there were several cages. In the midst of these cages, the Chen family master's complexion was dark, his head lowered and his face ashen. At this point, an old man with bushy hair beside him said with a bitter smile, "Have you heard? If King Luo Prime doesn't agree to tomorrow's negotiation, we'll all have to die. These guys from Yuzhou will tear up the ticket." When he finished speaking, he looked at the Chun family master. It seems that the blessed boss, who is under your command, did not bring any money to save you, just like us, who are all outcasts. The Chen family master didn't say anything, but only took out of his arms a doll made of wood. Exactly. The little Iris look-alike. The Chen family head murmured. Little Iris child. For my father, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to see you again. Chapter 134, There is a Way to Die. The cold cave was filled with despair. The look on each face was different, but the only thing they had in common was that they were lost. Everyone understands, whether it's another way to save people, or through special rites, those who can be saved, have been saved long ago. The only hope that these remaining people had to sustain them was tomorrow's negotiation between Heavenly King Gaiyu and Heavenly King Luocheng. Although, they understood in their hearts that since King Luocheng Tian had spoken, it represented the will of the entire Sangzhou hierarchy. This means there is little room for compromise. But, even so, the crowd in the room held on to a nebulous hope, and even though they knew it was slim, it was the only comfort they had to keep themselves from breaking down. Right at this moment, suddenly, deafening shouts of murder came from beyond the cave. The shouting was tinged with shock and horror. The old man with the bushy hair said suspiciously, "What's going on out there? It seems like a mess." Someone beside the pudgy-haired old man said, "I don't know. Looking at the commotion, it looks like someone is killing them." At these words, many of the captive hostages showed joy. Can't it be that the experts of the Sangzhou have sent someone to rescue us? Their rejoicing didn't last long as the old man with the pudgy hair directly poured a pot of cold water. "It's impossible for someone from Sangzhou to come to our rescue. If they were to rescue us, why didn't those supreme powerhouses make a move? Instead, they let King Luocheng Tian Wang blockade the Skywolf mountain range?" Many people have also recognized the reality have opened their mouths. Yeah, how could anyone possibly come to our rescue? We don't deserve to have the Supreme Being make a move, do we? It's not a matter of being worthy or not, but the Zhou and the Yuzhou. There is actually some kind of underlying rule that it's impossible for the Supreme Being to make a move, or else how could both sides only send their martial heavenly kings? I'm afraid the agitation outside is just a conflict of interest between mountain bandits. The crowd's complexion darkened once again. However, just at this time, the bandits outside suddenly shouted, "Kill! Kill up! Quickly go inform the Xianyu Heavenly King. Those two guys are too strong." The Gangyao Patriarch and the three Patriarch powerhouses under him with hundreds of people were all killed. When these words came out, the mountain bandits guarding the crowd in the cave looked at each other in disbelief. What's going on out there? It looks like someone's killing their way in. Really? We belong here in the hinterland, and they actually touched us? Not good. It could be that an expert from one of the forces in the Tsang state has broken the potential rules between the two states, and an expert has infiltrated in to save the day. Hurry up. Their target is bound to be us here. Leave these people alone. Dozens of mountain bandits panicked and were ready to escape from here at the first opportunity. However, before the words fell, the stone door of the cave, a loud bang came from it. In a flash, stone chips flew, and the 1-foot-thick stone door was directly kicked open. A figure blocked directly in front of the stone door. At the same time, another figure killed directly in like lightning. This person, with a stout and tall figure, the sinews of his entire body bulged out, and there seemed to be infinite power between his fists. In the middle of the cave, a small leader of the true intent realm of the martial Dao roared and rushed up, the cold blade in his hand aiming straight for this strong man's heart. This lanky, burly man, extremely nimble, avoided the strike with just a sideways turn, and he directly swung his fist out and smashed it at this mountain bandit leader. The mountain bandit leader saw the situation and immediately crossed his blade to block. Just listen. Dang it. This burly and strong man actually interrupted the cold blade directly with a punch, and smashed this mountain bandit's head with a punch. This martial true intent level leader was actually smashed with one punch and embedded into the stone wall of the cave, killing him directly. This scene frightened the surrounding mountain bandits. However, the burly man did not hesitate and killed the remaining dozens of bandits once again. One time, the entire cave began to fill with the smell of blood. The speed of the strong man was extremely fast. He did not just rely on his bipedal movement, he even flew in the air. In less than 10 breaths, the bandits within the entire cave were killed cleanly. The moment the burly man stopped with both fists, the hostages held inside the cave all held their breath. Although there was no might emanating from it, the invisible pressure made the crowd not dare to offend this strong man. Just as the crowd dared not make a sound, the Chen family master took a few steps forward incredulously. "Are you Iron Bull?" This statement was made. The burly man turned his head and saw the Chen family master who was being held in an iron cage. "Master Chen, I've found you." Iron Bull flashed his trademark goofy smile. When these words came out, the pudgy-haired old man revealed a look of disbelief. He hadn't expected that a merchant status Chen family master would have such an expert to break the potential rules of the two states and directly kill into the hinterland of the Tianlang mountain range to rescue someone. "It's really you, Tai Nyo. It's really you." The Chen family lord was ecstatic. Without saying a word, Iron Bull walked directly to the iron fence, and his arms fired, directly pulling the iron fence off. Just the moment he took a closer look at the Chen family lord, his face changed slightly, only to see that the left arm of the Chen family master's sleeve was empty, unexpectedly breaking an arm. "Chen family master, where is your left arm?" "It's fine, just missing an arm." The Chen family lord smiled bitterly. "What the hell is going on?" Iron Bull continued to ask. Seeing that the Chen family master was about to speak, the old man with the bushy hair couldn't help but open his mouth. The Chen family master's left arm, which accidentally touched the Xianyu Heavenly King's seat while he was in custody, was directly chopped off. This statement was made. Tainyo's eyes became icy cold. "This lord, is it possible to save us from leaving together?" The pudgy-haired old man asked cautiously. The hundreds of people behind him showed their eagerness. "Not now," Iron Bull said decisively. When the crowd heard this, the longing in their eyes disappeared and was replaced by despair. "That's right. You're just here to save the Chen family master. How could you bring us dragons with you?" The old man with bushy hair sat down bitterly on the ground. The Chen family advocates opened their mouths, but in the end, they didn't know what to say and just lowered their heads and stopped speaking. Iron Bull sniffed and said faintly, "The Chen family master is a member of our dojo, so we naturally rescue him by all means. That doesn't mean we'll see you dead." At this moment, the pudgy-haired old man in the crowd behind him cautiously inquired, "What do you mean by that, my lord?" Tainyo smiled nervously. "I said not now because Xianyu Heavenly King moved our dojo's people." When he said this, Tainyo's tone became icy cold. There is no one that can get away with hurting someone from our dojo. When he finished speaking, he looked towards Zhang Tang, who was slowly walking towards him. Knowing that Zhang Tang had already heard everything that was going on here. Senior brother Zhang, are you right? Zhang Tang nodded his head gently and spat out a sentence. This Xian Yu Heavenly King has already taken his death. Chapter 135, Killing the Lair. Zhang Tang's voice was soft though, but at this moment, it fell on the ears of the crowd, but it was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The old man with puffy hair said incredulously, is it hard for you to kill the Xian Yu Heavenly King? Did senior brother Zhang not make it clear enough? Tainyo had great trust in Zhang Tang. That Xian Yu Heavenly King already has a way to take his death. Zhang Tang said indifferently, you guys stay here and wait until you kill the Xian Yu Heavenly King, then we will come back to take you away. Wait, the old man with the bushy hair said in a hurry, if you guys kill Xian Yu Heavenly King, will things become a big deal? Not to mention the fact that the guy Yu Heavenly King won't stop. Do you guys know that Xian Yu Heavenly King really dying is equal to breaking some kind of rule between the two states? Aren't you guys afraid that things will get big? Zhang Tang snorted. What's some kind of rule? But it's just the powerful people of the two states checking each other in order to avoid a bigger conflict. Others have scruples, but our dojo isn't afraid, even if we do make a scene. So what? Speaking here, Zhang Tang's eyes became sharp. If our dojo wants to save people, no one can stop it. If our dojo wants to kill someone, again no one can stop it. When these words came out, the hearts of the many hostages present were greatly shaken. Tainyo, you stay here and protect them. I'll go and slaughter the Xian Yu Heavenly King to avenge the Chen family master. Good. Iron Bull nodded. Can you be sure? Zhang Tang nodded confidently. Back then, Master was able to injure Zhou's Heavenly King with only 120 drops of spiritual energy. Although I can't be compared to my master, I have already condensed 832 drops of spiritual energy, and at the middle stage of the Heavenly King, I may not be able to kill him, but that Xian Yu Heavenly King is only a pre-martial Heavenly King, so killing him would be like picking up a bag. Tainyo naturally trusted Zhang Tang 100 times over. Eldest senior brother can just leave it to me here. You can go in peace. Zhang Tang nodded and turned around, ready to go. At this exact moment, the old man with the pudgy hair said in a hurry, please think twice. Now that the Tsangzhou has no energy to deal with the Yuzhou in order to deal with the demonic beasts outside the pass, it is bound to not want to break the balance. If you guys break the rules, I'm afraid that the higher-ups of the Tsang state will have to pressure you without waiting for the Yu state to lash out. This statement was made. Zhang Tang's footsteps lurched, and he revealed a meaningful smile to the pudgy-haired old man before turning around to leave. AI. The old man with bushy hair sighed. If things get too big, I'm afraid your master will have to face tremendous pressure. Iron Bull returned faintly. Shifu has taught us that the dojo does not cause trouble and is not afraid of it. With master here, the sky will not fall. Inside the hearts of the people present, they were deeply shocked. At that moment, someone couldn't help but ask the Chun family master. Family Master Chen, what exactly is your status that the dojo would attach such importance to you? The Chen family master froze, then said, I was just a merchant in the early stages of the dojo's construction, and then my daughter worshipped the dojo. That's all? The man was stunned. Many of the hostages they had present, not even some of the first families, martial arts schools, and academies, were simply abandoned because they were not worth more than the ransom money. Chen family master. This identity if the seniority ranking, I'm afraid not counted as a core member. The dojo is so valued? The old man with puffy hair suddenly asked, if Lord Tinyo joins the dojo and adds to it, and meets this matter, will you save us? Naturally, Iron Bull said with a firm voice. Our dojo doesn't cause trouble, but it's not afraid of trouble either, as long as it's one of our own. No matter who meets this matter, we won't sit back and do nothing. The pudgy-haired old man asked cautiously, Lord Tinyo, will you save others? Tainyo froze, then said, of course not. Master often taught us that a gentleman takes care of his roots. Senior brother Zhang and I have limited abilities. Saving you guys is already the limit. The crowd was relieved. They understood that this time, they were saved purely because of the light of the Chen family master. The other side, the Xian Yu Heavenly King, was in seclusion cultivating the martial domain. Suddenly, someone ran in not far away, his voice rushing. Xian Yu Heavenly King, it's bad. 2 men have killed their way in, and the prison where we guard the hostages has been robbed. This statement was made. The Xian Yu Heavenly King snapped his eyes open, and then anxiously walked straight out from his closed cave. What did you say? Someone has killed in my region? It's hard to believe that Sangzhou has fought over? What's the situation on the side of Heavenly King Gaiyue? The reporting bandit hurriedly said. No, there are 2 people. who directly bypassed the area on the side of the Gaiyu Heavenly King, and came to our side of the area, and robbed our dungeon. The Xianyu Heavenly King froze, then sighed in relief. Next time, don't talk in a big breath, as long as Tsangzhou doesn't hit us. Xianyu said calmly, dare to come and rob people, not too bold nor afraid of breaking the balance. How strong is the visitor? The man hurriedly said, the strength is very strong, both people can fly. Suspected martial arts Heavenly Kings, doubtful? What do you mean? Xianyu Heavenly King asked. Although they are very strong, and although they can step in the void, they don't have a martial domain, so when we say suspected, it could also be a particular cultivation school. So it is. The Xianyu Heavenly King smiled faintly. Since that's the case, let them be. Save them, and that's it. Those people don't have much value anymore. The man who reported revealed a look of dismay. Could it be that we don't go after them? Your strength can be even more powerful than an unusual martial artist of the early stage of the martial Dao Heavenly King. Chasing? The Xianyu Heavenly King sneered. Are you crazy? Two suspected martial Heavenly Kings breaking the rules to save someone means that the person they saved is important. If I make a move, what should I do in case they are the martial Dao Heavenly Kings, an old man fighting for their lives? Even though I am the peak of the pre-martial Dao Heavenly King stage, I can't hold two martial Dao Heavenly Kings besieging me. The Xianyu Heavenly King said calmly. Saving away is just as good as saving away. Just go inform the Gaiyu Heavenly King. The man let out a bitter smile. Subordinate leads the way. However, right about this time, suddenly, there was a cry of alarm in the distance. Someone's killing up here. So fast. Quickly inform the Xianyu Heavenly King. Before these people's voices fell, Xianyu Heavenly King's pupils condensed. One could only see a figure that took off into the air, and almost in the blink of an eye, it arrived 100 meters away from the Xianyu Heavenly King. The visitor was no other than Zhang Tang. The moment he arrived here, Zhang Tang coldly looked at the Xianyu Heavenly King. You are the Xianyu Heavenly King. The Xianyu Heavenly King raised an eyebrow and snorted coldly. Precisely. Who are you? Zhang Tang coldly stared at him and did not open his mouth. The Xianyu Heavenly King frowned slightly. Dare to break the rules. The old man admires your vigor. Since you came to save the people, just save them directly. Do you want to spar with the old man? The Xianyu Heavenly King said indifferently. Here, it's our Yujo sphere of influence. Chapter 136, in your next life, be careful. In the face of Xianyu Heavenly King's words, Zhang Tang did not take it personally and instead let out a cold laugh. Admire my chi? Let me save people? With you, you deserve to judge me? Zhang Tang's aura rose steeply as he spoke. Do you remember the Chun family master? He merely ran into your ride and had an arm chopped off? The Xianyu Heavenly King frowned slightly. Just an insignificant little man. So it's just as well to cut him down. It's a favor that I didn't kill him. Zhang Tang was instantly infuriated and laughed. Good, good, good. The Chen family master is a member of our dojo. If you dare to chop off his arm, you are an enemy of our dojo. Zhang Tang's killing aura sword. Today, I will let you be a ghost who understands. In your next life, pay attention. The words just fell. Zhang Tang instantly activated the spiritual energy in the first chakra, and the black and white chi instantly surrounded above his right arm. The moment the Xianyu Heavenly King felt the pressure. He didn't expect that this person would come to kill him because of this matter. Granted, he didn't want to fight the Heavenly King pointlessly, but it doesn't mean that he's afraid. On the contrary, Xianyu Heavenly King definitely belonged to the top amongst the experts of the pre-Wudao Heavenly King stage. You don't know what to do. You don't leave when I tell you to? Then don't go. Along with those hostages, all of them will pay for your arrogance. In a split second, Xianyu Heavenly King's golden martial domain instantly rushed out to envelop the surroundings. In the next second, the Xianyu Heavenly King's golden martial domain unexpectedly changed directly, transforming into countless feathers to display a pair of 3-meter-long feathered wings on his back. Special schools consider themselves extraordinary? I've been with birds and fowls since I was young, and I've been practicing a special school, so you want to kill me? Are you worthy? The words just fell. The Xianyu Heavenly King disappeared in an instant. Its speed surprised Zhang Tang. With a distance of 100 meters, it was almost just a blink of an eye before they had killed. One could only see the 5 fingers of the Xianyu Heavenly King transforming into a claw shape, covered with the intense fluctuations of the fusion of golden martial domains and true chi. The moment he approached Zhang Tang, a claw ripped down. The air, in an instant, created a sonic boom. Zhang Tang reacted extremely quickly and almost instantly darted and dodged to the right, avoiding the strike. Almost the instant he avoided it, the mountain peaks several meters behind them were directly torn out by the aftermath of this strike in deep tens of meters of 5-fingered claw marks. Martial domain powerhouses were able to control the martial domain perfectly. The scratches were entirely due to the power generated by the aftershocks of the true chi giving way to the waves due to the speed. One hit misses. The golden feathered wings transformed by the martial domain behind the Xianyu Heavenly King swept directly across, so fast that it was impossible to dodge. Along the way, several large trees that required 7 or 8 people to surround them were chopped off by this feather. Zhang Tang let out a cold snort as the black and white chi surged in front of his body, instantly transforming into a Taiji Xian shield, which hardened against the strike. What? Topped it? My martial domain transformation wings are extremely sharp. Even a mid-stage martial Dao Heavenly King's martial domain wouldn't be able to withstand it. How did he hold up? The Xianyu Heavenly King was shocked and thought that Zhang Tang's Taiji Xian shield was a special martial domain. Without waiting, the Xianyu Heavenly King was surprised. Next, Zhang Tang made a wrong turn and unexpectedly flew directly underneath the Xianyu Heavenly King, directly capturing one of his feet with one hand. Then only Zhang Tang growled as the spiritual energy in his left arm surged, followed by a violent force. Surprisingly, he directly grabbed Xianyu Heavenly King's left foot and flung it away. With a boom, there was a loud bang. The Xianyu Heavenly King directly and fiercely crashed into the earth. Just, a golden martial domain enveloped his surroundings. Although he was in a 7-pointed state, his strong martial body coupled with the protection of the martial domain surprisingly didn't suffer any injuries. But so, the Xianyu Heavenly King sneered. Again, as soon as the words fell, the Xianyu Heavenly King directly rose up in the air and was about to kill Zhang Tang. However, at the corner of Zhang Tang's mouth, a cold smile suddenly hung up, only to see his right arm lifting up, and the black and white chi that surrounded his arm instantly shot straight up into the sky. Next, behind him, a huge palm print directly broke through the clouds. A large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy continuously converged on it, and with the momentum of a heavenly collapse, it directly pressed towards the Xianyu Heavenly King who had risen up from the sky below. This was precisely the Taiji seal that Zhang Tang had cast out. This strike had consumed nearly 800 drops of his spiritual energy. The moment the giant palm appeared, the face of Xianyu Heavenly King, who had rushed up to the sky, changed abruptly, because he unexpectedly felt that his martial domain was suppressed by an invisible force, a terrifying might that even directly dispersed his martial domain. What? How did this happen? The Xianyu Heavenly King simply couldn't imagine what had happened. It was even more inconceivable that the essence of the martial domain was to control the spiritual power of the heavens and earth, only to transform the spiritual power of the heavens and earth into his attributes in accordance with his true intent of the martial Dao and martial potential, transforming it into a martial domain. As for Zhang Tang's Taiji seal, it used up a full 700 drops of spiritual energy and directly extracted the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth in an instant, disrupting the cohesion of his martial domain. This was the reason the Taiji seal suppressed his martial domain. It's just a shame he knows nothing about it. Completely unaware that this was a descending blow from the cultivators. The moment of horror. Xianyu Heavenly King couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. He could only activate his martial domain, praying that the accumulated martial domain power in his body could block this strike. In the next second, the giant palm fell. Shoo away. The ground shook under this palm. Surprisingly, the peak of this mountain range was directly hit and sunk several meters, and all the surrounding peaks began to shake violently. Under the Taiji seal, the Xianyu Heavenly King was oozing blood all over his body. He fell to the ground as if he were a dead body and didn't move at all. Only his weak breathing was telling the crowd, he's not dead. The moment Zhang Tang slowly fell down, indifferently, he looked at the Xianyu Heavenly King who had less breath and more breath. The Xianyu Heavenly King could not even move a bit, only his eyes, which had lost their divine light, barely glanced at Zhang Tang. His eyes seemed to carry a question in them. He seemed to want to ask Zhang Tang this strike. What exactly is going on? Why is it so strong that it can directly shatter his martial body, and shatter his bones and shatter his internal organs? He can't speak or open his mouth. Wondering why my moves are so terrifying? Why it can shatter your martial domain? Zhang Tang's cold voice came out. Because the difference between immortal and mortal. When he finished, he turned to leave. Before leaving, he said faintly, the one who kills you, the immortal cultivator, Zhang Tang. Having said that, Zhang Tang directly turned into a stream of light and left. In the meantime, above a certain peak in the Skywolf mountain range, the Gaiyu Heavenly King snapped his eyes open and directly turned his head to look at the direction where the Xianyu Heavenly King was, frowning slightly. One of his close associates saw this and immediately inquired, what's wrong, Heavenly King Gaiyu? It's nothing, just a moment ago I seem to feel that there was a vibration in that place. It's normal for earthquakes to occur frequently in the Skywolf mountain range, the crony said. Also, Gaiyu Heavenly King asked again with a faint smile, by the way, is there any news from Luo Prime Heavenly King's side? Not too long ago, Luo Prime Heavenly King charged the martial domain. What was it about? Is it known what happened? Chapter 137 Lord of the Dojo. In the face of Gaiyu Heavenly King's question, the crony beside him was filled with shame. Gaiyu Heavenly King, we don't know what's going on over there for the time being. We only know that the security over there is even tighter than usual. Maybe someone is breaking into their camp. Go back in time to not so long ago. On the side of the Skywolf Mountain range in Sangzhou, the Luo Prime Heavenly King's camp was stationed. A figure fell from the sky at the entrance outside the camp. When the two guards saw the visitor coming through the air, they hurriedly saluted respectfully. Greetings, Senior. May I ask what Senior is here for? I'm going to the Skywolf Mountain range. Lin Bei went straight to the point. You guys go and talk to Rocky Prime. I'm going to bring someone out afterward so as people don't make any trouble. Although Lin Bei's voice was calm, it exuded an unquestionable majesty. The two guarding martial artists looked at each other when they saw that Lin Bei not only called Luo Chang by his name, but even spoke in such an almost commanding tone. I don't know how to address Senior. And what is his identity? Lin Bei glanced at the duo and said indifferently, Master of the Dojo, Lin Bei. When these words came out, the two of them were stunned, and then came to a sudden realization, and all of a sudden, all of their inner doubts were solved. No wonder Lin Bei's tone was so unkind and commanding, even using a commanding tone to speak to Luo Jing Tian Wang. So this is a vendetta against Luo Jing Tian Wang. Within the camp, everyone knew that Luo Prime Heavenly King had once embarrassed the people of the dojo not long ago, and had even taken the duo to make an example of them. What's the most important thing? King Luo Chang Tian Wang personally wrote letters to the General Hall of Martial Arts. As a result, a letter of accountability was issued by the Budo General Hall. All this is known to almost no one in the camp. Now that the Lord of the Dojo had come in person, the two guards were clear that this was no longer something they could control. So he said in a hurry, Please wait a moment. I'll immediately go and inform Luo Prime Sky King. The duo was just about to leave, but they saw that Lin Bei was simply ignoring them, walking directly towards the Tianlang mountain range, the most forward intersecting entrance. The two didn't dare to stop them, so they could only increase their speed and run in the direction of King Luo Ching Tian's tent in a puff of smoke. The moment King Luo Ching Tian was discussing tomorrow's events in his tent. Gentlemen, tomorrow the Skywolf Mountain Range's Gaiyu Heavenly King is going to have a final negotiation with us. It seems like they want to rake in one last buck. What do you think? A martial arts master from a martial arts school opened his mouth. Heavenly King Luo, there are also quite a few bandits in Yuzhou that can't go back in our place. How about we exchange this for a hostage? When these words came out, Luo Prime Heavenly King pondered for a moment, then sighed. If only it were really that simple. You don't know those guys in Yuzhou at all. Luo Prime Heavenly King said. They can't wait for those mountain bandits to die more. The fewer people there are, the fewer they'll be able to grab resources. At these words, the crowd fell into silence. They all understood that what King Luo Changtian said was true. Yuzhou was such a chaotic, selfish and profit-oriented place. Those mountain bandits who were able to loot a large amount of wealth, those who should have gone back had already gone back, and the remaining mountain bandits were no longer of much value in their opinion. After all, but Sangzhou had already made a move, and these people either had already been annihilated by the Zhangzhou's people, or were holding their heads in their hands. There's no value. So what's the point of letting them go back to Yuzhou? Rob resources? A family clan master said. Perhaps we can negotiate with the Gaiyu Heavenly King, if we can only use a quarter of the price, in exchange for those hostages. Maybe. However, before this person's words left his mouth, Luo Jing Tian Wang directly interrupted him. No, perhaps. How can we give away the wealth of our Zhangzhou to the Yuzhou? Not even a quarter of the cost. Seeing that someone was disgruntled, Luo Jing Tian Wang's tone softened a few points. AI. Gentlemen, it's not just a matter of money. There's also a matter of dignity. If we in Sangzhou compromise, if we pay up, how will we make the other states look? They will only think that we are weak and deceitful. When these words came out, that clan patriarch expert couldn't help but say, what if Yuzhou was willing to surrender some more? 1/5, or even 1/6 of the price, and we don't pay it? King Luo Qingtian coldly glanced at the man and said in a chilling voice, what this heavenly king has said is not clear enough? This is not a matter of money. Many of the people present had people from their own forces captured. Their eyes shifted, ultimately saying nothing. Before they knew it, Sanzhou had actually already spent money to ransom the man, and now Luo Jing Tianwan's excuse was truly ridiculous. But, in the grand scheme of things, they are powerless to refute it. After all, before redeeming people, Sanzhou hadn't set up any rules, and those people were saved before Zhangzhou's senior management issued a decision. Now that those at the top of the Zhangzhou had issued a unified opinion, they would be the ones who didn't care about the big picture if they didn't comply. Right at this moment, 2 guards ran over. Luo Tian Wang. There are people outside who want to go to the Tian Wolf mountain range. Just as he said this, Luo Prime Heavenly King directly let out an angry rebuke. The Skywolf mountain range has been blocked off and no one is allowed to enter or leave. Do you still need to ask me about this? Just stop them directly. There was some bitterness in the faces of the two. Luo Tian Wang. We also want to intercept it, but we just can't do it. Yes, Heavenly King, that person. He is the lord of the Dojo, Lin Bei. Both of his disciples are strong at the Heavenly King level. How can we stop him? At these words, Luo Prime Heavenly King stood up violently. What? The dojo's lord, Lin Bei, is here in person? Luo Qing's eyes looked from side to side, and there was something hard about his face. He didn't expect that the dojo would be so protective. Not only did they not take the martial arts headquarters letter of accountability seriously, but even the head of the dojo came in person? Where is he? Luo Prime Sky King inquired. He has already traveled to the Skywolf mountain range, the guard martial artist said in a hurry. Luo Jing Tianwan's face changed slightly. What did you say? Going directly to the Skywolf mountain range? How dare you disregard me so much? In his opinion, where was the lord of the dojo not giving him face? He was completely not giving the Luo family face. Heavenly King Luo, that dojo lord Lin Bei also asked us to convey something to you. The 2 guards hurriedly said. What is it? King Luo Cheng Tian asked, holding back his anger. He said. The 2 guards saw that Luo Jing Tianwan was so annoyed, and for a moment they actually had some weakness and didn't dare to open their mouths. Speak, King Luo Cheng Tian said sternly. He said that he's going to go to the Skywolf mountain range to bring people out, and asked you to prepare for the handover, and also asked you not to make any trouble. This statement was made. Inside the tent, many martial artists looked at each other in dismay. They didn't expect that this dojo lord would be so overbearing. King Luo Prime Side had the martial arts general hall issue a letter of accountability. Over there, the dojo lord then personally rushed over and stiffened Luo Prime Heavenly King, a move that was undoubtedly a direct slap in the face of Luo Prime Heavenly King. Sure enough, at this moment, Luo Jing Tianwan's anger instantly erupted. Anger accompanied the martial domain as it rushed skyward, directly towards the direction of the Skywolf mountain range. Chapter 138, Bipolar Reversal. The Tian Wolf mountain range, the main border between Tsang Prefecture and Yu Prefecture. A martial artist wearing a martial school costume with 2 ice swords embroidered on his right arm snapped his eyes open and looked up into the distance. See only. Lin Bei's figure in the distance came up in the air. Seeing this person hurriedly rose up in the air and stopped in front of Lin Bei. I, Vice Pavilion Master of the Xian Sword Martial Hall. Your Excellency, please also stop. Ahead is the Skywolf mountain range within the territory of the Yu Prefecture. Lin Bei stood in the void and coldly glanced at this person. Although he didn't say anything, the Vice Master of the Xianjian Martial Hall, who was in the early stage of the Heavenly Kings of Martial Arts, clearly felt the pressure given from Lin Bei. The moment. Lin Bei just faintly spat out 2 words. Get out of the way. The Vice Master of the Xianjian Martial School froze. He could feel an invisible force around Lin Bei that made him feel palpitations. He didn't know that this feeling was because Lin Bei's Taiji vomiting method contained the peripheral orifice vomiting method. The Dao body automatically absorbed the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, causing him to be able to invisibly feel the pressure when his martial domain was executed. Thus, the Vice Pavilion Master of the Xianjian Martial Hall, when he executed the martial domain to take off into the air, produced a palpitating sensation. May I ask who your excellency is? Why did you force your way into the Skywolf mountain range, without a reasonable explanation? Please forgive me for not being able to release you. Lin Bei's eyes were slightly raised without anger. Just the afterglow swept towards the Xian Sword Martial Hall's Vice Pavilion Master, and the Xian Sword Martial Hall's Vice Pavilion Master instinctively stepped back a little. I am the dojo's lord, Lin Bei. This statement was made. The Vice Pavilion Master of the Xianjian Martial Hall instantly understood. The matter of Zhang Tang and Tai Niu breaking into the Tianlang mountain range earlier was known to almost everyone within the camp. He was also aware of the matter of King Luo Prime's accountability to the General Pavilion. Now, the Vice Pavilion Master of the Xianjian Martial Hall would never have imagined that the people of the dojo, not only did they not concede defeat, but even the dojo's master personally came? King Luo Prime represents the Luo family. Not only did this not give the Luo family face, it even refuted the face of the General Hall of Martial Arts. After all, everyone knew that the General Martial Arts Center should have issued a letter of accountability. Is this a sign of repentance at the dojo? Almost instantly, the Vice Master of the Xian Sword Martial Hall realized that the Lord of the Dojo in front of him was a ruthless person. Although he was a martial heavenly king and was admired by everyone, he also understood that in front of such experts, if he could keep a low profile, he should keep a low profile. There was no need to rush to offend Lin Bei. Thus, The vice pavilion master of the Xian Sword Martial Hall's eyes rolled as he hurriedly said, "So it's the Lin Field master who has come to visit. Your disciples are already deep into the Tianlang mountain range. If you want to go to them, it's not right to take this road." The vice master of the Xianjian Martial Hall changed his previous tough attitude. "They are going from the dark path of the 7th Battalion. You want to travel to the Tianwang mountain range. I naturally won't stop you. How about heading to Camp 7? In the Xianjian Martial Hall's vice pavilion master's opinion, as long as he didn't leave from the place he was guarding, even if Sung Zhou were to be accountable, he would still be able to weasel his way out of it. The moment. Lin Bei sniffed and didn't even talk nonsense with the Xianjian Martial Hall's vice pavilion master. Just faintly spit out 2 words. "Get out of the way." When the vice master of the Xianjian Martial Arts Hall heard this, he was suddenly confused. He hadn't thought that Lin Bei would not be able to get into the oil and salt? Just when he was at a loss for words, an angry cry came from the sky. "Lin Bei, how dare you? How dare you break into the Heavenly Wolf Mountain Range?" Accompanied by the sound of angry shouts, Luo Prime Heavenly King descended from the sky in a rage that seemed to ignite his terrifying martial domain. "Who are you? Want to stop me too?" Lin Bei snorted coldly. "I am the Heavenly Wolf Mountain Range Xinhua Envoy, Luo Prime." The Luo Prime Heavenly King vacated not far from Lin Bei. Coldly, "Has your dojo review been written? Are you not trying to defy the general dojo? If you don't think of yourself, think of your dojo as well, right?" Although annoyed, King Luo Prime was 10,000 times more scornful of Lin Bei. After all, the Celestial King in Green had once described Lin Bei's strength with the Luo family. Although, in the eyes of the green-clothed Heavenly King, Lin Bei had the strength of a martial Dao Supreme. In reality, after they heard about it, the Luo family understood that Lin Bei only had the strength of a half-step martial Dao Supreme. It was because of this that King Luo Cheng Tian decided to take on the dojo. But, at this moment, although Luo Jing Tianwan was in the late stage of the martial Dao Heavenly Kings, compared to Lin Bei, who was a half-step martial Dao Supreme in his eyes, it was nothing compared to him. So, even if Luo Prime Heavenly King was infuriated, he could only use his great power to suppress it. "Trying to use the martial arts general hall to pressure me?" Lin Bei indifferently glanced at Luo Jing Tianwang. From the moment the letter of accountability from the Budo headquarters was sent to the dojo, "Our dojo has declared its separation from the martial arts school. We, the dojo, have never been held hostage or threatened by anyone." Luo Jing Tianwang stared at the words. He could never have imagined that Lin Bei's first reaction to receiving the accountability letter was not to review it. Instead, "You're just going to draw a line in the sand with the martial arts school?" One must know that in the Zhou, breaking away from one of the 3 major forces was equivalent to losing the shelter of the 3 major forces. Means, everyone could take action against the dojo with impunity, and there was no need to follow the rules at all. "Are you serious about what you said? The dojo really drew a line in the sand with the General Hall of Martial Arts?" Luo Prime Heavenly King couldn't help but ask. His insides were shaken to the core. This news was too amazing for someone at his level. For no other reason. While the dojo is not sheltered, it also means that there is no need to follow the so-called rules at all. "What do you say?" Lin Bei's mere 3 light words directly caused cold sweat to break out on Luo Jing Tianwang's forehead. At this moment, all his arrogance was gone. Luo Jing Tianwang naturally knew that he dared to call the shots with Lin Bei at the root. It's because he has the Luo family at his back. It was because Lin Bei was a person from the forces of the General Hall of Martial Arts. Behave. It was only then that he was able to target the dojo in the midst of the rules. If the dojo does not need to abide by the rules, then his arrogance, it is looking for death. To be able to cultivate to the late stage of the martial Heavenly King realm, Luo Chang was no little cutie. The moment, his anger, which never seemed to exist, disappeared without a trace in an instant. Judas changed his face and snapped. "Master Lin, I didn't expect you to be so determined to save the people. I admit that I was a bit louder just now, and I still admire Master Lin's choice in my heart." This statement was made. The people around them looked at each other. Is this still the same irritated Luo Prime Sky King? Was this still the same Luo Prime Heavenly King with his furious hair and skyrocketing martial domain? Lin Bei just said that the dojo had withdrawn from the power of the martial arts center, but his attitude had directly reversed? Although many people were stunned, there were a few who understood why Luo Jing Tianwang had transformed so dramatically. It's just a matter of knowing what's going on. Even if King Luo Prime's back was against the Luo family, now, the Luo family is also far from being able to put out a fire. Before, Luo Prime Heavenly King wasn't afraid of offending the dojo, but it was different now. Luo Prime Heavenly King, from the bottom of his heart, didn't want to offend the dojo, especially the lord of the dojo in front of him, because Luo Jing Tianwang knew better than anyone else. The lord of the dojo in front of him was a ruthless man. Chapter 139, Knowing the Right to Do the Right Thing.
Don't know how to die?
Lin Bei saw the change in King Luo Cheng Tian's attitude in his eyes. He had originally thought that King Luo Prime, who had the Luo family at his back and was powerful and arrogant in his attitude, would inevitably clash with him. However, he didn't want to change his face immediately after learning that their dojo had withdrawn from the martial arts school's power. In that case, it would save him the trouble of doing it. I didn't expect that Luo Prime Heavenly King would be the one to recognize the times. Lin Bei sneered and looked at Luo Prime Heavenly King. Not only did Luo Prime Heavenly King not get annoyed, instead he said with a compensatory smile,
Field Master Lin, there is one thing that I have to remind you of.
If you go to the Skywolf Mountain range to rescue someone, it's equivalent to breaking the potential rules of the two states. And at that time, I'm worried that there will be a side of the U state that will not abide by the rules as well. If you save someone, please also go and return quickly. I will report this matter to the Luo family and send experts to come and shock the U state, so that after your dojo saves someone, you can be safe and sound. This statement was made. Lin Bei couldn't help but give Luo Jing Tianwang a high look. Originally, Lin Bei thought that it would be good for King Luo Jing Tianwang not to go to the well, but he didn't expect that he would actually look out for his well-being. Lin Bei's tone also eased a bit. Now, this seed is going to the Skywolf Mountain range to rescue the people, so you guys get ready to receive the hostages. Good. Luo Prime Heavenly King immediately said. Don't worry, I'll definitely make the arrangements. There's just one thing I need to remind you of. If you break the rules, I'm afraid that the higher-ups of the Tsungzhou will be dissatisfied with your dojo. However, there's no need for you to worry too much. I'll report to Luo Shang and let her maneuver for your dojo for a while. Lin Bei was puzzled and couldn't help but inquire. Why are you doing this? You obviously don't need to bother with anything. Wouldn't it be better to let our dojo bear the burden on its own? Luo Prime Sky King didn't hide it either. I wanted to make an example out of the dojo before. It was my error in judgment that offended the dojo, and I treated you poorly before. This is also my sincerity in admitting my mistake. Luo Prime Heavenly King unexpectedly admitted his mistake directly without any concern for his face. Seeing this, Lin Bei nodded. Then without saying anything, he directly headed to the Tianlang Mountain range, watching Lin Bei's figure disappear. Not far away, the Vice Pavilion Master of the Xianjian Martial Hall couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. Luo Prime Sky King, we're just going to let him in like this? Luo Cheng coldly swept a glance at him. Or what? Stop him? You don't think that this Heavenly King guarding this place is a confused person who can't distinguish the big picture, do you? The Vice Master of the Xianjian Martial Hall smiled sarcastically. Don't play smart in front of me. Before you let the Lin Field Master take the 7th Battalion's Dark Passage, do you think I don't know? Do you know that there is no need to beat around the bush with such an expert? Within the Skywolf Mountain range, in the end, it's just a single guy, you Heavenly King. Luo Prime Heavenly King said indifferently. The Vice Master of the Xian Sword Martial Hall hastened to say, what King Luo Prime of the Heavens has said is very true. The moment, Luo Chang dropped down and immediately gathered the crowd and began to give orders. All of you guard this place and prepare to receive the hostages. I'm going to report this matter to the Luo family and take care of the aftermath for the Lin Field Master. Just as Luo Chang was busy, a Luo clan patriarch expert behind him couldn't help but inquire. Luo Prime Sky King, do you really want to give him a good afterlife? And use our Luo family's reserves? The man of the dojo. Not only has he swept our Luo family's face, he has also fallen on your face. So why is there a need to help him? Luo Chang snorted coldly at his words and looked directly at this person coldly. Stupid. When I took the dojo, it was because I thought they were mediocre. So I could pull them up as a typical example to tell other forces that no one can break the rules after they are set, in case there are loopholes in the guards. But I clearly did wrong, underestimating the dojo and underestimating Lin Bei. Now, the fact that the master of the dojo had the courage to withdraw from the General Hall of Martial Arts showed that they didn't care at all, which showed that their dojo had the strength and courage. You don't think that anyone who can cultivate to such a level is a cutie pie, right? Luo Jing Tianwang questioned. Now, do you still think that I should continue to fight against him to the end? For the sake of the so-called face? The dojo has the guts to turn the tables on the General Hall of Martial Arts. That means it doesn't fear our Luo family either. Letting our Luo family, for no reason, have one more such enemy. How did your brain grow? That Luo clan patriarch was dumbfounded. And, the dojo has withdrawn from the martial arts school power, meaning that they can do nothing. I continue to go against him. What should I do in case the Lin dojo master beats me to death and injures me? Continuing to antagonize will do more harm than good. So why not go with the flow and turn an enemy into a friend? King Luo Jing Tian gave that person a deep look. Remember, everything, in the interest of the family. If the family had more fools like you, how could our Luo family stand in Sangzhou and not fall? With the matter of the Heavenly King in green, our Luo clan was able to turn an enemy into a friend.
not to mention the dojo, burying hidden dangers for the family. That's something only a fool would do. E.g., Nanyang Zhou clan. That Luo clan patriarch was greatly shocked and hurriedly lowered his head. What the Heavenly King says is true. The moment. Luo Prime Heavenly King immediately said, "Go, send this letter to Luo Shang. I'm worried that after Lin Field Master breaks the rules, the U state will use this as an excuse to use it against our Xang state. It's most prudent to have Luo Shang come and personally deter it." "Yes, I'll get right on it." Watching the clan leave, Luo Prime Heavenly King, looking towards the Skywolf mountain range, couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. I didn't expect that Luo Prime, would also have a day to capsize. The dojo originally I thought that it was just a small clan like the Nanyang Zhou clan, a small power. I didn't expect that my arrogance would make me make such a big mistake. But, it should not be too late to make amends in this way. The other side, the place where the Gaiyue Heavenly King is in seclusion. Gaiyue Heavenly King's close friend suddenly ran over, his face full of anxiety. "Gai Tian Wang, it's bad. Something's wrong." The Gaiyue Heavenly King slowly opened his eyes and looked at his cronies blandly. "In this Skywolf mountain range, with me guarding the entrance to Zhou, what could happen? That Luo Prime Heavenly King is known to be shrewd. He definitely won't attack the Skywolf mountain range. So what's all the fuss about?" The Gaiyue Heavenly King's close friend hurriedly said, "It's not the Zhou side. It's the Xianyu Heavenly King's side that's in trouble. Just a moment ago, some people from the Xianyu Heavenly King's side ran over. They said that." "Say what?" The Gaiyue Heavenly King frowned. "The Xianyu Heavenly King has died in battle." "What?" The Gaiyue Heavenly King stood up violently. "Are you not joking with me? The Xianyu Heavenly King is inside our Skywolf mountain range. How could he possibly die? With Luo Prime Heavenly King's character, how could he possibly people send an expert to sneak in and rescue him?" "But, that's just the way it is," Gaiyue Heavenly King's close friend said anxiously. "I heard that the person who killed the Xianyu Heavenly King infiltrated from the dark side of the 7th Battalion of Zhangzhou." The Gaiyue Heavenly King took a deep breath as a cold light flashed in his eyes. "I know. That place was originally a trading point. Now it seems that it should be someone from the Zhangzhou side who bypassed Luo Jing Tian Wang and sneaked in to save people." Speaking of this, Heavenly King Gaiyue coldly snorted. "Something that doesn't know how to die." Chapter 140 Total Blockade. The death of the Xianyu Heavenly King was equal to directly slapping the face of the Gaiyue Heavenly King. In a split second, the anger of the Gaiyue Heavenly King was like water breaking the dike, and it was difficult to contain it. Only to see the Gaiyue Heavenly King fiercely stand up, his entire body instantly transforming into a stream of light, directly rushing towards the area guarded by the Xianyu Heavenly King. Although the Skywolf mountain range was very wide, the Gaiyue Heavenly King was extremely fast under his contained anger. It almost took less than an incense stick of time to have arrived at the Xianyu Heavenly King's compound. When Heavenly King Gaiyue arrived at the Xianyu Heavenly King's residence and saw the situation here, his pupils condensed, only to see that the mountain peak in the area where the Xianyu Heavenly King was located had been hardened and collapsed several meters, and countless academy disciples had been affected by the waves around them. At the very core of it, the Xianyu Heavenly King's corpse was just lying there quietly, and no one was even there to collect it. A generation of martial Dao Heavenly Kings had ended up in such a state, causing the Gaiyue Heavenly King to become enraged from the bottom of his heart. The Gaiyue Heavenly King descended from the sky and arrived in front of the Xianyu Heavenly King, and after a brief observation he frowned slightly. The attack that struck down the Xianyu Heavenly King was comparable in power to the middle stage of the martial Dao Heavenly King, and it looks like it was by no means an instantly executed move. The Xianyu Heavenly King is known for his speed, which is a special school, and his martial domain is extremely special. Even if it's me, the difficulty of trying to build up my strength as well as killing him is also extremely great. Why on earth would he take this blow hard, causing his martial body to be cracked? A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Gaiyue Heavenly King. I heard that the visitor was two people. Could it be that one of them pestered the Xianyu Heavenly King? With this in mind, the Gaiyue Heavenly King's murderous aura skyrocketed, instantly rising up in the air, and the black martial domain, as if it were a tentacle, instantly enveloped the surrounding 10,000 meters. After killing Xianyu Heavenly King, these two must be buried with him. Next, the Gaiyue Heavenly King instantly began to search the surrounding area. The other side. After Zhang Tang killed the Xianyu Heavenly King, he rushed back to the great prison at the first opportunity. The people imprisoned in the prison showed joyful colors. Tainyo stepped forward and inquired, "Eldest brother, you're back. How is the Xianyu Heavenly King? Already dead?" Zhang Tang said indifferently. Just 4 words directly shook the entire crowd in the great prison to the core. The old man with puffy hair couldn't help but murmur. Surprisingly, really killed the Xianyu Heavenly King. This is also too strong. The Chen family master, Although he didn't say anything, it was the shock within him that was the greatest. This was because, among the people present, other than Tai Nyo, the one who understood Zheng Tang the most was the Chen family master. How long has it been since Zheng Tang had his dantian abolished, and now he has killed the heavenly king of martial arts? How long has it been? The moment. The Chen family master had a conspicuous knowledge of the power of the dojo. Zheng Tang ignored the crowd's marvels. Instead, he directly sat down on his knees. Tai Nyo, protect me. This battle has consumed too much. I consumed nearly 800 drops of spiritual energy in the last strike. I probably need dozens of breaths of time to digest the spirit recovery pill. Yes. Without saying a word, Tai Nyo directly protected the law. A few moments later, Zheng Tang recovered, which was a relief. Senior brother Zhang, recovered? Aha! Zheng Tang nodded. How strong is that Xianyu heavenly king? Tai Nyo inquired. Although Zheng Tang chopped and killed extremely cleanly, but he still had his heart in his mouth. This battle is too risky. I didn't expect that Xianyu heavenly king to be a martial artist of a special school. Fortunately, back then, my master had demonstrated the Taiji seal to me, and I knew how to utilize the Taiji seal to suppress the opponent's martial domain and subdue the opponent. If not, once I miss the moment to suppress him, if a move falls short, the one who dies will be me. The martial heavenly king should never be underestimated. Iron Bull nodded cautiously. Let's go, Iron Bull. This battle has moved too much, and I'm afraid that the heavenly king of Gaiyue will soon receive the news. Tai Nyo nodded. Good. Gentlemen, follow me. I planned the retreat route before I came, to evacuate as soon as possible. Soon, Zheng Tang, Tai Nyo and the rest of the group began to withdraw within the Tian Wolf mountain range. The road that Tai Nyo found is extremely remote. Although the road is not good, but it is better than safe and hidden. The crowd accelerated their evacuation, and in a short while, they were getting closer and closer to the Tsangzhou region. Road. The old man with bushy hair couldn't help but inquire. If we go back like this, will Tsangzhou accept us? When these words came out, many hostages had some ugly faces. As outcasts, at this moment, they were even worried that the people of Tsangzhou would not give them back. Tai Nyo's tone grew cold. We'll escort you back. Who dares to stop us? Zheng Tang nodded his head. Death to those who block the way. The crowd was relieved. At the same time, with regard to the dojo, they began to yearn for it. If we are able to escape this time, the great favor of the dojo is something we absolutely dare not forget. That's right, we are mindful of the dojo's kindness. Numerous hostages spoke up. Time passes. As Iron Bull and the others withdrew to the periphery, the scouting Iron Bull's face changed drastically. Elder brother, it's bad. The previously plotted route has been discovered, and the withdrawal route has been blocked by the people of Yuzhou. Trouble. Zheng Tang frowned slightly. Many of the hostages also panicked. What now? There's still a distance to Tsangzhou. It seems that the death of the Xianyu heavenly king has caused a great stir. Now that the entire Skywolf mountain range is under martial law, it's even harder to leave. A cold light flashed in Tinyo's eyes. There's no harm in it. We're already close to the periphery. Why don't we just kill our way out? Zheng Tang similarly had a murderous aura gushing out from his entire body. Also good. This place is less than an incense stick of time from the Tsangzhou boundary. Tai Nyo, just let me open the road. You cover them. Yes. The two senior brothers had just made a decision. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying might came from the sky, and the crowd hurriedly concealed themselves in the cave. Martial Heavenly King, or two. How did they come from the hinterland to the exterior? Tai Nyo and Zheng Tang looked at each other and their faces changed slightly. Iron Bull said with some concern. This place is infested with martial Heavenly Kings. We may be able to kill our way out, but I'm afraid they won't be able to leave. Tai Nyo, I'm going to explore the situation and see if I can find a new evacuation route. You guys stay hidden in the cave here and don't make any noise. The martial Heavenly King's perception is very sharp. Yes, not a moment too soon. Zheng Tang quickly scouted out the situation. Senior brother Zhang, what's going on? Zheng Tang sighed. When Heavenly King Gaiyu learned of the death of Heavenly King Xianyu, he personally went to Heavenly King Xianyu's residence and launched a search, and he had the two remaining Heavenly Kings stationed at the front. Speaking of this, Zheng Tang's face had some ugly expressions. As in today's Wolf Mountain range, more than 100,000 mountain bandits have blocked off various places, so I'm afraid it's not difficult to retreat out. Need to find the weak spot to kill out. We need timing. Iron Bull frowned. Senior brother Zhang, I'm afraid that Gaiyu Heavenly King won't give us much time. Iron Bull said worriedly. If we can't find a way to leave in the short term, once we are discovered by the Heavenly King of Gaiyu, it will be difficult for us to leave. Chapter 141, Heavenly King Gaiyu? Get over here. Iron Bull said this. The faces of the many hostages became ugly. The Chen family master said worriedly. Tai Nyo, Zhang Tong, if it doesn't work, you guys can give up on us as much as you want. It shouldn't be hard to escape with your strength. When these words came out, Zhang Tang was instantly furious. Family Master Chen, since we've come to rescue people, we won't give up on any of them. But, the Gaiyu Heavenly King is too strong, once he is discovered. Alright, Tai Nyo interrupted the Chen family head. No need to talk too much. The priority now is to plan a reasonable evacuation route. Just as the crowd was deliberating, suddenly, a voice as familiar as thunder echoed throughout the entire Tianlang mountain range. Where is the Gaiyu Heavenly King? Give this seat. Get out. The words, the moment they appeared, Tai Nyo and Zhang Tong all showed disbelief. This sound can't be wrong. It's Master coming. Zhang Tang was overjoyed. That's good. There's help. Master is here. Tai Nyo also revealed a joyful expression. The same was true of the Chen family lord. In his heart, he couldn't imagine how strong Lin Bei, who was able to teach strong people like Tai Nyo and Zhang Tang in such a short period of time, was. He only knows. With Lin Bei here, all of Tai Nyo and Zhang Tang's worries would no longer be worries. Here, the many hostages couldn't help but ask quietly when they saw the expressions on Tai Nyo's and Zhang Tang's faces. What's the matter? Who is this voice? Is it the master of Lords Zhang Tang and Tai Nyo? The Chen family head nodded. Gentlemen, we are saved. The person who came is the lord of the dojo, Lin Bei. In the meantime, Skywolf Mountain Range, Yuzhou territory. After Lin Bei descended, he didn't have any nonsense and directly let out a furious cry. He's not here to sneak around and save lives. He's here to save lives in the open. In a sense, this is the first time the dojo has been presented to the world. How could he be sneaky as the dojo lord? He understood that the more vocal he was, then the safer Zhang Tang and Tai Nyo would be. Sure enough, with Lin Bei's angry shout, the bandits of the entire Skywolf Mountain Range in Yuzhou were directly confused. Where is this high person from? The voice actually shook the Tianwolf Mountain Range. What on earth has happened? This person is so bold as to tell the Heavenly King of Gaiyu to roll out? In the meantime, the Heavenly King of Gaiyu, who had launched a carpet search, was about to search the area where Tai Nyo and Zhang Tang and the others were located. At this exact moment, he was stunned when he heard this angry cry. It was then filled with anger. How dare you? Afterwards, it flew directly to the place where the town was previously guarded. In the meantime, the two martial Heavenly Kings who were guarding the periphery rushed over at the first opportunity. One of them, standing in the air, came directly in front of Lin Bei. Who exactly are you? How dare you be so arrogant? Lin Bei glanced at this person and snorted coldly. Let the Heavenly King of Gaiyu see me. You're not worthy to speak to me yet. The man was instantly annoyed at these words. I am the Heavenly King of Mount Xing. Your Excellency is so arrogant. Are you really not afraid of triggering a conflict between the two states? Lin Bei sniffed and snorted coldly. Asterisk 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 off. Or, die. The moment the words fell, Lin Bei directly backhanded a fist on top of the side of the mountain beside him. This seemingly random, light punch fell, and immediately the mountain collapsed. 100-meter mountain was even directly broken by a punch. The pupils of that Heavenly King of the Yu Prefecture, who called himself the Heavenly King of Hidden Mountain, shook, and his original full of anger disappeared without a trace. Scared. He knew very well that if this punch landed on him, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to say a second word and would be killed instantly. Although, the Heavenly King possessed a strong martial body, he definitely couldn't carry this punch. And, with this punch, he could clearly tell that the other party hadn't used his full strength at all, but it was just a casual strike. The other pre-modern Heavenly King expert standing beside the Hidden Mountain Heavenly King was originally prepared to say something, but when he saw this scene, he immediately swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He knew very well that in the face of someone as strong as Lin Bei, if he continued to pontificate, he would deserve to be killed. Hidden Mountain Heavenly King at this moment, even regret their mouth yawn. The moment, Lin Bei strolled in the void, his eyes glancing downwards, as they passed by the two Heavenly Kings. These two Heavenly Kings silently stepped aside. What Yuzhou territory Tianlang mountain range cannot be offended in this moment. All became a joke. The two Heavenly Kings, they didn't even dare to stop them. Even when Lin Bei passed by, they could feel their hearts beating a few points faster. This is because fear. The moment Lin Bei arrived at the top of the Gaiyu Heavenly King's place of seclusion and looked down at the many mountain bandits below. Wherever Lin Bei's gaze passed, those mountain bandits who were swept away only felt ice cold all over their bodies. Although there wasn't any might, no martial domain suppression, they had a feeling like falling into an ice cellar. This place, isn't it the Gaiyu Heavenly King's residence? That Hidden Mountain Heavenly King heard this and replied stiffly. This place is the residence of the Gaiyu Heavenly King, and there are many experts of the Gai clan below. Someone has killed the Xianyu Heavenly King, and the Gaiyu Heavenly King is searching for the culprit. With these words, Lin Bei's tone turned icy cold. The murderer? Who is my disciple? You say he is the culprit? Being looked straight at by Lin Bei. The hidden mountain Heavenly King only felt the cold hairs on his entire body stand on end, and inwardly, he was even screaming in agony as he realized that he had said the wrong thing. It was a slip of the tongue. Humph. Lin Bei snorted coldly and at the same time realized that Zhang Tang and the others should have already rescued the Chen family lord. It was just that he couldn't leave for a while because of the Gaiyu Heavenly King's search. So, without saying a word, Lin Bei directly opened his mouth again, integrating his voice into the spiritual power of heaven and earth, conveying the entire Skywolf mountain range. Gaiyu Heavenly King, I'll give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't appear in front of this seat, don't blame this seat for the killing spree. This statement was made. The faces of the many experts within the Gaiyu Heavenly King's residence below turned pale, because, just now, there was an invisible force, as if the sky was collapsing, directly pressing downward. Many of the experts of the Gai clan within the compound were unexpectedly intimidated, making it difficult to move. What kind of power is this? Like momentum? And like the martial domain, surprisingly can be pressed below. The patriarch cannot move, as if, heavenly power. The hidden mountain Heavenly King was horrified, and the other person, likewise, stuttered a little. He is so strong. Rumor has it that the pressure of a supreme being is like the heavens collapsing and the earth cracking. Is he not the martial way? Supreme being? The duo sucked in a breath of cold air. Right at this moment, a figure flew over from the belly of the Skywolf mountain range at extreme speed. The person who came was no other than the Gaiyu Heavenly King. When his figure appeared, he arrived not far from Lin Bei in almost the blink of an eye. The moment the Gaiyu Heavenly King looked at Lin Bei and his face changed slightly. He was a late-stage Heavenly King powerhouse, and the moment he saw Lin Bei, he unexpectedly also felt a trace of depression. Chapter 142, Judea, Heavenly Collapse. Seeking favorable comments. Who are you? What do you want from me? The Gaiyu Heavenly King, who had always liked to call himself by his honorary title, calling himself the honored Heavenly King, was also honest in front of Lin Bei. I am the dojo's lord, Lin Bei. Lin Bei introduced himself. Your Excellency is so overbearing. Aren't you afraid of conflict between the two states? Do you really want to break the balance? The Gaiyu Heavenly King took a deep breath and said with a guarded expression. Although he didn't know exactly how strong Lin Bei was, he understood that it was definitely not weaker than him. So, the Gaiyu Heavenly King, at this moment, had unexpectedly become reasonable. The Heavenly King who had killed his way out of this weak and strong state had unexpectedly begun to speak reason at this moment. Your so-called balance is a so-called potential rule agreed upon with the clans, martial arts schools, and academies in Sangzhou, right? Lin Bei smiled disdainfully. Unfortunately, our dojo is not affiliated with the three major powers. The moment these words came out, the pupils of the Gaiyu Heavenly King condensed. At first, he was puzzled as to how it was possible for a character like Lin Bei to come in with Luo Prime Heavenly King holding down the Sangzhou side. At this moment, he instantly understood. This person, who was not a member of the three major powers at all, was not bound by the three major powers. Sangzhou, Dojo. These few words, almost simultaneously, were branded in the minds of the people of Yuzhou on the scene. Gaiyu Heavenly King. Lin Bei suddenly spoke. The Gaiyu Heavenly King's expression shook as he looked at Lin Bei with complicated eyes. A few more scorn in his expression. He was clear that behind Luo Prime Heavenly King, backed by the Luo family, that was an existence backed by a martial saint. This lord of the dojo, surprisingly, didn't give face to the Luo family and directly killed his way in. He understood that Lin Bei's failure to immediately go on a killing spree was tantamount to maintaining that faint balance. But he knew better. If Lin Bei dared to kill his way in, he dared to crush that so-called fragile balance at any time. Please tell? Gaiyu Heavenly King asked rhetorically. Within an hour. Release all Sangzhou hostages immediately. Lin Bei said indifferently. His tone, unquestionable. The moment these words came out, the eyes of the crowd instantly looked at the Heavenly King of Gaiyu. This was, the Gaiyu Heavenly King was a late-stage Heavenly King powerhouse. And at this moment, Lin Bei didn't even give the slightest bit of face. And this tone of voice, it was practically an order. Gaiyu Heavenly King's face was extremely ugly as he gritted his teeth. We are a great clan of Yuzhou, guarding the border with Sangzhou. What release of hostages? I don't understand what you're talking about. This statement was made. Lin Bei's eyes were cold. With this seat, saying such nonsense? You think this seat is joking with you? Subsequently, Lin Bei's cold eyes swept towards the Gaiyu Heavenly King. Almost simultaneously, he directly activated the spiritual power of the three chakras in his body, directly integrating it into the spiritual power of heaven and earth, and directly pressed it towards the heavenly king of Gaia. In a split second, the Gaia heavenly king's face changed abruptly. He only felt that the martial domain around him was dispersed by an unimaginable force. A heavenly pressure enveloped him. For a moment, he unexpectedly had difficulty in taking off into the air, and his entire body directly fell from mid-air, directly and viciously smashing on top of the quarters below. At the same time, a strong and incomparable pressure directly and fiercely pressed down on his body. Even if he was in the late stage of the martial heavenly king, at this moment, he felt it hard to breathe and directly half-kneeled on the ground. In the midst of other people's perspectives, with just a look, Lin Bei directly suppressed the Gaia heavenly king into half-kneeling on the ground. This scene directly scared the Tian Wolf mountain range within the crowd. Face white. This was a late-stage martial heavenly king powerhouse. Even an expert in the pre-martial heavenly king stage could only look up at the level. At this moment, to be half-kneeled on the ground by a single look, a single mighty pressure? How shocking this scene was, especially the two previous martial Dao heavenly kings. At this moment, they only felt that they hadn't clamored with Lin Bei. What a wise choice. The moment Lin Bei coldly looked at the Gaia heavenly king. Inwardly, he also instantly felt that the strength of the late stage of the martial heavenly king was indeed very strong. He had almost drained the spiritual energy from all three of his chakras, but surprisingly, he could only barely suppress the Gaia heavenly king. If the Gaia heavenly king resisted, he should be able to break through his suppression. But that's enough. At least now, he could be sure that the Gaia heavenly king wouldn't dare to easily resist. After all, in the view of the heavenly king of Gaia, Lin Bei was just giving him an undercurrent, and if he resisted, then the nature would be different. Lin Bei casually threw 3 spirit recovery pills into his mouth. Unlike Zhang Tong, who needed to meditate to recover his spiritual energy, Lin Bei's exhalation method was incorporated into the multi-miraculous exhalation method, and he digested the extreme rejuvenation pill almost in the blink of an eye. His 3 chakras were once again filled with spiritual energy. This was also the reason why Lin Bei had overpowered the Gaia heavenly king and directly struck out with his full strength. After all, after possessing the spirit recovery pill, it was very easy for him to recover his spiritual energy. The Taiji spitting method was all-encompassing, and while it had broken the limits many times, it had also incorporated the axioms of the spitting methods of many disciples. Linfield owners rest in peace. Finally, the Gaia heavenly king recognized the reality and even cursed at himself, knowing that Lin Bei was a ruthless man who dared to kill his way into the Tianlang mountain range alone. He even opened his eyes because of his so-called face. I'll have them released immediately. After all was said and done, Lin Bei's intimidating pressure disappeared at the same time. At this moment, the Gaia heavenly king breathed a sigh of relief. What are you waiting for? Send those hostages out immediately. Don't allow anyone to get hurt. Send them out respectfully. The Gaia heavenly king shouted angrily. At this moment, he didn't want to anger the person in front of him at all. At this time, the crowd of the Tian Wolf mountain range then reacted, and some people glanced at the mountain peak that had been casually interrupted by Lin Bei and shrunk their heads, not daring to make a move. At this point, not far, when Zhang Tang and Tainyo saw Lin Bei's might, the respect and admiration within them increased a few more points. Master has come, and indeed all problems are no longer problems, Tainyo said with a smile. Yes, Master said that the sky can't collapse. Zhang Tang smiled as he looked towards the Chen family master and the others. Gentlemen, it's safe. I'm going to find my master, so you can just waltz off. It's fine. The moment the many hostages, too, were shaken to the core, when the lord of the dojo stepped out. Even the mighty Gaiyue heavenly king who had shaken that Sangzhou was surprisingly well behaved as if he were a child. Other than that, what shocked the crowd the most wasn't Lin Bei's strength. Rather, it was Lin Bei's attitude. In order to save the day, he was not afraid to take matters into his own hands, even to the extent of breaking the so-called balance and rules. This, within the hearts of these outcasts, silently created a trace of longing for the dojo. For the dojo. At this point, a figure rose up into the sky, and it was none other than Zhang Tang. Master. Zhang Tang made a bow. You're here. Seeing that Zhang Tang was unharmed, Lin Bei smiled and asked, where are they? They're safe and sound. We've already rescued them. We're ashamed to trouble you to make the trip yourself. Disciple. Lin Bei smiled faintly. There's no harm in it. You guys take your people and leave. There's someone in Sangzhou to meet you. Zhang Tang froze. Then Luo Jing Tianwang is willing to take over? Lin Bei smiled faintly. He's more cooperative than you thought. This statement was made not far away. The pupils of the Gaia heavenly king stared, and his inner scorn for Lin Bei increased by a few points. Time passes. Within the Tianlang mountain range, many hostages, one after another, were rescued to head to the Tsangzhou territory. Within the Tianlang mountain range, no one dared to trip. However, just when things were going well, in the sky, there was a sudden explosion. What a dojo is so unbridled in the territory of my Yuzhou. Could it be deceiving me that there is no one in Yuzhou? Along with that, the blast. There was an unimaginable might coming from the sky. This majesty, as if sky crash. Chapter 143. Before the person arrives, the sound arrives first, and the might is still in front. This horrible might, as if the wind swept through, wherever it passed, the grass and trees in the mountains were all pressed against the ground, and the small trees that were thicker than an arm were all bent over. The martial artists present were all creeped out. As the saying goes, the sound is nothing more than that. Everyone could feel that this might was as vast as the might of the heavens. The Supreme Being is here. The Gaiyu Heavenly King was inwardly delighted and turned his head to look. Only a figure was seen in the sky, flying at great speed like a white horse, dragging out a white stumpy tail. Look closely, can see the visitor's beard and eyebrows silver white, dragged to the chin, although the head is not tall, but the eyes are shining, hale and hearty. The moment. The might of the visitor was like a flooding beast that pounced on Lin Bei, as if it wanted to give Lin Bei a downward spiral. Just at the moment when this mighty power pressed down on Lin Bei's eyes stared and he let out a cold snort. Humph! Accompanied by a cold snort, Lin Bei's heaven and earth spiritual energy surged around him, directly crashing into this might. The moment the two mights collided, a clicking sound came out. In a split second, the entire Tianlang mountain range shook. The crowd looked up towards the place where the sound was made, and their pupils suddenly froze, only to see that the mountain range where the two mights collided, directly cracked out a deep rift, and the grass and trees at the rift were directly crushed into pieces by the collision of the two mights. The moment. The Heavenly King of Gaiyue, looking at the visitor from Yuzhou, respectfully bowed down. Greetings, Supreme Ginsu. The Silver-Beard Supreme nodded gently and glanced at the Gaiyu Heavenly King. Late-stage Heavenly King, to be half-kneeled on the ground by someone with a mighty power. What kind of behavior is that? Letting you guard the Tianlang mountain range, is this how you guard it? The covering specter Heavenly King's face turned bitter when he heard this. The power alone could press him to half-kneel on the ground. How could he dare to resist? This was clearly the pressure of a martial supreme level. If it was transformed into an attack, God knows how strong it would be. The martial skill of a martial Dao Supreme was the pinnacle of excellence. How could he possibly withstand it? The mighty pressure and true strength, that had skyrocketed exponentially. Even if he could break through this pressure, he wouldn't dare. He was very clear. The strength gap, too big. He understood in his heart, the prestige of him that is to give him a way to live. Although there were thousands of excuses, in the face of a martial supreme, the Gaiyu Heavenly King simply didn't dare to talk back. It was a bad job by my subordinates. The Silver-Beard Supreme being let out a cold snort before he coldly looked at Lin Bei. For eyes met, and although the wind was calm on the surface, everyone felt the tension. There were many people present who had never seen a martial supreme. Now that he was seeing it for the first time, he immediately felt the gap and understood why the martial Dao Supreme was addressed as supreme. Just the power alone makes people not dare to resist. At this moment, even Zhang Teng felt the huge gap between himself and the Silver-Beard Supreme. That might made his Dao body instinctively tighten. Look at each other for a moment. It was only then that the Silver-Beard Supreme spoke. With your excellency's strength, to barge into the Skywolf mountain range and intimidate my Yuzhou Heavenly King, do you think it's appropriate? Although the words, in a different way, were clearly questioning Lin Bei, was he really not afraid that the balance between the two states would be broken? The bandits from the Tianwolf mountain range have hijacked people from my dojo. Why is it not possible for this seat to come and save them? Lin Bei was tit for tat. Although what he said was reasonable, he was obviously telling the Silver-Beard Supreme that he didn't eat this, that he wanted to save the people, and that what was balanced or unbalanced was none of his business. At this moment, Heavenly King Gaiyu whispered, Supreme Ginsu, their dojo isn't affiliated with the three great powers. The Silver-Beard Supreme's pupils stared, then revealed a smile. So that's how it is. Oldney has met a ruthless man. After saying that, Supreme Ginsu spoke directly. Of course it's fine to save people. We in Yuzhou support your dojo with both hands to save people. But saving people doesn't mean oppressing my Heavenly King of Yuzhou. In a split second, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Lin Bei understood that this Silver-Beard Supreme Being's words, although they were spoken in a grandiose manner, were equivalent to telling him, want to save someone? Get past him first. In response, Lin Bei naturally wouldn't be polite and directly said indifferently, why does your excellency need to go and say such nonsense? If this seat wants to save someone, no one can stop it yet. The atmosphere between the two sides instantly became subtle, as if they would strike at any moment. Gayu Heavenly King is inwardly grateful that he was honest when he was pressured by the might. Obviously, this dojo lord wasn't a good-tempered person either. Facing the silver-haired supreme being to be so overbearing, this is clearly ready to strike. Thus, the Gayu Heavenly King silently took several steps back. Those Heavenly Kings, patriarchs, and other martial artists from the Skywolf mountain range also silently began to retreat when they saw this scene. Everyone knows that once the two sides make a move, it will spread to the surrounding area, and if they are caught in it, they will die in 9 deaths. Likewise, Tainyo was also as meticulous as he was, and instantly understood the current situation. Without saying a word, he immediately led the Chun family lord and these people along with Zhang Tang, retreating towards Lin Bei's rear. Lin Bei and Supreme Minshu looked like they were about to make a move at any moment though. However, at this moment, they tacitly did not make a move, and did not even release their might. Other side, Sangzhou territory. Luo Prime Heavenly King, his face changed slightly when he saw the silver-beard supreme being appear. Bad. The Yu state really did have preparations. This silver-beard supreme has obviously been stationed here all along, and it was only after the Linfield master initiated that he was able to appear so punctually. Heavenly King, what now? The Luo family patriarch inquired. What else can we do? A fight of this level can only be watched, and whether or not we can save the person can only depend on the strength of the Linfield master. King Luo Jingtian said. Now the fist is the reason. Whoever has the harder fist has the reason. Sure enough, Lin Bei and the silver-beard supreme being confronted each other for a moment, after both of them retreated a few miles away. It was only then that the silver-beard supreme spoke slowly. If your excellency wants to save someone, I naturally won't stop you, but this place is within the territory of Yu Prefecture. Is it not a bit presumptuous of you to disregard the dignity of my Yu Prefecture and want to save someone? Lin Bei didn't give the silver-beard supreme being any face as he directly sneered. This Tianwolf mountain range, hiding dirt, allowing the so-called robbers to take hostages. The Yuzhou did not act. In this seat's view should be an accomplice, right? There are some things, even if everyone knows about them, but when these words come out, it is the same as directly tearing their faces off. A cold light instantly flashed across the silver-beard supreme's pupils. Nonsense! Your excellency has insulted the prestige of my Yuzhou. I see that you don't want to walk out of this Skywolf mountain range alive. Lin Bei snorted coldly. Insulting your reputation? You know better than this seat what the status of the Yuzhou mountain bandits is, so what's the point of talking to this seat about this nonsense now? In this seat's opinion, this Tianwolf mountain range, all of them are mountain bandits. All deserve to die. After he finished speaking, Lin Bei coldly looked at the silver-beard supreme being. Including you. Lin Bei said this. The crowd present sucked in a breath of cold air. Between martial arts supreme beings, such a tit for tat, they still saw for the first time in their lives. Chapter 144 Power of Martial Extreme. Lin Bei's strength was beyond the Silver-Beard Supreme's expectations. He didn't think that Lin Bei would still have so much backbone within the territory of the Yu state. But, the Silver-Beard Supreme was after all a martial Dao Supreme, a martial artist who had gone to the extreme of the martial Dao. In the face of Lin Bei's forcefulness, he instead had a monstrous battle intent flashing in his eyes. Good. It seems that the heroes of the world see the same thing. Tone down. Supreme Ginsu took a deep breath. As he exhaled, there was a hint of white spirituality overflowing from his orifices. This was exactly the posture of a martial supreme being about to strike. It was different compared to the martial Dao Heavenly Kings unfolding the martial domain. A martial supreme can use his martial will to reach some kind of resonance with the heavens and earth, incorporating all the power of the heavens and earth into himself before fighting, accomplishing a gesture similar to the unity of heaven and man. It's the martial arts supremacy. Back to the basics. Because of this, when the Supreme Being is angry, it is like the sky collapsing. Old me. Since I was young with my fists, I created the sea-breaking fist technique, thinking that one day, I would be able to open mountains and break the sea. The Silver-Beard Supreme said indifferently. Today, I would like to ask for your guidance. At this moment, the Ginsu Supreme Beard was completely different from his previous stance of letting out harsh words. Because, the martial artist understands. Tough talk is ultimately lip-smacking and fighting for the right to speak. Instead, today, it's all about seeing the real thing in your hands. Coincidence? Lin Bei said indifferently. This seat, too, is slightly skilled in boxing. The silver-bearded Supreme Being's pupils condensed as his eyes gazed at Lin Bei. Oh, if that's the case, it's also interesting. Then let the old man, to try your honor's caddy. After saying that, the silver-beard Supreme asked indifferently. Do you know, your excellency, how the world's martial arts can remain unbroken? After saying that, without waiting for Lin Bei to open his mouth, the Silverbeard Supreme, asked himself a question. The martial arts of this world, only the fastest. The moment the words fell, a white light cut through the sky as the Silverbeard Supreme being blasted his fist at Lin Bei with a speed that surprisingly exceeded the blink of an eye. Zhang Teng, who was not far away, saw the moment the Silverbeard Supreme being struck. His pupils condensed. In a trance, he seemed to see that there was a man standing before the mountains and the sea, cutting off that Songhai with a single punch. So strong, is this the martial Tao Supreme? The martial intent even makes people hallucinate. Facing the punch that turned complexity into simplicity, spiritual energy instantly began to surge between Lin Bei's surrounding orifices. His aura, almost instantly, skyrocketed. Tao rhythms began to start flowing above the Tao body. This was precisely the sign of the Nine Yang Tao technique. The second yang exerted. The moment. Lin Bei was undaunted by the fist of the broken sea that the Silverbeard Supreme being blasted at him, and he directly met it with a punch without flashing or avoiding it. That punch, to the heart and to the yang, mass and I, the anode warfare. In a matter of moments, the two fists instantly clashed together, and a terrifying might directly swept through the surroundings. Wherever it passed, the surface of the mountains and rocks were directly shattered by the airwaves generated by this aftermath, and the grass and trees even turned into pieces as if they were being harvested. The mountains below all shook violently directly due to the aftershocks of this collision. The Silverbeard Supreme clearly did not expect that the person in front of him was so hard that he chose to resist his punch. Not only that, but what's the most outrageous thing? He threw this punch. Surprisingly, it was really topped by a punch from the opposite side, and even he could feel that the other side's fist was a little bit stronger than him. However, without waiting for the Silverbeard Supreme beast to be surprised, Lin Bei's attacks came one after another. Each punch's force very rigid. Both sides exchanged at least dozens of punches in a short period of time. The more he fought, the more shocked the Silverbeard Supreme became within his heart. Why was a martial Tao Supreme so much stronger than a martial Tao Heavenly King? It was because of the martial Supreme, which honed every inch of flesh and blood to the extreme. The fusion of true Qi, martial intent, martial potential, and martial domains eventually transformed into the power of the Supreme Martial Extreme. Martial Extreme Power, being able to instantly resonate with the heavens and earth, incorporating the power in the heavens and earth into itself. Once the stance was performed, it was like brilliant heavenly power. The reason why a martial Tao Supreme would not easily strike was because it was extremely difficult to condense the power of the martial extremity, and each time the power of the martial extremity was depleted it would need to take a massive amount of time to recondense. It was because of this that Supreme Ginsu would execute the martial art breaking in an instant, wanting to use his power to suppress Lin Bei to quickly separate the winners from the losers. However, things don't work out the way they're supposed to. Not only did Lin Bei harden against his attacks, he even countered each punch almost to the extent of his breaking. He had to deal with it with all his might. This high intensity of confrontation gradually caused the Silverbeard Supreme to feel a bit overwhelmed, and the power of the martial extremity in his body was rapidly depleting. Moreover, as the battle continued to exchange blows, Supreme Ginsu could feel that Lin Bei's punches were incredibly subtle. It was as if it was one with heaven and earth. Not only was it the most rigid in yang, but it was also continuous. As the exchanges continued, the strengths and weaknesses of the exchanges between the two sides began to become clear. Almost everyone realized that the Dojo Lord was pressing down on the Ginsu Supreme Being. Granted, there is a back and forth. However, it was obvious that Lin Bei's attack was even more violent, and the Silverbeard Supreme was on the defensive almost the entire time. Actually, with this kind of high-intensity exchange, in almost a few breaths, Lin Bei would exhaust all the spiritual energy in the three chakras. But Lin Bei didn't care. This was because, before the duel, he had searched for a very heaven-defying battle method by deducing the battle. That is, utilizing the subtlety of the multitude of wonderful vomiting method, directly swallowing a large number of spirit return pills, and he wrapped it in spiritual energy to prevent the Tao body from digesting it. While fighting, one constantly separated a grain of spirit recovery pill from the dantian and digested it, to achieve maintaining peak battle power at all times. This was the extremely demonic fighting style after the Taiji vomiting method had fused with the multi-myriad vomiting method. Although the martial supreme was extremely strong, in the midst of the deduction, the combined strength was equivalent to the combat power after the 12 chakras were complete. It might be a little stronger with martial arts, but so what? Lin Bei's second yang of the 9 Yang Dao technique, which doubled his increased combat power, had almost increased his strength to the point where nearly all 10 chakras were opened. Together with the outbreak of the Young Pole battle technique, which directly doubled, his combat power was equivalent to opening around 20 chakras. The only drawback was that the consumption was huge, and in a fully stacked state, the power would almost run out in a few breaths. But
Lin Bei possessed a large amount of extreme spirit recovery pills, and with the addition of the multi-miraculous exhalation method, the thing he was most unafraid of was consumption. Granted, this is extremely burdensome for the Dao body. However, Lin Bei's Taiji vomiting method has fused with Tainyo's peripheral heavenly orifices vomiting method, and the Dao body is extremely strong. Even if the burden is extremely great, it can last for a long time. This is the exclusive fighting method that belongs to Lin Bei. It's also a reflection of Lin Bei's heritage. The Taiji spitting method has broken the limit many times, not just adding to the speed of cultivation. The increase in combat power is reflected in this moment. The Taiji vomiting method, which embraced all things, and the Zongmiao vomiting method with the elixir, extended to provide spiritual power support. And the Dao body quenched by the peripheral heavenly orifice vomiting method was more than capable of supporting this kind of counterintuitive elixir replenishment. The current Lin Bei didn't need to cower at all when he fought. His depth, at the moment, was enough to sustain him in a fight, a high-intensity peak confrontation. Chapter 145, Cutting off the Tianlang mountain range. The battle between Lin Bei and the Silver-Beard Supreme Being gradually entered a white-hot confrontation. The Silver-Beard Supreme Being's breaths were starting to become short as they exchanged blows, and his face gradually became ugly. His strength was not generalized amongst the martial Dao Supreme Beings, and he had fought many martial Dao Supreme Beings. He, however, had never seen an opponent like Lin Bei before. Once the fight is over, the move is the pinnacle. This intensity is simply pulled full. Once there is any slack, it will immediately fall into a huge disadvantage. The person in front of me seems to be completely unconcerned about the consumption of the power of the martial extreme. At first, Supreme Being Ginsu thought that Lin Bei was intentionally fighting hard, trying to overpower him. However, as he kept exchanging blows, he realized that Lin Bei truly didn't care about the consumption of martial extreme power. Damn! This madman! Consuming the power of martial extremity like this. How long do you need to cultivate to make up for it? Doesn't want to cultivate further? Doesn't want to break through to martial saint? Finally, the more Ginsu Supreme fought, the more emboldened he became. The Silver-Beard Supreme understood that if he continued to consume, his martial extremity power would be exhausted and his life would even be in danger. Spell it out. In a blink of an eye, the Ginsu Supreme Being instantly disappeared from the spot, and almost in the blink of an eye, he folded back behind Lin Bei. The moment, Lin Bei even had trouble reacting. This scene caused the Gaiyu Heavenly King below to look delighted. Supreme Ginsu is casting his bottom-loading body technique, Aurora Flash Escape. Here's your chance. Almost simultaneously, the Silver-Beard Supreme's surefire strike, intercepting the sky and shocking the sea, directly blasted out. The might of this punch was extremely terrifying, and the moment the punch was blasted out, the mountains of several high mountains where the wind of the punch passed through were shattered by the wind of the punch. In an instant, this punch directly smashed into Lin Bei's back heart. However, in this instant, an intense golden light surged forth, transforming into a barrier that directly blocked the strike. This is none other than the anode shield. Boo! A loud sound came out and Lin Bei's entire body was shaken back several steps. That's right, it's just being shaken back a few steps only. This was the power of the perfected Yang Polarity Shield, which was extremely effective against such explosive attacks. What? The overwhelming blow fell short, and the Silver-Beard Supreme's face changed abruptly. The person in front of him is simply offensive and defensive. In his eyes, what was the most outrageous thing about Lin Bei? Not only was his boxing strong, but he actually knew this kind of weird defense martial art? For a moment, a thought rose within the silver-haired Supreme Being. Him, not a match for the person in front of him. The moment this thought rose, it was directly captured by Lin Bei in an instant. The reason why a martial Dao Supreme was so strong and powerful was because of the unshakable will of the martial Dao. Lin Bei had tried to take the lead in casting the surprising God thrust against the Silver-Beard Supreme in his deduction. However, because the martial will of a martial Supreme was extremely terrifying, coupled with the fact that the true Qi, martial intent, martial potential, and martial domain were completely integrated into the body to form the power of martial extremity, and a large amount of heaven and earth's power was incorporated. Therefore, the defense of a martial body of a martial Dao Supreme was terrifying. The surprising God stab was simply unable to penetrate the Silver-Beard Supreme's martial body. But at the moment, Ginsu Supreme faltered. What does that mean? The opportunity to cast the thrilling God stab came. With almost no hesitation, Lin Bei instantly drained all the spiritual energy from his body, and spiritual rhythms flowed in his eyes. The moment the four eyes met, the surprising God stab was instantly unleashed. Sure enough, this momentary faltering directly allowed Lin Bei to take advantage of the situation. The surprising God spike instantly rushed into the mind of the Silver-Beard Supreme Being. In a flash, the Silver-Bearded Supreme Being's eyes were lifeless and in a trance. Almost simultaneously,
above Lin Bei's arms. Black and white chi directly surrounded them as he instantly executed the Taiji seal. Just, this time, the Taiji seal was obviously different from the previous one, in which the aura of supreme rigidity and yang was obviously a few points more intense. Obviously it was because of the increase in the Yangji battle method. In the meantime, an unimaginable pressure instantly enveloped the Skywolf mountain range. Almost everyone sensed that a deadly aura was cutting through the sky and coalescing above the heavens. Next, a giant palm about thousands of meters in size cut through the sky and descended from the heavens. It was like the mighty power of heaven. This is the spell. As the Taiji spitting technique broke the limit more times, the more spiritual energy was injected into it, the more powerful it became. This giant hand. What is it? Did the martial saint make a move? Many martial artists in the Tianlang mountain range were all dumbfounded. The moment the situation at the Xianyu Heavenly King's compound suddenly appeared in the mind of the Gaiyu Heavenly King. The place where the Xianyu Heavenly King died seemed to be in the form of a palm. At this moment, he instantly understood. The one that killed the Xianyu Heavenly King should be this kind of giant palm. What martial art is this? How so strong? The Gaiyu Heavenly King was horrified inwardly. He then fiercely looked at the Silver-Beard Supreme. It's useless. How fast are martial Dao Supreme Beings? Especially Silver-Beard Supreme Beings? This palm is flashy but not real. It can't suppress the martial Dao Supreme. Ginsu Supreme can easily avoid it. This thought collapsed as the Gaiyu Heavenly King saw the state of the Silver-Beard Supreme Being at this moment. Because, at this moment, the Silver-Beard Supreme, even as if he had lost his soul, his eyes were godless, as if he had wandered off. What happened to Ginsu Supreme? His mental state is not right? If not for the fact that the martial body is still vigorous, the Gaiyu Heavenly King even felt that the Silver-Beard Supreme was an old man who had lost his soul. The moment. Looking at the gigantic palm whose power was constantly skyrocketing, a thought that had never appeared before appeared in the mind of the Heavenly King of Gaiyu. Ginsu Supreme may be losing. To know, between martial supreme beings, even if they fought ferociously, they would seldom be able to distinguish a winner from a loser. More or less, they would leave some face for the other party. And of course, this was also for the sake of preserving the power of the martial extremity. As soon as the opponent backs down, the fight is usually over. As a result, there were few defeats between martial supreme beings, but at the moment, if the Ginsu Supreme Being were to eat this strike, he was afraid that he would be defeated head-on. In a jiffy, the giant palm fell. The moment the huge palm pressed down, Supreme Inshu came back to his senses. Only, the moment he returned to his senses, what he saw was this huge palm that covered the sky. Boo! The giant palm fell. It directly and fiercely slapped in the middle of the Skywolf mountain range. One time, the entire Tianlang mountain range shook as if it had suffered an earthquake. The Gaiyu Heavenly King looked dumbfounded at the place where he was slapped by the huge palm. The Tianwolf mountain range was originally the border between Yuzhou and Sangzhou. At this moment, it was unexpectedly cut off by a palm. How possible is this? Simply too strong. A palm cut off the Skywolf mountain range, directly causing the people within the Skywolf mountain range to turn white with fear. The moment. Zhang Tang was also extremely shocked inwardly when he saw this terrifying strike. Originally, he felt that his Taiji seal was already powerful enough, but at this moment, compared to Lin Bei, it was nothing. Is this the strength of the Dojo Lord? The pudgy-haired old man who had been rescued looked at the scene in front of him in a state of infatuation. The martial Heavenly King, in his eyes, was already strong enough to only look up to, but at this moment, the Lord of the Dojo that hangs in mid-air, in his eyes, is simply God. At this moment, many people unanimously looked in the direction of the Silver-Beard Supreme. They wanted to know that Supreme Ginsu had eaten the blow. Are you still alive? Chapter 146 Heavenly King Resists Mountain. The shaking of the Tianlang mountain range gradually stopped. Ginsu Supreme was buried by layers of falling rocks. At this point, the pile of falling rocks, suddenly a boulder moved, followed by piles of boulders suddenly exploding. The Silver-Beard Supreme's appearance was extremely miserable. Blood seeped from the corners of his mouth, and his left arm drooped and swayed as it was directly shattered from hard resistance to the Taiji seal. After he rushed out of the pile of rubble, he barely hesitated and directly transformed into a white light, rushing towards the hinterland of Yuzhou. The Gaiyu Heavenly King's face turned white when he saw this scene. He understands. The Silver-Beard Supreme, at this moment, was like a lost dog, directly abandoning them and directly fleeing in defeat. At this point, Lin Bei glanced at the Gaiyu Heavenly King. Release the hostages and spare your life. The Gaiyu Heavenly King was as if he had been pardoned, and hurriedly said, please don't worry, Lin Field Master. Lin Bei didn't talk nonsense. Instead, he glanced at the fleeing Silver-Beard Supreme, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. In the next second, he directly rose up in the air and chased after him. The Gaiyu Heavenly King chilled inwardly when he saw this. He had originally thought that Lin Bei wouldn't continue to chase after him when he saw the Silver-Beard Supreme being fleeing. After all, he had entered the hinterland of the Yu State after crossing the Skywolf mountain range. But Lin Bei's choice was out of his expectation. Seeing the Silver-Bearded Supreme Heavenly King fleeing, he even chased after him at the first time, which is simply to cut off the roots. It was already rare for supreme beings to engage in a tit-for-tat battle, and it was even rarer to see a big fight. Nowadays it's even rarer to chase after someone even to escape. The Gaiyu Heavenly King was inwardly terrified. Lord of the Dojo, this is also too hard. At this point, a martial artist beside Heavenly King Gaiyu couldn't help but ask, what do we do? He has already left us alive. Why don't you hurry up and release them? Gaiyu Heavenly King said in a hurry. Lord of the Dojo, not even letting the Ginsu Supreme Being escape to the hinterland of the Yuzhou, wanting to cut off the roots and defy him. Do you want to die? The man was greatly shaken, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Zheng Tang and the others. The Gaiyu Heavenly King glanced at Zheng Tang, who was not far away, and smiled sarcastically. Please wait for a moment. We will immediately release all of them. On top of that, the mountain bandits associated with the kidnapping of the Chun family lord, we in Yuzhou will not sit idly by and will definitely uncover them and execute all of them. Who all know Gaiyu Heavenly King? In fact, is the mountain bandits backing? But at the moment, Gaiyu Heavenly King directly made cutting. His words were tantamount to also identifying himself, stating that he was a Heavenly King stationed here by the people of Yuzhou, and had nothing to do with the mountain bandits. Zheng Tang, see through, not to say. Previously, the Gaiyu Heavenly King was furious to avenge Xianyu Heavenly King, but now he was treating him, the object of his revenge, with respect. It was exactly the same as that of King Luo Jingtian. This world is to reason. Fist is reason. At this time, a Zongshire-level martial artist behind Heavenly King Gaiyu suddenly said, Heavenly King, this Tian Wolf mountain range has been cut off by 100 meters. How can those hostages get over? The Gaiyu Heavenly King froze, and when he looked at the truncated Skywolf mountain range, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as well. How hard can it be? Let the hidden mountain Heavenly King and the others join me. Carry some mountain rocks and build a path. The man was confused by this statement. How noble is the King of Heaven? Heavenly King resisting mountains paving the way. This kind of thing. I'm afraid that's all we'll see today at this time of year. In the meantime, on the other side, the silver-bearded supreme being who was fleeing in a white light had an extremely ugly face. At this moment, he was extremely injured, if not for the fact that in the end, he used his sea-breaking stance, coupled with the cost of scrapping an arm and a serious injury to his entire martial body, to harden against this strike. He was afraid that he would be directly killed by that slap. Damn it! If I didn't know the martial body unloading technique, which unloaded the vast majority of the force, that palm would have directly slapped me to death. The Lord of the Dojo, to be so strong? This time, the old man guarding the Skywolf mountain range has simply lost a lot of money. The more he thinks about it, the more he suffocates. Silverbeard Supreme originally thought that this time, when he guarded the Tian Wolf mountain range, he could harvest a large amount of wealth, and it was a fat job. I didn't realize that it was going to be a deadly errand. Just when Supreme Ginsu thought it was safe, his face suddenly changed drastically. He jerked his head around to look, only to see that Lin Bei had actually directly crossed the Skywolf mountain range and chased him into the territory of Yuzhou. What? The Silverbeard Supreme was stunned. Surprisingly, chasing in? After Supreme Inshu heard that the dojo wasn't affiliated with the three major powers, he had long known that Lin Bei was a ruthless person. But now, he realized that it was simply more than ruthless. How dare you chase them into the territory of Yuzhou? This is simply not putting the Yuzhou in the eyes. Lin Bei's air riding technique was extremely fast. As the Silverbeard Supreme being was stunned, Lin Bei was getting closer and closer to him. An invisible feeling of suffocation made even Ginsu Supreme, a martial supreme, feel that it was difficult to breathe. This is going to kill me? Why? I've already lost face. And he's even going so far as to spend a large amount of martial extreme power to kill me? What does he figure? The Silverbeard Supreme was extremely stifled inwardly. But at this moment, he was also forced to perform a body stance stunt, expending the power of the martial extreme to escape. Only, without escaping far, Lin Bei quickly chased after him. The Silverbeard Supreme was inwardly horrified. Damn it, even if my Aurora Flash escape is extremely fast, I can't get rid of it. The Aurora Flash escape consumes too much martial extreme power. I can't last long. When he thought of this, Supreme Ginsu looked at the soon-to-be approaching Lin Bei and held back the blood. Dojo Lord, I've already lost and fled in a sorry state. Why are you still chasing me? Do you really want to drive me to extinction?
Lin Bei sniffed and sneered. When I was in the Tian Wolf mountain range, I wanted to take away the hostages.
Your Excellency stopped me. How? Open the war and still want to gently unveil? You can fight when you want to, and leave when you want to. Where in the world is such a good thing?
You have the right to start a war,
but when it ends is up to you. The Ginsu Supreme Beard sniffed and inwardly repented.
He really wanted to smack himself a few times. When Lin Bei wanted to save the people,
just let him save them. What's the harm in selling Lin Bei a face? On the contrary, he is pretentious,
and feels that he has fallen into the face of the Yujo,
and he is blatantly striking out.
Now that he had provoked this ruthless person,
Lin Bei,
Supreme Beard of the Silver Beard, regretted it.
In the meantime, the territory of Yuzhou, a heavenly king of martial Dao,
who was leading a team in an adventure, seemed to have an awareness to look towards the sky, and then his face changed drastically. It's a supreme being passing by.
What's going on with such a lack of austerity? Is the supreme being angry? Preparing to suppress a party?
The crowd looked on.
Another martial Dao always couldn't help but say, Heavenly King, that person seems to be the legendary Silverbeard Supreme? Who has provoked him?
As he spoke, the pupils of that martial Dao Heavenly King stared. He saw the silver-bearded Supreme Being's miserable appearance at the moment,
and immediately after, Lin Bei's figure fell into his eyes. This is Ginsu Supreme Being hunted down again? My goodness!
When did the martial Dao Supreme Being become so immortal? This martial Heavenly King was stunned.
Chapter 147, Killing into the Hinterland.
Lin Bei sensed that someone was observing and his eyes swept over. That martial Heavenly King instantly detected Lin Bei's eyes.
In a split second,
this martial Heavenly King only felt his scalp tingle as he hurriedly lowered his head.
Don't look at it.
Matters between martial arts supreme beings.
Less talkative. Hurry up and bow your head.
The crowd was scared and bowed their heads. How could they dare to look at a ruthless man who dared to kill the Silverbeard Supreme Being?
How dare they look at him?
At this very moment, Silverbeard Supreme didn't dare to be careless.
Usually in order to accumulate the power of martial extremity, he was stingy and didn't go out easily. Nowadays, the power of martial extremity was generally exerted frantically for almost no money.
Pust. On his way to flee, the Silverbeard Supreme could not help but spray a mouthful of blood due to his injuries. If it wasn't for the strength of the supreme martial body,
I'm afraid that it wouldn't have been able to support it. Damn, could it be that old me? I'm really going to die here today? An uneasy thought flashed within the Silverbeard Supreme. Right at this moment, a peak appeared in his eyes, a peak that was like a sharp sword, hanging upside down from the dome of the sky,
with an extraordinary power. This is where the Heavenly Sword Supreme Being's retreat is. Saved. A hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the Silverbeard Supreme, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw.
Even yelled out, Heavenly Sword Supreme, save me.
This statement was made above the peak of the Heavenly Sword Mountain. Many people from the clans revealed puzzled expressions.
Someone is asking the Supreme Being for help? Could I have heard it wrong? Why do I feel like I'm hearing the voice of Supreme Ginsu?
Many of the Heavenly Sword Supreme's clansmen were puzzled.
High above the mountains,
the Heavenly Sword Supreme opened his eyes violently.
Ginsu Supreme? He's asking for help? What's going on? With doubt,
a matchless sword chi surged above the Heavenly Sword Supreme's mountain peak.
In the next second, a figure that seemed like a swordlight directly flew out. Soon,
he then saw the woeful figure of Supreme Ginsu.
What?
The Heavenly Sword Supreme was inwardly shocked. He didn't expect that just after seeing the Silverbeard Supreme, he would find that the Silverbeard Supreme was severely injured and was being chased.
Save me, he's from the Tsangzhou. I was defeated in the Skywolf mountain range and he even chased me over to stop him. Such kindness, I will remember it in my heart.
The Ginsu Supreme Being passed by the Heavenly Sword Supreme Being at great speed and left behind a sentence. The Heavenly Sword Supreme froze, then looked directly in Lin Bei's direction and instinctively blocked in front of the Silverbeard Supreme, ready to temporarily stop Lin Bei. After all, the Silverbeard Supreme was extremely powerful, much more powerful than him, and if he had saved his life, then his Heavenly Sword Supreme status would be raised amongst the Supreme Beings.
So, he immediately spoke. Your Excellency is from Tsangzhou. Why do you need to show off in my Yuzhou?
Spare the people where they can be spared.
However, Lin Bei didn't give him any face.
Facing the Heavenly Sword Supreme, who was preparing to block himself, he directly shouted angrily,
Get out! Death to those who block the way.
There was a strong killing intent in this stormy cry. After the Heavenly Sword Supreme saw the intense killing aura in Lin Bei's eyes,
his entire body instantly tightened up.
He instantly realized that this person who was chasing down the Silverbeard Supreme was a ruthless person. He really wanted to kill Supreme Ginsu.
Definitely not a joke. At this moment,
the Heavenly Sword Supreme woke up with a jolt. His strength was completely no match for the Silverbeard Supreme.
And this person was chasing after the Silver-Beard Supreme. How could he be an opponent? In a flash, the Heavenly Sword Supreme instantly figured it out. Don't dare to keep blocking. After all, this is a ruthless person who dared to chase into the Dojo and hunt down the Silver-Beard Supreme. If he really angered this person, I am afraid that the unlucky one will be him. At this moment, the Heavenly Sword Supreme made a choice. He silently retreated to the side, not daring to block the way. This scene caused the clansmen of the Heavenly Sword Supreme within the Heavenly Sword Mountain Peak to look at each other in dismay. How could they not have expected that the Heavenly Sword Supreme, who was incomparably strong and stood at the peak of martial artists in their minds, surprisingly, being backed off with a word? Seeing this, the Silver-Beard Supreme felt only numbness in his scalp, cursing the Heavenly Sword Supreme for being spineless while at the same time, he actually understood the Heavenly Sword Supreme somewhat. After all, this Dojo Lord, chasing and killing his way into the territory of Dojo, was truly too ruthless. Lin Bei, it was really abrupt of me to strike out at you in the Skywolf mountain range. I apologize to you for my mistake. Can I leave a way out? Why would your excellency need to waste your martial extreme power to hunt down and kill old husband? Old me doesn't deserve you to waste your martial extreme power. Finally, the Ginsu Supreme, who had wanted to be strong all his life, lowered his honorable head at this moment. Wimped out. However, Lin Bei didn't pay the slightest bit of attention to the Silver-Beard Supreme, and even raised his speed, completely acting as if he wanted to behead the Silver-Beard Supreme. The Ginsu Supreme being secretly screamed in agony. One could only harden his head and stimulate the potential of his martial body to smother his head and escape. A column of incense later, the Silver-Beard Supreme saw in the distance a huge city that was extremely prosperous. Up ahead is the territory of the Nine Spectres Academy. There's help. The Nine Phenomena Academy, within the territory of the U State, was an extremely famous academy, belonging to one of the 10 great academies. Within the academy, there were at least 4 supreme beings. With hardly any hesitation, Supreme Ginsu roared, "Just there are the martial friends of the academy. I am the Silver-Beard Supreme. When I was guarding the Tian Wolf mountain range, I fought with the Lord of the Dojo, and now that I've lost the battle, I've been hunted down and killed here, so please save my life." Supreme Inshu's voice was like thunder. It instantly reverberated throughout the entire giant city. In a split second, in the giant city of the Nine Sepulchre Academy, all of the many martial artists revealed looks of shock. What? Supreme Ginsu is being hunted? My god, the Tianlang mountain range? It's some distance away from here. Actually killed here? The Lord of the Dojo. Just who is he? How could he be so vicious? Chasing and killing his way into our Dojo territory? Will the Supreme also be defeated in battle and hunted down, or even asked to be saved? The crowd was shocked beyond belief. Supreme, in their eyes, that was an unattainable existence. When the Supreme Being was angry, it was as if the heavens were crumbling. Nowadays, Silver-Beard Supreme, this fearful veteran powerhouse among the Supreme Beings, is even asking for help? In this era, Supreme Beings flipped tit for tat are not many. Now the silver-bearded Supreme Beings ask for help. Too shocking. Many martial artists in the giant city called out live long time to see. The Lord of the Dojo was also imprinted into the minds of the crowd at this moment. Just as the crowd was greatly shaken, within the Nine Spectres Academy, an angry shout suddenly came out. Don't worry Supreme Ginsu, I've come to help you. How dare you kill into the hinterland of Dojo? The master of the dojo is too unbridled. Do you really think I have no one in Dojo? Accompanied by an angry shout, a silhouette that rose up into the sky, almost simultaneously. 4 figures directly stopped behind Supreme Inshu, blocking Lin Bei. Lin Bei also stopped immediately and fixed his eyes on the 4 people. The Silver-Beard Supreme, seeing that Lin Bei was actually looking straight at the 4 Supreme Beings without the slightest thought of retreating, his pupils couldn't help but condense slightly as an unbelievable thought flashed through his heart. This ruthless man, facing the 4 Supreme Beings, and he's still not leaving? Under these circumstances, not even giving up on him? Chapter 148, Death to those who block the way. The 4 Supreme Beings blocked the way. The Ginsu Supreme Being also gained a few guts. Lin Bei, Jiu Academy, Martial Arts Academy, Literature Academy. The head and vice dean of the 2 academies are here. Why waste the power of the martial extreme? It's better to settle a grievance than to tie it up. Before it was the old man who was abrupt. Why don't you just fade away? How about the grudge is cleared? This statement was made. The 4 Supreme Beings of the Nine Sephiroth Academy froze, and there was something unimaginable about them as they looked at the silver-bearded Supreme Beings. The 4 Supreme Beings joined forces. Ginsu Supreme, this veteran powerhouse, surprisingly, is conceding? In a split second, the 4 Supreme Beings of the Nine Sephiroth Academy immediately realized that the person in front of them was by no means easy to deal with. You're going to stop me? Lin Bei surveyed the 4 people in front of him. 2 of them had an aura equal to that of the Silverbeard Supreme. One of them was weaker, while the other was a few points stronger than the Silverbeard Supreme, and his aura seemed to have reached the peak level of the early stage of the Martial Dao Supreme. What is the grudge between Your Excellency and Supreme Ginsu? Why are you shouting and fighting? It's not easy for everyone to accumulate martial extreme power, so why waste it for an inconsequential fight? The Dean of the Martial Academy, that is, the one with the strongest aura of the 9 Sepulchre Academy, spoke directly. Lin Bei didn't say anything, just quietly sizing up the 4, looking as if they were thinking, but in reality, they were frantically deducing. At this point, the Silverbeard Supreme Father hurriedly said, "All of you do not know. I was only guarding the Tian Wolf Mountain Range when I saw that the Lin Field Master had killed within the Tian Wolf Mountain Range, and did not give us the face of the Yu State in the slightest, so I stepped in to cut the 4 Supreme Beings of the 9 Sephiroth Academy were slightly stunned at his words. Only that? He killed his way into Yuzhou? Supreme Inshu, this matter can be clearly stated, and cannot be concealed. The Silverbeard Supreme was bitter. It's really true. If I were to take offense, it would be that I blocked him when he was rescuing people in the Skywolf Mountain Range. That's all? That's all. The Silverbeard Supreme hurriedly assured. I merely took the lead in starting the war, but now I don't have the right to stop the war. This statement was made. The Dean of the Martial Academy frowned slightly. The 3 major powers of Sangzhou don't care? The Silverbeard Supreme was stunned and hurriedly said bitterly. Their dojo is not affiliated with the 3 great powers. The 4 great experts of the 9 Sephiroth Academy froze and immediately understood something. Ginsu Supreme. He is taking you to set an example. How could Ginsu Supreme not know this? It's just, he doesn't want to admit it. After all, he was the martial arts supreme of Yuzhou. Surprisingly, it was used to make an example of someone as an object of authority? 2. Shame. At this point, the head of the Martial Arts Academy of the 9 Spectres Academy looked towards Lin Bei. Your Excellency has already established your authority by killing your way into Yuzhou. As the saying goes, where there is forgiveness, there is also forgiveness. The Silverbeard Supreme Being has already admitted defeat, so why be aggressive? Why don't you just retreat? Obviously, even if the 4 great experts were present, the 9 Spectres Academy didn't want to make a move. After all, it was not easy to accumulate the power of martial extremity, and between martial supreme beings, they had always been able to keep their hands off each other. To fight to such an extent that the Ginsu Supreme Being begged for help was already rare. Right at this moment, Lin Bei suddenly spoke. Get out! He who stops me dies. The moment these words came out, the Silverbeard Supreme's pupils condensed. This was the 4 Supreme Beings of the 9 Sepulchre Academy. Lin Bei was, surprisingly, so arrogant? What did you say? The head of the Martial Academy of the 9 Sephiroth's Academy's eyes flashed and flickered as a monstrous aura surged. The entire sky, the storm clouds, seemed to be changing color. Your Excellency, it's too arrogant. The martial supreme powerhouses of the 9 Sephiroth Academy opened their mouths. At this moment, Lin Bei let out a cold snort. If not, below is the 9 Spectres Academy. There are many innocent people. This seat does not want to affect the innocent. Do you think this seat will talk nonsense with you? Lin Bei said extremely forcefully. Asterisk 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 off. Don't be ignorant. The 4 Supreme Beings of the 9 Sephiroth Academy were immediately exasperated and laughed. Fine, fine, Master of the Dojo, right? Today, you won't be able to leave. Arrogant to the core. To think that you don't put our 9 Spectres Academy in your eyes. In a split second, among the 4 from the 9U Academy, they directly drew their weapons. The Dean of the Martial Arts Academy with the strongest aura among them flung his spear in his hand, and his strong aura even swept away the white clouds in the sky. The weapons of the Vice Dean and the 2 Supreme Beings from the House of Letters were likewise long spears. Obviously, gunplay within the 9 Spectres Academy is a masterpiece. This Lin Field Master, what exactly is his backbone that he wants to fight one against for? Seeing the scene in front of him, the Ginsu Supreme Being suddenly flashed a trace of uneasiness within his heart for some unknown reason. The moment, below the 9 Sepulchre Academy, a piercing bell suddenly rang out. The bell rings. Just about all the people in the giant city with the Academy were panicking. The Supreme Being is going to fight? My God! Our 9 Spectres Academies for Supreme Beings have come out in full force, and that person who was chasing and killing the Silverbeard Supreme Being actually wants to make a move? Quickly! Retreat into the evacuation tunnel. The moment. Sky above. The atmosphere was extremely tense between Lin Bei and the 4 Supreme Beings of the 9 Spectres Academy. The Dean of the Martial Academy coldly looked at Lin Bei. Your Excellency did not make a move. I think you must also be waiting for the people below to evacuate. It seems that Your Excellency is also not a person who likes to kill. If your excellency changes your mind and leaves now, we will not stop you. Lin Bei sniffed and didn't reply. He just smiled faintly. The biggest reason why he didn't make a move, besides not wanting to affect innocent people, was that he was waiting for the blazing sun in the sky to rise a few points? For no other reason. While he was chasing down the Silver-Beard Supreme, in his mind, a joyful message suddenly came to him. Nyo Air and the Red Dragon finally comprehended the Yin-Yang transformation Dao spitting method. Almost at the same time, Lin Bei obtained all the knowledge of the Yin-Yang transformation Dao vomiting technique perfection and blended it into the Taiji vomiting technique directly. His Taiji spitting method also directly broke the limit for the 6th time as a result. What's the most important thing? Lin Bei's Taiji vomiting method possessed an extremely special ability after it had been integrated into the Yin-Yang transformation Dao vomiting method. That is, you can use the essence of the sun and the moon to enhance your combat power. Nowadays, the sun shines brightly. He will be stronger and stronger. According to Lin Bei's estimation, the Yin-Yang transformation Dao spitting method contains the subtlety of the Dao giving birth to 1, 1 to 2, and 2 to 3. So, borrowing the power of the essence of the sun and moon, if it was at its peak, it could even directly skyrocket 3 times its battle power. Theoretically, after Lin Bei had utilized the 9 Yang Dao technique and the Yang Pole battle technique, his combat power had skyrocketed, and he had the strength of close to 20 chakra spirit power. Now in drawing on the power of the sun and moon essences, if it was in its peak state, it would have directly skyrocketed to the extent of 70 to 80 chakras of spiritual power. Because of this, even with 1 against 4, by deduction, he was also winning. The moment the 4 supreme beings of the 9 Spectres Academy saw Lin Bei's indifferent smile, looking at each other, both saw irritation in the other's eyes. At this point, Lin Bei looked up at Lai Yang and then at the 4 supreme beings of the 9 Sephiroth Academy. Faintly, he opened his mouth. Now, this seat gives you one last choice. Either get out, either war. It's just that if you choose to go to war, it's not up to you when it ends. This statement was made. The Silver-Beard Supreme instantly felt his scalp go numb. It was as if that dormant memory had suddenly been pried open by the words. Chapter 149, 1 against 4. Lin Bei's strength directly blocked any room for détente between the two sides. In the sky above the 9 Sepulchre Academy, the 4 deans of the civil and military academies had extremely unsightly faces. They hadn't expected that Lin Bei would still be so domineering when he faced their 4 supreme beings. One time, the atmosphere on both sides was extremely tense at once. The 4 supreme beings of the 9 Sephiroth Academy looked at each other, and they all saw a hint of anger in each other's eyes. Lin Bei had killed his way into Yuzhou alone, and had so disregarded them. If they backed down, they would definitely lose face within Yuzhou. Finally, the dean of the Martial Arts Academy of the 9 Sepulchre Academy spoke indifferently. Really want to fight us? Lin Bei coldly grunted and directly gave a deadline. Get lost or fight. This statement was made. Almost all of the 4 great middle of the 9 Spectres Academy were exasperated and laughed. Since you seek death, I will fulfill you. The words just fell. The 4 supreme beings of the 9 Sephiroth Academy instantly stimulated the power of the martial extremity within their bodies. The terrifying aura seemed like 4 indestructible lances running through the sky. The dean of the Martial Arts Academy took the lead with a sweep of his long spear, bringing up a bit of silver on. 3 spears stabbed out in succession, seemingly able to penetrate everything. Lin Bei's pupils condensed as he stepped on the sky and performed the Taiji body technique, seemingly becoming one with heaven and earth. Attacks that seemed to be nowhere to be avoided. But under the Taiji body technique, the shots fell short. After 3 shots, the white clouds behind Lin Bei's back were directly stabbed out with 3 holes. What? Lin Bei actually dodged it? Not far away. The Silver-Beard Supreme's pupils stared. He was extremely shocked inwardly. These 3 shots were the 9 Spectres Academy's township stance. The 3 Spectres strike, and their speed was so fast that even a strong person who had reached the middle stage of Martial Supreme could not dodge them. In the face of this kind of extinction, one could either use the power of the martial extreme to strongly counter it, or block and defend. I'm afraid that dodging past this lightly could only be done by a late-stage martial supreme powerhouse with a transformed saint's body. One moment, Ginsu Supreme realized that there was only one possibility to do so. That is, Lin Bei possesses an extremely demonic combat talent. The moment, looking at Lin Bei, who had dodged the Martial Arts Academy Dean's attack, the 4 supreme beings of the 9 Spectres Academy revealed a look of surprise. Surprise is surprise. The battle had already begun, and the Martial Supreme would not miss the opportunity to attack. The moment the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy struck out, the remaining 3 great martial arts supreme beings struck out almost simultaneously. Their attacks were coordinated with each other and stretched out, precisely the extremely famous spear stances of the 9 Sepulchre Academy. The 4 Jedi gun formation.
Rumor had it that the 4 deans of the 9 Sephiroth's Academy had used this move to repel a mid-stage Wudao Supreme Powerhouse who had nurtured and metamorphosed the power of the martial extremity into the power of the Transformation Saint. In a split second, the gun shadows were heavy, killing from all directions, seemingly weaving a dragnet. However, an amazing scene emerged. Lin Bei, facing such a gun formation, was like a swimming dragon entering the sea, easily avoiding the joint attacks of the 4 supreme beings between his leisurely steps. The scene. The silver-bearded supreme being who looked at him had his scalp tingling. Previously, the fight between him and Lin Bei had been a fistfight, and even though he had fallen into a disadvantage, it seemed to have been a lively fight. At that time Lin Bei had said, he also knows a little bit about boxing. Originally thought it was just humility, but now it seems that Lin Bei is telling the truth. He's really only, marginally, a boxer. Whether it was the terrifying giant palm that descended from the sky, or this body style that was like a swimming dragon, it was not something that he could resist. The Dojo Lord seems to be even stronger. When he fought me in the beginning, is it hard to believe that he was just warming up? The moment the Ginsu Supreme Being chilled inwardly as he looked at Lin Bei, who was surrounded by the 4 supreme beings, an unbelievable thought rose within him. Perhaps even the 4 supreme beings couldn't stop Lin Bei, even might lose. Thinking of this, the Silverbeard Supreme Being turned pale, and without saying anything, he even directly turned around and left. The Dean of the Martial Arts Academy seemed to have sensed the Ginsu Supreme who had fled the battlefield, and although he was dissatisfied inwardly, he didn't think much of it when he thought that the Ginsu Supreme was quite heavily injured. He didn't even realize it. The Ginsu Supreme Being fled the battlefield not because he was overly injured at all, but purely because he was afraid. Gutted. The moment the 4 supreme beings, who could not attack repeatedly, saw that Lin Bei was actually unharmed and seemed to be teasing them, and inwardly they began to get anxious. Finally, the vice president of the Academy of Arts and Letters, because of his anxiety, the frequency of the attack of the 4 Jedi gun formation changed, slightly rushing by 1 point. An extremely slight loophole appeared instantly in the near-perfect gun formation. However, right at this instant, Lin Bei maneuvered the Royal Air technique and his speed instantly skyrocketed. The figure instantly flashed and appeared directly in front of the vice president of the Academy of Arts and Letters. The face of the vice president of the Academy of Arts and Letters changed abruptly. Looking at Lin Bei, who was pressing in from above, an illusion was created in a trance. He only felt that Lin Bei's surroundings seemed to be burning with an aura that was like a blazing sun. In a split second, above Lin Bei's palm, black and white chi surrounded and gathered above his palm. Zheng Nai, the Taiji seal. This move, if used as a long-range attack, could cause the yin and yang chi to merge into the sky, transforming into a giant palm that constantly absorbed the spiritual power of heaven and earth and the surroundings to strengthen its power. But again, it can also come through the body or coalesce above the palm of the hand. When Lin Bei had performed this move at the back of the mountain, he had directly transformed the spiritual energy in his body into black and white chi and condensed it into a Taiji seal and flung it out. Granted, the power was smaller than if it had been transformed into a giant palm, but in this moment, it is much more practical. Shasta. Lin Bei slapped his palm out, aiming straight for the head of the vice president of the Academy of Literature. The vice president of the Academy of Letters only felt a deadly aura coming on. In shock, he quickly crossed his spear to block. Boo! A palm fell. The long spear in the hands of the vice president of the Academy of Letters was actually bent by a palm slap, and the entire person of the vice president of the Academy of Letters was like a meteor. It directly slammed into the 9 Sephiroth Academy. Boo! A loud bang came out. One of the main halls of the towering 9 Pantheon Academy was directly smashed and broken. What a fierce attack! His martial arts should belong to a special school. We have difficulty seeing through his true cultivation, but now this strike, I'm afraid that it possesses the power of a transformed saint. The 3 remaining supreme beings of the 9 Sephiroth Academy's faces changed drastically. What is the power of a transformed saint? To put it bluntly, that was the power of the middle stage of the martial supreme. In the pre-modern stage of the martial Dao supreme, one condenses the true chi, martial intent, martial potential, and martial domain and fuses them into one, transforming them into the power of the martial pole. When a martial Dao supreme nurtures the power of martial extremity and nurtures it until it metamorphoses and undergoes a transcendent change, it is called the power of transformation sainthood, which is a power between the power of martial sainthood and the power of martial extremity. And that, in a nutshell, is the foundation of sanctification. It is also called the middle stage of the martial supreme. After reaching this level, using the power of the transformation saint, he continued to refine the martial body, causing it to undergo a metamorphosis. This is the body of a transformed saint, also called late martial supreme. As long as one reached this realm,
It would be equivalent to having the substance, foundation, and qualifications to participate in the way of the martial saint, and that's exactly why Wudo Supreme almost rarely show up, and even rarely move, because no one wants to waste the power of Wuji. After all, if the power of martial extremity was wasted by 1 point, the possibility of transcendence into sainthood would be 1 point lower. Chapter 150, God's Might is Overwhelming. Nowadays, Vice President of the Academy of Arts and Letters gets a slap on the wrist. Immediately made the 3 remaining supreme beings of the 9 Spectres Academy realize Lin Bei's strength today. Not far. Seeing this, the silver-bearded supreme being who had fled far away, his pupils were even more shrunken, his face turned white with fear, and his escape speed was a few points faster. In the meantime, the 3 remaining supreme beings of the 9 Sephiroth Academy immediately switched their stances and continued to form the 3 Extinction Gun formation. Only, this time, they no longer conserved their martial extreme power. Instead, they frantically urged their martial extreme power to strengthen their stances and attacks. But Lin Bei was still walking idly, and with the addition of the Taiji body technique, he easily dodged through the siege of the 3 martial Dao supreme beings. He is simply unpredictable. Dean, I am afraid that we are going to lose at this rate. In the beginning, why did the 4 Jedi gun formation of the 9 Sephiroth's Academy shake the Yuzhou? It was because, under siege, the 4 pre-supreme experts had repelled and even injured the strongest person in the middle stage of the martial Dao supremacy. But what about today? Their 4 extinction gun formation had been broken, and they attack. Lin Bei surprisingly didn't even block a bit, just relying on his stance to avoid it. And as long as they made an extremely weak mistake, they would immediately be caught by Lin Bei in a counterattack. There is no hope of victory, can only delay. Even once you miss, you immediately take a pounding. This kind of battle pressure made their 3 supreme beings, as if a huge mountain was pressed on their hearts, and because they were unable to form the 4 extreme gun formation, they could only simplify it into the 3 extreme gun formation. The consumption of martial extremity power, once again, skyrocketed, which caused them to have no desire to retreat. This monster, the Dean of the Martial Academy, was also getting chills inside the more they fought. Apart from being heartbroken by the massive depletion of his martial extreme power, he also realized that they really didn't seem to be able to defeat the person in front of them. If it wasn't for the 9 Spectres Academy's superb gun skills, which possessed superb penetrating power, they were afraid that they would have lost the battle long ago. Finally, under the strong pressure, the Dean of the Martial Academy couldn't help but open his mouth. Your Excellency's strength is superb. We admire you. The Silverbeard Supreme Being doesn't know how to die and provoke you. Really shouldn't. Now the Silverbeard Supreme Being has already fled for some distance. Why don't we stop and Your Excellency can go after him? The Dean of the Martial Academy said this. The remaining Vice President of the Martial Academy and the President of the One Academy nodded their heads. What the Dean of the Martial Academy has said is very true. Your Excellency might as well stop here. We won't stop you. The moment the Martial Supreme Beings from the 9 Sephiroth Academy finally recognized the reality and began to soften. Lin Bei just glanced at the crowd silently. If I had known it would come to this, why would I have done it? This seat gave you a chance a long time ago, and only now do you want to stop. Late. The last 2 words. Lin Bei's voice was like thunder. The 3 supreme beings from the 9 Sephiroth Academy's faces changed abruptly. At this moment, the Dean of the Academy of Letters' face changed drastically. Just a split second ago, the Dean of the Academy of Letters' attack obviously didn't keep up with the 3 Jedi gun formation, and there was a momentary stagnation in that prolonged attack. No good. Sure enough, the moment Lin Bei's eyes swept towards the Dean of the One Academy, an invisible might instantly subdued the Dean of the One Academy. For a moment, the Dean of the Academy of Letters was surprisingly shaken to the core. What happened to the Vice Dean before leapt to the forefront of his mind? Surprisingly, there's a hole in the mind? Lin Bei didn't expect that there were surprises. Almost instantly, his eyes began to flash with a hint of a spiritual rhythm. The thrilling God Stab, instantly activated. Shasta, Dean of the Faculty of Arts, Mindfulness, almost simultaneously. Lin Bei instantly killed over, the Taiji seal coalescing above his right hand as he directly landed with a palm. It was only a moment before the Dean of the House of Letters had returned to his senses. It's just too late to try to dodge. What's going on? Surprisingly, you didn't dodge? The Dean of the Martial Academy was shocked. The Dean of the Academy of Arts and Letters obviously had a brief stagnation. Could it be that he was hit by some kind of trick? As the duo from the 9 Spectres Academy were surprised, Lin Bei directly slapped the Dean of the Academy of Letters in the chest. Put! The Dean of the Academy of Literature directly spilled blood into the air, directly crashing into the bottom, collapsing the high gate of the 9 Spectres Academy, directly collapsing it. It's finished. The the 3 extinction gun formation can't be formed either, even if the Dean and Vice Dean of the Martial Arts Academy are, at this moment, unharmed. Their hearts have already chilled. Forming a gun formation could only block Lin Bei's attacks, but now that the two of them couldn't form a gun formation at all, how could they still block Lin Bei? I'm afraid that after exchanging a few rounds, even if they played perfectly, Lin Bei would find an opportunity to attack and kill them. The moment. They already regretted blocking Lin Bei. But, just as Lin Bei said, late, the Martial Academy Dean's eyes rolled. Then he looked at the Vice Dean and nodded to him. Although there was no communication, the Vice President of the Martial Academy immediately understood and directly transformed into a stream of light, surprisingly rushing towards where the Dean of the Literature Academy was. The moment. The Dean of the Martial Academy, once again, executed the 3 Spectre strike. The moment Lin Bei dodged, he directly turned around without saying a word and ran away, directly carrying the beaten and dying Vice President of the Academy of Literature on his back, directly fleeing into the distance. One time, the Dean and Vice Dean of the Martial Academy, carrying the Dean and Vice Dean of the Literature Academy on their backs, transformed into 2 streams of light and flew directly into the sky. Lin Bei was slightly stunned. He didn't expect it. The Dean of the Martial Arts Academy and the Dean of the Literature Academy, 2 supreme beings with the strongest combat power, have unexpectedly escaped. This speed is obviously some kind of martial art, taking people with him, actually running faster than the Silverbeard Supreme. Lin Bei was dumbfounded. The moment. He swept a glance at the gigantic city below the 9 Sephiroth Academy. In a split second, in the giant city, many of the martial artists who were hiding were white with fear. In particular, many of the Academy disciples were trembling. The 4 supreme beings of the 9U Academy surrounded Lin Bei, and they were actually beaten, and fled? They were all scared and worried at the moment. If Lin Bei took his anger out on the 9 Spectres Academy, what should they do? At this point, a martial Dao Heavenly King from the 9 Sephiroth Academy said in a warlike manner, Lord of the Dojo, we have no grievances with you, so please be merciful. Lin Bei looked at this person. This person noticed Lin Bei's gaze and immediately breathed heavily in fear. Are you going to stop me too? Even if Lin Bei hadn't exerted any pressure, this late-stage martial Heavenly King powerhouse only felt almost suffocated from the oppression within. No, don't dare, Lin Bei said coldly. Do I look like a man who kills innocents? That martial Heavenly King was going to cry. To be honest, he really thought it was too similar. After all, Lin Bei is so domineering that he is simply a man in the way of killing people, and a god in the way of destroying gods. Nowadays, Lin Bei was just on a killing spree, and he wasn't even surprised. Only, he didn't dare to say it. Of course, not like it. The Heavenly King of Wuda was inspired and immediately said, Lord of the Dojo, I'm not talking to you to stop you. I just want to tell you that the direction that the Dean of the Martial Academy and the Dean of the Literature Academy fled from should be the northwestern direction. There is our 9 Spectres Academy's retreat sanctuary, the 9 Spectres Forbidden Ground. Our 9 Spectres Academy's Dean is there. Chapter 151, Roadlessness. Lin Bei couldn't help but laugh in the sun when he heard this person talk like this. He stayed here purely because he had consumed too much from the previous battle, and the spirit recovery pill he had swallowed earlier was almost depleted, so he was prepared to replenish it a bit. Didn't realize. Surprisingly, these people from the 9 Spectres Academy were so frightened that they even spoke of the place where the 4 supreme beings had fled. At this moment, Lin Bei glanced at this Heavenly King, then without any nonsense, he directly chased after the 4 martial Dao supreme beings from the 9 Sephiroth Academy. In the meantime, far away, the Silverbeard Supreme was dragging his injured body and was rapidly fleeing. However, just as he was quickly fleeing, he suddenly sensed a strong aura approaching behind him. He was so frightened that he turned his head to look. It didn't matter if he didn't look. This look directly confused Supreme Ginsu, only to see the Dean and Vice Dean of the Martial Arts Academy actually carrying the severely injured Dean and Vice Dean of the Arts Academy on their backs. What does that mean? The 4 supreme beings had surrounded Lin Bei, and the Dean and Vice Dean of the Academy of Literature had actually been severely injured. Soon, the Martial Academy's president and vice president directly caught up with Supreme Ginsu. As the people lined up side by side, Supreme Ginsu felt the unkind eyes of the 4 supreme beings of the 9 Sepulchre Academy, especially the Dean of the Academy of Letters, who had been hit by the thrilling god Thorn. The resentment in his eyes almost penetrated his eyes. If it wasn't for the Silverbeard Supreme being coming to their 9 Spectres Academy, they wouldn't have made a move. Now, being beaten into this miserable state, even in fear of his life, was all thanks to Supreme Ginsu. Coincidence? The Silverbeard Supreme smiled sarcastically. Coincidence? What coincidence? The Vice President of the Martial Academy couldn't help but say. I see that you are deliberately fleeing towards our 9 Spectres Academy's Forbidden Land. Supreme Silverbeard laughed bitterly. Olney is also worried that you guys won't be able to defeat the Dojo Lord and wants to go to the Forbidden Land to bring help. The vice president of the Martial Academy didn't appreciate it yet, but instead said in a conspiratorial manner, "We saved you and you ran away fast." Supreme Silverbeard smiled bitterly. "I also wanted to help, but I was too heavily injured." The dean of the Martial Academy said, "Alright, there's no point in talking more. Hurry up and go to the Forbidden Land." The lord of that dojo is truly a ruthless person. Before the Silverbeard Supreme Being blocked the road and escaped into the territory of Yuzhou were all hunted down and killed, and I'm afraid that we're no exception. Ridiculous. The injured vice president of the Academy of Literature spoke bitterly. I didn't expect that our 9 Spectres Academy would also have a moment to become the chicken that makes an example of the monkey. The dean of the Martial Arts Academy sighed. Supreme Silverbeard, that dojo lord is so great, you even pitted us. If you had told us the truth a long time ago, wouldn't we have come to blows with him? Directly bringing you to escape to the Forbidden Land is. Supreme Silverbeard hastily poured out his grievances. Injustice, when he fought me in the Skywolf Mountain range back then, he didn't use his full strength at all, and also somewhat underestimated me, and didn't kill me in one move, giving me the space to escape. Who would have thought that his true strength is so terrifying that you 4 supreme beings are no match when you join forces? At this moment, the 5 people looked at each other. Other side. In the sky above the 9U Academy, the Heavenly Sword Supreme descended. He looked at the ruins of the 9U Academy and couldn't help but celebrate in his heart. Back in the day, he wanted to sell the Silverbeard Supreme Being face, thinking that he would just stop Lin Bei and should have no problem delaying him for a moment or two. However, he was subdued by Lin Bei's aura. Lin Bei retreated him with a single word. He had originally felt stifled. At least he is also a Hall of Martial Arts Tao Supreme, actually being heckled back with a single word. It is too humiliating. Therefore, he followed Lin Bei's direction from afar, wanting to see if Lin Bei could actually catch up with the Silverbeard Supreme. Results. He saw the shocking battle. The 9 Spectres Academy was trying to save face and stepped in to stop it. And the result? The 4 supreme beings of the 9 Spectres Academy joined forces, but they were actually beaten and fled in a mess. Now it seems, the Heavenly Sword Supreme only felt that his intuition, at first, was too right. He didn't have the Ginsu Supreme stance, nor did he have the 9 Spectres Academy's escape technique. If he had been too big to try to intercept, I am afraid that he would have been turned into a withered bone at this moment. This lord of the dojo is afraid to shake the Yuzhou. The Celestial Sword Supreme said a dark sentence, then murmured, "Too strong, not just strength, that combat talent, simply too demonic. Even the 3 Spectre Absolute Kill can dodge it, even the 4 Absolute Gun Formation can break through it." The other side, the 5 supreme beings were fleeing at great speed, rushing towards the Forbidden Land of the 9 Sepulchre Academy. Right at this moment, a white light rushed up to the sky, approaching at great speed. Catching up, he really dares to chase after us. Sure enough, took us as an example to kill a chicken. The dean of the Martial Academy's face changed drastically. The 5 supreme beings, hardly needing any nonsense, directly and desperately activated the power of the martial extremity and performed martial arts stances to start escaping at a rapid speed. A few moments later, the vice president of the Martial Academy was in a state of mind regarding the Ginsu Supreme Being's escape at that time. Staple 1. Deep down, he is in hot pursuit. This guy is so powerful, I am afraid that it is extremely likely to achieve Martial Saint. So squandering the power of the Transformation Saint, does it not hurt at all? Heartbroken? Only us old things are heartbroken. The dean of the Martial Academy said bitterly. Sangzhou Luo Shang, that monster. She didn't have any heartache in the beginning because for this kind of demon, after squandering it will soon recover. The crowd was suddenly bitter inside. Is there a shortcut to martial arts? Maybe not. But, there are. Demons with extremely terrifying martial arts talent. Time passes. About half a column or so. 9 high mountains appeared in front of the 5 supreme beings. These high mountains were dark and seemed to have a hint of coldness coming out of them. Here, it's the 9 Spectres Mountain, the Forbidden Land of the 9 Spectres Academy. The 9 Spectres Forbidden Land has arrived. The Martial Academy director of the 9 Spectres Academy revealed a joyful expression. Saved. Supreme Ginsu rejoiced. At this moment, the martial artists of the 9 Spectres Academy who were stationed at the Forbidden Land, they looked at each other. What happened? Why are the 4 supreme beings here? That person seems to be Supreme Ginsu? Why did they come to the Forbidden Land? Don't you know that the dean is in seclusion? They shouldn't have come here even if the sky was falling. Never mind that. The Supreme Being has descended. Hurry up and greet him. These martial practitioners of the 9 Spectres Academy were just about to greet them when they heard a voice that made them freeze, only to hear, That martial arts academy's dean shouted out in a hurry. Dean, help! This voice directly made many martial artists
of the 9 Spectres Academy confused. Those were the 4 great supreme beings. The 4 great supreme beings who had once repelled a mid-stage martial Dao Heavenly King powerhouse.
Nowadays, how dare you call for help? In a split second, a terrifying aura rose to the sky. Within the 9 spectral forbidden lands, a stream of light flew out like lightning, landing directly in front of the Martial Academy's dean and the others. The man was stout and his eyes were like swords. Instead of looking like a crowd of people dying of old age, it was like a middle-aged, strong man. This person was none other than the headmaster of the Jiuyue Academy, Zhang Jiuyue. The moment he appeared, his eyes swept over the 5 supreme beings. Then he frowned, just about to say something. Suddenly, the eyes stared off into the distance, only to see that Lin Bei was approaching at extreme speed. Chapter 152, Killed in the Face. The white rainbow broke through the air. As fast as lightning, Lin Bei's killing aura was not hidden. Zhang Jiuyue's brows were furrowed and his face was unkind. Almost without saying anything more, he immediately understood the current situation. Why is this person chasing you? Zhang Jiuyue's voice was low. The dean of the Martial Academy said in a hurry. Supreme Silverbeard stopped this person in the Skywolf mountain range and was chased to the territory of the U State, passing through our 9 Spectres Academy, and we were chased here when we stepped in to stop him. That's all? Zhang Jiuyue was slightly stunned. Originally thought, Lin Bei killed into the Yuzhou have any deep hatred. He is the dojo's lord, Lin Bei, and is not affiliated with the 3 major forces. Someone from the Skywolf mountain range has captured someone from their dojo, the Silverbeard Supreme said in a hurry, his face very bitter. Establishing authority? Zhang Jiuyue immediately understood Lin Bei's idea. Toned down, Zhang Jiuyue's body was surging with the power of the Transformation Saint, and his extreme Dao Gun intent actually triggered the spiritual power of the surrounding heaven and earth, causing it to begin to crazily condense and converge within the martial body. The moment, Zhang Jiuyue's martial body exuded an aura as if it was transcendent. The moment, the 4 supreme beings of the 9 Sephiroth Academy flashed a hint of respect in their eyes as they looked at Zhang Jiuyue. The Martial Academy dean's taut martial body seemed to have relaxed a lot at this moment because he was being chased by Lin Bei. The aura of the dean's power of transformation sainthood almost permeates through his body. This is the peak of the middle stage of Martial Supreme. The vice president of the Martial Academy nodded his head repeatedly. No wonder the dean ordered that he must never be disturbed unless the sky falls. He should be comprehending the mysteries of the body of a transformed saint. The vice president of the Academy of Letters glanced at the president of the Academy of Martial Arts carrying the dying president of the Academy of Letters, and his face turned bitter. If we weren't desperate, why would we be here? That dojo lord should give the abbot some face, right? The Silverbeard Supreme being looked at Lin Bei, whose speed was not decreasing, and for some unknown reason, there was suddenly some panic within him. By all rights, Lin Bei should have detected Zhang Jiuyue's aura a long time ago. This kind of situation is surprisingly still killing and rushing over. This stance, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like it will give face to Zhang Jiuyue. The moment, Zhang Jiuyue stepped forward and directly stopped in front of Lin Bei. This place is a forbidden land of the 9 specters. If your excellency wants to trespass, don't blame Zhang for being rude. Lin Bei sniffed and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The moment he saw Zhang Jiuyue, he quickly made a deduction. The results, not so good. At the middle stage of Martial Supreme, after having the power of the Transformation Saint, not only did his strength skyrocket, but his martial skills were extremely terrifying. Even if Lin Bei exerted his full strength, he simply couldn't win. This made Lin Bei realize that the middle and early stages of the Martial Supreme Dao were not at the same level at all. But, now that the blazing sun was high, Lin Bei's strength was at its peak. Under the deduction, at first, although several moves fell and even lost, but, after continuous deduction, Lin Bei has been able to fight against 100 moves without losing. That's enough. Zhang Jiuyue, although his aura is as strong as a tiger, is in the peak state of the middle stage of the Martial Dao Supreme. However, Lin Bei saw his weakness at a glance, which was also a common problem of Martial Supreme beings. He was certain that Zhang Jiuyu would definitely not easily waste the power of the Transformation Saint in his body, even if they really fight. Within 100 strokes Lin Bei immediately far away. Zhang Jiuyue chased him the possibility of almost no. Thus, facing Zhang Jiuyu's obstruction, Lin Bei was nonchalant. This seat has chased Silverbeard Supreme to this point, and your 9 Spectres Academy is against this seat at every turn. Do you really think that this seat is easy to mess with? Off. This statement was made. The silver-bearded Supreme Being's face changed abruptly. He didn't expect that in the face of Zhang Jiuyue, the Dojo Lord would still be so domineering.
The four martial supreme beings of the Nine Spectres Academy were also shaken inwardly at this moment. A ruthless person like Lin Bei not only faced them strongly, even in the face of the Dean, he was still so strong. For a while, the four martial supreme beings, inwardly at this moment, began to regret provoking such a ruthless person like Lin Bei. Zhang Zhouyu also froze for a moment. He could clearly feel that Lin Bei's aura was a few points weaker than his. Originally, he thought that if he stepped forward, Lin Bei would inevitably be sensible and retreat. But it turned out to be the opposite. Lin Bei had opened his mouth in such a domineering manner. Just as Zhang Zhouyu was surprised, Lin Bei was the first to make a move. The Taiji seal directly came out of his hand. The black and white Tu Chi transformed into a palm print and directly slapped at Zhang Zhouyu. I can't believe they did it. Zhang Zhouyu's complexion condensed and he let out a cold snort as the power of the transformation saint surrounded his right arm, directly grabbing at the Taiji seal with his bare hands, arms like guns. With a casual grab, he directly dispersed the black and white chi of the Taiji seal. However, at this very moment, Lin Bei had already killed not far from Zhang Zhouyu. Zhang Zhouyu saw Lin Bei was so domineering, and without any nonsense, his eyes flashed with a cold light and he was ready to make a move. However, at that exact moment, Lin Bei's stern shout came, "Get out of my way. I'll only kill the Silverbeard Supreme. Otherwise the seat will see if you can stop me from killing the four supreme beings under your command." The Silverbeard Supreme Being's face turned white with fear as he stared at Zhang Zhouyu dead in the face. Seeing Zhang Zhouyu actually hesitated. Inwardly, he was shocked. Zhang Zhouyu break through the late stage of the Martial Supreme is close at hand, which obviously does not want to waste the power of the transformation of the saint. Thus, Supreme Ginsu shouted in a hurry, "Dean of the Nine Spectres, all of you Zhou knows that I sought you out for help. You can't see death and save me ah." Zhang Zhouyu's pupils condensed as he glanced at the Silverbeard Supreme, then looked at Lin Bei with a deadpan expression. In an instant, the killing aura skyrocketed. Unbridled, trespassing into the Nine Spectres' forbidden land to kill people. Who gave you the guts to find death? The moment the words fell, Zhang Zhouyu directly drew out the purple lance behind him and instantly executed a martial skill to kill Lin Bei. In an instant, the speed of the three Spectre extermination kill, in conjunction with the power of the transformation sage, was so fast that it almost exceeded the perceptions of everyone present. However, Lin Bei was as if he had predicted it, instantly avoiding, and even precisely mobilizing the spiritual power of heaven and earth within his body to shake away the aftershocks of his gun. This extremely subtle way of fighting caused Zhang Zhouyu to be shaken inwardly. To have such a terrifying fighting talent? Obviously much weaker than me, but to be able to avoid my martial arts and remain unharmed? Between staggers, Lin Bei directly crossed over Zhang Zhouyu to kill the Silverbeard Supreme. The Silverbeard Supreme was already severely injured, and now that he was almost exhausted, he was no longer capable of escaping. Facing Lin Bei's monstrous killing aura, the Silverbeard Supreme was so horrified that his soul almost flew out of the sky. "Zhang Zhouyu, help me!" His voice had just come out when Lin Bei's attack had already descended. Boo! The Taiji seal directly and fiercely slapped the Silverbeard Supreme's martial body. This palm had slapped the Dean of the Academy of Letters in his peak state into a serious injury, almost dying. Nowadays, the Silverbeard Supreme Being, who was already severely injured, could not block this move, only to see that a mouthful of heart blood sprayed out from the Silverbeard Supreme Being. His eyes rapidly dimmed, and his entire person was directly slapped away, crashing into a huge peak within the Nine Spectral Forbidden Lands. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound. That huge peak, therefore, was directly crushed and collapsed. Ginsu Supreme is dead. The Nine Spectral Forbidden Lands, the 9 giant peaks, now only 8 remain. Lin Bei told everyone with practical actions. So what if I escape to the 9 Spectres? The man he was going to kill. There's no way to live. Chapter 153, Stopping the Cries of Small Children. At this moment, the 4 supreme beings of the 9 Spectres Academy couldn't help but take a few steps backwards. Lin Bei had actually forcibly killed the Silverbeard Supreme in front of Zhang Zhouyu. It's too hard. The Dean and Vice Dean of the Martial Academy immediately made a wary look. The moment Lin Bei struck down the Silverbeard Supreme, he directly swept his cold eyes towards Zhang Zhouyu. The moment, a bizarre scene appeared. Zhang Zhouyu, who was previously a murderous spirit, has instead converged on killing. There's a head for the grievances. There's a head for the debts. The Silverbeard Supreme is dead. So please, Your Excellency, give Zhang a few moments of face. How about stopping here? The change in Zhang Zhouyu's attitude did not surprise Lin Bei at all. After all, this is Sai Chi. The main one is pragmatic. If Supreme Silverbeard hadn't died, Zhang Zhouyu might have tried to save him. But, the Silverbeard Supreme is dead. If he continues to spend time with Lin Bei, He simply doesn't have the confidence to defeat Lin Bei in a short period of time.
What does that mean?
The 4 supreme beings of the 9 Sephiroth Academy were in danger.
So, Zhang ZhouYue backed off.
When the 4 supreme beings of the ZhouYue Academy saw Zhang ZhouYue backing down, they actually felt inexplicably relieved inside. Because, right at the moment when the silver-bearded supreme being had just been killed, they couldn't help but think of the scene earlier, when they didn't listen to the advice to intercept Lin Bei, and as a result, the Dean of the Academy of Literature and the Vice Dean of the Academy had been severely injured.
Lin Bei didn't say anything.
He just froze and glanced at the 4 supreme beings,
and then at Zhang ZhouYue. The meaning of that is self-evident.
It seemed to be pondering whether or not to take the opportunity to kill the 4 martial supreme beings.
At this moment,
the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy shuddered inwardly. Although there was a great probability that they would be able to keep the Dean and Vice Dean of the Academy of Letters if they were to join forces with Zhang ZhouYue. But, there is also a small chance that it will kill the Dean of the House of Letters or the Vice Dean.
Them. Don't dare bet on it.
Therefore, the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy directly opened his mouth and said, "Lord of the Dojo, we apologize to you for blocking the road before.
And now that the culprit, the Silver-Beard Supreme Being, is dead, how about turning a war of words into a peace of mind?"
Although Zhang ZhouYue's murderous aura had been restrained,
at this moment, the power of the sage transformation within his body surged even more violently.
It was obvious that if the talks didn't work out, he would do his best to attack Lin Bei. After all, the 4 supreme beings were the pillars of the 9 Spectres Academy, and were completely different from the Silver-Beard Supreme Beings.
Lin Bei didn't look at Zhang ZhouYue with cold eyes and indifferently spat out 2 words, asterisk 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 off.
Although Zhang ZhouYue felt annoyed, but to the surprise of people,
actually really honestly get out of the way. No delivery. Lin Bei didn't reply and directly executed the royal air technique to leave.
Seeing Lin Bei's figure gradually disappearing into the sky, the severely injured vice president of the Academy of Literature realized that his back was already wet with cold sweat.
"Dean, what now?"
the Dean of the Martial Academy asked.
"What else can we do?
Supreme Ginsu is dead. Send his corpse back to his clan." Zhang ZhouYue sighed and looked in the direction where Lin Bei had disappeared.
"This dojo lord is a ruthless person.
Not only does he dare to kill into the hinterland of the U State to kill the Silver-Beard Supreme, but he also dares to kill him in front of me.
This is the kind of person you don't mess with if you can." When these words came out, the 4 supreme beings nodded unanimously, deeply agreeing inwardly. This time, this Xingzhou's dojo lord is considered to be stepping on our 9 Spectres Academy to establish his authority.
The Dean of the Martial Academy sighed. The Vice President of the Faculty of Arts muttered,
"It's better to hold back than to get killed." In the meantime,
the news that Lin Bei had killed his way into the territory of the U Prefecture, killed a Silver-Beard Supreme Being, and interrupted a giant peak in the 9 Spectres' Forbidden Land swiftly spread throughout the entire U Prefecture as if it had grown wings.
The name of the dojo, for a time, unexpectedly directly shook the Yuzhou. Even
as the rumors became more and more outrageous, Lin Bei was described in the folklore as a murderous big devil.
For a time, there were even ordinary people who used Lin Bei's name to scare disobedient little children, crying, "If you cry again, Lin Bei will come and take you away." When the little child heard about it, he was immediately too frightened to cry. Unconsciously, Lin Bei's reputation among the folk of Yuzhou had the effect of stopping a child from crying. The other side, Tianlang Mountain Range, the campsite of the King of Lot King. The King of Gaiyu Heavenly King sent a large number of hostages to the Xingzhou realm. Luo Prime Heavenly King, on the other hand,
had brought his men to the place where the mountain range had been cut off and was handing over hostages with Gaiyu Heavenly King.
Zhang Tang and Tainyo did not give Luo Jing Tianwang any good looks.
Although Luo Jing Tianwang felt embarrassed, he could only harden his head and smile, and he had to honestly accept the hostage.
Right at this moment,
a white light flew from the sky.
Seeing this,
Gaiyu Heavenly King hurriedly saluted.
"Greetings, Master Lin.
All the hostages have been sent to the territory of Xingzhou as per your request.
In addition to that,
we have also beheaded all those who were related to the hijacking of the Chen family master."
Lin Bei glanced at him,
then glanced at Zheng Teng.
Zheng Teng nodded.
It was at this moment that Lin Bei spoke.
"Get lost."
The Gaiyu Heavenly King was overjoyed. He knew that he had made the right choice. A character like Lin Bei would definitely not go back on his word since he had said that he would spare him from death. He understood that Lin Bei didn't kill him, and didn't even go on a killing spree in the Skywolf mountain range, but he actually didn't want Sangzhou and Yuzhou to completely tear their faces apart. After all, the so-called mountain bandits in this Heavenly Wolf mountain range were affiliated with multiple forces, and if they were all killed, it would truly be a complete turnaround. The image of the Linfield Master in the heart of the Heavenly King of Gaiyu was dominated by a steadiness with a ruthlessness. Gaiyu, a Heavenly King, respectfully prepares to leave.
At this point, Tainyo inquired, Master, how is that Silverbeard Supreme shot down by me in the 9 spectral forbidden lands? Oh, Iron Bull laughed. If we didn't block it, we would have left a long time ago. Ginsu Supreme Being truly deserved it. On the side of Tsungjo, the crowd broke into smiles. Only, that guy you Heavenly King, who had just retreated a few steps, had his face change abruptly. The Iron Bull might only feel that the Ginsu Supreme Being had died, and that was deserved. But, the Heavenly King of Gaiyue knew very well what the 9 spectral forbidden lands were. That was, however, the place of retreat of the founder of the 9 Spectres Academy, Zhang Jiuyue. Lin Bei was able to kill his way into the U-state and kill the Silverbeard Supreme in the 9 Spectres Forbidden Land. This is simply too amazing. Unconsciously, his offer Lin Bei deepened a few points. In the meantime, Lin Bei, Tai Nyo, and Zhang Tang set off on the road back to the dojo along with the Chun family master and Boss Fu. The matter of the hostages was left to King Luo Chengtian. In response, Luo Prime Heavenly King naturally and honestly accepted the order. The other side, Dojo, Kuroku was sitting in the doorway, sipping his own concoction of juice while fanning himself with a fan. The main one is cozy. Right at this moment, a hand tapped him directly on the shoulder. With a jolt, Xiao Luzi hurriedly turned his head to look, only to see that Su Rue was looking at him happily. Gu, scared me to death. Su Rue turns out to be you, Xiao Luzi said cheerfully. Back? What did Nanyang say? Su Rue smiled confidently. The Nanyang Zhou clan has been eaten up by 90%. Its wealth has shrunk by 90%. And the name of the Nanyang County King has now been reduced to a laughingstock. And all it takes is a push from Senior Zhang Tang to push the Nanyang Zhou clan into the land of doom and gloom. Chapter 154, San Lan Supreme. Nanyang Zhou is finished? Xiao Luzi was overjoyed. Of course. If it weren't for the fact that there's still the Zhou clan's heavenly king to support them, I'm afraid that they would have been driven out by the Nanyang forces long ago. Su Rue smiled and said, Now, Nanyang Zhou's life. It's not easy. Xiao Luzi's eyes twinkled and said with a smile, Su Rue, if you hadn't allowed senior brother Zhang Tang to take revenge, wouldn't you have been able to directly settle the Nanyang Zhou clan? Su Rue smiled without saying anything. It is considered to be a default. At this point, little Rocco seemed to have sensed something. Su Rue, how is your breath? So weak? Su Rue smiled faintly. I wasted my martial arts cultivation, and aside from my beaten martial body, I'm not even as good as a Dan High Realm martial artist. Kuroko's eyes widened. No way. Su Rue, are you for real? You really wasted your cultivation? Su Rue smiled faintly. If you want to enter the door of cultivation, you naturally have to be firm in your mind. Where's Master? Xiao Luzi looked at Su Rue with admiration before saying, Not long ago, the General Martial Arts Hall sent an order of accountability. Master announced that our dojo had withdrawn from the Martial Arts Hall forces. And then, Xiao Luzi hurriedly told the cause and effect of the incident. Su Rue was very surprised, then smiled. Not bad for a master. At this time, Xiao Luzi said with a smile, Su Rue, this juice is especially good. It was blended by the many fruits that I had Nyo air send from the side of the volcano. Right at this moment, behind him, an inquiring voice came. Is it really good? That's a given. Xiao Luzi was full of confidence. How to deploy I've looked for little Iris to learn. Speaking of which, Xiao Luzi instantly sensed that something was wrong. That voice, why does it sound familiar? Rocco turned his head in a hurry. After he saw Lin Bei, his face turned white. Master, why are you back? Lin Bei was furious when he saw Xiao Luzi's appearance. Xiao Luzi, you don't have a lot of guts. You don't work hard yourself and you go to delay Nyo air and Xiaokite's cultivation? Xiao Luzi cried out and threw a look of help to Zhang Tang and Tainyo. Zhang Tang and Tainyo were very conscious of looking away, mainlining a love of nothing. Master, I know I'm wrong. Xiao Luzi had no choice but to concede. Lin Bei snorted coldly and casually grabbed the juice and took a sip. The annoyed expression that followed froze. It's delicious. Immediately, Lin Bei cleared his throat and said calmly, From now on, bring me a cup a day. Xiao Luzi thought that he had misheard, and when he looked up and saw that Lin Bei's face was all angry, he immediately smiled with joy. All right, Master. After Lin Bei left, Zhang Teng hurriedly said, Does Xiao Luzi have any more? Give me a cup. Let me taste it. Iron Bull, on the other hand, directly hooked Xiao Luzi's shoulder. You've been blindly pondering this for a while. Master didn't even pursue this with you. Awesome, Xiao Luzi. Even Master likes to drink it. Give me a cup as well. Nope. I'll transfer it for you guys later. Xiao Luzi asked. Did it go well this time over to the Skywolf mountain range? Smooth. Zhang Teng nodded. Master has gone. Where is there an accident? As their master and brother spoke, a huge figure appeared.
He saw Nyoji sitting on the head of the red dragon and came to the dojo with a large basket of various fruits.
Zhang Teng, Tainyo, you guys are back? Are you talking about what happened in the Tian Wolf mountain range? Why don't you tell me about it? Little Six immediately teased. Nyo air. Master likes to keep a low profile. Don't spread rumors blindly. Nyoji confidently patted his chest. Don't worry. Nyoji, have the tightest mouth.
This statement was made.
The corners of Zhang Teng's mouth were twitching.
He was clearly remembering why he had gone back to the 6th Harmony Martial Arts Hall to violently beat Pavilion Master Cheng in the first place.
It doesn't matter if this matter is spoken of. Sooner or later that Sanjo will spread the word anyway. Tainyo smiled and said, after all, our master is mighty in Yuzhou.
Su Rui listened quietly from beginning to end. When Tainyo and Zhang Teng told Lin Bei's deeds,
Nyo Air had a staggering and fussing look. Xia could be sure that instead of trusting the bastard with a tight mouth, he would trust a pig to get up a tree. After this was said and done,
the brothers and sisters sighed for a few moments,
and Little Six asked, where's Family Master Chun? Why didn't he come to the dojo? Iron Bull replied, he's gone to preside over the Chen's cloth villa,
and told us not to tell little Iris for fear of delaying her cultivation.
At this point,
Su Rui suddenly said,
Senior Brother Zhang, I have a matter to clarify with you. What is it? Zhang Tang asked curiously. I found evidence that County Lord Nanyang and Duke Xiu are having an affair.
Zhang Tang sniffed, and when he heard the words Nanyang County Lord, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. Su Rui continued after a slight pause.
In addition to that, there is another piece of news.
I heard that Duke Xiu has already captured the Song Yun Academy's chief great disciple seat.
What's wrong with that?
It's just the chief great disciple.
Little Sixth Son had a couldn't care less expression. Zheng Tang is well aware of Su Rui's character. If it is irrelevant, will not waste words at all. So he inquired, Su Rui, what can be said about this chief great disciple? Su Rui nodded.
Chief great disciples, who can choose their own masters. This time Lord Xiu has worshipped under Supreme Sanlan.
And then, Iron Bull was as meticulous as a hare, and immediately realized that this matter might be related to the dojo. Sure enough,
Su Rui said with a serious expression.
Supreme Lord Kanglan is a powerful person at the peak of the middle stage of the martial Dao Supreme,
and the most crucial thing is that
his life expectancy is less than 2 years.
There is no possibility of breaking through the martial saint to renew his life.
Isn't that guy, Mr. Xiu, very shrewd? How come he worshipped under an old undead? Xiao Luzi cursed and said.
Su Rui sighed.
Little Sixth Son, you don't know.
There is a tradition in the Song Yun Academy that the master of the Song Yun Academy will help the chief great disciple out of trouble.
And for Lord Xiu, the biggest trouble is our dojo.
In the past, there was once a chief great disciple who offended a martial Dao Supreme and was in a lot of trouble.
And as a result,
his master directly died with that martial Dao Supreme.
When these words came out, Zhang Teng's pupils stared.
I heard that our dojo has withdrawn from the martial arts hall power. This means that the main martial arts hall will not shelter us.
Speaking here, Su Rui glanced at Zhang Teng. Senior Brother Zhang, your agreement with the Nanyang Zhou clan is no longer just.
Eunuch Xiu doesn't have to be afraid of the rules of the General Hall of Martial Arts anymore.
Zhang Teng's expression grew cold. Su Rui, are you worried that the Song Lan Supreme of Song Yun Academy will come directly to our dojo to find trouble?
Su Rui shook his head.
It's not that I'm worried, but with Duke Xiu's character, he will definitely use all means to make Song Lan Supreme come to our dojo. Zhang Teng sniffed.
With worry, Little Sixth Son said with a big grin.
What are you afraid of? With Master here, that whatsoever Supreme Sanlan is here is also looking for death. Chapter 155, shocking that Sangzhou. Tainyo seemed to have sensed Zhang Teng's worries and immediately inquired with concern. Senior Brother Zhang, Little Six is right. With Master here, what is there to worry about?
Zhang Teng sighed and said with some despondency.
This matter, in the end, is about me. If it weren't for the Nanyang sheriff implicating Duke Xiu,
he wouldn't have been so intentional if he knew that his grudge against me was immortal.
Speaking of this,
Zhang Teng's eyes flashed with a cold light.
Now I only hate my lack of strength, knowing that Duke Xiu is secretly stirring up the storm, but I can't do anything about it. Tainyo smiled and patted Zhang Teng's shoulder. Senior Zhang, why worry so much? Mediocre people will disturb themselves. The dojo is our home. We have Master to shelter us from the wind and rain. It won't be too late to take revenge when we are strong enough. Instead of worrying, we should cultivate properly. Zhang Teng nodded, his expression firming up a few points. Tainyo, you're right. If there's enough time, we may not need Master's shelter. That San Lan Supreme, we may not be unable to touch it. Iron Bull nodded thoughtfully. Their path of cultivation was unobstructed, and what they lacked today was time. Senior Brother Zhang is right. It's just a pity that we don't know when Supreme Lord Kanglin will strike, Tainyo said while holding his chin in thought. We have seen the strength of the Supreme. Honestly, too strong. Want to defeat the martial arts of the pre-martial Dao Supreme? Perhaps only need to open the 12 chakras of the human palace, with some powerful spells to have a chance. But if we want to defeat a martial artist in the middle stage of martial Dao Supreme, with our current abilities, I'm afraid that it's only possible after completely opening the 12 chakras of the human palace, opening up the 5 elements of the earth palace, and quenching the 5 viscera. If Supreme Song Lan comes before we cultivate to the earth palace, I'm afraid we're no match. Zhang Tang nodded deeply. Afterward, Zhang Tang turned his head to look at Su Rue. Su Rue, you said that Supreme Song Lan won't live for more than 2 years. Will he come to trouble our dojo in the near future? Su Rue said after a little thought. It's hard to say. Generally speaking, the Songyun Academy's Martial Supreme will step in 10 days and half a month in advance to resolve the trouble for the chief great disciple when he is about to die. According to the traditional situation, he shouldn't make a move anytime soon. But, Duke Chiu, this person is sinister and cunning. He might have a way to make Supreme Lord Kanglin make a move earlier. Zhang Tang took a deep breath and looked at the crowd. Gentlemen, I'll go cultivate first. After saying that, he directly turned around and left. At this time, Tainyo seemed to remember something and turned his head to look at Xiao Luzi. By the way, Xiao Luzi, where is Meng Xiaohu? He should have returned already, right? This statement was made. Kuroko was confused. Didn't Meng Xiaohu go out to practice? Why do you say he's back? Iron Bull froze. When I was rushing to the Skywolf Mountain range earlier, I ran into Meng Xiaohu by chance and solved a gang of bandits. That time he was with someone named Luoling, saying that he was going back to the dojo to look for the sizzling flame Shen flower. And he hasn't come back yet after all this time? Kuroko shook his head. No one is coming. After speaking, Xiao Luzi glanced at Nyo Air. Nyo Air, did Meng Xiaohu go over to the volcano? Nyo Air glanced at Red Dragon, then shook his head. Haven't seen Tiger. Iron Bull's doubts deepened. Strange, they seem to be in a hurry to search for the scorching inferno Xian flower at that time, so by all rights they should have returned long ago. Little Six had a gossipy look on his face. Who's Lorraine? A woman? Whom? A woman. And pretty, Tainyo said. I see that she seems to be very close to Meng Xiaohu. Xiao Luzi sniffed and immediately had a sour expression on his face. This kid looks naive and thick, so flirtatious outside. Time passes. As Lin Bei and the others returned to the dojo, everything seemed to have returned to calm. In the dojo, in addition to practicing kung fu, the masters and brothers were also constantly laughing and joking. However, the prestige of the dojo, began to spread throughout the entire Tsangzhou. Yuzhou demonized Lin Bei, and in reality, it was because it was too humiliating for a martial Dao Supreme to be killed, so it was covered up. So the more it was rumored, the more outrageous it became. He even demonized Lin Bei and scared the little child to stop crying. But Tsangzhou was different. The dojo was after all at Tsangzhou power. Adding to the fact that Yuzhou had ransacked Tsangzhou this time, it triggered the discontent of the people of Tsangzhou. The matter of Lin Bei killing the Silverbeard Supreme being almost became more and more divine the more it was rumored. At first, it was relatively reliable, saying that after Lin Bei had rescued a large number of hostages, he had killed a martial arts supreme being of the Yu state by killing him, and had suppressed the entire Yu state. But, as the saying goes, gossip, the main hit and outrageous. As word spread through the population, Lin Bei had gone from killing an early-stage martial supreme powerhouse to crushing a late-stage martial supreme powerhouse with a single finger. It was even rumored that Lin Bei had gone on a rampage in the Yu state, forcing the Yu state martial saint, who had been in hiding for many years, to make a move. After hundreds of rounds of battle between the two sides, Lin Bei also withdrew peacefully. That's all. The unheard of dojo became famous throughout the Tsangzhou for a time. Even the fact that the martial arts headquarters had forced the dojo to withdraw from the martial arts power because of the matter of the accountability letter had been taken out as an after-dinner joke. The moment. It was located in a supergiant city in the most central region of Tsangzhou, the main Budo Hall. Located here, inside the council hall, there are 108 seats. None of the people who could sit here were strong at the level of martial supreme. They have different identities. There were the chief masters of the major giant halls, as well as the branch masters of the main martial arts halls and some of the main hall's executives. The moment. Sitting on top of the first chair of the general pavilion was an old man with crane hair and wearing the fancy clothes of the general pavilion. He was none other than the one who possessed a late-stage martial supreme cultivation, the deputy chief pavilion master of the general pavilion of martial arts. Only, at this moment, his face was ugly, and there was some gloominess in it as he looked downwards at one of the hall masters of the general hall of martial arts. Today, the old man has summoned you all for the matter of the dojo. the deputy chief pavilion master said coldly. As we all know, Lin Bei, the master of the dojo, shook the U-state with might, and in front of the dean of the Zhouyue Academy, Zhang Zhouyue, killed the Silverbeard Supreme, and even forced Zhang Zhouyue to soften, and leave the U-state in a big way. What do you all think about the strength of this dojo lord's Lin Bei? This statement was made. The many experts present looked at each other in disbelief, and no one opened their mouths. They understand. Today's meeting at the General Hall of Martial Arts, that's for accountability. Isn't opening your mouth looking for trouble? Especially with the deputy chief pavilion master staring at a hall master. It was obvious that he was ready to reprimand. Sure enough, when no one answered, the deputy chief pavilion master continued to speak. Originally, the dojo was the power of our martial arts headquarters. It's just a pity that someone couldn't see the situation and took the liberty of forcing it away. When these words came out, the stared martial arts head of the General Hall of Martial Arts had a bitter expression on his face. Chapter 156, Songshan Fruit. This hall master of the General Pavilion had originally thought that the dojo was just a small and insignificant force. According to the Luo family's description, the dojo lord seemed to be half-step martial Dao supreme in strength. To this, he didn't give it a second thought. But nowadays, the lord of the dojo is mighty in the Yuzhou, even has the strength to strike down the Silverbeard Supreme in front of a mid-martial arts supreme powerhouse. This kind of strength was already qualified to be the underbelly of the martial arts general hall. Hall Master Zhao, I remember that you're in charge of the Qingyun territory, right? The letter of accountability. Did you have someone send it over? The deputy chief pavilion master stared at that martial arts general pavilion's hall master Zhao with a deadly glare, the anger in his eyes almost seizing his eyes. Vice pavilion master Wu. This matter, it is my fault. Hall master Zhao lowered his head and said in a mosquito hum. Humph, you still know it's your fault? Do you realize how much of a loss it is to us for the dojo to break away from our martial arts school's power? The deputy chief pavilion master snorted coldly. When was it the turn of another power to dictate the affairs of our martial arts general hall? If you're told to be accountable, you're accountable? Zhao Hall master bitter face. The Lo family, can that be the same? That's a power with a martial saint, and standing up for the greater good to accuse. Although the General Hall of Martial Arts didn't have to give face to anyone, there was no need to offend the Luo family for the sake of a small power in this situation. At that time, the dojo was unassuming. How could he have known that Lin Bei was so fierce? He actually dared to kill his way into Yuzhou, and even killed the Silverbeard Supreme Being? I have summoned all of you today to tell you that no matter what, you are not allowed to easily condemn the martial arts school forces of the Zhangzhou. I will absolutely not allow, once again, a similar situation to occur. Speaking of this, the deputy chief pavilion master said coldly, Hall Master Zhao, you go back to your martial arts hall to properly retreat and cultivate the position of Hall Master, temporarily out of office. The corners of Hall Master Zhao's mouth twitched, losing the Hall Master position of the General Hall of Martial Arts. His martial arts hall suffered a huge loss. For a moment, he was filled with regret and remorse. In the meantime, the news that Lin Bei had shaken the U-state with his might had spread into the Zhongyun Academy. The green-clothed Heavenly King was the first to get the news. When he got the news, he was full of celebration. Fortunately, he was honest. In the dojo at that time, if he was not honest, I am afraid that he would have been buried in the ground now. In the meantime, Duke Xiu also got the message. When he realized that the dojo lord was so strong, his face was unusually ugly. He felt that he had overestimated Lin Bei enough by viewing him as a martial supreme, but he didn't want to still underestimate. This is troublesome. The grudge between Zhang Tang and I. There is absolutely no possibility of reconciliation. Because of me, Zhang Tang has suffered greatly, and even forced his fellow clansmen to kill each other. He definitely wants to get me killed. Duke Qiu, at this moment, no longer had the slightest bit of equanimity. Instead, he was walking around the courtyard, restless. No, I have to figure out the true strength of the dojo lord and think of a way to get Song Lan Supreme to make a move as soon as possible. Right at this moment, a martial artist under Duke Qiu's command ran in. Duke Qiu, the Qiu family has sent someone to deliver a letter. It's a letter written by the Qiu family's oldest ancestor himself. Bring it. Duke Qiu quickly picked up the letter. Only a few words were written above the letter. It has been rumored that Qiu Hong has acted unscrupulously and degraded the prestige of the Qiu family after worshipping at the Zhongyun Academy. From today onwards, Qiu Han will be expelled from the Qiu family. The moment you read the letter, Duke Qiu directly slammed the letter hard on the table. His forehead was bruised and his expression was slightly grim. Damn it, old ancestor Qiu's reaction to this is too fast. Before he stated that he would help me make peace, but now he's in a hurry to get rid of me. This old man, who is at least a mid-stage martial supreme master, would actually concede to the dojo. His men didn't dare to say anything more when they saw Duke Chio's thunderous anger. I've known for a long time that the Chio family only values profit. Now is it because they think it's not worth it to offend the dojo for me? So they just abandoned me? Good. One day, I will make you old thing regret it. After saying that, Duke Chio's eyes clouded over. Then he directly went out and walked towards the place where Supreme Song Lan was. Master, Chio Hong seeks an audience. Supreme Song Lan's pale voice came out. Come in. Duke Chio walked in respectfully. Just before Duke Chio could say anything, Supreme Song Lan spoke directly. I know what you're looking for from me. I took you on as a disciple to return Luo Shang's favor, and I know about your grudge against the dojo. Duke Chio said respectfully, Master, I will investigate the strength of the dojo. No need. Supreme Song Lan said with a smile, I have wider connections than you do. I also have connections in the U state, and I've already figured out the rough strength of the dojo lord. Duke Chio froze. You know, how strong is he? It's no match for Zhang Jiushi. Supreme Song Lan said. Duke Chio sighed in relief, knowing that Supreme Song Lan was even stronger than Zhang Jiuyue. Master, if the dojo is not removed, my heart can hardly be at peace. Now that the arrival of the dojo has withdrawn from the power of the General Hall of Martial Arts, we do not need to be concerned about anything, and the disciple would like to ask the master to settle the dojo as soon as possible. Supreme Song Lan looked at Duke Chio with a calm expression. I still have 2 years to live, and in order to repay the favor, although I promised you that I would take care of your troubles for you before I die, it's not now. Duke Chio lowered his head, his eyes shifting. I naturally know that, Master. My disciple is just worried that it will be too late. Supreme Lord Song Lan smiled faintly. Between you and me, although it is a master and disciple, but the transaction is a greater component. So, you do a thing for me. After it is done, I personally go to the dojo, to destroy the dojo. If it is not done, I will help you before I die. What is the task? Please grant it, Master. Duke Chio hurriedly inquired. Supreme Lord Kanglan said with a grave expression, have you ever heard of the Tsong Xian fruit? Duke Chio shook his head. The Tsong Xian fruit is a tsong tree that grows in the Tsong Sea and bears fruit that possesses a mysterious divine flavor, hence the name Tsong Xian fruit. Supreme Lord Kanglan said, it's just that the pale tree grows on top of a special island that is not fixed, like a giant ship floating in the pale sea. You go to the Tsanhai and find the Tsongxuan fruit for me, and I will immediately help you go to the dojo. Or, come as agreed. Duke Chio couldn't help but inquire. May I ask, Master, what is the wonderful use of this Tsong Xian fruit? 2 effects. Supreme Emperor Kanglan said. 1. It can revitalize severed limbs and give people a new lease on life. And 2. It can renew one's life for 20 years. What? Renewal. Duke Chio was shocked. Not bad. Renewal. Supreme Emperor Kanglan said. Chio Hung. S choice is yours. Apprentice knows. Apprentice excuses himself. I'll go to the Tsanhai immediately. It's just that the Tsanhai is long. Apprentice can't guarantee that I'll be able to search for the Tsongxuan fruit. Duke Chio said respectfully. Supreme Lord Kanglan said. If you can't find it, then it's destiny. The apprentice excuses himself. Soon, after Duke Chio left, he gathered his subordinates at the first opportunity and headed straight to the Tsanhai. Chapter 157, The Fourth Chakra. In the meantime, Nanyang. When the news of Lin Bei's mighty attack on the U state and killing a martial arts supreme being spread into this place, Nanyang Zhou's face is white with fear. The entire Nanyang Zhou clan was on edge every day. This day, the Nanyang County Lord found the Nanyang County King. Father, why are you walking back and forth in the yard? Is something on your mind? The Nanyang County King sighed. Daughter, you don't know that the Lord of the Dojo actually penetrated deep into Yuzhou and killed a martial Dao Supreme. The Heavenly King he personally went to the Tsongyun Academy and tried to ask to see Prince Chiu, but as a result, Prince Chiu directly gave him a closed door. I'm afraid that Prince Chiu is also afraid. County Lord Nanyang smiled and said, Father is overly concerned. Look at what this is. County Lord Nanyang handed a letter to County King Nanyang. This letter, naturally, was given to him by Duke Chiu. After seeing the contents of the letter, the Nanyang County King's anxiety was a few points less. I see, Mr. Chiu turned out not to be in Songyun Academy. No wonder I can't see. The Nanyang County King revealed a hint of a smile. Baby girl, it's fortunate that you're pregnant with Duke Chiu's flesh and blood. Otherwise with his character, I'm afraid that he won't be able to fight the dojo to the end. County Lord Nanyang smiled and touched her stomach. Father, our Nanyang Zhou clan, being oppressed by that dojo. Although the days are not good, but there is no need to worry much, until the dojo is overthrown. Those clans that are nibbling away at our assets will have to be honest, and spit out what they have eaten. What my daughter says is true. The moment. Dojo. Lin Bei called for Su Rue. Master, I'm coming. Su Rui stood outside the door with some urgency. He understood that Lin Bei had summoned him not just because he had returned from Nanyang. More importantly, it was probably seeing him waste his martial arts cultivation. This summons could decide his fate. Lin Bei's voice was gentle. Come in. Su Rui respectfully pushed the door in. Looking at Su Rui, who had some weakness, Lin Bei inwardly marveled a million times. Su Rui's martial arts cultivation is not low, and now even self-cancellation of cultivation, as a clear will, is really a ruthless person. I already know about Nanyang. You did a good job. Lin Bei first complimented him, then his expression began to become serious. Su Rui, if you have abrogated your own cultivation, have you ever thought about what you should do if you don't enter the door of immortal cultivation? Su Rui looked frank. Then be an ordinary person and live an ordinary life honestly. Lin Bei glanced at Su Rui with some surprise. And, are you willing to do that? Not willingly, Su Rui said honestly, but, I will go with the flow. Lin Bei looked at Su Rui with great appreciation. Good one to let nature take its course, but also has a few points of immortal cultivator's freedom. But you don't need to despair. Even if you don't have the qualification to cultivate immortality, the master will personally open the heavenly gate for you. Su Rui was stunned. He was not aware of the matter of the heaven opening gate because he had gone to Nanyang very early in the morning and had just come back without saying a few words before he was called over by Lin Bei. Although he was not clear about the meaning of opening the heavenly gate, he was clear that it was bound to be related to cultivation. Thank you, Master. Lin Bei nodded. You first go back and think about what you are good at, and if you have your own direction of cultivation, then come back to find your master. Tone down. Su Rui didn't move, but instead said respectfully, Master, I know what I'm good at. I've been particularly keen on the 4 seasons and the changes in weather shades since I was a child. And I can tell the weather shade and the change of seasons and seasons by observing many things. In addition to this, I also have an exceedingly keen sense of mountainous terrain and natural environments. When I first traveled to the Jade Valley Pass before, I just took a look at the terrain and environment there, and I immediately realized that cutting off the water of the Tianshan mountain could flood the demonic beasts. I'm also particularly good at drawing maps. On top of that, my mind is perhaps a little more powerful than unusual. Almost instantly, Su Rui poured out all the things he was good at in his head. Lin Bei cast an appreciative look at Su Rui. This was by far the smoothest disciple he had ever taken on. Bar none. Master knows. Go find little Iris and let her condition your body for you. Yes. Su Rui respectfully left. Lin Bei closed his eyes and rested his mind. Soon he had begun to have an idea about the direction of Su Rui's cultivation. It looks like Su Rui's cultivation method. I need to be cautious. Need to go out more. Sense the heaven and earth, sense the terrain. Perhaps for creating his gong method, there will be inspiration. Lin Bei Dark Road. He had a hunch. Su Rui's cultivation method would perhaps be the most special among his many disciples. Let's cultivate first. I also need time to think out the direction of Su Rui's cultivation method first. Time passes day by day. Lin Bei concentrated on his cultivation. As the Taiji vomiting technique fused with the yin-yang harmonization Dao vomiting technique, Lin Bei's cultivation speed increased once again. When the sun and moon were high in the sky, the speed of cultivation skyrocketed 3 times faster than usual. But, after all, the time when the sun and moon are high in the sky is short. Unusual moments of elevation are not much. Overall, the speed of cultivation was about a little more than twice as fast as when it was unusual. The 3rd chakra is a done deal. Next, the 4th chakra, Hand Yongming Large Intestine Meridian. After Lin Bei broke through the 3rd chakra and started cultivating the 4th chakra, he decided to leave the dojo and seek inspiration for the creation of Su Rui's cultivation method. Just arrived at the dojo, Lin Bei then saw little Iris sitting inside the pavilion of the dojo moping. Her hand had been wrapped around one of her ponytails. Distracted. What's the matter, little Iris? Who bullied you? Little Iris looked up and cried out with a wow after seeing Lin Bei. Master, my father he broke a hand. The dojo everyone knows, only I do not know. If I hadn't heard that he had returned, I would have gone to find him. I wouldn't have known. Lin Bei rubbed little Iris's head. He understood that little Iris already knew everything. Things are not always the same. Your father also hid it from you because he didn't want you to worry and feel bad. Master, when the dojo settles down, can you have Senior Zhang take me to Tsong Yun Academy? Little Iris said with big watery eyes. To Tsong Yun Academy? Lin Bei asked with some surprise. Why are you going there? Little Iris said. I heard Mu Qingyue say that in the Tsong Yun Academy's bookstore, there is an ancient book that may contain a spiritual medicine that can revive severed limbs. Of course, Lin Bei said with a smile. Master can take you there right now. That won't do. Little Iris shook her head back and forth. I've heard that Duke Xiu has worshipped some Tsong Lan Supreme Master as his teacher. and will be a threat to our dojo. With you sitting at the helm, Senior Zhang can cultivate at ease and wait until the feud between Senior Zhang and Duke Zhou is resolved. So good. Lin Bei rubbed her head in relief. Right at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly appeared in Lin Bei's mind. It's just that. What this voice conveyed surprised him in a million ways. Chapter 158 Evil Path? Your disciple Meng Xiaohu was impregnated by the extreme killing intent and his divine consciousness has undergone a mutation, and your understanding of the way of killing has improved. Your disciple, Meng Xiaohu, has had his Taoist body eroded by death, and your understanding of death has improved. Your disciple, Meng Xiaohu, comprehends the mysteries of life and death, and your understanding of life and death improves. Your disciple, Meng Xiaohu, undergoes a mutation in the method of vomiting that allows him to gulp in the power of fear, comprehending the fear of extreme evil, and your understanding of the fear of the 7 emotions improves. When the voice in his head stopped, Lin Bei instantly digested the massive amount of knowledge. After Lin Bei had thoroughly clarified this knowledge, his face became extremely ugly. Little Iris seemed to have sensed Lin Bei's face and hurriedly inquired, Master, what's wrong? It's okay, Lin Bei said in a deep voice. Right at this moment, not far away, Su Rui walked up and said respectfully, Master, Senior Sister, I happened to overhear your conversation earlier, but are you trying to search for the spirit pill for the rebirth of severed limbs? Yes, yes. Little Iris nodded her head repeatedly, looking at Su Rui with eyes full of anticipation. Senior brother, you were once from the Tsong Yun Academy. You shouldn't know, right? Little Iris was particularly proud when she said the word senior. After all, basically no one in the dojo called her senior sister because of her age, and the dojo didn't care about it. Su Rui being this disciplined made her feel a little happy inside. I'm more of a reader. I read basically everything, and I know what you're talking about when you talk about the elixir that can bring back severed limbs. Su Rui smiled and said, you should be referring to the Tsong Xian fruit. This fruit grows on top of the Tsong tree, located in the Tsong Sea. It's just that because the island where the pale tree grows is very special, it will float with the waves in the pale sea, so it's hard to find with its erratic movements. The Tsong Yun Academy's senior management had gone to look for it many times, but the Tsanghai wasn't just too big, it was also very dangerous, and a lot of people died, so the Tsong Yun Academy blocked the news, and I saw it by chance. Little Iris sniffed and immediately revealed a look of disappointment. Is the Tsanghai dangerous? It's better to forget about it then. Su Rui laughed. Senior sister, do not disturb. The pale tree is located on the island, seemingly ethereal. In fact, may not be no rules of floating haphazardly, and given some time, senior brother will certainly be able to project where the Tsong tree is located. As long as I have the location, I'll be able to deduce the level of danger based on what is known about the Tsanghai. Little Iris was overjoyed. Then it's all up to you. Lin Bei smelled a slight movement in his expression, and in his heart, he also thinks highly of Su Rui for a few points. Originally, Lin Bei thought that Su Rui was able to escape Duke Zhou's pursuit because of luck, but now he realized that perhaps it wasn't luck, but his own soft power. Su Rui, Lin Bei suddenly spoke. Disciple in. Su Rui said respectfully. Lin Bei cast a trusting look at him and said with a smile, I'll leave this matter to you. With stability as the main focus, you can let Zhang Tong help you. Disciple leads the way. Su Rui respectfully led the order. Little Iris, go call Iron Bull over. Oh. Little Iris hurriedly ran to the dojo and immediately said when she saw Tainyo who was practicing, Brother Tinyo, Master is calling you. Tainyo took a deep breath and began to collect his energy, then slowly opened his eyes and casually asked, What does Master want with me? I don't know. Little Iris shook her head. Alright. Tainyo got up and was ready to go to Lin Bei's retreat room. Master is waiting for you at the door of the dojo. Oh. Iron Bull nodded and looked to Little Iris. Is this Master getting ready to go out? Well, where to I don't know, but when I was at the door of the dojo, I saw that the face suddenly got a little hard. Little Iris blinked her eyes and looked at Tainyo. Did Master project something? It's possible. With misgivings, the duo quickly made their way to the door. Master, you wanted to see me? Tainyo perceived that Lin Bei's appearance seemed to have some warm anger, so he opened his mouth and asked carefully. The master just had a feeling in his heart and projected. Lin Bei's aura changed as he said this, and he suddenly became stern. Tainyo, go get Meng Xiaohu for me. This kid has possibly taken to the evil path. This statement was made. The people in the room had expressions of dismay. Xiao Luzi, who had been pretending to be busy not far away, was even the first to rush over when he heard this. Master, what happened to little tiger? He has a good heart. How could he go astray? Tainyo also hastened to say, Master, Xiaohu has always obeyed, which is afraid that there is some kind of misunderstanding. Not long ago I also met him. Him and a person called Luoling, but also said that he wanted to come to our dojo to look for sizzling inflammation xianhua, which is only a few days. Lin Bei snorted coldly. Misunderstanding? The master also hopes that it is a misunderstanding. Tai Nyo, immediately go and bring him back. If it is a big mistake, you can deal with it yourself according to the situation. Yes. Tai Nyo didn't dare to say anything more and hastily led the order. I'll go find him immediately. Lin Bei nodded. His conclusion that Meng Xiaohu was on an evil path was actually quite simple. Look what Meng Xiaohu has realized. Letting someone else's fears saturate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and then exhaling it. Comprehended how to use the dead qi, so that the dead qi in the middle of how to breed life. These sound like no problem. But Lin Bei comprehended the meaning of it. The move, to put it bluntly, it is to put someone else between life and death, and then extract the power from it to bring another person full of death back to life. This means taking a lot of human lives to fill them. Isn't that the evil way? When Tai Nyo left, Little Iris and Su Rue both sensed Lin Bei's anger and didn't dare to say anything more for a while. However, just at this time, Xiao Luzi said stiffly, Master, there must be some kind of misunderstanding. I don't believe Meng Xiaohu would go down an evil path. I want to go out and find him. Humph. Stay in the dojo honestly. Lin Bei snorted coldly. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, we'll know when your senior brother Tai Nyo captures him back. After saying that, Lin Bei directly turned around and left the dojo. As he prepared to continue to look for inspiration to create Su Rue's cultivation method, Xiao Luzi's eyes fluttered when he saw Lin Bei leave. Then he seemed to think of something. Su Rue, can you help me? I want to go to Meng Xiaohu, but I don't know where he is. You're so powerful, analyze for me where he is. Su Rue sighed. Little Six, I can't help you with this. I need to help Little Iris find the location of the Tsong tree, and Master has said that you should stay honestly in the dojo. Who, do you think, would dare to disobey the master? Little Iris was even staring at Little Six. Now that the banditry in Sangzhou has not completely ended, you are not allowed to run around. Xiao Luzi lowered his head and didn't say anything, just left silently. Little Iris looked at Su Rue at this moment and asked with some concern. Su Rue, Xiaohu, if he really goes on the evil path, what will Master do with him? That depends, how big the mistake is. Su Rue said indifferently. Master has always made a clear distinction between grudges, and he treats the people of the dojo with great protection. But, Master also speaks of rules and reason. If you touch the scales, Meng Xiaohu, I'm afraid, can not live. Chapter 159, Harmonizing Sacred Evil Valley. Hearing Su Rue's analysis, Little Iris murmured as the worry in her eyes grew a few points more. Xiaohu, you mustn't do anything stupid. The other side, the Valley of the Transfiguration Sacred Evil. There were two old men, who were picking some special spiritual herbs outside the valley. Old he, hurry up and pick the spiritual herbs and leave. We risked coming here. In case we meet that group of fierce martial artists, we'll be finished. What are you afraid of? Not long ago, that group of martial artists forced two people into the transformation Sacred Evil Valley. 7 days have passed. That group of people must have left. And everyone knows that no one can live for 3 days. The old man named Lao, he said. On the 4th day, those martial artists left. And it's been 7 days since those two entered the Sacred Evil Valley of Transformation. Right? They should be dead through and through. Old he, you know a lot of strange anecdotes. Why is this place called the Valley of the Transforming Sacred Evil? Lao, he said with a smile. Of course it's because there was once a particularly powerful martial artist here. I heard that he was a late-stage martial supreme, who was in seclusion here in order to transcend into sainthood. As a result, did not become a martial saint, died here. Rumor has it that after death, this person's soul has not been transformed into a severe ghost, has been hovering in the valley. As long as someone goes in for more than 3 days, he or she will die without a doubt. The other old man asked suspiciously. Really? Even though I grew up knowing it's dangerous in there, is it really that evil? Of course it's evil. The old man surnamed, he said. If it's not evil, how could those people who are chasing it not dare to go in? Also, so we are safe outside the valley. Of course. At this point, inside the valley of the transforming sacred evil, inside the entire valley, a layer of gray fog filled the air, and visibility was extremely low, less than 3 feet. The entire mist was filled with a very chilly aura. However, in the midst of this mist, there was a figure sitting on its knees with its head hanging down. Upon closer inspection, the figure turned out to be a dry corpse. Only, this dry body is not gushing out a gray mist all the time. In front of this dryad, there was a man and a woman, and at the moment, the man looked as if he was unconscious, but the tear tracks were clearly visible in the corners of his eyes. The young girl then placed the man on top of her own knees, leaning against the stone wall, dying. Xiaohu, I can't hold out. I didn't expect that. The Zhang family actually knew my whereabouts. It's me who dragged you down. Speaking of which, the young girl sneered. Ridiculous, that Zhang family did everything to get the sacred pearl of transformation in my body, but I'm not going to let them have their way. Hoping that the sacred pearl of transformation can save your life, the young girl murmured, a hand crossing Meng Xiaohu's face. You are so stupid. In order to save me, you were seriously injured by the minions of that Zhang family. But, your Dao body is really powerful. It seems to be absorbing the power of my sacred transformation bead, and it is also absorbing the dead chi of this sacred transformation evil valley. Cough cough cough. The young girl began to cough up blood, and the look in her eyes grew a little darker. This evil valley of transforming saints, it's really too dangerous. The late stage of the martial Dao Supreme has the body of a transforming saint, and it's surprising that after death, it can dip the entire valley into this ghostly appearance. Speaking of which, the young girl's eyes closed slightly, and she directly collapsed onto Meng Xiaohu's body. Time passes. 2 hours later, Meng Xiaohu's eyes snapped open, only to see him began to operate the spitting method. A large number of dead chi was actually directly swallowed by him. Only, the death aura quickly looked down on his Dao body. At this exact moment, there was a bead within his body that emitted white light and was giving off vigorous vitality. The two forces met. Meng Xiaohu comprehended the mysteries of life and death. At the same time, his Dao body began to metamorphose, and with the power of the sacred bead of transformation and the spitting method, he surprisingly, in the midst of this deathly aura, he comprehended the power of fear. The moment Meng Xiaohu's power began to soar, not only had his Dao body completed the 9 refinements, but even the spiritual power of the first chakra had grown crazily. Do it all. Meng Xiaohu surrounded by dead air, surprisingly receding. At this moment, Meng Xiaohu hurriedly looked at Luo Ling. Just, Luo Ling, already dying, only extremely weak breathing, having lost the sacred pearl of transformation. Luo Ling simply can't block the dead air here. Luo Ling, wake up, wake up! Meng Xiaohu is anxious and incomparable. Just, his shouting is not useful at all. The moment, Lorraine, eyes closed, only a faint breath. Meng Xiaohu fiercely realized that Luo Ling was afraid that she had fallen into near death. The reason why there was still a faint breath was purely because of the sacred bead of transformation in his body, which emitted a trace of vitality. Hanging on to her last breath, Meng Xiaohu realized what was going on and hurriedly spat out the sacred pearl of transformation from his body, then placed it on Luo Ling's body. The Zhang family is chasing you for this thing? You don't give it to me. You will be fine. The death chi here can't help you. You, for me, is it worth it? Looking at the dying Luo Ling, Meng Xiaohu suddenly, his eyes flashed with a hint of madness. No, I have to save you. You can't die. I'm an immortal cultivator. I can save you. Immortal cultivators have great powers. It doesn't matter if I can't. I can definitely save you. Meng Xiaohu muttered. Fear, death, life, life and death. Draw strength from fear, life from death. It can be done. I can do it. Meng Xiaohu's expression grew hideous. Luo Ling, I won't let you die, even if 1,000 fingers are pointed at me. The other side, outside the valley of the chemical sacred evil, 2 old men were talking eloquently, picking herbs as they talked. Only, while they were still talking and laughing, they only felt that the temperature around them seemed to have gotten lower. What's going on? It seems cold. Yeah, the vibe is so weird. Why do I feel a little overwhelmed? Speaking, only to see Meng Xiaohu slowly walking out with Luo Ling in his arms. The moment the old man surnamed he saw Meng Xiaohu, his face changed drastically and he said in great horror. Then, those 2 people, or out of the valley of the transforming sacred evil. Run! The 2 old men tried to run almost immediately. Just, a deathly aura swept in, and the 2 old men directly rolled their eyes and fainted directly, falling straight to the ground. Time passes slowly. The other side. A small village not far from the transforming sacred evil valley. Here, children play, smoke rises from cooking fires, women and children and farmers work in the fields. Suddenly, one of the farmers was still about to wipe his sweat when he suddenly looked up oddly at the sun. It's so strange. Why do I feel as if it's cold when the sun is clearly blazing? Yeah, it's so strange. Another farmer who was sowing seeds also looked at the sky in confusion. Right at this moment, they saw, not far away, a figure walking. As the person approached, they felt colder and colder. This is emanated by martial artists? What's that rope behind him? Dragging? The moment of doubt. Dead air sweeps through. In a flash, many farmers directly fainted and planted themselves on the ground. Meng Xiaohu indifferently dragged these people, tied them with ropes, and then dragged them toward the village walked. Chapter 160, Wanted? Madness. Outside the village, there is a farmer, hiding above the ridge, covering his mouth, full of fear. When Meng Xiuhu left, he fled almost at the first opportunity. The other side, the holy city of transfiguration. This was the closest city to the sacred evil valley of transformation. The city got its name because a strong person at the late stage of martial supreme was in seclusion in the valley, breaking through to sainthood. Only, no one expected that this martial supreme powerhouse not only failed to break through, but also turned the entire harmonization sacred valley into a forbidden land, and the harmonization sacred valley into the harmonization sacred evil valley. The name of the sacred city of transformation was instead full of irony. But, the city of chemical sanctuary is also known worldwide for this reason, so the name of the city has not been changed. The moment a figure stumbled and ran to the martial arts center in the city. This person was none other than the farmer who was hiding in the distant ridge earlier. He raised his head and glanced at the words Chemical Saint Main Hall before rushing in. No, it's not good. Our village met a strange man. He killed many of us. When these words came out, an expert of the martial intent realm from the Harmonization Sacred General Hall inquired. This old man, take it easy, what's going on? It's like this. The farmer hastened to tell everything he saw. When this farmer finished speaking, the face of this martial intent realm grandmaster changed abruptly. What? Surprisingly, there is such a thing. It's hard to believe that another evil person has emerged from the sacred evil valley of transformation. With this in mind, he hurriedly ran to the general hall of the chemical sage. Soon, he arrived in front of the chief librarian's parlor. Brother Qin, what brings you here? Is there something wrong? Why are you so anxious? The martial artist who was addressed as Brother Qin hurriedly said, Is the chief pavilion master in? I want to see him. Something big has happened. The chief pavilion master is meeting with his honored guests. Why don't you go to the vice pavilion master? Good thing too. Soon, the Qin martial artist rushed to where the vice pavilion master was almost immediately. The vice pavilion master of the harmonization sage was, at this moment, in the middle of the schoolyard of the martial arts school, teaching the martial artists to cultivate. Only to see him, his entire body's martial power surged, and his punches and kicks were majestic. Remember? This is the best technique of our Hua Shang General Pavilion, the Hua Shang Palm, which is a martial art that our pavilion master has only realized after being instructed by the supreme commander of the martial arts path. Speaking of just as the vice pavilion master of the transformation sage spoke eloquently, an urgent voice came. Vice pavilion master Liao. Something big has happened. This statement was made. Vice pavilion master Liao was stunned as he looked at the visitor, who was none other than the martial artist surnamed Qin from the true intent realm of the martial Dao. Xiao Qin, why are you here? What happened? So flustered? The Qin martial artist hurriedly said, Just now, a farmer from a village not far away from the sacred evil valley of transformation came to report that someone had come out alive from the sacred evil valley of transformation. That person, wherever he passed, almost all the villagers all fell in response. To the sound of the air became cold. What? Can't it be that another evil person has appeared in the sacred evil valley of transformation? Deputy Pavilion Master Liao's face changed drastically. The few martial artists on his side were very unfamiliar with the term evil man and hurriedly inquired. Vice Pavilion Master Liao, what is an evil person? Vice Pavilion Master Liao said in a hurry. You all know about the sacred evil valley of transformation, right? There were martial supreme beings who fell there, but the grievances don't dissipate. The death aura fills. Almost everyone who goes in and can't hold on for 3 days will die. The crowd nodded. We know about the sacred evil valley of transformation, but what is an evil person? Vice Pavilion Master Liao took a deep breath and said with an extremely grim expression, There is a rumor in the sacred evil valley of transformation that if one is lucky enough not to die in the middle of the sacred evil valley of transformation, then there is an extremely tiny probability that it will be impregnated by the martial intent of that martial supreme being and become an evil person who only knows how to kill. This so-called evil person can continuously become stronger through killing. Vice Pavilion Master Liao hurriedly said, This is the origin of the evil man. The last time the evil man appeared, it was 40 years ago. No, it absolutely cannot be left unchecked. The evil man at least has the strength of a martial arts master. If it is left unchecked, I'm afraid that it will become a huge scourge. It dawned on the crowd. This is also the reason why the Valley of Transforming Saints became the Valley of Transforming Saints and Evil. When Vice Pavilion Master Liao finished speaking, he looked at the Qin martial artist. Does the chief librarian know about this? I don't know. The martial artist surnamed Qin hurriedly said. The chief pavilion master is receiving his honored guests. I heard that they are experts from the dojo. Got it. I don't know how strong this evil man is. Although the evil man has just appeared and only has the strength of a prisonnier. But after all, the number of times it appeared in history is very small, so it doesn't necessarily have a reference value. Even though I'm already at the late stage of martial master, I can't afford to be arrogant. Vice Pavilion Master Liao looked towards the Qin martial artist. In this case, go wait over at the Chief Pavilion Master's side, and when his meeting is over, immediately report this matter to the Chief Pavilion Master. Yes, the Qin martial artist said in a hurry. Vice Pavilion Master Liao nodded, then looked at the crowd. Go, you, and you. The four of you will go with me to deal with this evil person. Vice Pavilion Master Liao, in a row, had named 4 martial grandmasters, one of whom was in the middle of the grandmaster stage and 3 in the early stage. The strength of the evil man is unknown, and so are his methods. So don't be impulsive and focus on me. Understand? Understood, the crowd said in unison. Go! Vice Pavilion Master Liao didn't say anything and directly led the crowd away. In the meantime, the village beyond the Valley of Chemical Sacred Evil. The place was originally crowded, but for the moment, silence. Almost everyone, all of them, were caught in the small square within the village. At this moment, Meng Xiaohu had already withdrawn his mighty pressure. There were quite a few villagers within the village who slowly returned to their senses at this moment. When these villagers, after seeing themselves tied up and seeing Meng Xiaohu not far away, they all turned white with fear. What are you going to do? The mayor of the village, within the village, inquired with trepidation. Money or food, we'll give it all to you. Please don't hurt us. When these words came out, many villagers, one after another, opened their mouths. Yes, this lord, please don't hurt us. For a while, the scene was very noisy. There were not only the voices of the villagers begging for mercy, but also the cries of some children. Shut up! Meng Xiaohu's eyes flashed with a hint of indifference. If he makes any more noise, I'll have his head on the ground. When these words came out, the villagers who originally had some noisy cries and howls, immediately shut up. Even those children were too scared to cry. What are you going to do? The village chief inquired with a face full of fear. She lacks vitality. The sacred pearl of transformation can't save her. She needs fresh vitality to replenish. I want her to live. Meng Xiaohu tenderly looked at Luo Ling, then coldly said, at all costs, a chance to live? Of the living? One time. Fear, in an instant, spread throughout the village. Meng Xiaohu was desperately absorbing the fear of these villagers in his eyes. There was a flash of madness. Chapter 161 Seizure of the Patriarch. The will of fear saturated the surrounding heaven and earth, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became abnormally active. Meng Xiaohu performed the vomiting technique and began to frantically absorb this power. Right at this moment, a timid voice came out. Grandpa, are we going to die? This childish green pheasant's voice was like a shocking hammer that slammed into Meng Xiaohu's heart. The madness in his eyes was instantly extinguished. The moment he looked around at the fearful villagers, and his hands suddenly couldn't help shaking. What am I doing? How can I hurt these innocent villagers? Just at this time, he suddenly saw not far away the dying Luo Ling, and a hint of struggle flashed in his eyes. A moment of silence. He looked over at the kid and walked slowly over to him. The boy's grandfather said in horror, "You, stay away." Meng Xiaohu suddenly felt as if his heart was twisting, and he grinned, holding up a forced smile. I'm sorry, I never meant to kill you guys. I just wanted to borrow a little of your life to save people. You will be weak, but I promise to make it up to you. Meng Xiaohu tried to explain. It was just that after he explained, he instead felt the fear of these villagers. A few more points. Suddenly, his face was reflected in the puddle next to him. Meng Xiaohu was momentarily in a trance, because his smile, at the moment, seemed extraordinarily evil. Is this me? In a trance, an angry cry suddenly came from not far away. There's the evil man. What's he going to do? Capture all the villagers? The deputy pavilion master of the main pavilion of the transformation sage was instantly furious, his eyes wide with a murderous aura. Together, kill them on the spot. Tone down. The deputy pavilion master of the general pavilion of harmonization saints directly killed Meng Xiaohu as if it were lightning. A monstrous martial power instantly enveloped the entire arena. The strength of a late-stage martial grandmaster was on display at this moment. If he had come out of the sacred evil valley before, Meng Xiaohu would have been afraid that he wouldn't have been able to move in the face of such a strong person. However, at this moment, he utilized the vomiting technique to transform the power of the death chi within the Luo Ling sacred bead of transformation and the sacred evil valley of transformation. His Tao body, with the help of external forces, had directly completed the 9 refinements, and the spiritual energy of the first chakra, which was nearly 1,000 drops, was almost directly filled. At this moment, he was not afraid of even a late-stage martial grandmaster. At this moment, the vice pavilion master of the transformation sage slapped his palm. Meng Xiaohu stepped on his taiji steps and easily avoided the strike. While avoiding it, Meng Xiaohu said indifferently, "I'm sorry, people. I can't let you save them. And you'll have to stay. I need people alive." As soon as these words came out, the pupils of the Harmonization Sage Vice Pavilion Master condensed, and he hastily took several steps back as he and the many patriarchs of the Harmonization Sage Martial Hall surrounded Meng Xiaohu. "He still has consciousness. This evil man is completely different from what was previously recorded." The Vice Pavilion Master of the Transformation Sage immediately shouted angrily, "Be careful. I'll be the main attacker. You guys assist me." "Yes." Next, as the Vice Pavilion Master of Transformation Saints executed the Palm of Transformation Saints, the power of each strike seemed to be able to break the limits to exert the strength of a half-step Heavenly King that surpassed that of a patriarch in a short period of time. In the face of this attack, Meng Xiaohu stepped on his feet in Taiji steps and performed Taijiquan to borrow power. In just one look, an easy palm strike sent the Harmonization Sage Vice Pavilion Master flying dozens of meters. This scene instantly subdued several martial grandmasters from the Harmonization Sage General Pavilion. That strong? The Deputy Pavilion Master is a late sect master cultivation, and has already touched the threshold of the martial domain. Surprisingly, the gap is so big? This evil person, he doesn't have a martial domain at all. As many patriarchs were shocked, the Vice Pavilion Master of the Harmonization Sage barely stood up, his face pale. Although this evil person doesn't have a martial domain, his attack is comparable to that of a martial Dao Heavenly King. "Gentlemen, we are afraid that today, we will lose our lives here." The other side, Dojo, outside Zhang Tang's seclusion room, Xiao Luzi walked back and forth. His face was worried, but in the end, he did not knock on Zhang Tang's door. "Little Six, why are you hovering outside the door?" When Zhang Tang said this, Xiao Luzi froze, then said, "Nothing." After saying that, Xiao Luzi was ready to leave. At this exact moment, the door to Zhang Tang's retreat was opened, and Zhang Tang directly pressed his shoulder to stop him from leaving. "Little Six, that's not like you. Go ahead. What is it?" Xiao Luzi hesitated for a moment before saying, "Senior brother Zhang Tang, something happened to Xiaohu. Something happened to Tiger? Who did you hear that from?" Zhang Tang had some surprises. Master has great magical powers and is able to calculate. He seemed to have felt something in his heart and projected before, saying that Xiaohu had entered the evil path and asked Tainyo to bring him back, and also said that he would let Tainyo make his own decision depending on the situation. Xiao Luzi grabbed Zhang Tang's hand. "Big senior brother, can you save little Tiger? I believe that he must have a bitter reason." Zhang Tang frowned for a moment before sighing. "I'll go ask Master what's going on." Little Rocco pointed to the east. Master left in that direction, and I heard Su Rue say that Master went to sense heaven and earth, preparing to create a customized immortal cultivation law for Su Rue. Got it. Not a moment too soon. Zhang Tang found Lin Bei, who was standing at the top of the mountain, observing the terrain of the mountain range. "Master, little sixth son begged you?" Lin Bei didn't look back, already knowing who the visitor was. "Yes." Zhang Tang nodded. "May I ask, Master, is Xiaohu he really on the evil path?" Lin Bei looked at Zhang Tang and sighed helplessly. "Not long ago, I suddenly had a feeling in my heart, and under the projection, I realized that it was Xiaohu who had a strange encounter. Just do you know what his strange encounter was? Please guide me." "Master," Zhang Tang said in a hurry, "with the help of Death Qi, he has realized the mysteries of life and death." "The great Tao of life and death? Little Tiger is actually so powerful?" Zhang Tang had some surprise. "Isn't this a good thing?" Lin Bei shook his head. "It's not the great Tao of life and death, but it's just understanding some of the mysteries of life and death. And the mystery he comprehended is to extract someone else's vitality and pass it on to another person who is going to die. Because of his shallow enlightenment, he has not even realized the spell. So to save a person with this method, he has to transfer at least 100 times the vitality of the person." This statement was made. Zhang Tang's face changed slightly. "But Master, little Tiger, he's only at the Dao body realm. How did he start comprehending spells? How does the law of transference sound like it requires the use of spiritual energy?" Zhang Tang suddenly realized something. "He had a strange encounter?" Lin Bei nodded. "In addition to this, he also comprehended a very special method of exhaling through, among the 7 emotions and 6 desires of man, the fear of the 7 emotions. Let the fear of others saturate the heavens and earth, and in this way exhale the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth that is filled with the power of fear, and strengthen the method of transference." Zhang Tang's face changed slightly when he heard this. "Master, could it be that little Tiger is being controlled by someone else? These are not little Tiger's doing?" Lin Bei shook his head. "If he was controlled and had problems with his consciousness, it would be absolutely impossible for him to comprehend the Upanishads of life and death, let alone improve the vomiting method. There's nothing wrong with his consciousness." Zhang Tang drifted off. If Xiaohu is consciously participating in these evil techniques, I'm afraid he'll really be on the wrong path. Master, you're letting Tainyo go because you're worried that he'll go astray. So you'll bring him back as soon as possible in case something goes wrong? Lin Bei nodded. Zhang Tong had some irritation. This kid, if he meets things, why not come back to beg the master favor to participate in this kind of evil law? The way of life and death is a great Tao. How can ye participate in this way? Maybe he's in over his head. Lin Bei looked toward the sky. I only hope that he has not gone far. If he is a scourge to the party, then let the Iron Ox decide whether he lives or dies. Chapter 162 Tiger, do you want to fight me? Zhang Tang was silent for a moment before he excused himself. The apprentice excuses himself. Lin Bei nodded. The moment Zhang Tang returned to the dojo, Xiao Luzi hurriedly inquired. What did master say? Zhang Tang looked deeply at Xiao Luzi. Xiao Luzi, do you know why master let Tainyo go and not me? Kuroku froze. I don't know. Zhang Tang said indifferently. Master knows that I am decisive in killing. If Xiaohu causes trouble for one party, I will not give Xiaohu a chance to explain and will definitely kill him. And Tainyo's heart is as fine as a hair. He will figure out the reason for it, and keep Meng Xiaohu as much as possible. Unless Meng Xiaohu goes too far to break through Tainyo's bottom line. Xiao Luzi was stunned. Don't question master's choices. Master has never loved a dojo disciple as much as possible. The other side. Washeng General Hall. Iron Bull was talking to the chief librarian in a very eloquent manner. The chief pavilion master of the harmonization sage. His appearance looked very young, like he was around 20 or 30 years old, but there were vicissitudes in his eyes that he couldn't hide. Through conversation, Tainyo learned that the chief pavilion master of the harmonization sage was already over 70 years old, and the reason why he appeared young was because he had accidentally obtained a resident grass when he was in his 20s. Ancient pavilion master, I'm grateful for this matter. Your dojo saved so many people, including those from our martial arts school. It's just a pity that King Luo Prime didn't give us a chance to save them. Thanks to the dojo, the chief pavilion master of the transformation sage laughed. Just looking for someone. Don't worry, Heavenly King of Iron. As long as it's in my transformation sage's territory, I'm bound to be able to find this person. At this exact moment, suddenly a martial artist outside shouted anxiously, Chief Pavilion Master, something to report. The chief pavilion master of the chemical sage froze. Come in and talk. Soon after, this martial intent realm expert said, Pavilion Master. The deputy pavilion master led the pavilion sovereign to crusade against the evil man, leaving me, who specializes in stealth, to stay in the periphery to observe, and as a result, all of them were captured by that evil man. After this person finished speaking, the chief pavilion master of the transformation sage was confused for a moment and then said, What did you say? The sacred evil valley of transformation. Another evil person has come out? The vice pavilion master has been captured? Iron Bull frowned slightly. Chief pavilion master, what's with this evil man? The chief pavilion master of the transformation sage immediately spoke about the evil man and the transformation sage evil valley. The Iron Ox gazes slightly in thought. Odd. The chief pavilion master of the transformation sage frowned. Chief pavilion master, where is it odd? Tainyo hurriedly inquired. According to the canonical records, evil people usually only know how to kill, and their strength is only at the level of a zongsher. But this time, the evil people not only managed to defeat the vice pavilion masters, but surprisingly, they didn't kill anyone, and only captured them. The chief pavilion master of the harmonization sage hurriedly said, genuinely odd. Speaking here, the chief pavilion master of the chemical sage's whole body killed. In any case, the evil man should die. I personally go out. The Iron Heavenly King, please wait a moment or two. When I solve the evil man, then come to accompany you. Wait, Iron Bull suddenly said, then looked at the man and immediately inquired. The evil man you speak of is a man? It probably looks like this. Iron Bull took out the portrait. When the man saw it, he nodded his head. It's very similar, but the temperament is a little bit not quite the same. This portrait person is very good-natured, but that evil person has an evil aura. Iron Bull nodded. Is there another woman? Exactly. At these words, Iron Bull stood up violently. The chief pavilion master of the chemical sage hurriedly inquired. Iron Heavenly King? Can it be that? That person is Meng Xiaohu? 9 times out of 10. Tainyo said. Chief pavilion master, the eccentric evil person you spoke of should be him. The chief pavilion master of the transformation sage froze, caught in a dilemma for a moment. Originally, when he heard that the evil people were in rebellion, his first reaction was to kill them directly. But this person was actually a dojo disciple, and he hesitated. The matter of Lin Bei killing his way into Yuzhou in order to save the people of the dojo was something he had heard like thunder. Dojo. He couldn't afford to offend. And he didn't dare to. Luckily, this kid still has a bottom line and didn't kill anyone. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have to clean up my house. After that, Iron Bull stood up. Chief Pavilion Master, I'll accompany you to check out the situation. Don't worry, the evil person you're talking about probably hasn't lost his mind. After all, he's an immortal cultivator of our dojo. Would he be easily affected by the so-called sacred evil valley of transformation? Leave it at my disposal. Good. The Chief Pavilion Master of the Transformation Sage nodded his head. The two of them flew through the air and quickly flew in the direction of the small village. The moment. Inside the hamlet, the Deputy Chief Pavilion Master of the Chemical Sage and a few of the defeated patriarchs were all captured. They could feel that a trace of life seemed to be drawn out of their bodies. Deputy Pavilion Master, how does this evil person seem to be completely different from what the canonical records say? It is indeed different. I thought it would be certain death, but I didn't realize that it was just grabbing us and extracting our vitality. The Deputy Pavilion Master was also puzzled. The vitality being extracted would only make the body weak and damage the vitality. It would not jeopardize lives. They were not in fear of their lives for a moment. The Vice Pavilion Master whispered when he saw Meng Xiaohu meditating there on his knees. The Chief Pavilion Master's side should have received the news. This evil person can't be arrogant for long. Everyone don't be afraid. The words were not yet spoken. The Vice Pavilion Master of the Transformation Sage suddenly raised his head to look towards the sky, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. Coming! The Chief Pavilion Master is here. Great! Even though this evil man is comparable to a martial heavenly king, our Pavilion Master is a genuine pre-modern heavenly king powerhouse. This moment, Meng Xiaohu seemed to notice someone approaching in the sky and jerked his eyes open. Terrifying aura of death and murder surged. Enveloped by this aura, the face of the Vice Pavilion Master of the Transformation Sage changed drastically. These people's aura is very strong. It looks like they are going to fight with the Pavilion Master. If the fight is too intense, under the aftermath of the battle, I am afraid that a lot of people will have to die. In a split second, Meng Xiaohu unexpectedly took the lead, his terrifying death aura and murderous aura sweeping through a large amount of spiritual energy, directly crashing into the Pavilion Master of the Harmonization Sacred General Pavilion. The Chief Pavilion Master of the Harmonization Sage hadn't expected Meng Xiaohu to be so ferocious, so he hastily exerted his martial domain and crashed into him. For a moment, a surprising scene appeared. The martial domain of the Chief Pavilion Master of the Harmonization Sage was actually shaken by the impact, and the Chief Pavilion Master of the Harmonization Sage was even knocked back a few steps. The faces of the many patriarchs of the Huashang Martial Hall were extremely ugly. The Chief Pavilion Master of the Chemical Sage had actually fallen into a disadvantage? For a while, many of the martial artists from the Harmonization Sage General Hall had despair in their hearts. However, just at the moment when everyone felt that a great battle was coming, a scene that stunned everyone appeared. Only a trace of shock flashed through Meng Xiaohu's eyes. The murderous aura of his entire body receded as if it were a tidal wave, and the pervasive deathly aura also disappeared without a trace in an instant. The moment. The person beside the Chief Pavilion Master of the Transformation Sage revealed his figure and appearance. This person is none other than Tinyo. At this point, the crowd of the Harmonization Sacred Martial Hall was overjoyed and hurriedly opened their mouths. The Chief Pavilion Master has invited the Heavenly King to assist him? Great! How can an evil person beat two Heavenly Kings? Chief Pavilion Master, this Heavenly King, please be careful. This evil man is very strange. When fighting him, he can emit a special kind of death aura and killing intent that can disturb the mind. The Chief Pavilion Master of the Transformation Sage nodded at the crowd. Don't worry, everyone is fine. Having said that, the Chief Pavilion Master of the Transformation Sage looked at Iron Bull. Iron Heavenly King, I'll leave this place to you. Tinyo nodded, then looked at Meng Xiaohu, then glanced at Luo Ling, who was not far away, and then at the captured villagers and martial artists. Immediately, Iron Ox spoke faintly. Tiger, you want to fight me? Chapter 163, Feeling Lin Bei's Heavenly Might. Tinyo's voice instantly awakened Meng Xiaohu. Senior brother Tinyo. Me. Enough. Iron Bull's voice suddenly became extremely harsh. What Su Rue said is exactly right. A red face is a curse. You have a strange encounter, although the strength of a lot of enhancement. But look at yourself. In the end, in the enlightenment of what? The things you can't master. That's the evil laws. Are you trying to kill these villagers? To save Luo Ling? Meng Xiaohu's face turned white. No, I didn't want to kill them. I just wanted to extract a little bit of their vitality. Shut up. Iron Bull was furious. Extracting vitality? That will harm their vitality and make them weak for a long time. And if they are infected with a disease and their bodies are weak, they will directly die. What on earth are you thinking? Master said that all beings are equal. If you really had the intention to kill these innocent people, even one, do you think Master would forgive you? Meng Xiaohu panicked and said, no, I only draw some vitality. From each person I don't want to hurt them. Just, his words hadn't even left his mouth. Iron Bull walked straight to his face, raised his hand and slapped it down. Pop, crisp and clear, it rang out across the room. At this moment, the villagers or those captured martial grandmasters all froze for a moment. They didn't expect that the evil man, who was able to press the head of the chief pavilion master of the transformation sacred in their first encounter, would just stand there, not even daring to dodge for a moment, and receive a direct slap. Moreover, after being beaten, Meng Xiaohu not only did not get angry, but also lowered his head seemingly ashamed. Talking nonsense and believing it yourself? Tainyo said coldly, suppressing them with death chi makes their hearts fearful, and you use this to draw on the power of fear to strengthen the transference method of extracting vitality. Do you think I'm blind? You've hurt them. Without saying a word, Tainyo went straight to these villagers. Meng Xiaohu, for a moment, unexpectedly did not know how to answer. Tainyo turned his head violently to look at Meng Xiaohu. Still trying to weasel your way out of this? Meng Xiaohu immediately lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. At this moment, Tainyo solemnly apologized to these villagers. I'm sorry, this is our dojo's fault, and our dojo will make it up to you 100 times over. With that said, Iron Bull began to untie the ropes. Tainyo suddenly spoke coldly. Little tiger, you are so disappointing. What's the matter that you can't go back to the dojo to find master? I'm sorry senior brother Tainyo. Luo Lingxi couldn't last that far. Meng Xiaohu lowered his head, his face full of panic. Is this matter known to the master? This statement was made. The people present looked at each other. They did not expect that this horrible evil person, facing the iron ox, did not even dare to fight back. Moreover, the reference to his master was surprisingly fearful of his master knowing what he had done. This appearance, this contrast, made it hard for them to believe that the person in front of them was the evil person with a murderous and evil aura from before. The moment, the crowd seemed to feel Lin Bei's heavenly might in an invisible way. You still know that you're afraid? Iron Bull snorted coldly. If master didn't know about you, would I be here? Meng Xiaohu lost his mind. I've let master down. Tainyo sighed, then walked over to Luo Ling and directly transferred a trace of spiritual energy from his body to Luo Ling. As his spiritual energy nourished Luo Ling, Meng Xiaohu clearly noticed that Luo Ling's breath seemed to be a bit more stable. Elder brother, what are you? My spiritual energy, which is the most rigid in yang, contains strong vitality. Master asked me to come here. Why is he not aware of your dilemma? That's why he asked me to save her. This statement was made. Meng Xiaohu was relieved, and his face was a few points more ashamed. The senior brothers and sisters, at this moment, both feel that it is Lin Bei's arrangement. In reality, Lin Bei did not think so much at all. I can't cultivate this kind of spiritual power. I also have no way to save her. I can only use external power. In the valley of the transforming sacred evil, I can only think of this way. Iron Bull gave him a cold look. I'm not listening to your explanations, so if you have anything to say, go back and talk to master. After saying that, Tainyo looked at the chief pavilion master of the transformation sage. Chief pavilion master Hua Shang. The mistake Meng Xiaohu made, our dojo will pay back 100 times over. We also asked the chief pavilion master to give some silver money to these villagers first to talk to them first. I need to take him back to the dojo first to receive his punishment. After that we will send someone to deliver the compensation. The chief pavilion master of the transformation sage smiled. Willing to serve. Tainyo did not stay, took Luo Ling and Meng Xiaohu together and directly left this place. The way back, the atmosphere seemed a little depressing. On the carriage, Tainyo looked at Luo Ling and broke the oppressive atmosphere. Little tiger, you never used to be able to hurt others for yourself. Why would you have such a drastic change in temperament during this experience? Meng Xiaohu was silent for a moment and responded in a low voice. Luo Ling and I met and got to know each other. We have explored dangers together, fought bandits, and lived and died together. I have saved her, but she has also saved me many times. Within the valley of transforming sacred evil, she even took out the transforming sacred pearl within her dantian in order to save me while she was on the verge of dying from the deathly aura of the valley of transforming sacred evil. Senior brother Tainyo, do you know just how precious the sacred transformation pearl is? It can give a martial artist an additional 30% chance of breaking through to martial saint. She can give up everything for me, and I just want to save her. Tainyo quietly listened to Meng Xiaohu's description. After a moment, Iron Bull sighed. So, you can just go and hurt innocent people in order to save her? Have you ever thought about what if those villagers you hurt were replaced with people from our nameless village? Meng Xiaohu froze, his pupils shaking slightly, clenched fists. Do you know that the person who came this time is me? If it is Zhang Tong's senior brother, he may kill you, because your heaven's gate was opened by him, regardless of your original intention. Your actions are causing trouble for the party and tarnishing the reputation of the dojo, whereas senior brother Zhang values the dojo more than his life. A scourge? Meng Xiaohu was stunned. The whole person was in a trance. Iron Bull sighed. It's precisely because I know the character of elder brother Zhang that Master asked me to come to you. Because Master doesn't care about the reputation of the dojo, he only cares about you. Meng Xiaohu sniffed and was mortified. I let my master down. How could I do such a thing? It was at this moment that Meng Xiaohu seemed to truly realize what he had done. Tai Nyo, do you know, I envy you guys. Having a master to personally teach the law, being able to get out of your own way, and being able to solve problems on your own when you meet them. Meng Xiaohu's voice choked. If it was you in the sacred evil valley of transformation, with the peripatetic orifice exhalation method and the supreme rigidity and yang spiritual power, I'm afraid that the pervasive death aura wouldn't be able to get close to you at all. Your Tao body is greatly accomplished, and I'm afraid that the ubiquitous killing intent won't be able to shake your will at all. And I cannot enter the door of cultivation. It is the eldest brother opened the door of heaven for me. I meet things, often feel a deep sense of powerlessness. Even after fusing the power of the transformation sacred pearl and becoming powerful, I still don't know how to save Luo Ling. I can only take advantage of external forces, death, qi, and killing intent. With the help of the remnants of the martial supreme body in the valley of the transforming sacred evil, I will be able to comprehend life and death. I know that if senior brother Zhang Tang was there, he might have realized the great Tao of life and death, and I can only comprehend the shallow reasoning. I even remodeled the spitting method haphazardly because of the influence of the evil valley of transforming saints and gulped down the spiritual power of the heavens and earth that was drenched in fear. And I am really too useless. You are like dazzling stars in the sky, and I can only stand on the ground and look up to you. Tai Nyo sighed, then patted Meng Xiaohu's shoulder. With the help of external forces, why is it not a cultivation path that belongs to you? Xiaohu, in fact, you have long known that it is useless to practice in the dojo retreat. And if you want to get out of your own way, you need to go out and practice, and use external forces to realize the cultivation path. How is being able to recognize yourself not an ability? Nowadays, there are quite a few people who have opened the heavenly gate at the dojo, and there are also people who want to go out and practice, but Master has refused them all. Do you know why? Meng Xiaohu froze and shook his head. Because Master saw your talent and determination, whereas those of your senior brothers simply wanted to go out and practice. Their strength is not good. Go out to practice is asking for suffering, so the Master let them. The Tao Body 9 refined before going out to practice, but you just opened the door to heaven. The Master allows you to go out. Now do you understand? Master, from the beginning to the end, is very optimistic about you. It is also because of this reason that just when you had the first signs of stepping onto the evil path, Master sent me to find you and pull you back to the right path. Iron Bull said faintly, with the help of external forces, is also a way of cultivation and a talent. Even if the path, it seems a bit wild, at least, you use people's fear to imbue the spiritual power of heaven and earth so that it naturally coalesces and strengthens the spiritual power of heaven and earth. A method that if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to think of it until I was dead. Isn't this how you've grown? But, isn't this an evil method? Meng Xiaohu said naively, I could only come up with this extreme method to solve the problem, and this is growth? Iron Bull smiled. Cultivation of immortality. Thousands of spells are different. The so-called evil spells, because they are used in improper places, the focus is on the person who uses the spell, not on the law. The Master said that you are on the evil path, but also because he knows that your realm and cultivation are unable to master this kind of spell. But if you can master this kind of spell, it, then, is not an evil spell. Meng Xiaohu was enlightened. You see, I cultivate the way of the most vigorous and the most young, but likewise I need to harmonize the most young with the yin and the soft of Taiji. Tai Nyo said. And these dharma sects that you've realized may seem to be evil and extreme, but if you have a heart of redemption and reconcile them, it may not necessarily not be a hallowed path. Spells are like the swords of our immortal cultivators, and we immortal cultivators are the fundamentals of the spells. Evil spells or not lie in the people, not in the spells. Tinyo's words seemed to open the door to Meng Xiaohu's new world. Thank you, senior brother Tinyo, for pointing it out. Meng Xiaohu seemed to have grasped the netherworld, some sort of path that belonged to him. We all need a master to customize our cultivation method for us, and you may not need a master to customize it for you because, on your own, you will be able to get out of your own cultivation path. If it works out, you'll shine as bright as a star. Chapter 164 Punishment. Listening to Persuasion. Extra shift. Can I? Me too? Meng Xiaohu was in a bit of disbelief. Of course, Tainyo said with a smile, little sixth son. So far you haven't even gotten started yet. It's not like everyone is as demonic as Senior Zhangtang, who learns everything at once, knows everything at once, and knows how to pick the strengths of 100 schools of thought. At that moment, Meng Xiaohu's eyes landed on Luo Ling's body. Elder brother. Luo Ling. Is she alright? Don't worry. Tainyo smiled faintly. My spiritual power can stabilize her life and nourish her martial body. When we go back we don't need Master's hand. We only need little Iris to condition her for a moment or two, and she will soon recover. Meng Xiaohu was relieved, and then seemed to think of something, and his face suddenly became ugly. Seeing this, Iron Bull inquired, "What's wrong? I'm helping to transmit spiritual energy and you're still worried about her well-being?" "No, I'm scared at the thought of going back to the dojo." "You know you're afraid now? Afraid of Master?" Tainyo lost his smile. Meng Xiaohu nodded and cried, "Not only am I afraid of Master, I am also afraid of Senior Brother Zhang. It's fine. When Master asked me to come and grab you back, he also said in passing not to tell Senior Brother Zhang Tang. Don't worry, Senior Brother Zhang Tang is in seclusion. When he comes out of seclusion, your punishment will be over." "What else can he say?" Iron Bull said with a smile. "Was little sixth son present when Master gave the order?" Meng Xiaohu suddenly asked. "On it." Iron Bull nodded. Meng Xiaohu's mouth twitched. Bad. This guy has always thought that Senior Brother Zhang Tang can convince Master that he knows that something has happened to me. 9 times out of 10, he will seek Senior Brother Zhang's help. He's going to victimize me. Compared to Tainyo's meticulous heart, Meng Xiaohu only felt that Wang Xiaolu, the old six, might want to pit him. The moment. Dojo. Little Iris couldn't help but ask curiously when she saw that Zhang Tang had been practicing boxing at the dojo recently. "Senior Brother Zhang, have you met a bottleneck in your cultivation recently? Why have you been practicing boxing at the dojo with your fellow teachers?" Zhang Tang smiled as he looked towards little Iris who was staring at her big watery eyes, full of curiosity, and said with a smile, "I was negligent in the past. I had less time to care for my younger brothers as a big brother. Now I have to take a little time to teach them to practice kung fu, and teach them some of the rules of the dojo in the meantime." This statement was made. A dojo apprentice cried out, "Little Iris, you are not aware of Zhang's senior brother recently, every day to threaten us, said what? He opened the heavenly gate for us, will never allow us to do things that damage the reputation of the dojo. It also said that once he finds out, he will personally waste us. How can we do such a thing? That is, Senior Zhang has been scaring us every day lately. Every day by making us copy the dojo code he authored. And today he copied it 100 times. So go and ask the master to hurry back. We can't stand being tormented anymore." Little Iris froze at her words, then looked at little Six not far away. At this moment, Xiao Luzi shrunk his head sheepishly and somewhat regretted going to Zhang Tang for help. Time passes. The next day, in the dojo, the number of people who had opened the heavenly gate had reached as many as 8. The entire dojo was also buzzing with activity. Because of Meng Xiaohu, Zhang Tang how to look at these senior brothers, how to feel uneasy. No, most of these senior brothers of mine are very simple and have little experience in the Jianghu. I have to wait for Su Rue and Tainyo to come back, and ponder with him on how to improve the heart of these boys. Right at this moment, outside the dojo, a carriage with the markings of the Washang main hall slowly approached. Little Six's joyful voice came out. "Tainyo and Meng Xiaohu are back. Great. Little Tiger is fine." Zhang Tang stared blankly and then whirled to look over, only to see that at the doorway of the dojo, Meng Xiaohu was holding Luo Ling, while Tainyo was continuously transmitting spiritual energy to Luo Ling. Little Six stepped forward quickly. "You guys are back? Nothing happened?" Tainyo nodded to Xiao Luzi. "Nothing major." At these words, Little Six froze. "Nothing serious? Doesn't that mean something's wrong?" He looked over at Meng Xiaohu, only to see Meng Xiaohu's head lowered and his face full of shame. "No big deal. That's something." Zhang Tang's figure appeared in front of Tainyo. "Tainyo, Master has instructed that if you return, I will handle this matter. So tell me, what exactly did Little Tiger do?" Tainyo glanced at Xiaohu and sighed. "This matter is simple to say." Tainyo detailed the story of the matter, one by one. Zhang Tang's face was iron blue, looking straight at Meng Xiaohu. Although no words were spoken, the invisible pressure caused Meng Xiaohu's breathing to quicken by a few points due to his nervousness. Xiao Luzi sniffed and looked at Meng Xiaohu with an odd expression on his face. "Little Tiger, you used to say to me, cultivate a hammer, which is not as comfortable as being lazy, and as a result, you secretly went to cultivate by yourself. which I can still understand. But what about this time? Didn't you say that women will only affect the speed of your cultivation? Tian and I said. Su Rue is right. Women are the scourge of the red face, but as a result, you turned your head for a woman. Almost made a big mistake?
Meng Xiaohu was filled with bitterness and was unable to retort.
You?
I think your whole body is full of backbones.
Right? You talk one way but act another? Xiao Luzi said in annoyance. Look at this woman. She's so pretty. A proper redhead. After saying that,
Xiao Luzi looked at Zhang Teng with a smile on his face.
Senior brother Zhang. I've taught him a lesson for you. Why don't we just forget about it?
Zhang Teng glanced at Xiao Luzi in a slightly speechless manner, then coldly looked at Meng Xiaohu as if he was considering what to do with him. Seeing this, Xiao Luzi hurriedly ran to Meng Xiaohu and directly kicked him in the knee.
Little tiger. Senior Zhang is here to deal with you on behalf of Master. Why don't you kneel down and receive your punishment if you've made a mistake? Xiaohu froze, and without saying anything,
he directly knelt in front of Zhang Teng.
In front of outsiders,
he captured late-stage sect masters and shook back the heavenly kings of martial arts.
His evil aura was awe-inspiring and feared. But here,
even if Xiao Luzi had no cultivation and punched and kicked him,
he didn't dare to fight back.
Eldest brother.
I know I'm wrong. Meng Xiaohu sincerely admitted his mistake. Xiao Liuzi very doggedly ran to carry a chair.
Senior brother Zhang.
How tiring it is to stand. Sit and train. Give me a hard training. This time, Tainyo walked over to Zhang Tang and whispered a few words. Senior brother.
Meng Xiaohu may have found his own cultivation path. This time it's a first offense. He has to be given an engraved lesson. Otherwise the path will be crooked in the future. But I would suggest that if the punishment is to be meted out, he has to be given a slight helping hand. Zhang Tang nodded and quietly looked at Little Tiger. Little Tiger, you have caused trouble in the realm of the transformation sacred land.
Do you plead guilty? Recognize. Considering that you have not committed any major mistakes, your death sentence can be waived.
But you can't escape from a living crime. I'll punish you with 1,000 lashes.
Serve or not? Serve. Zhang Tang's expression slowed down a little. Go to the lava land of the volcano Dojo. I will inflict the punishment of the fire whip on you. And with each whip, I will bruise your Dao body. So be prepared. When these words came out, Xiao Luzi couldn't help but say to Tainyo, isn't senior brother Zhang too ruthless?
Senior Zhang has a hard mouth and a soft heart.
Tainyo laughed. Xiaohu's entire body is now covered in dead qi. If he doesn't comb through it, it will be a great hindrance to his cultivation. Moreover, the spiritual energy in Xiaohu's body, which was not from cultivation, was very refuted.
There was the spiritual energy transformed by the power of the harmonization sacred bead. There was also the spiritual energy generated by spitting out fear. And there was also the spiritual energy transformed by the killing qi and death qi within the harmonization sacred valley of evil. As well, senior brother Zhang cultivates the Taiji vomiting method, which embraces all things. And his spiritual power can help Little Tiger refine his own spiritual power.
Find a balance, and even completely refine it. If Little Tiger can do it, his achievements in the future will be unlimited. Little Sixth Son suddenly realized, isn't this that the more you fight, the more stable your cultivation will be? Thinking of this, Little Sixth Son immediately opened his mouth. 1,000 lashes is less. Say 2,000 lashes less, or you won't learn your lesson.
Senior brother Zhang hit hard. This statement was made.
The corners of Meng Xiaohu's mouth twitched.
The eyes that looked at Xiao Liuzi were tinged with sorrow. Earlier he also felt that Xiao Luzi was helping him to excuse him and felt at once that it was wrong to pay.
This is a rhythm that won't stop until he's pitched a fit. Zhang Teng sniffed, glanced at Xiao Luzi, and then glanced at Tainyo.
He felt that Tainyo felt that he had gone soft, and associating it with the lesson that Tainyo said earlier that was engraved in his heart, he immediately had a decision and said with a serious face, perhaps, indeed, less, 2,000 lashes. Then, when these words came out, Meng Xiaohu was instantly dumbfounded. Inwardly, he was bitter, only feeling that this old six was a real pit.
For a moment, he looked to Kuroku. 500 words can be omitted from the eyes. Chapter 165, The Good Brothers.
Looking at the greeting in Meng Xiaohu's eyes, Xiao Luzi had an expression of brotherly love.
Xiaohu, I'm doing this for your own good. Soon you'll understand the intentions of a brother. No need to thank me. After saying that,
Xiao Luzi immediately pretended to have a frightened expression.
Senior brother Zhang, Little Tiger is glaring at me. He must be too evil. How about adding a little more? When these words came out, Meng Xiaohu's facial muscles couldn't help but twitch.
Iron Bull immediately realized what
this Xiao Luzi.
I'm afraid that he heard him say that the more fights the better for Xiaohu's cultivation path.
So he's here to deliberately stir up trouble? Available at
Zhang Teng has a number in mind.
Ah, 1,000 lashes should actually be almost. This behavior of Xiao Luzi, purely letting Xiao Hu suffer more skin and flesh. This is truly a good brother. With this in mind, Tainyo hurriedly said, Senior brother Zhang, please also punish little tiger as soon as possible, so that master can be relieved when he returns. Zhang Tang nodded and glanced at Luo Ling, who was lying on the ground. Well, I'm escorting him to the volcano. As for her, it's all yours. Yes. Zhang Tang drove the carriage away. Xiao Luzi had a look of pity. Iron Bull's voice suddenly came out. Xiao Luzi, you want Zhang Tang to whip little tiger more often because you want to make little tiger's cultivation path better? Yeah. What else? Xiao Luzi looked like Xiao Hu was my good brother and I was very righteous. Iron Bull felt speechless. Do you think there's a possibility that 1,000 lashes was calculated by senior brother Zhang? Beyond that number of lashes, it's purely punishment? Xiao Luzi froze and was frozen in his tracks, then asked in a demented manner. Then, why did senior brother Zhang Tang agree to add 1,000 lashes? I'm the one who brought Tiger back. Iron Bull continued after a little thought. Perhaps, after I spoke to you, Zhang's senior brother felt that I was dissatisfied with his punishment of 1,000 lashes, so with the help of your mouth, he added 1,000 lashes as a punishment. Xiao Luzi snapped and smiled. He felt that this misunderstanding seemed a little big. Or else, I'd better go find senior brother Zhang and ask him not to fight more. Little sixth son said in a hurry. Forget it, it's good to let little tiger learn a lesson. Xiao Luzi's eyes flashed with brilliance. So, Tainyo, you are agreeing to an extra 1,000 lashes, right? Ha! Tainyo froze, then immediately understood Xiao Luzi's idea. This guy is afraid that Xiao Hu will find him in trouble and is ready to pull him as a backer? You kid. Iron Bull was dumbfounded and couldn't help but shake his head. After saying that, Tainyo stopped talking nonsense and directly brought Luo Ling to Little Iris's alchemy room. At this moment, Little Iris was concentrating on alchemy, and there were a few disciples from the dojo guarding the area. Senior brother Tainyo. These few dojo disciples hurriedly said, Little Iris is refining pills. She asked us to stand guard and not let anyone disturb us. Yes. Iron Bull nodded and simply sat outside the alchemy room and waited. Not a moment too soon. Inside the alchemy room, a loud bang was heard. In the next second, Little Iris ran out in a cloak of disheveled and wretchedness. Damn it, it failed again. I know. It's the temperature of the furnace fire that's not hot enough. The material of the alchemy furnace doesn't work. I have to find a way to get a better furnace. Little Iris mumbled, suddenly seeing Iron Bull. Brother Teen Yo, you're back. Where's Little Tiger? Have you captured him? Little Iris had the best relationship with Tainyo. Even after worshipping the master, she still didn't call out to her senior brother. Instead, she kept her previous habit of calling out to brother Tainyo. Brought it back. It's nothing major. Senior brother Zhang has already punished him, Tainyo said with a smile. I came to find you because I want you to refine a bit of healing medicine that has a restorative effect on the Dao body, as well as help her condition her body, along with my spiritual power, to help make her recover. Little Iris immediately looked at Luo Ling. Who is she? It looks like the divine sense in the body, eroded quite badly by the spiritual power of the heavens and earth that has been turned into death. He is Luo Ling, Tainyo briefly introduced. I see. It's her. Alright, I'll go down later and mix a little elixir. Little Iris agreed in one bite. Tainyo laughed and asked, I just heard you say that the alchemy failed again? What kind of Dan did you refine? I want to refine a kind of extreme spirit pill that can instantly burn spiritual energy. And according to my preconceived notions, it can help us immortal cultivators to instantly increase our strength, ranging from doubling to tripling our strength while in the 12 chakras of the human palace. Little Iris said. Master told Su Rui to look for the location of the Tsong tree, and then asked Senior Zhang to go to the Tsong Sea to look for the Tsong Xian fruit. I want to help Senior Zhang a little bit. Iron Bull drifted off. You've got a mind to find out why. There's actually no problem with the refining of pills. It's just that the furnace doesn't work. It can't be refined. And the temperature of the fire isn't hot enough. So I want to make a trip to the volcano, research a fire attribute spell, and then find a good furnace. Little Iris said without any concealment. To Tainyo, she had all the trust in the world. I'll help you with this matter of the Dan furnace. When I went to the realm of the transformation sage before, when I was chatting with the chief pavilion master of the transformation sage, I did hear about it. There's a material called Xian Gangstone over there, and it should be able to create a very good Dan furnace after adding it. Good. Little Iris and Tainyo were not polite. Then I'll trouble brother Tainyo. Tainyo rubbed Little Iris's head. It's nothing troublesome. I'm going to send some supplies to compensate those who have been harmed by Little Tiger. Can you refine some elixirs to replenish vital energy and vitality recently? Little Iris agreed with confidence. Increasing lifespan won't work. If it's not difficult to replenish the loss of grievances and vitality, leave it to me. Time passes slowly. One day later, with the help of Tainyo and little Iris, Luoling slowly recovered. The moment she opened her eyes, she was filled with bewilderment, and then she noticed that the sacred pearl of transformation was on her body, and even though it was consuming, she immediately realized something. Hurriedly looking around, Meng Xiaohu, where are you? Only, her eyes soon fell on Iron Bull. It's you. It seems that Miss Luo has a good memory, Tainyo said indifferently. Little Tiger is fine. He was caught and returned to the dojo to be punished. Punished? Lorraine is baffled. Did she make any mistakes? Tainyo didn't hide this and told all about what Little Tiger had done. Luoling froze in place. Then filled with worry, how will the dojo punish him? Senior brother Zhang will let him suffer a little bit of skin and flesh, and in the meantime, help him smooth out his disorganized spiritual energy. Iron Bull responded faintly. Little Iris, on the other hand, said with a smile, don't worry, Little Tiger, he's fine. Just stay here and recuperate. When you're rested, he's probably recovered from his punishment as well. Lorraine sighed in relief. Later, in her eyes, there was a flash of loss. She felt that her martial body and meridians should be ruined after being drenched in the killing and death aura of the supreme martial artist, the incorrigible kind. It was just that the moment she observed her own situation, the whole thing, confused. Chapter 166, Qiankuan Vomiting Method. Luoling realized that not only was she intact, but even her martial body and her own martial intent seemed to have been baptized. The martial body seemed to be a few points stronger, and the martial intent was also more pure. She had originally just broken through the late stage of the Danci and crossed over into the martial intent realm, and her martial intent was very fragile. But, now what? Her martial intent unexpectedly has a hidden tendency to coalesce. Martial arts cultivation unexpectedly has refined? Not only that, her martial body, which had originally been drenched in the deathly aura of the martial supreme being and almost wasted, was similarly intact at the moment, and even purer. I'm actually fine after being drenched in the death aura of a late-stage martial supreme powerhouse? Little Iris looked at the surprised Luoling and couldn't help but laugh. We are immortal cultivators, and we are also inner disciples passed down from our master's father. This little problem is easily solved. Luoling at this moment, inwardly shocked beyond. She had heard Meng Xiaohu say before that his strength and qualifications didn't even rank amongst the dojo, and that the problems in their eyes weren't problems at all in the eyes of his senior brothers and sisters. She had always felt that cultivators were special schools of thought, but at this moment, she suddenly realized that perhaps, cultivators are not a special school at all, but another cultivation system. Right at this moment, little Iris added, that beat of yours, we can't help you repair it. It contains a very strong martial divine will, and we can't replenish the power consumed. Luoling froze for a moment and hastily glanced at her sacred bead of transformation. The power in it was consumed immensely as it was almost depleted from resisting the killing intent and death aura of the martial supreme, but the divine will inside remained intact. That's the essence. The Sage Transformation Pearl was a treasure that was only born with a small probability when a martial supreme failed to transform the sage and condensed all the sage transformation sensations. It could help the martial supreme and learn from the experience of this martial supreme's failure, increasing the probability of breaking through to martial saint by 30% out of thin air. This kind of treasure was in his possession, so it attracted the Jiang family, who wanted to seize it at all costs. However, this gem is here. The dojo, both Little Iris and Iron Bull, both are interested in it. Not at all. Right at this moment, the voices of many disciples of the dojo came from outside the house. Master is back. Great. Hurry up and find a master to cancel the rule set by senior brother Zhang to copy the door rules 100 times a day. Little Iris sniffed and stood up at the first opportunity. Senior brother Tainyo, go and pay your respects to master. Tainyo nodded at his words and glanced at Luoling as well. You recuperate. After that, the two of them came to the dojo. Just after arriving at the dojo, I saw many disciples of the dojo complaining to Linbei. The moment. Linbei was also somewhat dumbfounded when he heard the content of these disciples' complaints. Before he could open his mouth, Little Iris's voice came from not far away. Don't bother, master. Copying some of the door rules is also senior brother Zhang Teng's care for you. Quickly get out of the way. Don't delay brother Tainyo from reporting to master. The many disciples of the dojo helplessly retreated to the side. For Little Iris, they are still a little frightened. For no other reason. Little Iris often seeks them to try the medicine. As a result, the dojo's outhouses have all built a few more as a result. Know it all. Therefore, when Little Iris opened her mouth, no one dared to speak up for fear of being the next one to try the medicine. At that moment, Iron Bull walked up. Master. Back? Tainyo nodded respectfully, then told Meng Xiaohu's matter in detail. Got it. With these words, Everyone in the dojo understood that Lin Bei was satisfied with Zheng Tang's disposition. Have little Iris refine some pills that can replenish vital energy and vitality and send them to the sacred realm of transformation. I've already said it. Tainyo said respectfully, I'm going to personally escort them. And in the meantime, I'll go over there to look for the materials to strengthen little Iris's Dan furnace. Lin Bei nodded with satisfaction. Tainyo looked naive, but his mind was well thought out, very much saving him. Lin Bei glanced at Xiao Luzi and inquired, is there enough money? Xiao Luzi quickly said, that's too much, master. After Su Rui came back from Nanyang, he harvested the massive wealth of the Nanyang Zhou clan, and after he returned to the dojo, he set up a brand new business system, and there's more money than he can spend. Lin Bei nodded his head and said to Tainyo, bring more there. Yes, little six, have Su Rui come find me. Xiao Luzi was stunned, then hurriedly asked, master, but are you going to teach Su Rui the method of cultivation? Lin Bei had some surprises as he looked at little sixth son. This kid, for the first time, was so concerned about the cultivation method. What? You care about that too? Xiao Luzi said seriously. Master, I've been meditating lately, and I seem to be feeling it a bit. When will you pass on my cultivation method? You give me a test. I promise to fulfill your commands properly and never be lazy. Little Iris immediately dismantled it. Oh come on. I saw you slacking off yesterday. I think it's just that Meng Xiaowu came back, and you realized that he might step out of his own cultivation path and didn't want to be his senior brother. So you're suddenly under pressure, right? Xiao Luzi snapped and smiled. There is a kind of weakness of being torn through the mind. Men, sometimes, are always, in some strange way, extraordinarily competitive. Lin Bei smiled faintly. Cultivate well, and put your mind on cultivation. When the time comes, you will naturally pass on the immortal cultivation law. Many thanks, master. Xiao Luzi was delighted. I'll go find Su Rui. Lin Bei nodded. He had just taken 2 steps when his footsteps stopped and he looked at Luo Ling, who was not far away. Master, she is Luo Ling, Tainyo immediately explained. Luo Ling also respectfully walked out. Greetings to senior. Lin Bei said casually. Recuperate well here. Thank you, senpai. Lin Bei gently nodded and immediately left. Not a moment too soon. Su Rui arrived in front of Lin Bei's seclusion room. Although, he had always been calm, at this moment, his eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of excitement. He understood that this time, Lin Bei was looking for him in all probability to pass on his immortal cultivation laws. Master, I'm coming. Enter. After entering the door, at Lin Bei's gesture, Su Rui respectfully knelt on the futon opposite Lin Bei. Lin Bei looked at Su Rui with a serious expression. Based on Su Rui's description, he understood that this kid might be a born genius of formations. Therefore, he combined the Zhou Yi, Qimen Dunjia and many other canonical books about ancient formations in the previous life. Plus he went out to sense the terrain and environment to combine them. Eventually, a framework of the Tuina method was created. With the help of the momentum of the heaven and earth and the Qian Koan, the immortal cultivation method I'm passing on to you is called the Qian Koan spitting method. Su Rui listened attentively. The so-called Qian is also the way of heaven, the beginning of the spiritual power of heaven and earth, which runs heaven and earth in the order of the way. Koan also, the ground and potential convergence and the birth of the mystery. Qian Koan together, the reason for heaven and earth, all kinds of changes. The method of Qian Koan vomiting is to borrow the power of the sky, the power of the earth, and the power of man, to refine the spirit of heaven and earth and realize the essence of the great Tao. Chapter 167. Thank him for me. After the preaching of the law, Su Rui closed his eyes and sensed the subtleties of it. After a few moments, he slowly opened his eyes, thinking, no need to think hard, slowly enlighten yourself. Lin Bei said, from today, you are my 5th personal disciple. Su Rui bowed respectfully. Many thanks to the master for passing on the law. The apprentice just had a flash of light and wanted to finish the matter at hand and leave the dojo for a while to observe the changes of the 4 seasons of heaven and earth and comprehend the momentum of heaven and earth. Lin Bei didn't say anything more. The frame he had already laid for Su Rui, he believed that with Su Rui's intelligence, he should be able to comprehend his own cultivation method. Yun, the apprentice excuses himself. Su Rui left respectfully. Looking at his back, Lin Bei inwardly sighed slightly. Su Rui was considered the most standard one among these disciples. When Su Rui left shortly after, Little Six greeted him with a smile. Su Rui, has master passed on the Dharma? It's been passed down, and it's called the Qiankuan spitting method. Su Rui responded with a smile. This spitting method, it sounds overbearing, as the saying goes, before the dry heavens are settled, you and I are all steeds. Xiao Luzi shook his head and dejectedly asked in a hurry afterward, Has Master accepted you as a personal disciple? Yes, I am now the 5th disciple passed on by my master's father, Su Rue said with a smile. I can see that you don't want to fall behind Meng Xiaohu. In fact, you don't have to worry. Xiaohu's path can be difficult. How so? Do you mean that little tiger can't surpass me and become a protege? Little sixth son hurriedly inquired curiously. Xiaohu, as Zhang's senior brother, opened the heavenly gate. His path is 100 times more difficult than yours. If you abandon laziness and cultivate by heart, you are bound to be one step faster than him. Good point. In the meantime, volcano. Tainyo took Little Iris and rushed to this place. Little Iris had come here in order to utilize the lava energy of the volcano to enroll in the way of fire control and create spells. Tainyo accompanied Little Iris to come here, also to fetch some special pills that could only be refined by volcanoes to replenish vital energy. The two had just arrived at the crater when they saw the red dragon and oxen two blocking the entrance to the volcano dojo, practicing and gulping down the essence of the sun. Tainyo, Little Iris, what brings you here? Nyo Air saw the duo and immediately greeted them with a smile. Why are you practicing here? Little Iris asked curiously. The volcano sighed. I'd better not go. It's really a bit miserable. Nyo Air shrunk his neck. Zhang's senior brother hit too hard. Each whip hit the small tiger's skin and flesh. We do not dare to persuade. Simply stay away. Out of sight, out of mind. It's normal to be punished for making a mistake. Tainyo was very calm instead. Red Dragon, you seem to have changed a lot from before. The aura of foreign beasts and demonic beasts on your body has almost disappeared. Instead, you are full of spiritual charm. Master once said that you are a spiritual beast. Now it seems that nowadays your name is true to your name. The red dragon's huge snake head wiggled a bit, seeming to have some smugness. Master's spitting method, it's so powerful. I feel like my snake body and inner Dan have completely metamorphosed. Iron Bull nodded, then looked to Nyoji. You guy, stupid people have stupid blessings. The Tao body has actually completed the 9 refinements so quickly, and the first chakra has begun to accumulate spiritual energy? Nyoair said cheerfully. I also dipped into the light of the red dragon's inner Dan. The red dragon and I are symbiotic, so my cultivation will be slower in the future. Red dragon, on the other hand, buzzed. It's still not even close to senior brother Tainyo. You're guessing that the first chakra's spiritual energy is almost filled up now, right? Tainyo smiled and shook his head. Early, it has been many eventful days since I returned from the Skywolf mountain range, and I have only condensed more than 700 drops of spiritual energy. After both sides exchanged a few pleasantries, Tainyo and Little Iris headed to the crater. Just as he approached, he heard Meng Xiaohu let out a wail of pain from within the volcano. The duo soon arrived at the crater. Only Meng Xiaohu was secured by 4 iron cables. Zhang Tong held a long whip stained with lava flames and viciously whipped Meng Xiaohu's body. With just one strike, Meng Xiaohu had his skin split open. At this moment, both Tainyo and Little Iris could tell that with Zhang Tang's whipping, Meng Xiaohu's Tao body was much purer than before, and the spiritual energy in his body no longer seemed to be refuted. He didn't talk nonsense. He just went up and fed a healing elixir. After sensing that someone was there, Zhang Tang turned his head to look and realized that Tainyo and Little Iris had appeared in the middle of this volcano. Tainyo, Little Iris, what brings you here? Zhang Tang asked. Little Iris is preparing to enroll in the art of fire control and create a method suitable for her alchemy. After Tainyo responded, he walked over to Zhang Tang and inquired in a low voice. How many times has it been hit? More than 800 lashes. Zhang Tang said. Iron Bull nodded. Then said, then we'll wait until you're done fighting. After that, he looked to Little Iris and greeted her. Let's go. Take you to pick some scorching inferno grass. Go to alchemy first. Don't delay senior brother Zhang. There's no hurry. I'll help you. Zhang Tang also helped with the collection. On the way of gathering, when Tainyo passed by Xiaohu suddenly whispered, Senior brother Tainyo, come here for a moment. Iron Bull walked over. I now understand senior brother Zhang Tang's good intentions. Even though I'm being punished, my Tao body and spiritual energy are starting to become pure and solid. Tainyo sighed. Just don't blame senior brother Zhang. Naturally not. I deserve to be punished. When he finished, he whispered a question. You and Kuroko must have talked about this, right? Iron Bull nodded. So, Little Six thinks that the more I fight the better for my cultivation path? Tainyo smiled and said, you have such a good relationship. He must be doing it for your own good. Meng Xiaohu sniffed and was bitter inwardly. But, also do not need to hit 2000, right? Zhang's senior brother should have counted the number of times. 1,000 lashes is more than enough, which also has the number of punishments. Xiao Lu Zihi, this is not. Do not pretend to understand. Pure pit me? Meng Xiaohu said somewhat weakly. Please also ask senior brother Tainyo to convey a message for me. What's the word? Tell little six I thank him. He said the last few words almost through gritted teeth. Dojo. Little sixth son was seriously in closed-door meditation, thinking about his own path of cultivation. I must surpass little tiger and become master's personal disciple. And when I become a personal disciple, my ranking will be the oldest six. Little six suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Koroku muttered. Who's thinking about me? Time passes slowly. The sun sets over the land. Tainyo was the first to return to the dojo with the pills that little Iris had refined, restoring her vitality and vigor. Just as he reached the door of the dojo, Iron Bull seemed to notice something and turned his head to look, only to see that there was a figure in the sky that actually stepped into the air and flew towards the dojo at an extremely fast speed. After carefully surveying the area, a cold color flashed in Tainyo's eyes. What's he doing here? Chapter 168, A Visit to the Door. The visitor was no one else but the Luo Prime Heavenly King who had once upset him in Zhangtang in the Skywolf mountain range. Although Luo Prime Sky King had a good attitude in admitting his mistake and followed up to find some compensation, Tainyo did not have any good feelings towards Luo Prime Sky King. At this moment, after arriving at the dojo's range, Luo Prime Heavenly King directly dropped down from the sky above. Iron Heavenly King, long time no see. When he met Iron Bull, he clasped his hands in greeting. To this, Tainyo didn't give Luo Jing Tianwang any good looks at all. Rather a rare guest. I don't know what is Luo Prime Sky King's business here at our dojo. Luo Prime Heavenly King was also an expert at pretending to be confused, and didn't seem to see Tainyo's unkind look at all, but instead took out a copy of the invitation to pay his respects in a very disciplined manner. This is our Luo clan's invitation to pay homage. I'm visiting the dojo lord on behalf of the Luo clan. Although there was some conflict before, Tainyo had to admit that compared to the average family or martial arts school, in terms of temperament, the Luo family was clearly superior and more disciplined. My master is in seclusion. If you wish to pay a visit, wait here and when I am free I will circulate for you. How arrogant Luo Prime Heavenly King had been in the Tian Wolf mountain range back then. Tainyo directly returned the favor in his own way. It was especially emphasized that there was availability at the pass. However, to Tainyo's surprise, not only did King Luo Changtian not get annoyed, he instead made a bow and thanked him. Many thanks to the Iron Heavenly King. Tainyo took a closer look at Luo Qing, and he realized that Luo Qing's actions weren't really faked. As a member of the Luo family, how could he not know that Tainyo was giving him a hard time? After a little thought, Iron Bull immediately realized. I'm afraid that the reason why the Luo family let Luo Prime King come was to take a bite out of the door, let the dojo out of the way, and ease the relationship with the dojo. The Luo clan, as the head of many clans in the Zhangzhou, not only didn't have no one in sight, this way of doing wrong, admitting it sincerely, and turning enemies into friends, it was also an eye-opener for Iron Bull. Once upon a time in the Zhangzhou, the Jiang clan had been the leader, yet it was surpassed by the Luo clan in just a few years. Many of the clans that had once followed the Jiang family had quickly turned, and I'm afraid that it also had a great deal to do with the Luo family's way of doing things. The saying that the way to win is the way to lose is the way to lose is the way to lose, and the Luo family seems to play it better than anyone else understands. For the Luo family to be the leader of the family forces in Zhangzhou, it really has its own strengths. No bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Tainyo directly hung Luo Prime Heavenly King out to dry outside the door, and Luo Prime Heavenly King honestly stood outside the door waiting for orders. Inside the dojo, Luo Ling quickly spotted Luo Cheng standing outside the dojo. Seeing Luo Cheng standing outside, a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Luo Ling, what's wrong? Worried about little tiger? Little Iris had returned from the volcano and already had an idea about the fire royal art. Now that he had returned to the dojo to begin meditating on enlightenment and was in charge of conditioning Luo Ling's body, he immediately asked with concern when he saw that she was worried. Don't worry, although eldest senior brother is strict, he cares about little tiger. Luo Ling sighed. I saw Luo clan's Luo Prime Heavenly King. He's standing outside the dojo. I'm afraid he's here to look for me. I'm afraid that I won't be able to wait for Xiaohu to come back this time. I'll have to return to the Luo clan. Little Iris cocked her head and looked at Luo Ling. Do you want to go back? Luo Ling shook her head. I don't want to, but I can't help but go back. I have the sacred pearl of transformation in my body, and I am not allowed to leave the Luo family without refining it. The past few times I've looked for a chance to escape, I was targeted by the Jiang family and nearly caused a major disaster. I'm afraid that this time when I go back, the Luo family won't let me leave easily. Then wouldn't it be fine for you to return that sacred transformation bead to the Luo family? Aren't you being chased because of that bead? Little Iris said full of concern. Also, you are now in our dojo, and if you don't want to leave, the Luo family can't take you with them. But, Luo Ling said, although she was a little heartbroken, she was also a little torn. Luo Jing Tian Wang is here. It's fine. No one can threaten our dojo. It's no good for anyone to come. And I've heard that Luo Cheng has offended brother Tainyo, so we mustn't hang him out to dry? Luo Ling was slightly stunned. She hadn't thought that the dojo's bottom line was actually so big that even if someone from the Luo family came, they would dare to air it out? Time passes. The moon hangs high. Luo Ling was shocked to find that Luo Prime Heavenly King actually did stand honestly outside the dojo and did not rush in. He was, literally, hung out to dry and didn't seem to have any complaints. Luo Ling, who was well aware of the Luo family's style of action, immediately realized something at this moment. Dojo, it is by no means a place of leisure. Rather than coming to take her back, King Luo Cheng Tian was more likely to come to apologize in another form. The moment Tainyo's figure appeared outside the dojo, looking at Luo Cheng Tian Wang, who was punished outside the dojo, and spoke indifferently. Master told you to go in. Yes. Only then did Luo Cheng follow Tainyo into the dojo. During this time, he saw Luo Ling who was looking at him worriedly not far away. Only that he didn't make any move and turned his head around as if he didn't see it. Luo Jing Tian Wang, the king of the world, will not be shaped like a color, and show it to the fullest. Soon, Tainyo led Luo Cheng to the pavilion of the dojo. At this moment, Lin Bei also stopped absorbing the essence of the moon and instead glanced at Luo Cheng. Noticing Lin Bei's eyes, Luo Jing hurriedly said respectfully, Luo Jing, greetings to the dojo lord. Sit. Lin Bei gestured and Luo Cheng sat on the stone chair opposite him. The Luo family sent you here. What's the matter? Luo Prime Heavenly King said respectfully, I came here for two things. For one, it is to inform you of a matter. After you killed your way into the U state and beheaded the Silver-Beard Supreme Being, it caused a huge storm within the U state. And there are martial saints in the U state that have found us in the Tsang state to ask for an explanation. Our Luo family's Luo Shang stepped in and reasoned with him. He realized that he was at a disadvantage, so the matter was considered to be even, and Luo Shang asked me to convey greetings for her. When these words came out, Lin Bei stared slightly. He certainly understood that the so-called reasoning with the people of Yuzhou, that was naturally not an unusual move of the mouth. After all, he then profoundly reasoned with Zheng Zhouyue. This Luo Prime Heavenly King came and spoke these words. I'm afraid that he was also conveying a message that their Luo family wanted to fix the misunderstanding with the dojo. Lin Bei was also clear that even if Luo Shang didn't intervene, the other saints in Sangzhou would intervene, and they definitely wouldn't allow the martial saints of Yuzhou to enter Sangzhou to seek revenge. Luo Shang's move was also considered to be doing a personal favor along the way, mainly because he wanted to ease the conflict with the dojo. You also convey the dojo's greetings for me. Lin Bei spoke indifferently. Luo Prime Heavenly King smiled faintly at his words. He understood that the conflict between the Luo family and the dojo had been eased. Secondly, Luo Ling has caused a lot of trouble by running away from the Luo family. So on behalf of the Luo family, I would like to express my gratitude to the dojo for sheltering Luo Ling. After saying that, Luo Chang stood up and bowed respectfully. I don't dare to continue to trouble the dojo for Luo Ling. I've come here to lead her back. King Luo Prime had the art of speaking down to a T. It was clear that he wanted to take Luo Ling away, but he gave the dojo face. At this point, Luo Ling, who was hiding not far away, became nervous inside. Chapter 169, Fire Control Technique. Spirit Fire Technique. At this exact moment, little Iris's voice rang in Luo Ling's ears. Do you Luo family members always speak in such a roundabout way? Luo Ling froze, then smiled bitterly. The Luo family has always been like this. Do you want to go? Little Iris asked again. I don't want to. I want to wait for Xiuhu. Luo Ling said her true thoughts. Then just give the sacred transformation pearl to Luo Chang and say that you don't want to go back. Little Iris said with a smile. Things, where will it be so simple? Before Luo Ling's words fell, Little Iris directly interrupted her. There's nothing complicated. My master said that the nature of things is supposed to be simple, and anything more complicated in our dojo can be solved simply. Little Iris said confidently. Why don't you try? Luo Ling seemed to have made some sort of determination, gritting her teeth and walking out respectfully. Greetings to Luo Prime Sky King. Luo Prime Heavenly King wasn't surprised. After all, although they were hiding on the sidelines, for him they had long been detected. It was just that Lin Bei didn't take it seriously, so he naturally couldn't say much. He looked towards Lin Bei, as if he was asking Lin Bei if he could allow him to talk to Luo Ling. Lin Bei nodded to him, and only then did Luo Prime Heavenly King speak. Exempt, Luo Ling said through gritted teeth. Heavenly King, I don't want to go back, so please take the sacred transformation pearl back with you. After saying that, Luo Ling took out the sacred transformation pearl and handed it to Luo Prime Heavenly King. King Luo Cheng Tian froze for a moment, then said, Luo Shang misses you too. Won't you go back and take a look? Although the tone was gentle, Luo Ling felt the pressure. Because King Luo Prime was using Luo Shang to pressure her. The Luo family pays a lot of attention to her, and even cares. A lot. If not for this, how could a treasure like the sacred pearl of transformation be in her hands? At that moment, little Iris said directly, Aya, Luo Ling has said that she doesn't want to go back. She will go back to visit again when she has time. I still have to condition her body. She's not fit for traveling right now. King Luo Changtian heard this and didn't say anything, just looked at Luo Ling. In the Luo family, the freedom of the core members was never a luxury. At this moment, little Iris hugged Lin Bei's arm. Right, master? Lin Bei smiled and stroked little Iris's head. Little Iris is so good at medicine. Of course what she said is right. Lin Bei took a stand and Luo Jing Tianwang was slightly stunned. Although there were a million reasons to pressure Luo Ling to go back. But, after Lin Bei made his statement, he didn't say any more. This face of the dojo, he had to give it. To do otherwise is to make a fool of yourself. In this regard, Luo Jing Tianwang had already seen it before in the Skywolf mountain range, so he just sighed. Since that's the case, I'll take the sacred transformation pearl with me. It's too dangerous for you to carry it. After retrieving the sacred pearl of transformation, Luo Prime Heavenly King looked towards Lin Bei. There's one more thing I'd like to remind the Forest Field Master of. What is it? Luo Prime Heavenly King said with a serious expression. This time, the Yuzhou martial saint came to attack, and the several martial saints of the Tsangzhou also took the opportunity to meet, and the martial saint of the Tsong Yun Academy conveyed a message. The demonic beasts outside of the pass are moving around frequently, and the Tsong Yun Academy has begun to release a large number of missions, even selecting chief great disciples to begin infiltrating the pass on all fronts to spy on the intelligence. On top of that, he has secretly joined forces with the General Martial Hall and the 10 great clans to form a 100-man squad composed of martial supreme beings to probe deeper into the pass. Lin Bei quietly listened as Luo Qing continued. Recently, news has come from outside the pass that something has happened to this 100-member Martial Dao Supreme Squad, and the Tsongyun Martial Saint wants to join forces with the Tsongzhou Martial Saint to investigate this matter deep inside the pass. Luo Prime Heavenly King said, that's why Luo Shang asked me to remind you that if they don't sit in Tsangzhou, the demonic beasts outside of the pass may make a move. Since your dojo has withdrawn from the martial arts school forces, there are some things that may not reach you, so Luo Shang asked me to remind you that the dojo is very close to the border. So you need to pay more attention to the surrounding situation. Lin Bei drifted off, then smiled. Thank Luo Shang for me. King Luo Jing Tian laughed. Field Master Lin is polite. In that case I'll take my leave. After saying that, he glanced at Luo Ling and said with slight concern, without the sacred pearl of transformation, you will be much safer. But, still take care of yourself and be careful of the Jiang family. Many thanks to King Prime. Luo Ling said respectfully. Lin Field Master, farewell. After saying that, Luo Jing Tianwan rose up in the air and disappeared into the moonlit night. Iron Ox, who hadn't said anything, couldn't help but open his mouth at this moment. Master, not long ago there seemed to be a problem outside the pass. Sangzhou deployed a large number of experts to guard it, causing Yuzhou to take advantage of the opportunity to loot it. And now there are hundreds of supreme beings having problems. Isn't there really something big happening to the demonic beasts outside the pass? Lin Bei pondered in deep thought. Tang Yo continued. Although Tsangzhou is huge, with countless major forces, the number of martial arts supreme beings is almost 1 in 100,000, and supreme beings do not come out easily. Now that hundreds of supreme beings have gone to investigate, I'm afraid there's a big problem and something has happened. Master, when I'm done with the harmonized sacred earth realm, I'd like to go to Guanwei to investigate for a while. Our dojo can't be ignorant of this. Seeing this, little Iris hurriedly said, Brother Tang Yo, Su Rui is still in contact with Yugu Pass. If there's a breeze over there, he'll be the first to receive the news. Is there a need to go outside the pass? I've heard that it's especially dangerous outside the pass. It's very necessary. If we didn't know about it, now that the Luo family's martial saints are sending messages, in all likelihood there's going to be a big problem outside the pass. Lin Bei pondered slightly and finally nodded. Yoon, time passes. The next day, the sun shines brightly. Lin Bei cultivated extremely fast under the blazing sun, and the fourth chakra was quickly filled. The fifth chakra, the three-yang meridian of the hand, open. In a flash, Lin Bei's spiritual energy surged within his body, and his aura climbed up again in an invisible manner. Just as he broke through the fifth chakra, the sound of surprise came again. Your disciple, little Iris, has enlisted in the spell fire control, introductory, and your understanding of fire control has been raised to perfection. For a moment, Lin Bei's understanding of flames was elevated to an extremely high level. Lin Bei opened his one hand.
only to see a wisp of spiritual energy overflowing from his palm,
turning into a flame. Immediately afterward, the flames rose up into the air, as gentle as silk threads.
Lin Bei was very satisfied with this kind of spell. The fire control technique could not only transform the spiritual power of heaven and earth and turn it into flames. The most powerful thing was that he could use his own spiritual power to manipulate the flames that already existed in heaven and earth.
What does that mean?
If the fire control technique was cast in a place like a volcano,
the power would be enormous. The surprises aren't over yet. At this moment,
a familiar voice once again appeared in his mind. Your apprentice. Enlightenment spell Spirit Fire Art, Introductory, your Spirit Fire Art is upgraded to Complete. Lin Bei immediately comprehended the Spirit Fire Art. This spell can continuously collect,
purify and condense all kinds of natural spiritual fire between heaven and earth,
picking the strengths of 100 schools of thought into a cluster of the strongest spiritual fire that embraces all things.
Chapter 170, Surprise After Surprise.
Lin Bei was more surprised by the Spirit Fire Art than the Fire Control Art.
Because the difficulty of this spell enlightenment is extremely high.
Its difficulty is even comparable to the 9 Yang Dao law that Tainyo envisioned. Tainyo's 9 Suns Dao technique possessed a strong specialization, and apart from Tainyo only Lin Bei could cultivate it. Thus it was not universal. But the Spirit Fire Art is different. Although it is extremely difficult and the power may be very terrifying,
there is a point that it possesses popularity. If the person with high enlightenment,
he can naturally participate in the Spirit Fire Art.
Even if enlightenment is not high,
the Spirit Fire Art can even be broken down into a variety of simplified versions.
For example, wood produces fire,
and different kinds of wood can produce different kinds of natural spiritual fire. Then it can be split into various types of spirit fire techniques. Just a single comprehension of a certain kind of spirit fire born from a certain kind of wood is enough.
Little Iris had kind of given him a big surprise this time.
For a while, Lin Bei was in a happy mood and came to the dojo to watch the disciples cultivate. It had to be said that among the many disciples, as the people opening the heavenly gate became more numerous, many disciples throughout the dojo were exhaling spiritual energy, and vaguely began to take on the ethereal nature of an immortal.
Right at this moment, 2 figures came to the door of the dojo. The visitors were none other than Zheng Tong and Meng Xiaohu. At this moment, Meng Xiaohu, the appearance is relatively miserable. Bare bladder, Dao body has many to dance, is recovering scars. Obviously, Zheng Tong hit very hard. Master, you have returned.
Zheng Tong immediately saluted.
Meng Xiaohu, on the other hand, directly knelt on the ground.
Master, disciple knows his mistake. Lin Bei glanced at Meng Xiaohu's misery and sighed. It's good to know your mistakes and change them.
Go and recuperate your body.
Meng Xiaohu continued to kneel on the ground without getting up.
Master, I have an unkind request.
When I was whipped by senior brother Zhang,
I realized that my path to cultivation is not to cultivate in seclusion, but to go out and travel in search of opportunities. I want to continue to go out into the world after a little rest in the dojo. Lin Bei didn't say anything. He just looked at him quietly, as if he was thinking about something. Meng Xiaohu lowered his head and didn't dare to speak.
This time he had made a big mistake in his travels. He was afraid that Lin Bei would ground him.
At this point, seeing this,
Zheng Tong hurriedly said respectfully,
Master, little tiger's path is not in the dojo. Please make it happen.
Meng Xiaohu was inwardly moved. Although Zheng Tong hit him hard, he understood that Zheng Tong truly cared and loved him.
Lin Bei sighed, then said faintly, just abide by your heart, and if you make a mistake, if you make it again, it's an additional offense. Meng Xiaohu was overjoyed and bowed his head. Thank you, Master, for making it happen.
Luo Ling seemed to have a spirit at the moment and ran out as well.
Upon seeing Meng Xiaohu return, he immediately walked up.
Only when she saw the conspicuous scars on Meng Xiaohu's body, she couldn't help the heartache in her eyes.
Tiger, are you okay? I'm fine. My Dao body
can repair these wounds. I did not go to repair. I have to use these wounds to admonish myself.
I need to abide by my heart and stick to the bottom line. Meng Xiaohu said with deep feeling, I am an immortal cultivator. I should use the law as a sword. Brother taught me that the essence of any spell is the sword of the immortal cultivator. Therefore, I am the sword wielder.
A hint of relief flashed in Zhang Tang's eyes while he glared viciously at little Tiger.
Meng Xiaohu, the next time you make a mistake, I'll personally go find you.
As soon as these words came out,
Meng Xiaohu hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. Right at this moment,
a surprised voice came out.
Master.
Lin Bei turned his head to look,
only to see little Iris running over excitedly. When I enlisted in the Royal Fire Art,
I comprehended the Fire Control Art and the Spirit Fire Art.
It's awesome. Little Iris,
like a child who had gotten good grades,
was showing off to Lin Bei. Yes? Let masters see your progress.
Little Iris immediately urged the spiritual energy in her body. A trace of spiritual energy burned in her palm,
turning into a flame, and with her control this flame began to dance.
Meng Xiaohu watched the scene in front of him with fascination.
Inside, he was envious.
He understood that what Little Iris could do easily,
he could not do. Even if he was stronger than Little Iris at the moment, he just wasn't as good as Little Iris.
A short while later,
the flames went out. Master, I've just crossed over into the Imperial Law Realm,
and I've only cultivated 10 drops of spirit power in my first chakra,
so I can't last.
Little Iris said dejectedly. I'll have to practice hard to do that. Lin Bei smiled and touched her head. And you don't have to figure it out on your own.
Master can teach you.
As he spoke, Lin Bei only saw a wisp of flame burning up,
and in the next second, the flame unexpectedly depicted the outline of a fairy, dancing in the air.
Master, it's too powerful. Your fire control technique is simply perfect. I can only make a cluster of flames dance by consuming 10 times the amount of spiritual energy.
You can actually make it dance in human form,
and I'm afraid that the amount of spiritual energy consumed is less than 3 drops,
right?
Little Iris said excitedly.
Master, teach me more. I want to walk less.
That's natural.
If there's anything you don't understand, Master will give you a good explanation. Master is the best.
After observing for a moment, Zhang Tong also said with great emotion.
Little Iris,
although your fire control technique is not as perfect as Master's, it is also very difficult to comprehend.
Indeed, it's a bit difficult. Little Iris said.
I stayed in the volcano for so long, and it was only when I came back to make pills that I had a flash of insight and realized the fire control technique.
Senior brother, will you learn it? I'll teach you.
Zhang Tong laughed.
Good. This spell, if you go out to live and roast meat, it is really convenient.
The crowd talked and laughed.
Zhang Tengran asked, where is Little Six?
Little Iris snorted and laughed. Little Sixth Son has been thinking especially hard about his cultivation path lately. I went to his place not long ago and saw him writing and drawing all over the room.
In addition to this
he is also estimated to see Xiaohu back.
Deliberately avoiding Xiaohu, Meng Xiaohu sniffed.
The corner of his mouth twitched. He did want to settle the score with Little Six, but since Lin Bei was here and he couldn't see Little Six in person,
he had to hold back for now. Hearing Little Iris's tipped off,
he couldn't help himself on the spot.
Master, if there are no orders, disciple will leave first. Lin Bei nodded, and Little Iris coaxed. Little Sixth Son is in the has-ding numbered retreat room. Soon,
Meng Xiaohu arrived at Xiao Luzi's retreat room and opened Xiao Luzi's door. Xiao Luzi sensed someone coming and immediately turned his head full of dissatisfaction.
Can't you see that someone is in seclusion? Don't you know to knock on the door?
Only, when he saw Meng Xiaohu, his smile instantly froze.
Hey, Tiger, you back? King, Junior, 6.
Meng Xiaohu gritted his teeth and said,
I came to thank you. One time, inside the closed room, there were screams. In the meantime,
Su Rui arrived at the dojo with a face full of joy, and when he saw that Lin Bei and the others were there,
he immediately smiled and said,
Master, Senior Brother Zhang, Little Iris, the location of the Tsang tree in the Tsanghai.
I found it.